Chapter 1. Somewhere in the East Sea suddenly, the tranquil surface of the sea erupted into tumult. The water, stained a vivid crimson as a serpent-like sea creature, bearing a head, surged forth from the depths. Its body was marred with wounds, and it let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens before collapsing, blood gushing from its mouth, nostrils, and wounds, further tainting the surrounding waters. A youth, no older than 17 or 18, with wavy, pale blue hair, emerged from the sea, swiftly swimming to the side of the majestic sea creature. Grasping its enormous fin with one hand, he propelled himself toward the shore. On the beach, a group of approximately 10 young men were busily constructing a vessel. The boat was modest in size, measuring less than 10 meters in length. Around 7 or 8 meters in was a traditional sailing ship. Upon seeing the youth dragging the sea creature closer, they instinctively paused their work and turned their gazes toward the shore. "Loyan, you're back," one exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. The boy, now on solid ground, smiled in response. "Uncle Pool, today I've caught quite a sizable one. You all can have the bulk of it. I only require a small portion," he declared. "You actually killed a sea beast?" Initially, their attention had been solely on Loyan, but now they noticed the creature he had dragged ashore. It was relatively small for a sea beast, measuring less than 10 meters. A typical fishing vessel would have fled from such a creature. Yet, here was Loyan, a mere boy, who had vanquished it in direct combat. Loyan nodded, a grin spreading across his face as he raised his arm, revealing a scar nearly 2 fingers wide. While not life-threatening, it was certainly a wound that warranted attention. "I sustained a minor injury. I've already taken care of the beast somewhat. Feel free to take what you need, by the way. How much longer until my ship is complete?" He glanced towards the vessel, which appeared nearly finished. A middle-aged man with skin bronzed by the sun and hair braided into a twist, looking to be in his 50s, puffed his chest out proudly and replied, "It will be finished in no more than 3 days." "Young Loyan, are you truly planning to set sail?" "Indeed. The world is vast, and I yearn to explore it. Thank you all for your hard work these past few days. I am quite fatigued and shall return home now." With a wave to the group, Loyan turned and departed, while the shipbuilders wasted no time in setting about to dissect the massive sea creature. Though a dozen men were present, the meat they would each receive was sufficient to sustain their families for half a month. However, they would only retain a day or two's worth for themselves. Selling the remainder. Loyan's abode was a modest wooden cabin, devoid of furniture, with only a table and 2 chairs in the living room, giving it an air of emptiness, yet it was impeccably clean. Upon entering the room, Luo Yin retrieved a large water jug from the shadows of the corner. After taking a couple of swigs, the wound on his arm began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Once finished, he produced a large iron box and placed it upon the table. As the iron box opened, a seemingly chaotic assortment of items emerged, comprising various hues of flowers, bird feathers, animal eyes, and entrails, alongside a gelatinous mass that resembled jelly. Each item was meticulously compartmentalized within the box, preventing any contact between them, and all were encased in a delicate membrane. Gazing at these collections, Luo Yin couldn't help but nod in approval. He then retrieved a fist-sized deep blue crystal from his pocket and placed it into one of the empty compartments of the iron box. After this, he spread his palm, and in an instant, a radiant glow appeared, causing a series of tarot cards to drift from his hand. These tarot cards were ethereal and translucent, quickly shuffling until one detached from the group and flew toward Luo Yin, solidifying before him. The face of this tarot card depicted a man standing amidst crashing waves, cloaked in lightning, gazing down from a stormy sky at countless trembling figures below. The man's visage was sharp and chiseled, his muscles defined, instilling an immediate sense of submission in any who beheld him. Adjacent to this image were the words "Sequence 0 Tyrant." With a swipe of his finger across the card's surface, it flipped open like a book, swiftly halting at the desired position, which was marked Sequence 6 Wind Affinity. Just 100 milliliters of blood from a merman or siren remain. Only by becoming a wind affinity can I claim a semblance of self-defense. Luo Yin murmured softly, a bitter smile emerging on his lips. He had once been an ordinary university student on Earth, and after reading the captivating tome, The Master of the Mysterious, he found himself irresistibly drawn to tarot cards. Thus, he ordered a deck online, only to lose consciousness upon receiving it. When he awoke, he found himself in this room through a series of confirmations via newspapers and other means. He realized he had traversed into the world of One Piece, leaving him bewildered and despondent. As an avid fan, he understood all too well the dangers that lurked in this world. With his frail physique, a mere encounter with pirates could spell his demise. Fortunately, he had crossed over with that very deck of tarot cards. Or rather, it was not a complete deck. It consisted of only 22 major arcana, transformed into something akin to the blasphemous cards from the Master of the Mysterious, each card chronicling a distinct divine pathway. albeit not in the form of Roselle. Moreover, these blasphemous cards appear to have undergone local adaptation, as many of the materials and rituals differed from the original narrative, featuring numerous alternatives. In fact, the descriptions of many materials were rather ambiguous. For instance, one of the primary materials for the wind affinity was the cranial crystal of a small sea beast, yet the myriad types of sea beasts made it unclear which specific one was intended in the recipe. Without a trace of hesitation, Luo Yin opted for the path of the tyrant as the embodiment of omniscience and omnipotence within the 5 pathways, representing mastery over land, sea, and air. The tyrant's path undoubtedly holds significant advantages in this maritime realm. Furthermore, should a method of return exist, the omniscient being would certainly be the most likely to discover it and put it into practice. In the initial stages, the materials required for the tyrant's potions predominantly pertain to the ocean, making them readily accessible in this world. For instance, Luo Yin managed to gather all the components for the Sequence 9 Sailor Potion merely at a local market, without incurring any expenses, as they were composed of trivial items. The primary ingredient consisted of the swim bladder of a deep-sea fish, along with a crystalline substance extracted from the brain of a red octopus. The supplementary materials included 100 grams of scales from large fish, 80 milliliters of black octopus blood, 100 milliliters of pure water, and a single yellow sunflower. The swim bladder was available at the market, slightly more expensive than fish meat, yet not prohibitively so. If only 1 or 2 were needed, a sweet-talking approach could easily procure them. As for the scales and octopus blood, they were considered refuse at the market, requiring daily disposal, thus effectively free of charge, while sunflowers could be readily gathered from the roadside. The only challenge Luo Yin encountered was obtaining the crystalline substance from the red octopus brain. He spent several days near a seafood stall, watching the vendor slaughter numerous red octopuses, yet he failed to observe any brain crystals. Ultimately, it was the vendor who inquired about his presence, prompting Luo Yin to claim he was eager to learn the art of fish slaughtering. Fortunately, the vendor was a cordial individual who encouraged Luo Yin to practice, leading him to personally dispatch a recently caught, albeit nearly lifeless, red octopus, thereby acquiring the coveted crystal. It was then he realized that certain unique materials necessitated his direct involvement for acquisition. After consuming the potion, he did not, as described in the original narrative, hear any forbidden whispers. Even immediately after ingestion, he exhibited no inclination toward madness. Later, he deduced that perhaps the foundational layers of this world were not steeped in chaos and insanity, as was the case with the Lord of Secrets. This realm lacked an original will, the influence of higher beings, and the scrutiny of otherworldly entities, presenting itself as a remarkably orderly domain. Thus, the risks associated with potion consumption were exceedingly low. Moreover, as the potion did not retain the spirit of any predecessor, it proved quite easy to digest. However, this also rendered most ritualistic magics inapplicable. Of course, Luo Yin himself possessed no knowledge of such ritualistic magic. Upon becoming a sailor, Mo Yin began to simultaneously digest the potion and gather materials for the Sequence 8 Potion of the Enraged. Frequently, he would paddle out to sea on a wooden raft and wield a specially designed trident for hunting on land, yielding substantial rewards. As he could not manage the abundance of his catch alone, he decided to share a portion with his neighbors, while entrusting them to assist in selling the remainder. This exchange fostered solid friendships with those around him, and it was these very neighbors who now aided him in constructing his ship. His urgent departure to sea was not primarily driven by the need to assimilate Sequence 7, the navigator's elixir, but rather to procure subsequent materials on this small island in the East Sea. The extraordinary materials of Sequence 6 had nearly reached their limit. Thus, further resources must be sought beyond the shores. The navigator's elixir had been largely absorbed, and Luo Yin chose this moment to set sail, calculating that Luffy had already embarked on his journey. Though he had no intention of boarding Luffy's vessel, this did not hinder his desire to benefit from Luffy's endeavors. Moreover, he understood the essence of Luffy's character. By providing timely assistance or extending goodwill, he could ensure that Luffy would lend a helping hand during his own times of need. There is no investment more secure than in the protagonist. As soon as the ship is completed, I shall set sail. Luo Yin carefully closed the box and tucked it away, whispering his resolve. As twilight descended and a full moon hung in the sky, the lights of the surrounding houses extinguished one by one, Luo Yin included. Instead of resting, he retrieved a palm-sized metallic box from beneath his bed, which contained a ring adorned with a red pattern against a black background, featuring a bat motif. He slipped the ring onto the middle finger of his right hand, and a dark mist materialized, forming a pair of black bat wings behind him. His originally pale golden eyes were tinged with red, transforming them into a striking orange hue. In Luo Yin's perception, The nighttime chamber appeared no different from daylight. It was not a matter of illumination, but rather a manifestation of his night vision ability. As a tyrant path extraordinary capable of deep diving, he inherently possessed commendable night vision, which was further enhanced by the ring throughout the past 6 months of material collection. Luo Yin acquired not only the extraordinary materials and traits of the tyrant path, but also elements from other paths. The ring corresponded to the vampire of sequence 7 from the lunar path. Upon gathering a primary material for a potion, Luo Yin would typically categorize them together to avoid confusion. Consequently, some materials would automatically merge with their surroundings, forming wondrous artifacts. Although he was not a craftsman capable of creating magical items at will, the chaos and madness of this world were relatively restrained. Even naturally occurring magical items had minimal side effects thus far. Luo Yin had not conjured any artifacts with negative repercussions beyond his endurance. The ring's abilities included granting the wearer night vision, inflicting corrosive effects upon attack, significantly enhancing speed, bestowing the power of flight, and enabling communication with animals, along with the ability to briefly tame them. However, the downside was a compulsive thirst for blood once dawned. Furthermore, if worn under direct sunlight, the bearer would experience weakness after 10 minutes. Silently, Luo Yin soared from the window, flapping his wings toward the deep mountains, and soon arrived at the entrance of a cavern. The cavern is exceedingly deep, even with night vision capabilities. Luo Yin cannot discern its depths at a glance. This is precisely why he dons the vampire ring without the ability to fly, no matter how agile one may be. Entry into this place is impossible, and it is here that he conceals his treasures. To prevent any intrusions during his absences, Luo Yin has hidden the majority of his extraordinary materials and seldom used magical artifacts within this cave. Every 5 days, he must return to replace the containers and fortify the spiritual barrier that safeguards these materials, though today is not designated for reinforcing the spiritual barrier. With only 3 days remaining until his voyage, Luo Yin intends to retrieve his belongings early, as he does not plan to venture outside during this time. After a flurry of activity lasting over 10 minutes, Luo Yin returned home, quietly hauling 3 silver briefcases akin to those meant for currency. Upon entering, he eagerly removed the ring, carefully enveloping it in spiritual energy before placing it in an iron box, finally allowing himself a deep sigh of relief. This contraption is truly cumbersome. It is evident that one must become a wind affinity to possess stable flying capabilities. I must hasten to become a wind affinity. Luo Yin does not aspire to become a pirate. The higher the rank, the more elusive the required materials become. Should he take on the life of a pirate, certain materials would become exceedingly difficult to acquire. Thus, he hopes to navigate the seas as an adventurer, seeking opportunities to align with the Revolutionary Army. He believes the Revolutionary Army would have a keen interest in potions, and should a partnership be formed, he could leverage their resources to aid in his material collection. As for the Navy, he has never entertained the notion. He would rather embrace piracy than join their ranks, for doing so would confine him within rigid constraints, obstructing his freedom of movement. This would significantly hinder his material gathering efforts, and should the Navy uncover the secrets of his potions, he is certain he would face extraordinary care, jeopardizing his personal freedom. This is why Luo Yin yearns to become a wind affinity swiftly. It is not merely for the slight enhancement in combat prowess, as mid-tier potions hold little advantage in this world, let alone against those with devil fruit abilities. Even against those unacquainted with devil fruits, victory is not guaranteed. What he truly desires is the capacity for wind manipulation and flight that comes with being a wind affinity. Currently, he can operate in the sea for nearly an hour without any equipment. Once he becomes a wind affinity, he will be able to fly, and his underwater activity time will exceed an hour. In the East Sea and the first half of the Grand Line, even if he cannot prevail, escaping will be exceedingly simple, as few can impede his passage. 3 days later, amidst the farewells of neighbors and friends, Luo Yin sets sail, heading westward. The vessel, modest in size, measures merely around 10 meters in length, consisting of 2 levels, accommodating 6 to 7 individuals. It is not that he harbored a desire for a larger vessel. In fact, during the construction of this ship, inquiries were made regarding its size, with suggestions to build a more spacious one. However, these were met with a firm refusal from Luo Yin, and the reasoning was quite straightforward. A larger ship would render it beyond his ability to maneuver. As a seasoned navigator of Sequence 7, he possesses the capability to wield water magic, enabling him to influence the currents to a certain degree and effortlessly steer the vessel. Yet, there are limits to his powers. Although this ship does not push him to his utmost capabilities, he prefers to retain a margin of safety. His thoughts are simple. Since this vessel accommodates 6 or 7 individuals, he plans to transition to a larger ship once he has recruited 6 crew members. He never intended to remain with this ship indefinitely. A vessel drifted across the ocean for half a month, lacking a definitive destination, merely sailing westward. Luo Yin sat cross-legged beside a beach chair on the foredeck. Before him rested an astrological sphere the size of a fist, its base adorned with a myriad of gemstones and scattered diamonds. He closed his eyes tightly, murmuring incantations, his hands constantly rubbing the surface of the astrological sphere. Someone suitable to be my crew member. Someone suitable to be my crew member. Someone suitable to be my crew member. After reciting it 7 times, the surface of the astrological sphere flashed with light. Luo Yin opened his eyes, exhaled slowly, and then no longer paid attention to the astrological sphere. He simply got up and lay down on the deck chair, looking somewhat haggard. I need a real astrologer. Before that, I still need a ship's doctor, a shipwright, a cook, and a helmsman. Luo Yin murmured to himself in a barely audible voice. At first, he thought he would go with the flow, not having a strong desire for crew members, believing it was all about fate. If he met someone, he met someone. If not, he wouldn't be in a hurry. He thought he should focus his main efforts on acquiring the blood of a fisherman. However, just 3 days after setting sail, he changed his mind. The difficulty of operating a ship alone exceeded his expectations. It wasn't that the steps were particularly complicated, but it was exhausting. As a Sequence 7, he didn't possess enough spiritual energy to constantly control the water flow to accelerate the ship. Then there was food. He had brought plenty of supplies, but they were mostly long-lasting items like cured meats, smoked meats, and sausages, along with a good amount of rice and flour. However, due to his limited cooking skills, these items were not very tasty. By the 7th day, he could no longer endure it and began actively searching for crew members. Finding crew on the vast ocean was not an easy task. The only method he could think of was divination, to confirm a general direction and then head that way. However, the Tyrant Pathway was not skilled in divination. Its prominent trait was recklessness, and it didn't know how to engage in such practices. Fortunately, Luo Yin had prepared for this. He had a corresponding pathway, a magical item evolved from the extraordinary characteristic of a Sequence 7 astrologer, which could perform relatively accurate divination. Yet, after so many days, he still hadn't divined where he could find potential crew members. Luo Yin closed his eyes and began to envision Ultraman entering a meditative state to restore his spirituality. It wasn't until the blazing sun had passed and the sun was setting in the west that he turned over and began to feel the astrological orb again. He was prepared to do a few more divinations before having a meal. After all, he had just rested well, and his spirituality was still abundant. Eating also counted as a form of rest, so he figured he might as well use his spirituality while he had it, especially since he was truly eager for crew members. Luo Yin did not hold much hope for this divination. The previous few days had followed the same process, but there had been no results so far. However, just as he finished reciting the incantation for the 7th time, an image appeared in his mind. It was a ship sailing in the night, a naval warship, but the image was very blurry. It seemed as if someone had intentionally obscured it. He could only distinguish that it was a warship, and nothing else was visible. Got it. Luo Yin suddenly opened his eyes, revealing an unmistakable joy on his face. However, this joy quickly faded, and he gradually frowned. A warship TSK? How could it be a warship? Luo Yin was caught in a dilemma. Even if the other party was a pirate, or even a relatively famous big pirate, he would dare to directly snatch people. After all, the pirates active in the EC were basically not strong, with Fishman Arlong already being the ceiling. However, he really didn't want to steal a warship. It wasn't that he was afraid of not being able to defeat the Navy, since the pirates active in the EC weren't strong. It meant that the Navy sent here wouldn't be strong either. However, he didn't want to go out to sea as a pirate, at least not wanting to be on the bounty list before becoming Sequence 4. If he stole a Navy ship here, being on the bounty list would be a certainty. This is just too much of a hassle. Luo Yin took a deep breath, still undecided. Offending the Navy was something he did not want, but giving up so easily was also not his style. After pondering for a long time, he shifted his gaze back to the astrological sphere, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. Since he couldn't make up his mind, he might as well consult the stars first. The sun gradually dipped below the horizon, and a warship rose and fell with the waves. A naval colonel, wearing a hood adorned with 2 small ears and sporting 6 long beards on his face, stood at the bow, gazing out at the night sea. Behind him, several sailors were busy tidying the deck. Generally speaking, such a warship would be equipped with a considerable number of sailors, not only because it required many people to operate the ship, but also to ensure there were enough troops for combat in case of an enemy encounter. However, this time Colonel Mouse had brought just enough crew to navigate the ship. Firstly, this area of the sea was relatively safe for him, and secondly, he had other business to attend to and didn't want to bring too many people along. If all goes well, this trip could earn him a lot of Bailey. Just thinking about the substantial amount of money he was about to gain made a smile involuntarily appear on Colonel Mouse's face, and he was already plotting where to enjoy himself after returning. However, at that moment, the waves suddenly grew larger, and the entire ship began to shake violently. Colonel Mouse stumbled unexpectedly, steadying himself by grabbing the railing. "Colonel, the waves have increased. Should we let those guys in the bottom hold their breath?" A sailor rushed over to report. Colonel Mouse's expression immediately darkened. "It's just a little wave. How can anything go wrong so easily? Wait 10 minutes. If the waves haven't calmed down by then, we'll let them out. Coronel, look at the sky." Before Colonel Mouse could finish giving orders, the sailor looked up at the sky with a terrified expression, his tone laced with urgency and fear. Colonel Mouse paused for a moment, instinctively looking up, and saw a man with deep blue, almost black hair and a pair of bat wings flying straight toward the warship. "Enemy attack. Quick, sound the alarm." Colonel Mouse shouted in a panic. The alarm echoed throughout the ship, and the sailors, who had initially planned to rest, rushed out of the cabin. Some even hadn't had time to put on their clothes, but everyone was armed, clearly trained for such emergencies, knowing what to do when faced with sudden situations. Facing the pointed guns aimed at him, Luo Yin showed no signs of retreat, landing heavily on the deck. Before the sailors could react, he swiftly disarmed them, sending all their weapons flying. "Damn it! Who are you?" Colonel Mouse instinctively drew his gun, but before he could aim it at the newcomer, a cold, sharp blade was already pressed against his neck. The faint sting made him realize that if he dared to move an inch, he would die. "Let's talk calmly. What do you want?" As a naval colonel who could collude with pirates, he knew very well when to back down. Now is the time to do just that. Luo Yin curled his lips, first glancing at the still bewildered sailor, and finally focusing his gaze on Colonel Mouse. "Colonel Mouse, it seems there are more people on this ship than just you, so call everyone out." Luo Yin's seemingly casual glance was actually meant to confirm whether there were any potential crew members among the sailors. However, he found none among them, and his divination results pointed to this ship, which indicated that there were still people who had not arrived. Colonel Mouse's body trembled slightly, and a flash of struggle crossed his face as he looked at the nearest sailor. "Quick, go bring everyone out." In the face of life and death, he showed no hesitation, even though he didn't know how the other party knew there were slaves on his ship or what their intentions were. But he understood that he had no right to negotiate at this moment. The sailor, upon receiving the order, did not dare to delay and quickly ran into the cabin. Luo Yan's smile became more pronounced, and after glancing around a couple of times, he sheathed the short blade back into its scabbard at his waist. Feeling a bit tired, he said, "Give me a chair." Luo Yin casually instructed a Marine, who did not dare hesitate and immediately ran to fetch a chair. Although Luo Yin had already put away his weapon, no one on the ship dared to resist, including their leader, Colonel Mouse. Just from those few moves earlier, they understood that all of them tied together were no match for the opponent, and they had not forgotten that the person in front of them could fly over, which meant that the opponent could leave at any time. It seemed that it had not yet reached the point of completely tearing apart their relationship. At least, the opponent had not harmed anyone so far. If they took the initiative to attack, the consequences would be unpredictable. "May I ask how to address you?" Colonel Mouse inquired with a hint of eagerness, partly to use a friendly attitude to lower the perceived hostility from the other side, and partly to gather information for future revenge. Luo Yin cast a sideways glance at Colonel Mouse but did not respond. He naturally couldn't reveal his name. Otherwise, there would be no need for such elaborate disguise. Up to now, he had not retracted his bat wings, nor had he used illusion to turn his hair a deep blue, almost black. He simply did not want to be wanted by the Navy so soon, which was also the reason why, despite his strong entrance, he had not harmed any sailors. "Where are you all planning to go?" Luo Yin retorted, and the smile on Colonel Mouse's face stiffened for a moment before returning to normal. "The next stop is Cocoa Island, and our warship is on patrol." "Oh, Cocoa Island." Luo Yin drew out a long sound, appearing to be calm on the surface, but feeling very delighted inside. The fact that Colonel Mouse still dared to go there meant that Along had not yet fallen, and Luffy had not yet come here. Since Luffy had already set sail, it meant that it wouldn't be long before he arrived here. As long as he waited patiently on Cocoa Island, he would be able to catch Luffy, and it wouldn't take long. Before long, the Marine soldier who had been ordered to bring people back returned to the gangway. holding a rope with 3 people tied behind him, 2 men and 1 woman. One man had a well-proportioned build and was unremarkable, while the other was muscular and nearly 2 meters tall, a solid big guy. The woman looked like a white-haired girl of no more than 20, slightly frail, and even seemed to stumble while walking, appearing somewhat sickly. "Hey, who are they? They don't look like the Navy, nor do they seem like prisoners," Luo Yin casually asked Colonel Mouse, and Colonel Mouse's face twisted slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he finally gritted his teeth and spoke up. They are slaves." "Slaves? Huh. You, a naval colonel, are also involved in the slave trade?" Luo Yin did not hide his sarcasm at all. Colonel Mouse opened his mouth as if he wanted to defend himself, but he couldn't say anything. Luo Yin suddenly smiled mysteriously, flipped his hand, and magically pulled out a very gorgeous crystal ball from his pocket. "Hey, I have something beautiful here. Let me show you." Luo Yin suddenly wore a friendly smile, and under the gaze of Colonel Mouse, his eyes instinctively fell on the crystal ball. The crystal ball flashed, and an image appeared. The scene showed the Marine pulling 3 slaves out of the cabin, and ended when Luo Yin asked who those 3 were, to which Colonel Mouse replied that they were slaves. Upon seeing this image, Colonel Mouse's face instantly turned pale, and his body seemed to lose all strength as he collapsed to the ground. Once the image from the crystal ball reached the naval branch, what awaited him would be not just the loss of his rank, but also imprisonment, and possibly even execution on the spot. Colonel Mouse stammered in agitation. Luo Yin put away the crystal ball, his smile widening. "No need to be nervous. I hold no malice towards you. It's clear that I haven't harmed any of you so far. So rest assured, I won't hand over that footage to the Navy for the time being, and I will help you cover it up, for example, by helping you dispose of the evidence." Saying this, he pointed to the 3 slaves. Colonel Mouse's mouth twitched twice, but without any hesitation, he nodded. "Then, I'll trouble you." No need to be polite. "All right, you mentioned your next stop is Cocoa Island, right? I heard that island produces a lot of oranges. I plan to buy some, and I'll sail the ship over shortly. You all will be responsible for leading the way." Colonel Mouse hurriedly nodded, and at that moment, his mood improved significantly. Luo Yin stood up and waved his hand at the 3 slaves from a distance. "I'll come and pick you up shortly." After saying this, he spread his wings and soared into the sky, quickly disappearing into the night. At this moment, a sailor cautiously approached Colonel Mouse, lowering his voice. "Colonel, he is also going to Cocoa Island. We can join forces with Aaron too." The sailor did not finish his sentence, but made a gesture of cutting his throat with his hand. Colonel Mouse's face, which had just regained a bit of color, immediately twisted in anger as he kicked the sailor to the ground. "Are you an idiot? Can't you see he can fly? No matter how strong Aaron is. Can he fly? Once we break our alliance, as long as he hands over that crystal ball to the branch, we're all done for." Shortly after, a small boat approached from the distance, which was indeed the one Luo Yin was operating. Colonel Mouse and his group showed no hesitation or struggle, eagerly escorting the 3 slaves onto Luo Yin's boat. "Good. Then lead the way to Cocoa Island," Luo Yin simply instructed, and Colonel Mouse nodded and bowed in response. Then returned to the warship, heading towards Cocoa Island. Luo Yin controlled the water flow, allowing the small boat to fall behind the warship and follow it to Cocoa Island. After adjusting the boat, he finally turned his attention to the 3 people. The 3 did not know Luo Yin, although he had rescued them from the Navy. They were still wary of him, unsure of his intentions. Luo Yin made an effort to appear friendly, personally untying the 3 of them before dispelling his own illusion to reveal his true appearance. He then opened a palm-sized box, and a soft yellow light immediately spread out. Inside the box was an eyeball the size of a chicken egg, with vertical pupils. In an instant, the anxious hearts of the 3 were calmed, and they felt inexplicably at peace. This was also a magical item, corresponding to a hypnotist, but its main function was not to hypnotize others. In addition to having a calming effect on others' emotions, its primary purpose was to allow all intelligent beings enveloped by the light to communicate with one another on a spiritual level, enabling them to intuitively sense whether there was malice present and whether the words spoken were heartfelt. Ahem. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Luo Yin, and I am an adventurer. I am currently gathering partners. If you're willing to follow me, then we will be companions from now on. If you do not wish to follow me, you can leave once we reach Cocoa Island. I can give you a little money for your journey home or for living expenses in the future. Of course, it won't be much, as I'm not wealthy." The 3 of them had been in despair, believing that the best fate they could hope for was to encounter a kind master who would prevent them from being abused to death. Now, they seemed to have been saved by this young-looking person in front of them, who spoke with such sincerity and without any impurities. The three exchanged glances, and for a moment, no one spoke. Luo Yin urged them, quietly waiting. After a long while, the burly man spoke first. You really will treat us as companions? Of course. Didn't I just say that? Luo Yan's smile grew wider. He was eager for crew members now. If the three of them chose to leave because of the flattering words he had just said, it would be a disaster. At least one person now seemed willing to follow him, and just based on that presence, it felt reassuring. The other two exchanged glances after hearing this, and the white-haired girl seemed to be interested as well. However, she only opened her mouth without speaking, as if she still had some reservations. Luo Yin paid attention to the other two people while answering the big guy. Although the white-haired girl made very small movements, they were still noticed. Upon seeing this, he immediately turned his gaze to the white-haired girl. "Miss, do you have something to say?" The white-haired girl trembled suddenly, seemingly startled by Luo Yan's address, and then became somewhat shy. "Why, you must have certain requirements for your crew, right? I haven't been very healthy since I was little, and I don't really have any skills. Of course, I have certain standard for my crew, but since my divination results tell me that you all are suitable to be my crew, I believe you must have your own strengths. Since you brought up this topic, why don't you tell me what you can do, or what you used to do?" Seeing that Luo Yin did not change his mind because of her words, the white-haired girl's eyes brightened for a moment, but soon dimmed again. "I used to work as a caregiver in a hospital. My usual tasks were just helping people bandage wounds and change for drips. All very basic things that anyone could do." The more she spoke, the smaller her voice became, and her head unconsciously lowered. In her view, her previous job was something anyone off the street could do. There was nothing special about it, and it required no particular skills. However, as Luo Yin listened, his eyes grew brighter. She was simply the best candidate for ship's doctor in his mind. While others would choose a proper doctor as the ship's doctor, he had many more options. After all, he had potions. Anyone who drank the apothecary's potion could become a top-level doctor. And then, the person's previous profession would make sense. Undoubtedly, the profession that pairs best with a doctor is a nurse. As long as a nurse drinks the apothecary's potion, they will become a good doctor who knows how to care for others. Great. From now on, you are the ship's doctor. Luo Yin fiercely clapped his hands together, making a loud smack sound, loudly announcing the status of the white-haired girl. The white-haired girl was stunned on the spot, momentarily unable to react. But I don't understand medicine at all. Don't worry. I'll make you the best doctor in the world." Luo Yin patted his chest and made a promise, then looked at the big guy. "What about you? What did you do before?" The big guy, seeing that Luo Yan's standards for selecting crew members were so lenient, immediately gained confidence and slightly raised his head. "I used to farm, specifically growing wheat and fruit trees. Besides farming, what else can you do?" "Nothing else. I can only farm." "Captain, what position do you think I would be suitable for?" The big guy did not notice the change in Luo Yan's expression and still appeared full of confidence. Luo Yan's mouth twitched as he turned his gaze to the seemingly ordinary young man. "What did you do before?" The young man, although not feeling inferior, did not have the same confidence as the big guy. Upon hearing the question, he stood up straight. "I used to be a bartender, and I can, serve tea and water." "Serve tea and water? Can you cook?" Upon hearing Luo Yan's question, the young man's expression suddenly froze, and his gaze became somewhat evasive. I'm responsible for guarding the bar. Cooking is the job of the kitchen staff." "Can you sing?" Luo Yin was not disappointed that the other person couldn't cook, and continued to ask questions. The young man's expression changed slightly. His mouth opened and closed several times as if hesitating, before finally making up his mind. "I remember a lot of song lyrics, but to say I can sing. Captain, I can cook." At that moment, the big guy suddenly interrupted loudly. Luo Yin frowned but still slowly nodded his head. "Okay, then you will temporarily be our chef," he said, then looked at the young man. "You are the helmsman." "Huh? Why?" "Captain, I think I'm more suited to be the helmsman." Although the big guy took the initiative to say he could cook, he hoped to get the position of helmsman instead. He felt he was more suitable for it. As for why he suddenly admitted he could cook, he didn't know. He just felt he shouldn't hide it. "Because he sang badly," Luo Yin explained very seriously, but the three of them were left with a lot of questions. What necessary connection is there between singing poorly and becoming a helmsman? If Luo Yin were to make the silver-haired girl the ship's doctor, that could still be somewhat explained. After all, nurses and doctors work together, even if their relationship is somewhat akin to that of a dishwasher and a head chef. At least they see each other every day, and through exposure, they can learn something. But singing poorly and being a helmsman are completely unrelated. "You wait here. I'll be back soon." Luo Yin did not give others a chance to ask questions and got up to enter the cabin, directly preparing potions in the room. He needed to prepare potions for 3 people. 1 for the alchemist, 1 for the sailor, and 1 for the hunter. Originally, the big guy should have been more suited for the mother path. After all, he came from a farming background and had some experience in cultivating plants. However, Luo Yin really didn't want him to take that path. After all, he was in the startup phase, and the mother path sequence 8 was the healer, which already had functional overlap. At this early stage of his venture, he couldn't afford to be so extravagant. Plus, the mother path would turn into a female at sequence 2. It seemed a bit early to talk about sequence 2 now, but if that time really came, Luo Yin couldn't help but wonder what it would be like for such a rough and burly man to become a woman, which is why he hesitated. When the big guy said he could cook, Luo Yin completely gave up on the idea of having him take the mother path. He didn't want to someday eat a cow that grew from the ground or a fish that jumped out of a melon. After Luo Yin prepared the 3 potions and placed them into metal bottles, he quickly used a spirit to create a simple barrier and went up to the deck. This took about 10 minutes. However, the 3 of them remained very obediently on the deck. To them, Luo Yin was their savior, even though they had just met. Luo Yin's words carried weight. Here, this is the potion, 1 bottle for each of you. Let me introduce it to you. You can understand the potion as something similar to a devil fruit. However, consuming the potion will not be rejected by the sea, but in the early stages, it is not as powerful as a devil fruit. The potion is a system, and they each have their own pathways. Luo Yin distributed the potions to the 3 of them while introducing the potion system, its risks and characteristics. Finally, he glanced at everyone. Now that the potions are in your hands, whether to drink them is entirely up to you. At first, the 3 were very enthusiastic upon hearing the introduction. However, when they learned about the risk of losing control and turning into monsters after drinking the potion, they all hesitated. Captain, you said this potion isn't as strong in the early stages as the devil fruit. Does that mean it's stronger than the devil fruit in the later stages? The one asking was the big guy, while the other 2 appeared somewhat submissive in front of Luo Yin. Only the big guy spoke more, which is also why Luo Yin decided to give him the hunter's potion. He felt that the big guy had a certain talent for provocation. Luo Yin nodded without hesitation. He hadn't planned to entice the crew so early, but since the other party brought up the topic, he naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Of course, the sequence of potions ranges from 9 to 0. Based on my estimation, sequence 4 is comparable to those billion-dollar bounty pirates, while sequence 3 corresponds to the strength of someone who has awakened the powers of a devil fruit. Sequence. Before Luo Yin finished drawing the pancake, the white-haired girl slightly raised her hand. What is this thing called the awakening of the devil fruit? Devil cough cough. You can understand it as the strength of the 7 warlords of the sea. You know about the 7 warlords of the sea, right? Even among the 7 warlords, they're considered relatively strong. Oh, got it. The white-haired girl nodded, and the other 2 also showed looks of realization. Although they didn't know exactly how strong the 7 warlords of the sea were, they understood the concept. They were the great pirates acknowledged by the world government, ruling over the seas. All right, you all decide whether to drink first, and we can talk about the rest later. Luo Yin did not continue discussing the sequence, because reaching sequence 2 meant encountering true mythical beings, entities that could be referred to as him. What was being said now was somewhat exaggerated. The 3 of them simultaneously lowered their heads to look at the potions in their hands, and both the big guy and the young man showed signs of hesitation. Only the white-haired girl showed no hesitation at all, directly tilting her head back and drinking the potion in one go. Seeing this, the other 2 gritted their teeth and also drank the potion. The 3 of them stumbled as their steps became unsteady, exhibiting different abnormalities based on how they reacted to the potion. They focused their minds and tried to concentrate their energy, sketching something that did not belong to this world in their minds. With Luo Yan's reminder, the 3 quickly adjusted, and he could clearly sense their spiritual energy overflowing, which meant they had all made it through. The potion is so magical. I feel like I can swim in the sea like a fish. The young man was the first to emerge from the state of absorbing knowledge from the potion, murmuring to himself. Although the other 2 did not speak, their expressions indicated that their feelings were similar to the young man's. Very good. Congratulations to all of you for enduring the potion. From now on, we are true partners. Let's introduce ourselves, Luo Yin said. Dolomite, the young man said first. The white-haired girl slightly parted her lips and introduced herself, Shitali. The big guy took a small step forward, raised his head slightly, and with a proud tone said, Atre Iloda. Luo Yin did not understand why the big man Rhoda spoke his name with such arrogance, nor did he want to know. He merely nodded slightly, feeling quite satisfied with the 3 new companions he had acquired. Very well, my name is Luo Yin, as you already know. Now you're all extraordinary beings. Let me first share some basic knowledge about the extraordinary and the roles you will play. The next day at noon, Colonel Mouse's warship docked beside Cocoa Island, while Luo Yin anchored his ship on the other side of the island, separated from Colonel Mouse's vessel by the entire island. Luo Yin carried a large suitcase as he disembarked with Shatari onto the island, while Rhoda and Mit stayed on the ship. His target this time was the blood of the fishmen, as well as the solidified hearts of adult fishmen. The blood of the fishmen was an auxiliary material for wind-chosen potions, while the solidified hearts of adult fishmen were one of the main materials for ocean singers. However, Luo Yin did not plan to challenge Arlong himself. His current strength had almost no chance against Arlong, and even with magical items, he would only be evenly matched. Anyway, Luffy would definitely come to deal with Arlong, so he just needed to wait on the island. This was also a good opportunity to build a relationship with Luffy. Luffy was still in the startup phase, and kindness at this time was like a seed that would grow with Luffy's development, promising future rewards. This was also one of the reasons he brought Shatari to the island. After all, Shatari was now a pharmacist. And when Luffy's crew inevitably got injured after fighting with Arlong, having Shatari act as the ship's doctor to treat them would be a significant favor. The other reason was that he planned to take Shatari around the island during the time before Luffy arrived to see if there were any plants or animals that could be used to concoct potions. A day passed, and Luo Yin sat on a grassy slope by the sea, gazing into the distance at the ocean. Shatari was behind him, carefully counting various flowers and plants laid out on the ground, all of which she had gathered. It wasn't that Luo Yin didn't want to help collect herbs, but he simply didn't know which flowers and plants were useful, only able to discern whether the corresponding plants had any spiritual essence. Among the herbs Shatari collected, only 2 grasses and 1 flower had some spiritual essence. The rest were very ordinary. "Captain, this is already the 4th time you've gazed at the sea today," Shatari said, as she carefully sorted the flowers and plants into small pouches, speaking as if inquiring or mumbling. Luo Yin nodded, not hiding his smile. "Yes, I am waiting for someone." "Who are you waiting for?" "A big boy wearing a straw hat, sunny and cheerful." Luo Yin did not directly say Luffy's name, but instead described the image he had of him in his heart. Shada Li paused slightly in her action of sorting the flowers and plants, looked up at Luo Yin for a moment, tilted her head, and a hint of confusion flashed across her face before she lowered her head again and continued sorting. "I always feel that your purpose for coming to this island, besides having me collect the necessary herbs and buy oranges, is for something else." Luo Yin's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't expect that Zayatali actually believed the words he used to deceive Colonel Mouse. Whether it was collecting herbs or buying oranges, those were secondary. The main reason was that I needed the blood and heart of a mermaid, and the ones ruling here were a group of mermaids, led by Arlong. I've heard they're the strongest pirates in the East Sea. Zayatali had also heard of Arlong's infamous reputation. If she had heard that name before, she would have trembled in fear. But for some reason, when she saw Luo Yan's confident expression, a sense of inexplicable calm washed over her. Even when talking about Arlong and the need to take the other's heart, she felt no fear at all. Luo Yin nodded in agreement with Shatali's statement, saying, "That's right, if I go all out, I should have a chance in a one-on-one fight. But the opponent isn't alone, so I need a helper." After Shatali put the last flower into her bag, she sat down next to Luo Yin. She took out bottles and jars from the large suitcase that Luo Yin had mentioned earlier and began to mix potions. Luo Yin turned his head to take a glance, remaining quiet and not disturbing the other person. He didn't ask what kind of potion the other was concocting. Anyway, he had already prepared the healing potions he would need later. Right now, he was more concerned about when Luffy would arrive on the island. The reason Luo Yin is so focused is that the Golden Mary has already arrived, which means Nami has arrived as well. Since Nami is here, there is no doubt that Luffy and the others will be arriving soon. Shatari quickly pulled out a jar of light brown potion, bringing it to her lips just as she was about to drink it, when she suddenly sensed something, looked up at the sea, and saw Luo Yin, who had been watching the sea even earlier, standing up with a smile on his face. A small boat was drifting in from the distance. Although it was too far to see who was on it, Luo Yan's instinct told him that the person he had been waiting for was on that boat. Luffy. They have finally arrived. Let us go to the bar and drink. Aren't you going to say hello? Shatari was a bit surprised. Over the past 2 days, other than accompanying her to gather herbs, the place Luo Yin visited the most was the bar, and he always drank quite a bit each time. Luo Yin shook his head, the smile on his face becoming even more pronounced. "No need, I don't know him. It would be meaningless to greet him now. It might even backfire. Captain, I think you're a bit like a quack." Luo Yin did not deny it, and even nodded in agreement, saying, "That's right. I am practicing how to be a con artist." After waiting for 2 more days, both Luo Yin and Shitali had a relatively relaxed time. Luo Yin spent most of his time drinking at the bar, while Shitali spent most of her time in the hotel concocting potions. Her enthusiasm for potions exceeded Luo Yan's expectations. On this day, significant chaos erupted on Coco West Island, as a large number of villagers armed with weapons or farm tools that could be used as weapons surged towards where Long and his group were. Luo Yin, holding a trident, stood on the rooftop watching the crowd. He knew the battle was about to begin, and it was time for him to take action. "Shitali, just stay inside and don't run around. I'll be back soon." Luo Yin gave a command, and a large amount of black mist surged from his back. A pair of bat wings that soared into the sky. Although it was daytime, the sunlight was not harsh, and he could still barely use the vampire ring. Boom! Luo Yin hadn't arrived at the battlefield yet when he heard a loud bang, followed by a cloud of dust. He didn't rush to act. Instead, he hid in the shadow of a building beside the battlefield, using the dark magic of his vampire ring to perfectly conceal himself. He was waiting for Luffy to come, looking to pick up the pieces. As in the original story, Luffy also defeated Arlong, so he wasn't worried at all. He just needed to wait and seize the opportunity to claim ahead. At that moment, Luffy had already been thrown into the sea, Zoro was fighting with Hatchan, and Sanji had jumped into the water to save him. Zoro's swordsmanship was quite impressive. Should I learn some sword techniques too? No, swordsmanship doesn't fit with my current path. The priority is to learn haki. Everything else can wait. As he watched the battle, Luo Yan's thoughts began to wander, and he couldn't help but mumble to himself. The fight between Zoro and Hatchan was becoming increasingly intense, and Luo Yan noticed a fishman henchman lying not far from him, which made him pause. The recipe only required fishman blood. Wasn't this a ready-made solution? Why do I have to wait for Arlong to die? When Luo Yan saw that the auxiliary material for the wind favorer required the blood of a merman, and one of the main materials for the ocean singer was the solidified heart of a merman, the first person he thought of was Along. He had been planning to scheme against Along all along, but now he realized he had fallen into a mental trap. Although mermen are not as numerous as humans, there are still quite a few of them, and there is no need to insist on Along's blood. Luo Yan's mind stirred, and he unleashed the dark spell Dark Chains from the vampire ring. The shadows around him deepened, transforming into a black chain that extended towards the merman lying on the ground, silently pulling him into the shadows. This merman was on the brink of death, his breathing barely detectable, yet he still clung to his last breath, making him the perfect target for a finishing blow. If he were already dead, Luo Yan would only be able to collect blood, which served as auxiliary material for wind favorers. Only the merman he killed would have a solidified heart, allowing him to obtain extraordinary materials. "Hey!" Luo Yan let out a low laugh and, without hesitation, plunged the trident into the fishman's throat. The already dying fishman showed no reaction and died on the spot, blood gushing out. Luo Yan did not waste any time. He took out a test tube from the hidden pocket of his clothing and collected the amount he needed. He then pulled out other extraordinary materials from a small pouch at his waist and casually found an empty wine jar nearby to mix the potion. Various materials combined to form a light blue liquid, which occasionally swirled on its own, as if a gentle breeze were blowing through. Luo Yan's instinctive intuition told him that this was the potion of the Wind Warden, without needing to pour the potion into another container. Luo Yan tilted his head back and drank the potion directly from the wine jar. In that moment, he felt the wind, a constant surge of wind coming from all directions, and his body seemed to become hollow, allowing the wind to penetrate directly through him, continuously transforming his body. This process was not particularly painful, but the winds felt as if they were blowing directly on his soul, causing Luo Yan to feel his thoughts becoming chaotic and erratic. He sensed that with just one misstep, his soul could be blown apart, leading him to lose control and become a monster. He could only strive to gather his thoughts and resist the winds blowing against his soul. After an unknown amount of time, the wind gradually subsided, and Luo Yan's thoughts began to calm down. The first thing that caught his eye was the fishman's corpse lying on the ground, its left chest shimmering with a flicker of light, a brilliance that clothing and skin could not conceal, a glow belonging to the extraordinary. Luo Yan did not hesitate and immediately cut open the fishman's chest, taking out the already solidified heart and placing it into his small bag. "Rubber, rubber!" A shout came from a distance. Luo Yan looked up to see Luffy engaged in a fierce battle with Arlong. Arlong was somewhat arrogant and looked down on Luffy, not really dodging his attacks. Luffy's fist struck Arlong, causing him to stagger back repeatedly. Luo Yin narrowed his eyes, and a whirlwind suddenly surrounded him without warning, causing his body to gradually levitate. Along seemed to sense the danger, forcibly halting his retreat, and quickly dodged Luffy's punch by turning his head. Seizing the opportunity, he looked back and saw a boy with light blue hair wielding a trident coming in on the wind. There was even backup. Along felt a bit startled. Although he still didn't know the extent of Luo Yan's combat power, just the fact that he could fly was enough to make him take it seriously. Huh? Who are you? Luffy was equally surprised by the sudden assistance, as he did not recognize the person coming in on the wind. However, Luo Yan did not answer Luffy's question, as this was a great opportunity he had found, and he would not waste a moment. Furious strike. Luo Yan's right arm muscles bulged significantly as he gripped the trident, and lightning symbols appeared in his eyes. Mental piercing. A long drop of water was in Aaron's hand, ready to be thrown at the ambusher, when suddenly a sharp pain struck his head, feeling as if countless steel needles pierced his brain, causing him to freeze. Puffed. The trident pierced through Aaron's chest. His pupils dilated sharply, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, driven by the immense force of the trident. He staggered back several steps. Before he could steady himself, a sudden and fierce wind whipped up around him, filled with countless tangible wind blades, all aimed at Aaron. Aaron screamed in agony until a wind blade sliced open his throat. The fatal wound in his chest was already enough, but with his throat cut, he could no longer hold on and fell straight down, blood gushing out and staining the ground red. Is Aaron dead? Luffy stared blankly at the lifeless Aaron in front of him, unable to believe that Aaron had died so easily, so quickly. In reality, Luo Yan's instant kill of Aaron was not as effortless as it seemed. He was slightly out of breath, his expression twisted with suppressed emotions. Ignoring everything else, he immediately unbuttoned his shirt and took out a silver white medal with a sword design that he had placed inside, wrapping it in spiritual energy before putting it into a small bag. This was a magical item corresponding to the interrogator. To hunt Aaron, Luo Yin had truly used his strongest configuration. Not only did he bring the vampire ring, the interrogator's badge, and the trident, but he also brought another magical item corresponding to the arsonist, which could use fire magic. However, the unexpected promotion prevented him from using that item. Sorry to interrupt your duel, but this fishman is my hunting target. I didn't want him to be killed by you, so I acted directly. After removing the interrogator's badge, Luo Yan's twisted expression calmed, and a smile appeared on his face. At this moment, Luffy finally reacted completely. So amazing. I mean, you're so impressive. Luffy was not angry about having his kill taken. Instead, his eyes sparkled as he looked at Luo Yin, as if saying, "Come be my companion." Sure enough, before Luo Yin could respond, Luffy invited him. Want to join me as my companion? Oh right, I'm Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King. As he spoke, Luffy straightened his back and slightly lifted his chin, exuding confidence. Luo Yin chuckled and shook his head, saying, "There's no need for companions. I have my own ship and my own companions. Besides, I'm an adventurer, not planning to be a pirate." Luffy tilted his head slightly, looking a bit confused. The term adventurer was not hard for him to understand, but it was not something he was very familiar with. In today's vast seas, most people were pirates and navy. With perhaps a few bounty hunters, adventurers were already rare enough to be described as uncommon. Adventurer? Yes, an adventurer. Luo Yin nodded and explained. Sailing freely across the ocean in search of lost treasures, experiencing the customs and cultures of different places. Don't you think that's a wonderful thing? Freedom, haha. That's really great. Luffy seemed to have a special affection for the word freedom, and upon hearing it, a pure smile immediately spread across his face. Luo Yin also smiled, but not because of freedom. Rather, it was because all the goals of this trip had been achieved. Not only had he hunted Arlong, but he had also made friends with Luffy, realizing a true investment in the main character. Although he couldn't be Luffy's companion, it didn't prevent them from becoming friends. Let me introduce myself. My name is Luo Yin. Saying this, Luo Yin extended his hand to Luffy, who, without any pretentiousness, shook hands with Luo Yin. At that moment, Zoro, who had been sent outside Arlong Park, walked in with a slightly unsteady gait, clearly severely injured. "Luffy, how is it? Is it over?" It turned out that the villagers gathered outside had noticed that there was no movement inside and wanted to come in to check the situation. However, they were stopped. And in the end, it was Zoro, barely holding himself together, who came in to check. Upon hearing Zoro's voice, Luffy's previously faded smile immediately brightened. "It's Zoro. It's over. Arlong is dead, but I didn't kill him." "He did," Luffy said, pointing at Luo Yin. Zoro immediately scrutinized Luo Yin, and at that moment, a cheer erupted from outside. Although it was Zoro who came in to check, several people followed him, both to potentially help Zoro in a critical moment and to clarify the situation. Hearing that Arlong was dead, they could no longer contain their excitement and shouted out loud. Arlong is dead! Arlong is dead! That's great, really great! The dark clouds hanging over us have finally dispersed. It's truly wonderful. It's good to be alive. After a series of cheers, some people gradually choked up, and tears began to slide down their cheeks. Luo Yin naturally heard the cheers of the crowd outside, although blocked by the damaged buildings. He could still hear the joy in the excited voices, and a smile unconsciously formed at the corners of his mouth. He then turned his gaze to Zoro. It seems you need a doctor. Luckily, I have a ship's doctor. Before Zoro could respond, Luffy shouted loudly, You have a ship's doctor? That's great. I also want to find a skilled ship's doctor. Luo Yin nodded with a smile and said, You'll definitely find it. After confirming Along's death, the villagers rushed into Along's amusement park. Upon seeing Along's gruesome death with their own eyes, their emotions, which had not yet settled, became agitated once again. Luo Yan's gaze swept across the villagers present, and he spotted Nami, who was also very excited among the crowd. However, his gaze did not linger and simply passed over her. In the evening, Luo Yan, who delivered the fatal blow to Arlong, was warmly welcomed by the villagers. Although it wasn't a banquet, there was plenty of food and drink. Luo Yin and Zoro were sitting across from each other at an outdoor table, where large pieces of meat were placed, and numerous barrels of wine were neatly arranged beside the table. Ha! Come on, let's drink. Luo Yan's cheeks were flushed from drinking, and his tongue was a bit sluggish. Zoro was the same. After being treated by Chitauri, his injuries had completely healed, and the bandages wrapped around his chest had all been removed. Because of this, Zoro could drink without any worries. I didn't expect you to be this interesting, he said, clinking his cup with Luo Yan's and downing a large glass of alcohol in one go. Both of them loved drinking, and after finding common ground over alcohol, the distance between them quickly closed. Luffy, on the other hand, was more interested in Chitauri. His cheeks were bulging from too much meat, making his head look even bigger than usual. Despite that, he still held a huge piece of meat in his hand, stretching his neck to get closer to Chitauri, who was nibbling on her meat. Your medical skills are amazing. Come be my ship's doctor. Since seeing Chitauri completely heal Zoro with a bottle of potion, Luffy had taken a liking to her and directly invited her onto the ship, but Chitauri flatly refused. Before Chitauri could respond, a gust of wind picked up a stone and hit Luffy on the forehead. It wasn't enough to hurt Luffy, who was made of rubber, but the force still made his head tilt back. At the same time, Luo Yan's voice, laced with anger, echoed from behind Luffy. Luffy, Chitauri is my subordinate. Isn't it too much to poach her in front of me? Ha! Saw thee. By the way, do you have more of that potion? Can you give me a few more? It might come in handy later. Luffy laughed and apologized, changing the subject. Chitauri nodded and took out 2 test tubes filled with dark green liquid from her small bag, handing them to Luffy. The effectiveness will weaken after a month and will be ineffective after 3 months. Ah! You really are a good person. Luffy stuffed the large piece of meat into his mouth and held the test tubes with his greasy hands. At that moment, Sanji approached Chitauri with a tray holding a glass of orange juice, placing it down carefully. Tali-chan, this is freshly squeezed orange juice. Please enjoy. Thank you. Your cooking is delicious, Chitauri said softly, and Sanji immediately displayed an expression of ecstasy, as if he had received the highest praise as a chef. It's my honor to satisfy a lady. If possible, I'd like to cook for you every day. After his captain's invitation failed, Sanji finally revealed his intentions, wanted to win her over with his cooking. However, Chitauri didn't even consider it and refused outright. Sorry, I already have a captain, and if not for him, I would have been sold as a slave. It was also the captain who taught me medicine. Chitauri initially wanted to mention that Luo Yin had given her the magical potion that allowed her to concoct medicine, but she quickly realized that such a precious potion shouldn't be mentioned casually, especially not by herself. Upon hearing her response, Sanji staggered back 2 steps, clutching his chest as if he had been attacked. He then glared at Luo Yin, his eyes filled with anger and resentment. Damn it, Tali-chan is so loyal to you. I'm so envious. Sanji knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he repeatedly pounded the ground with his fists, hating himself for not being able to win the heart of the beautiful lady. To prevent his ship's doctor from being poached, Luo Yin had already turned his gaze towards them while throwing stones. Even though he had anticipated this, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth at Sanji's reaction. Luffy, Where are you planning to go next? I'm planning to go to Lowtown, known as the beginning and the end. I wonder if it's on your way. Huh? Beginning and end? Luffy tilted his head, looking confused, completely unaware of the place. Luo Yin smiled and explained, that's the place where the Pirate King was born and died. It's not far from here. I plan to resupply there. The place where the Pirate King was born and died. Luffy murmured to himself, suddenly looking up with a big smile and nodding vigorously. Yeah, I want to see it. I want to go to Lowtown. Huh. Then let us set sail together tomorrow. Luo Yin raised his glass towards Luffy from a distance. Luffy, who only liked to eat meat and had little interest in alcohol, didn't have any drinks by his side. He scanned the surroundings and grabbed the juice in front of Chitauri, making a toast gesture towards Luo Yin before tilting his head back and downing the juice in one go. Sanji, who had been kneeling on the ground feeling defeated, jumped up and slapped Luffy on the back of the head, causing his neck to stretch and his head to bounce off the ground like a ball before springing back up. However, his puffed cheeks continued to shake. Damn it. That was specially prepared for Tali-chan. Who told you to drink it? Ah, saw thee. Luffy, showing no signs of being the captain, apologized with a grin. But Sanji had already disappeared. After a while, he came back holding a cup of juice that looked exactly like the one before, and he placed it in front of Chitauri with a very gentlemanly demeanor. Thank you, Chitauri said with a smile as she picked up the juice and took a small sip. The atmosphere during dinner was cheerful from start to finish. The next day, when Luo Yin brought Chitauri back to the shore where the ship was docked, he found that Mike and Rhoda were both missing from the ship. Instead, they were sitting on a small raft slowly moving around the ship, mainly with Mike rowing and Rhoda fishing with a fishing rod. What are you two doing? Luo Yin waved at the two and asked. Hearing the voice, both of them turned their heads in unison. Mick continued to move quickly, rapidly sliding the oars to bring the raft ashore. Captain, have you finished your business? Rhoda tossed aside his fishing rod and approached with a silly grin. Luo Yin frowned, looking at the two and then at the raft, and for a moment, he couldn't figure out what these two were actually doing. Everything is done, very smoothly, but you still haven't answered me. What are you doing? Luo Yin wasn't really trying to investigate anything. He was simply curious about what made the two of them paddle a raft around their own ship. Oh, Captain, we are summarizing our roles as you instructed. Roles? You mean paddling a raft around the ship? One of you is a sailor and the other is a hunter. How can you both play the same role? After hearing the explanation, Luo Yin not only did not feel relieved, but became even more confused. Perhaps he thought that Luata's expression was not clear enough. So MIT, who had followed him, took the initiative to continue the conversation. Captain, it's like this. Although we are on a wooden raft, we are not doing the same thing. I am rowing the raft, and he is fishing on a raft. It's different. Luata quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, Captain, it's different. We are all summarizing our roles based on your prompts. I am a hunter. You said that a hunter's hunting relies not only on weapons, but also on understanding how to use traps and tools. So when viewing fish as prey, isn't a fishing rod a trap and a tool? I must say, every time I catch a fish, I can feel the potion being digested a bit. Before Luo Yin could respond, MIT eagerly chimed in. Yes, I'm also summarizing my role based on your prompts. A sailor is the one who controls the ship. So it shouldn't just be about steering the ship and providing power. That should be taken into account as well. That's why I thought of rowing the raft. And the effect has been quite good. Luo Yin couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. For a moment, he didn't know what to say and could only force a cough to change the subject. Ahem, let's leave now, set sail. Yes, Captain. The three responded in unison. And then the four of them boarded the ship together, raising the anchor and setting sail, leaving Cocoa Island behind, heading towards Rogtown. Accompanying Luo Yan's ship was another vessel, the Golden Mary of Sheephead, with the two ships sailing side by side, maintaining a distance of 30 to 50 meters from each other. After fixing the course, Luo Yin didn't linger for long and returned to his cabin alone. It was then that he couldn't wait to open his suitcase. Inside, in addition to the magical items he had brought when landing on the island, there were now 2 hearts that had solidified as if wrapped in amber, a bag of blood, several scales, and a complete set of teeth. One of the hearts belonged to the merman soldier, while the others were all obtained from Aaron. In fact, if he had searched carefully, he could definitely have found more extraordinary properties and materials. But Luo Yin didn't do that, as he was well aware that he was still very weak. Until he had gained complete self-protection abilities, he couldn't let the matter of the potion spread. Moreover, since mermen were humanoid creatures, he really had no reason to dissect and cut up so many corpses while protecting the secret of the potions. After all, mermen were abundant. If he needed more in the future, he could just go directly to Merman Island. For now, he only needed the quantity required for his own and Mit's advancement materials. Nothing else was necessary. The ship sailed on the sea for several days, during which Luo Yin would fly around the ship with the wind whenever he had free time. Practicing his role, he caught Luffy from the neighboring ship staring at him with sparkling eyes, even trying several times to climb on a Luo Yin, but was rejected each time. Rog Town, the place where the pirate King Roger was born and died. Luo Yin and Luffy's ship sailed into the harbor. After getting off the ship, they just exchanged a few greetings before parting ways. After all, they had been together at sea for several days, and Luffy was eager to see the execution platform. Watching Luffy and his crew turn the corner of the street, Luo Yin smiled slightly and waved grandly to his 3 crew members. Let's go. Time to spend. I'll cover the bill. Great. Long live the captain. Rhoda cheered immediately, and Chitari and Mit looked equally excited, especially Mit, since Chitari had gone ashore with Luo Yin on Cocoa Island while he had to paddle on a raft. After asking a passerby for directions, Luo Yin led the 3 directly to the market area for buying ingredients. Although he had spoken confidently, he didn't actually have much money on hand, so he needed to buy food first. Whatever was left could be used for other things. Luckily, there were only 4 of them, so they didn't need to buy too many ingredients. The 4 spent nearly 2 hours in the ingredient market, each carrying several bags back to the ship. A large amount of fresh, but not easily stored, ingredients filled the refrigerator to the brim, while the more durable ones were piled in the corner of the kitchen. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise echoed in the sky. Luo Yin looked up abruptly and saw that the originally calm sky had turned gloomy, with snakes of lightning dancing among the dark clouds, as if it would rain at any moment. Captain, it looks like it's going to rain. Where are we heading next? Rhoda emphasized the impending rain, not wanting to leave so soon. After all, it was not easy to find city, and they had only been busy buying ingredients without being able to explore properly. If they set sail now, it would feel a bit regretful. Luo Yin naturally understood the meaning behind Luata's words, and his purpose for coming to Rog Town was never to replenish supplies. The main reason was to meet the dragon. With the sudden change in weather, it was clear that the dragon had arrived, and he naturally could not leave at this moment. I'll give each of you 100,000 berries as activity funds. You can go explore, but you must return before dark. I have other matters to attend to. As he spoke, Luo Yin took out a stack of money from the inner pocket of his clothes and handed it to the 3 of them, a total of 300,000 berries. Just enough for each person to have 100,000. The 3 of them immediately showed expressions of joy, and Luata, without any hesitation, grabbed the money in his hands. Although 100,000 berries was not a large amount, it was more than enough for them to have fun for an afternoon. Thank you, Captain, Luata said while distributing the money to the other 2. Luo Yin did not delay and immediately soared into the wind, flying towards the execution platform in Rog Town. Boom! Before Luo Yin could reach the vicinity of the execution platform, a thick bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, hitting the execution platform directly. The platform collapsed on the spot, and Luffy, grinning, stood next to the ruins of the platform. Although he had scorch marks on him, he was unharmed, while beside him lay the charred and smoking figure of the clown buggy. Luo Yin immediately landed on the rooftop next to him, closed his eyes to sense the surroundings. At that moment, heavy rain poured down, and Luo Yin, who originally wanted to rely on the wind to locate the dragon, was affected and had no choice but to give up. To be able to change the weather so easily, it's truly powerful. Luo Yin muttered to himself, but he was not discouraged. He soared into the wind again, getting a bit closer to where Luffy was, but not too close. He only needed to keep an eye on him from a distance. He knew what would happen next. Smoker would capture Luffy, and Dragon would step in to save him. As expected, Smoker appeared and began to fight Luffy. Faced with Luffy, who had yet to master Haki, Smoker was in an unbeatable position from the start and quickly pinned Luffy down, ready to capture him. Just then, Luo Yin's spiritual intuition suddenly reacted. He turned his head sharply and saw a figure cloaked in black, with their face shrouded in shadow, flashing quickly through the rain, moving at an astonishing speed. In just a few breaths, the figure crossed the street and grabbed Smoker's hand, which was aimed at attacking Luffy. You, the government has always wanted your head. Despite being shocked by Dragon's sudden appearance, Smoker showed no fear and even provoked him directly. Lightning split the sky, illuminating Dragon's face under the cloak, which bore no anger but rather a rich smile. The world awaits our answer. With a whoosh, the heavy rain ceased and a fierce wind arose, throwing everyone present off their feet. The pirates were tossed to the edge of Low Town, while the Navy remained nearby. Dragon's intervention immediately relieved all the pirates present. As a wielder of wind, No matter how his clothes rustled in the wind, the powerful gust that could blow away ordinary people had no effect on Luo Yin. However, Luo Yin did not feel proud. Instead, a hint of fear surged from his heart. He could clearly gather information from the wind and observe that everyone blown away had landed safely. No one was injured, and no buildings collapsed. However, the coastal defense cannons deployed along the coastline had all been destroyed by the wind, without exception. This undoubtedly indicated one thing. Dragon's control over his power had reached a terrifying level. Even just a glimpse of it made Luo Yin feel fear. Before long, the fierce wind calmed, and the heavy rain fell again. But Luffy's group had already set sail with the help of the wind. Smoker watched the Golden Mary's departing silhouette, his expression shifting between dark and bright. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his face changed drastically. At that moment, a slightly arrogant voice came from the roof beside him. Go ahead, if this is how you choose to act. Why help that man? Smoker shouted, while Dragon maintained his smile, his gaze locked on the Golden Mary. What reason is there to stop a man from setting sail? Prepare the ship. I'm going to pursue Straw Hat Luffy. Smoker made his decision without hesitation, and although the nearby navy was astonished, they could not stop him. Dragon quietly listened, making no effort to prevent Smoker's plan. He had come here merely to see Luffy off. Stopping the navy from capturing pirates was not something the Revolutionary Army should do. Hey, Dragon chuckled softly, retracting his gaze and preparing to turn away. At that moment, a gust of wind swept past his cloak and brushed against his temples, while a voice rang in his ear. I wonder if you have time for a few words. Dragon paused, and then turned his gaze to see a young man with light blue wavy hair, looking only about 17 or 18 years old, floating not far from him. Interesting, then come with me. Dragon agreed without much thought, as he was confident that no one in Lowtown could threaten him. The chances of it being a trap were virtually zero. With a few flashes, Dragon left the rooftop and entered a secluded alley. Luo Yin quickly followed. After all, this was a potential benefactor he could not let escape. After turning a few corners in the alley, Dragon slipped into an uninhabited small house. Inside were only a few simple tables and chairs. Besides that, there was nothing else. Due to the overcast sky, the light inside was very dim. And just as he entered, Luo Yin saw Dragon lift his hood, revealing his tattooed face. Do you need something from me? Dragon did not act aloof. His tone was friendly, but he exuded an indescribable sense of authority that made Luo Yin feel quite nervous. Yet, he maintained his composure, smiling slightly as he slightly bowed to Dragon. Nice to meet you for the first time. I'm Luo Yin. I'll come and talk to you about two things. First, I want to witness what the starting point of this era's transition is like. Second, I want to express goodwill on behalf of the Revolutionary Army. Oh, the starting point of the era's transition? You mean the actions of the Revolutionary Army will lead to a change in the era? Luo Yan's words stirred the heart of the dragon, but due to Luo Yan's age, that slight ripple quickly subsided and did not affect the dragon's mood while speaking. Luo Yin shook his head, and then a trace of bitter smile appeared. My divination and prophecy can only see the starting point in you, and can't see more. Perhaps because the gap in strength between us is too great. Compared to you, I see more from that navy called Smoker. Prophecy? Long precisely caught the keyword. His eyes narrowed involuntarily, and this was exactly what Luo Yin hoped to see. The bitterness in his original smile faded away, leaving only pure joy. Yes, prophecy. This is one of my abilities. An interesting ability. So, I wonder if you could make a prophecy for me? Long's tone carried obvious skepticism and testing. The term prophecy was indeed a bit too mystical. Even an ordinary person would have doubts, let alone the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Luo Yin seemed to have anticipated this, smiling and nodding. Of course, no problem. So, who is the subject of the prophecy? The world. Long replied, almost without hesitation. And Luo Yin clearly paused for a moment. Even he was taken aback by this answer, but he quickly regained his composure and nodded decisively. No problem. This isn't a difficult subject. After saying this, Luo Yin lowered his head slightly, slowly closing his eyes. Long did not urge him and casually pulled a chair over to sit down. After about 2 minutes, Luo Yin opened his eyes, and instantly, 2 streams of deep red blood flowed from his eye sockets, sliding down his cheeks like tears and dripping onto the ground. I saw it. Initially, Long was skeptical about Luo Yan's prophecy. However, after seeing the streams of blood, he felt that this kid in front of him might have something to offer. Naturally, Luo Yin didn't actually have any real prophetic abilities. His prophecy was merely the original plot. He had thought this through long ago. Given his current strength and age, try to extract benefits from the Revolutionary Army was definitely not an easy task. The most viable method was to play the role of a mystic. For someone who knows the original plot, prophecy became an excellent way to play that role. As for the blood flowing from his eyes, that was quite simple. He relied on his water control ability to increase the blood flow in the mucous membranes of his eyes, causing the capillaries there to burst. This wasn't too difficult, but it required great care. If the pressure wasn't managed well, it could harm his eyes. Fortunately, his earlier pretense of prophecy allowed Long not to disturb him, creating an environment where he could operate carefully. "What did you see?" Long asked. Luo Yin did not answer immediately. Instead, he faced the window with his right hand palm out, suddenly curling his fingers in a grabbing motion. The tightly shut window was abruptly pushed open by the wind, and rainwater automatically gathered and surged into Luo Yan's palm, forming a water sphere. Once the water sphere expanded to the size of a basketball, the rainwater ceased to gather, and the window was blown shut again, as if it had never been opened. Luo Yin buried his face in the water balloon, and the pure water balloon immediately turned red. When Luo Yin took his face out, all the bloodstains had disappeared, and there were no water stains left on his face. "I'm sorry, I'm not really used to talking to others with my face covered in blood." Luo Yin casually threw the water balloon to the ground, and Long nodded, remaining silent. However, there was a hint of a different sparkle in his gaze as he looked at Luo Yin. Without needing Long to repeat the earlier question, Luo Yin took the initiative to answer. "The tide of the times is rolling forward, and even you cannot stop it." "What do you mean?" "It means that even if you disband the Revolutionary Army now, the tide of the times will not cease because you have just personally loosened the last reins." Lu Fei. Long arrived at the answer almost instinctively, and Luo Yin nodded in affirmation. Indeed, in the near future, Lu Fei would be one of those leading the tide forward. But it was strange. What? The sudden turn of events caught Long's attention to the greatest extent, and without any hesitation, he pressed for more information. Luo Yin was overjoyed. He had bled to maintain this charade, but now he finally had the upper hand. However, on the surface, he pretended to be puzzled. "I couldn't see Luffy clearly, only vaguely catching a few words." "Go on," Long said, his expression becoming more serious as he feigned listening. Luo Yin nodded, adopting a thoughtful look. "The Free Warriors, the Sound of Liberation, Joy Boy, and Nika. These are what I saw. I could understand the earlier parts. But I didn't know the meaning of Joy Boy and Nika for now, and I wasn't sure if you had the answers." Of course, Lu Yin cannot be unaware of what it means, but he deliberately said it this way, believing that as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon must know the name Joy Boy. Although Nika has been intentionally obscured by the world government, since Dragon is opposing the world government, there's also a chance that he knows the significance of the name Nika. Luo Yin deliberately pretended not to understand, which made him seem even more like a charlatan. Sure enough, after listening to Luo Yan's words, Long's expression became quite serious, and for a moment, he even seemed a bit distracted. The effect was so good that it completely exceeded Luo Yan's expectations. "You seem to know something?" Luo Yin seized the opportunity to press further, and Long came back to his senses, giving a slight nod as a form of confirmation. However, he had no intention of clarifying things for Luo Yin and instead changed the subject. "You mentioned wanting to express goodwill to the Revolutionary Army. I wonder what that goodwill is." Although Luo Yin was doing his best to disguise his emotions, his eyes couldn't help but light up for a moment. "Something that can significantly enhance the combat power of the Revolutionary Army in a short time." "Then what is the price for this enhancement?" Long remained very calm, fully aware that strength is something that requires effort to obtain, and a significant boost in a short time must come at cost. The most straightforward example is the devil fruit. When an ordinary person consumes a devil fruit, they can greatly enhance their strength in a short time, but they must then bear the price of being rejected by the sea. It seems you have a lot of experience. After all, the devil fruit fits what I just mentioned. I can concoct something called potion. Depending on the type of potion, drinking it can grant various special abilities, such as the wind and water control abilities I just demonstrated. Potion? Long murmured the name, searching his mind and confirming that he had never encountered anything similar. "So what is the cost?" Long repeated his question. Luo Yan's expression remained unchanged as he continued to explain. "Naturally, there's a cost. There's a risk of losing control and turning into a monster when drinking the potion. However, the risk is very low with lower tier potions. Oh, I forgot to mention, unlike the devil fruit, which cannot be consumed again after one use, a person who drinks a potion can drink it again after digesting it. But they must strictly follow the order and types. Otherwise, they will lose control on the spot." "Turn into a monster?" Long squinted as he scrutinized Luo Yin. seemingly trying to detect any signs of monstrosity in him. However, he saw no characteristics that were unhuman in Luo Yin. Luo Yin naturally knew what the dragon was thinking. He smiled and didn't say much, continuing to explain. There are a total of 22 types of magical potions, each divided into 9 stages, which I call sequences. From sequence 9 to sequence 1. Sequence 9 is the starting point, and sequence 1 is the end point. The dragon thought that the magical potions Luo Yin mentioned were only a few kinds, but to his surprise, there were 22 types. And there was also the concept of sequences, which sounded like a very complete and established system, completely unlike something just born, yet he had never heard of it before. There are that many? That's right, but not all of these 22 magical potions are suitable for the Revolutionary Army. Some potions can make people very evil. I don't think you want to see anyone in the Revolutionary Army turn into that. How can I trust what you just said? Even though Luo Yin had successfully played the role of charlatan, and he had also demonstrated his abilities to control wind and water in front of the dragon still did not fully believe Luo Yin. It sounded too unbelievable. This was also within Luo Yin's expectations. If the dragon had directly believed him, he would have suspected that the dragon had other motives. It's simple. Just let someone try it. I have quite a few magical potions on hand. The dragon fell silent and nodded slowly after nearly a minute. 50 nautical miles to the south, there is an uninhabited island where the Revolutionary Army has a secret port. Go there. No problem. So will you take my ship or... My ship is over there, so I'll just take yours. Luo Yin did not hide his joy and said, welcome. Luo Yin led the way in front, while Long followed behind. The two walked down the main street of Rog Town, drawing no attention from anyone. The previous turmoil had instilled fear in the residents, causing them to hide indoors, and with the rain still falling, there were not many people outside. Luo Yin thought he still needed to wait for his crew on the ship. After all, they had agreed to return before dark, and the three of them clearly wanted to have fun. However, when Luo Yin returned to the port where the ship was docked, he found all three of them waiting by the coast, and the atmosphere seemed a bit strange. Shitali had a peculiar expression, even looking somewhat uncomfortable, while Rhoda and Miter were unusually quiet, exchanging glances that seemed to avoid each other. The captain is back. Shitali approached Luo Yin quickly, as if she had seen a savior. However, when she noticed that a seemingly extraordinary person was following Luo Yin, her surprised expression gradually faded, and her steps unconsciously slowed down. Shitali, what's going on with you all? Luo Yin asked. In nothing. Shitali shook her head after glancing at Long discreetly. Seeing this, Luo Yin didn't press further and pointed along. This is Long from the Revolutionary Army. We're going to the Revolutionary Army's port next. Setting sail. The Revolutionary Army? Shitali looked at Long with surprise and disbelief, as she hadn't expected Luo Yin to have any connection with the Revolutionary Army. After all, he had previously mentioned that his goal was to be an adventurer. Long paid no attention to Shitali's scrutiny. After glancing at her, he looked at Rhoda and Miter behind her. Your companions seem quite capable. Of course, they are my companions. Luo Yin's tone carried a hint of pride. Yet he knew very well that when Long said this, it was merely polite talk. How great could 3 sequence 9s really be? But he couldn't show it. He had to remain proud, as if his companions were truly exceptional. Long didn't say much more and just quietly watched Luo Yin, who immediately boarded the ship and set sail. As soon as the sails were lowered, a gust of wind blew, propelling the ship forward quickly. Being someone who also had the ability to control the wind, Long could clearly feel that this wind was manipulated by Luo Yin. He then walked to the edge of the ship and looked down, discovering that the water flow also seemed unnatural, actively pushing the ship forward. The ability to simultaneously control both water flow and wind direction to propel the ship forward was certainly practical, to say the least. Haha, of course. My sequence 9 in this path is called Sailor, a devotee of the sea. Even a sequence 9 who has just ingested a potion can stay in the water for nearly 20 minutes without any equipment and possesses remarkable balance, moving on any ship as if on solid ground, no matter how strong the wind and waves. Sailor, devotee of the sea. Long murmured these words softly, his expression slightly changing. Can someone who has eaten a devil fruit still drink potions? It should be possible. At least there shouldn't be any issues before sequence 4. After sequence 4, I'm not so sure anymore. Luo Yin had not tested whether a person who has eaten a devil fruit can drink a potion. However, he remained very confident because the potion materials before sequence 4 were almost entirely unrelated to devil fruits. But starting from sequence 4, things became connected to devil fruits. If the potion taken does not align with the devil fruit consumed by that person, then becoming half-mad is the best outcome. Will the ocean favor those it despises? The dragon asked again, and Luo Yin narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of a smile in them. After drinking the potion, a person's structure has already changed. Luo Yin did not directly answer Long's question, but he provided a very certain answer. A change in human anatomy means that the ability to survive in the sea will not disappear due to weakness, which implies that a devil fruit user who consumes a sailor's potion will gain the ability to survive in the sea for nearly 20 minutes. This is of great significance for a devil fruit user. Despite smooth sailing, Luo Yan's ship still took nearly 2 hours to reach the uninhabited island mentioned by Long. In fact, this island can no longer be called an uninhabited island, as there are now Revolutionary Army activities taking place there. However, the island never had a name, and since it was previously referred to as an uninhabited island, it has not been renamed. Luo Yin immediately saw a huge sailboat with dragon carvings on both sides docked next to the port of the deserted island, with many people on the boat and the island. Mr. Dragon, Luo Yan's ship had just docked, and before it even came to a stop, a revolutionary soldier wearing a gray coat and a matching cap shouted and waved his hand. Suddenly, Long, who had been standing next to Luo Yin, disappeared, and the next moment appeared in front of the revolutionary soldier. Thank you for your hard work. Long's response was calm and carried an air of authority, causing the revolutionary soldier's expression to immediately become solemn as he saluted Long before shifting his gaze to Luo Yin and his group. Mr. Long, who are they? Collaborators. Bring those 2 prisoners over, and then you all go prepare to set sail. Yes. The revolutionary soldier saluted again and quickly ran up the ship. He soon returned, this time followed by 4 people, 2 of whom were bound with their hand behind their backs and had their mouths gagged, while the other 2 were escorting them. Mr. Long, the prisoners are here. Do you intend to interrogate them or dispose of them? You all go prepare. You don't need to worry about this. Yes. The 3 revolutionary soldiers did not say more and left in unison. After they had walked a distance, Long turned to look in Luo Yan's direction. At this point, the ship had just stopped and had not yet dropped anchor. Seeing Long's gaze, Luo Yin did not hesitate and jumped down from the ship with a silver briefcase, landing beside Long. Do you intend to use them to test the safety of the potion? Luo Yin could know the dragon's intentions without guessing at all. The dragon nodded, showing no intention of hiding anything. As you said, taking potions carries risks. Without confirming the level of risk, I can't take chances with my subordinates. You can start by telling me the price of the potion. Regardless of the outcome of the experiment, I will buy the potion at the price you set, so you won't suffer any losses. I refer to the abilities brought by the potion as extraordinary, and the extraordinary does not disappear. It only transfers from one entity to another. So even if they collapse into monsters on the spot, the potion will not go to waste. Luo Yin originally thought that Long would need further explanation, but Long nodded in a daze. Just like the devil fruit, when a devil fruit user dies, that devil fruit will reappear in the sea. Its powers do not disappear with the user's death. Right, but extraordinary won't be lost like the devil fruit. It still exists here. Okay, then you can begin. Long didn't waste any time and directly let Luo Yin start. Luo Yin immediately opened the suitcase and took out 2 metal bottles, which contained pre-prepared potions. One was as black as coffee, and the other was a light blue that occasionally shimmered. Since they were bound and brought here for experiments, Luo Yin wouldn't be gentle with them. After removing the rags that were stuffed in their mouths, he quickly shoved the bottle openings into their mouths and pressed down on the bottles, not allowing them to spit them out. After all, potions can't be avoided just because they don't want to drink them. In fact, pouring the potion on them would also work, though that method would be slower in effect than drinking it directly. The 2 bound individuals began to struggle violently, their expressions becoming extremely twisted. But it wasn't out of pain, it was out of fear. They had no idea what they had just ingested, but after consuming the potion, they felt their bodies changing. However, they didn't know whether this change was good or bad, which was why they felt fear. Very smooth, they're already at sequence 9, one a sailor, the other an assassin. Feeling the spiritual energy beginning to emanate from the 2, Luo Yin knew they had successfully endured the potion, and he released his grip on the bottles. The 2 immediately spat out the bottles and, with remarkable coordination, bent down to cough. However, as they coughed, the extraordinary who had consumed the assassin potion suddenly stood up. The ropes binding his hands had somehow been undone. He swiftly dashed towards the depths of the island. As he stepped into the shadow of a tree, his figure seemed to vanish. Long squinted his eyes, and Luo Yin only felt a gust of wind swirl beside him. When he turned his head, he found that Long had already disappeared. Boom! A loud sound echoed from a distance, and a gust of wind descended from above, along with Long, who was holding a man with blood oozing from his mouth, the very extraordinary who had just attempted to escape after drinking the assassin potion. Gulp! Although Luo Yin knew Long was strong, he couldn't help but swallow hard upon witnessing it firsthand. Just moments ago, the assassin had completely vanished after blending into the shadows. Yet Long had effortlessly brought him back. It seemed that the ability to blend into shadows couldn't evade observation hockey. Luo Yin forcibly calmed his emotions and said in a tone of discussion, while Long nodded, casually throwing down the assassin in his hand. The assassin seemed to have suffered a tremendous blow, curling up on the ground and unable to move. The extraordinary being who had drunk the sailor's potion swallowed hard upon seeing this, not daring to entertain any thoughts of escape. We have already obtained the information we wanted. They are of no use now. You just said that the extraordinary will not disappear. I want to see how you retrieve the potion from their corpses. Long directly sentenced the two captives to death. The assassin showed no reaction, while the sailor trembled all over in fear, his mouth opening as if he wanted to plead for mercy. However, before he could say a word, a gust of wind blew towards him. Then his head flew into the air, blood gushing out like a fountain. Thud! The headless body of the sailor fell to the ground, and the assassin's head rolled to the side due to the slight tremor, his head having separated from his neck at some point. For some unknown reason, however, the amount of blood was not much. Points of light began to converge on the two corpses. The assassin's light gathered towards his chest, while the sailor's light gathered towards his arms. Soon, the convergence of light ended, forming a black disk and a blob of light blue gel. Luo Yin picked up two extraordinary traits and carefully wrapped them in spiritual energy, placing them into the compartment of his suitcase. What was just extracted was not a potion. I call it extraordinary traits. It can serve as the main ingredient for potions, requiring only the addition of some auxiliary materials to be reconstituted into a potion. Of course, it can also be consumed directly. Consuming a Sequence 9 extraordinary trait wouldn't pose much of a problem, and I believe Sequence 8 should be fine as well. However, Sequence 7 and above would definitely have issues and should not be eaten raw. The fact that it is directly generated on the corpse means it is not easily lost. As long as the corpse can be recovered, the potion can be retrieved. That's true, but if the corpse cannot be recovered, it means the extraordinary traits will fall into the enemy's hands. Long nodded, suddenly falling into contemplation, his brow slightly furrowing. The previous experiment only revealed the risks of consuming potions, and the final outcome was much better than Long had anticipated. He was well aware of who these two captives were and what they had experienced after being captured. Therefore, he felt that if these two captives could withstand the potions, the elite revolutionaries he would specifically select in the future would certainly be able to withstand them as well. What he was most concerned about now was the so-called monster. What exactly do you mean by losing control and becoming a monster? Unfortunately, there are no more captives on my ship. Luo Yin chuckled lightly and bent down to take out another bottle of potion from the suitcase. What's so difficult about this? Just catch an animal to drink the potion. Their intelligence is not on par with humans, and after drinking the potion, they won't know to stabilize their minds and restrain their spirit, making it easier for them to turn into monsters. Can animals drink potions? The dragon was somewhat surprised, but not completely astonished. Luo Yin nodded first, and then immediately shook his head. It's not just animals that can drink potions. Anything can drink potions. In fact, if a potion is not consumed in time after being prepared, the bottle containing the potion will gradually absorb it. Now the dragon was shocked. It wasn't so unbelievable that animals could drink potions. After all, animals could also eat demon fruits, but if inanimate objects could consume potions, that would mean something entirely different. Even inanimate objects can drink potions? Of course, I refer to those as magical items, and I have quite a few in my possession that I can demonstrate for you later. All right, wait a moment. The dragon didn't hesitate, and his figure suddenly vanished, only to reappear less than 10 seconds later, now holding a seabird with black and white feathers, red legs, and a long black beak. Is this okay? The dragon asked as he handed the seabird to Luo Yin. No problem. Luo Yin nodded and took the seabird. Instead of pouring the potion in a tipping manner, he used his water control ability to make the potion flow into the seabird's mouth like a golden stream. Once the potion had completely entered the seabird's mouth, it flapped about in Luo Yin's hands without any restraints, but no matter how much it struggled, it couldn't take flight. Luo Yin naturally didn't dare to let the seabird undergo any changes in his hand, quickly placing it on the ground and stepping back. Time passed little by little, and a small tuft of golden fluff grew on the seabird's head, with a layer of golden edging appearing at the tips of its wings and tail feathers. How is this possible? Luo Yan's eyes widened, and his face was filled with disbelief. Although the seabird withstood the potion, which was beyond the dragon's expectations, its reaction was not as intense as Luo Yan's. It merely raised an eyebrow slightly. The risk of consuming the potion seemed lower than I had imagined. What the heck? What do you know? The potion I just gave it wasn't the sequence 9 potion, but the sequence 8 potion. This is unscientific, no? This is not mysticism. Where did you catch this bird from? Luo Yan, in order to ensure that the seabird could not withstand the potion and would mutate into a monster, specifically gave the seabird the potion of the Sun Path Sequence 8 Lightbringer. However, the seabird surprisingly endured it and directly became Sequence 8. Sequence 8? Can one skip Sequence 9 and directly consume Sequence 8? Of course not. Well, not necessarily. But directly consuming Sequence 8 potions carries a risk of losing control that is several times, even a dozen times higher, which is why my reaction was so intense earlier. The risk of consuming potions is lower than I expected, Dragon murmured softly, repeating the same words again. He then looked at the seabird that had already stood up from the ground. What do you plan to do with it? Luo Yin furrowed his brows in thought, naturally leaning towards retrieving the characteristics. After all, this bird was caught temporarily, and if it flew away, it would be a huge loss. However, this bird was able to withstand the impact of consuming a Sequence 8 potion directly, which clearly indicated it was a bit special, and he felt it would be a shame to just kill it. Just as Luo Yin was still undecided, the light prayer bird had already begun to recover, flapping its wings and taking to the air. However, it did not leave. Instead, it landed on Luo Yan's shoulder. Once it settled, its small black eyes suddenly burst forth with golden light, turning pure gold. A golden radiance emanated from the light prayer bird, and Luo Yin instantly felt a warm sensation throughout his body, an indescribable comfort. How? The light prayer bird let out a call, and a visible wave of golden energy spread out, causing Luo Yin to feel a significant enhancement in both his strength and spirit. Luo Yin stood there in a daze. The prayer light bird saw Luo Yin lost in thought and gently pecked at the corner of his hair with its sharp beak. When Luo Yin came back to his senses and turned to look, the bird proudly raised its head, as if to say, "See, I'm amazing." It seemed to have gained wisdom, and it looked like it wanted to follow me. Huh, is it because it knows that I gave it this magical power? Luo Yin was determined in his heart, and gently stroked the tuft of golden fluff on the head of the prayer light bird. From now on, you'll be called Boater. Ga. Boater called out again, the golden light on its body receding, its eyes returning to black, no longer showing any signs of being extraordinary, only a hint of gold indicating that it was different from other seabirds. Congratulations, it seems you've got a pretty good pet. Looks like I need to catch another animal. Long didn't expect Luo Yin to accept the seabird as a pet, but he wasn't too surprised either. Luo Yin smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Long disappeared again and reappeared after a short while. This time he brought back a wild boar, measuring just over a meter long. It looked like a juvenile wild boar, but perhaps due to its breed, this boar already had tusks about a finger long, giving it considerable attack power. This pig should be able to consume the magic potion, right? Long asked this not to seek an answer from Luo Yin, but to inform him that he wanted the pig to drink the potion. Luo Yin nodded without further ado, took out a bottle of potion from the box again, thought for a moment, and took out another bottle. One pure gold and one light blue, 2 completely different potions. Then, Luo Yin directly poured the 2 potions together. At the moment the potions touched, the liquid briefly boiled. Then they fused together perfectly into a purple potion without any need for stirring. Anyone who drinks this potion will lose control and turn into a monster. Luo Yin was very certain this time, because this potion itself was already a problematic potion. If this potion could be endured by a pig, then he would need to relearn the basics of mysticism. Long nodded, his expression becoming somewhat serious. He was already prepared for battle. As soon as he encountered a mutated monster, he would strike to eliminate it and prevent any destruction. Luo Yin didn't say much more, stepping forward a couple of steps and using his water-controlling ability to direct the potion into the wild boar's mouth in thin streams. Before the wild boar could finish drinking all the potion, it was already twitching on the ground, its eyes rolling back, drooling at the corners of its mouth, looking as if it were having a seizure. Once the potion was completely poured into the wild boar's mouth, Luo Yin quickly stepped back, fearing that the wild boar would suddenly turn violent. The boar's pain became more apparent, and suddenly, its skin began to split open, revealing a mass of writhing flesh and blood inside, with scales and feathers protruding irregularly, as if they had been carelessly scattered on the mass of flesh. At the top of this mass was a pig's head, a head without skin, only muscle. Is this the mutated monster? Long's expression was no longer calm. Even he was startled. Boom! Before Long could launch an attack, the monster that had transformed from the wild boar suddenly exploded, scattering countless pieces of flesh and blood. It seemed that this mutated creature couldn't withstand the further impact of the potion. However, this was not the end. The scattered flesh and blood began to regroup, writhing on the ground like worms, leaving behind bright red bloodstains, like the slime of a snail, which made Luo Yan's scalp tingle, let alone Long. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long had always been a very decisive person, but now he found himself somewhat at a loss. Fortunately, he wasn't left in hesitation for too long. After wriggling for a short distance, the pieces of flesh suddenly became still, and points of light began to gather from the fragments towards a tusk of the wild boar. The tusk changed, becoming straight and flat, eventually forming a dagger about the size of a palm. The tusk turned into a dagger, although Luo Yan had previously mentioned that even lifeless objects could absorb the potion. Seeing a bony tusk transform into a metallic dagger right before his eyes still shocked him once again. Luo Yan stepped forward a few paces, bent down to pick up the dagger, and waved it casually. To his surprise, the dagger slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. In that moment, the dagger had suddenly become very slippery, and Luo Yan felt as if he was holding not a dagger, but a very slimy loach. What's wrong? Long had been focused on the dagger, so its slipping from Luo Yan's hand naturally caught his attention. Luo Yan picked up the dagger again, his expression becoming somewhat strange. Almost all magical items have negative effects. Some have mild negative effects that can be largely ignored, while others can be quite severe, causing tremendous disasters just by being present. This dagger also has a negative effect. As you just saw, it becomes very slippery the moment the holder attacks. Very slippery? Long's expression also became odd. Is this negative effect serious? Among magical items, it can definitely be considered quite mild. However, as a dagger, becoming slippery while attacking can be deadly. Dagger-type weapons are often used for assassination, which typically involves a one-time opportunity attack, often during critical moments. But suddenly slipping at such a crucial time, who can handle that? To put it seriously, this dagger could even be classified as a useless magical item. It seems to be quite a mediocre weapon. Long offered his evaluation, and Luo Yan lightly tossed the dagger in his hand. At the moment the dagger fell, he kicked the handle, and the dagger shot out, wrapped in golden light, piercing into a reef. The golden light erupted within the reef, directly shattering it to pieces. In fact, it is quite useful. This dagger is made by fusing a bottle of holy light potion and a bottle of seafarer potion. After hitting a target, it releases holy light, and you saw its power. The strength to shatter a reef is definitely not considered a particularly powerful attack in this world. After all, there are people in this world who can smash a mountain with a single punch, and Long knows this well, as his own father is such a person. But applying such attack strength to a dagger changes everything. Moreover, Luo Yan just demonstrated the correct way to use this dagger. Luo Yan waved his hand, and a gust of wind blew in, lifting the dagger back into his grasp. Long nodded slightly, acknowledging Luo Yan's statement, but his expression quickly turned serious again. I have initially confirmed your sincerity. Whether it's potions or magical items, they can rapidly enhance the Revolutionary Army's combat power in a short period. However, I have not yet determined the specific strength of the extraordinary you mentioned. What price are you offering for the potions? Long deliberately emphasized that he had not determined the strength, naturally to lower the price. Luo Yan immediately caught the implied meaning, but he had already thought about the price of the potions, and without much hesitation, he replied. For the Sequence 9 potion, it's 10 million berries per bottle, and for the Sequence 8 potion, it's 30 million berries per bottle. Of course, you won't be needing the Sequence 8 potions right now. I can sell you 10 bottles first, and you can decide who drinks them. 10 million? A devil fruit only costs 100 million. Long raised an eyebrow, even raising his voice slightly. He could see the potential of the Sequence potions. However, to ask 10 million for just the starting Sequence 9 potion was too expensive. What he wanted was not just one or two extraordinary beings, but an army of them. If a devil fruit user dies, their ability is lost, but the abilities of the extraordinary can be reclaimed. And I can assure you that the upper limit of the extraordinary is definitely much higher than that of devil fruit users. Because one of the main materials for the Sequence 3 potion is the devil fruit, and potion brewing generally requires two main materials. This means that a sequence 3 extraordinary is already stronger than a devil fruit user. And that's just sequence 3. There are still sequences 2 and 1 above it. The devil fruit is a main material? Are you telling me this because you want the Revolutionary Army to help you collect devil fruits? Long quickly guessed Luo Yan's intention, and Luo Yan nodded without hiding it. This was one of the reasons he sought cooperation with the Revolutionary Army. High-sequence potions require a large number of devil fruits, and it is unrealistic for him alone to collect a significant amount, so he needed to leverage a force to assist him. The Revolutionary Army is not as dark as the government, nor as cunning as pirates, and they're in an expansion phase while possessing a wealth of resources, making them undoubtedly the best choice. I hope the Revolutionary Army can help me collect devil fruits, and I will purchase them from you at 20% above the market price. Of course, I need to add potion payments to the method of payment. Long suddenly fell silent, his gaze becoming sharp as he stared intently at Luo Yan, making Luo Yan feel a bit uneasy. After a long while, he finally asked a question. What is your purpose for going to sea? Luo Yan was taken aback for a moment. Then he smiled, a very pure smile, as if it contained no impurities at all. I will never join the side of the world government. I can assure you of that. This is also the reason why I came to seek cooperation with the Revolutionary Army. Otherwise, why would I go directly to the world government? I believe the world government is more generous than the Revolutionary Army and can more efficiently collect devil fruits. Long fell silent again, and, after a long while, he slowly nodded. He was convinced by Luo Yan. The Revolutionary Army will help you keep an eye on the devil fruits. 10 bottles of potion will cost a total of 100 million berries, and I also want to purchase some magical items. No need to rush. What I want is not just berries. I hope the Revolutionary Army can help me build ship. Of course, it doesn't need to be delivered in a short time. You can think of it as a reservation. Additionally, I need a material that can reflect sound. I've heard that you have some very impressive scientists in the Revolutionary Army. How about we talk on my ship? Long suddenly invited Luo Yan, which took Luo Yan by surprise. Then he immediately thought of something and smiled. Sure, I also want to see how impressive the Revolutionary Army's ship really is. Long gestured for him to go ahead and then led the way. Luo Yan quietly followed behind until they reached the side of the ship. Neither of them climbed the ladder, but instead flew directly onto the deck using the power of the wind. As soon as they boarded the ship, Luo Yan felt countless gazes upon him, all from the members of the Revolutionary Army on board. However, there was no hostility or wariness in those gazes, only curiosity. Since Luo Yan was personally brought onto the ship by the leader, it meant that he had been recognized by the leader, so there was naturally no hostility. They were just curious about how such a young guy could gain the leader's recognition in such a short time. Should we talk in the cabin or here? Let us talk here. The sea breeze helps me think more clearly. Long nodded and turned to a Revolutionary Army member, instructing, bring a low table over and prepare some snacks. Yes. The Revolutionary Army member immediately saluted and quickly ran into the cabin. Soon, 2 Revolutionary Army members brought over a low table, followed by another member wearing a white chef's hat, who came over with a tray, placing pastries and tea on the low table. Luo Yan was not polite either. He sat cross-legged by the low table, reached for a small piece of cake, and stuffed it into his mouth. He then picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of tea, taking a big sip to wash down the cake. The chef of the Revolutionary Army is quite skilled. Since he had eaten someone else's food, he naturally had to compliment it, and this was not just flattery. Luo Yan genuinely thought the cake was delicious. It was definitely the best cake he had eaten since his journey began. Long smiled, sitting cross-legged opposite Luo Yan. He picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup, but did not drink it. How many magical items do you have there? What are their prices? Long got straight to the point. Luo Yan wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, chuckling lightly as he raised his teacup and took another sip. I plan to sell 5 magical items. 2 correspond to sequence 9, each priced at 12 million berries. 1 corresponds to sequence 8 at 34 million berries. 1 corresponds to sequence 7 at 80 million berries, and 1 corresponds to sequence 6 at 200 million berries. Of course, this is just my asking price. You can negotiate. If you think they're not useful, you can choose not to buy them. I don't mind. Long glanced at the box that Luo Yan had placed by his feet and nodded. Are they all in that box? That's right. Luo Yan decisively opened the box and took out 5 items. A silver ring inlaid with a large pearl, a sheer glove that could expose the fingers, a black metal rod slightly longer than a chopstick, a red wrist guard, and a bowl. As he watched Luo Yan pull out one item after another, Long was momentarily distracted. He had expected Luo Yan to produce one weapon after another, but to his surprise, none of the items looked like they could enhance combat power. Long's unspoken words had already conveyed a complete meaning. Luo Yin chuckled softly and first pointed to the ring. This ring allowed anyone to dive for 15 minutes without any equipment. The downside was that the wearer would become very sensitive to dryness and would easily get thirsty, requiring frequent water intake. It corresponded to sequence 9, sailor, priced at 12 million berries. Long raised an eyebrow, and his gaze towards the ring immediately changed. For a devil fruit user at sea, this was a divine artifact. Sure, 12 million berries, I'll take it. Long didn't bargain, and even felt that the price was quite cheap. Luo Yin nodded slightly. He was not surprised by this result. He knew what this item meant to those with devil fruit abilities. It was worth more than just 12 million berries. He felt it could even sell for 100 million berries. However, he did not raise the price. He had done all this just to connect with the Revolutionary Army. If the relationship between both sides were to break down over price, that would be too much of a loss. Luo Yin reached out to point at the sheer gloves. Just about to introduce them, when Long suddenly interrupted coldly, "Aren't you worried that we might kill and rob?" Luo Yan's hand paused in the air for a moment before lowering it, and a smile appeared on his face. "Don't worry, have you forgotten? I excel at prophecy. Since I've decided to come see you, how could I not make a prophecy in advance? Besides, can you really keep me here? The sailors of Sequence 9 can stay in the sea for 20 minutes, and I'm not just Sequence 9. I can dive into the deep sea at any time, unless you can kill me instantly." Luo Yin certainly wouldn't make predictions, but having the astrology ball, he did perform a divination for himself before landing in Road Town and received a result indicating that meeting with Dragon would pose no danger. This is also why he was not very wary of Dragon from the beginning. Moreover, being aware of the plot, he knew what kind of organization the Revolutionary Army was. It could definitely be called a righteous organization, with a very low probability of engaging in murder or smuggling. Indeed, the continuous shocks had made me forget your strongest ability. Dragon smiled wryly and shook his head, signaling Luo Yin to continue with the introduction. Luo Yin raised his hand again, pointing to the sheer glove. This glove also corresponds to Sequence 9, and its potion is called Apprentice. It has only one ability, to open doors. It can unlock any door without a key, and can also create a door in a wall that has none, allowing passage through it. The negative effect is that it will make the wearer hopelessly lost, truly a hopeless wanderer. Such a practical ability, 12 million berries, is not expensive. Dragon once again purchased the glove without hesitation. While this glove might only turn an ordinary person into a skilled thief, it would be different in the hands of the Revolutionary Army. As an organization aimed at overthrowing the state, they have many infiltration missions, and a glove that can open any door and pass through walls is simply perfect for infiltration. Luo Yin nodded, without any hesitation, directly pointing to the third item, which was the black stick. This stick corresponds to Sequence 8, and the potion is named Beast Tamer. After holding this stick, the bearer can understand the words of animals and can command them through the stick, from large animals like elephants to small ones like mosquitoes. Of course, whether the command is successful ultimately depends on the communication between the bearer and the animals, which includes but is not limited to verbal communication and physical communication. Oh, by the way, a maximum of 3 animals can be commanded at the same time, and the negative effect is that the bearer's sexual desire will increase. Therefore, it is best used by those who are married and with their partners. Of course, it can also be used by those who frequently visit the pleasure street. A glimmer flashed in Long's eyes. Just the ability to communicate with animals was already impressive, and being able to command 3 animals is quite practical for certain special tasks. 34 million berries is a fair price. Long expressed his intention to purchase again, and Luo Yin nodded, then pointed to the red wristband. This wristband corresponds to Sequence 7, and the potion is called Arsonist. The wearer can use fire spells, such as Fire Crow, Fireball, and Flame Javelin, which is a truly magical item that can directly enhance combat power. The negative effect is that the wearer becomes annoying, and every word they say has a provocative feel to it. Therefore, it is best worn by someone who is capable. Otherwise, they might easily be targeted and killed by enemies. Controlling fire? It seems somewhat similar to the Mara Mara no Mi. I've seen Port Gasti, Ace's battles. So what do you think of this item for 80 million berries? After a moment of thought, Long nodded. Although I still don't know the specific power, it is generally a more direct item, and 80 million berries is acceptable. So, the last item, this bowl, is 200 million berries? I'm quite looking forward to how you will convince me to buy a bowl for 200 million berries. Long teased Luo Yin, who shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands as he introduced. This bowl corresponds to Sequence 6, and the potion is called Zombie. It can make the bearer's skin as hard as steel, almost ignoring gunfire, and greatly enhances speed and strength, making it easy to punch through a wall. Additionally, it can use ice spells. If you fill this bowl with water and splash it on a corpse, the corpse will stand up again and be controlled by the bearer. With almost no limit on the number of corpses, perhaps there is a limit, but I haven't found one. I once awakened 54 animal corpses and still had strength left. Its usual negative effect is not strong. It only slightly increases one's desire to kill, just a little bit. At this point, Luo Yin pinched the first joint of his index finger with his right thumb, indicating that a little bit really is just a little bit. He continued, however, during a full moon, this desire becomes very intense. I haven't experienced it, but I have divined that even those with a strong will find it hard to resist. So it's best not to use this item during a full moon. After saying this, Luo Yin seemed to think of something else and continued to add, but it's not absolute. While the full moon can drive the bearer to madness, it can also provide a significant enhancement in speed and strength. If one is in a desperate situation and happens to encounter a full moon, it might bring a glimmer of hope to the bearer. Ignoring gunfire, awakening corpses, enhancement of speed and strength, and ice spells. Long's eyes narrowed as he carefully chewed on these words, and finally nodded. 200 million berries is a bit expensive, but I don't intend to haggle. This is my sincerity for our first transaction. Then, may we have a pleasant cooperation. Luo Yin stood up and gave a slight bow to Long, who immediately stood up as well, not observing the full etiquette. He turned to the revolutionary soldier waiting not far away and instructed, bring the phone bug. I want to contact Lindbergh. Yes. The revolutionary soldier saluted and quickly ran into the cabin, soon emerging with a palm-sized phone bug. Long did not take the phone bug, but directly picked up the microphone on its back. As the sound of brew brew rang out, the phone bug was quickly connected, and a lively voice came through. This is Lindbergh. This is Long. Mr. Long, you contacted me suddenly. Is there something you need? Yes. I need a material that can rebound sound. Do you have any ideas? The phone bug was silent for a moment. Then the sound of rummaging could be heard. After a while, Lindbergh's voice came through again. I have a material that rebounds sound, but Mr. Long, what do you intend to use it for? The material I have is a gel-like substance that can be applied to walls. I wonder if it meets your needs? Long did not respond immediately, but turned to look at Luo Yin, who nodded in agreement. Only then did Long reply, no problem. Okay, I'll send someone to deliver it to you. Are you still in the EC? Yes, you can send it to the base in the EC. I will go pick it up later. All right. With a response from Lindbergh, the phone bug seemed to lose its strength, its antenna drooping. Long placed the microphone back on the phone bug's back. Without needing special instructions, the revolutionary soldier holding the phone bug had already returned to the cabin. It will take about half a month for the materials to arrive. If you have something to do, you can handle it first and come back here in a week. We can leave together then. No, I don't have anything to do. It seems like you don't have much to do either. Luo Yin tentatively asked, and Long nodded, not hiding it. I came to the EC this time, mainly to save some people. The people have been rescued, and there is currently nothing urgent to do. A flash of brilliance crossed Lian's eyes as he nodded and glanced at a ship not far away. When are you planning to take the 10 bottles of potions we agreed upon? I mentioned before that if the potions are not consumed promptly after being prepared, the bottles will absorb them. So, I will prepare them whenever you need them. Long surveyed the surroundings and nodded, saying, I need them today. You can go to your ship to prepare the potions. I think I should first take a look at the 10 people you've chosen and ask them some questions. This way, I can provide the most suitable potion paths for them. Okay, please wait a moment. I'll be right back. Long turned and quickly walked into the cabin, soon emerging with 10 people following him, 7 men and 3 women, among them a merman. They were dressed differently, clearly not like the standard issue soldiers, but there was no one Luo Yin recognized. These are the ones. You can ask them any questions directly. Luo Yin glanced at the 10 people standing neatly in front of him, and instead of hurriedly asking them, he first inquired about Long. How much resources are you prepared to invest in them? Do you plan to make them high-sequence powerhouses, that is, sequence 4 or above? Oh right, I almost forgot to mention, sequence 4 represents a qualitative change, and the level of enhancement is quite high. Just relying on extraordinary abilities can rival a Navy Vice Admiral. Is this question directly related to the current situation? Of course it is. It's crucial. Luo Yin gave an affirmative answer, and Long also immediately responded positively. They are both quite outstanding members of the Revolutionary Army and were already key candidates for training. Even without the potion, they would still receive special attention. I understand now. So I began to ask questions. The first question was for those who sing very well and those who sing very poorly to step forward. The 10 people who had just been very serious and standing straight were stunned on the spot, looking at each other with expressions of shock, not understanding the situation. and Long beside them also looked confused. What kind of question is this? Anyway, you just need to listen to me. Don't worry about what the question is, or whether there is one at all, Luo Yan asked again, and at that moment for people, 3 men and 1 woman, took a step forward. I'll sing, the girl was about to speak when Luo Yan interrupted. It doesn't matter whether you sing well or poorly, that's not the point. You 4 step aside. Luo Yan pointed to the left, and the 4 exchanged glances, feeling not relieved, but even more confused. Clearly, it was Luo Yan who asked about singing, yet now he said that whether it sounds good or not is not the key issue. However, they did not voice any objections and stood together on the left. The remaining 6 moved a bit closer, rearranging themselves neatly. Luo Yan nodded and began to pose the second question. Is there anyone among you who is a transgender person or wishes to become one? Please step forward. Everyone was once again astonished, and this time even the corner of Long's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Is this question also crucial? Long asked again, and Luo Yan nodded, giving a positive response. Among the 6, a burly man with a lot of body hair took a small step forward and raised his hand slightly. I really admire Lord Ivan and hope that one day I can go to the transgender paradise and become a transgender person. Wow, there really is someone. Luo Yan blurted out a swear word on the spot. He was just asking casually, mainly because the transgender king was a Revolutionary Army officer, thinking there should be quite a few transgender people in the Revolutionary Army. He didn't expect it to actually happen. You, step to the right. Luo Yan pointed to his right, and the burly man nodded, stepping quickly and quietly to the side. For the third question, anyone among you with a special fetish step forward. Any kind of fetish will do, as long as it's unique enough. The remaining 5 looked at each other, and none of them stepped forward, believing themselves to be quite normal and without any special fetishes. As for whether this question was reasonable, after the first 2 questions, they actually found this third question to be quite normal. Luo Yan waited for a while, and, seeing no one step forward, nodded. All right, I understand your situation. I will provide you with the appropriate potions, so you can go prepare now. It's best to keep your mental state at its peak. You should get some sleep first. The 10 of them looked at Long, and only after receiving a nod from him did they return to the cabin together. Once all 10 were inside the cabin, Luo Yan deliberately feigned a sudden realization, slapping his forehead. Right? I forgot to tell them that for the next few days, we will be studying the mysticism course with my crew. Mysticism course? What is that? Although Luo Yan had mentioned several new terms before, Long still showed a considerable degree of confusion. It's basic knowledge that extraordinary individuals need to know. Do you think extraordinary beings can relax after drinking potions? Learning how to quickly digest potions, how to avoid losing control, and how to better utilize one's abilities. These are all things that need to be learned. Long understood. So that's how it is. How long does it take to complete all the mysticism courses? How could you possibly finish? Mysticism is an extremely vast subject. What I teach is just some common knowledge, which can be considered after-sales service for the potions. More in-depth mysticism knowledge isn't something you can learn just because you want to. Luo Yan deliberately made his tones seem dismissive, and Long raised an eyebrow, easily understanding Luo Yan's meaning. What do you want? You truly are the leader of the Revolutionary Army, instantly seeing through my little intentions. I hope that while I teach the Revolutionary Army about mysticism, you can also teach me about dominance. It's a mutual exchange of knowledge. What do you think? You really are something, but I also want to audit your mysticism course. Long chuckled and presented his condition. Luo Yan not only didn't find it difficult, but was also very happy. If Long was interested in mysticism, future cooperation would be much easier. Moreover, teaching each other could quickly strengthen their relationship. No problem. Starting tomorrow, I'll teach mysticism in the morning, and you teach me dominance in the afternoon. Long nodded and then looked down at the 5 magical items on the table. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind lifted the items and floated them in front of Luo Yan. I didn't bring that much berry on my ship, so I'll settle the payment for the materials to rebound the sound later. For now, you can keep the items. Luo Yan nodded and did not stand on ceremony, directly putting the 5 magical items back into the suitcase, then waving to the dragon and the other revolutionaries on the ship. I'll head back to my ship for a bit. In 2 hours, have those 10 people come over. I'll give them the potions. No problem. After receiving the reply, Luo Yan did not linger and immediately took off into the wind, flying towards his ship. Captain, are you all right? As soon as Luo Yan landed on the deck, Shatali and Rhoda came over, both showing obvious concern. MIT was in the cockpit preparing, as per Luo Yan's instructions. Although a divination had been done in advance, it was not foolproof. If the negotiations fell through, MIT would have to leave immediately. Luo Yin turned his head to glance at Porter, who was still standing on his shoulder, and chuckled as he shook his head. It's fine. The conversation went smoothly. By the way, let me introduce you. This is our new companion, Porter. Luo Yin introduced the light bird Porter to everyone, Shadowly and Rhoda. Shadowly glanced at the bird that gave off a warm feeling, and slightly furrowed her brows, seemingly not very fond of it, while Rhoda was very interested in it. Captain, is this bird also an extraordinary being? Hee, that's right. And it's even more powerful than you all. It's a Sequence 8 light bearer. To be precise, a light bird. Sequence 8? Just this bird? Captain, you can't be joking with me, right? Rhoda directly questioned. Luo Yin, however, didn't want to explain too much. He casually handed Porter to Rhoda and strode towards the cabin. I have no reason to lie to you. Get ready. We will stay on this island for a week. Later, you'll disembark to set up tents on the island. I need to prepare potions, and don't disturb me within the hour. All right, Captain. Rhoda casually responded, then focused all his attention on Porter. Shadowly stared at Porter for a long time, but the more she looked, the tighter her beautiful brows furrowed. Finally, she shook her head sharply and withdrew her gaze. I'll go inform Miter. After saying this, Shadowly no longer paid attention to Rhoda and walked towards the control room on her own. Shadowly initially thought her discomfort with Porter was just an illusion because she didn't dislike birds as creatures. In fact, she had raised birds when she was a child. Moreover, Luo Yin had clearly stated that Porter was a companion. However, after careful observation, she found that she really couldn't bring herself to like this bird, and a sense of aversion would unconsciously surge within her. Rhoda was unaware of Shadowly's inner turmoil. In his view, informing Miter was a normal thing to do. After all, since they hadn't reached a deadlock, there was no need to be ready to leave at any moment. Furthermore, Luo Yin had also mentioned setting up tents. So naturally, Miter should come to help as well. 2 hours later, Shadowly, Rhoda, and Miter had cleared a large area by the coast and set up the first tent. Luo Yin sat on a small stone, facing a large wooden stump that served as a table, nearly 1 meter in diameter. On the stump were 10 bottles of potions, and in front of him stood 10 people, the very ones chosen by Long earlier. There were 4 bottles of Sailor's Potion, 3 bottles of Hunter's Potion, 1 bottle of Assassin's Potion, 1 bottle of Sleepless Potion, and 1 bottle of Corpse Collector's Potion. Each of the 10 could choose 1 bottle for themselves, but before that, he wanted to make some recommendations. The 10 people looked at each other, and after a moment of eye contact, they all nodded, with no one raising any objections. Seeing this, Luo Yin was very pleased and began his recommendations. Since he had already asked earlier, he went straight to it. To the 4 who sang well, and those who sang poorly, I recommend you drink the Sailor's Potion. Because once you reach Sequence 5 in this path, singing becomes a means of power, and pleasant and unpleasant singing can produce different effects. The 10 all realized at this moment the purpose of Luo Yin's first question. Mr. Luo Yin, we have no objections to your recommendation. One of the 4 stepped forward slightly to respond, and Luo Yin nodded. He then turned to the burly man with abundant body hair who hoped to become a ladyboy. You might think your physique isn't suitable for being an assassin, but I must tell you, this is the most suitable potion for a ladyboy. Because at Sequence 7 of this path, men will turn into women, and with each subsequent advancement in sequence, you will become more beautiful. You can choose not to drink it. After all, there are ladies present, and they probably wouldn't refuse to become more beautiful. By the way, ladies will not change gender. They will only become more beautiful. Upon hearing this, the 3 women present all brightened up. As Luo Yin said, no girl would refuse to become more beautiful. The burly man, upon hearing this, was also somewhat tempted. Mr. Luo Yin, is what you said true? Can it really change gender? What's there to doubt? Since you admire the Ladyboy King, you should know that the hormone fruit of the Ladyboy King can freely change a person's gender. Gender transformation is not an unbelievable thing. You are right. I am willing to drink this potion. Then I can be closer to Lord Yuan. The burly man clenched his fist, which was as big as a sandbag, but acted like a shy little girl. Luo Yan's mouth twitched slightly, and he nodded, quickly shifting his gaze away. As for the remaining 3 bottles of Hunter's Potion, they belong to you 3 boys. This path will turn women into men at higher sequences. So, if you're not a lady boy, I do not recommend women drinking the Hunter's Potion. Of course, if any of you 2 wish to become male, I have no objections. Upon hearing this, the remaining 2 girls quickly shook their heads. They all had normal gender identities and sexual orientations, and they did not wish to become men, so naturally, they were unwilling to drink the Hunter's Potion. All right, for the remaining 2 bottles of potions, one is called the Sleepless Potion. As the name suggests, after drinking this potion, you won't need much sleep. 2 hours of sleep a day is enough. This way, you'll have much more time than others in a day. The other potion is called the corpse collector. The person who drinks it can directly see spiritual entities and has a high tolerance for the smell of decaying corpses. You two can discuss among yourselves who will drink which potion. Luo Yin originally thought they would hesitate for a moment, but he didn't expect them to drink the potion more decisively than he imagined. As soon as he finished speaking, they all picked up the potion and drank it in one go. For them, there were other ways to become stronger. They only needed to confirm that drinking the potion would not have unbearable negative effects. The 10 of them drank the potion together, and immediately a powerful spiritual energy gathered. They all showed varying degrees of painful expressions, prompting Luo Yin to remind them to stabilize their minds, visualize things that do not exist in reality, and restrain their spiritual energy. Luo Yin's voice thundered like a clap of thunder in the ears of the 10 people, but the effect was very obvious. Their distorted expressions were effectively alleviated, and the abnormalities caused by the potion gradually subsided. All 10 successfully became extraordinary beings. Congratulations, you are now extraordinary beings. You must have gained some knowledge from the potion, understanding the most basic things. For example, what abilities you have acquired. I won't say much more today. You have just taken a potion, and your spiritual energy is still quite apparent. You should all go rest now. Remember to come here tomorrow morning to learn. I will teach you the necessary knowledge. The 10 clearly received the message about attending class from the dragon, and there were no objections. They all agreed in unison and left together. The next day, Luo Yin began the first true class on mysticism. Besides Luo Yin, there were 14 people and a bird present. The dragon, 10 extraordinary beings from the Revolutionary Army, as well as Shadowly, Loda, and Myth. The Revolutionary Army also thoughtfully brought a blackboard and chalk used for meetings. Ahem. Good. Today is the first class. So let me first explain what the extraordinary is. The extraordinary can also be called divinity. In mysticism, the world was created by the gods, and after creating the world, the gods split into everything in existence. Therefore, divinity exists within any life. The process of consuming the potion can also be understood as the gathering of divinity. When divinity accumulates to a certain extent, a person will become an angel or even a deity. Luo Yin tried to make his voice sound more solemn. However, no one present was affected. In this world where extraordinary events had never occurred, where there were no churches and no faith, the mention of deities did not resonate. Luo Yin noticed that his words did not meet expectations, and the corners of his mouth twitched, almost unable to hold it in. Ahem, this is just a saying. You only need to have this concept in mind. There's no need to delve deeply into it, nor do you need to truly believe it. After saying this, the 13 people present finally nodded in realization, while Long remained calm, with no expression on his face. Well, I won't waste any more words and will directly enter the first point of knowledge, which is what extraordinary individuals need to pay attention to. The most important thing for extraordinary individuals is their own mental state. Remember, at all times, you must ensure that you have enough rationality. Once an extraordinary individual's mind collapses, they're not far from losing control. Luo Yin started to speak at length, and this time, everyone, including Long, listened very attentively. Because this was solid, practical content, Luo Yin spoke passionately, delivering a lecture for over an hour, stopping to drink water 7 or 8 times along the way. All right, that's it for today's class. We'll continue tomorrow. Luo Yin took another sip of water and announced the end of the class. The students stood up reluctantly, having listened attentively. Even Shatari and her companions, who had heard similar knowledge before, were equally engaged. For them, the knowledge Luo Yin shared was very interesting. The 10 members of the Revolutionary Army left together, and Shatari and her companions also boarded the ship to prepare lunch, while Luo Yin planned to fly and explore the island. One reason was to digest the wind attunement potion, and the other was to see if he could find extraordinary materials on the island. However, just as the wind began to rise, the voice of the dragon suddenly echoed. Does God really exist? Luo Yin was taken aback for a moment, and the swirling wind immediately dissipated into nothingness. I thought the first person to ask this question would be my subordinate, but I didn't expect it to be you who brought it up first. It seems that gods really do exist. Luo Yin nodded seriously, giving an affirmative response. Even though gods do not exist right now, he cannot deny the claim that they do. He needs the revolutionaries to believe that gods truly exist, as this prepares him to obtain an anchor in the future. Similarly, this is also the reason why he is so enthusiastic about teaching the revolutionaries. Is that so? Then what is the name of that god? Is it related to the celestial dragons? Huh. God creates everything and is connected to all life. In the eyes of God, a pig and a celestial dragon are essentially no different. Both are weak and insignificant beings with little divinity. The dragon fell silent for a moment, nodded, turned to leave, but suddenly thought of something and lightly tossed out, "This afternoon, I will teach you hockey." "Thanks." Luo Yin cheerfully thanked and began to explore the island with the wind. The island was not large and the vegetation was not dense. Although there were some materials rich in spirituality, there were no extraordinary creatures, and it was possible that some stronger beings had already been cleared out by the Revolutionary Army. In the afternoon, Long began to teach Luo Yin hockey as agreed, starting with armament hockey. Thus, Luo Yin spent a regular 7 days on this island. After 7 days, the two ships set sail together. During these days, Luo Yin had almost thoroughly covered the basics of mysticism, although it was still just the basics as he had to hold back some information. As for the progress in learning hockey, Luo Yin felt a bit disappointed. So far, his armament hockey was still at a theoretical level, and he had not yet been able to use hockey in practice. Luo Yin lay on the beach chair on the front deck, gazing at the blue sky. After smacking his lips a couple of times, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Being domineering really isn't that easy to learn. What should I do? Luo Yin turned over in distress and happened to see Shatari walking out of the cabin with 2 glass test tubes, one containing a dark green liquid and the other a deep purple liquid. "Captain, you seem troubled?" Shatari looked at Luo Yin curiously. Luo Yin nodded and resumed his previous position. "Yes, I'm quite conflicted." "Conflicted about what?" The conflict was whether to stay with the Revolutionary Army under the guise of continuing classes to learn hockey or to head straight to the Grand Line. Shatari tilted her head, showing her confusion. "What's there to be conflicted about? Haven't we been getting along well with the Revolutionary Army these days? Staying a bit longer wouldn't hurt, right? You don't understand. My time is very limited. I have things I must do, and I need to accomplish them before a certain event occurs. Otherwise, my future promotions will become much more difficult." "I see. In that case, it's better for you to make the decision yourself. By the way, do you want to try the new potion I formulated?" Shatari didn't offer advice, but instead changed the subject, handing over the 2 test tubes. Luo Yin sat up a bit straighter, glanced at the test tubes, and then looked at Shatari's face. "What kind of potion is this?" "The green one is an anesthetic. If you drink it, you won't feel pain for half an hour, but your mind will become a bit fuzzy. The purple one is a sedative, which can help you think more rationally and reduce desires." Both are very good potions, but I don't need them right now. You can go find Mitt and Rhoda to test them. I won't be using them." Luo Yin first affirmed the value of the 2 potions, then firmly rejected the proposal to test them. He didn't want to become drowsy and didn't want to do anything. Upon hearing this, Shatari suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. MIT and Rhoda coughed. In short, they were all unwilling to test the potions in the short term. What happened? Luo Yin sensed something was off. Shadowy hesitated for a moment, but decided to come clean. "MIT asked me to concoct a potion to enhance that ability, and I did, but it wasn't very successful. He tried it, and then he got beat up by Rhoda." "Huh? That ability? What ability? Why did Rhoda beat him up?" Luo Yin was completely confused and didn't understand the situation at all. Shatari lightly bit her lip, her cheeks flushed. "It's about that aspect, getting even stronger in bed." "Oh, so what you said isn't that successful, right? The potion I made can enhance that ability, but it's more like an aphrodisiac. After MIT drank it, he lost control. So I ran to find Rhoda when I saw things were going wrong. As a result, MIT actually wanted to go after Rhoda and ended up getting beaten by him. That's why I quickly prepared 2 more potions to solve MIT's problem, but I was afraid that giving it to MIT directly would cause another accident." As Shatari spoke, her voice grew smaller and her head unconsciously lowered. Luo Yin then suddenly understood. "I get it now. After you explain it like that, I'm even more afraid to try the potion. You should just give it to MIT directly. I won't try it." "Hiss. Wait, that's not right. How did MIT have the nerve to come to you for this kind of potion?" Luo Yin didn't think much at first, and only realized something was off later. Mitt, a big man, was looking for a potion related to that aspect for a woman named Shatali, which was practically telling Shatali that he wasn't very capable. Luo Yin believed that if it were him in that situation, he would absolutely feel embarrassed to do such a thing. When Shatali heard this, her face turned even redder. "Back in Rogtown, didn't you give us 100,000 berries? MIT and Rhoda went to Pleasure Street, and I heard that Rhoda was brought out by MIT, which made Rhoda particularly unhappy. So he directly said in front of me that MIT wasn't capable in that aspect, which made MIT want to dig a hole and bury himself. Later, He asked me to help him brew a potion. Wow, there is such a thing? It seems I missed a good show when I went to find Long. While those two were having fun at Pleasure Street, where did you go? Me? I went to the herbal shop to buy herbs. Luo Yin suddenly realized that Xia Tali hadn't mentioned going to the island to gather herbs during those days on the deserted island, which meant she had already bought a lot of medicinal herbs and didn't need to gather anymore. Still the same thing, I won't test the medicine. Just give it directly to MIT or let Rhoda drink it. Well then, Captain, accompany me over there as Rhoda is watching over MIT. All right. Luo Yin agreed to Shatali's request for company to avoid becoming a guinea pig. He followed Shatali into the cabin and arrived at Rhoda's room, where he immediately saw MIT lying on the floor, his face bruised and his hands and feet bound, alongside Rhoda, who was standing guard. Captain, you're here? This MIT actually tried to assault Shatali, so I gave him a beating, Rhoda reported directly to Luo Yin upon seeing him, slightly distorting the facts. Shatali opened her mouth several times as if to say something, but could never get the words out. Observing this, Luo Yin understood that Rhoda's accusation might not be a distortion of the truth. Rhoda simply didn't know that MIT had taken drugs. Ahem. Rhoda, could you check if the ship has deviated from its course? Okay, Rhoda replied and left the room. Once the door was closed, Luo Yin signaled Shatali to administer the medicine to MIT. Shatali hesitated for a moment, but then stepped forward to pour the 2 vials of medicine into MIT's mouth, followed by a vial of healing potion. The bruises on MIT's face vanished at a visible speed, and he quickly regained consciousness. However, once awake, MIT's eyes were vacant, resembling a salted fish that had lost its dreams. After some preliminary sailing, Luo Yan's ship docked at a bustling city port, which was far more prosperous than Rogtown, but Luo Yan had no idea where this was. On the city streets, revolutionaries with guns were everywhere, indicating that the area had been completely occupied by the revolutionaries, becoming their stronghold. As soon as the ship docked, the revolutionaries came to greet them, led by a burly man with a beard, weighing at least 300 pounds. Though what was on him was pure muscle, exuding a strong sense of power just by looking at him. Mr. Long, the bearded man, stepped forward and bowed. Long nodded and turned to Luo Yin, who had just disembarked. Go to the warehouse. I can manage on my own. They've worked hard. Arrange for them to rest. Yes, the bearded man replied, and arranged for Long's crew to rest. Luo Yin followed Long to another port at the city's edge, where the defenses were clearly tighter than the dock where they had anchored, with at least hundreds of guards visible, indicating it was a very important warehouse. Wait a moment. I'll go get the items. Long did not let Luo Yin and the others approach the warehouse, but asked them to wait over 100 meters away, to which Luo Yin had no objections. He hadn't expected to enter the revolutionary warehouse anyway. Before long, Long returned from the warehouse, followed by a dozen people, 4 of whom were carrying 2 crates, while the others carried 7 or 8 large barrels in groups of 3. Long himself was holding a small golden box. Everything is here. These 2 crates contain 400 million berries, and the barrels are the materials you wanted. I don't know how much they're worth, so just deduct the small change. Additionally, I have a devil fruit here. If you're interested, I could sell it to you. Saying this, Long opened the small box he was holding, revealing a round devil fruit. What kind of fruit is this? It's a paramecia-type secret fruit. The person who eats this fruit can make others keep secrets. This is the description from the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. I'm not very clear on the specifics. Luo Yin squinted his eyes and reached out to take both the box and the devil fruit. I'll take this fruit. What's your price? 120 million. Long clearly had the price in mind beforehand and stated it without any hesitation. Luo Yin nodded, indicating his agreement to the deal, then looked down at the 2 large boxes filled with berries. I'll take 1 billion berries. The rest will be considered a deposit for the ship. If that's not enough, I'll come back to pay the remaining amount after those 10 people finish the potion. No problem. You can contact me with this. Long handed over a small snail phone that was only the size of half a palm. Without needing to be instructed, 2 members of the Revolutionary Army brought over a slightly smaller empty box and began counting out 1 billion berries from the large box. Luo Yin handed the suitcase he carried with him to Long. Inside were the 5 magical items they had previously agreed upon. Long took the suitcase, and the transaction was officially concluded, with both parties very satisfied. Especially Luo Yin, who did not expect to obtain a devil fruit so quickly. The only regret was that this devil fruit was not for his path, meaning he couldn't use it to brew potions, but he could turn it into a magical item. After the Revolutionary Army loaded several barrels of materials onto Luo Yan's ship, he did not linger for a moment and immediately ordered the departure. Set sail. Destination, the Grand Line. Oh, Might and Rhoda responded energetically, and as the anchor was raised, the ship slowly left the port, heading towards the Grand Line. Luo Yin ultimately chose not to linger and went directly to the Grand Line, because that matter was time-sensitive. If missed, it would truly be missed. While learning hockey could be done later. After sailing on the sea for nearly 8 days, the ship finally entered the Grand Line following the ocean currents. As soon as they entered the Grand Line, Luo Yin felt as if something was drawing him in, but he couldn't quite grasp what it was. "Captain, where are we headed next?" As the helmsman, Mid immediately sought confirmation on the course from Luo Yin. Luo Yin casually handed the astrolabe he had in his hand to Mid and said with a smile, "We're going to Alabasta. From now on, this astrolabe will be in your care. It can completely replace the log pose." Mid was overjoyed. He had seen Luo Yin use the astrolabe for divination more than once and had long been interested in this magical item that his captain frequently used. He didn't expect to receive it just after arriving at the Grand Line. "Thank you, Captain. By the way, go call Rhoda and Shatari. The Grand Line is not like the East Blue. It's very dangerous here. I should also give you some magical items for protection. I'll go get them. You wait here." "Okay, Captain." Mid happily ran off to call the others. And Luo Yin returned to his room to select the magical items he would give to his subordinates for protection. When Luo Yin selected the magical items and came back to the deck, the three were already standing there, full of anticipation. "No need to be so formal. Just relax. Here, Shatari, this is yours." Luo Yin handed a string of pearl necklace to Shatali, who immediately lit up and took it. "Thank you, Captain," Shatali said cheerfully, happily putting the necklace around her neck. This necklace corresponds to Voyager 7, allowing you to operate underwater for 2 hours and use some water spells, while also enhancing your strength. The downside is that it can make your temper irritable. Usually, it's fine, but once angered, you can't help but hit someone. "Okay, Captain, I understand." Shatali seemed to completely disregard Luo Yin's words, still looking delighted, which Luo Yin didn't mind. After all, it wasn't a particularly serious negative effect. Luo Yin took out a golden revolver and handed it to MIT. This gun corresponds to Sequence 7, the Sun Priest, and it also possesses extraordinary traits of a witch. It can shoot holy light bullets and frost bullets without needing to be reloaded. The downside is that it makes the wearer sometimes feel like basking in the sun, and other times feel as if they're falling into an ice cave. In short, it creates a fluctuating sensation of hot and cold. "Thank you, Captain." MIT happily accepted the revolver, not expecting to receive such a magical item after acquiring the astrological sphere. It sounded quite powerful. In fact, this revolver is indeed powerful, but cannot be held simultaneously with the vampire ring. Otherwise, once the feeling of bright sunlight occurs, he would directly weaken if he wears the vampire ring. Before becoming a Wind Chosen, Luo Yin had to give up this gun to gain flight ability. But after becoming a Wind Chosen, he obtained a ranged method with Wind Blade, which is not inferior to this gun, so he no longer needed it. Then, Luo Yin handed a copper mirror to Rhoda. This mirror corresponds to Sequence 6, the Dawn Knight, and it is a defensive magical item capable of emitting light to form a wall of light. Even bullets cannot break through it. And I still do not know what its negative effects are. However, the condition for its use is that the user's height must exceed 2 meters. "So, you're the only one on the ship who can use it." Rhoda hesitated slightly as he took the mirror, and after a moment of thought, he spoke up. "Captain, I think it would be better if you gave me an offensive magical item, right? I probably won't have much use for this." "No, you'll be able to use it soon. Once you get promoted, there will be many people wanting to beat you up, and then you'll definitely be able to use it." When Luo Yin said this, his expression was very serious, and Rhoda immediately felt a sense of unease. However, he only opened his mouth and didn't say much more. In the end, he raised his head to look at the light-seeking bird, Porter, perched on the mast of the sail. "Porter, I've prepared a magical item for you. Come down quickly." Porter flapped his wings and landed very obediently on Luo Yin's shoulder. Luo Yin took out a ring that was completely silver-white, engraved with patterns of waves. He placed it on Porter's left leg as a leg ring. This ring corresponds to the Sequence 9 Sailor, when worn by a person. It allows the wearer to dive for about 10 minutes and causes illusory scales to grow under the wearer's skin, providing decent protection, able to withstand a general gunshot. I do have better options, but they are not suitable for a bird of your size, so I can only give you this for now. In order to avoid being misunderstood by Porter as favoring one over the other, Luo Yin explained further. Porter had no dissatisfaction. Instead, he flapped his wings and appeared very happy. "Thank you, Captain." "Yes, Captain." A somewhat sharp and childish voice came from Porter's mouth, which made Luo Yin feel a bit helpless. Luo Yin had known that Porter could talk 3 days ago when he ordered the ship to change direction. And Mitter shouted "Aye, Captain," resulting in Porter echoing "Aye, Captain," which shocked everyone on the ship, including Luo Yin. At that moment, all that was needed was a "Thank you." "Aye, Captain," Porter called out again. Luo Yin nodded. Didn't he say anything more? Gently shrugged his shoulders, signaling that Porter could leave. So, Porter flew back up to the mast and resumed his lookout duties. "Captain, I feel I am ready for promotion." Just as Luo Yin was about to return to the cabin, Shadowly suddenly called out to him. Luo Yin was taken aback for a moment, then calculated the time slightly. It had been over a month since Zyatarli became an extraordinary being. During this month, Zyatarli had been studying potions, and in this world, the digestion of magical potions was relatively easier. Completing the digestion of a Sequence 9 potion in a little over a month was considered quite normal. "All right, if you think it's fine, then I can prepare a Sequence 8 potion for you. However, before consuming the potion, you need to adjust your state." "Okay, thank you, Captain." Upon hearing she could be promoted, Zyatarli couldn't hide her joy, and MIT stepped forward immediately. "Captain, I can also be promoted. In fact, I felt that I had completely digested my potion 4 days ago, but I didn't dare to say anything because I hadn't found a chance to repay you." MIT lowered his head somewhat shyly. Luo Yin was not surprised by this result. MIT had been steering the ship during this time and had played the role of a sailor well, so it was normal for him to digest the potion faster than Zyatarli. "Then what about Rhoda? How's your potion digestion going?" The three of them had consumed the potions together, and since two of them had already digested theirs, Luo Yin naturally wanted to ask the last one. Rhoda scratched the back of his head somewhat awkwardly, looking a bit embarrassed. "Captain, even though I fish every day, whether I can catch anything isn't up to me, and relying solely on fishing to digest the potion is really—" Luo Yin nodded, understanding Rhoda's meaning. He scanned the three people present and thought for a moment before saying, "Find an island with plenty of animals to dock." "Yes, Captain," Mitter responded loudly and quickly ran into the cockpit. After thinking for a moment, Luo Yin also returned to his room. The ship quickly turned and sailed for several more hours before docking next to an island surrounded by reefs, with a high mountain in the center and lush vegetation. Islands like this are abundant at sea. The only difference lies in the creatures that inhabit them. The four people and one bird disembarked, and Luo Yin took out the potions he had prepared in advance, first handing the Beast Tamer's potion to Shatari. "This is your Tier 8 potion, named Beast Tamer. After drinking this potion, you will be able to understand animal speech, tame animals, command the tamed animals, and your strength and physique will be greatly enhanced. After all, taming wild beasts often requires the use of force." Shatari's expression suddenly became blank, and she couldn't react for a short time, causing Luo Yan's hand holding the potion bottle to awkwardly hang in the air. "Captain, my next path is the Beast Tamer. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" Although Shatari trusted Luo Yin, she couldn't help but voice her doubts. In her view, the Beast Tamer and the apothecary were completely unrelated professions. "I'm sure there is no mistake." Luo nodded very seriously, and Shatari moved her lips a few times before taking the potion. Immediately after, Luo took out another bottle of potion and handed it to Might. "This is your Sequence 8 potion, named Raging People. After drinking this potion, your strength will be greatly enhanced, but your temper will become relatively irritable. When you are angry, both your power and speed will increase." Raging People, Might repeated the name of the potion. Although it wasn't one of the names he had anticipated, it wasn't entirely unexpected either. Since the sailor's path is that of the sea's favored, there naturally had to be a corresponding sequence for the sea's wrath. "Let's begin." Luo Yin took a deep breath, signaling the two that they could drink the potion. The two almost simultaneously tilted their heads back and drank the potion. Then both of them displayed expressions of pain. Shatari showed a kind of madness, as if she wanted to tear apart everything in front of her, while MIT was filled with pure anger, as if standing in front of him was someone with whom he had a deep-seated grudge. Fortunately, neither of them lashed out violently. Their fierce expressions gradually softened and finally calmed down, with only the unmistakable overflow of spirituality proving that they had just ascended. "Congratulations to both of you. You are now at Sequence 8. Next, we will stay on this island for a while. You three will form a team to explore this island, helping Shatari tame beasts, while Rhoda can also digest the Hunter's potion more quickly and effectively, striving to ascend before we leave. Captain, don't you have something important to attend to? Is it all right to stay on this island?" The one who raised the question was Shatari. Luo Yin's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of bitterness. "Although it is indeed very important, I must first ascend and fully digest the potion, which is not an easy task, and a little more time doesn't matter." "Okay, I understand. Chitauri nodded, no longer questioning. Before nightfall, the four of them set up a camp, pitched tents, and started a bonfire. Luo Yin sat by the fire, grilling the fish that Rhoda had caught. The exploration trio was going to start exploring the island the next day, and since two of them had just ascended, they didn't stay up late and went to sleep in the tents early, leaving Luo Yin alone to keep watch. The potion is about 80 digested. I wonder if I can finish it before leaving here. After that, I still need to digest the Ocean Singer's potion. How should I digest it? Am I going to have to hold a concert every day? Should I buy a speaker and microphone? Bored. Luo Yin let his thoughts wander until he smelled the scent of the fish burning and snapped back to reality. He hurriedly took the fish away from the bonfire, carefully cleaned off the burnt parts, and took a small bite. So delicious. Although Luo Yin can eat fish almost every day, the conditions on the ship are limited, and he can't grill fish. Now, just having a bite of grilled fish feels particularly delicious. He wonders if he can catch up. After finishing the grilled fish, Luo Yin starts to worry again. The reason he is in such a hurry is that he wants to meet Whitebeard, which is a shortcut to being promoted to Disaster Priest of Sequence 4. One of the main materials for the potion of Sequence 4 is a part of a devil fruit that can cause natural disasters or 80 milliliters of blood from the corresponding devil fruit user. The promotion ritual must be completed during an earthquake and tsunami. There is no doubt that Whitebeard's Tremor fruit meets the requirements, and he can easily trigger both earthquakes and tsunamis. However, Ace will soon be captured, the Marineford War will break out, and Whitebeard will die. This is why Luo Yin is anxious to find Whitebeard. He must see him before Ace is captured. Now that Whitebeard's health is deteriorating, once he meets Whitebeard, he can have Chitauri give him a few bottles of medicine to improve his condition. Whitebeard will definitely be willing to help Luo Yin trigger a small earthquake and tsunami. As for how to obtain Whitebeard's blood, that's simple. Just let Chitauri draw a tube of blood under the pretense of test. 80 milliliters is just one syringe and won't raise suspicion. Upon arriving at the Grand Line, Luo Yin ordered to head to Alabasta because he knows that Luffy will meet Ace there. If he can seize this opportunity and have Luffy make a connection, everything afterward will become much easier. But the premise of all this is that Luo Yin must digest the Ocean Song Potion before everything happens. If he misses it, it's not just about gathering materials. It would be very difficult to encounter earthquakes and tsunamis if he doesn't encounter them for several consecutive years. How can he be promoted? What will Sequence 5 do when the world situation becomes chaotic? Thinking of this, Luo Yin suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Realizing that he couldn't waste time, he immediately flew into the air and began to digest the potion. The next day, the three-person team began exploring the island. Luo Yin didn't idle either. He rode the wind high above, watching from a distance. Whenever he felt a lack of spiritual energy, he would land on the treetops, using the sounds carried by the wind to keep track of the team's situation. However, he never let the three notice. He didn't want them to know he was watching from afar, as that would make them complacent. The exploration by the three-person team was smoother than Luo Yin had imagined. Although there were many powerful beasts on the island, such as tigers nearly 2 meters tall when on all fours, elephants over 4 meters high, and rhinos with blood-red eyes that seemed to be in a constant frenzy, the three managed to solve their encounters without any danger, thanks to their cooperation and the newly acquired magical items. Luo Yin had specifically talked to the three about this aspect earlier. After all, they still needed to trade with the Revolutionary Army, and Dragon's intention was to form an army of extraordinary beings, which would require a large number of extraordinary traits. Luo Yin couldn't collect them all by himself. Moreover, since there were already extraordinary beings besides himself, it would be impossible to keep the extraordinary materials and traits a secret, so it was better to be straightforward about it. Luo Yin discovered that when he listened to the information carried by the wind, the speed of potion digestion would noticeably increase. In just 2 days, Chitauri successfully tamed a beast, a snow-white ferret, whose bright eyes gave a very spiritual impression. This was Luo Yin's first feeling upon seeing the ferret. But he didn't know whether the ferret had gained some spirituality after being tamed, or if it was chosen by Chitauri, because it already possessed such qualities. By the 4th day, Rhoda's potion had finally been digested. Luo Yin helped Rhoda brew the potion and told him it was called Provoker. It was then that Rhoda realized why Luo Yin had given him that mirror. After another 3 days, the trio helped Chitauri tame a second beast, a light golden monkey, which was not very large, standing upright. It was less than 1 meter tall and belonged to a type that could perch on a person's shoulder. On this day, Luo Yin also finally finished digesting the Wind Wielder potion. As soon as the potion was digested, Luo Yin immediately built a temporary wooden house of less than 4 square meters using wooden boards. After applying sound-reflective materials to the walls of the house, Luo Yin began to brew the Ocean Singer potion. First were the auxiliary materials, including coral collected from the deep sea, golden pearls, and beautiful flowers. Once all the auxiliary materials dissolved into liquid, Luo Yin finally took out 2 items. One was a solidified heart, which was Arlong's heart, and the other was 3 purple feathers with silver-white branch-like patterns on their surfaces. As soon as the heart and feathers touched the liquid, they immediately dissolved, as if they were meant to be one with the liquid. In the end, this resulted in a bottle of liquid as blue as seawater, which occasionally formed small whirlpools and flashed with electric currents. Luo Yan's spiritual intuition told him that the potion was a success. This was the potion of the Ocean Singer. Without hesitation, he tilted his head and poured the potion into his mouth. Boom! Luo Yan only felt a roaring in his head, and then the potion inside him began to swell, rampaging through his body. In the end, he couldn't help but let out a heavy humph. Visible sound waves spread from his mouth, and he immediately felt a moment of dizziness, as if part of his soul had left his body along with the sound waves. However, when the sound waves hit the walls of the wooden cabin, they were bounced back, and that little bit of soul was pulled back into his body. Seeing that it was truly effective, Luo Yin no longer had any concerns and began to sing out loud. His singing alternated between high-pitched and soothing, the sound waves rippling continuously, crashing against the walls of the wooden cabin like waves against the shore, but all of it was rebounded back. The entire promotion process lasted nearly 5 minutes, during which Luo Yin sang 2 complete pop songs. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down from the clear sky, hitting the wooden cabin, which immediately shattered into pieces. Luo Yin emerged from the ruins, emanating an aura like ocean waves, and he seemed to have become a bit more imposing. His eyes reflected the lightning, and in the next moment, a massive bolt of lightning struck the originally calm sea surface. Thunder rumbled. Once the lightning disappeared, the sound of thunder finally reached Luo Yan's ears. At that moment, he firmly believed that he had successfully promoted, that he had become a Sequence 5 Ocean Singer, and that he possessed the power of lightning. Now he truly had what could be called destructive power. This is the power of the Ocean Singer. Luo Yin clenched and relaxed his fist repeatedly, feeling his own power while absorbing the knowledge contained in the potion. As Luo Yin knew, the Ocean Singer possessed the power of lightning, capable of releasing lightning attacks, and could influence those around them with their song. A pleasant and soothing melody could calm those nearby, while an uplifting and stirring tune could invigorate them, providing a certain degree of power enhancement. A discordant song, on the other hand, could cause confusion and distortion among the listeners, and in severe cases, could lead to complete loss of control. Moreover, the Ocean Singer could now stay in the sea for extended periods, able to extract oxygen from the seawater, which, in a sense, made them a marine creature. Captain! Before Luo Yin could fully assess himself, Shatali's slightly urgent and excited voice rang out. Looking over, he saw that the exploration trio had returned, and Mitt was holding an orange devil fruit shaped like a banana in his hands. Captain, look what we found. Seeing that Luo Yin was just looking over without responding, Shatali excitedly pointed at the devil fruit and shouted. Luo Yin didn't need Shatari's guidance. His gaze was already locked onto that devil fruit. He felt a strong flutter in his heart, a sense of attraction, a desire, as if he instinctively wanted to possess it. Without a doubt, this devil fruit represented the devil fruit of natural disasters and belonged to the category that could be used to concoct high-tier potions along his path. However, he didn't recognize what kind of fruit it was. He could only roughly judge by its appearance that it was probably a zoan-type fruit. Devil fruit? Luo Yin knowingly asked a question, and Xia Tali nodded heavily. Xiao Jin took us to a cave, and this fruit was in the cracks of the cave wall. Xiao Jin? Luo Yin instinctively asked, and Shatari nodded again, pointing to the monkey squatting on her left shoulder. It's this kid. Well done. This devil fruit is very valuable. Luo Yin forced himself to act as if he wasn't too eager for the devil fruit, and calmly took the fruit from MIT's hand. Although MIT and Luo Yin were on the same path, MIT was only Sequence 8, so the extraordinary characteristic of the aggregation law wasn't as pronounced in him, and he didn't feel any desire for the fruit. We've already wasted so many days on this island. It's time to set sail. Let's go. Great. We can finally leave this damned island. Upon hearing that they could set sail, Rhoda immediately exclaimed, and Luo Yin looked at Rhoda in surprise, waiting for him to explain. Captain, You have no idea. I've been ambushed by the animals on this island for the past few days. They either throw stones at me or attack me directly, and even the birds passing by want to poop on my head. I really can't take it anymore. Is it possible that you're experiencing this just because you're the provocateur? Luo Yin responded to Luo Ta with a cold tone, and Luo Ta's expression immediately turned sour. Captain, I really can't help it. The animals on the island are scared. They run away as soon as they see us. I can only use my ability to make myself disliked so that those animals can run away without seeing us. All right, let's set sail. Luo Yin interrupted Rhoda's complaints and announced the departure. The four of them returned to the ship, and by then, the deck had already been covered with a large amount of cured meat. The praying light bird, Porter, was standing on a piece of meat, pecking at it with its beak, occasionally tearing off a long strip along the grain. These were the animals that the trio had killed during their exploration over the past few days, since they had killed too many to finish in one day. And Luo Yin didn't want to waste any. He decided to cure the meat with salt and let it dry on the deck in the sea breeze. The effect was quite good. At least the meat that had been hung up first had not started to smell. Quick, let's get ready to set sail. Bring the completely dried meat into the kitchen and put the ones that aren't dried yet on the back deck. Porter, you eat the most, so you have to help out too. As soon as they got on the ship, Shatari began giving orders. Everyone had to work except for Might, who was at the helm, and that naturally included Luo Yin. This time, the ship did not deviate from its course and headed straight for Alabasta. Captain, we can already see Alabasta. That day, Luo Yin was singing on the back deck, while Shatari and Rhoda were very supportive. Only Might, after securing the ship's wheel, occupied the deck chair that Luo Yin had placed on the front deck. Porter, who was responsible for lookout duty, flew down from the mast, his voice cutting through Luo Yin's song. Luo Yin stopped and looked up at the circling Porter. Are you sure it's Alabasta? Can you see the sheep's head ship? No. I'm not sure if that's the Alabasta you mentioned, but there's a very large island ahead. Maybe it's not even an island at all. It's all desert up there. It should be the Alabasta you mentioned. Porter didn't give a definite answer, but instead made Luo Yin believe they had already arrived at Alabasta. Good. Go tell Might to come closer, but don't land on the island. Aye, Captain. Porter flew to the front deck, while Shatari looked at Luo Yin with some confusion. Captain, aren't we going to land? Although we still have plenty of cured meat, we've already eaten all the fresh vegetables and fruits. It will be better to restock a bit, right? No, if you want to go up, you can go, but I'm not going. Luo Yin rejected Shadowly's proposal without a second thought. He had no choice but to refuse. As an extraordinary being of this path, he couldn't stay in the desert, not even for a day. But Shadowly opened her mouth to speak, but couldn't finish her sentence. Porter came to the front deck and saw that Mitt was already lying on a deck chair, asleep, unaware of what beautiful dream he was having, a happy smile on his face. Wake up, get up. The captain wants you to come over. Porter pecked at Mitt's nostrils, but Mitt merely sniffed and turned over. What are you waiting for? At a time like this, you should just hug me, he mumbled, his smile becoming more evident, with a hint of a mischievous feeling mixed with happiness. Get up. Porter raised his voice, curling his claws and giving Mitt's face a poke. Ow. Mitt let out a scream, jumping up from the deck chair, instinctively touching his face, only to feel a hand full of blood. What the heck? Stupid bird. What are you going crazy for? As a member of the Furious tribe, waking up in anger combined with being hurt was enough to make him mad. However, Porter clearly had experience. He had already raised his body high when Mitt screamed, keeping himself out of reach. What kind of idiotic dream were you having? The captain said to approach Alabasta, but not to dock, looking for Sheephead's ship. What? Alabasta? Mitt immediately forgot his anger and took a few big steps forward, seeing land indeed appear near the coastline ahead. Have we finally arrived at Alabasta? That's great. I heard this is a member country of the world government. There must be prosperous big cities, and surely there will be lively streets and beautiful women. The more Mitt spoke, the more excited he became, wishing he could land immediately, while Porter's black bean-like eyes showed undisguised disdain. You idiot. Didn't you just hear? The captain said not to land. What? What did you say? Why not land? Why? Mitt could hardly control his emotions. If he were talking to a person instead of a bird, he might have already grabbed their neck. How would I know? Go ask the captain. Why are you asking me? I'm just relaying the captain's orders. Damn it. You stupid bird. All you do is sleep and eat all day. And you don't even know this. What good are you? Mitt cursed at Porter and quickly rushed through the cabin to the back deck, by now having put away his anger. Captain, Alabasta is right ahead. You said we wouldn't land on the island? Don't we need a resupply? Luo Yin first nodded, then shook his head. It's not that. Did you not gain corresponding knowledge when you drank the sailor's potion? Sailors are extraordinary beings close to the sea and dislike dry environments. Alabasta is a desert country, and I definitely won't go there. Mitt's gaze showed obvious days, and after a few moments of his lips moving, he suddenly clenched his teeth. Captain, I think those are all challenges that can be overcome. Extraordinary beings should challenge themselves and improve themselves. Luo Yan's mouth slightly opened, and his eyes widened, as if he was meeting Mitt for the first time. You actually dared to say something like that? After spending some time together, Luo Yan had roughly figured out the personalities of his three subordinates. Shatari was more careful and introverted, and also quite gentle. Even when affected by the negative effects of magical items, she wouldn't randomly hit people. Rhoda was usually hardworking. Whatever task he was assigned, he would do it, and he took on most of the physical labor on the ship. But he had a big mouth and spoke without thinking. Mitt, on the other hand, was more slick, aside from steering the ship. He liked to involve Rhoda and Shatari in whatever he was doing, definitely not a person of great righteousness. Captain, you underestimate me. I've grown quite a bit during this time. Okay? Mitt replied with his head held high, a mix of dissatisfaction and pride in his voice. Luo Yan had almost believed it, but just then, Loda's somewhat simple-minded voice rang out. Miter, I see you can't hold it anymore. You want to go to Joy Street, right? You say you can't do it in that area, so going there would be pointless. Miter didn't give Loda a chance to finish his sentence and punched him right in the nose. Loda flew backward, blood gushing from his nose. "Tu, you bastard. I told you to keep your mouth shut." Just one punch didn't satisfy Miter. He followed up with several more blows, leaving Loda with blackened eyes, a swollen head, and blood at the corner of his mouth. It looked so miserable that even Luo Yan couldn't bear to watch. All right, Miter. Stop for a moment. Once we find Luffy's ship and finish my business, we can stay on the island for a day. Okay. Miter shook off the blood on his fists and happily ran into the cockpit to take the helm. Seeing Lotus still on the ground, struggling to get up, Luo Yan couldn't help but click his tongue. TSK, I wonder why you didn't pick a better-tempered person to provoke. Provoking a furious person? Aren't you just asking for a beating? But Captain, I didn't provoke Miter. I was just speaking the truth. Huh, you really are suited for this path. Luo Yan didn't know what to say anymore, so he simply remained silent. Shadley took out a test tube filled with a light red liquid from her pocket and handed it to Rhoda. Rhoda accepted it, opened the cork, and gulped down the entire contents in one go. The wounds on his face immediately began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. It's all right. Thanks to you volunteering as a test subject, the healing potion I've formulated is now 60 more effective than at the beginning. Shadley's eyes sparkled with a smile, leaving it unclear whether she was comforting or mocking him. Rhoda, having regained some strength, stood up. Instead of getting angry at Shadley's words, he suddenly fell into deep thought. Shadley, I just thought a question. Can you concoct a potion that can enhance my defense? Enhance your defense? Didn't the captain give you a defensive magical item? Speaking of which, it seems like you've never used that item every time you get hit. Hearing Shadley's remark, Luo Yan also became curious. Yeah, what's up with that? Didn't I give you a magical item? Why aren't you using it? Captain, you don't understand. Think about it. If I used a magical item while being hit by Meat, he might use a magical item to attack me in return. What if I don't react in time and get killed? If I don't actively use the magical item, no matter how angry Meat gets, he will only hit me with his fists, and I'll only suffer superficial injuries. Anyway, with Shadley's potion, I can recover quickly. Hiss, what you said seems to make some sense. Rhoda, I really misjudged you. Turns out you're not dumb at all. Because Rhoda often got beaten up and had a somewhat silly demeanor, he gave the impression of not being very smart. But unexpectedly, he saw things so clearly. Rhoda lifted his head, proudly, yet with a hint of dissatisfaction, saying, Captain, what do you mean by that? I'm not dumb. I'm quite clever. All right. You should go take care of your injuries. Okay, Captain. Rhoda scratched the back of his head, entered the cabin, and returned to his room. Luo Yan then picked up the microphone again, ready to sing another song, while Shadley continued to support him, sitting on a small stool waiting for him to sing. The ship, under Meat's control, gradually approached Alabasta. However, it did not continue to sail around Alabasta as Luo Yan suggested, but instead stopped less than 50 meters from the land of Alabasta. Seeing the ship stop, Luo Yan also halted his singing and turned to look towards the cabin. As expected, Meat came running over, beaming with a smile. Hee, Captain, didn't you say you were looking for Luffy and their ship? I just used the astrological ball in the control room to predict that if our ship stops here, we will encounter Luffy's ship in 4 days. Luo Yan suddenly realized and nodded, saying, That's right, I almost forgot about that. Since that's the case, let's stop here and drop the anchor. Hey, all right, Captain. Since we've anchored, can I? Miter asked, his face slightly awkward. This time, Luo Yin did not refuse. You should do a divination first to confirm that there's no danger before you go. Luffy and the others are in Alabasta, which means things here have become unstable. Try not to get caught up in it. I have no skills for fighting in the desert. Luo Yin earnestly advised, and Mi T's eyes grew brighter. A smile that was hard to suppress appeared on his face. Captain, don't worry. I already did a divination before coming here. We'll land this evening and definitely won't encounter any danger before returning tomorrow afternoon. By the way, Captain, why don't you come along? After all, we're landing in the evening, and without the sun, it won't cause any discomfort. We can stay for one night at the festival and come back tomorrow morning, avoiding the hottest time of the day. I won't go. Luo Yin didn't firmly refuse Miter. Although Miter felt a bit regretful, he didn't insist and returned to the cabin after acknowledging. It would be a lie to say that Luo Yin had no thoughts at all. After all, at the age of 18 or 19, one is full of vigor. However, as the captain, he had to maintain a certain level of authority, and he had already made it clear that he wouldn't go ashore. Changing his mind over something like this would be too embarrassing. At least, he felt it would be very humiliating. So, even for the sake of face, he absolutely couldn't go. As the sun set in the west, Miter and Rhoda, each carrying a large backpack, disembarked from the ship, with Miter rowing a small raft to land on Alabaston. Luo Yin stood at the ship's railing, watching the two happily leave, feeling a bit confused. Were they just going to the festival for a night? Why were they carrying such large bags? And they looked so stuffed. Did they really need to bring so much to that kind of place? Although Luo Yin had never been to such places, having lived 2 lives, he had some understanding that typically one only needed to bring money to such places. He hadn't heard anyone say they needed to bring other things. After thinking it over and not finding an answer, Luo Yin gave up and lay back on his lounge chair, enjoying the cool evening sea breeze. When the sun had completely set, the light bird porter stood atop the cabin, his body glowing with golden light, illuminating the entire ship. This was Porter's role, to pray for light when night fell, to spread the light, and to perform. Although this kind of light wasn't suitable for resting, it had the advantage of attracting mosquitoes to Porter's side. Captain, are you hungry? I made some food. Shatari came over with a large plate in one hand, placing it next to the lounge chair. On the plate was a large shrimp weighing about 10 pounds. Luo Yin nodded slightly, sitting up a bit to eat the shrimp. For the two of them, who didn't have much culinary skill, steamed shrimp or steamed crab was considered relatively good food. These two types of food had good flavor on their own and only needed to be cleaned. If it were fish, it would require more complicated preparation. And different types of fish had different cooking methods, which were far beyond what Shatali and Luo Yin could handle. Captain, they all went to have fun. Why aren't you going? Shatali pulled over a chair and sat beside him, watching Luo Yin eat, casually asking. Luo Yin almost choked, but forcefully swallowed the piece of meat in his mouth, coughing a few times before recovering. He then slightly raised his chin. TCH, do I look like someone who would go to that kind of place? I suppose not. You are our captain after all. Zayatali nodded in agreement, lifting Luo Yin high up. Luo Yin's mouth twitched, feeling somewhat trapped, and a hint of regret surged in his heart. That's it, what a waste. Now that I'm stuck like this, how am I supposed to go to Joy Street in the future? What a huge loss. Luo Yin felt in his heart, but his face still maintained its pride. By the way, Xiao Xiao, have you eaten? I've already eaten. Oh. Luo Yin finished his meal, blew the sea breeze, and went back to his room to sleep. The next morning, as soon as Luo Yin got up, he jumped in the water and caught 2 large shrimp and 2 big crabs for breakfast. For a sea singer, diving deep to catch seafood was very easy. While Luo Yin, Shatali, and Porter were having breakfast on the front deck, Mit and Rhoda appeared on the shore and started shouting. Captain, Little Xiao, we're back. It was Rhoda calling out, his slightly coarse voice easily reaching Luo Yin's ears. Luo Yin turned his head and saw that the two were still carrying their bags. Moreover, behind them was a huge wooden cart piled high with things over 2 meters tall, which left Luo Yin stunned. Aren't you guys supposed to be out having fun? Why did you buy so much stuff? Hee. Captain, this time we didn't just go for fun. We made a big deal. Captain, can you help us? There is too much stuff on this wooden cart, and we're afraid it will sink as soon as it hits the water. Luo Yin nodded and beckoned to the wooden cart from a distance. A strong wind suddenly arose, sweeping the items on the cart into the air, piece by piece landing on the deck of the ship. After 2/3 of the items from the cart were blown away, Rhoda and Mit pushed the wooden cart into the water and swam to the side of the ship. Luo Yin then manipulated the water flow to lift both of them and the cart and toss them onto the ship. Tell me, what have you been doing? Were all these things? Luo Yin got straight to the point, and MIT chuckled as he set down the large backpack on his back. As he pulled the zipper open, a cascade of golden coins spilled out. Hee hee. Captain, we made 7. For million berries on this trip. After deducting the expenses for what we bought for Xia, we still have 4. For million berries left. Pretty impressive, right? After saying this, MIT proudly lifted his head, while Luo Yin was both shocked and confused. What did you sell? How did you make so much? I didn't hear anything about this before. Mit's smile faded, and his expression suddenly became awkward. He licked his lips and looked at Xia Tali, whose face had turned bright red without Luo Yin noticing. Her mouth slightly opened and trembled a few times before she suddenly strode towards the wooden cart. I need to check the things I wanted. Clearly, Xia Tali did not want to answer MIT's question. So Luo Yin turned his gaze back to MIT, whose awkwardness had lessened considerably as he rebuilt his smile. Actually, it's nothing special, just the potions that Xia concocted. Luo Yin suddenly understood. Not only did his tone rise significantly, but his eyes also widened a bit. Wow. You guys went to the festival to sell potions that can enhance that kind of ability? That's right. I have to say, Xiao Xiao's potions are really powerful. I switched out 2 girls last night. Also, this guy Rhoda may usually talk without thinking, but he's really good at selling potions. Those people at the festival, whether soldiers, ordinary folks, or pirates, were all very interested and were competing to get them. Unfortunately, we only brought 80 vials of potions. At this point, Miter showed a regretful expression. It seemed that those potions were sold out in a very short time. 80 vials of potions made over 7 million, and you guys use some too. So it's about 100,000 berries per vial? That's so expensive, and people still buy it? Luo Yan's tone rose significantly again, and for the first time, he felt that doing business in this world was such a profitable endeavor. Wait, am I not also doing business by selling potions? Just as he was marveling at how Might and the others could make money, Luo Yin suddenly realized that he seemed to be doing the same thing. And compared to the profits from potions, the profits from magic potions seemed even higher. The magic potions sold to dragons were worth 10 million berry each. However, only he knew that the cost of those magic potions was just the price of a meal. The ingredients could be bought at the market for the price of a meal, right? But that was worth 10 million. Business is truly wonderful. Luo Yin couldn't help but sigh, and the others listened to his words with some confusion, but no one asked further. Because they had something more important to deal with now, which was dividing the money. With 4 million berries, MIT and Rhoda each took 1 million berries, and the rest all belonged to Shatari, along with everything bought with that 1 cart of goods. You too. Come help me move these things to the bottom of the cabin. Sure. Shatari commanded MIT and Rhoda to help, and the 2, who had just enjoyed themselves the previous night, showed no signs of fatigue and eagerly helped out, while Luo Yin did not intervene. Although selling potions was quite profitable, after calculating the potion profits, he suddenly looked down on this amount of money. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, during which MIT and Rhoda enjoyed themselves again twice. After all, they had money now, and in this world, hiring was not illegal. It was even quite common. After all, there were many pirates on the sea, especially on the Grand Line, where these pirates were living on the edge, and any day could be their last. So naturally, after having money, they sought out some fun. In these 3 days, Shatari had already transformed the back deck of the ship, planting many flowers and plants in small pots. Of course, they were still just seeds, as 3 days was not enough for the planted seeds to sprout. The bottom of the cabin, originally meant for storing miscellaneous items, had also been planted with vegetation, not in pots. Instead, a huge waterproof cloth covered the entire bottom, with soil laid directly on top, creating a proper ground for planting seeds, and even Porter's bird nest was moved down there. What surprised Luo Yin the most was that Porter actually agreed. Normally, Porter and Shatari didn't get along too well, at least not as well as with the other 2, so Luo Yin didn't expect Porter to agree. Porter's task in the bottom of the cabin was to shine, to emit light whenever needed to illuminate those seedlings. Though a lot of plants were being nurtured, Shatari's daily life remained as usual, not becoming more hectic, because these plants were usually taken care of by the little golden monkey and the little white ferret. Especially the little golden monkey, who watered and fertilized them, definitely considered a perfect gardener. Oh, another sunny day. Luo Yin finished his breakfast, walked to the edge of the ship, and stretched. Might and Rhoda, who had been frolicking for 3 days, were obediently staying on the ship today. First, their continuous hard work had visibly taken a toll on them, and Shatari had already issued a warning. Second, today was the day they would encounter Luffy as foretold in the divination. Time passed second by second, and soon it was noon. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise from the distance, there was commotion on land. After a while, a ship with a ram's head was sailing towards Luo Yan's ship, followed by pursuing navy on the shore. However, without warships, they could not catch up. Captain, Luffy's ship is here. Is the person you're waiting for on board? Might was both happy and reluctant upon seeing the ram-headed ship. He was happy because they had finally waited for the ship they had been anticipating for several days, but reluctant because it meant they would soon set sail again and have to say goodbye to the lively street here. Without Might's reminder, Luo Yan had already set his sights on the Going Merry and quickly spotted Ace, who was standing at the ship's railing, using his abilities to light a cigarette for Sanji. Luo Yan squinted his eyes and was about to speak when he heard a shout from the Thousand Sunny. Hey, Luo Yan, is that you? The one shouting was Luffy, who was standing on the ram's head, waving at Luo Yan with a pure and joyful smile on his face. A smile appeared on Luo Yan's face, and his eyes reflected a flash of lightning. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning shot in front of Luffy. And at the same time, Luffy heard Luo Yan's voice in his ear. This isn't a place for chatting and reminiscing. Wait until you shake off your pursuers. Wow, I can actually hear Luo Yan's voice. Luffy was not shocked by the sudden voice. Instead, he was amazed, thinking it was a very magical thing. Soon after, the Thousand Sunny began to change its course, sailing deeper into the ocean away from the shore. Luo Yan did not hurry to catch up, but continued to stay in place. Since he had already confirmed that Ace was here, there was no need to rush. Before long, Smoker arrived with a few marine soldiers, albeit a bit late, and their warship was not nearby. Although reluctant, they could only stop here, and of course, another reason was that Ace was now on Luffy's ship, so even if they caught up, they couldn't win. You again? Smoker's gaze suddenly locked onto Luo Yan, and his tone suggested that one might think the two had already interacted many times. Luo Yan was slightly taken aback. He never expected that the first thing he would say to Smoker would be this. Do you know me? Luo Yan responded with a light laugh. Not intimidated by the fact that the other party was from the Navy, after all, he didn't have a skull flag flying on his ship. I noticed you back in Road Town. Not only do you know the Straw Hat Kid, but you also know the Revolutionary Army's dragon? Who exactly are you? Huh? What's this? Are you trying to label me as something to justify capturing me? Luo Yan squinted at Smoker, and he really wasn't afraid of him now. First, he was already at Sequence 5, and even a vice admiral couldn't catch him at sea. Second, Smoker hadn't grown up yet. He was still just a colonel. Even with a Logia devil fruit, he wouldn't be stronger than an average rear admiral. Smoker stared at Luo Yan for a long time, but in the end, he shook his head, showing no intention to attack. No, I just want to know who you are. My target is the Straw Hat Kid. I see. My name is Luo Yan, and I am an adventurer. Don't worry, my ship won't fly the pirate flag. I hope so. Smoker withdrew his gaze, strapped his weapon to his back, and turned to leave with his marines. Luo Yan gave a glance to Miter beside him, and Miter understood, raising the anchor and preparing to chase after the Going Merry. I thought that guy was going to make a move. Shatari, who had been accompanying Luo Yan, muttered, sounding both disappointed and somewhat relieved. Why do you say that? Luo Yan looked at Shatali with curiosity. Shatali shook her head and said, didn't that guy say it? You know Luffy and you know Dragon. Luffy is fine. After all, he's just a pirate with a not-so-high bounty. But Dragon is different. He's the man with a bounty of 5 billion. After spending half a month with the Navy, Shatali also learned some information about the Revolutionary Army and knew that Dragon is someone the world government hates, with a bounty as high as 5 billion. Luo Yan smiled and lay back down on his deck chair. If it were the CP organization, they might be thinking of capturing me to interrogate me for information about the Revolutionary Army. But they're the Navy, and the Navy doesn't care about the Revolutionary Army. I only know Dragon, and I haven't committed any crimes, so they have no reason to act against me. But I've heard that the Navy is a subordinate force of the world government. Shatari tilted her head in confusion, and Luo Yan chuckled lightly as he explained. The Navy and the world government are not the same. They are different now and will be different in the future. However, since the Navy knows about my contact with Dragon, I need to be cautious of the CP guys in the future. Those people are the real lackeys of the world government. After the Going Merry shook off its pursuers, it didn't continue onward, but waited at sea for Luo Yan's ship. When Luo Yan's ship caught up, Luffy waved his hand in greeting. Luo Yan, it's been a long time. I didn't expect to see you here. Yeah, it's been a while, but I knew you were here in advance. That's why I stopped the ship there to wait for you. Huh, you knew. Luffy's eyes widened in shock, as if he had heard something incredible. The others were also surprised, but showed much smaller reactions. At this point, The distance between the two ships was less than 5 meters, and Luo Yin jumped directly onto the Going Merry, raising his hand to greet the others. Yes, I learned through some means that you were in Alabasta. By the way, it seems you found new companions again? Luo Yin focused his gaze on the small chopper. Chopper, not recognizing Luo Yin, felt a bit uncomfortable under his scrutiny, but Luffy immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Yes, this is Chopper, our ship's doctor. He's an excellent doctor. I think so too. Why not let him exchange medical knowledge with Chitauri? Maybe they'll both gain something from it. Sure, Luffy agreed without a second thought, and the others, including Chopper himself, had no objections. They were already friends, and Chopper had previously benefited when Chitauri easily treated Zoro. So it was certainly a great opportunity for him to exchange medical knowledge with someone like her. Speaking of which, who is this? Luo Yin naturally recognized Ace. But since it was their first meeting, he had to pretend not to know him and looked at Ace. Luffy immediately became enthusiastic, putting his arm around Luo Yin's shoulder and cheerfully introducing him to Ace. Hey, this is my brother Ace. Ace, this is my friend Luo Yin, whom I met on Cocoa Island. Hello, thank you for taking care of my little brother. Ace stood up straight and formally bowed to Luo Yin, who then brightened up with surprise. Ace? Fire Fist Ace? The 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates? You know me? Of course, Fire Fist Ace's reputation is quite loud across the seas. To be honest, I came to the Grand Line to meet Whitebeard, and I didn't expect to run into the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates here. Going to see Pops? Ace's expression became slightly serious as he asked, What brings you here? Just a small matter. I need a localized earthquake and tsunami to do something, so I wanted to ask Whitebeard for help. Ace nodded in understanding, but then furrowed his brow slightly. Pops hasn't been feeling well lately. If you're just looking for him to help, he probably won't agree. Unless you can join the Whitebeard Pirates. But I just heard Luffy say that you're an adventurer and not planning to become a pirate. Not feeling well? I'll bring my ship's doctor with me. She's a very excellent physician. If we can improve Whitebeard's condition, we should be able to get help, right? If you can improve Pop's condition, then of course, that wouldn't be a problem. But there are also quite a few skilled doctors in the Whitebeard Pirates. Ace implied that if our excellent doctors can't help, how could a doctor you've brought from who knows where be able to? Luo Yin understood the meaning behind Ace's words. He didn't argue, but turned to look at his ship. Chitauri, who had already been reminded by Luo Yin, immediately jumped onto the Golden Mary. Although her physique had been weaker than normal before, after taking the magic potion twice, and given that beast tamers can significantly enhance physical abilities, Chitauri was now much stronger physically than an ordinary person. This is my ship's doctor. I wonder if you can tell me about Whitebeard's condition so that my doctor can prepare early. Ace frowned again, and after a moment of thought, he nodded. Dad already has old injuries, and he's getting older. Luo Yin nodded and looked at Chitauri, who pondered for a moment while pinching her chin before breaking into a smile. I can't stop the normal aging of a person, but treating old injuries is quite easy, and I'm very confident. Can it really be cured? Ace's face immediately showed a look of skepticism. Chitauri didn't explain and directly took out a vial of pink potion and handed it to Ace. This is a healing potion. You can give it a try. Ace didn't expect such a direct approach and was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly made up his mind without hesitation, drew a dagger, and made a cut on his arm. Blood immediately gushed out. Luo Yin narrowed his eyes and immediately used his water control ability to manipulate Ace's blood, gathering it into a bright red blood ball that floated into his palm. Ace wasn't too concerned about Luo Yin taking his blood. He was just surprised that Luo Yin could control it. In this world, blood was just blood with no other significance. For pirates, bleeding was quite normal. How do you use this? Just drink it directly, Chitauri replied. Ace didn't hesitate and tilted his head back, drinking the entire vial of potion. The wound, which wasn't deep to begin with, healed at a visibly rapid speed, and within 10 seconds, it was as good as new. If it weren't for the slight blood residue still at the wound's location, people might even doubt that the injury had ever existed. Ace's eyes widened. He had never seen such a miraculous potion that could heal a bleeding wound in just a few seconds. How amazing! What is this? The one expressing admiration and curiosity wasn't Ace, but Chopper, the ship's doctor. As a doctor, he understood better than anyone else what had just happened and its implications. Chitauri turned to see that it was Chopper asking the question, and a glint of brilliance flashed in her eyes as a gentle smile appeared on her face. It's a potion. If you want to know, I can teach you how to brew it later, but for some reasons, you may only be able to concoct a potion with less effective results. Chitauri's potion couldn't just be brewed by knowing the formula. It also required corresponding extraordinary abilities. So even if Chopper knew the formula, he wouldn't be able to replicate it perfectly. There would always be some differences. But Chopper didn't think too much about it. Hearing that he could learn how to brew such a miraculous potion, his eyes lit up. That's great. Thank you. Haha, you're welcome, Shatali chuckled, covering her mouth. Sanji, who was nearby, seemed to have been hit hard in the heart, his expression turning enchanted. Tali-chan is still so beautiful. Beautiful lady. I wonder if I have the honor of inviting you to taste my cooking? Sanji flashed in front of Shatali and bowed elegantly. Shatali nodded with a smile. Sure. Your dishes are delicious. I missed them a bit after the last time I had them. Missed. Oh, to make a beautiful lady miss my cooking is my honor. I will definitely make more dishes that you will miss. Sanji was hit again, swaying almost to the ground. But in the end, he steadied himself and made a serious promise. Nearby, Luffy saw this and laughed. Haha, since that's the case, let's have a feast. Oh, the Straw Hat crew echoed in unison. This feast was not only to celebrate Luo Yan's return, but also the reunion of Luffy and Ace. With the decision to hold a feast, the atmosphere on the deck of the Going Merry instantly became joyful. Luo Yan ordered his crew to drop anchor, and everyone came aboard the Going Merry, including the Shining Bird, Porter, the little golden monkey, and the little white ferret. Shatali and Chopper conversed in a corner, with Shatali teaching Chopper about potions, while Chopper taught Shatali about regular medicine. Both were learning earnestly, clearly treating each other as teachers. Luffy thoroughly enjoyed the lively feast atmosphere, singing and dancing with Usopp on the deck, making everyone laugh. At this moment, Luo Yan suddenly interrupted the laughter and the dancing. How can a feast be without singing? Luffy's dance moves immediately froze, and he nodded in agreement. That's right. Then let's sing. Yo-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho. Luffy took the lead in singing the pirate's song Bing Sake, and the others followed the melody. Luo Yan joined in as well. The singing turned into ripples that vibrated through the air, spreading far and wide. Unbeknownst to everyone, they became immersed in the song, while fish of all sizes began to swirl around the Going Merry, leaping out of the water in a display, as if cheering for the song from a ship. Luo Yan clearly felt that his potion had been digested quite a bit, much more than when he used to sing alone and forcibly drag people on the ship to listen. By the time the banquet reached the evening, Luo Yan and Zoro each held a jar of wine, leaning against the side of the ship, feeling somewhat tipsy. Neither of them remembered how much they had drunk, only that it was a lot. However, neither of them had blacked out, just feeling a little drunk. Ace had also drunk quite a bit, but showed no signs of intoxication. He walked up to Luo Yan and handed him a letter along with a small piece of white paper with very uneven edges, about the size of a fingernail. This is a letter I wrote to Dad. If you take it, Dad will at least meet you once. This paper is the life card of Dad's ship's doctor. It can help you find Dad's ship. Hey, thanks. Luo Yan came here for this, so he naturally wouldn't be polite. He directly picked up the letter and the life card and stuffed them into his pants pocket. After clinking the wine jar with Zoro, he took a swig for himself. The banquet continued until late at night, and everyone was getting a bit tipsy. Even MIT and Rhoda, who hadn't drunk as much as Luo Yan, were feeling a little drunk, while only Shatali remained sober. It wasn't that she had a good tolerance for alcohol. She simply hadn't drunk any, as Sanji had been serving her juice, and she didn't really like drinking. As the people on the Thousand Sunny began to pass out one by one, Luo Yan and his group also prepared to return to their ship. Shatali asked Luo Yan to put his arm around her shoulder and helped him walk towards their ship. Luo Yan, who was already so drunk he could barely keep his eyes open, suddenly raised his head and forcibly stopped in his tracks when they passed by Ace. Hey, Ace, why don't you join us to meet Whitebeard? After saying this, Luo Yan lowered his head again, returning to his previous drunken state. Ace smiled and looked at Shatali. Do you need my help? No, I'm fine on my own. Be careful. Ace nodded, not saying more. As for Luo Yan's drunken words, he didn't take them seriously at all. After everyone and the animals returned to the ship, Shatali took out a sobriety potion from her room to help MIT and Rhoda sober up. Just as she was about to hand the potion to Luo Yan, she realized he was already awake. Although the redness in his cheeks hadn't faded, his eyes were clear, showing no signs of drunkenness. Set sail. Luo Yan suddenly issued an order, and Miter, who had just taken the sobriety potion, was momentarily stunned and didn't react right away. Captain, are we setting sail now? Don't we need to wait until tomorrow to say goodbye to the Straw Hats? No, we're leaving tonight. Yes. Although Miter didn't understand why his captain was in such a hurry, facing Luo Yan's serious demeanor, he felt a certain authority and dared not say anything more. Quickly running into the cockpit, The tyrant had a strong suppressive effect on lower sequences when passing through higher sequences, which usually wasn't very pronounced. However, once serious, Luo Yin would exert psychological pressure on Miter, who was on the same path, which was a passive skill that even Luo Yin himself couldn't control. As Miter entered the cockpit, Roth very cooperatively raised the anchor, while the little golden monkey and the little white ferret untied the ropes binding the sails. With the sails lowered, Luo Yin's ship set sail toward its predetermined course. Once the Golden Mary was far away, reduced to a small dot, Luo Yin came to the aft deck, his expression complex as he watched the gradually disappearing Golden Mary. "Captain, what are you sad about?" Zayatali's voice suddenly rang out behind Luo Yin, startling him as he trembled slightly and turned to look at her. "I'm not sad." "No, you're sad. You hide it well, almost not showing at all, but the color of your aura doesn't lie." Luo Yin opened his mouth, and the spiritual vision of a pharmacist is indeed more powerful than that of sailor. Since they are already far away, it doesn't matter to say it out loud. AIC is really a good person, but it's a pity that he's going to die. "What do you mean?" Zayatali's expression changed slightly, but she still didn't understand what Luo Yin meant by this. Luo Yin fell silent for a moment, then glanced again in the direction of the Moby Dick, which had now disappeared below the horizon. Ace's journey was to hunt down the traitor of the Whitebeard pirates, Marshal D. Teach. But Ace was no longer a match for Teach. The odds were stacked against him. Shadowy slightly parted her lips, then suddenly remembered something, her expression revealing realization. "So that's why you invited Ace to meet Whitebeard?" "Yes, unfortunately, he declined." Luo Yin spread his hands and shrugged helplessly. Zayatali lowered her head in silence for a moment, biting her lip before looking back at Luo Yin. "If that's the case, why don't you explain it more directly? As long as you clarify the pros and cons." Before Zayatali could finish her sentence, Luo Yin raised his hand to interrupt her. "For me, this is the best outcome." "The best outcome?" Zayatali repeated Luo Yin's words softly, but she didn't understand what they meant. Seeing her confusion, Luo Yin suddenly relaxed his tone and comforted her. "All right, don't think too much about it. You'll understand in time. It won't take long." Zayatali nodded, no longer dwelling on the matter, and changed the subject. "By the way, Captain, I finished digesting the Beast Tamer potion yesterday." "Huh? What?" Luo Yin doubted that he had heard it wrong. It was less than a month since Zayatali had taken the Beast Tamer potion, and he never expected that she could digest it in such a short time. Zayatali nodded seriously and repeated what she had just said. "I finished digesting the Beast Tamer potion yesterday." "Hiss, what on earth did you do? How could you be so fast?" Luo Yin couldn't help but gasp, sincerely asking because he was now very eager for the digestion potion. Zayatali tilted her head and thought for a moment, but then shook her head. "I didn't do anything special, just arranged tasks for little Jean and little by every day. Then I noticed that the digestion potion was working quickly. I thought the potions for beast tamers were just easier to digest." "Huh, you really have the nerve to say that." Luo Yin's mouth twitched. Just as he was about to say something, he saw the little golden monkey come over with a watering can specifically designed for watering flowers, carefully watering the flower pot. The seeds in the pot finally sprouted, growing green shoots about half a centimeter tall. "It seems that your monkey is quite good at planting flowers and plants." "Huh?" Luo Yin changed the topic, and Zayatali nodded, a hint of a smile appearing on her face. The little gold monkeys were originally a species that could plant flowers and grass. They did so on that island. However, at that time, they only collected seeds and sowed them at the right time, without watering or weeding, leaving the growth entirely to fate. Go call Rhoda, Mitt, and Porter. This good news about your promotion should be shared with them. I'll help you brew the potion." "All right, thank you, Captain." Zayatali happily entered the cabin first, while Luo Yin returned to his room and brewed a bottle of vampire potion for Zayatali. However, he didn't leave right away. Instead, he continued to brew a bottle of cultivator potion, then opened another box containing extraordinary materials and began to select other potion ingredients. The little gold monkey-esque care for the flowers and grass made Luo Yin realize that he didn't necessarily have to find someone to drink the potion. He could let animals drink it, just like Porter. Moreover, both the little gold monkey and the little white ferret were tamed animals, and they could receive assistance when consuming the potion, making it less likely for them to lose control compared to Porter. Since Porter could handle it, especially drinking a Sequence 8 potion directly, there was no reason those two animals couldn't manage it as well. The cultivator potion was naturally intended for the little gold monkey, as it was already engaged in taking care of the flowers and grass. And Luo Yin didn't want to force the little gold monkey to do anything else. As for what potion to give the little white ferret, he needed to think carefully about what kind of extraordinary being was needed on the ship right now. Luo Yin took nearly 3 minutes to make a decision among a pile of extraordinary traits and concocted a bottle of Arbiter Potion. Although he already had the Light Prayer Bird, which is more of a support-type extraordinary being, Luo Yin still hoped to have another support-type extraordinary being on his ship. Compared to the Arbiter, he actually preferred to obtain a lawyer. However, he only had the potion materials for the Barbarian from Pathway Sequence 8, while for the Arbiter Pathway, he had all the materials from Sequence 9 to Sequence 7, and even one of the main materials for Sequence 6, which is why he chose the Arbiter. Luo Yin left the room and came to the foredeck, where all the members of the ship, including several animals, had gathered. When they saw Luo Yin holding 3 bottles of potions, everyone displayed surprised expressions, but no one spoke. Luo Yin did not distribute the potions immediately. Instead, he scanned the area and fixed his gaze on Might and Rhoda, who were standing together. "How is your potion digestion going?" Luo Yin's tone was very flat, making it difficult to discern any emotions, but Mitt couldn't help but shudder. "Captain, I've already digested a third of it." Rhoda seemed unaware of the awkward atmosphere and replied cheerfully, "Hee, I've digested half." "A third half." "You two look at him, then look at yourselves. You all drank the potion around the same time, so why is there such a big difference? Especially you, Mitt. What's wrong with you?" Mitt lowered his head, not daring to even breathe, let alone explain. Rhoda finally sensed something was off, and his smile faded as he swallowed hard. Starting tomorrow, both of you will seriously digest the potion. Stop thinking about those random things all day long." "Mitt, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me?" Mitt's body trembled again, and he nodded his head like a chick pecking at grains. "Yes, I understand, Captain." Don't just say it. Stop thinking about women all day. Look how honest Rhoda used to be. You've led him astray. If you really want to think about women, once I finish my business, I'll give you money to marry a wife, but you need to focus." Mitt's face immediately changed, and he suddenly raised his head, his tone carrying a hint of panic. "No, Captain, you can't do this." Luo Yin was taken aback, and for a moment even doubted whether he had misheard. "What?" "Listen carefully. I'm saying you should get married. Not that you should be castrated." "Yes, Captain, I heard you clearly, but I don't want to get married yet." "Why not?" At this point, Mitt was no longer anxious and slightly raised his chin, looking even a bit smug. "Captain, you may not know since you haven't been there, but during the Joy Festival, there are all kinds of women. As long as you pay enough, they will line up for you to choose from." "Hey, let me tell you, just the other day, You stop right there. I'm asking you why you don't want to get married, and what are you talking about?" Luo Yin noticed that the topic was gradually shifting to something inappropriate for children, so he quickly called for a stop and forcefully brought the conversation back. Mitt had no choice but to stop his endless chatter and helplessly spread his hands. "Captain, isn't it obvious? Once I get married, I can't go to the carnival anymore. No matter how beautiful my wife is, there will come a day when I get tired of her, and she will also age. I'm someone who is quite loyal. I only like girls between the ages of 17 and 22. Luo Yin coughed lightly from his lungs, momentarily unsure of how to respond. You. Just forget it. Do whatever you want." In the end, Luo Yin compromised, deciding not to care about Mitter's matters anymore, and turned to look at Shatari. "Here, these 3 potions. One is for you, the Sequence 7 Vampire Potion. The other 2, one is for the farmer, give it to your monkey to drink, and the other is for the Arbiter, give it to your ferret to drink." Shatari raised her hand, ready to take the potion, but it paused in midair, her eyes widening slightly, her lips trembling. "Vampire? Is that true?" "Yes, just like the name of the potion. After you drink this, you will become a real vampire." Shatari bit her lip, swallowing hard, and lowered her raised hand a little. "To become a vampire, doesn't that mean I need to drink blood?" Luo Yin nodded, and his expression became a bit more serious. "Indeed, after becoming a vampire, human food will no longer be necessary. You will prefer blood that is full of spirit. For example, human blood. Of course, if it's just to fill your stomach, blood without spirit, like that of cows and sheep, is also acceptable. But that cannot be consumed long-term, or else you will become weak." This. Shatali fell into confusion for a moment. She had just been looking forward to what her Sequence 7 would be, but now that she knew, she felt anxious. In her understanding, vampires only existed in legends and were quite evil beings. She had never imagined that one day she would become such an evil person. Luo Yin tilted his head, expressing his confusion with a nasal tone. Shatali seemed startled, trembling all over for a moment. Then she bit her lower lip tightly, looking at Luo Yin with a slightly aggrieved expression. "Captain, do you want me to drink this potion?" Isn't that nonsense? I don't want you to drink it. Why would I brew it?" Shatali's face suddenly turned pale, her eyes vacant, and her voice became almost dreamlike. I thought the apothecary leaned towards justice. Luo Yin realized the problem when he saw her like this. Did you misunderstand something? It's also my fault for not being clear. This vampire is not the kind you imagine. They don't need much blood on a regular basis, maybe just 1 or 2 cups a day. Moreover, if it's just for the feeling of fullness, normal human food is also fine. The main purpose of drinking blood is to prevent oneself from becoming weak. As for the source of the blood, you can buy it directly from the hospital. Zayatali's eyes suddenly regained focus, as if she had come back to life. Really? Why would I lie to you? Besides, vampires are long-lived beings with a lifespan of about 300 years, and they will make you more beautiful. Also, you only start aging at the end of your life. This means that after you drink this potion, you will become more beautiful than you are now. And this beauty will last at least 200 years. Zayatali's eyes widened again, even more surprised than when she first learned that her next stage was to become a vampire. Not just her, but Miter and Rhoda also stared wide-eyed. Captain, why didn't you say this earlier? If you had told me, I would have chosen this path too. It was naturally Rhoda who spoke. He wasn't afraid of Luo Yan's anger and started complaining right away. Luo Yan's mouth twitched, wishing he could kick him. What does it have to do with you? If you want to live long, hurry up and digest the potion. Once you advance to sequence 4, you can live for hundreds of years. Stop making noise here. Really? Captain, can you live for hundreds of years at sequence 4? How many hundreds of years? Rhoda's eyes sparkled, completely unconcerned about the anger implied in Luo Yan's tone. Luo Yin couldn't help but twitch his mouth again, but thought that maybe this could motivate these two, so he patiently explained. Generally, ordinary extraordinary beings can live about 200 to 300 years at sequence 4, and around 500 years at sequence 3. As for Xia's path, sequence 4 can live up to 1,000 years. I'm not sure about sequence 3, but it's definitely a long time. 1,000 years? Captain, are you stupid? Why didn't you choose this path? Luo Yin was so angry that he almost wanted to slap him a few times. But in the end, he managed to hold it in, taking several deep breaths to calm himself down. Because once they reached sequence 2, time no longer mattered, as long as they weren't killed. Theoretically, they wouldn't die. Moreover, if they made certain preparations in advance, even if they were killed, it wasn't impossible to come back to life. Is that true? Captain, you can't be talking nonsense, can you? Screw you. Luo Yin ultimately couldn't hold back and kicked Rhoda in the chest, sending him directly into the sea. After venting his frustration with that kick, Luo Yan's mood also calmed down as he turned his attention back to Shatari. Have you made up your mind? Do you want a drink? At this moment, Shatari was no longer hesitant and nodded decisively. Since the captain wants me to become a vampire, then I will become a vampire. Luo Yin nodded and handed the potion to Shatali. Shatali took the 3 bottles of potion, first distributing them to her 2 tamed animals, and then tilted her head back to drink the vampire potion in one go. The 2 animals did not immediately consume the potion. Instead, they each held on to it, staring at their owner. Shatali let out a cry of pain, her flowing silver hair rising without wind, her eyes bloodshot and turning red, her fingernails elongated. She bent over with a twisted expression, appearing to be in great agony. Luo Yan's heart involuntarily tightened at the sight, focusing intently on Shatali. Even unaware that Rhoda had already crawled back from the sea, the black mist seemed to emanate from Shatali's pores, gradually enveloping her figure more and more. A pair of bat-like wings suddenly spread behind her, scattering the black mist. Shatali gasped for breath, her condition gradually stabilizing, her features becoming more delicate, and her figure more curvaceous. However, overall, she appeared somewhat more youthful than before, the blood-red part of her sclera beginning to converge towards her pupils, causing her pupils to turn completely red. With her already remarkable looks, she now appeared even more perfect. Seeing this, Luo Yin breathed a sigh of relief. It meant Shatali's promotion had been successful. At that moment, Shatali suddenly threw the bottle that had contained the potion into the air, and with a wave of her hand, 5 beams of black light shot out, instantly shattering the bottle. Then, with a flap of her wings, she shot up into the sky, circling around before landing back on the deck. At this point, she seemed a bit dazed, as if she couldn't believe the power she now possessed. Is this what it means to be a vampire? Stronger than a beast tamer by more than a little. Shatali murmured softly, and at this moment, Luo Yin chuckled lightly. Indeed, at the sequence 7 stage, the strength of vampires ranks among the top, with some sequence 6 individuals not necessarily able to defeat a vampire. Before Luo Yin could finish his words, Shatali had already leaned close to him, tilting her head and twitching her delicate nose. What are you doing? Luo Yin, who wasn't very good at dealing with girls in the first place, found it even harder to cope now that Shaitali had become even more beautiful and was making such ambiguous moves. He instinctively took a step back. "Captain, your blood smells so good." Luo Yin finally understood what was going on. Vampires need blood rich in spirituality. The blood of extraordinary beings is inherently more spiritual than that of ordinary people. Therefore, in this world, the person with the most spirituality in their blood is undoubtedly Luo Yin, who is at sequence 5. It's no wonder that Shaitali finds it appealing. "All right, I got it. I'll give you blood later, but first let your pet drink the potion." Luo Yin had no way to refuse, because it was he who had suggested letting Shaitali go this route, and it was also he who had just persuaded Shaitali to drink the vampire potion. Now that she needed to drink blood, it was impossible to say no. After receiving the promise, Shaitali immediately smiled and began using her beast-taming abilities to help her 2 pets endure the potion. The little golden monkey adapted to the potion much faster than the little white ferret, and after the little white ferret recovered from the impact of the potion, it stood there exuding a sense of authority. "Success!" Shaitali exclaimed with joy, and Luo Yin nodded, picking up the remaining 2 bottles and returning to the room to put them away. Miter, who had been scolded, returned to the cockpit, no longer daring to move around in front of Luo Yin, while Rhoda, who had been kicked, also wisely went back to his room to sleep. Although he spoke bluntly, he wasn't foolish. He knew when to hide. Luo Yin hesitated for a while in his room before finally arriving at Zayatali's door and knocking. "Come in." Zayatali's clear voice rang out from inside. Luo Yin pushed the door open and saw Zayatali sitting on a small chair, grooming a little white ferret, which was enjoying the attention and had its eyes half closed, looking as if it had already fallen asleep. "Captain, you finally arrived? I've been waiting for a long time." As soon as Zayatali saw Luo Yin enter, she abandoned the little ferret, stood up, and placed a prepared goblet, a small dagger, and a vial of healing potion on the table. "Captain, will you do it yourself, or should I help you? You seem quite well prepared." Luo Yin helplessly shook his head, sat down at the table, and used a small dagger to cut open his wrist. Bright red blood flowed steadily into the goblet, while Luo Yin also used his water-controlling ability to assist in the flow of blood, quickly filling the goblet to about 70%. At this moment, although Luo Yin was not yet showing signs of excessive blood loss, releasing so much blood at once still made his face somewhat pale. Seeing that it was almost enough, Luo Yin immediately stopped the bleeding, grabbed a healing potion beside him, drank it in one gulp, and then stood up. "I'm going back to rest now. You should too. Anyway, I'm leaving first." Loyan originally wanted to tell you to rest early, but suddenly realized that Shaitali was already a vampire belonging to nocturnal creatures. So he didn't finish his sentence. "Captain, do you need me to escort you back?" Shaitali stood up wanting to assist, but was stopped by Loyan raising his hand. "No need. I'm not that weak yet. I'm leaving first." After saying that, Loyan had already left the room and casually closed the door behind him. Shaitali picked up the goblet filled with blood, gently swirled it, then brought his nose to the rim, taking a deep sniff, and then squinted his eyes as if savoring it. The next day, before Loyan even opened his eyes, he felt a headache. He had already drunk a lot at the banquet yesterday, and with another cup of blood, he now felt both headache and weakness, as if he had come down with a serious illness. "Hiss, it seems I need to drink less in the future." Luo Yin groaned as he sat up, planning to sit for a while until his headache eased before getting out of bed. At that moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. "Who is it?" "Come in, the door's not locked." The door was pushed open, and Shaitali walked in with a large tray. "Captain, I brought you some food." Before Shaitali could get closer, Luo Yin already caught a whiff of the aroma. On the tray was a large jar and a plate, with a piece of fried fish on the plate and seafood congee made with various seafood and rice in the jar. "Oh, thank you. Just put it on the table. I'll eat after I freshen up." "Okay, Captain, I also prepared some medicine for you. Remember to take it." Shaitali placed the tray on the table in Luo Yin's room and took out a green potion from her pocket, placing it next to the tray. Luo Yin subconsciously nodded, but then suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked, "This potion isn't for replenishing blood, is it?" "That's right. You bled so much last night, so of course we need to replenish it today." "Don't worry, I'll prepare the potion for you every day," said Zayatali in a slightly playful tone. Luo Yan's mouth twitched, but he couldn't say anything, so he could only force himself to nod. In a small country in the West Sea, the local rebels and the revolutionary army that came to support them had fought through the night, driving the royal guard back to their last stronghold. They could see that as soon as they broke this stronghold, they would be able to enter the palace in one fell swoop. However, this stronghold was incredibly sturdy, having repelled 2 charges from the rebels. Our casualties are too heavy. We can't continue to organize charges anymore. Damn it. The leader of the rebels was communicating with a revolutionary soldier in a makeshift base. He was a man dressed in silver armor, draped in a red cloak, with golden hair and a beard, and a scar at the corner of his left eye. Having not slept all night, his eyes were bloodshot and red. If he could, he would even wish to personally lead the rebels in a charge. But he couldn't do that because he was the overall commander of the rebels. If he fell, the rebels would be leaderless. Although the revolutionary army still existed, he did not want his rebels to be absorbed by them. He hoped to lead the people of this country to overthrow the current regime. The revolutionary soldier had sunken eyes surrounded by heavy dark circles. He too had not slept all night. Compared to the rebels, the revolutionary army's losses were minimal, as the rebels had not been fully trusted in this country. Therefore, the rebels had only played a role in strategy and logistics in this war, without needing to engage in close combat with the enemy. Buzz, buzz. Just as this revolutionary soldier was about to respond, the phone bug on the table suddenly rang, and he immediately picked up the receiver. "This is Roland. I am Long." Long's voice was very calm, but the revolutionary soldier named Roland was taken aback, hurriedly standing up straight as if Long were right in front of him. Not just on the phone. "Mr. Long, do you have any orders?" How's the situation over there?" "The last stronghold is tough to crack. The rebels' 2 charges have been blocked, and their casualties are heavy." "Hand the phone bug to me, Urka." "Yes." Roland didn't dare to be slow, immediately handing the receiver to the nearby rebel leader. The rebel leader swallowed hard and took the receiver. "Iam mi Irka. I am Long. It seems your attack isn't going very smoothly. Do you need help from the revolutionary army?" Long's tone remained calm, but mi Urka felt sweat beading on his forehead, and his hand holding the receiver couldn't help but tremble. "What's the price? After breaking into the palace, the king must be alive and handed over to me. And if there are any devil fruits in the palace treasury, they must be sold to me at a discounted price." "For me?" Mi Urka was momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to react, when Long's voice came through the phone bug again. "I have arrived." Bang! Roland, who was eavesdropping, hurriedly stood up, causing the stool beneath him to fall over and knocking over a cup on the table. But he no longer had the mood to care about those things, and immediately dashed out of the base to look around. Mi Urka was also startled, forcefully pressing the receiver against the back of the phone bug and quickly following Roland. The two soon spotted Long, cloaked in black, at a nearby raised area beside the base. "Mr. Long," Roland instinctively shouted, but Long did not turn around. However, his voice had already sounded in their ears. "Organize the troops. Once the gate of the stronghold opens, rush in." "The gate opens?" Both were somewhat puzzled when suddenly, intense gunfire erupted again. They both looked toward the direction of the stronghold and saw a man with brown hair, bare-chested, muscular, and holding a bowl, charging toward the stronghold alone, while simultaneously splashing the water from the bowl onto the corpses on the ground. He moved agilely, dodging most of the bullets, but still took hits. However, those bullets couldn't penetrate his body. His skin was as tough as steel, and the bullets only sparked upon impact. He quickly reached a spot less than 20 meters from the stronghold's gate, where the corpses were sparse and scattered, and the water in the bowl had already been splashed out. He gradually slowed down, and the corpses that had been splashed with water slowly began to rise. Their eyes were vacant, devoid of life, resembling living corpses. "The corpses are standing up," someone on the stronghold shouted, causing chaos among the defending forces. The gunfire became denser and more frantic, with the targets no longer being the muscular man, but those wobbling living corpses. The transformation of the corpses into living corpses did not increase their defensive capabilities. Bullets could still penetrate their bodies, but it couldn't stop their swaying steps. Even if their heads were blown off, they continued to walk forward determinedly because they were already dead. Just as all the defending forces' attention was drawn towards the living corpses, the tightly shut metal gate of the stronghold opened. A woman wearing a knee-length beige dress, paired with a white shirt and black round-framed glasses, stepped out, her right hand gloved with a fingerless glove. "Damn it!" Before this woman could fully push open the door, an angry shout came from behind her, followed by a man nearly 3 meters tall, wielding a spiked hammer. He rushed up to the woman, raising the giant hammer that was 3 times larger than her head, smashing it down towards her as if wanting to turn her into pulp. The woman instinctively turned around but had already lost the chance to dodge. However, at that moment, a burly man covered in body hair burst out from the woman's shadow, wielding a large axe. The sudden turn of events left the 3-meter man no time to react. The burly man cleaved his axe into the 3-meter man's arm, directly severing it. The hand holding the hammer, along with the hammer, continued to fall due to inertia but was kicked away by the burly man. The 3-meter man was both shocked and furious, stepping back half a step to adjust his stance. But the burly man didn't give him a chance. With a flash of cold light across the 3-meter man's neck, his head was sent flying into the air, sprayed with blood. Charge! The muscular man with the bowl raised it high, and those living corpses that had just been swaying became agile, charging into the open metal gate. Followed by the rebels. The stronghold was soon breached, and the sounds of battle spread to the palace. Long quietly watched all of this, with no hint of joy on his face. Instead, he looked unusually grave. Even a shadow of gloom had settled over his eyes. Extraordinary beings, miraculous item Luo Yin. Which side will you ultimately stand on? Long came here specifically to bring the extraordinary beings to participate in real combat. The 3 who had just broken through the stronghold were precisely the extraordinary beings who had consumed the magic potion, carrying miraculous items, easily breaching the stronghold that the rebels had failed to take for so long, proving the potion's power. However, this was exactly what Long was worried about. He had already witnessed the potential of this suddenly emerging system. Yet so far, Luo Yin had not made a clear stance. Despite having expressed goodwill towards the Revolutionary Army and being somewhat moved by Lu Yin's previous words, it was still not enough. Luo Yin remained a presence to be wary of. Unless one day Luo Yin did something that threatened the world government. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Yin's ship had been drifting at sea for a month. Thanks to Mite's daily astrological readings for the route, they had not encountered any enemies or landed on any islands during this month, heading straight for their target, Sabeti Archipelago. After all, the Whitebeard pirates were currently occupying the New World, and to enter the New World, they needed to stop at Sabeti Archipelago for ship coating. One day, after singing for a while, Luo Yin lay back on a deck chair, with a drink laced with potion at hand. Not long ago, he could still drink fruit juice, but after a month of drifting, the fruits had long been consumed, leaving him with only the light wine meant for drinking water. Of course, there was more than just wine for drinking water on the ship. There was also quite a bit of fresh water. However, most of that fresh water had been taken by Shatari to tend to her flowers, and some of what was left had to be used for cooking, so there wasn't much left for drinking. Fortunately, when it rained, Luo Yin could easily collect rainwater with his abilities, and usually, after one rain, he could fill the ship's freshwater reserves, so he wasn't too worried about running out of fresh water. Boom! Just as Luo Yin was enjoying the sunshine and contemplating whether to sing more or go swimming, a loud bang suddenly caused the ship to shake violently. A sense of danger spread from the sea, and Luo Yin felt the hair on his body stand on end, with his danger senses going into overdrive. Luo Yin suddenly stood up, raised his hand, and summoned the trident that had been resting in the corner, which was swept up by a gust of wind and fell into his hand. The others hurriedly gathered around at this moment. "Captain, our ship is under attack." From the seabed, Mitt reported the situation immediately, and Luo Yin nodded, his expression extremely serious. "It's a very dangerous foe. Be careful. Xia, if things go wrong, take your pet and fly away. I'll handle the rest. Our ship might not make it." "Yes, I understand," Zayatali replied, not daring to say more. A dark aura emanated from her, coalescing behind her into a pair of black bat wings, ready for takeoff at any moment. Luo Yin's expression at this moment was serious, mixed with a hint of hesitation and struggle. He had brought no magical items with him. All of them were left in the room, facing the imminent strong enemy. Taking enough magical items was undoubtedly the best choice. However, he worried that once he entered the cabin, the hidden powerful enemy lurking beneath the sea would launch an attack and directly destroy the ship. If he were present, perhaps he could do something to stop it. Fortunately, the opponent did not make Luo Yin hesitate for long. In less than 5 seconds, the sea surface suddenly bulged up with a massive water dome, and a large amount of seawater surged down from above, pushing the ship backward. The bulging water dome quickly disappeared, replaced by a gigantic sea creature. This creature had a bird-like head, a ring of red mane around its neck, a body like that of a sea snake, and 3-fingered claws on its abdomen. Overall, it looked nothing like a natural creature, more like something forcibly stitched together. But Luo Yin knew that such a sea creature existed. This creature was enormous. Just the head and neck above the water, along with a small part of its body, exceeded 10 meters in height, and there was a massive shadow beneath the sea, its overall length likely exceeding 100 meters. Caw! The creature let out a high-pitched cry, like that of a bird. It then suddenly lowered its head to look at Luo Yin's ship, or perhaps at Luo Yin himself. Its sharp, eagle-like eyes turned bloodshot, and everyone could clearly sense the hostility within. Shatari was somewhat frightened by that piercing gaze and couldn't help but take a small step back. How could this be? Such a sea creature shouldn't live in the doldrums. How could it appear here? Luo Yin looked up and stared directly at the Sea King, the corners of his mouth gradually curling into a smile. He could feel a tremor and attraction that seemed to come from his soul, a result of an extraordinary gathering. I know why. This guy is coming for me. I'll draw it away, and you all take the opportunity to sail away. But Captain Shatali instinctively wanted to dissuade him. Yet halfway through, the words got stuck in her throat. Because at this moment, it seemed that this was the best choice. Otherwise, they might have to wait for the ship to be destroyed and perish. Porter, come assist me. Luo Yin shouted without turning back. Compared to when it first boarded the ship, the boat had grown significantly larger and trembled all over, its eyes resembling black beans, revealing an unmistakable fear. However, it still obeyed the command and flapped its wings to land on Luo Yin's shoulder. Luo Yin immediately soared into the sky, flying towards the side of the ship. The Sea King's gaze was fixed on Luo Yin, and upon seeing this, it immediately followed suit, clearing a path for the ship. Previously, the Sea King had not recklessly attacked because it sensed a certain threat from the people on the ship, and at that time, there were many people and animals on board. Now that Luo Yin had come out alone, despite being the biggest threat, he was also what it desired, so it could no longer hold back. A column of water suddenly erupted from the sea, blocking Luo Yin's path. Luo Yin stopped in response and turned to face the Sea King. With a cry, the Sea King's fierce gaze intensified as it opened its massive beak, attempting to swallow Luo Yin whole. In that moment, a fierce wind surged, and Luo Yin shifted like a leaf in the wind, dodging this deadly bite. Porter! Caw! Luo Yin shouted loudly, and Porter let out an instinctive bird call. Golden light erupted from its body, and visible golden ripples spread out, casting a radiant glow over Luo Yin's skin. Drink! Luo Yin let out a roar, and at the same time, lightning reflected in his eyes. Several bolts of thunder, as thick as arms, struck the head of the Sea King, instantly turning its once smooth hair charred black. Screech! The Sea King emitted a painful cry, and its massive serpentine body began to thrash, stirring the sea and creating enormous waves, some of which reached heights exceeding 10 meters. If these waves were to crash onto the shore, they would undoubtedly be termed a disaster. Luo Yin dodged the relentless waves crashing towards him while continuously attacking the Sea King with lightning and wind blades. Almost all of his attacks hit the massive target, but due to its sheer size, these strikes were not enough to inflict fatal damage. This won't do. If this continues, I will definitely be worn out. I need to come up with a plan. Luo Yin's sense of crisis grew stronger. If this stalemate continued, the final result would be that he would exhaust himself and fall into the water, being swallowed whole by this Sea King. Even if he wanted to escape, this Sea King could chase him relentlessly. If you have the ability, then come after me. Luo Yinshin made up her mind and decided to take a gamble. She let the wind wrap around her and flew quickly, while the Sea King class immediately swam after her with its massive body. Luo Yin spent his spiritual and physical energy on running away, not because he truly wanted to escape, but in hopes of finding an island to land on. Fighting the Sea Kings in the ocean was indeed unwise. If he could lure the Sea Kings to the shore, he might have a chance. With this thought in mind, Luo Yin made this decision. After just a few minutes of flying, he spotted a small island. The island had sparse vegetation, with most areas exposed to black stones, and there were hardly any animals to be seen, only a few sea birds occasionally descending. After Luo Yin fell, he quickly ran towards the center of the island. The Sea Kings chased to the shore, but did not follow him onto the island. Instead, they completely submerged into the water. The surface of the sea experienced a brief calm, and then the entire island began to shake as if an earthquake had suddenly occurred. Damn, that guy wouldn't be crashing into the island from the seabed, would he? Luo Yin couldn't help but curse. He didn't expect that the sea creature wouldn't come up. However, he wasn't anxious. Although the island was not large, it wasn't small either, and the underwater portion was definitely larger than the part above water. Even though the sea creature was huge, it wouldn't be easy for it to smash the island. Instead, he could take a break on the island. After all, he could fly. If the island sank, he could just find another one. After coming to this conclusion, Luo Yin simply found a crooked tree to lean against and rest. Just when he was wondering if he could close his eyes and take a short nap, he suddenly felt a stirring of spiritual energy. He looked up and saw a black dot in the sky. With his eyesight, he could clearly see that the black dot was Xiatali. How did you get here? What was that? Luo Yin stood up suddenly, squinting to take a closer look, and found that Xiatali was holding a silver handbag. which was obviously taken from his room. This guy, Luo Yin, felt a mix of helplessness and gratitude. In this situation, he never expected that Shitali would risk coming over to bring him something. Shitali's flying speed was not slow, and she quickly landed in front of Luo Yin. She was a bit out of breath, but upon seeing that Luo Yin was okay, she visibly relaxed. "Captain, are you all right? I'm Yufine. What are you doing here? Where's the ship?" "Captain, don't worry. Mid has already taken a ship far away. In the rush, you didn't take any magical items with you. And I didn't know which ones you usually use, so I brought the box where you keep your magical items." As she spoke, Shitali handed the suitcase in her hand to Luo Yin. He nodded, took the box, and quickly opened it. Upon seeing the contents inside, his eyes lit up. "Great. Take this and keep Porter away from the fight. After this, it will be the real battle." Luo Yin took a ball-shaped eyeball from the box and handed it to Xiaotali, then stuffed the Porter on his shoulder into Xiaotali's arms. Xiaotali remembered this item. It was the same one Luo Yin used for lighting when they were just rescued. "Captain, you need to be careful." Xiaotali took out a few potions and handed them to Luo Yin, then without hesitation took off again with Porter. However, she didn't fly too far, just higher up to ensure they wouldn't be reached by that sea creature. "Porter, what did you do? Why doesn't the captain want you by his side anymore?" Once she confirmed that their height was temporarily safe, Xiaotali immediately questioned Porter, who felt both wronged and relieved at the moment. "I don't know. I was just blessing the captain and wasn't slacking off." Xiaotali didn't believe Porter's explanation, but she also knew it wasn't the time to pursue such matters. She merely snorted and didn't say anything more. After Luo Yin found a magical item he needed from the box, he put one of his hairs into the box and hid it in a crack in the stone. "Now, let me show you what it means to be a sea singer." Luo Yin rose with the wind, but he didn't fly very high. He only ascended 2 or 3 meters off the ground before he began to sing loudly. This time, his voice was no longer pleasant. Nearly every word was off-key and interspersed with a metallic quality. Visible ripples spread out from Luo Yin, resonating with the sea, causing the underwater creatures to become frenzied and attack each other. Screech! The Sea King suddenly burst out of the water, emanating a violent aura. While the waves began to crash against the island's shore, each wave higher than the last, as if heralding a disaster. In the air, Shitari nearly fell from the sky upon hearing the maddening sound, but fortunately, the eye-like gem in her hand emitted a dim yellow light that enveloped her. The hypnotist's calming influence helping her resist the madness, though it couldn't block her hearing. The captain's singing was really awful. Did he just injure his vocal cords? After Luo Yin became the ocean singer, he often sang on the ship, and the songs he sang were generally pleasant and had a positive effect. Some songs had a soothing rhythm that could make people forget their fatigue, while others had a vigorous and passionate beat that made one feel invigorated just by listening. However, there was never a song that sounded so terrible that it drove people to madness. The Sea King could no longer tolerate it. Leaning forward, it stepped onto the land. Its serpent-like body twisted as it fully came ashore, measuring over 150 meters in length and more than 10 meters in diameter, a truly colossal creature. Although the ocean singer had the ability to summon lightning, the intensity of the lightning was not very high. It was adequate for attacking people, but against a giant creature over 100 meters long, it was utterly ineffective. The singing was the true core ability. Luo Yin didn't sing at the beginning because he was afraid of provoking the sea creatures, which could lead to the ship being overturned. But now that they have reached the island and the ship is far away, there is naturally no need to worry about the sea creatures going crazy. Screech! The sea creature let out a high-pitched cry, and its massive beak aimed directly at Luo Yin. Luo Yin shifted his body to dodge, but he was soon engulfed by a huge shadow. It turned out that at some point, the creature's enormous tail had already come to hover directly above him. It seems you still have a bit of rationality left." Luo Yin's voice continued to sing, but he snorted coldly in his heart and used the wind to propel his body to dodge the attack. Boom! The tail slammed heavily onto the ground, causing the entire island to tremble. At that moment, the giant head of the Sea King had not yet lifted, and Luo Yin floated behind it, his left hand outstretched with 5 fingers. Mental piercing. Screech! Although the attack was not visible, the Sea King's reaction was very intense. It suddenly raised its head, twisting in an awkward manner as it turned around, opening its mouth in an attempt to swallow Luo Yin. Luo Yin seized the opportunity, and the muscles in his right hand gripping the trident visibly bulged. Silver lightning surged into the trident, which immediately glowed with white light, and electric serpents flickered across its surface from time to time. Go! Luo Yin directly threw the trident, which carried lightning into the mouth of the Sea King. The Sea King suddenly closed its mouth, and bright white light overflowed from the gaps in its mouth. The tip of its beak just caught Luo Yin, and the immense force crushed him completely, truly shattered, like glass being struck hard. No blood was spilled, only countless fragments fell. But before these fragments even hit the ground, they had already transformed into specks of light and dissipated into nothingness. Luo Yan's figure emerged from the void, and at this moment, he held an ancient-style mirror in one hand and a strand of Sea King's mane in the other. Just a single strand of mane was as thick as a chopstick. Luo Yan placed his mane on the surface of the mirror, and to his surprise, the mirror absorbed it like water. The mane dissolved and disappeared in the mirror, revealing the complete figure of the Sea King. Luo Yan shouted loudly as he threw the mirror high into the air. In the next moment, a lightning bolt as thick as an arm struck down heavily onto the mirror. At the same time, countless electric snakes spread across the Sea King's body, seemingly originating directly from the Sea King itself. The number of electric snakes was so vast that they almost covered the entire body of the Sea King. This was a curse from the witch, which allowed the cursed target to suffer the same damage as the mirror. It was unrelated to size. As long as the target's bodily fluids, flesh, or hair were thrown into the mirror, causing it to reflect the target's entire body, the effect would take place. The Sea King opened its large mouth as if to let out a cry of pain. However, the trident that Luo Yan had thrown earlier seemed to have damaged the Sea King's vocal cords, preventing it from making a sound, and instead, it spat out a mouthful of black smoke. The Sea King's body rolled in agony, but Luo Yan did not pay attention to the falling mirror. He bent down and charged towards the writhing Sea King. The Sea King seemed to sense the danger from above and, despite the pain, swung its tail to strike at Luo Yan. Luo Yan chose to give up the dive without hesitation, dodging the attack. The Sea King, seizing the opportunity, twisted its body, tried to escape back into the sea. It now realized that it was impossible to eat the human in front of it, who was extremely attractive to it. Staying on the shore would definitely lead to death. Only returning to the sea could ensure its survival. Luo Yan exerted a great effort to bring this sea creature ashore, so he naturally wouldn't let it return to the sea. He suddenly landed in front of the sea creature, drew a rusted, blood-stained, broken knife from his waist, and plunged it fiercely into the ground. Great Flame Realm, Flame Emperor. Flames erupted from the broken knife, first forming a massive fire circle that completely encircled the giant sea creature. Then, the fire circle rose to form high walls, and finally, a huge fireball shot up from the ground, slowly ascending. During this process, the sea creature was completely engulfed by the fireball. Boom! When the height of the fireball surpassed that of the fire walls, it exploded like fireworks, scattering sparks that ignited the few plants on the island. The fire walls seemed to lose their support and quickly extinguished, revealing the sea creature trapped inside. At this moment, the sea creature was completely charred, with the aroma of meat mixed with a burnt smell wafting through the air. Luo Yan's condition wasn't any better. His right hand, which gripped the broken sword, was burnt, and his entire arm was covered in burn marks. Those who didn't know might think he was standing inside the fire circle rather than outside it. Crack! The already rusty, broken sword seemed unable to withstand any longer and suddenly shattered into countless specks of light. Luo Yan was somewhat dazed, even forgetting to tend to his injuries at first, just staring blankly at the light points that were gathering again. It broke? Why? Luo Yan didn't understand. According to his knowledge of mysticism, to shatter extraordinary properties, one would need angelic-level power, which corresponds to sequence 2. However, he had just used Ace's blood, which is the ability of the flame fruit, to forcibly unleash an attack at half-body level. Yet, the knife formed from the condensed extraordinary properties actually shattered, and the extraordinary properties contained within it broke down into the most basic light points. The light points eventually coalesced into a heart engulfed in flames, adorned with flame patterns resembling the surface of the flame fruit. Regardless of all that, the bottom line is I won, although he had paid a considerable price. Luo Yan was still very happy, because he won, and the extraordinary properties extracted from the Sea King could very well be another main material for the Disaster High Priest. This way, as long as he could persuade Whitebeard, he would have his sequence 4 potion. Ha ha ha! Luo Yan fell to the ground, pulling out the potion left by Shitali from the inner pocket of his clothes. He tilted his head back and gulped down a bottle, and the burn marks on his right hand immediately shed most of their charred skin, revealing the newly grown flesh underneath. With his injuries alleviated, Luo Yan breathed a sigh of relief. knowing that he was definitely not going to die. He quickly emptied all the potions from the inner pocket and lined them up. However, just one glance at them made his disappointment hard to conceal. None. There were 5 potions in total, and after subtracting the one he had just drunk, there were 4 left. Among these 4, 2 were healing potions, and 2 were potions for restoring spirit, but none were the calming potion he wanted. He was thinking of the calming potion because he had just used that mirror, the one corresponding to the pleasure wish. That mirror had 3 effects: a mirror double, a curse, and pleasure. The mirror double and curse effects were what Luo Yin had just used, while the pleasure effect was aimed at the user. Simply carrying that mirror would only make the bearer indulge in fantasies, to put it simply, turning them into a pervert, which wasn't too serious. However, once the double or curse ability of the mirror was actively used, the mirror would impose a pleasure effect on the user. This pleasure was not something one could just endure. It was definitely more terrifying than a potent aphrodisiac. When Luo Yin had tested its effects before, he had been hit once and was weakened for 2 whole days. Since then, he had never dared to touch that mirror again. This time he used it because he had no choice. After all, he was facing a Sea King equivalent to a half-sequence 4. And secondly, he had an apothecary who could make calming agents. The effectiveness of the calming agent had already been tested on Might, and it was definitely effective, yet Shitali had not brought him any calming agents. Captain, seeing that the battle was over, Shitali hurried over to check the situation. However, when Luo Yin heard Shitali's voice, his body trembled, sensing something was wrong. Captain, are you okay? Shitali saw Luo Yin slumped on the ground, still bearing burn marks, and approached him with concern. Shitali was already quite good-looking, and after becoming a Sequence 7, she had transformed into a beautiful vampire with red eyes and white hair, looking even more stunning. Under the influence of pleasure, Luo Yan's gaze froze, and his breathing unconsciously became heavier. Don't come over. Seeing Shitali approaching, Luo Yan quickly raised his voice to stop her. Shitali didn't know what was happening, but she immediately halted her steps. Captain, your condition is very strange. Shitali could clearly see Luo Yan's odd state through her spiritual sight, and Luo Yan tried hard to look away, focusing on the ground. I need a calming agent. Give me a calming agent. Huh, but I didn't bring any. I need to go back to the ship to prepare it for you. Then you need to return to the ship now, prepare the potion, and come back to find me. Shitali opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but looking at Luo Yan's current state, she closed her mouth again. She took a few steps back to create distance from Luo Yan and then turned to Porter, who was perched on her shoulder. Go, find a ship and fly south. With your speed, you should be able to find it within an hour, and then have Might and the others bring the ship over. But Captain asked you to find a ship. Although Porter wasn't very opposed to this arrangement, it still raised its doubts. Shitali's expression immediately darkened. Are you stupid? The captain is already muddled. Can he still make a clear judgment? What if another Sea King shows up while I'm looking for the ship? Even if you stay here, can you carry the captain away with your little body? If I stay here, at least I can fly away with the captain in case of danger. Though scolded, Porter wasn't angry, as Might often scolded it, and it had gotten used to it. It nodded in realization, thinking Shitali made a lot of sense. That seems to be the case, then I'll go now. You be careful too. After saying that, Porter flapped its wings and flew south. Due to Luo Yan's earlier words, Shitali didn't dare to approach and help with his injuries, but she couldn't just sit idly, so she thought about cleaning up the battlefield first. By the time Might brought the ship over, they could take Luo Yan aboard and leave without wasting any more time. Although the battlefield was chaotic, with her Sequence 7 intuition, Shitali easily found the suitcase that Luo Yan had hidden in a crack in the rocks, and then followed her intuition to find a mirror, which had been slightly charred by lightning. She bent down to pick up the mirror, and the moment her fingers touched it, images flashed involuntarily in her mind. As an apothecary, Shitali understood very well what state Luo Yan was in and why he had told her not to come over. She was saved by Luo Yan and later given potions that allowed her to have a new life, and she had developed feelings for him long ago, although she hadn't even realized it herself. However, at that moment, under the mirror's influence, her mind was filled with inappropriate images of her and Luo Yan. What am I thinking? No, this is taking advantage of someone in distress. This isn't right. Why am I having these fantasies? Shitali shook her head vigorously, trying to shake those chaotic images from her mind. But no matter how hard she tried, it was futile. Those images were fixed in her mind like they had been carved in stone, and they only increased. No, something is wrong. It's this thing. Shitali finally realized the core of the problem and quickly threw the mirror away. Sure enough, as soon as the mirror left her hand, those images disappeared. It really is this thing. Shatali steadied her mind, opened the suitcase, and quickly placed a mirror inside to prevent herself from being affected again. After doing this, Shatali began to collect useful items on the island. Although the island itself was quite desolate and had just suffered from battle, there were still some materials containing spirit. During this process, Shatali kept a distance of over 100 meters from Luo Yan to avoid stimulating him. Over an hour passed, and Luo Yan's ship slowly approached the shore. Porter flew straight toward Luo Yan, clutching a vial of potion in its claws. "Captain, I brought the potion you wanted." As it got closer, Porter couldn't wait to shout. Luo Yan, who was resting against a rock with his eyes closed, opened them and immediately saw Porter flying over. "Great, quickly give it to me." "Here." Porter didn't land, but lowered its flying height so that the potion was just within Luo Yan's reach. Without any hesitation, Luo Yan immediately reached out and took the potion, uncapped it, tilted his head back, and downed it in 2 gulps. The agitation within him gradually calmed down, and the desire in Luo Yan's eyes slowly faded. Although the effects in tea completely disappeared, he could now fully suppress them. "Phew, good. Let's clean up the battlefield and leave quickly." Luo Yan let out a long sigh and instructed Porter, who immediately went to convey Luo Yan's orders. The battlefield had already been cleaned, except for the area around Luo Yan. After Luo Yan took away a light blue translucent scale from the giant sea creature and the remnants of a burnt heart from the broken rusty knife, there was nothing left. However, Mitt and Rhoda had cut off quite a bit of meat from the sea creature to use as food for the next few days. The ship resumed its voyage, and after drinking a vial of healing potion, Luo Yan returned to his room to sleep. This was not only due to having experienced a fierce battle and needing rest after being injured, but also because of the significant effect of the calming agent from Shatari. "Sia, there should be quite a few magical items in this box, right? We usually don't have the chance to see them. So why not take this opportunity to open the box and let us have a look?" Luo Yan returned to his room in such a hurry that he even forgot to take the suitcase back from Shatali. Therefore, Shatali, carrying the suitcase back to the ship, was encouraged by Rhoda. As the person on the ship who feared the captain the least, Rhoda had no qualms about satisfying his curiosity by sneaking a peek at the magical items inside the suitcase. MIT, who was nearby, also became interested and hurried over. "Yeah, the captain didn't say we couldn't look. We just want to see it. We definitely won't touch it. What do you think?" MIT looked like he was enjoying the excitement. Since the tyrannical authority of those in power over those below them was quite strong, and MIT usually feared Luo Yan the most on the ship. If it weren't for Rhoda taking the lead, he would never have dared to encourage it. But since Rhoda had already taken the lead, even if Luo Yan got angry later, the first one he would find fault with would only be Rhoda. Shatali frowned slightly, feeling a bit dissatisfied. She had originally planned to immediately return the suitcase to Luo Yan's room and then go to sleep herself. Firstly, it was still daytime, and after becoming a vampire, her biological clock had unconsciously changed to sleeping during the day and being active at night, which provided a bit more safety while the ship sailed at night. Secondly, she had been affected by Luo Yan's singing earlier, and now she felt a bit mentally fatigued. But suddenly, Shatali thought of something, and her frown relaxed, even showing a faint smile on her face. "All right, since you want to see it, I'll let you see it. Actually, you can not only look at it, but you can also hold it and examine it closely, but you can only hold each item for a maximum of 1 minute. After all, I don't know the negative effects of these items. Holding them for too long might cause problems." "Great. Hurry up, open it." Rhoda rubbed his hands in excitement, eager to take the suitcase. Shatali said nothing further and directly opened the latch of the suitcase. As soon as the box was opened, Rhoda and MIT's eyes immediately fixed on the mirror, which had scorch marks on it, although they hadn't seen the other items. The mirror was clearly the most prominent because of the burn marks. Seeing this, Shatali's smile grew even wider. "Let me tell you, you weren't there at the time, so you didn't see it. This mirror played a crucial role in killing that sea creature. I don't know what method the captain used, but he struck the mirror with lightning, and as a result, the sea creature was hit by lightning all over and severely injured. So this mirror must be very powerful. Oh, no wonder this mirror is blackened. It was struck by lightning. Can I hold this mirror?" Rhoda, who was the least astute among the three, was predictably guided by Shatali and developed a strong interest in the mirror. This was a situation that Shatali intentionally led, so she naturally wouldn't refuse and nodded straightforwardly. "Of course, didn't I say so before? All right, then I'll take a look." Rhoda was not polite and directly reached out to take the mirror in his hands. But within less than 3 seconds of picking it up, his smile froze, and his face turned red and pale in turns. No. Rhoda seemed to be stimulated by something, throwing the mirror away and quickly retreating. This action left MIT, who was standing next to him, very confused, not understanding what had happened. Not to mention him, even Shadowly was a bit surprised. She actually just wanted to use the mirror to make Rhoda have inappropriate fantasies, so that when he provoked her later, she could use it to retaliate, but she didn't expect his reaction to be so strong. What's wrong with you? The first to ask this question was not Shadowly, but MIT. As he spoke, he unconsciously took a small step towards Rhoda, causing Rhoda to become even more agitated. Stop. You stop right there. I warn you. Don't come any closer, or I'll hit you. What on earth is wrong with you? Mit was utterly confused. While Shadowly seemed to understand something, and her gaze towards the two of them became strange. It seems you have no interest in the other items anymore, so I'll just return the box to the captain's room. Shadowly quickly withdrew her gaze, bent down to pick up the mirror, and while holding the mirror, she also had some fantasies, but having had one experience already, she was mentally prepared and did not show any signs of abnormality. She very normally placed the mirror back in the box and finally closed the latch. In the following days, the atmosphere between Rhoda and MIT became a bit strange, and even Luo Yin noticed it. However, when Luo Yin inquired, both of them remained silent. One was equally bewildered, and the other was tight-lipped, while only Shadowly was secretly laughing. Whenever Luo Yin asked Shadowly, Rhoda would interrupt loudly as if someone had stepped on his tail, making the atmosphere even more awkward. Fortunately, this strange atmosphere did not last long, and no one mentioned it. A few days passed just like that. Captain, we can see Shambody Island. The lookout Porter flew down from the mast and landed on the small table next to Luo Yan's deck chair. Luo Yan pulled away the black cloth that served as an eye mask and stood up to look ahead. Sure enough, just as Potter had seen, there was a land in front of them with very large trees and a lot of bubbles rising from it. Shambody Island. Finally arrived, Shambody Island, everyone. Move closer. Prepare to land. Luo Yan immediately shouted loudly, but no one responded. Mitt was in the cockpit, which had basically become Mitt's room. He had even laid out a sleeping mat there. Once the usual route was set, he would sleep in the cockpit. Since the mirror incident, Rhoda had suddenly become very obedient to Shatari, doing whatever she said. He was currently in the lowest level of the ship, assisting the little golden monkey in taking care of the plants. Shatari, on the other hand, was sleeping in her room because it was daytime, and the sun was shining brightly today. For vampires, this was quite terrible weather, and naturally they had to hide in their rooms to sleep. Luo Yin, who received no response, was not embarrassed. Rather, he had grown accustomed to being the only one on deck. He went to call them, preparing to go ashore. Okay, Captain. Porter flapped his wings and was the first to go to the cockpit. After waking Mitt, he went to the bottom of the ship to notify Rhoda. Luo Yin also didn't idle. He went to knock on Shatari's door to wake her up. The ship slowly sailed into the port of Xiangbidi Island, which, as the entrance to the New World, was a bustling small island located beneath the Red Earth continent. The port was always busy with ships, whether they were merchant ships or pirate vessels. When Luo Yin's ship docked at the port, right beside it was a gray pirate ship that was 2 to 3 times larger. However, he wasn't worried about his ship being attacked. Although there were many pirates around, the area was firmly under the control of the Navy, and the naval forces on the island were sufficient. In the absence of any animosity, no pirate would be foolish enough to cause trouble here. As soon as he disembarked, Luo Yin handed 500,000 berries each to Rhoda and Maeder, then seriously instructed, "You two, take the money and go wherever you want to have fun. After you're done, come find me. Oh, Maeder, take the astrology ball with you, and use divination to find me later. Xia and I have some important business to attend to." Maeder and Rhoda were taken aback when they received the berries, not because they were surprised that Luo Yin would let them go have fun. After all, they had often gone to Joy Street when they were in Alabasta, and after drifting at sea for so long, they finally had the chance to go out. They just didn't expect Luo Yin to give them money. They had made a fair amount in Alabasta and still had quite a bit left. Enough to enjoy Joy Festival for sure. Hey, thank you, Captain. Although they didn't know why, they certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to ask. They happily took the money and ran off to have fun. Let's go. Time to get down to business. Luo Yin turned to take a glance at Xiatali, then strode forward. Xiatali quickly followed, unable to hide her curiosity as she asked, "Captain, why did you send those two away?" "Hey, it's not really sending them away. I'm just afraid the guy Rhoda might get beaten to death. So I let him hide for a bit, and we'll talk after we make contact with the other side." Beaten to death? Xiatali tilted her head in thought, but couldn't figure out why. However, her confusion didn't last long. After walking for less than half an hour, Luo Yin arrived at the destination, the shaking down bar owned by Xiachi. "Do we really have to go in?" Xiatali hesitated upon seeing the bar's name. Luo Yin smiled and said jokingly, "Now you know why I'd wrote a hide, right? Just from the name. You can tell that the people inside are not to be trifled with, and I might not even be able to take them on." As he spoke, Luo Yin had already pushed open the bar door, and with the ringing of the bell on the door, Xiaqi, who was smoking at the counter, looked up. "Oh, we have guests. What would you like to drink?" "A beer, please." Luo Yin strode forward and sat down at the bar. Xiaqi nodded, turned around, and placed a glass of beer on the bar. Luo Yin wasn't polite and took the beer, pouring it into his mouth and downing more than half of it in one go. 1,000,000 belly. Seeing that Luo Yin had already drunk, Xiaqi squinted and smiled as she revealed the price of the beer. At the door, Shada Li hesitated for a moment. Upon hearing that a glass of beer costs 1,000,000 belly, her eyes widened in disbelief, questioning if her ears were playing tricks on her. It's not expensive at all." Luo Yin didn't think it was expensive. Instead, he laughed heartily and directly took out the prepared money, slapping it down on the table as if it were not 1,000,000 belly, but just 100. Xiaqi squinted her eyes slightly and seemed to start sizing up this guest at that moment. At the same time, her hand didn't hesitate, and she directly picked up the 1,000,000 belly, tucking it away under the bar. "One interesting guy," Xiaqi said, as she pinched the cigarette on her lips with her right hand's index and middle fingers and exhaled a large puff of smoke. Luo Yin picked up the wine glass and downed the remaining half cup of beer in one go, letting out a long burp. "Burp. This beer sure has a strong kick. Of course, this is good beer. So, little brother, do you need anything else?" Xiaqi didn't delay for long and got straight to the point. Someone who could come to this bar and spend 1,000,000 berries on a beer couldn't possibly be here just for the drinks. There must be another purpose. Luo Yin understood the meaning behind Xiaqi's words, and the smile on his face didn't fade at all. "I want to go to the New World, and I need to coat the ship. I believe you can definitely help me, boss." Xiaqi flicked the ash off his cigarette, took another drag, and exhaled slowly. "I know a coating craftsman. If I calculate the time right, he should be arriving soon, assuming he hasn't gone missing. So all I need to do is wait here. Right?" "That's correct." Luo Yin nodded, then turned to look at the somewhat dazed Shitali who had been standing behind him. "Come over and sit down. Why are you standing?" Shitali hurriedly snapped back to reality, taking 2 steps at a time to sit down at the bar. Luo Yin first nodded at Xia Talon and then looked at Xiaqi. He handed her a glass of juice. It's really rare to come to a bar for juice," Xiaqi said. However, her hands were quick, and she soon placed a glass of orange juice in front of Xia Talon. But Xia Talon didn't dare to drink it, after all. She had just heard the price of that beer, so she looked at Luo Yin with a pleading gaze. Luo Yin smiled gently and took out another 1,000,000 berry, placing on the bar. "Just drink. It's only a glass of juice." As he spoke, Luo Yin pushed the berry forward, indicating to Xiaqi that she could take the money, but Xiaqi shook her head. "This glass of juice is on the house. Just consider it a gift for this lovely little one." "Thank you." Although Shitali was still a bit hesitant to drink the juice, she quietly expressed her gratitude. Her fear stemmed not only from the 1,000,000 berry for the previous beer, but also from what Luo Yin had said before they entered, that he might not be able to defeat the other party. What a polite child. "You don't look like pirates?" Xiaqi asked affirmatively, and Luo Yin nodded calmly. "Well, we are adventurers." "Adventurers? I thought you were revolutionaries." Xiaqi joked, but Shitali's expression, which had just relaxed, suddenly tightened, and she looked up at Xiaqi in shock. Luo Yin, however, remained very calm, even speaking with a hint of a smile. "Let me think. This information must come from the revolutionaries, right? Am I guessing correctly?" The smile on Xiaqi's face suddenly froze and then blossomed into a more evident grin. "It seems you have quite impressive information channels. This intel is quite obscure and not something most people can find out." Luo Yin shook his head, leaning back slightly, looking up at the ceiling, then suddenly sat up straight and looked at Xiaqi. "I don't have any intelligence channels. I just use my brain. When I was in Rogtown, I made a deal with Long, and at that time, I was very sure that no one was following us. But in Alabasta, a naval colonel named Smoker knew about this matter, and I didn't think much of it at the time. First, there were quite a few Navy personnel in Rogtown, so maybe someone noticed me leaving with Long. Second, Smoker had some cover-up in his words. But since this information has reached here, someone must be deliberately spreading it. Who could it be? The most suspicious, without a doubt, is the Revolutionary Army." Xiaqi clapped her hands, generously giving her praise. "Very good reasoning. You're even more outstanding than I imagined." But then she suddenly withdrew her smile, her expression becoming serious, as she said, "I don't know what kind of deal you made with Long that would make him want to tie you to the Revolutionary Army's ship so badly. But from now on, you need to be careful. Even if you are a great pirate, as long as you don't actively provoke the world government, They won't do anything to you. But if you get involved with the Revolutionary Army, then it's a different story. Luo Yin smiled bitterly and shook his head, then sighed softly. Rather than tying me to the Revolutionary Army's ship, it's more like forcing me to choose a side. It's not even a test. Truly deserving of being the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Luo Yan's was indeed heartfelt. After confirming that the information had come from the Revolutionary Army, he had already guessed Dragon's intentions. The fact that Luo Yan had made a deal with the Revolutionary Army was secretly and precisely spread, attracting attention from all sides, which could very likely draw the notice of the world government. Once the world government took notice, they only had two choices. First, to show goodwill, send someone to make contact and offer amnesty. Second, to show malice, directly issue a wanted order and carry out an assassination. If they showed goodwill, Luo Yin might lean towards cooperation, and the Revolutionary Army would immediately cut off contact with him to prevent infiltration. If they showed malice, then Luo Yin would undoubtedly be pushed closer to the Revolutionary Army, which was what Dragon hoped to see. Therefore, regardless of how the world government reacted, it would help the Revolutionary Army confirm whether Luo Yin was reliable or not. Xiaoqi once again pinched the cigarette with her fingers, exhaling a puff of smoke. As if suddenly remembering something, she raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh right, I have another piece of information. I heard that the Revolutionary Army has expanded its territory in the West Sea. Moreover, the person who broke through the last stronghold used a special ability, similar to that of a devil fruit, but not actually a devil fruit ability. The Revolutionary Army has given this ability a name, called Extraordinary. I wonder if you know about it?" The bar fell into a brief silence. Shatari, with her mouth slightly open, looked at her captain, genuinely a bit panicked this time. The sudden quietness only intensified her anxiety. But soon she saw her captain break into a grin. "Hey, there's something I want to confirm. What do you think about the Revolutionary Army's intelligence capabilities?" Luo Yin suddenly changed the topic and asked a question that seemed completely unrelated to the previous discussion. Xiaoqi was briefly taken aback, then replied, "Of course they are very strong. Without a powerful intelligence system, how could the Revolutionary Army continue to grow? They are facing the rulers of this world. After all, then I wouldn't worry," she said. "For me, this is a good thing." Luo Yin shrugged, appearing very relaxed, as it was truly just a trivial matter. In fact, Luo Yin wasn't too worried. If the world government chose to show goodwill, they would at least send CP0 for a contact. Only if he and CP0 failed to reach an agreement would an assassination be likely. In that case, Luo Yin would have plenty of time. As long as he reached the New World and made contact with Whitebeard, he could gain temporary protection from him. Under such circumstances, the world government wouldn't dare to carry out an assassination. By the time he left Whitebeard's protection, Luo Yin would have already reached Sequence 4, which is a qualitative advancement. At that point, even if he faced an admiral at sea, he might not win, but he would definitely be able to escape. Moreover, once negotiations with CP0 broke down, Dragon would know that Luo Yin was leaning toward the Revolutionary Army and would definitely provide some assistance. If not sending someone to rescue him, at least he would give a warning in advance. Attempting to assassinate a Sequence 4 who had been warned would be unthinkable. After all, the high sensitivity of Sequence 4 itself would alert him to danger. If the world government initially released malice, the Revolutionary Army would certainly still provide warnings. After all, Luo Yin still had a transponder snail given by Dragon. That is why Luo Yin confirmed the intelligence capabilities of the Revolutionary Army with Xiaoqi. After receiving a positive response, he felt reassured, but necessary precautions were still needed. As for why Luo Yin said this was a good thing for him, it was because he would need anchors in the future. What is the best and fastest way to obtain anchors? Undoubtedly, it is through saving others from suffering. So are there people in suffering? Following the Revolutionary Army is definitely the right choice. If not for being unable to endure suffering any longer, who would be willing to ignite the flames of war? Countries that spark revolutions are undoubtedly places where the lower classes suffer greatly. By saving the suffering and spreading faith, he could naturally gain followers and obtain the anchors needed to become an angel. Xiaoqi nodded, not saying anything further. She wasn't curious about why Luo Yin said it was a good thing. She would provide the information and a warning. One reason was that she had received intelligence about Luo Yin in advance and had developed some interest in him. And the other was that she had received 1 million berries from him. Dingling. At that moment, the bar door was pushed open again, and a man with white hair and glasses walked in. It was the Dark King Rayleigh. "Oh, we have a guest today." As soon as Rayleigh entered, he spotted Luo Yin. Xiaoqi exhaled a smoke ring and chuckled as she introduced, "This is little Luo Yin. He is here to ask you to help him code his ship." Coding? Is he going to Fishman Island? Rayleigh, apart from occasionally selling himself for some extra cash on Sabeti Archipelago, made a living by helping others with ship coding, so he wasn't too surprised that someone would come to him for that. However, he also recognized Luo Yin. This information had come from Shaki's secret channels. Luo Yin did not dare to be negligent and immediately got off the high stool at the bar, smiling as he bowed to Rayleigh. It's my first time meeting you. My name is Luo Yin. Ha ha. No need to be so formal. I'm just a coding technician, Rayleigh replied with a cheerful smile, like an ordinary old man. However, Luo Yin's attitude remained serious and even grew more solemn. If you were just an ordinary coding technician, I certainly wouldn't be so formal. But standing in front of me is a living legend, the right-hand man of Pirate King Joel D. Roger, the Dark King Rayleigh. How could I not treat this with the utmost respect? Rayleigh's kindly expression slightly reined in, his head tilted ever so slightly, just enough to reflect the bar's light, making it impossible to see his eyes through his glasses. Upon hearing this title, Shatari's beautiful eyes widened, instinctively covering her mouth with her hand, while Shaki, who had been at the bar, had propped her chin up with her hand, appearing to watch the drama unfold. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, and his smile returned, as if nothing had just happened. I didn't expect that after so many years, someone would still recognize me. It seems you didn't come just for coding? No, I really did come just for coding this time. I have something very urgent to attend to. Of course, after I finish that, I may look for you again. Oh, something very urgent that you need to handle in the new world? Rayleigh showed a hint of surprise and curiosity, and Luo Yin nodded, his gaze becoming deeper. That's right, but this matter is too significant, and I can't disclose it now. I can tell you more in detail when we meet next time. I have a feeling it won't be long. Haha, I'm a bit curious, but it's just curiosity. When you plan to start coding? Since Luo Yin had clearly stated that he wouldn't talk, Rayleigh didn't press further and actively change the subject. Luo Yin thought for a moment and said, if possible, I'd like to start the coding today. After all, the coding process takes time, and I don't want to stay on this island too long. Sure, then let me have a drink first, and then take me to see your ship. Rayleigh sat down at the bar, and Shaki, who was well prepared, brought out 2 plates of food and a glass of wine for Rayleigh. Although it was called drinking, it was more like lunch. Luo Yin didn't wait long. In just half an hour, he was full and ready. He then followed Luo Yin to the place where the ship was docked. When Rayleigh saw that Luo Yin's ship was so small, he was somewhat surprised. After all, such a small boat doesn't fare well in the New World. When he boarded the ship and saw a monkey taking care of the plants, a ferret using its forelimbs to wipe the floor with a cloth, and a bird shamelessly directing them, he couldn't help but show an expression of astonishment. Is this the ability to command animals? Luo Yin did not answer, but turned to look at Xiaodali, who nodded and said vaguely, to be precise, they are tamed. Little Jean and Little Bai are my tamed pets, and that bird belongs to the captain. So that's how it is, I understand now. I can finish it by tomorrow afternoon at the earliest. Thank you, but how much do you charge? Luo Yin didn't think that just a few casual words would convince the other person to treat him. He proactively brought up the issue of payment, but Rayleigh just chuckled and shook his head. No need. I'm looking forward to your growth. Consider this my investment in you. Thank you then. Although Luo Yin was a bit surprised by the free meal, he didn't reject it. Instead, he felt somewhat delighted. After all, this was Rayleigh, a person with considerable strength, undoubtedly a valuable ally at this moment. Since such an ally had offered help, it made sense to take advantage of it. After discussing the coding process with Rayleigh and instructing the animals on the ship to follow Rayleigh's commands to assist with the coding, Luo Yin went shopping with Shatari, mainly to buy ingredients. They could buy less meat, but they needed to stock up on durable vegetables and fruits. Captain, can we wait until the afternoon or evening to buy things? Just a short while into their outing, Shatari could no longer bear it. For a vampire, walking under the scorching sun was not a pleasant experience. The previous trips to and from Xiaqi's bar had already pushed her to her limits, and she really did not want to walk any further now. All right, let's go eat something first. Luo Yin nodded and led Shatari into a small shop that specialized in takoyaki. The storefront was quite small, about the width of 4 people standing side by side, and inside, a man and a woman were busy, with the delicious aroma wafting in from a distance. Boss, 2 orders of takoyaki and 2 cups of juice, please. As soon as Luo Yin arrived at the door of the shop, he shouted inside. A man wearing a headscarf, who was busy, raised his head and immediately broke into a beaming smile upon seeing the guest. Please take a seat. 2 servings of takoyaki and 2 cups of juice will be ready soon. Luo Yin nodded and didn't say much, sitting down beside Xiaodali at a small table. Finally finding some shade, Xiaodali let out a long sigh and began to examine the passers-by outside the shop with her bright red eyes. Captain, Will our new ship be ready? The current one is too small and simply not enough. It was rare for Xiaotali to complain, and Luo Yin chuckled lightly. Not surprised at all. Recently, Xiaotali had been making very full use of the space on the ship. For example, she had placed several flower pots in everyone's rooms, claiming it was beneficial for health to add greenery. But the main reason was that the ship's space was too small, and she didn't have enough room for all her flowers and plants. Next time we meet with the dragon, we should be able to get the ship. However, if we switch to a bigger ship, we will need more people to operate it. Then the captain can just recruit a few more subordinates, right? Xiaotali waved her hand nonchalantly. Luo Yin smiled and was about to speak when the owner brought over 2 servings of takoyaki and 2 cups of juice. Luo Yin immediately ate a takoyaki, the deliciousness bursting on his taste buds, causing him to squint his eyes in pleasure. Chitari was also enjoying it, and then she seriously fixed her gaze on Luo Yin. Captain, don't you have any potions that can enhance cooking skills? Rhoda's dishes are too, ordinary. Luo Yin nodded in agreement, ate another takoyaki, and mumbled, just endure for a while longer. Once I achieve my goal, I'll specifically find a chef. As for whether there are potions to improve cooking skills, I think there are, but I don't have the recipe for such potions. The two chatted casually, and time passed unknowingly. The sun quickly tilted to the west, and they left the takoyaki shop, preparing to officially go buy supplies. Halfway through, they saw a group of people walking towards them, led by a burly man wearing a black leather coat and a black outfit, with a cigar in his mouth. Luo Yin didn't recognize this person and didn't pay much attention, thinking that since he didn't appear in the original story, he wasn't a significant character. However, when Xiaotali saw this person, her gaze froze, and in the next moment, a palpable hatred surged from that frozen gaze. But this hatred appeared for just an instant before vanishing without a trace, as if it had never existed. Luo Yin's spirit was stirred, and he subconsciously glanced at Xiaotali, only to find her face calm. But her hands were tightly clenched, with her nails seemingly digging into her flesh, and drops of blood were oozing from the gaps at her fingertips. Do you know those people? Once they passed each other, Luo Yin asked, and Xiaotali shook her head, her expression still serene, showing no signs of disturbance. I don't know them. Captain, why do you suddenly ask this? Really? Luo Yin's gaze shifted down and swept over Xiaotali's hand. The wound on her palm, caused by her nails, had already healed. However, fresh blood that had not yet dried remained under her nails. Xiaotali sensed Luo Yin's gaze and instinctively moved her hand behind her, avoiding Luo Yin's eyes. Luo Yin nodded and withdrew his gaze. Whenever you want to tell me, just come back and tell me. Although he still didn't know what had happened. He had already guessed that Xiaotali had some enmity with that group. But since Xiaotali was unwilling to speak, he didn't press her. First, his current strength was not enough to support him causing a ruckus on Sabaody Island. Second, his main goal was still to meet Whitebeard and advance to rank 4. Third, he didn't think Xiaotali was a mindless person. Since she had concerns, there must be corresponding reasons behind them, and if he pressed her too hard, it might backfire. Xiaotali tightly pursed her lips, staring at Luo Yin for a long time, before finally releasing a hoarse voice from her throat, as if she had a bad cold. Thank you. After this episode, Xiaotali became much quieter than usual, but fortunately, it didn't affect the subsequent shopping. When it was time to bargain, she still bargained, due to the special bubbles used as transportation on Sabaody Island. The two bought a lot of ingredients in one go and even made a special trip to the hospital to purchase a considerable number of blood bags as Xiaotali's food supply. The hospital staff had no suspicions about someone buying a large number of blood bags. In this pirate-infested world, injuries and blood loss were common, and many pirate crews stored blood bags for transfusions. When the two returned to the ship, Rayleigh was still busy. To avoid affecting the construction, after putting away the ingredients, Luo Yin took out a tent and set up a simple camp on the shore. Because the island usually had restrictions and open fires were not allowed, they didn't make a fire, which made the camp atmosphere a bit lacking. However, for Luo Yin, who had night vision abilities, it was not a problem. At night, with the moon bright and stars sparse, Rayleigh had already gone home. Luo Yin sat in front of his tent, looking at Xiaotali, who was also sitting in front of her tent, and clicked his tongue. MIT and Rhoda are really something. They're having fun with the women, and I'm stuck sleeping in a tent. Just thinking about how MIT and Rhoda were likely having a great time in some luxurious room at the festival made Luo Yin grind his teeth in anger. He thought those two would return by evening at most, but now it was deep into the night, and there was still no sign of them. At this rate, it seemed they wouldn't be back tonight. Xiaotali wasn't as angry as Luo Yin. Instead, she covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Captain, You could go to the festival for the night. I'll just keep watch here. Who do you think I am? Do you think your captain is someone who would go to the festival? If it were Rhoda or MIT encouraging him from across the way, Luo Yin might have considered it, but since it was shadowy, not to mention she was a girl, he had already pretended to be an upright gentleman in front of her once. If he showed any hesitation now, it would be like slapping his own face. So he had to be upright. Shadowly's eyes curved slightly, her smile growing more pronounced, as if she could see through Luo Yan's facade, but chose not to expose it. Luo Yan originally had night vision abilities, so the darkness couldn't hinder his sight at all. He watched the changes in Xia Tali's expression and gradually found it hard to hold back. So he simply dove into the tent and went to sleep. As for keeping watch, that was naturally left to Xia Tali, who was active at night. The next noon, Luo Yin sat on the grass by the coast, while the little golden monkey diligently massaged his back. Xia Tali was using a small comb to groom the fur of the little white ferret, and Porter was flying around, trying to pierce the bubbles that popped up from the ground with his sharp beak, but instead got wrapped in the bubbles and floated up. Both humans and animals were quite bored, but no one complained. After all, the coating would be completed in less than an hour. "Captain, we're back." At that moment, a somewhat rough shout rang out. Luo Yin merely turned his head to glance and didn't look any further. The one shouting was naturally Rhoda. The two of them had no idea where they had gone to play, and although their voices sounded energetic, both had dark circles under their eyes. Clearly having stayed up late, "You really came back just in time. If you were any later, we would have left you behind," Xia Tali said, somewhat dissatisfied that it took them so long to return. Rhoda scratched the back of his head, making a silly face, while Miter flatteringly leaned forward and handed Xia Tali a line with several bubbles attached to it. "We actually wanted to come back yesterday afternoon. Didn't the captain ask me to bring the astrology ball? I was just about to divine where you were when I suddenly thought it might disturb you and the captain's good thing. So, I divined when would be the best time to return, and unexpectedly, the result was to come back at this time. So here we are. Good thing with the captain? What good thing?" Xia Tali was confused. Miter immediately made a face, unsure of what to imply. Seeing that Xia Tali still didn't understand, he leaned in a bit closer, wanted to lower his voice to say something. Just then, Riley's voice suddenly came through. "It seems all your people are here now. The coating has been completed, and you can set sail at any time." Luo Yin sat here for a whole morning, feeling like he was about to mold. Upon hearing this, he immediately stood up. "Little ones, let's set sail." "All right, set sail." This time, it was Shatali who echoed him, dropping her comb and raising her fist in support, clearly very enthusiastic. MIT and Rhoda were a bit slow to react, but they still chimed in. Luo Yan's ship, wrapped in a huge bubble, sank into the sea, following the underwater currents directly towards Mermaid Island. However, he did not intend to go to Mermaid Island, but decided to bypass it and head straight for the New World. When Luo Yan's ship resurfaced the next morning, it was already dawn. Whether it was the lingering morning mist or the nature of the sea area itself, everything was shrouded in thick fog. Standing on the deck, visibility was less than 3 meters, making it impossible to discern the direction. If it were an ordinary ship, encountering such an environment without a recorded pointer would likely lead to disaster. But on Luo Yan's ship, there was an astrolabe, which was originally used to determine direction. As long as there was an astrolabe at sea, one would never get lost. Moreover, Luo Yin also had the life card of the Whitebeard pirate ship doctor in hand. Luo Yin had handed over the life card to Might Long before diving onto the ship. At this point, Might had already adjusted the ship's course, heading straight towards the direction of the Whitebeard pirates, and this journey lasted 4 days. "Captain, I see the Whitebeard pirate flag. The lookout." Porter's shout woke Luo Yin from his nap. Luo Yin opened his eyes while lying on a deck chair, blowing his nose vigorously, looking as if he hadn't fully woken up. It wasn't his fault. In order to quickly digest the potion from the ocean singer, he had been holding concerts on the ship every day to accommodate Shatari's schedule. He usually started singing in the evening and didn't stop until the early hours of the morning. As a result, he was short on sleep at night and could only catch up by taking naps during the day. "All right, go tell Might that we can stop now. I'll go wake Shatari." It was still noon, and Luo Yin knew Shatari hadn't gotten up yet, but he had to wake her up since he was counting on her to treat Whitebeard. Half an hour later, Luo Yin and Shatari were in a small canoe, approaching the Whitebeard pirates. For this outing, Shatari had even prepared a medical kit to hang around her waist, which made her look quite professional, while Luo Yin only brought that letter from Ace, with the current of the sea pushing them along. The small boat soon came within 300 meters of the Whitebeard pirates, catching their attention. One of their ships lowered a small dinghy, and a middle-aged man with fiery red hair rowed over. He He wasn't afraid that the others might come with ill intentions, because behind him was the emperor ruling over the seas, the Whitebeard pirates. Even if the others were from the navy, he wasn't worried about being killed. Who are you? What do you want? Although the Whitebeard pirates were pirates, they were not brutal and bloodthirsty. Instead, they had a strong sense of family and were quite kind compared to other pirates. Therefore, they showed no malice towards the unfamiliar visitors and spoke in a friendly tone. I want to see Whitebeard. This is a letter from Fire Fist Ace. Loyan spread his hand, and suddenly a gust of wind blew the letter in front of the visitor. The person, not daring to be negligent, quickly caught it. Please wait here. I'll deliver the letter to my father right away. The person's attitude became much more respectful. After all, the other party was holding a letter from the captain of the 2nd Division. Seeing the other person tuck the letter into their pocket and prepare to paddle back, Loyan chuckled softly and snapped his fingers. No need to trouble yourself. I'll send you back. Before the words fell, the water under the small boat changed, and it immediately sped back along the same route. But as it got closer, it slowed down to avoid a direct collision with the large ship. Captain, that guy seems to be able to control the sea currents. A member of the white-bearded pirate crew, holding a telescope, reported the whole process in a hurry. Behind him stood a tall man with clearly defined muscles, diamond jaws. Control the sea currents? What kind of ability is that? But it doesn't seem to have any malicious intent. Ja's expression became somewhat serious. As a great pirate who had roamed the seas for many years, he understood better than most the significant advantage of being able to control sea currents on the ocean. Luo Yin watched as the person who came to make contact boarded the large ship before retracting his gaze, unable to help but chuckle. Hey, Diamond Jaws. If his fruit awakens, wouldn't he become rich overnight? However, diamonds in this world aren't that valuable. Gold is still better. Luo Yin murmured softly, appearing quite relaxed, while Shatari seemed a bit uneasy. Although she didn't think there would be any issues with this encounter, she was aware that she was about to face one of the 4 emperors ruling the seas, known as the strongest man. Captain, you don't seem nervous at all? There's nothing to be nervous about, as long as we don't take the initiative to strike. Even if the talks fall through, Whitebeard won't do anything to us. He might even want you to be his son. Luo Yin joked, and Shatarli immediately showed a look of disbelief, which eased her tension considerably, leaving her unsure whether Luo Yin was really joking. The Whitebeard side didn't make Luo Yin wait too long. In less than 5 minutes, the person he had contacted earlier rowed a small boat closer. Old man invites you over. I'll lead the way. He shouted from a distance without coming too close this time. Luo Yin immediately manipulated the sea currents to follow. The 2 small boats passed several warships and arrived at the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick, where Whitebeard was. The ship had already lowered the soft ladder, but Luo Yin chose not to climb it. Instead, he used the wind to lift himself and the guide up, while Shatarli immediately spread her wings. The 3 landed almost simultaneously, and it was the guide's first time being blown by the wind, landing with slightly weak legs and almost losing his balance. Fortunately being supported by Luo Yin, Shatarli did not retract her wings immediately, but first scanned the surroundings before folding them away. Hoo-la-la-la. What a cocky little brat. Whitebeard's voice was the first to sound, perhaps having received news from Ace, his tone carrying a hint of barely noticeable joy. Luo Yin then looked ahead at the enormous and stout Whitebeard, the man known as the strongest. He was sitting in a massive recliner, with an 4 drip stand beside him, currently administering fluids to Whitebeard. This is our first meeting. My name is Luo Yin. Although he was sure the other party wouldn't easily take action, Luo Yin still dared not be disrespectful and slightly bowed to Whitebeard. Whitebeard sat up a bit, the corners of his mouth curving into a crescent smile, revealing his signature grin. I've read Ace's letter. Thank you for delivering it. He mentioned you wanted to ask for my help. Without any small talk, Whitebeard got straight to the point, and Luo Yin immediately nodded. Since the other party was so direct, he also had no intention of beating around the bush. I need an earthquake and a tsunami. It's not about destroying anyone, but I need to do something during the earthquake and tsunami, so I'm hoping you can help. An earthquake? Huh, that's simple. It's just a matter of throwing a punch for me. But as you can see, my physical condition isn't great. Helping you would be quite a burden for me. So, what can you offer as compensation for this burden? As Whitebeard said this, the cadre members standing on either side all grinned widely, as if they had discussed it in advance or received some kind of order. Luo Yin had long anticipated this point. He remained calm and was about to speak about his bargaining chip when he heard the old man with a white beard laugh. Kid, come be my son. Luo Yin couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He had anticipated that the old man with the white beard would pull a stunt like this, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly and so directly. On the side, Shatari was even more astonished. She had thought that Luo Yan's earlier words were mostly jokes, but she didn't expect them to come true so soon. Luo Yan naturally could not agree to be Whitebeard's son, so he shook his head without hesitation and said, "No, I refuse. I am an adventurer, and I don't want to be a pirate." This statement seemed to touch a nerve, and the smile on Whitebeard's face immediately darkened. He suddenly stood up, drew the Tsongyun cut beside him, and raised it with one hand, making it spin rapidly in his palm. The spinning motion created a whirlwind around him, causing some of the subordinates present to squint their eyes against the wind. Shatari's expression changed dramatically, her body slightly bent, and her wings, which had just been retracted, spread out again. Her crimson eyes shone with a hint of red, as if she was about to rush out at any moment. Luo Yan reached out to block Zidali's path, while his other hand pressed forward in the air, causing the howling wind to suddenly stop. Whitebeard squinted his eyes, tightly gripping Tsongyun Xie and thrusting it forcefully into the ground, sending a visible shockwave radiating outwards. However, this circular shockwave actively avoided Luo Yan and Zidali, not even lifting the corners of their clothes. Whitebeard's grim face gradually softened, reshaping into a crescent-like smile. "Well, you've got some skills. Are you really not going to become my son?" "Really not going to, and I think even if I agreed to be your son, it wouldn't bring you much benefit personally. I brought you something you desire more. For example, allowing you to live longer and be in better condition." This statement immediately caused a stir on the ship. Not only the small fry, but even the officers could no longer maintain their composure, starting to whisper among themselves. As members of the Whitebeard pirates, they all knew that Whitebeard's health was deteriorating, often requiring infusions to alleviate his condition. They feared he had only a few years left to live, and now a kid out of nowhere claimed he could help Whitebeard live longer and improve his condition. Naturally, they found it hard to believe. Whitebeard's smile gradually faded, his expression turning serious, and he exuded an even greater authority. "I think you know what you're talking about. I am well aware of my health condition, and this is not something an ordinary doctor can resolve." Loyan did not answer Whitebeard, but turned to look at Shatari. Shatari cooperatively stepped forward to align with Loyan, raising her head and fearlessly meeting Whitebeard's gaze for a moment, but then she hesitated a bit. "Captain, he is plagued by injuries and illnesses, plus he is getting old. Even if I cure him, he can only live for another 20 years at most." 20 years? Are you serious? The first to ask was not Whitebeard himself, but the immortal bird Marco, who stood not far from Whitebeard. He was the captain of the 1st Division, Whitebeard's closest companion, and also half a ship's doctor, fully aware of Whitebeard's condition. Even he felt that Whitebeard didn't have many years left. Yet a girl who looked to be under 20 casually mentioned 20 years, which naturally raised his suspicions. Shatari lifted her chin and slightly curled her lips, looking at Marco with a somewhat arrogant demeanor. "I am very confident in my potion. If you don't believe me, you can find someone to test it." As she spoke, Shatari took out a vial of pink healing potion and continued, "This is a healing potion. The wounded can try it, and if there are no wounded, you can cut yourself and then drink the potion." A small thug stepped forward to take the potion, but Marco was quicker, reaching Shatari first and taking the potion in hand. "I'll do it." Saying that, he unhesitatingly used a small knife to cut a 10-centimeter long gash on his arm, blood immediately gushing out. Loyan wished he could catch that blood, but there were too many people around, and he really didn't know how to explain, so he forcibly suppressed his urge. The others didn't worry much about Marco. They all knew his abilities. Even if the potion didn't work, Marco could quickly heal the wound with his own powers, so there would be no problem. Without hesitation, Marco raised his head and drank the healing potion. As the cool liquid flowed down his throat, he immediately felt the pain in his arm vanish. Looking down, he saw the wound healing at a visibly rapid pace. In just a few seconds, the 10-centimeter long cut had completely healed. If it weren't for the blood around the wound still not dried, he would even doubt that the wound had existed at all. How is this possible? How can there be such a potion? Marco's Phoenix Flames could also heal wounds quickly, but when used for others, it was never this fast. The main point was that this was a potion, completely unrelated to the fruit's abilities, which greatly increased the possibilities. Seeing Marco, who had doubted her, so astonished, Shatari immediately revealed a satisfied smile, raising her chin slightly higher. "How about it? Do you believe I have the ability to heal Whitebeard now?" Marco opened his mouth, but didn't answer directly. Instead, he turned to look at Whitebeard. "Old man, her potion is indeed amazing, maybe." Before Marco could finish his sentence, Whitebeard waved his hand to interrupt, then laughed. "Kuahaha, little girl. Is he your captain?" Shatari was taken aback, not understanding what Whitebeard meant, but she nodded in response. Yes, is that so? What a pity. Whitebeard's face showed unmistakable disappointment, but he quickly returned to normal. Then let's give it a try. I don't need 20 years. Just 10 more years would be greatly appreciated. All right, then please lie down. I need to draw some blood for a checkup first, and then I can prepare the specific potion based on your condition. Whitebeard nodded, stepping back to sit in the lounge chair again, handing over his naginata to an unknown thug who immediately caught it and placed it aside. Shatari took out a large syringe from the medical kit and directly approached to draw a full 120 milliliters of blood. No one present doubted her. After all, blood tests were very common in medicine, though some were surprised at how much was being drawn. Fortunately, for a big guy like Whitebeard, 120 milliliters wasn't much. After obtaining the blood, Shatari looked up at the scorching sun and couldn't help but frown. Can you give me a quiet room? It would be best if there was a table. No problem, follow me. The response came from Marco. Now Whitebeard was not much involved in the daily affairs of the pirate crew. It was mostly Marco who managed things, and only important matters were decided by Whitebeard himself. Therefore, no one found it problematic for Marco to answer on Whitebeard's behalf at this moment. Luo, Yin naturally followed after shadowy, with no one stopping them. The two were brought into a room that was neither too big nor too small, resembling a chemistry lab filled with various beakers, test tubes, and even microscopes. You can use all the equipment in this room freely. If you need anything else, just call out. I'll have 2 people guarding the door to ensure you won't be disturbed. Thank you, Shadowy said sincerely. Marco nodded, said nothing more, and immediately exited the room, closing the door behind him. Once Luo, Yin, and Shadowy were alone, Shadowy let out a long sigh of relief. I was almost scared to death when that old man with the white beard was handling the weapon. I thought he would actually make a move. She patted her chest with her hand, feigning a look of fear, and Luo, Yin couldn't help but laugh. I thought you were ready to fight back. I didn't think you were scared at all. I was just trying to gain the upper hand. If it really came to blows, we couldn't just wait to die. Shadowy muttered softly in a seemingly defensive manner, taking out a vial of blood from the medical kit. She first poured 80 milliliters of blood into a prepared bottle for preservation, then placed the remaining blood into a small cup. Shadowy handed the bottle to Luo Yin, who nodded and accepted it without any exchange of words. They had already communicated everything necessary before coming here. Now they were on the ship of the old man with the white beard, and there were guards at the door. If they revealed any issues through conversation, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Seeing that Luo Yin had secured the bottle, Shadowy let out a long breath and took a small sip of blood from the cup. This was for a final confirmation. As a pharmacist, she had already grasped the condition of the old man with the white beard when she used her spiritual vision to observe him. That's why she had said he was plagued by injuries and illnesses. Vampires are quite sensitive to blood, and tasting it like this was equivalent to a blood test, even more accurate than using regular machines. After confirming the old man's condition, Shadowy wasted no time and quickly took out the prepared materials from the medical kit to start mixing the potion. She completed 5 potions in just over 10 minutes. Shadowy shook the light green potion in her hand, which seemed full of vitality, and cheerfully said, "Done." Great. Seeing Shadowy so confident, Luo Yin felt a surge of joy. He didn't need her to completely heal the old man. Just improving his condition would be enough. He believed that for a pharmacist, this was a difficult task. Shadowy pushed open the door, and the 2 pirates guarding it immediately looked over. "Is there something you need?" The 2 pirates were very respectful, not daring to show any disrespect. After all, she was preparing potions for the old man with the white beard, which was directly related to the future of the white beard pirates. "No, the potions are ready. Please lead the way." Done so quickly? The 2 pirates showed expressions of surprise and some skepticism, but they didn't dare to be negligent and immediately led the way. They were brought back to the deck, where an old ship's doctor with completely white hair was re-administering and to the old man with the white beard. When everyone saw that the 2 had come out so quickly, they were all stunned, with Marco being the first to approach. "Is there something you need?" He immediately thought that Shadowy might need something, and since he couldn't clarify with the 2 guards, he came out himself. But Shadowy shook her head and took out the 5 potions she had prepared from the medical kit. "The potions are ready. There are a total of 5. However, it should only take 4 to heal the old man. The extra 1 can be consumed for reinforcement, or if anyone is still unsure about the potion, they could try it as well. But healthy individuals shouldn't drink too much. Half a vial is enough, or they might get a nosebleed." That was quick. Marco took the potions, handing 4 of them to the ship's doctor who had just been administering the 4 to the old man. The doctor took the potions and gave 4 to the old man, while he took 1 into the cabin, clearly to analyze it with more precise instruments. Shadowy didn't say much about it. After all, she was the one who suggested trying it out. And analyzing the potion's components was a safer approach than tasting it directly. Before long, the ship's doctor came out of the cabin, his face showing indescribable joy. "Old man, I've confirmed it. The potion has no major issues. At least drinking it one tea make the situation worse." The old man with the white beard nodded and turned to look at Shadowy. How should this potion be taken? As a frail elder suffering from various ailments, the old man had undergone too many treatments over the years, and it had become a habit to ask the doctor before taking new medicine. Shadowy secretly breathed a sigh of relief, her tone calm as she replied, "Drink 1 vial every 3 days. After 4 vials, you should be able to recover. Of course, if you're not healed by then, you can contact me, and I'll mix more." "Okay." The old man didn't hesitate any longer and immediately pulled the cork from 1 vial, tilting his head back to drink it. As he swallowed, his complexion visibly improved. There was a flash of brilliance in the old man's murky eyes. Even as one of the 4 emperors, he felt an indescribable joy. "I feel much lighter." "Old man, don't get up just yet. Let me check you first." Seeing the old man preparing to remove the 4 and stand up, the ship's doctor hurriedly stopped him, taking out a stethoscope, blood pressure monitor, and a series of instruments to conduct a careful examination. The more he examined, the more astonished his expression became. "How is this possible? How could this be? The old man is almost healed." "Oh." At these words, everyone on the ship, except for Luo Yin and Shadowy, erupted in cheers. This meant that the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, their old man, could lead them on the seas for much longer. Then that means these bothersome things can be removed, right? The old man with the white beard impatiently pulled out the syringe and stood up. A powerful aura immediately radiated from him, causing the cheering pirates to quiet down and look at him nervously. The corners of the old man's mouth gradually curled into a crescent shape, transforming into his signature smile. "Listen up, everyone. Let's have a feast." "Oh." The pirates cheered even louder, and the joyful atmosphere spread throughout the ship. Luo Yin finally showed a smile on his face, and at that moment, the old man with the white beard looked over again. "Kid, when do you need earthquake?" Luo Yan's smile retracted a bit, but it didn't disappear completely. He still wore a faint smile. He raised his head and looked at Whitebeard without fear, and his smile gradually widened again. "What could be more important than holding a banquet?" "Kula-la-la-la. Well said. You must have companions, right? Call them all over." Although today's banquet belongs to pirates, we 1T refuse friends' participation. If possible, Luo Yin certainly hoped that Whitebeard would hold this ceremony for him as soon as possible. However, his Ocean Singer potion still had a bit left to digest, so he couldn't hold the ceremony just yet. But he was worried. With the experience from the last banquet with Luffy and the others, he believed that as long as he sang at the banquet, he would be able to finish the last bit of digestion. After all, with a large number of Whitebeard pirates, the effect would undoubtedly be even better. Luo Yin did not return to his ship to inform Rhoda and MIT, as Shadowy could use her beast-taming ability to communicate with Xiao Jin and Xiao Bai and relay the message. When Luo Yan's ship approached, and all members boarded the Moby Dick, the banquet officially began. Today was a celebration for everyone. Yo-ho-ho-ho, 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 yeah. The singing echoed on the ship, and Luo Yin naturally seized the opportunity to enjoy the magic potion, singing along with a large group of pirates. As the song reverberated, schools of fish in the sea began to circle around the Moby Dick, occasionally splashing water as if cheering for the song, and sometimes leaping out of the water as if dancing to the melody. It was as if the fish were guided by the music, rhythmically jumping out of the water in increasing numbers, creating an incredible spectacle. Look at the fish in the sea," shouted a pirate who had not yet fully immersed himself in the festive atmosphere. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards the sea, their eyes wide open. At that moment, Luo Yin felt something inside him shatter, breaking into countless stars. Then these stars gradually merged with his flesh and soul, and he knew he had fully digested the magic potion. The banquet lasted from noon until deep into the night, with most pirates passed out on the deck. However, as a Yonko pirate crew, it was essential that some members remained sober, and this included Marco. At that moment, he was directing some pirates who hadn't drunk much at the banquet to take down the decorations. As for those who were drunk, they could lie sprawled on the deck. The only ones still sober on Luo Yan's side were Shadowy, who liked to drink juice, and Xiao by the ferret. Even Porter and Xiao Jin, the monkey, had passed out during the banquet. Shadowy did not take the drunk members back to the ship. She simply moved all the members to a corner of the deck, where she and Xiao Bai kept watch. She stroked Xiao Bai's soft fur with one hand while propping her chin on the ship's railing with the other, her eyes half closed, looking particularly relaxed. I've prepared a room for you. Do you want to go rest? Don't worry. This is a Yonko's pirate ship. Your companions are very safe. Marco, having arranged for people to take down the decorations, came to Shatali's side and suggested she could go rest. After all, she was the one who treated Whitebeard, and the entire Whitebeard pirates owed her a debt of gratitude. Naturally, it was appropriate to arrange accommodations for her while she was still sober. Shatali paused slightly in her petting of Xiao Bai, turned her head to look at Marco, and shook her head with an increasingly bright smile. For me, this is just the beginning of the day. I generally don't sleep at night. You go ahead and take care of things, don't mind me. Is this one of your devil fruit abilities? Not needing to sleep at night? Marco had already seen Shatali show her vampire traits when she first boarded the ship. Of course, in this world, it was not considered extraordinary for someone to grow wings, as there were devil fruits that existed, and everyone simply thought it was part of Shatali's powers. Shatali shook her head, denying Marco's guess, but she did not explain, remaining silent. Marco initially thought Shatali would explain, so he waited for a while, but received no explanation, which made him smile wryly and shake his head as he went to arrange for the night watch. As he left, he casually dropped a comment. The room we arranged for you is the fourth one on the left side of the cabin. You can go directly if you're tired. Shatali did not turn back, but still said a thank you. The next day, Luo Yin woke up from his hangover. Before even opening his eyes, he felt a sharp pain in his head and something pressing down on his chest. When he opened his eyes, he found a monkey's head resting on his chest. Luo Yin casually pushed aside the monkey brain, sat up, and shook his head vigorously, trying to recall what had happened last night. But all he remembered was drinking with a large group of pirates, and then everything after that was a blur. Hiss! Did I black out from drinking? At that moment, a delicate white hand offered him a cup of water. Luo Yin instinctively reached out to catch it, and when he looked up, he saw that it was Zayatali who was handing him the water. Zayatali, do you have any potions to relieve a hangover headache? Please give me one. Yes, but I don't want to prepare it for you. W.Y. Luo Yin had not fully recovered at this moment, and he didn't even notice the displeasure on Shatari's face. Although Shatari had been very composed on the old man's pirate ship, she was actually very nervous inside, especially after Luo Yin passed out, which made her quite anxious. After spending an entire night in such a situation, it was natural for her to feel some resentment. Wasn't this the price she should pay? Indeed, it seemed she shouldn't drink so much in the future. Luo Yin finally came to his senses and realized his mistake. He quickly followed Shatari's lead and continued speaking, which eased Shatari's expression considerably. Captain, you sang quite a bit at the banquet yesterday. How's the digestion going? Since Luo Yin had already admitted his mistake, Shatari didn't press the issue further and changed the topic. Luo Yin nodded. Even though he had a headache, he couldn't help but smile. I've completely digested it. As long as I adjust my state, we can hold the ceremony. That's good to hear, Captain. Now that you're awake, I'll head back to the ship to rest. Shatari hadn't slept well the previous night, and she had been called up in the middle of the day. It was already the next afternoon, and she was extremely tired. But since she was the only one still awake, she had managed to hold on until now. Now that Luo Yin was awake, she didn't need to stay up any longer. Luo Yin nodded, and shadowy, holding the little white ferret, suddenly gathered black mist behind her, unfolded a pair of wings, and flew directly to her ship, heading straight back to her small room, where she fell asleep immediately. The little white ferret that had come along did not rest. It had already slept last night under Shadowy's caress, and now it needed to take on the duties of the little golden monkey, taking care of the flowers and plants that had not been tended to for a day. Nearly 2 hours later, Rhoda and MIT woke up. When they first opened their eyes, they grimaced in headache, but neither complained nor mentioned going back to the ship to ask Shadowy for potions, only expressing that the Whitebeard pirates truly lived up to their reputation as one of the 4 emperors, as the banquet was lively. 2 more days passed, and during this time, although no more banquets were held, Luo Yin and his group continued to receive warm hospitality from the Whitebeard pirates. After all, there were only 7 of them, including the animals. For such a large pirate crew like the Whitebeard pirates, it was not a burden at all, and the relationship between both parties further improved. With another dose of potion, Whitebeard's condition continued to improve. Thus, Luo Yin finally made the request for Whitebeard to trigger an earthquake and a tsunami, which Whitebeard naturally would not refuse. Luo Yin arrived at an uninhabited island, with the Moby Dick just a few hundred meters away. Whitebeard stood at the bow of the ship, gripping his fists tightly and suddenly swinging them to the sides. The air instantly cracked like a spider's web. The ground began to shake, and the waves seemed to be lifted by an invisible force, transforming into towering waves dozens of meters high, sweeping towards the island. Boom! The first wave crashed onto the island, producing a tremendous sound, and the rocks along the shore, whether due to the tremor or unable to withstand the impact of the waves, shattered in large numbers. After feeling the tremors beneath his feet, Luo Yin immediately took out the pre-prepared disaster High Priest potion of Sequence 4 from his pocket and tilted his head back to pour it into his mouth. In an instant, he felt a surge of ferocity, as if it came from the giant sea creature, or perhaps from the ocean itself, or even from within himself. His thoughts seemed to explode, shattered by the ferocity, and he was on the verge of losing control. At that moment, a sense of danger came from all directions. A combination of his own sensitivity to the changes in the ocean and a premonition of danger. The simultaneous effects of danger and ferocity achieved a certain degree of balance. And Luo Yan's shattered thoughts gradually returned. He dared not be the slightest bit negligent and immediately meditated to focus his mind, keeping himself awake. Outside, the earthquake and tsunami continued, the entire island shaking violently, with waves rising over 10 meters high, one after another, making the island seem like a small boat in a storm, at risk of capsizing at any moment. In fact, it was just as precarious. If Whitebeard wished, he could directly make this small island disappear. However, he controlled his strength well, keeping the earthquake and tsunami at a level that wouldn't destroy the island. Through relentless effort, Luo Yin finally regained control of his body. His thoughts became clearer, gradually suppressing the ferocity, and his eyes regained clarity. A wealth of knowledge flooded into Luo Yan's mind, knowledge that came with the disaster High Priest potion, signifying that he had successfully ascended, becoming a true demigod. From this moment on, the ocean would be at his command, and even the generals could not stop him. Boom! Accompanied by a loud explosion. Luo Yin had already arrived hundreds of meters above the Moby Dick, and his flying speed could now surpass the speed of sound. Just as Whitebeard was preparing to throw another punch to maintain the earthquake, he suddenly stopped his movements and looked up at Luo Yin in the sky. It seemed that the earthquake and tsunami were no longer necessary. Luo Yin slowly landed on the deck of the Moby Dick, sincerely bowing to Whitebeard. Thank you for your help. I have completed what I needed to do. Although I don't know exactly what you did, I can feel that you seem to have become much stronger all of a sudden. Whitebeard's expression was serious as he carefully examined Luo Yin. Luo Yin smiled, but did not answer the question directly. Instead, he changed the topic. I saw some futures about your future. Oh, tell me more. Luo Yan's words successfully piqued Whitebeard's interest. He did not doubt the possibility of seeing the future. This could be achieved when observation hockey reaches its peak. I saw you being stabbed in the body by someone with a knife, yet you did not attack him. Instead, you embraced him with your hands. I couldn't see that person's face clearly, only vaguely noticing a long knife. In any case, be careful of the people around you. They may not be traitors, but at the very least, they are deceived. I see. Thank you for the warning. It's a pity you are unwilling to be my son. Whitebeard once again expressed his desire to take Luo Yin as his son, but Luo Yin just smiled and shook his head. My fate does not lie with the pirate crew. I've completed my business, and it's time for me to leave. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Saying this, Luo Yin placed his right hand on his chest, slightly bent forward, and bowed. Whitebeard paused for a moment, then reached out to hand him a piece of cut white paper. This is my life card. If you encounter any trouble, you can come find me. Thanks. Luo Yin did not refuse Whitebeard's kindness. After all, even if Whitebeard died, the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates still had considerable combat power. Luo Yin was once again lifted by the fierce wind and flew towards his ship, quickly landing on the deck. Xiaodali, Rhoda, and Mitt were all waiting on the deck. When they saw Luo Yin flying over, they immediately came to greet him. Captain, are you all right, Captain? Congratulations, Captain. The three spoke in unison. Luo Yin smiled and nodded, glancing back at the distant Moby Dick before looking at Mitt. Set sail. Let's search for islands with special flora and fauna. Yes, Captain. Mitt responded and quickly returned to the control room. The ship started moving, heading towards the unknown ahead. Now that he had become Sequence 4, there was no longer a sense of urgency. They could drift at sea for a while. First, they could collect a batch of extraordinary materials and traits to prepare for the promotion of the crew and future crew members. Second, he was waiting for news. Waiting for updates on Ace's capture. Previously, Luo Yin kept a low profile to avoid attracting the attention of the Navy because he was still weak at that time. But now it was different. Even if he encountered an admiral at sea, he was confident he could protect his ship and leave. Under these circumstances, he no longer needed to maintain a low profile. He needed to prepare for the anchors required for future promotions. Besides following the Revolutionary Army's actions, he could also gain some fame through the Marineford War. Of course, he did not intend to participate in the battles of the Marineford War, but he could take the opportunity to make a name for himself, such as blocking some people or rescuing others when the end was near. "Captain, there's a pirate ship ahead, and it seems to be coming towards us," shouted Porter, the lookout standing on the mast enjoying the sun. Luo Yin, who had been lazily lying on a deck chair, suddenly sat up, showing no signs of worry about encountering pirates, but rather a face full of excitement. It had been 5 or 6 days since he parted ways with the Whitebeard pirates, and during these days they had passed by several islands. However, they were all very ordinary islands. Although some contained a few extraordinary materials rich in spirituality, their numbers were small and scattered, making them not worth exploring. So they did not land. He had not encountered any battles since his promotion to Sequence 4 and had not tested his abilities. Now that an opportunity had come knocking, he was naturally very happy. Luo Yin looked up and saw a ship that was 2 to 3 times larger than his own. Such a size wasn't considered large. It was relatively small in the New World. The pirate flag on the ship featured a skull wearing a blue hat, with a symbol resembling a ring at the corner of its mouth. Porter spotted the pirate ship, and the lookout equipped with a telescope on the pirate ship naturally saw Luo Yan's vessel as well. "Captain, there's a small boat at 1 o'clock ahead. It seems to have only a few people on board. Should we approach? A small boat? Hey, do you recognize their flag?" replied a man with dark skin, wearing a blue hat and a long black coat, with a long-barreled revolver at his waist. The lookout examined the sails closely, but found them completely blank, with no patterns. "Captain, the sails on the other side are blank, and there are no flags. They don't seem to be pirates or navy." "Not pirates or navy. What are they doing in the New World? Approach. Get ready to hunt, boys." "Oh." Hearing the captain's orders, the pirates on the ship cheered in unison. Their small pirate crew had been living somewhat constrained in the New World, and now that there was finally a seemingly soft persimmon to pick, they were naturally eager to go over and take advantage of the situation. Luo Yin was about to give the order for Mitt to move over when he heard Porter shout, "Captain, that pirate ship is coming over." "Oh, interesting. Then we'll just wait here. No need to go over there proactively." Luo Yin walked to the bow of the ship, squinting at the increasingly close pirate ship, the corners of his mouth gradually curling up. The fact that the other party was a pirate and was approaching voluntarily meant that they had intentions toward his side. In this situation, he did not feel a sense of danger, which indicated that the opponent was not strong, making it a perfect opportunity to test his abilities. The pirate ship quickly closed into within a dozen meters. A group of fierce-looking pirates stood at the edge of the ship, their cannons already aimed at Luo Yan's small boat. The way they looked at Luo Yan's ship was like gazing at a lamb to be slaughtered. "Ha ha ha. So it's just a little brat. Hey, kid, hand over all the valuable things on your ship. Then come work as a laborer on my ship, and I'll spare your life. If you do well, I might even let you join my pirate crew." The captain of the pirate crew, wearing a blue hat, did not immediately order an attack, but first conducted a test to confirm whether the opponent was indeed a soft target. Luo Yin was in a pretty good mood at this moment. Since the other party didn't take action directly, he also didn't plan to strike first. With a smile, he looked up at the captain in the blue hat. "What pirate crew are you? Are you famous? I don't want to join a nameless pirate crew." Upon hearing this, the blue-hatted captain immediately lifted his head, and the surrounding pirates burst into laughter. "Listen up, kid. We are the Blue Hat Pirates. I am the captain of the Blue Hat Pirates, Captain Cuddy, the great pirate with a bounty of 87 million berries." Luo Yin pinched his chin and nodded slightly. An 80 million bounty isn't considered high in the New World. However, it's not at the bottom either. But if a pirate captain only has this much bounty, it means that the overall strength of the pirate crew is at the bottom in the New World. 87 million. Luo Yin repeated the blue-hatted captain's bounty quietly before asking again. "So, are you a devil fruit user?" "Hey, of course. I'm the misfortune fruit user. If you try to resist, you'll become unlucky." "Misfortune? Is that also a form of aggregation?" Luo Yin smiled, and in his smile was a pure joy. Boom! Several lightning bolts, as thick as water barrels, struck down, instantly shattering the pirate ship. Some pirates were killed on the spot, and the rest all fell into the sea, including the captain. Luo Yin did not hesitate and immediately jumped into the sea, quickly swimming to the side of the captain. The captain, a devil fruit user, was sinking in despair and struggling in the water. Upon seeing Luo Yin swim over, he struggled even more, reaching out in an attempt to grab Luo Yin. Unsure if he hoped to be saved or wanted to pull Luo Yin down with him to die together. Luo Yin maintained a smile on his face, and although he didn't open his mouth, the surrounding water began to vibrate on its own, producing sound. What a pity, you didn't have time to make me unlucky. Thank you for specifically sending me the ability. I will make good use of it. Captain Blue Hat instantly widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked at Luo Yin. He instinctively opened his mouth to say something, but only let out a breath, and seawater rushed into his mouth, further intensifying his suffocation. Luo Yin did not allow him to continue suffering in despair. With 4 fingers together, he thrust towards the chest of the blue-hatted captain, his palm piercing through the captain's chest and shattering his heart. Blood surged out, and the blue-hatted captain stared wide-eyed, the blood spilling from his mouth and nose floating in the sea like red threads, eventually merging with a vast expanse of crimson. Luo Yin withdrew his palm and grabbed the shoulder of Captain Blue Hat, flying out of the water and landing on the deck. Dots of light began to gather, quickly merging into a glossy black object that resembled stone. This was a characteristic of the bad luck fruit. With a creak, the cabin door was pushed open, revealing Shadowy. Unfortunately, most of her blood had been lost, and the rest was mixed with seawater. "Captain, you didn't leave me a single drop," Shadowy complained to Luo Yin, not hiding her dissatisfaction. At this moment, Luo Yin remembered Shadowy's needs and sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Sorry, I didn't pay attention. How about I go fish some out for you? There might still be some alive." Shadowy glanced at the sea, which had already been stained red, and after considering it, shook her head. "No need, I still have quite a bit of blood left. I can at least last a week." "All right, let's find a place to exchange the bounty and buy you some blood while we're at it." After Luo Yin and MIT salvaged the belongings of the Blue Hat pirates, they continued their journey, but now their destination had changed to an inhabited island. After all, the bounty of 80 million still needed to be collected. With the help of the astrolabe, they found a populated place in just 2 days. Luo Yin didn't care which country this place belonged to. He knew there was a Navy branch, G5 here. Among the Navy branches stationed in the New World, there would at least be one rear admiral. After all, pirates that could survive in the New World were not weak, and without a rear admiral, they couldn't keep order. But they also dared not send an admiral to guard it. Firstly, the number of admirals was limited. Currently, there were only 3 in the Navy headquarters. Secondly, the New World was the territory of the 4 emperors, and sending an admiral to guard it could easily provoke the 4 emperors, leading to large-scale battles, which was not something the Navy wanted to see. Once on shore, Luo Yin carried the corpse of the Blue Hat captain to the Bounty Exchange Department of the Navy branch to claim the reward, while the others accompanied Chitari to procure blood. Along the way, many people saw Luo Yin carrying the corpse, but no one was surprised or stopped. At most, they glanced a few more times as they passed by. The people living here were already accustomed to bounty hunters bringing pirate corpses to exchange for bounties. The exchange office was not large, similar to an ordinary shop, with a big counter in the center where 3 Navy personnel were present. Behind the counter was a door leading to an unknown location. At that moment, the 3 Navy personnel were playing cards, as they were not there to conduct business or make money. On the contrary, they were there to pay out money. So they naturally wouldn't maintain the same level of decorum as a shop front would to leave a good impression on customers. Bang! Luo Yin had just reached the door when he threw the pirate's corpse onto the counter. The 3 Navy officers playing cards paused for a moment, but did not stop there. They continued until they finished an entire round before pausing. One of them glanced at the corpse and then casually took out a thick book to flip through it. "The one with a bounty of 87 million berries?" the man asked in a confirming tone. Luo Yin nodded immediately. "Yes, I'm here to collect his bounty." "No problem. Then let's do some registration first." As he spoke, the Navy officer took out a notebook and a pen. "Please state your name and where you're from." Luo Yin from the East Blue. Although Luo Yin was somewhat dissatisfied with the arrogant attitude of the Navy, he was relying on their financial support, so he endured it. The Navy officer nodded, put away the register information, and then picked up the corpse with one hand. They needed to wait for further verification. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Luo Yin and left through the back door with the corpse, not knowing where he was going. The remaining 2 Navy officers, now down 1 person, could no longer continue their card game and appear a bit bored. "Hey, you're Luo Yin, right? Want to play a few hands?" One Navy officer, feeling quite bored, attempted to invite Luo Yin to play cards. Luo Yin shook his head, walked over to the wall, crossed his arms, leaned against it to rest, while recalling the intelligence about G5. The original story did not provide much information about G5. It was only later that Smoker appeared after going to G5. And by that time, G5 had already been reorganized by Smoker. It was said that before that, G5 was very chaotic. Huh, so this is what G5 is like. Luo Yan's quiet murmuring was overheard by two sailors, who immediately frowned. The sailor who had just invited Luo Yan to play cards raised his voice significantly. What do you mean? Are you dissatisfied with our G5? Luo Yan glanced at the person, but said nothing. The Navy officer, seeing that the other party did not respond, looked even more displeased, but did not say anything further. After nearly 5 minutes, the Navy officer who had gone to confirm the body returned, holding a bag in his hand. "This is your bounty," he said, casually tossing the bag onto the counter. To an outsider, one might think the bag contained trash rather than money. The bag slid across the surface of the counter to the other side and finally fell to the ground. Luo Yan beckoned with his hand, and a gust of wind immediately lifted the bag and brought it to him. Luo Yan opened the bag and glanced inside, and his brows immediately furrowed, because there was not 80 million in there at all, and not even 70 million. At most, there was only 60 million. The amount of money seems to be incorrect, right? Luo Yan asked in a deep voice, but the three sailors completely ignored him and continued to play cards, as if Luo Yan did not exist. Luo Yan's brows gradually furrowed, an invisible pressure slowly filling the small room. At this moment, he felt like a harbinger of a storm, as if heavy rain, lightning, and strong winds would descend upon them at any moment. The three Navy officers naturally sensed the change in the room immediately, and they all turned to look at Luo Yan. However, there was no fear on their faces. Instead, they appeared somewhat impatient. "I say, is this your first time exchanging a bounty? It's not that if the reward is 80 million, you can just get 80 million. You still have to deduct handling fees and related taxes. Getting 55 million is already quite good. Is that so?" Luo Yan was just angry because he thought the other party had pocketed a portion of his reward. After hearing this explanation, he began to feel that there might be some truth to it. He gradually calmed down, deciding to let the matter go. After all, to him, it was just extra money. If it was less, it was less. At that moment, the door was pushed open from the inside, and a man dressed in a white robe, holding a bamboo stick and wearing sunglasses, stepped out. The three Navy officers immediately dropped their cards and stood straight, saluting the man. It was Vice Admiral Virgo. Virgo nodded in response, and then stepped out from behind the counter, calmly looking at Luo Yan from a distance of 2 or 3 meters. "Did you have any dissatisfaction with us just now? If you have any complaints, you can tell me, but please do not make things difficult for my subordinates." Luo Yan squinted his eyes, carefully sizing up the naval vice admiral. His instincts warned him that this person was a strong individual, but not to a very dangerous degree. After all, he could fly, and his flying speed had already surpassed the speed of sound. No vice admiral could stop him if he wanted to leave. It wasn't that he had any grievances. He just didn't know there would be handling fees for exchanging the bounty, and thought that your subordinates had pocketed his money. Virgo glanced at the bag that Luo Yan was holding, his expression still calm. Claiming a bounty does indeed require paying some handling fees. It's the same no matter where you exchange it. I understand. Anyway, I just found that corpse at sea, so I'm already very satisfied with the 55 million. Saying this, Luo Yan smiled and walked towards the door. Virgo's brow raised slightly, almost imperceptibly. "Are you saying that you found that corpse?" Luo Yan's footsteps stopped just as he stepped out the door. He didn't turn around, but there was a hint of a smile in his words. "What's wrong? Is it because I didn't personally kill that pirate, so you want to reclaim the bounty?" "No, I just hope you can tell me who killed that pirate." "Who knows?" Luo Yan shrugged and walked away boldly. Virgo did not stop him, standing there quietly watching Luo Yan leave, not knowing what he was thinking. Luo Yan returned to the agreed meeting point and waited for half an hour before Xiaotali and the other two returned, but all three were empty-handed. "Didn't you go to buy blood? Where's the blood?" Luo Yan asked in surprise, and Xiaotali's expression immediately turned sour upon hearing this. "Don't mention it. The hospital here doesn't sell blood. They say we need proof from a Navy to get it. Where are we supposed to get proof from the Navy?" Although it was somewhat unexpected, it was also understandable, as this place was guarded by G5 and was certainly under the complete control of the Navy. In the New World, those who need to purchase blood are likely either the Navy or pirates. If it's the Navy, they can naturally obtain the proof. Without proof, they won't sell it. "I see. Then there's no other way. Let us go. If it really comes to it, we can find a group of pirates to kill and collect some blood." Xiaotali was still not very happy, but there was no better solution. She could only nod in agreement. Luoyan's ship set sail again, gradually distancing itself from the island. Virgo was standing on the shore, watching the sailing ship leave while holding a transponder snail. Loyan came to me to exchange for a bounty. Just left my place, Virgo said calmly. Laughter immediately came from the transponder snail. Fu. What do you think of that guy? I haven't fought him, so I can't be sure, but he gives me the feeling of a raging storm, so he must not be weak. Do you need me to send someone to follow him? Seeing Loyan's ship about to disappear over the horizon, Virgo hurriedly asked. The transponder snail laughed again. Fu. No need. I only asked you to pay attention to him because the Revolutionary Army has been quite active lately, and some old-timers want me to provide some intelligence. I just happened to receive information about his connections with the Revolutionary Army a while ago. I see. Then forget it, Virgo nodded, his expression becoming less serious as he put away the transponder snail and returned to G5. On the ship, since the departure, Loyan had been standing at the stern, gazing at the island they had just left, although Virgo's observation was rather discreet for a demigod of sequence 4. Such an obvious scrutiny without the concealment of mysticism could not escape his spiritual intuition. He had already sensed Virgo's secret watch. However, he did not reveal it, as he did not want to directly confront the Vice Admiral of the Navy, especially since Virgo was not only a Vice Admiral, but also a person connected to Doflamingo, which made things too complicated and troublesome. Ha! Virgo! Luo Yin shouted and turned back to the cabin. Captain, big news. That day, while Luo Yin was in his room researching how to make talismans with extraordinary materials and metals, he heard shouting from outside the door, followed by a series of loud knocks. Stop knocking, the door isn't locked. Luo Yin shouted at the door in frustration, just as he finally had some clues. The knocking interrupted his thoughts. The door was pushed open, and the visitor was a little golden monkey with Porter standing on its shoulder. At that moment, the little golden monkey was holding a newspaper, but it was Porter who was shouting. Ace has been captured? Seeing the newspaper in the little golden monkey's hand, Luo Yin immediately asked. Porter, who was about to continue shouting, seemed to have been choked and couldn't make a sound. However, it quickly nodded to indicate that Luo Yin's guess was correct. Luo Yin summoned a gust of wind that rolled up the newspaper from the little golden monkey's hands and into his own. The front page of the newspaper reported that Ace was captured and Blackbeard became a warlord of the sea. It has finally begun, Luo Yin murmured softly, returning the newspaper to the little golden monkey. Go tell MIT, once we enter the doldrums, I will take the helm myself. Yes, Captain. Potter, as a bird, didn't think much of it and immediately responded, and the little golden monkey was even quicker to help Luo Yin close the door before leaving. Luo Yuan took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to outline a pattern symbolizing a tyrant on a crystal stone rich in spirituality. This pattern was not hard to recognize. It was on the back of the tyrant card. As the final stroke was completed, the crystal stone changed and became a silvery white talisman, a thunder talisman. Once activated, it could unleash demigod-level lightning strikes, making it a true high-level talisman. Who finally succeeded? Luo Yin let out a long sigh of relief. After just making a talisman, he surprisingly felt a bit fatigued. In the past, Luo Yin didn't engage in such things because he was still very weak, not to mention whether he had enough spiritual energy to make talismans. Even if he did manage to create one, it would only be mediocre and hardly effective. After he set out to sea, he was anxious to hunt the Owlong and plan a meeting with Whitebeard, always feeling a sense of urgency, leaving him no mood to study this. Now that there was finally no urgency, and having become a high-tier powerhouse, the talismans he created also possessed considerable power, so he could finally start to delve into research. In the windless zone, Luo Yan's ship had its sails retracted, propelled entirely by the sea currents he controlled. At this moment, the entire ship was rippling like the shimmering reflections of sunlight on water, exuding an aura of disaster. It felt as if the whole ship was brewing calamity, giving off an extremely dangerous vibe. This power originated from the sea, and the sea kings dwelling in the ocean were more sensitive to this aura. Therefore, almost no sea king would actively attack this ship. Driven by the currents, the ship was moving at an incredible speed, reaching the vicinity of Nine Snake Island in just one day. From a distance, Luo Yin spotted a naval warship drifting not far away. It seemed he hadn't arrived too late. Luo Yin chuckled and did not sail the boat over, but instead flew toward the warship on the wind. All the sailors on the warship had been petrified, and the only one who had not been petrified was the naval vice admiral codenamed Flying Squirrel. As soon as Luo Yin approached, the Flying Squirrel sensed something and immediately raised its head to look up warily, its eyes narrowing. Luo Yin? Oh, you know me? Luo Yin chuckled lightly, landing on the deck of the warship without any fear. The flying squirrel placed a hand on the hilt of his knife, but did not draw it. I've seen your portrait. Heh, fortunately, that's just a portrait and not a wanted poster. Luo Yin joked, and the atmosphere eased slightly. The flying squirrel's hand moved away from the hilt of his knife, but he still maintained the necessary vigilance. What do you want? Luo Yin did not respond immediately, but instead walked over to a petrified marine and carefully examined the exquisite statue. If this were not a real person turned to stone, it would indeed be a fine piece of art. How long have you been here? When were they petrified? The squirrel frowned slightly, but still did not hide the truth. We just arrived today. They were petrified 2 hours ago. I see, I understand. Don't worry. Hancock will definitely agree to the gathering. The squirrel's frown deepened. A shadow cast over his face, and his hand once again rested on the hilt of his knife. What exactly is your purpose? At that moment, Luo Yan's instinct warned him, indicating that the squirrel was already contemplating making a move. Umph. Luo Yan let out a cold snort, which sounded like thunder to the weasel, shaking his brain and causing him to momentarily lose focus. Are the Navy this arrogant? What have I done to offend you? Do you really want to fight me? You better think it over. At sea, I fear no one. A terrifying aura emanated from Luo Yan, making him seem like a walking disaster, ready to explode at any moment. The weasel narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly lowered his hand from the hilt of his knife. Why are you here? Seeing the weasel back down, Luo Yan also reined in his aura, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Just passing by. As he spoke, Luo Yan glanced at the crimson sunset on the horizon and the sun about to sink below the sea level. It was getting late. It seemed he would have to spend the night with a bunch of stones. Luo Yan changed the topic with a mocking tone, but the flying squirrel's expression remained unchanged, still alert towards Luo Yan. This isn't a big deal. Why do you say Hancock will definitely agree to the gathering? It's a feeling. My instincts in this regard have always been accurate, so I think you can trust me. Huh. The flying squirrel scoffed but didn't respond. Just as Luo Yan was about to speak, he suddenly sensed something and looked up, only to see a slightly plump black bat flapping its wings and flying over. Luo Yan raised his right hand, and the bat immediately landed in the palm of his hand. Then, surprisingly, it opened its mouth and made the voice of Shadowly. Captain, it's time to go. Got it, I'm on my way. Luo Yan gently tossed the bat in his hand, but the bat did not fly away. Instead, it transformed into a burst of black light and vanished. My companion urged me, and I had to leave. Goodbye. Luo Yan smiled, lifted by the wind, and quickly returned to the ship, but Chitauri was not on board. As soon as he spotted the warship, Luo Yan had sent Chitauri to land on Nine Snake Island to find Luffy. What Chitauri just said was merely a code. If she found Luffy, she would say it's time to go, and if she couldn't find him, she would say, "Where are you?" The signal brought by the bat was it's time to go, which meant that Chitauri had found Luffy. Luo Yan steered the ship to the other side of Nine Snake Island, ensuring that there was the entire island between his ship and the warship, so that he wouldn't be discovered by Admiral Mongoose when he met Luffy. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Chitauri arrived with Luffy at the coast, accompanied by 2 members of the Nine Snake Pirates, one fat and one thin. Luo Yan found them somewhat familiar, but couldn't remember their names. Luo Yan, huh, that's great. Luo Yan, can you take me to Sabaody Archipelago? I have a meeting with my friends there. Upon seeing Luo Yan, Luffy skipped any pleasantries and directly made his request, showing no hesitation at all. Luo Yan tried to smile, but could only force a bitter grin. Luffy, take a look at this newspaper first. Luo Yan casually threw a newspaper, and the wind automatically sent it to Luffy's face. Luffy was momentarily stunned, his smile quickly fading to a serious expression. He unfolded the newspaper and immediately saw the news about Ace being captured and about to be executed. This news had already been published yesterday. But since this was the doldrums, the newspaper hadn't arrived in a timely manner, so Luffy was still unaware of the situation. Execution? What does execution mean? Doesn't that mean Ace has no way to escape? Luffy became agitated, unable to control his emotions as he shouted at Luo Yan. The 2 members of the Nine Snake Pirates who had followed him were taken aback, not understanding why Luffy suddenly became so emotional, but they wisely chose not to speak. Luo Yan nodded, his expression very serious, and said, "That's right. Ace has already been captured, and he will be publicly executed in 6 days. He should first be sent to the underwater prison before being escorted to Marineford. I have to save Ace. Please." Luffy earnestly pleaded with Luo Yan, but Luo Yan shook his head. "Even if I can take you to the underwater prison, I can't help you get inside. Pirates can only enter the underwater prison by being captured. Even so, Luffy, don't worry, I can't safely get you into the underwater prison, but someone can. She is on this island, the Empress Boa Hancock. Go ask her. She will definitely help you. Luo Yin wore a long-lost grin, and Luffy was momentarily stunned, seeming a bit incredulous. Hancock can help me get into the underwater prison? Why? You'll find out then. Also, I saw some things. You'll have extra opportunities in the underwater prison. One of the people you save will become your companion in the future, but I don't know who it is. Luo Yin once again displayed his mysterious traits, speaking half of what he meant and leaving the other half unsaid. Luffy, aside from fighting, was practically an idiot in other aspects, and he wasn't in the mood to ponder over those words. He only remembered that Hancock could help him. I understand. I'll go ask her right away. Thank you, Luo Yin. Huh. Go ahead. I should be leaving too, Xia. Let's go. Xiatali nodded, spread her wings, and flew onto the ship. Luo Yin controlled the currents to lift the ship, once again moving forward at an incredible speed, leaving Amazon Lily. Luffy immediately returned, canceling his plans to attend the banquet. He wanted to seek Hancock right away. On the ship, Luo Yin toyed with the first talisman he created, a slight smile on his lips, feeling very pleased. Xiatali stood beside him, occasionally sniffing as if she was sensing something. Captain, did you just come here to deliver information to Luffy? Hey, even if I hadn't come to deliver information, he would have known in a few hours anyway. After all, it was just a newspaper. I came to Amazon Lily just to make Luffy owe me another favor. Since that's the case, why not help him more? Xiatali asked, somewhat puzzled. She could clearly sense Luo Yan's repeated goodwill towards Luffy. However, she did understand why Luo Yan was doing this. In her view, Luffy wasn't particularly strong and didn't seem to warrant such efforts to win him over. And since he chose to win him over, why not be more thorough about it? Luo Yan smiled, caught the talisman he had thrown up, and casually handed it to Xiatali. I can only do this much. If I go any further to help him, I will be in danger. The underwater prison is not something I can challenge right now, as it is guarded by a powerhouse comparable to a general. As for Luffy, don't worry, he will be fine. After all, he is Luffy. Luo Yan originally wanted to say he is the main character, but he changed his mind at the last moment. Xiatali didn't say much more, although she had interacted with Luffy a few times, and they could be considered friends. Their relationship wasn't at the point where they would take huge risks for each other. Since Luo Yan's help was limited, she didn't have any other thoughts. Captain, I'm hungry, Xiatali suddenly said out of the blue, and Luo Yan was taken aback, instantly feeling a bad premonition. What do you mean? As he spoke, Luo Yan unconsciously took a step back, distancing himself from Xiatali. Xiatali took out a vial containing a light purple liquid that shimmered with tiny stars, looking somewhat dreamy. Captain, this is a blood-replenishing potion. I see. Luo Yan ultimately did not refuse, took the potion, and was preparing to get a cup or something to draw some blood from Xiatali. However, he did not expect Xiatali to suddenly pounce on him, hugging him tightly, standing on her tiptoes, and biting into Luo Yan's neck. Luo Yan only felt a slight numbness in his neck, without any pain. Instead, he sensed a moist and soft touch, and combined with their current posture, the atmosphere seemed very ambiguous. Soon after, Luo Yan distinctly felt his blood flowing out. The process was not fast, but the sensation was so clear. This did not last long. In less than half a minute, Xiatali released her mouth. Her lips did not have any blood on them, but they appeared a bit redder than usual. Thank you, Captain. Xiatali bowed seriously to Luo Yan and then quickly ran away. Luo Yan instinctively touched his neck, realizing that there was only a trace of moisture left and no wound. No, we needed to find a hospital to buy some blood. Luo Yan secretly made a decision and increased the water flow of the ship a little more. By the time it was late at night, after sailing for half a day, the ship finally left the doldrums and returned to the first half of the Grand Line. It was not far from Sabeti Archipelago. It was also very close to the Navy headquarters, and a typical ship could reach there in less than 2 hours, and even faster with favorable winds and currents. Luo Yan did not choose to go to Shambu Island, but instead drifted at sea. After all, he was preparing to get involved in the war at the top and did not want to show his face yet. After handing the boat over to Miter, Luo Yan returned to his room for a good sleep, resting until noon. Even after waking up, he did not leave the room, but began to tally his extraordinary traits and extraordinary materials. Although he hadn't specifically collected them during this time, the quantity of extraordinary traits and materials had still increased significantly. He was now a bit conflicted, wanting to create a few magical items. Since he was preparing to get involved in the war at the top, it was only natural to make as many preparations as possible when resources were available. Although he didn't have a craftsman, it was still quite easy to turn extraordinary traits into magical items. The simplest way was to concoct the extraordinary traits into potions. allowing them to sit in a container or pouring them directly onto an item to combine with it, thus turning the extraordinary traits into magical items. The role of a craftsman was that they could shape the magical items into the desired form. The results obtained by combining potions with items were too random, and the negative effects were relatively greater. Another point was that craftsmen could create magical items using only extraordinary materials without utilizing extraordinary traits. However, these magical items had a time limit, generally lasting only 1 to 3 years. TSK, I must cultivate a craftsman. Luo Yin clicked his tongue, secretly making up his mind that if there were a craftsman on the ship at that moment, he wouldn't have to worry so much. Although he thought this way, there was indeed no craftsman, so he could only find a way himself. After thinking for a long time, Luo Yin finally dug out the heart that was burning with flames from a pile of extraordinary traits. This was originally a trait of an arsonist, but after being affected by Ace's blood when killing that giant sea creature, it had become like this. Although it looked quite normal, Luo Yin did not want to use this trait to help Rhoda brew potions for the arsonist advancement. After all, there was a certain risk involved, and he had more than one set of arsonist materials on hand, so there was no need to take the risk. Therefore, using this trait to create a magical item became a good choice. The one who exerted the most effort in the war on top was Akainu, and if I got involved, I would likely face his attacks. The arsonist not only possessed the ability of flames, but also had a high resistance to fire. So I hoped to create a defensive item with high fire resistance. Luo Yin muttered to himself, making a wish, and took out a large bowl to start mixing the potion. First, he added the auxiliary materials, then the main ingredients. Finally, a bright red liquid appeared in the bowl, its surface shrouded in a faint mist that continuously changed, resembling drifting clouds. Defensive items. Luo Yin looked around but couldn't find anything suitable in the room. Finally, his gaze landed on the chair beneath him. This piece of wood is good. Without hesitation, Luo Yin directly removed the wooden board from the seat of his chair and poured the potion onto it. Instead of spreading out, the potion pooled together, forming a huge circle that occupied most of the wooden board. Luo Yin carefully placed the wooden board on the floor. Without a chair, he simply sat down on the ground and began to carve a pattern symbolizing a tyrant into the metal, preparing to combine it with extraordinary materials to create a few more talismans. During this process, the potion on the wooden board gradually decreased, not evaporating, but seeping slowly into the board itself. Just as Luo Yin finished the third talisman and was working on the fourth, the door creaked open, and Shitali walked in. "Captain, good morning." Shitali entered the room holding a goblet filled with blood. Looking listless, her steps even somewhat unsteady. "Isn't it only noon? Why are you up so early today?" Luo Yin was a bit surprised. According to Shitali's routine, she usually slept in the morning and only woke up in the afternoon. She should still be sleeping now. Shitali sat down next to Luo Yin without any grace, gently placing the wine glass in her hand on the floor and letting out a sigh. "Captain, I'm hungry and can't sleep." "Hungry?" Luo Yin nodded, not particularly surprised. Zayatali had drunk a bit of his blood just yesterday and hadn't drunk any since. It had been over 10 hours now, so it was normal for her to be hungry. However, he was very puzzled. "Don't you have blood?" Upon hearing this, Zayatali immediately wrinkled her nose in disdain. "This is fish blood. It's not good to drink, especially fishy." "Fish blood?" Luo Yin carefully sniffed and indeed detected that the blood in the cup had a hint of a fishy smell in addition to the metallic scent of blood. "You're in such a terrible situation? That shouldn't be the case, right? No matter what, you could at least find Rhoda and Mid, so you shouldn't be drinking fish blood." This remark seemed to trigger a switch, and Shadowly immediately began to complain. Those two took advantage of the situation, saying that if I wanted to drink their blood, I had to trade for it with potions. I don't want to take that loss, and besides, their blood isn't even good to drink. Luo Yin couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, and his butt unconsciously shifted to the side, creating some distance from Shitarli. "You can't find me?" Luo Yin tentatively inquired, while his brain quickly thought of excuses to refuse, not because he was stingy, but because he needed to prepare himself for the upcoming war on the top. He also had to ensure that he was in the best condition when the war broke out, and he wasn't sure if he could maintain his state after being affected by Shitari again. Shitari noticed Luo Yan's caution, but she didn't mind. She picked up the goblet and took a shallow sip. "Don't worry, Captain. I'm just here to take a whiff. You smell better, and with your scent, the fish blood will be easier to swallow." Luo Yin was taken aback. He never expected that Shitari had come here to smell the scent. "Really? There's such a saying?" "Yes, it's just like when you smell delicious food while eating, it increases your appetite. By the way, Captain, I would like to confirm what you need me to do in 5 days. Shatari set down her goblet, and her expression became serious. Luo Yan's expression immediately became serious. You don't have to enter the battlefield. You have flight capabilities. I might need you to assist me in the air then. Okay, I understand. It seems I can only drink fish blood for the next few days. Fortunately, after some big fish have exhibited extraordinary traits, the residual blood still has some spirituality. Although it's still not as good as human blood, it won't weaken me in the short term. I'll store the blood of Xiao Jin and Xiao Bai to ensure that I can maintain a sufficient condition at that time. Although the little golden monkey and the little white ferret are animals, they have already become extraordinary beings, and the spirituality in their blood is even higher than that of ordinary people, allowing for a quick recovery of Shadowly's condition. However, because both animals are small in size, only a little blood can be taken at a time, so to meet the demand, it requires multiple accumulations. Fortunately, as a vampire, Shadowly has enough ways to keep the blood fresh, which is knowledge that comes with the potions. As soon as Shadowly mentioned the two animals, Luo Yin suddenly remembered something. Oh, speaking of which, what is up with MIT and Rhoda? It's been so long, and they still haven't come to ask me for potion advancement. Haven't they digested it yet? Luo Yin remembers that when Shadowly was taking the vampire potion, Rhoda had already digested half of it, and MIT had digested a third. Now that so many days have passed, and back then Luo Yin even scolded them, Rhoda should have finished digesting it by now, but there is still no news. Shadowly pouted again, a hint of disdain appearing between her brows. Who knows? Those two have been getting lazier and lazier lately. They are unwilling to do anything I ask them to do, far worse than Xiao Jin and Xiao Bai. Luo Yin subconsciously recalled that he didn't feel that Mit and Rhoda had become lazy. Mit had been steering the ship all along, and he was doing quite well, while Rhoda had always been the one cooking. Although the food wasn't particularly delicious, the portions were always sufficient. After a moment of thought, he understood the reason. It was likely that the little golden monkey and the little white weasel were too efficient. As their owner, Shatari naturally gave commands that these two animals executed without hesitation, creating a noticeable difference in comparison. I should go ask those two how the potion digestion is going. Speaking of which, how's your potion digestion going? Since the topic of potion digestion came up, Luo Yin casually inquired about Shatari. Shatari's expression immediately turned sour. Captain, I'm a vampire. I've been on the ship, and I can't even summarize the rules of play. However, after I drank your blood last night, the potion clearly digested. You see, by the end, Shatari showed a hopeful expression, and Luo Yin nodded in acknowledgement. Once the matter with Ace is settled, I will collaborate more deeply with the Revolutionary Army, and then you'll have your chance to play. Oh, Shatari replied, her tone clearly filled with disappointment. Luo Yin pretended not to notice and continued to carve the metal in his hands. Time passed slowly as Luo Yin focused intently on carving the metal. Fortunately, most of these metals were primarily tin, which was relatively soft and easier to carve. Although he wasn't very skilled yet, he managed to complete all the spellmaking without any major issues. By this time, the sky had darkened. Luo Yin infused the last carved piece of metal with spirit, tracing patterns along the carved designs, and combined it with extraordinary materials to create the spell. Only then did he realize that Shatari had somehow fallen asleep on the floor, and the goblet, stained with blood, still had some remnants. Luo Yin turned his head again to look at the wooden board, on which the potion had already disappeared by about 70 to 80%. In less than an hour, it should be completely absorbed by the board and then transformed into a magical item. Huh. Luo Yin let out a sigh, stood up, and after hesitating for a moment, he picked up Xia Tali, preparing to take her back to her room. As soon as he stepped out the door, he saw Rhoda carrying a large yellow fish. Captain, we're having fish for dinner tonight. What's wrong with Xia? Rhoda curiously examined Xia Tali, and Luo Yin suddenly recalled the earlier incident with the potion digestion. It's nothing. She just fell asleep. By the way, how's your potion digestion going? It's been so long, and there's been no news at all. It's almost done, almost done. I've digested about 90% of it, and I'll be able to fully digest it soon. Anyway, Captain, I'm going to cook. Rhoda seemed unwilling to discuss the matter further with Luo Yin and strode toward the kitchen with the large yellow fish. Luo Yin didn't say anything more and took Xia Tali back to her room. After dinner, Luo Yin returned to his room and immediately noticed a rusty sword lying in the spot where the wooden board had been placed earlier. The sword was about 5 meters long and nearly 40 centimeters wide, but it was covered in rust, as if it could break from rust at any moment. Luo Yin bent down to grip the sword handle and immediately felt the intense heat, as if it were a red-hot branding iron, extremely hot to the touch. He quickly released his grip and looked down, finding no burns on his hand. The sensation of heat seemed to be merely an illusion. He frowned and grasped the sword handle again, the burning sensation reappearing. However, he did not let go, but instead lifted the sword and placed it on a chair frame that was missing a wooden plank. As soon as he released his grip, the burning sensation vanished, and there were still no burns on his hand. After repeated experiments, Luo Yin could basically confirm that as long as he held the sword handle, he would feel as if he were gripping a red-hot branding iron. But this burning only affected the mental level. It was not a real burn and would not cause any injury. Luo Yin assessed the sword's main ability through simple divination and semi-divine spiritual intuition. Its primary power is fire, capable of unleashing fiery slashes, and when thrust, it can condense into a large flame sword that flies out and explodes upon encountering resistance. Not bad. After confirming the sword's basic abilities, Luo Yin tried strapping it to his back and found that there was no burning sensation while it was on his back. Only when holding the hilt would it burn the wielder. For a semi-divine being, this was bearable. 5 days later, in the waters near Marineford, Luo Yin's ship drifted quietly on the calm sea. Suddenly, the ocean became tumultuous, and a massive tsunami formed, sweeping towards Marineford as if it intended to submerge it entirely. Luo Yin knew this was the declaration of war from Whitebeard. It had finally begun. Luo Yin stood on the deck, gazing at the towering tsunami in the distance, slightly squinting his eyes. Just as the tsunami was about to crash down and shatter Marineford, an extreme cold erupted from the center of the tsunami's target, instantly freezing the tsunami and also freezing a large area of the surrounding sea. Fortunately, Luo Yin's ship was at a considerable distance and was not affected. "Captain, has it started?" Shatali rushed out of the cabin, feeling the tremors of the ocean. Although she had mentally prepared herself, she still showed a look of shock when she saw the frozen tsunami in the distance. Luo Yin nodded, a faint smile on his face. "You go prepare. Bring all the magical items I gave you, and act with me." "Okay." Shatali quickly returned to her room to get ready, while the others did not come out again, each staying in their respective positions. Luo Yin had already made arrangements in advance. This time, the operation would only involve him and the flying-capable Zayatali. Although Porter also had flying abilities and impressive support skills, Luo Yin did not plan to bring him along. First, Luo Yin's main goal this time was to make a formal appearance in front of the world, rather than to turn the tide of battle. Second, Porter was too small to carry many magical items, making it difficult to ensure safety if he joined. This time, he had distributed corresponding magical items to all the people and animals on the ship, and not just one item each, so that in case of an attack, they could abandon ship and dive into the sea. To prepare for this, he had already hidden extraordinary traits and materials in the crevices of the seabed. Even if the ship were to be attacked by the Navy and sink directly, he wouldn't feel heartbroken. Luo Yin leaned against the ship's railing, listening intently as the gentle sea breeze carried the voice of Trafalgar Law to his ears. Although he couldn't see it with his own eyes, he could imagine the situation in Marineford based on the sounds and the original work. A few minutes later, Shatali came back to the deck, and she felt noticeably different from before. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her eyes sparkled with a shimmering light, making her appear even more enchanting. These were all effects of the magical items. After successfully creating the flame greatsword, Luo Yin had produced several more magical items. Most of them were given to Shatali, apart from those shared with other crew members through the Seafarer route, with only a few left for himself. If you feel uncomfortable that the main character hasn't shown up yet, you can take off the magical items for now. No need. These magical items have achieved a certain balance, and I don't need to exert much energy to resist. Just as Luo Yin spoke, he sensed something and turned his head to the sea, chuckling lightly. "An interesting fellow has arrived. I'll take a dip." Shatali nodded in agreement, but said nothing. Luo Yin didn't explain either and directly leaped into the water. Although he couldn't move at supersonic speed underwater like he could in the air, he was still fast, certainly faster than an ordinary ship or submarine. Soon, he found himself blocking the path of a yellow submarine. The people inside the submarine seemed not to have noticed Luo Yin at first. By the time they reacted, it was too late to avoid him, and they were about to collide when the sea current suddenly changed. A current, seemingly coming from nowhere, swept up from below, forcefully pushing the submarine upwards. In just a few seconds, the submarine surfaced from dozens of meters deep, and Luo Yin also emerged, standing on the water's surface instead of flying. The submarine's hatch slowly opened, and the first to emerge was a large white bear, followed by a man in a white hat wielding a long knife. Trafalgar Law. Finally saved. The white bear, Beepo, sprawled out on the deck as if it had just come back to life. Law only glanced at Beepo before locking his gaze onto Luo Yan. When he got a clear look at Luo Yan's appearance, his pupils contracted sharply, and he struggled to control his expression. Not Fishman. Initially, the members of the Heart Pirates thought the submarine had been intercepted by fishmen. After all, only fishmen could move freely in the water and influence the currents in their understanding. But standing in front of them was not a fishman. At least not one that looked like one from the outside. It seems my actions just now have led to some misunderstandings. This should help alleviate them. As he spoke, Luo Yan's body slowly rose above the water, floating in the air. Law's previously calming expression almost lost control again. This man before him not only could control the currents like a fishman, but could also fly. Who are you? Law forcibly restrained his emotions and asked calmly. A smile gradually appeared on Luo Yan's face. Luo Yan, an adventurer. Luo Yan, Law repeated the name softly, narrowing his eyes as he racked his brain for information about Luo Yan, but found nothing. What do you want? Having searched in vain, Law stopped pressing and instead inquired about the purpose of Luo Yan stopping his submarine. Luo Yan maintained a smile and said, I would like to entrust you with something. Entrust? Luo seized the key word, repeating it with a tone that was both surprised and puzzled, as if asking, Are you sure you want to make a request, O pirate? Luo Yan nodded and continued to speak to himself. Yes. I would like to ask you to help me find the silent fruit, or someone who has eaten the silent fruit. I believe you should be familiar with this fruit. Luo's pupils shrank sharply again, then narrowed, and the knife in his hand was slightly drawn. I don't know what you're talking about. Luo's tone became somewhat unfriendly. But Luo Yan didn't pay attention and continued. As a reward, I will help you when you seek revenge on Doflamingo. I can ensure his downfall, even if he was once a celestial dragon. Luo's expression changed wildly, staring intently at Luo Yan. After a long time, he took a deep breath to calm his emotions a bit. How can I trust you? You can completely choose not to believe me. After all, it's just a silent fruit that cannot directly enhance combat power. It's not something particularly rare. Luo Yan put on a cooperative demeanor, suggesting that if they didn't cooperate, they could leave while also belittling the silent fruit. He hoped to obtain this fruit, but didn't want anyone to know about his desire. After a moment of silence, Luo slowly nodded. I'll try to find this fruit. Very good. I'll look forward to the day you bring me the fruit. I have already foreseen the downfall of Doflamingo. Just as Luo was about to speak, he saw a beautiful lady with wings flying from a nearby ship. Not too fast, but not slow either. Captain, the bats I sent out seemed to have spotted Luffy. Shadowy wasn't coming just to join in. She was there to provide intelligence. Luo Yan could gather sound through the wind, and Shadowy could also use her abilities to gather information from afar, even more directly than Luo Yan. Luo Yan nodded and was about to respond when Xia Tali suddenly raised her voice. What a cute polar bear. She fixed her gaze on Beepo, who was lying on the deck of the submarine, her eyes sparkling as if there were stars in them. Beepo sat up straight, and when he saw that the one staring at him was a beautiful woman, his eyes widened. However, at that moment, Xia Tali sighed in disappointment. What a pity. He's too big. If only he were 1 meter tall. No, just 60 centimeters. I'm sorry. Beepo suddenly stood up and sincerely bowed to Xia Tali, as if it were his fault for being so big. Xia Tali raised her eyebrows, both surprised and curious as she re-evaluated Beepo. Luo glanced at Beepo, fully aware of what kind of bear he had, and said nothing more, focusing his attention on Luo Yan instead. Did you come here to intervene in the Marineford War? Luo Yan first nodded, then shook his head. I did indeed plan to appear in the Marineford War, but I had no intention of changing the outcome, and I currently don't have that ability. This war is being broadcast live by the Navy the whole time. So from the very beginning, the outcome has already been determined. The Navy will absolutely not lose. Luo Yan's gaze became deeper, as he knew more about the original work and was aware of how much high-level combat power the Navy had hidden during the Marineford War. Neither Sengoku nor Garp had seriously engaged in battle at that time, and both Akiji and Kizuru were just casually observing. Part of the reason for this was personal factors, and another part was that the battlefield situation had always been favorable to the Navy, which had already obtained what it wanted, killing Ace and Whitebeard. Once the Navy found itself at a disadvantage, those high-ranking members who were just observing would definitely take things seriously. In that situation, not to mention the current Luo Yan, even another Yonko might not be able to win against the Navy. Law also had a certain judgment about the situation, but he was still somewhat surprised by Luo Yan's confidence. You seem very certain. Of Of course, I forgot to tell you, I'm good at prophecy. Prophecy. Law repeated the word softly, his expression growing more serious. Luo Yin smiled upon seeing this, said no more, and turned to look at Shatari. Let's go and witness this top-level war. As he spoke, Luo Yin was already swept away by the wind towards the Navy headquarters, with Shatari flapping her wings closely behind. Luo looked up and watched the two leave, his already serious expression becoming even more grave. Xia, did you just say that Luffy has already arrived? On the way, Luo Yin casually asked, and Shatari immediately nodded. That's right, he has arrived, and he's not alone. There are many people with him. They were falling from the sky and looked like they were about to crash, but Luffy suddenly grew larger and caught them all. Grew larger? Weren't they falling along with the warships? Luo Yin turned to look at Shatali, his brows gradually furrowing. Shatali tilted her head, a bit confused. A warship? Why would they fall together with a warship? I understand now. Luo Yin nodded, already aware of where the problem lay. The difference from the original work may be due to his reporting the situation, which caused Luffy to leave Amazon Lily for Impel Down earlier, leading him to arrive at the Navy headquarters ahead of schedule. Since he arrived early, why didn't he encounter Ace? After understanding a bit, Luo Yin was left with an even greater doubt, but quickly found peace. The Navy was clearly not a bunch of fools. After receiving Hancock's request, they must have intended to transfer Ace earlier, which is why Luffy, despite arriving ahead of time, still missed Ace. Their speed was neither fast nor slow, and they quickly reached the frozen top of the tsunami, where they could clearly overlook the entire battlefield from above. At this moment, Whitebeard was standing at the bow of the Moby Dick, holding a din-din mushi and commanding the battles on all fronts. Luffy, as if fueled by adrenaline, charged forward, accompanied by Jinbe and the Okama King Ivankov. Luo Yin sat cross-legged, feeling relaxed. The war had just begun, and it was far from time for him to take action. Zayatali, on the other hand, was very interested, her crimson eyes constantly wandering across the battlefield. Perhaps due to excitement, her already slightly flushed cheeks were now even more rosy. Captain, when do we make our move? Looking at Zayatali's eager expression, Luo Yin couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. Xiaoxia, I think you underestimate the negative effects of those magical items. Zayatali suddenly came to her senses, quickly focusing her mind and examining herself, soon realizing the issue. Captain, Zayatali wanted to explain something, but was stopped by Luo Yin's gesture. It's okay. Just make sure you don't enter the core of the battlefield. As long as you don't confront the Vice Admiral and the Admiral directly, there shouldn't be any problem. I understand. Zayatali nodded, took out a vial of potion from her pocket, and consumed it. The flush on her face immediately faded significantly, and the sparkle in her eyes dimmed. The main reason she dared to carry multiple magical items was that she could stabilize her condition with the potion, ensuring that she could maintain her composure at critical moments and wouldn't make erroneous judgments due to the negative effects of the magical items. The intensity of the war gradually increased. First, the 7 warlords made their move, and soon Kizaru couldn't sit still, wanting to directly attack Whitebeard, but was blocked by Marco, who kicked him away. This kick greatly boosted the morale of the pirates, who began to launch a larger-scale charge. Before long, Squard boarded the Moby Dick with a long sword in hand. Although he was far away, Luo Yin could still see every detail and hear every word they said. Is it starting? Luo Yin narrowed his eyes and observed more carefully as Squard approached Whitebeard step by step, suddenly stabbing with a long knife in his hand. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, Squard's long knife was knocked away, and his face instantly turned pale, his body trembling with fear. He thought that since the assassination had been exposed, he would face Whitebeard's boundless wrath. However, the anger he imagined did not come. Instead, Whitebeard embraced him with one arm and touched him with unprecedented sincerity. Captain, is that what you foresaw? Although Shatari didn't have Luo Yan's keen eyesight, she could still barely see what was happening on the Moby Dick. Luo Yan's lips curled into a smile. That's right, that's why I reminded Whitebeard at that time. Now, Whitebeard's anger has been completely ignited. Let's see if he can take down 1 or 2 admirals. Luo Yin put on a look of someone who enjoys the excitement, while Shatali waved her hand, conjuring a ball of black mist in front of her. Several round bats flew out from the black mist and quietly landed on the battlefield, acting as her eyes. As Luo Yin had predicted, Squard's actions completely enraged Whitebeard. Whitebeard officially joined the battle and unleashed a level of destructive power that caught the Navy completely off guard. Even the combined efforts of the 3 admirals nearly couldn't withstand it. Standing on the execution platform, Sengoku, who was also commanding various units, immediately had a grave expression. What was going on? How could Whitebeard's condition be? Although the two sides hadn't seen each other for many years, Sengoku, as the fleet admiral, could still learn through various channels that Whitebeard's physical condition had deteriorated significantly, even requiring intravenous fluids to maintain. But now, the explosive power Whitebeard displayed was completely uncharacteristic of an elderly man plagued by injuries. In shock, he prepared to issue further combat orders. At that moment, an intelligence officer rushed over and handed a document to Sengoku. Admiral, this latest intelligence reports that not long ago, Whitebeard received treatment from someone named Shitali. Not only has his injuries been completely healed, but it is said that he could live for another 20 years. Sengoku suddenly turned around, his eyes wide open. The intelligence officer was so frightened that he trembled all over, nearly dropping the document in his hand. Shitali? Who is that? Why have I never heard of them? As Sengoku asked, he took the document and quickly flipped through it, soon coming across the name Luo Yin. Luo Yin? Isn't that the one who made a deal with the Revolutionary Army? When did he get involved with Whitebeard? Where did this intelligence come from? Is it reliable? Admiral, this intelligence comes from a pirate of the Whitebeard pirates, so it should be reliable. I remember Smoker sent back a report that Luo Yin appeared in Alabasta. And at that time, Port Gasti, Ace was also there. Sengoku suddenly looked down at Ace, who was kneeling and locked up on the execution platform. At this moment, Ace's expression was equally remarkable, both surprised and delighted. Luo Yan's ship's doctor really healed Dad. He truly didn't deceive me. Hearing Ace's murmurs, Sengoku immediately understood the truth, and his face turned incredibly grim. That bastard. In his anger, Sengoku tightly clenched the document in his hand, crumpling it. The intelligence officer trembled uncontrollably, feeling a chill run down his spine. Even so, he could only muster the courage to remind him, Admiral, Tish, there's more intelligence you haven't seen. Sengoku's face twitched as he flipped to the next page of the crumpled document. A potion? It healed Whitebeard in just a few minutes of preparation? What exactly is this potion? And where did this Luo Yin come from? First, he made a deal with the Revolutionary Army. And now he healed Whitebeard at such a critical time. What does he want to push the world's situation toward? Seeing Sengoku crumple the document again, the intelligence officer struggled to swallow, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. Admiral, we investigated this aspect. This Luo Yin first appeared on Kokoshia Island in the East Sea, and he seemed to have played a role in defeating Arlong. Additionally, that Shitali joined Luo Yan's group around the same time, but at that time, Shitali was just a slave. A slave? Sengoku asked in surprise, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. The intelligence officer moved his mouth a few times under the immense pressure and finally said, yes. He was a colonel in the EC who privately engaged in the slave trade. That Shitali was taken from that colonel's ship by Luo Yin. Are you saying there are Navy personnel privately trading slaves? Sengoku's face turned as dark as a pot bottom, his eyes clouded with shadows, and his skin seemed to have a golden sheen, as if he would explode at any moment. The intelligence officer could no longer bear it and collapsed to the ground. That colonel has already been captured, but due to the large conscription, he hasn't been dealt with yet. Let that guy live. I will personally interrogate him. Yes. The intelligence officer hurriedly agreed, scrambling away from the execution platform. He simply couldn't handle it anymore. Luo Yin, leisurely sitting atop the frozen tsunami, was unaware that the series of plans he devised for his promotion would cause Sengoku to lose his composure. Although he saw the intelligence officer reporting to Sengoku, he did not hear the conversation between them. He could listen to distant dialogues through the wind, but he certainly couldn't receive multiple conversations at once, as that would result in overlapping sounds, making everything chaotic and unclear. He could only focus on one or two voices, and right now, he was mainly paying attention to the sounds from the pirates. Captain, what do you think that fleet admiral received as intelligence? He seems very angry. Hey, who knows? Maybe it's because the surprise attack on Whitebeard didn't succeed. The real show is about to begin, so just watch closely. Captain, look, that guy can also summon bats. Can I use his blood as material for my promotion in the future? Shitali noticed that Moria on the battlefield had released shadow bats, and her eyes instantly lit up. Luo Yin followed the gaze and then smiled and shook his head. The top of this path is called Moon, which symbolizes beauty, life, some plants, some darkness, and some weirdness. The bats created by that guy look like bats, but in reality, they are shadows, so they cannot be used as promotion materials for you. Luo Yin spoke with great certainty, as he was well aware that Moria's shadow fruit was a material from a specific path, and it was the fruit that constituted the uniqueness of the hangman. The uniqueness of the hangman The dark fruit plus the shadow fruit plus any fruit that symbolizes filth and fallen shadows. Moon shadowy softly repeated this word, suddenly recalling something, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her eyes. So that's it. No wonder I always feel an inexplicable sensation whenever the moonlight shines on me. And during the full moon, my spiritual energy noticeably increases. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since I last gave you a class on mysticism. I originally planned to discuss it further when collaborating deeply with the Revolutionary Army later. But now that I think about it, some knowledge cannot be shared with the Revolutionary Army. However, I can share it with you. I'll give you a special session later. Although Luo Yin planned to cooperate with the Revolutionary Army from the very beginning, he did not intend to teach them all the mysticism knowledge he knew. In fact, he only told the Revolutionary Army about Sequence 1, not Sequence 0, so he naturally could not disclose the symbol of the true God to them. Shatali's eyes sparkled as she looked at Luo Yin. Captain, does that mean I will become even more beautiful later? After becoming a vampire, Shatali had noticeably improved in both looks and figure. She thought that was the end of it, but now it seemed that was not the case. Luo Yin nodded, and a strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. Do you know what the first sequence of the moon path is called? It's called the Goddess of Beauty. She is the symbol of beauty. Goddess of Beauty? Captain, I want to become the Goddess of Beauty. Xiaotali's eyes sparkled even brighter, and upon hearing this, Luo Yin burst into laughter. If that day really comes, I will definitely marry you. Otherwise, if I cultivate a goddess of beauty and end up giving her to someone else, wouldn't I'd be very upset? All right, then I'll marry you. Without a second thought, Xiaotali nodded in agreement. Luo Yin had just said it casually and didn't mean it seriously. After all, he was only at Sequence 4. While Xiaotali was at Sequence 7, they were still far from the goddess of beauty, and it might not even be possible. He was just teasing Xiaotali, so he naturally didn't take her response to heart. Then, Captain, what does the path of little Jean symbolize? The symbol of the peak sequence completely captivated Xiaotali, and she hurriedly asked. Luo Yin glanced at the battlefield, estimated that it would take a while before he needed to take action, and then smiled and nodded as he began to explain. The path of the little golden monkey, with its peak called Mother or Mother Earth, symbolizes the cycle of life. Every person, every plant, every life has its own end and will return to the earth, buried deep in the soil, to sprout again, grow tall, and bloom, generation after generation. Luo Yin wanted to take a shortcut, so he directly copied the doctrines of the Earth Mother Church. Shatali listened attentively, nodding her head while her lips moved, as if she were savoring it repeatedly. It sounded like there were some overlaps with the moon path, and it also had symbols of life, plants, and animals. If you could become the goddess of beauty, I will tell you why their symbols overlap. Luo Yin playfully acted like a fortune teller, and Xiaotali pouted, showing some dissatisfaction. But she didn't press further and instead continued to ask, what about Xiaobai? What does Xiaobai's path symbolize? The path of the ferret symbolizes order and rules. Oh, order and rules. What about yours? What does your path symbolize? Since the question involved Luo Yin himself, Xiaotali changed her address from you to you to express that she meant no offense. Luo Yin smiled and had no intention of hiding it. It symbolizes the all-round capabilities of land, sea, and air. Xiaotali slightly opened her mouth and nodded in realization. No wonder you can breathe underwater and fly. So that's how it is. What about Rhoda? Rhoda's path symbolizes war. Va? I thought it symbolized bad-mouthing. Xiaotali pouted, slightly teasing. Luo Yin smiled, about to speak, when suddenly a loud noise was heard, followed by seeing a sweeping slash across the ice on the opposite side of the battlefield, causing large chunks of ice to fall. Hawkeye. Luo Yin's eyelids twitched, and his gaze immediately locked on a Hawkeye on the battlefield. At that moment, Hawkeye was sheathing his sword back on his back. Luo Yin's scrutiny seemed to trigger Hawkeye's observation hockey, and he suddenly looked up toward Luo Yin's direction. Luo Yin quickly averted his gaze. So sharp, Luo Yin sighed softly, feeling a bit startled. Captain, have you been discovered? Xiaotali was also surprised. It seemed like this was the first time they had been found out after watching for so long. Luo Yin nodded. Although he had been discovered, he was not worried. After all, Hawkeye was just an onlooker on this battlefield. He was one of the 7 warlords, the world's #1 swordsman, and it was normal for him to have strong observation hockey. The main thing was that the guy's attention was not on the battlefield at all. He had plenty of extra energy to pay attention to other things, such as my scrutiny. I see. Sounds very strong. Shatari nodded in realization, having already formed a basic understanding of Hawkeye in her mind. Luo Yin nodded, and the watching expressions became more cautious. Let's be careful. I don't want to join the battle just yet. Shatali nodded, slightly bending down, and Luo Yin did the same. Ace, I will definitely save you. At that moment, Luffy's voice rang out across the battlefield. Luo Yin hurriedly looked over and saw Luffy, who had already fallen once, getting back up and charging forward with immense excitement. Ace on the execution platform, seeing this, felt both moved and pained, along with a deep sense of guilt. Don't come over, Luffy. Ace shouted hysterically as if he had exhausted all his strength. You have your companions, and I have mine. My matters have nothing to do with you. I don't need you to save me. Just go. At this point, Ace was already in tears, bending down to rest his head on the execution platform, turning his face toward himself to prevent others from seeing his tear-streaked face. Luffy's footsteps hesitated for a moment before he took big strides forward again. I don't care about that. You are my brother. At this declaration, the entire place was stunned, and some of the Navy even showed signs of wavering, allowing the pirates to launch a surprise attack and gain significant results. Seeing the Navy side in chaos, Sengoku immediately stepped forward and used the Den Den Mushi in his hand to broadcast. Don't waver. They're not real brothers. Bolgaddi. Ace's father is the pirate King Roger, while the Straw Hat Kid's father is the Revolutionary Army's Monkey D. Dragon. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, both the Navy and the pirates were in an uproar, the discussions even drowning out the sounds of battle. He is the son of Dragon. Shatali was also shocked and covered her mouth, then looked at her captain Luo Yin, only to find that Luo Yin remained unchanged, his expression showing no signs of change. Captain, did you know all along? Huh? Yes, I knew a long time ago. Luo Yin nodded. This news did not stir the slightest ripple in his heart. Then why didn't you tell us? Zayatali said somewhat unhappily, but Luo Yin was confused. What does it matter? Who Luffy's father is has nothing to do with you. I seem to be. Zayatali, who originally wanted to question him, suddenly realized that it indeed didn't matter who Luffy's father was to her. After learning about Luffy's identity and his relationship with Ace, the pirate's morale soared, charging forward behind Luffy. Sengoku's expression grew increasingly grim, and he soon issued a command through the transponder snail in his hand. Quickly, the ice began to tremble, and one metal wall after another rose from beneath the ice, forming a cage that trapped all the pirates inside. Only where the giant oars fell had an opening. Seeing this, Whitebeard's expression also darkened. He approached the wall and threw a punch at it. However, his punch, which could shatter air, only left a dent on the wall and did not break it. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes and looked up at Sengoku, whose lips curled into a slight smirk, his gaze becoming sharp. Akainu, Sengoku shouted, and Akainu's hands suddenly swelled into flowing magma, followed by countless magma projectiles shooting into the sky, which then turned into numerous magma fists falling down, cracking and melting the sturdy ice, causing the pirates to fall into the water. Luo Yin, who was watching, stood up with a hint of mockery on his face. This is the Navy's determination. Captain, are we going to take action? Seeing Luo Yin stand up, Zayatali immediately got up as well, eager to try. Luo Yin shook his head, looking with interest at the giant oars lying on the ground. No way. Let's keep watching the show. Now is not the time to act. Saying this, Luo Yin sat back down, and Zayatali's face showed undeniable disappointment. Then she thought of something and hurriedly took out a vial of medicine from her clothes and drank it, the blush on her face fading a bit more. The course of the war was similar to what Luo Yin knew from the original work. With Jinbei's help, Luffy broke through the blockade and entered the square first, while Squard brought the last ship hidden under the sea with Or's assistance, and the war officially reached a boiling point. The three admirals attacked together, and Whitebeard also personally joined the battle, while the lower-ranked Navy soldiers didn't even have the courage to face Whitebeard directly. Even the captains could not confront him head-on. Only the admirals could directly block Whitebeard's advance. Whitebeard swung his blade at the main building of the Navy headquarters, shattering the air, and the invisible shockwave instantly cracked the main building of the Navy headquarters. Akainu's lower body turned into magma, while his upper body maintained a human form, rapidly charging toward Whitebeard. Dogtooth, Red Lotus. Akainu punched out a magma fist, and Whitebeard swung his blade down. The two powers collided, sending a massive shockwave that knocked everyone around them away, as if the battlefield was split in half, one side white and the other red. The two colors held their ground for a moment, but then white began to gain the upper hand, pressing down on red. Akainu was sweating, clearly on the verge of collapsing, when suddenly the sky brightened, and Kizuru, who had appeared out of nowhere, transformed into blinding light. Yasakani no Magatama. It can't go as you wish. Seeing Kizaru's sneak attack, Marco transformed into the phoenix and blocked all the light aimed at Whitebeard. Failing to land a hit, Kizaru did not linger in the air, transforming into golden light and instantly descending to the ground, where dozens of bullets passed through his body without causing any harm. The phoenix really is terrifying. Not feeling any frustration after his failed sneak attack, Kizaru maintained that annoying expression. Marco slowly descended, transforming back into human form, though his hands still retained the shape of wings. Even an admiral resorts to sneak attacks? Ha ha ha. I didn't sneak attack. If it were a sneak attack, how could you have had the chance to block my attack? Is that so? I don't believe it. Marco initiated an attack on Kizaru, who did not retreat, transforming into light and instantly appearing in front of Marco. Their fists and legs collided, and, as a Logia user, Kizaru did not fall behind in a physical contest against Marco, a Zoan user. Boom. The ground trembled as Akainu was sent flying. Even as a Logia user, he was now bleeding from his mouth and nose, having sustained some injuries, while Whitebeard seemed unaffected, stepping forward to finish off Akainu. But at that moment, several ice spears flew in from the side, and Whitebeard immediately changed the direction of his slash to shatter the spears. Violent pigeon beak. A massive ice bird spread its wings and flew toward Whitebeard. Whitebeard clenched his fist, bent his arm, and swung his punch, splitting the air. The ice bird shattered under the invisible force, becoming a pile of ice shards. Ice ball. Akiji leaped high and raised his hand, summoning a giant ice ball to smash down on Whitebeard, aiming to attack him while he was still in the moment after shattering the ice bird. And it seemed he was about to succeed. However, Whitebeard suddenly kicked up Song Yin-che with the back of his foot, sending it flying toward the ice ball. Song Yin-che effortlessly split the ice ball in half, continuing its momentum toward Akiji. Whitebeard stepped forward, leaped high, and grabbed Song Yin-che, raising the blade, while Akiji had no means of movement in the air. Oh dear. Akiji's body transformed into an ice statue, and Whitebeard slashed down, cutting the statue in half, which fell to the ground and shattered even more. One of the ice pieces quickly spread and expanded, soon reforming into a complete ice sculpture, which then transformed back into Akiji himself, appearing uninjured. Ace, I'm coming. Just as Whitebeard was fully engaged in battle, a stone road had somehow been built up to the execution platform, and Luffy was racing up it. Oh no, this won't do. Kizaru, who was grappling with Marco, suddenly exerted force to push Marco back, transforming into light, about to fly away. At this moment, Whitebeard had somehow appeared behind him, slashing down, causing Kizaru to fall to the ground, interrupting his transformation. You should stay here, Whitebeard. At this moment, Luffy became the center of attention on the battlefield, and many Navy soldiers began to turn their cannons to aim at Luffy, want to shoot him down. Just then, Carp, who had been sitting in a chair, suddenly broke through the road and blocked Luffy's way. This seemingly obstructive action made the Navy hesitate to fire, fearing they might accidentally hit Carp, preserving the already damaged road. Carp. Seeing Carp take action, Whitebeard finally showed a worried expression. As a contemporary, he naturally knew how strong Carp was. If Carp was determined to stop Luffy, there would be no possibility for Luffy to break through. However, the facts proved his worries were unnecessary. After a brief argument with Carp, Luffy directly punched Carp off the road, causing countless Navy soldiers to shout in shock. Those controlling the cannons even forgot their last chance to stop Luffy, and Luffy finally reached the execution platform. Luffy took out the key from his clothes, preparing to unlock the sea stone handcuffs that bound Ace. At this moment, the yellow ape raised his hand and concentrated a point of light at his fingertips, intending to shatter the key, but Whitebeard once again swung his blade to interrupt him, and the key was inserted into the lock. In an instant, the execution platform shone brilliantly, and Sengoku's figure rapidly expanded, revealing his fruit form. Buddha Sengoku. Hey, not bad. Seeing the sea prism stone handcuffs being unlocked, a smile finally appeared on Whitebeard's face. As for Sengoku, he was not worried. Sengoku, I'm not dead yet. Whitebeard shouted from a distance and struck his signature pose, throwing a punch at the base of the execution platform, causing it to explode on the spot. And the entire execution platform quickly collapsed. Sengoku, who was about to attack Luffy and Ace, suddenly lost his balance and failed to launch his attack in time, which gave Luffy and Ace the opportunity to escape. Damn, is Whitebeard really this strong? Are they really going to let him win? Seeing the scene, Luo Yin became a bit restless. He didn't want Whitebeard to leave here alive, because the tremor fruit was the key to his ascension. He didn't want to have to plan an operation against Whitebeard in the future. If Whitebeard died here, as in the original story, then Luo Yin would need to plan an operation against Blackbeard instead, and by then, he could find more people to help. Not to mention that by then, he might already be quite familiar with the Revolutionary Army and could call for their assistance. Luffy's group and Whitebeard's remnants could also be called upon. However, if Whitebeard left alive, and he needed to act against Whitebeard, then Whitebeard's remnants would definitely be gone. Instead, they would become enemies, and Luffy would most likely not be able to come, especially with Ace's connection. Captain, what's wrong? No, it's nothing. Captain, do you want Whitebeard dead? Shatari was completely confused about Luo Yan's true intentions at this moment, and could only tentatively ask. Luo Yan's expression became serious. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to speak up. If Whitebeard died here, Luo Yan ultimately would not have directly or indirectly taken action. On the contrary, he even helped Whitebeard directly. If Whitebeard really left alive, he would have to plan actions against Whitebeard, and planning requires assistance. I don't want him to die. I need him to die. Don't you understand? One of the materials for my promotion to Sequence 4 is Whitebeard's blood. Shadowlee's pupils contracted sharply, and her expression changed dramatically. You mean the tremor fruit? Yes, that's what I need. So for me, it's best if Whitebeard dies here. Shadowlee's pupils lost focus, looking a bit dazed, but she quickly regained her composure. So back then, when I asked you why you didn't stop Ace, is that how you would answer me? That's right. If I had stopped Ace, none of this would have happened. So who would kill Whitebeard then? Shadowlee nodded slightly, but soon furrowed her beautiful brows again. In that case, why did you want me to heal Whitebeard, and even reminded him? Luo Yan's gaze became somewhat complex as he took a deep breath and sighed deeply. Xia, you must remember, at the moment you take the potion, who your enemy is often already determined. As for why I need to rely on Whitebeard, I must use him to quickly advance to Sequence 4. It's not just about the potion materials. More importantly, the promotion ritual requires that I consume the potion amidst an earthquake and tsunami, and endure until the end, without Whitebeard to preside over the ceremony for me. How can I advance? If I am still just a Sequence 5, I don't have the qualifications to get involved in these matters. Secondly, I hope that a general will also die in this war. Zayatali nodded in realization, no longer in doubt. So that's why you're worried that Whitebeard is too strong and might achieve ultimate victory? Indeed, it seems that the pirates are about to win. No, the Navy will not allow failure. Although Whitebeard's performance exceeded Luo Yan's expectations, he remained confident that the Navy would not fail. Because the world government does not allow the Navy to fail, the world does not allow the Navy to fail. And the Navy itself does not allow the Navy to fail. Warring States. Whitebeard and Warring States finally confronted each other directly. Warring States thrust his palm at Whitebeard, who met with a knife slash. The collision of shockwaves and vibrations caused the entire Navy headquarters to tremble, as if the whole island might collapse and sink at any moment. But neither side held back. They continued to clash again and again, with repeated earthquakes even causing some weaker Navy and pirates to lose their footing and fall to the ground. Kizaru attempted to take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, but was intercepted by Marco. Akiji and Akainu charged towards Luffy and Ace together. Akiji's face was indifferent, showing no expression, while Akainu's killing intent was palpable. He truly wanted to kill those two. Luffy, go first. Seeing the two admirals closing in, Ace immediately stopped and urged Luffy to escape first. But Ace was alone, and he could only hold off one admiral. Icebird. Akiji struck first, sending a massive icebird soaring. Ace did not hesitate and immediately used his fruit ability. Fire Fist. Boom! Ice and fire collided, melting each other without a clear victor. Meanwhile, Akainu took the opportunity to bypass Ace and go straight for Luffy. This evil bloodline must be buried here. Not a chance. Just as Akainu was about to catch up with Luffy, the Okama King Ivankov appeared just in time to block Akainu. Straw Hat Boy, you go ahead. I'll hold him off. If you die in front of me, I want to have the face to meet Dragon again. Okay. Luffy didn't hesitate and continued to flee. Revolutionary Army scum. Since you want to die, I'll kill you first. At this moment, Akainu was completely blinded by rage. Seeing the Okama King trying to block him, he transferred his killing intent entirely onto Ivankov. Ivankov maintained an exaggerated smile on his face, but felt very nervous inside. As a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, he knew very well how strong an admiral was. In terms of raw strength and current state, Akiji was undoubtedly stronger than Ace. However, his lazy personality and Ace's background made him hold back against Ace. And Ace never thought he could win against Akiji. He was only trying to buy time for Luffy. Seeing that he was temporarily suppressing Akiji, he thought about retreating quickly. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not shake off Akiji's entanglement. Although Akiji had little fighting spirit, if Ace managed to leave calmly in a one-on-one situation, his reputation as an admiral would be in jeopardy. So, whether for himself or for the sake of the admiral's face, he had to keep Ace occupied, doing only enough to hold him back. Akainu's strength far exceeded Ivankov's expectations, and he was quickly knocked down, temporarily losing consciousness. However, Akainu did not finish him off. The real targets he wanted to kill were still Luffy and Ace. Since Ivankov was already down, it was fine to deal with Luffy and Ace first and then come back to finish him off. Driven by this thought, Akainu transformed his lower body into magma and quickly moved across the ground, soon catching up with Luffy. Akainu wasted no time and immediately unleashed a magma punch at Luffy, who hurriedly dodged but still ended up with abrasions on his body. Seeing Luffy being chased by Akainu, Ace was alarmed. He exerted his strength again, countering the ice unleashed by Akiji, and then rushed straight towards Luffy without looking back. Akiji paused, his hands suspended in the air, watching Ace's retreating figure. He hesitated for half a second before slowly lowering his hand. I really underestimated him to expose my back in front of an admiral. Akiji muttered to himself, returning to his usual lazy demeanor. Akainu, not one to miss a beat, immediately struck again when his first attack failed. Luffy barely managed to dodge, but at this point his body was at its limit, and he fell to the ground, unable to get back up for a moment. You're done for. From his high position, Akainu swung his fist down again. Luffy's eyes widened slowly, gradually turning to disbelief. Because Ace suddenly appeared in front of him, that magma fist piercing straight through Ace's body. Ace! Luffy shouted in distress, instantly drawing the attention of many. Whitebeard, who was struggling against the combined assault of warring states, and Kizu. Marco, who was handcuffed with Sea Prism Stone, Diamond Jozu, who had lost an arm, and others. Some were angry, some were panicked, and some were sorrowful. Boom! At that moment, a thunderbolt as thick as a barrel struck directly down on Akainu's head. Akainu's body twisted and shattered like magma, but quickly reformed nearby. This sudden strike did not harm him, but forced him to withdraw from Luffy and Ace. Ace! As soon as Akainu moved away, Ace collapsed to the ground, and Luffy hurried to check on him, worried and anxious. Akainu's expression darkened as he suddenly looked up at the sky, where a young man dressed in black, with light blue hair and holding a blazing great sword, was diving down from above. Another one getting in the way, then I'll kill you too. Blinded by rage, Akainu no longer cared who was blocking him. He just wanted to kill them all. Luo Yin landed heavily, creating a huge sound and directly cracking the ground beneath him. However, it wasn't due to the force of his landing, but rather his own ability as a disaster high priest. Akainu, that's enough. The shout of Luo Yin was like thunder crashing into Akainu's ears, causing a brief moment of blankness in Akainu's thoughts, but he quickly regained his composure. I remember who you are now. You are that Luo Yin. Since you have a connection with the Revolutionary Army, then you should die too. Akainu's killing intent did not diminish at all as he swung his fist straight at Luo Yin, who naturally could not back down at this moment. After all, this was his first battle on the world stage. You can't kill me in this state. Luo Yin raised his arm to block Akainu's fist with the great sword engulfed in flames. Lightning reflected in his pupils. Mental piercing. Akainu felt as if countless steel needles had suddenly pierced his head, an unbearable pain. At the same time, his observation Haki sensed danger, a strong danger. Boom! A thunderbolt, as thick as a barrel, struck Akainu's left shoulder, causing his body to erupt like magma, splattering everywhere. Soon, Akainu's body emerged from a large pool of magma, gradually taking shape. At this moment, there were char marks on his left shoulder, but the injury was not severe. The moment the thunder struck, he was slightly delayed due to the mental attack, resulting in his shoulder being hit. However, for an admiral, such an attack was not too strong or difficult to withstand, and he only sustained some minor injuries. Truly worthy of being an admiral. Luo Yin narrowed his eyes, feeling heavy in his heart, but maintaining a calm demeanor on his face. For someone who had not yet learned to harness his domineering presence, being able to injure Akainu in this way was a pleasant surprise. He dared not hope for too much. The pain in his shoulder and the numbness from the lightning strike seemed to have brought Akainu back to some semblance of rationality. He was no longer so fixated and began to carefully examine the youth who had blocked his path. Others who were preparing to come over, whether Navy or pirates, showed expressions of astonishment. Akainu was injured by that kid? How could this be possible? Where did this kid come from? He actually managed to injure Admiral Akainu. Is that Luo Yin? He blocked Akainu. Quickly, go help. Come on. Akainu is injured. The Navy and pirates had completely different reactions upon seeing Akainu injured. However, those pirates were only shouting and did not actually go to help. They had already witnessed Akainu's power firsthand. Was that a mental attack, just now? It could indeed be somewhat effective in a surprise attack, but you 1T get a second chance. Akainu's expression darkened, his gaze icy. He still harbored considerable killing intent towards Luo Yin. Luo Yin knew this without Akainu having to say it. After all, the other party was an admiral, and trying to pierce through and influence him again while being on guard was nothing short of a dream. Want to kill me? I wonder how much strength you can still exert in your current state with depleted stamina and injuries? Luo Yin fearlessly retorted. Who can't throw out harsh words? Akainu's expression remained unchanged, but magma was already seeping from his body. He seemed like a volcano on the verge of awakening, as if he would erupt at any moment. Meanwhile, as Luo Yin made his move, Chitauri also flew down from the frozen top of the tsunami. However, she did not immediately go to rescue Ace, but landed in front of a person surrounded by many inmates in prison uniforms. This person was dressed in a navy coat, wore a pirate hat, and had a large red nose, none other than Buggy the Clown. Seeing someone suddenly appear in front of him, especially flying, Buggy was startled, even if the newcomer was a very beautiful woman. After all, a woman appearing on this battlefield was definitely not an ordinary lady. Chitauri slightly curled her lips, revealing an enchanting smile, but there was also a hint of bloodthirst and cruelty in that smile, causing Buggy to break into a sweat, wishing he could turn and flee immediately. However, the inmates around Buggy looked at him with such obsession. Truly worthy of Captain Buggy, a beautiful woman has come to him, clearly captivated by Captain Buggy's charisma. So dazzling. Captain Buggy is simply too dazzling. Captain Buggy, Captain Buggy, Captain Buggy. The group of inmates suddenly began to cheer, causing Buggy's mouth to twitch. But he had been lifted high, and he could not show any fear at this moment. Why you? Who are you? Buggy forced himself to steady his emotions, though his voice still trembled slightly. Chitauri's smile gradually widened, her crimson eyes scanning Buggy. My name is Chitauri, and I'm here to propose a partnership. Partnership? Partnership for what? Buggy's mood stabilized slightly. Since she was here to cooperate, it at least proved that she wasn't an enemy. Hee. Chitauri chuckled lightly, appearing even more beautiful. Do you have a den mushi? Did you see that person fighting Akainu? That's my captain. Take the den mushi and capture footage of my captain's battle, so that everyone in the world can see it. In return, we promise to let you leave here alive. What do you think? Leave alive? Buggy's eyes lit up. He had been dreaming of leaving this place, but he had no way out, and now someone had made such a promise. He wasn't worried about whether they could do it, because they had flown here. Boom! A loud sound entered Buggy's ears. He instinctively turned his head and saw Luo Yin blocking Akainu's punch with a burning greatsword. Countless lightning strikes, splitting Akainu's body into a sky full of magma. This is too dangerous. To go shoot? Buggy fell into a brief dilemma, but quickly became resolute. Okay, I'll go shoot. To be able to leave alive, Buggy gritted his teeth and agreed. In that instant, the admiration in the eyes of the inmates grew even stronger, with one nearly 2-meter-tall bald man even shedding tears. Captain Buggy, you are truly magnificent. Whoa. This sentiment seemed to be contagious, causing others around to start crying as well. Yes, Captain Buggy is indeed great. You are willing to risk shooting the Admiral's battle so that we can leave alive. Whoa, Captain Buggy, I swear to follow you to the death. Captain Buggy, Captain Buggy, Captain Buggy. The group of inmates began another round of cheers, mixed with emotional sobs. Buggy's expression froze, his mouth twitching. He had never intended to take these people with him. He just wanted to leave alive and be grateful. But now he was being elevated to this position. Listen up, everyone. We must work hard to leave alive. Oh, Buggy raised his arm, and everyone responded. The ones who had just been in tears were now filled with enthusiasm. Chitauri controlled her expression, nodded, and spread her wings, flying towards Luffy. But she couldn't help but murmur, are those people out of their minds? Luffy knelt on the ground, holding Ace. Next to him was a ship's doctor, but he was also at a loss. Luffy, are you okay? Chitauri arrived next to Luffy, and a look of surprise immediately appeared on Luffy's sad face. Chitauri, can you save Ace? Please, save him. Chitauri looked down at Ace, sadness flashing in her eyes. After a moment, she took out a vial of red potion from her pocket. His internal organs have been burned. This potion can give him 5 more minutes of life. He will be able to stand up within those 5 minutes, but after that, he will undoubtedly die. 5 minutes? How could? Luffy's eyes went blank, somewhat dazed. Seeing that Luffy wasn't taking the potion, Chitauri directly pulled out the stopper from the vial and brought the opening to Ace's lips. Ace was now extremely weak, but still retained some consciousness and had heard Chitauri's earlier words. He barely opened his mouth to allow Chitauri to pour the potion in. As soon as the potion entered, his complexion visibly improved, and he managed to sit up by himself. "Thank you. I didn't expect you to come as well." Ace's voice was weak and hoarse. Chitauri nodded. "We originally didn't plan to get involved, but..." She didn't finish her sentence, and Ace didn't care. After all, his time was running out. He had no time to waste on trivial matters. Ace began to say goodbye to those he recognized around him, while Chitauri stood silently beside him, quietly watching. On Luo Yan's side, his battle with Akainu was becoming increasingly intense. However, both sides found themselves in a situation where they could not overcome each other. At first, Luo Yan was very wary of the magma fruit, which is why he hoped to obtain a high defense item when creating his flame greatsword. But what he didn't know was that his own defense had actually become very high. A Sequence 9 sailor could grow illusory scales beneath their skin, which could withstand gunfire, and now he was at Sequence 4, meaning the defense of his illusory scales was far beyond what it used to be, and his disasters could also trigger magma. Therefore, the magma hitting him did not cause significant damage. On the other hand, Luo Yan, in his eagerness to find Whitebeard, had not learned Haki and was unable to inflict substantial damage on a natural-type devil fruit user, resulting in a stalemate in their battle. Meanwhile, Buggy had quietly approached. But not entirely. He only brought his hands, holding the image-transmitting snail, closer, capturing footage from a distance that was not too far, but also not very close. Thus, the only intact, live broadcast image from Sabeti Archipelago became the battle between Luo Yan and Akainu. Although this was somewhat unexpected for the audience, it did not cause dissatisfaction. After all, this was a battle involving an admiral, and they also became curious about who the young man was that could exchange blows with an admiral. "Huh!" Luo Yan shouted loudly, his voice resembling thunder, causing Akainu's thoughts to become slightly chaotic. Luo Yan took the opportunity to jump back, hovering about 10 meters above the ground. At the same time, a nearly 5-meter-wide water column shot up from the bay, tracing an arc in the air, one end connecting to the sea surface while the other had already reached directly above Luo Yan's head. Akainu bent his waist and swung his arms. His right arm was a torrent of flowing magma, and he naturally knew that Luo Yan was preparing to attack with water. However, he wasn't worried. He could easily evaporate that amount of water. Just as he was about to exert force and swing his fist, the ground beneath him suddenly gave way, and a fissure opened up, connecting through the island with the bottom, revealing the undulating sea. Akainu was taken aback, realizing he was about to fall into the water. His left hand finally grasped a protrusion, and the magma covering his right hand quickly fell away. He clutched the rock's outcrop with both hands. But before he could exert force, a massive shadow had already enveloped him. Akainu, the nearly 5-meter-wide water column came crashing down from above, aimed directly at Akainu's head. If it hit, Akainu would be smashed directly into the sea. Freeze time. At that moment, a lazy yet timely voice rang out, and the water flow, which was less than a meter from the ground and about to enter the fissure, was instantly frozen, while countless ice blades flew toward Luo Yan. Luo Yan's gaze sharpened as countless wind blades appeared out of thin air and collided with the ice blades, creating a flurry of ice shards. Akainu seized the opportunity, using his waist to force himself to crawl out of the crack. But at that moment, Luo Yan suddenly brought his hands together. The crack closed abruptly like a door, leaving no trace behind. Allah, if you succeed, the Navy will lose all its face. Akiji's figure formed from the ice shards, his body wrapped in cold air. As he punched towards Luo Yan's face, Luo Yan didn't dare to take it head-on. He used the wind to propel himself and effortlessly dodged. At the same time, several thick electric snakes struck down, splitting the blue pheasant into a pile of shattered ice that fell from the sky. "You're really giving me face, blue pheasant. Don't you have anything else to do?" But I can't say that. Since you've taken action, as a Marine Admiral, I must stop you." "Huh." Luo Yan let out a sigh and had no intention of continuing to fight with Akiji. Instead, he flew towards the direction where Whitebeard and Sengoku were battling. Failing to take down Akainu left Luo Yan disappointed, but it was something he could accept. After all, the opponent was an admiral, and he, who couldn't even use Haki, found it unrealistic to try to kill him. He had no interest in Akiji, and he believed that even if he left, Akiji wouldn't do anything to Luffy. What he needed to focus on now was the most important thing in this war, which would directly impact a series of plans he had for the future. Boom! As Sengoku clashed with Whitebeard again, suddenly, thunder and lightning erupted above his head, with countless bolts of lightning raining down, completely enveloping Sengoku's massive Buddha-like body. The white electric light even overshadowed the Buddha's light surrounding Sengoku. "Oh my, how terrifying," said Kizaru, who was about to attack Whitebeard. As he stopped his attack with a still lazy tone, Luo Yin ignored the annoying voice and descended to a position level with Whitebeard's head. Whitebeard's injuries were severe, with many glowing spots and small holes on his body, all caused by Kizaru, and there was a burn wound the size of a bowl on his abdomen, left by Akainu earlier. Whitebeard, continuing this war is meaningless. Whitebeard supported himself with the hilt of his sword, his chest visibly rising and falling, and the corners of his drooping mouth slowly curled up, revealing his signature crescent smile once again. "I didn't expect you to be here too. Sorry, your ship's doctor just healed me, and now I'm going to die here. You all should leave. I will buy you time." "What are you talking about? You can't die yet." "Kuahaha. I am a remnant of the old era. There's nothing that I can't die for. Listen up, everyone. This is the last command from your captain. I order you all to board the ship and return to the New World." Whitebeard shouted, his voice echoing across the battlefield. All the pirates were momentarily stunned, and then they suddenly realized something, their expressions instantly replaced by sorrow. "Old man. No. Old man. Old man. Let's go together, old man." Faced with death, the pirates, who were normally unafraid, were now in tears, hysterically attacking the surrounding navy, adding more chaos to the battlefield. The lightning that enveloped Sengoku gradually dissipated, leaving no trace on him. Sengoku first glanced at the weakened Whitebeard, then looked at Luo Yin. "Luo Yin, what exactly do you want to do? Where do you want to push the world situation?" "Huh, I don't know what you're talking about. What does the world situation have to do with me?" Sengoku's eyes widened, and he struck out a palm towards Luo Yin from a distance. Luo Yin quickly landed to dodge the attack, bending down and slamming his right hand forcefully on the ground. Boom! The ground beneath Sengoku cracked, and red-hot magma erupted from the fissures. It was a disaster. Sengoku shifted his body to avoid the spewing magma, his expression growing increasingly serious. "Magma, you bastard." Sengoku raised his hand, preparing to attack Luo Yin again, but Whitebeard stepped forward, raising his long knife. A white orb of light appeared on the blade, and then he slashed down. Crack! The space cracked like a spider web, and the fissures continued to spread. The ground trembled, and the already boiling magma became even more agitated due to the pressure. Sengoku had no choice but to retreat and defend himself, narrowly avoiding injury. Yada no Kagami. Kizaru had somehow flown back into the sky, scattering countless points of light that enveloped both Luo Yin and Whitebeard. Luo Yin's body quickly became thin and light, eventually transforming into a paper figure, which immediately shattered under the attack of the light spots. Outside the range of the light spots, Luo Yin's figure was outlined. He raised his hand, and a strong whirlwind erupted from the ground, forming a massive tornado that seemed to connect heaven and earth, engulfing the figure of Kizaru. In the wind, flashes of lightning could still be seen. With Kizaru no longer causing disturbances, Whitebeard suddenly pressed down with his blade, causing the ground around Sengoku to crack inch by inch, and more magma erupted from the fissures in the earth. Luo Yin seized the opportunity and made a grabbing motion towards the magma, which was immediately controlled by an invisible force, gathering together and surging towards Sengoku. Sengoku pushed out his right palm, and a visible shockwave dispersed the magma. But at that moment, Luo Yin tightened his grasp, and the dispersed magma suddenly converged, with the center point being Sengoku. Hiss! The magma landed on Sengoku's Buddha-like body, producing a piercing sound. As the magma increased, Sengoku's expression twisted slightly. "Kid, don't underestimate people," Sengoku shouted angrily, and a powerful shockwave spread out from him, instantly dispersing all the magma. At this moment, Whitebeard had already made his signature air-pounding gesture. Crack! His fist struck the air, causing the air around Sengoku to crack, and his massive body seemed to be cut into countless pieces, with slight misalignments appearing between the fragments. Ka! Sengoku spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering back 2 steps, having taken a solid punch from Whitebeard, which caused significant injury to his aging body. But it did not shatter as it appeared. "Sengoku, you're getting old." Seeing Sengoku injured, Whitebeard pressed the attack, stepping forward with both hands holding the blade. "Ready to strike down?" But at that moment, a small amount of magma, scattered 2 steps in front of Sengoku, quickly expanded, suddenly revealing a person who was none other than Akainu, trapped underground by Luo Yin. Hellhound! Akainu transformed into magma and crashed towards Whitebeard, whose expression changed dramatically. At this distance, it was impossible for him to dodge, and he couldn't defend with his blade either. The blade came down, and Sengoku forcibly twisted his massive body to barely avoid the edge. Boom! The main building of the Navy headquarters was struck hard and collapsed with a roar, while Akainu's attack nearly simultaneously hit Whitebeard's chest. Pua! Whitebeard spat out a large amount of blood, his figure swaying dangerously close to falling. But fortunately, after staggering a few steps, he managed to steady himself. Cough! Akainu! Whitebeard instantly became extremely weak. Akainu retracted his fist, landing on the ground, his chest slightly rising and falling, obviously also having expended considerable energy. Whitebeard, you are destined to die here today. Kulalala. Want me dead? I am Whitebeard. Whitebeard's eyes widened suddenly, his momentum surging forth. However, everyone knew that he was already at the end of his strength. Luo Yan's lips moved. Although he wanted Whitebeard to die here, a deep sorrow could not help but flash in his eyes at that moment. Whitebeard, I'm sorry. Huh? What are you apologizing for? Luo Yan, you should go. I can still hold him off for now. Okay. Luo Yan did not hesitate this time and immediately turned back to fly, but his speed was not fast, only that of an average person running. He had previously left Qingji to support Whitebeard, but in reality, it was to ensure that Whitebeard died here, to send him off on his final journey. He had trapped Akainu underground and had worked hard to summon magma, while supporting Whitebeard just to allow Akainu to emerge from that magma. He believed that as an admiral, a powerful user of observation haki, and a magma fruit user, Akainu would definitely be able to sense the magma he summoned. In the end, his goal was achieved. Akainu emerged from the magma and delivered the most fatal blow to Whitebeard. After that blow, Whitebeard was basically doomed. So Luo Yin naturally didn't need to stay there any longer. Want to leave? No way. Akainu, seeing that Luo Yin was trying to escape, transformed his lower body into magma and surged forward to chase him. Luo Yin didn't care if he really wanted to leave. Aside from Kizuru, who might be able to block him, no one else could stop him. Ace! At that moment, a cry of despair echoed. It was Luffy's voice. And Luo Yin knew without guessing that Ace was dead. Akainu's pursuit of Luo Yin momentarily paused, and without much hesitation, he immediately turned his direction towards Luffy. Although he was already bloodthirsty, his intelligence had not decreased. He clearly understood that killing someone who could fly and was not weak would be very difficult. Even at his peak, he might not have been able to manage it, let alone in his current state. So he decisively decided to go after Luffy. Luffy's body was already pushed beyond its limits due to Ivankov's hormones, and now with Ace dead in front of him, he could no longer hold on and lost consciousness. Luffy-kun. Jinbe, who arrived late, quickly scooped Luffy up and ran away, while the others scattered in a hurry. Shitali grabbed Ace's corpse and flew alongside them. Thank you for Mr. Ace's corpse. Jinbe did not turn back, speaking calmly to Shitali. Shitali shook her head, glancing back to see Akainu getting closer. That crazy guy is already mad. Can you, the fat fishman, fight Akainu? Shitali didn't know Jinbe well, only recognizing him as a fishman who looked somewhat plump, giving him that nickname. Jinbe was surprised by the nickname, but this was not the time for that. He shook his head, a bitter smile appearing on his face. Even though I was once a warlord of the sea, I know the gap between me and an admiral. Is that so? Then it's troublesome. I can hold him off a bit, but I definitely won't risk my life for you. Ah, thank you very much. Jinbe certainly did not expect Shitali to risk her life for him. After all, he didn't even know her. As for Shitali saying she would only hold him off a bit, that was even more understandable. Akainu was a marine admiral, not someone everyone could block. Shitali threw Ace's corpse to Jinbe, who caught it with one hand. Shitali pulled out a silver-white talisman from her pocket, one side adorned with a lightning pattern and the other with a symbol of tyranny. Lightning. Shitali recited the incantation, infusing it with spiritual energy, and the talisman suddenly lit up brightly. Without hesitation, she threw the talisman towards Akainu. Boom! Countless silver-white electric snakes fell, transforming into a thunderstorm that instantly engulfed Akainu. This lightning was far more powerful than any lightning Luo Yin had used before. Is it that strong? Shitali was also stunned. She knew these talismans were made by Luo Yin using his own power, so the strength of the talisman should depend on Luo Yin's power. But now, it seemed the talisman was exhibiting strength beyond Luo Yin's. But soon, she understood. It was clear that Luo Yin had never used his full strength, at least not in his lightning ability. The truth was that Luo Yan's main purpose for coming here was just to make an appearance and do a favor. So he naturally had to hold back. Otherwise, if he overexerted himself and caused the person he wanted to die on the battlefield to survive, what would happen? Moreover, the main opponent Luo Yin was facing was a Kainu, and lightning could not harm a Logia user, so it didn't matter if it was strong or weak. Rather than pursuing a spectacular effect, it was better to conserve a bit of energy to ensure there were no accidents. Under the storm of lightning, Akainu's body exploded into a large puddle of magma, which was then dispersed everywhere by the lightning, lasting for 3 to 4 seconds before the lightning gradually subsided. The magma surged, and Akainu's figure reformed again. He looked up at Chitali, his gaze cold and his expression dark, with magma still dripping from his body. Another annoying guy. Why are there so many annoying people today? Get out of my way. I have no interest in you right now. Although Akainu did not hide his killing intent, he had already sensed from Luo Yin that someone with flying abilities was very troublesome. His main goal now was to kill Luffy. Everyone else could be pushed to the back. Chitali shook her head, dark energy swirling around her, and unknowingly, the color of Akainu's shadow deepened. That won't do. The captain said, Luffy cannot die. Captain? Your captain is Luo Yin? Akainu narrowed his eyes, as if he was just starting to seriously assess Chitali. Chitali nodded, not hiding it. Yes, my captain is Luo Yin. Ha! Ha ha! Akainu suddenly laughed, his laughter mixed with both joy and coldness. Then, the laughter abruptly stopped, and his voice turned icy. In that case, I must kill you. Akainu's magma surged around him, and he clenched his fist and swung his arm, aiming at Chitali. Deep abyss chains. A flash of dark light flickered in Chitali's red eyes, and suddenly 2 pitch-black chains surged from Akainu's shadow and crossed to bind him. Full moon. A full moon rose above Chitali's head, and at the same time, the surrounding light dimmed, as if night had suddenly fallen. Akainu's expression became calm, his gaze vacant and dazed, and his head gradually drooped. Seizing the opportunity, Chitali dove down, her right hand curling into a claw, her nails suddenly extending by about 2 centimeters. She slightly bent her waist, and with a sudden burst of speed, she appeared right in front of Akainu, aiming for his face with a claw. Akainu's head was instantly crushed, but what exploded out was not brain matter and flesh, but boiling magma. Akainu's vacant gaze suddenly snapped back to focus, and the surrounding magma boiled, coalescing into a massive fist that slammed hard against Chitali's chest. Chitali's body disintegrated and quickly reformed under the moonlight. That punch had not left a trace on her. Great fire! Seeing that one attack failed, Akainu did not hesitate to launch another attack, spewing boiling magma from his arm toward Chitali. A dawn-like light shone from beneath her clothing at her wrist. The light surged and gathered in front of her to form a wall of light. Boom! The magma crashed against the light wall, producing a tremendous sound, causing the entire wall to tremble. But did not collapse, it was just visibly dimmed. Akainu! At that moment, a furious shout echoed like thunder, and Akainu suddenly looked up, only to see Luo Yin had arrived. At this moment, Luo Yin's hair was flying, his eyes glaring, giving off the feeling of an impending disaster. Captain! Seeing Luo Yin arrive, Chitari did not hide her surprise. Although she was not injured and appeared very calm in the face of Akainu, in reality, she could not hold on for much longer. As a sequence 7, she did not have much spirituality to support her in using multiple magical items for an extended period. Just now, she had used a total of 3 magical items, one corresponding to her pathway sequence 5, the Crimson Scholar, one corresponding to sequence 7, the Nightmare, and one corresponding to sequence 5, the Guardian. Using these magical items required a consumption of spirituality. In particular, the recent moonlight transformation to evade an attack consumed a significant amount of spirituality. Moreover, at the beginning, she had infused nearly half of her spirituality into the talisman, and now her spirituality was below 40. You go first. Luo Yin suppressed his anger, trying to keep his tone calm, but his voice still made others want to tremble. Yes. Shadowly did not hesitate at all, immediately canceling the effects of all magical items, spreading her wings, and turning to chase after Jinbei. Akainu fixed his gaze on Luo Yin, his expression shifting between anger and uncertainty. He really wanted to continue hunting Luffy, but he no longer had the strength to defeat Luo Yin. Not only was he physically exhausted, but he also bore injuries from Whitebeard's attack. Luo Yin, I remember you are not a pirate. Why are you helping pirates? Because I want to. What does it matter to you? Didn't you just seem to want to kill my subordinate? Huh. You all are just a nuisance. If it weren't for you, I would have killed that straw hat kid long ago. Who can you blame for your own incompetence? If you could have killed Luffy before I arrived, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Akainu, you've done enough, more than your two. Luo Yin suddenly stopped speaking halfway, looking up in the direction of Whitebeard. At this moment, Whitebeard and Sengoku had already ceased fighting. He had reached his limit, and Sengoku was also seriously injured. As for Kizaru, after escaping from the tornado created by Luo Yin, he left to deal with the mob and did not attack Whitebeard again. The reason Luo Yin stopped was because Blackbeard, the guy who gained the most from the Marineford War in the original story, had arrived. Ha ha ha. Old man, you really look quite pathetic. Blackbeard spread his arms and strode towards Whitebeard, followed by a group of powerful individuals who had escaped from Impel Down. Whitebeard's murky eyes regained their sharpness, and the nearly depleted strength surged from somewhere within him. Teach. Ha ha ha. Old man, I'm here to send you on your way. Blackbeard laughed wildly, as if he had already obtained what he wanted. Whitebeard appeared before Blackbeard in an instant, wielding his blade and striking down fiercely. A black whirlpool appeared in Blackbeard's palm, raising his hand to block the strike, and a white light sphere covering the blade quickly shrank and soon disappeared. Ha ha. Old man, it's useless. My power can even devour vibrations. Everyone in this world can call me old man, except for you. Teach. You have no right. Whitebeard threw his Naginata into the air and swung his fist towards Blackbeard, but it was still blocked by Blackbeard's dark fruit ability. Just as Blackbeard was feeling smug, the Naginata fell, and Whitebeard caught it and slashed forward. It hurts, it hurts. Blackbeard was knocked to the ground, kicking his legs in pain. Whitebeard seized the opportunity to bend down and grasp Blackbeard's throat, the white light sphere spreading out. No, old man. I'm your son, old man. You can't kill me. Blackbeard seemed to sense Whitebeard's determination to kill him, crying out for mercy. However, Whitebeard remained unmoved, pressing his palm down fiercely, causing the ground around them to collapse and shatter. Blackbeard rolled his eyes, nearly losing consciousness, but ultimately held on. Puff! Whitebeard, who had already reached his limit, no longer had the strength to kill Blackbeard, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and released his grip on Blackbeard's throat, staggering back a step. Blackbeard no longer hesitated, immediately drawing the gun from his waist and shooting at Whitebeard. Whitebeard's body swayed left and right under the gunfire, seeming as if he would fall at any moment. But he ultimately stood firm, his body straight. The great treasure truly exists. Whitebeard let out his final voice, which echoed across the battlefield, and then he stood still, losing all movement. Sigh. Luo Yin let out a long sigh, and it seemed that all his violence left his body with that sigh. He then turned his head to look in another direction, where a massive red sailboat was slowly entering the bay, flying the pirate flag of the red-haired pirates, another of the 4 Emperor's pirate crews. It seemed that the war was about to come to an end. Luo Yin fell to the ground, lightly laughing as he looked at Akainu, who remained silent, gazing gravely at the ship. He naturally understood what this ship represented. The ship slowly came to a stop, and the crew members of the red-haired pirates, led by Shanks, stood at the edge of the plaza. Everyone, why not give me some face and ceasefire? If anyone wants a fight, they can come at me, Shanks said, his voice not loud, and he did not exude an oppressive aura. Yet, everyone stopped in unison, for these were the words of one of the 4 emperors. Akainu's expression grew increasingly grim, but in the end, he said nothing. Luo Yin no longer looked at the red-haired man, but instead focused his gaze on the white-bearded corpse covered by a black cloth, beneath which was also Blackbeard. In the original work, the red-haired man appeared only after Blackbeard had completed the theft of the Tremor fruit, and Blackbeard even had a brief confrontation with Sengoku. It seems that he has arrived earlier than in the original. In fact, it is because Whitebeard's condition is much better than in the original, resulting in his death occurring later, which makes the red-haired man's arrival seem earlier. If Blackbeard were to be killed here now, a thought flashed through Luo Yan's mind, and his eyes unconsciously narrowed. But he quickly came to his senses, not to mention that this would be a direct slap in Red-Haired's face, but the powerful figures guarding the advanced city that were not so easy to break through. He could only shake his head and dismiss the thought from his mind. The black cloth covering Whitebeard was lifted, and Blackbeard walked out with a beaming smile. He had obtained what he wanted, but because of Red-Haired's prior warning, he did not demonstrate his abilities. Sengoku, who was resting on a stone, glanced at Blackbeard, then at Red-Haired, and slowly stood up. I agree, everyone. The war is over. This is a victory for the Navy. Oh, as soon as Sengoku announced it, the The vast majority of the Navy cheered. They were not only celebrating their victory, but also that they had survived, having made it through the battlefield of the conflict between the Yonko and the Navy headquarters. Huh. Luo Yin chuckled softly, shook his head, and turned to leave. He didn't go to meet Chitauri, but instead walked towards where Buggy was. At this moment, Buggy was still holding the image phone bug. Although he had accepted Chitauri's deal, he had only filmed the battle between Luo Yin and Akainu. After that, he didn't have the courage to get close when Luo Yin went to help Whitebeard, so he didn't record it. The arrival of Shanks naturally caught his attention. He was even prepared to rush over and cling to Shanks' leg. However, at that moment, he caught sight of Luo Yin approaching him out of the corner of his eye. Yes, it was that Luo Yin, the one who had made Akainu suffer. Buggy secretly swallowed hard and couldn't help but take a small step back, as he was very afraid that Luo Yin was coming to cause him trouble. He hadn't captured the scene of Luo Yin helping Whitebeard, but soon he calmed down because his good friend Shanks was also there. He believed that as long as he shouted, Shanks would definitely come to save him. "W, what do you want?" Although Buggy felt there was no problem, he couldn't help but stutter and ask as Luo Yin got closer. Luo Yin's face gradually formed a smile, a friendly smile. At least that's what he thought. "The clown Bucky, right?" "Yes, it's me. What do you want?" No need to be nervous. "Did you accept Chitauri's commission?" Luo Yin certainly knew that Shadowly and Baki had made a deal, because that was what he had instructed Shadowly to do. Hearing Luo Yin ask this, Baki's anxious heart calmed down a lot, and he quickly nodded. "Yes, that's right. So, are you interested in joining my adventure team and becoming my subordinate?" Luo Yin kept smiling and asked, while Baki's face twitched slightly. After a moment of hesitation, he firmly shook his head. "No, I refuse." "Oh, that's really too bad. How about this? I had promised to take you all away alive. But since the war is over and you've declined my invitation, you can leave with Shanks." "I'm sure he wouldn't refuse you." Luo Yin shook his head regretfully, while Baki blinked and instinctively glanced in the direction where Shanks was, his anxiety gradually turning into excitement. "Yes, I can go with Shanks. Following Shanks, I will definitely be able to leave safely. It has to be safer than following this guy." "All right, I agree." Baki nodded emphatically, and Luo Yin also nodded before turning to leave. He hadn't taken a few steps when Chitauri flew over, still carrying Ace's corpse in her hands. "Captain, are you okay?" Luo Yin nodded and looked at Ace's body, saying, "Give me the body, you go guard Luffy, I'll be there shortly." "Okay." Chitauri didn't hesitate, leaving Ace's body behind as she left. Luo Yin picked up Ace's body and walked towards Marco, who was standing together with Shanks. Seeing Luo Yin approach with Ace's body in hand, Marco came forward. "Thank you," Luo Yin said in a low, hoarse voice. Luo Yin shook his head and handed over Ace's body. "I could only do this much. I'm sorry, I couldn't save anyone." "No, you did your best." Luo Yin nodded slightly, patted Margao's shoulder, and walked past him towards Shanks, feeling embarrassed to discuss that topic with Margao and opting to avoid it this way. Margao was still immersed in his sadness and didn't notice anything unusual. Shanks had noticed Luo Yin early on, although he didn't know him. He could gauge Luo Yin's intentions from his actions, so he didn't show any hostility. "Who are you?" Shanks asked. Luo Yin deliberately looked Shanks up and down and then smiled. "Red-haired Shanks? I've heard about you from Luffy." At the mention of Luffy's name, a smile immediately appeared on Shanks' face. Luo Yin nodded and continued. "He got hurt and is currently in a coma, but he's not in any life-threatening danger. He's with me right now. Would you like to see him?" Shanks' smile grew more pronounced, and his gaze became somewhat dreamy, as if lost in pleasant memories. "No need. It's not the right time for us to meet yet." "Really? That's quite a pity. Then I'll take my leave. Thank you for taking care of Luffy." Shanks nodded and solemnly thanked him. Luo Yin nodded back, displaying a genuine smile. He brought up Luffy to gain some goodwill in front of this Yonko, hoping to become familiar, whether it would be useful in the future or not. Who would refuse something free? After parting with Shanks, Luo Yin walked towards Ivankov, the Okama king, who had already awakened and was gathering the Okama. The Okama had not suffered significant casualties in this war, and they had mostly acted in groups. Therefore, they quickly gathered together and were preparing to leave on a warship when Luo Yin approached. The Okama king had been paying attention to Luffy and had confirmed that Luffy had escaped before coming to gather his subordinates. So he naturally understood that Luo Yin was on Luffy's side and likely held no hostility towards him. However, he still did not dare to let his guard down, taking a couple of steps forward to protect the group of Okama behind him. "Is there something you need, sir?" Luo Yin glanced at the humanoids and finally focused on the humanoid king, smiling as he said, "I'm going to find the dragon next. Do you want to come along? Find the dragon? You are? The humanoid king was both surprised and suspicious, but the wariness towards Luo Yan had lessened significantly, and Luo Yan's smile grew even wider. I'm not part of the Revolutionary Army, just collaborating with them. This time, I'm going to meet the dragon to prepare for a deeper cooperation with the Revolutionary Army. And I thought I could bring you along. Of course, if you don't want to, that's fine. I don't need you to introduce me. The humanoid king's expression changed several times before finally opening his mouth to reveal an almost exaggerated smile. Hey, since you are a friend of the Revolutionary Army, then there's nothing to worry about. Let's go together. It's good to have someone to look out for each other. Hee, then let's go. Luo Yan and a group of mermen boarded an abandoned warship. Although they were spotted by the Navy and some sailors attempted to chase them, Luo Yan quickly manipulated the currents and fierce winds, allowing the warship to leave the port without anyone at the helm. And those sailors failed to catch up. The ability to control the wind? The Merman King, witnessing Luo Yan's power, once again adopted a serious expression after just having relaxed. Luo Yan smiled but didn't elaborate further on this ability. You've been in the underwater prison for too long. You don't realize that times have changed. Times have changed? The Merman King was somewhat puzzled, but Luo Yan chose not to explain further. Soon, a much smaller sailboat approached, which was Luo Yan's ship. At that moment, not only were Chitari, Miter, and Rhoda on board, but also Jinbei and Luffy. My ship has arrived, but before looking for Dragon, I must first deal with Luffy's situation. All right, I have no objections. The Merman King showed concern upon seeing Luffy lying unconscious on Luo Yan's ship. Luo Yan used the wind to lift himself and gently landed on the deck of his ship, while the Merman King jumped aboard as well. Captain, Chitari Miter, and Rhoda immediately rushed over. Luo Yan nodded, first glancing at Jinbei sitting beside the mast, then looking at the still unconscious Luffy. How is Luffy doing? Chitari followed Luo Yan's gaze and looked at Luffy, her face showing some worry. I gave him a potion. His injuries have been stabilized. However, he has suffered a tremendous psychological blow, which is not easy to handle. This issue doesn't need our worry, but we can prepare 2 sedatives for him. Miter, set sail in a direction away from the Navy headquarters, but don't go too fast. Proceed slowly. Yes, Captain. Although Miter didn't understand why they needed to go slowly, he answered without hesitation and turned to enter the cockpit. Luo Yan's ship was in the front, with the warship following behind. The Demon King, concerned about Luffy's situation, did not return to the warship but stayed on Luo Yan's ship. Suddenly, a ringing sound from a snail phone came from Luo Yan's body. He reached into the inner pocket of his clothing and took out a very small snail phone. This is Luo Yan. On the other end of the line, a voice immediately responded, I am Dragon. Dragon? Upon hearing Dragon's voice, the Demon King, who had been focused on Luffy, immediately leaned closer. Luo Yan glanced at the Demon King, but ignored him, lightly chuckling as he spoke into the snail phone. I was just about to contact you after I settled Luffy, but I didn't expect you to reach out to me first. So, is there something you want to discuss? There was a silence on the other end for 2 or 3 seconds before Dragon replied. Those 10 people have completed the digestion of the potion. I contacted you to continue our trade for the potion. Is that so? They finished digesting it? That's much slower than I expected. Luo Yan's tone became teasing, and even his eyes couldn't help but squint. The voice on the other end of the phone fell silent for a while, this time longer than before. Sorry. Since it's an apology, it should come with sincerity. I can't hear any sincerity in such a light statement. I will show you satisfactory sincerity. The dragon replied quickly and with great confidence. Luo Yan smiled and took the initiative to change the subject. The Demon King Ivankov is also on my ship. Do you want to say a few words to him? As he spoke, Luo Yan turned to look at the Demon King beside him. On the other end of the phone, the dragon's voice sounded again. Okay. Luo Yan handed the phone bug to the Demon King, who immediately took it and walked to a corner to speak quietly with the dragon. Luo Yan had no interest in eavesdropping. He lay down on his lounge chair. After the war at the top, he was a bit tired and decided to rest for a while. Just then, Luo Yan heard a protest from his stomach. Turning his head, he saw Jinbei sitting next to the mast, looking over with an embarrassed expression. Sorry, it's fine. I'll go get you something to eat. Luo Yan smiled, stood up, and walked into the cabin, rummaging through the refrigerator for some jerky, and brought back a jar of wine to place in front of Jinbei. The most abundant food on the ship was fish, but since Jinbei was a fishman, Luo Yan was unsure if fishmen had any taboos about eating fish. So he took the jerky that was meant for emergencies and wasn't very tasty. Thank you, Jinbei said very seriously, then picked up the jerky and stuffed it into his mouth. As a fishman, Jinbei's biting force was much stronger than that of an ordinary person. Therefore, The hard jerky was like ordinary food to him. As for the taste, that was completely not a problem. During his time locked in the underwater prison, he had eaten some unpalatable things, and after experiencing a great battle, he was so hungry that his stomach was touching his back, making the jerky taste delicious. It even made Luo Yin, who was watching from the side, start to doubt whether the jerky was really that good. Seeing that Jinbei's speed of eating the jerky had slightly slowed down, Luo Yin asked, "Jinbei, I have something I want to ask you." Jinbei took a big gulp of wine, nodded, and continued to stuff jerky into his mouth. "I wouldn't dare to ask for guidance. Just tell me what's on your mind." "Well, I want to ask if you know about a sea monster called the ruler of the deep sea, known as the Otterloth sea monster." Jinbei's action of stuffing food paused slightly. He looked up at Luo Yin, quickly chewed, swallowed, and then took a sip of wine. "I know about the ruler of the deep sea. It's recorded in our Fishman Clan's classics, but I'm not sure if that's the Otterloth sea monster you're talking about." "Really? Can you give me more details?" Luo Yin's eyes lit up, and his body leaned slightly forward. Although Jin Ping didn't know why Luo Yin was interested in this, he felt grateful for the other person's kindness and was currently eating their food, so he didn't ask too many questions. While reminiscing, he said, "The Otterloth sea monster is a creature with 10 legs and 2 heads, resembling an octopus. Its entire body is covered in hard scales, and where the octopus's suckers would be, there are only hard bone spines. Each of its 2 heads has only one huge eye, which has the ability to control ocean currents and dominate other marine creatures. Even the ferocious sea kings would submit when facing it." Luo Yin nodded, feeling even more delighted. Just the ability to dominate other marine creatures was enough for him to confirm that this was what he wanted. That was one of the main materials for the Sea King of Sequence 3, which was why he had just personally gone to find food for Jinbei. After all, fishmen would definitely know more about the creatures in the sea than humans. Is that guy powerful? Where does he usually hang out? Jinbei thought silently for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. "I can't give you an accurate answer because I've never seen it. However, I think it must be very powerful. After all, if it weren't, it wouldn't be able to make the Sea King submit. And it is known as the ruler of the deep sea." Jinbei indirectly answered Luo Yin's question, and Luo Yin nodded, his expression becoming even more serious than before. "I want to ask you for a favor. I'll be hunting an Otterloth sea monster in the future. I hope you can help me gather intelligence." "Hunting an Otterloth sea monster?" Jinbei's voice suddenly rose significantly, and his eyes widened slightly. Luo Yin nodded and asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" To be blunt, this might not be an easy task, although I have never seen that thing with my own eyes. Our fishman race records indicate that it is a very powerful marine creature, much stronger than us fishmen. Moreover, if you want to hunt it, you're not just facing one sea monster. It also rules over other marine creatures, including powerful sea kings, and those are creatures of the sea. Although Jinbei's words were already quite tactful, they still conveyed one message. "Wanting to hunt the Otterloth sea monster? You're simply dreaming." Luo Yin fell silent and sank into deep thought. Hunting was definitely necessary, but how to hunt was a problem. As Jinbei said, the Otterloth sea monster was absolutely powerful in the sea and dominated other marine creatures. Without any helpers, facing multiple enemies alone, especially in the water, Luo Yin wouldn't dare to take that risk, even if he were overconfident, as it was at least equivalent to facing half of Sequence 3. And as for finding helpers, it's needless to say that most of the strong individuals in this world are devil fruit users. They can't even swim, let alone fight in the sea. Although there are some strong individuals who are not devil fruit users, like Carp, Mihawk, and red-haired Shanks, setting aside whether they could be persuaded. Even if they were, how much of their strength could they exert in the water? I still have no clue on how to hunt sea monsters, but please keep an eye out for me. Once I succeed, I will definitely repay you. What a statement. Collecting information is not a difficult task for a fishman. I don't need a reward. However, that is indeed a powerful marine creature living in the deep sea. I can't make any promises, but I will do my best. Luo Yin nodded and lay back down on the reclining chair, allowing Jinbei to continue eating while he himself fell into thought. Although the world is currently in the age of exploration, and people have explored islands extensively, there is very little exploration of the sea. The dangers in the ocean are just too great, with various sea beasts and even larger sea kings. Not to mention the fact that devil fruit users can't enter the water, so hardly anyone would specifically dive to explore. Even pirate crews like Laws, which have submarines, would only avoid large marine creatures instead of trying to observe and understand them. It's really tricky. Just assessing the difficulty made Luo Yin feel a headache, and he couldn't help but groan. "Captain, do you have a headache? I have some medicine here." Shatari came over upon hearing Luo Yin's groan. holding a vial of medicine in her hand. Luo Yin shook his head and sighed lightly. It's not that kind of headaches, Yasya. You're tired too. Go rest. I was just about to rest. By the way, Captain, I noticed a snake has been following our ship. Should we do something about it? No need. That's Boa Hancock's snake. Just let Might stop the ship a bit further out and wait for her to come and take Luffy away. I don't have the time to make another trip to Amazon Lily. Luo Yin noticed the snake tracking them in the sea early in the morning. That's why he told the boat to go slower. Shadowly discovered the anomaly through her beast-taming abilities. Shadowly nodded, no longer in doubt, and strode into the cabin. She was even more exhausted than Luo Yin. Therefore, she directly returned to her room and lay down on her own bed. The combination of her fatigue and the slight rocking of the boat made drowsiness wash over Luo Yin. Just as he was half asleep, a rough, deep, yet joyful voice sounded in his ear. Hey-ya! Luo Yin drowsily opened his eyes, and his view was completely occupied by a big face. It was the face of the Demon King. At that moment, the Demon King was leaning over, getting close to Luo Yin. The sudden visual shock almost gave Luo Yin a scare. Damn, are you sick or what? Luo Yin cursed and flailed his arms and legs, instinctively wanting to get up, but then he realized that if he sat up, he would be closer to that face. So he forcibly controlled the urge to rise and lay back down. The Demon King was not angry at being cursed. They handed the phone bug to Luo Yin, their smile unchanged. The boy dragon has already given me the meeting place. Next, I will take you to Fine Dragon, and then we'll return to my demon paradise. Oh, by the way, after meeting Dragon, I'd like to invite you to my demon paradise as a way to thank you for your help. What do you think? Get lost. Who wants to go to Demon Island? Luo Yin snatched the phone bug from the hands of the Demon King, cursing once more. But the Demon King remained indifferent. Hey-ya! What a pity. I still wanted to introduce my sweethearts to you. They are all very outstanding demon people. Luo Yin's mouth twitched, wishing he could kick the Transgender King into the water, but then he thought that the Transgender King was a devil fruit user. If he got kicked into the water, he wouldn't be able to climb back up, so it would be pointless. Get lost. I'm not interested in transgender people at all. He sighed. I'm a bit tired too. I'll go rest for a while, and then tell you the specific meeting point later. As he spoke, the Transgender King blew a kiss at Luo Yin from a distance, causing Luo Yin to break out in goosebumps. He felt like closing his eyes and lying down again, trying to use meditation to fall back asleep. However, after picturing the Ultraman 7 brothers in his mind, he still couldn't fall asleep. A warship approached from another direction, and at the same time, a snake surfaced from the sea. The newcomer was Hancock, who had already turned all the soldiers accompanying her to stone, leaving only herself on that warship. Luo Yin handed Luffy over to Hancock and also provided 2 healing potions and 2 sedatives. Jinbe, feeling uneasy about Luffy, decided to leave Luo Yin's ship as well. As soon as the outsiders left, the king of the mermen immediately approached, seemingly having changed into a curvaceous lady with long eyelashes after being scolded by Luo Yin earlier, and her voice became gentle. Hey Luo Yin boy, we can set off to meet the dragon now. He's a secret base in the West Sea. West Sea. Got it. Let's find an island to replenish some supplies before heading to the West Sea. There aren't many supplies left on my ship, and I also need to pick up some things. Luo Yin's belongings are still hidden in the crevices of the stones at the bottom of the sea. Naturally, he cannot meet the dragon without retrieving them. The Demon King first nodded, then shook his head. In fact, there is no need to replenish supplies. That warship has plenty of provisions, enough for all of us for 3 months. Once you retrieve the items, we can go directly to the West Sea. All right, it's settled then. Luo Yin nodded, without any doubt. After all, it was quite normal for such a large warship to have a lot of supplies on board. Half a month later, Luo Yin docked near an island in the West Sea. This island had a small mountain, lush vegetation on the mountain, and green grass covering the ground below. Among all the islands Luo Yin had seen, this one was definitely a beautiful place. As soon as he disembarked, Luo Yin squinted his eyes. He could already sense the location of the Revolutionary Army from the gentle breeze that had just blown his way. There weren't many people in the Revolutionary Army on this island. Only a little over 200, less than 300, and they all lived in caves, with the entrances covered by dense vegetation. Without prior knowledge, it would be difficult for anyone landing on the island to find the Revolutionary Army. Finally, they've arrived. Before Luo Yin could actively search, a sudden gust of wind howled. Though he couldn't see them, he heard them first, and then a figure draped in a black cloak slowly descended amidst the winds. Luo Yin's lips twitched. He remembered that the dragon in the original work didn't seem to be like this. Could it be that it got inspired from my act as a fortune teller and started pretending as well? Luo Yin secretly cursed, but his face showed no change. He didn't expect you to come in person. So it's not our fault for being slow. It's quite a distance from the Grand Line to here, and half a month is already pretty fast. You have become much stronger than last time. Long awkwardly changed the subject, and Luo Yin shrugged with his hands open. When I came here, I noticed a very large island to the north of this island. It seems to be a country. Luo Yin also changed the subject and began to probe the purpose of the Revolutionary Army establishing a secret base here. Long nodded, not intending to hide this matter. Indeed, that was a country, and it was not yet a member of the world government. That country had long been decayed, and the people at the bottom lived in very miserable conditions. In recent years, that country had been striving to become a member of the world government, manufacturing weapons for the world government, and further exploiting the populace to gather resources. The Revolutionary Army hoped to save the people of that country. Luo Yin nodded, but his expression quickly became strange. A country capable of manufacturing weapons, and you revolutionaries only send a few hundred people? Long slightly raised his head, his eyes emerging from the shadow of his hood. An outsider bringing a powerful army to forcibly overthrow a decaying government is not a revolution, but an invasion. Only when the locals rise up in resistance can it be called a revolution. Moreover, the Revolutionary Army is still in the infiltration stage. Having more people would only make it easier to expose themselves. You specifically arranged to meet me here. For what purpose? I saw your battle at the naval headquarters and know that the extraordinary ones indeed become powerful as they grow. Although the increase in combat power in the early stages is limited, it is very useful in certain aspects, such as secretly infiltrating. Luo Yin immediately understood the dragon's meaning. Clearly, the dragon hoped that Luo Yin would concoct a suitable sequence potion for the Revolutionary Army, which is why they directly agreed to meet in this place. You said before that you needed to sincerely apologize to me, right? Luo Yin suddenly changed the subject. Although he was very willing to sell more potions to the Revolutionary Army, he had been somewhat bothered by their earlier test of him and naturally wanted an explanation now. Long was already prepared for this. He nodded and said, "Follow me." After that, Long stepped forward toward the interior of the island, with Luo Yin, Shadowy Loda, the king of transgenders, and 3 animals all following behind. The transgenders stayed on the shore and did not follow. Long led the group along a small path up to the mountainside, arriving at the entrance of a cave, which was shaded by large trees on both sides. Even someone with flying abilities would not be able to spot it from above. At the entrance of the cave, 2 guards were stationed, not standing outside, but a few meters inside the cave, about 4 or 5 meters from the entrance. As the group passed through the entrance and walked several dozen meters in, they were suddenly greeted by a vast expanse. Inside the mountain was a huge hollow space, brightly lit. Even so, it was impossible to see the end at a glance. And there were many stone-built houses, forming a small settlement. Wow, this place is truly luxurious. You revolutionaries certainly know how to enjoy yourselves. Creating such a place is not a difficult task. It only took half a day to develop this space. Everything else here is fine, but unfortunately, radio signals cannot be received, and they need to find another concealed location outside to set up a radio station. As Long explained, he had already brought everyone to the entrance of a house. He pushed the door open, revealing a pile of dried meats inside, and in the center, there was a table with 3 yellow boxes on it. Luo Yan's eyelids twitched, and he already had a guess in his heart. Long strode into the room and opened 3 boxes, each containing a devil fruit, 2 zoan types, and 1 paramecia type. Here are 3 devil fruits. Consider them as your compensation. I wonder if you're satisfied? Loyan actually thought that Long would use devil fruits to apologize. After all, he had clearly stated that mixing potions required devil fruits, and in his imagination, Long would at most take out 1 devil fruit. After all, devil fruits are not something you can find everywhere. Even the cheapest one costs at least 100 million berries. He didn't expect the other party to be so generous, presenting 3 at once. Although he was very pleased inside, Loyan tried his best to control his expression and calmly said, "Aren't you going to introduce these fruits to me?" Seeing Loyan's reaction, Long was already certain that Loyan had accepted his apology, and a rare smile appeared on his face. This paramecia-type fruit is the light fruit. It is said that the person who eats this fruit can emit light at will, and everything he touches can also glow. The 2 zoan-type devil fruits include the bug fruit, being bug form, which is said to awaken and even break out of its cocoon to become a moth, gaining the ability to fly. The other one is the rat fruit, bat form. Not only does it have the ability to fly, but it also has night vision. Light emitting being bug bat. These fruits are really quite useless, huh? Luo Yin was actually quite satisfied with these 3 fruits. However, he didn't want Long to think he was pleased, so he scoffed. Long's expression remained unchanged, still calm, clearly having guessed that Luo Yin would react this way, an already prepared response. Devil fruits were inherently rare, and finding 3 was already quite difficult. Moreover, one of them could provide the ability to fly. Your potion is so magical that it might unleash even greater potential from these fruits. All right. You don't need to explain. I know what you're thinking. If your revolutionary army gets powerful fruits, they will definitely prioritize their own people. How could they possibly give them to me? Although these 3 fruits are pretty useless, I still accept your apology and will take them. I'm glad you can accept that. So, can we discuss the subsequent transactions now? Seeing that Luo Yin was willing to accept these normally useless fruits, Long breathed a sigh of relief and shifted the conversation to business. Luo Yin nodded, picked up the 3 boxes containing the devil fruits, and had the 3 people following him each carry 1. No problem. Are we discussing it here? Of course not. There's a conference room over there. After following Long to the designated conference room, Luo Yin was not polite and directly sat down at the table, with the 3 followers seating themselves on either side. Long sat across from the table, and the Monster King took a seat next to Long. The potion of Sequence 8 costs 30 million berries per bottle, so 10 bottles would be 300 million berries. Luo Yin first stated his price, and Long nodded, not surprised by the amount. No problem. I will purchase 10 bottles of Sequence 8 potions and 20 bottles of Sequence 9 potions from you, totaling 500 million berries. Deal. Additionally, I hope to establish a deeper cooperation with the Revolutionary Army. Therefore, I can offer you a discount. I will only charge 400 million berries. Luo Yin quickly finalized the deal and directly offered a 20 discount. Long did not feel happy about it. Instead, he became a bit more cautious. What kind of in-depth cooperation is this? No need to be nervous. This is definitely a win-win cooperation. I want to thoroughly learn how to be domineering, so I hope you can continue to teach me. In exchange, I will continue to provide courses in mysticism to the Revolutionary Army who have consumed the potion. And I will also help the Revolutionary Army more directly in their revolution. Of course, this requires additional compensation. For example, after overthrowing the corrupt government, if there are devil fruits in the kingdom's treasury, they should belong to me. Long fell silent for a while before speaking. How direct of a help can you provide? Any help you wish, whether it is assisting in infiltration or directly confronting the kingdom's army, I can do it. But one thing must be made clear first. We are only in a cooperative relationship. You can tell me your needs, but you have no authority to give me orders. I will only act according to my own ideas. Long fell silent again, this time for longer, and even his expression became serious. This poses a huge risk for the Revolutionary Army. Sometimes, a companion who does not follow orders can be more dangerous than a powerful enemy. However, it is worth trying, so let's use this as an experiment. If successful, your rewards will not be lessened. But if your actions ultimately become an obstacle for the Revolutionary Army, then I will have to stop this cooperation. No problem, but you need to tell me the intelligence and what you hope I will do. All right, this time, Long finally did not hesitate and agreed immediately, which made the atmosphere in the conference room a bit lighter. After finalizing the cooperation details, Luo Yin chatted with Long about some trivial matters before ending the meeting. Luo Yin and the Demon King returned to the shore. Luo Yin went back to his ship to prepare potions, while the Demon King set off on a warship to the Demon Paradise. It took Luo Yin just over an hour to prepare 30 bottles of potions, and he also made potions of Sequence 7 for Rhoda and Mid, who had finally completed their potion digestion 10 days ago. However, since the Demon King had been on his own ship, Luo Yin didn't rush to prepare potions for them, and chose to do it together now. When Luo Yin returned to the Revolutionary Army's base with the potions, 30 people were already waiting there, and many others were gathered around to watch. Luo Yin didn't mind this at all. In fact, he welcomed the attention, hoping it might boost his potion sales. Luo Yin divided the potions from Sequence 8 and Sequence 9 into 2 piles, starting with the introduction of the potions from Sequence 9. Here, there are 8 bottles of Sailor's Potion, 7 bottles of Hunter's Potion, 2 bottles of Assassin's Potion, 2 bottles of Apprentice's Potion, and 1 bottle of Spectator's Potion. That transgender person, you can come and take your potion first, so you don't mix them up later. After the introduction, Luo Yin pointed to a tall, thin man who appeared to be in his 20s with a stubbly beard, wearing a pink short skirt and suspender stockings. With thick leg hair, stepping in red high heels, walking slightly pigeon-toed. His outfit could be described as extremely feminine, but Luo Yin had already gotten used to it. He had been seeing transgender individuals at sea for half a month. The transgender person swayed his hips as he walked out of the crowd, took his assassin's potion, and then swayed back into the crowd, standing next to a burly man with abundant body hair, who was the same person who had consumed the assassin's potion last time and admired the transgender king. Ahem, I shouldn't need to introduce the sailor's potion, hunter's potion, and assassin's potion, so I'll just introduce these few bottles. As for who wants to drink them, you can decide among yourselves or discuss it. First is the apprentice's potion. I believe you should be familiar with this. The gloves I sold to the Revolutionary Army that can pass through walls correspond to the apprentice's potion. Drinking the apprentice's potion allows you to open almost all doors that do not have any mystical attachments and can also pass through walls. As soon as this was said, there was a slight stir in the crowd, with whispers beginning to circulate. However, it quickly quieted down, and seeing that no one raised any objections, Luo Yin continued with the introduction. Since you have no questions, I'll continue. This potion is called the Spectator's Potion. The person who drinks it will gain very keen observational skills and analytical abilities, allowing them to analyze a person's mental activities and emotional changes through their expressions, tone of voice, body language, and so on. Although it does not provide direct combat power, it is definitely very useful for intelligence gathering. After all, as the dragon said, if you want me to brew potions suitable for covert infiltration work, I have prepared these two types. Luo Yan's final words were not meant for the 30 people, but rather for the dragon beside him, signaling that he had not forgotten that matter. The dragon subtly nodded, but did not say anything. At that moment, a girl wearing a white baseball cap, denim jeans, and a white shirt, looking no older than 20, raised her hand. Mr. Luo Yan, if that's the case, why are you still allocating so many potions for sailors and hunters? Our Revolutionary Army already has plenty of sailors and hunters. This time, whether it was the 30 people waiting to drink the potions, the members of the Revolutionary Army watching from the sidelines, or the dragon, they all looked at Luo Yan, equally concerned about this question. Luo Yan's expression suddenly became serious. He glanced around before finally fixing his gaze on the girl who asked the question. Well, I was originally planning to discuss this matter in the future mysticism course. Since you brought it up publicly, I'll just say it here. There are two main reasons for the sailors. First, sailors are favored by the sea and have absolute advantages on the ocean. I'm sure you can all feel that. As for the second reason, at this point, Luo Yin suddenly paused and cleared his throat with a couple of coughs. Cough, cough. The second reason is that the materials for sailor potions are relatively easy to obtain. You only see me pulling out one bottle of potion after another, but you haven't seen me collecting and preparing the materials for these potions. It's not something you can just have as much as you want, understand? Everyone looked enlightened, realizing the reason behind it. Seeing that no one raised objections to his explanation, Luo Yin continued. As for the hunters, there are many of them as well. This is also for the future development of the Revolutionary Army. War is an unavoidable process for revolution, and the path of the hunter symbolizes war. War is the art of gathering people, and all hunters must keep this in mind. Otherwise, they will suffer great losses in the future. Luo Yin tried to make himself sound earnest and sincere. The crowd was once again taken aback, and this time even Long noticeably nodded his head and moved his lips, seemingly muttering something to himself. All right, you can come and take the potions. Everyone stepped forward to take the potions they wanted, and the 20 bottles were quickly claimed. They didn't rush to drink them, as they had all been warned in advance about this matter. With the potions of sequence 9 taken, Luo Yin shifted his gaze to the potions of sequence 8. There were 4 bottles of Rage of the People potions, 3 bottles of Provocateur potions, 1 bottle of Instigator potion, 1 bottle of Midnight Poet potion, and 1 bottle of Gravedigger potion. Next, it's your turn. Those who drank the Sailor potion last time can come to get your sequence 8 potions. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 people stepped forward. Luo Yin handed the 4 bottles of Rage of the People potions to them and introduced, your sequence 8 potion is called Rage of the People. As the name suggests, after drinking it, you will become more easily angered than you are now. When angry, your strength and speed will increase, providing you with considerable explosive power. The 4 exchanged glances, surprised to find that the name of their sequence 8 potion was this. However, having taken some mysticism courses with Luo Yin, they knew they had no other choice, so they said nothing more and returned to their previous positions with their potions. Without Luo Yin calling, 3 people actively stepped forward to separate themselves from the crowd. Luo Yin smirked slightly and handed the 3 bottles of Provocateur potions to them. Your sequence 8 is called Provocateur. After drinking the potion, your ability to provoke others will be significantly enhanced. By the way, here's a piece of advice. It's best not to provoke the rage of the people, especially when you are outnumbered. This is a lesson learned through blood. If you don't believe it, you can ask him. As he spoke, Luo Yin pointed to Rhoda, who was standing beside him. Before the three could inquire, Rhoda jumped in. Captain, how can you say that? I have never provoked that bastermiter. Also, I feel like since I became a provocateur, everyone's attitude toward me has changed. Even you sometimes don't give me a good face. Fortunately, I am quite magnanimous. Otherwise, I would have been angry a long time ago. Luo Yin ignored Rhoda and instead looked meaningfully at the three hunters. Do you have anything to say? The three of them exchanged glances, and one of them opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. Seeing that Luo Yin was ignoring him, Rhoda raised his voice slightly. Captain, why are you ignoring me? And you guys, didn't you say you wanted to ask me something? Go ahead. We already know, one of them replied softly, and Rhoda instantly pouted. Normally, he would have said more, but this occasion wasn't suitable, so he forced himself to hold back. The three hunters stepped back, and Luo Yin picked up the insider potion. Looking at the burly, hairy hermaphrodite, this is yours. The potion is called Insider. As the name suggests, drinking it will give you the ability to incite others. If used well, this ability can play a crucial role in the revolution. Thank you, Lord Luo Yin, the burly, hairy hermaphrodite said shyly as he stepped forward to take the potion. The half-month spent with the hermaphrodite was enough for Luo Yin to remain composed. However, he couldn't keep his heart completely calm. Waves of emotions stirred within him, almost giving him goosebumps. All right, next, this is yours, the Sequence 8 Gravedigger Potion. Luo Yin picked up the Gravedigger's Potion and handed it to the corpse collector miss of the Revolutionary Army. She was the one in the Revolutionary Army with the most noticeable appearance change, almost instantly distinguishable from others. Her skin was as pale as someone with anemia, and her eye sockets were somewhat dark, completely different from the last time he saw her. Thank you. She stepped forward to take the potion without saying much, seeming very shy. In the end, without Luo Yin needing to say anything more, the remaining girl took the initiative to step forward, and Luo Yin handed her the Midnight Poet's Potion. This potion was called the Midnight Poet. If you had the talent for poetry, it would be easier to digest. Of course, it was fine if you couldn't write poetry. Just memorizing some was acceptable. Thank you. The sleepless miss seemed a bit out of it, and after Luo Yin finished his instructions, she suddenly snapped back to reality to express her gratitude. After finally distributing all the potions, Luo Yin then gave the arsonists and navigators potions to Rhoda and MIT. After doing all this, he didn't rush everyone to take the potions. Instead, he took out a silver knife he had prepared in advance and began to construct a wall of spirituality. Last time, when 10 people drank the potion together, it triggered the surrounding spirituality, and this time, with more people in a higher sequence. Luo Yin decided to seal the surrounding space with a wall of spirituality to prevent any accidents. This was also his intention to show off a bit, to pique everyone's curiosity about the mystique. As spirituality surged from the ritual knife, Luo Yin began to circle around everyone. When he returned to the starting point, although there was no visible change around, everyone felt as if they were surrounded by invisible walls. All right, you can drink the potions now. The Sequence 9 potions should be taken in 2 batches, 10 people per batch, and the Sequence 8 potions should also be taken in 2 batches, 5 people per batch. When you drink, please stand a bit apart to avoid affecting others. Everyone began to take the potions, and the process went smoothly. After all, they were just low sequence potions. Once all 30 people had consumed their potions, Rhoda and MIT started to take theirs. MIT's situation was somewhat better. After drinking the potion, he quickly recovered from his detached state. However, as soon as Rhoda drank the potion, he was unexpectedly ignited, his whole body catching fire, which shocked everyone present. And some even began to doubt whether there was a problem with the potion. Fortunately, it calmed down after a short while, and he successfully advanced. After the potion event concluded, Long handed Luo Yin a detailed document, which contained the general situation of the target kingdom, the Revolutionary Army's phase goals, and the current progress. Then he seemed to have some urgent matter and hurriedly left. Luo Yin and his companions returned to the ship with 400 million berries, and the 4 of them began discussing the specific action plan. This discussion lasted from the afternoon until late at night. The next day, Luo Yin went alone to the skies above the kingdom, overlooking the entire realm. This kingdom is situated on a massive island rich in iron ore, which is why it can manufacture weapons for the world government. The entire kingdom is clearly divided into 2 halves by a connected high wall. One half is beautifully constructed and bustling, while the other half seems to be viewed through a gray filter, appearing very desolate. This desolate half is further divided by the high wall. One half is a factory area filled with towering chimneys, while the other half is a garbage dump area that seems to emit a foul smell just by looking at it. The factory area is filled with many suffering workers, some as young as 10 years old and others with heads full of gray hair, yet they still have to toil in the factories. The garbage dump area also houses many people, but they are mostly children with hardly any adults in sight. While the workers in the factory area have it hard, at least they have worker dormitories and a fixed supply of food. Even if the dormitories consist of bunk beds in a large communal space and the food provided is barely edible, they are still luckier compared to those living in the garbage area. The people there can only rely on scavenging for something edible from the new garbage delivered each day to barely survive. And their living conditions are merely makeshift shanties made of wooden sticks, branches, and tattered woven bags, propped up by plastic bags. Further away from the urban area, there's a group of suffering individuals in the iron mining area, where the work intensity far exceeds that of the factory workers. Yet their sleeping conditions are even worse than those of the garbage dump dwellers. The only advantage they have is slightly better food, as mining requires more strength, so they receive a bit more to eat. Luo Yin silently watched, remaining silent for a long time. His journey was not only to witness the suffering of his country firsthand, but also to gather some intelligence. He had anticipated that the people here would be in dire straits, as this place had already become a target for the Revolutionary Army. But he never expected it to be this bad. After a long silence, his inspiration was suddenly sparked. His body plunged down rapidly, descending at a speed that surpassed ordinary falling. Just before reaching the ground, he abruptly slowed down and finally landed quietly next to a small shed in the garbage area, like a leaf drifting down. This small shed was slightly tilted, surrounded by tattered cloth, with a top made of damaged woven bags and some plastic bags, feeling as if a slight breeze could blow it down. Luo Yin arrived at the entrance of the shed, hesitated for a moment, and then reached out to lift the door curtain. The space inside was less than 4 square meters. On one side was a bed made of hay and rags, where a boy lay with a dark blue-black complexion and a decaying right foot. In Luo Yan's view, the boy's aura was completely black, indicating that he was already dead. On the other side was a girl dressed in rags, with a gaunt face and messy wine-red hair. Her eyes were moist, and her face showed unmistakable sadness. The girl, who had been sitting on a stone, stood up abruptly upon seeing Luo Yin, gripping a broken knife that was over 30 centimeters long. The blade had a clearly ground-off angle, and its tip glimmered coldly, indicating it was very sharp. She stared intensely at Luo Yin, her body slightly trembling. Her eyes filled with fear, hatred, anger, sadness, stubbornness, and a hint of determination. Luo Yin was seeing so much emotion in someone's eyes for the first time, and for a moment, he felt a bit at a loss. He quickly fumbled around his body and pulled out a pack of jerky and a compressed biscuit from his pocket. "Are you hungry? I have something to eat." Luo Yin moved the food forward, hoping to relax the girl and gather some information. The girl's hands holding the knife lowered slightly as she took small steps forward, seemingly wanting to grab the food. However, Luo Yan's brow furrowed imperceptibly because his intuition told him that the girl seemed to want to attack him. Sure enough, when the girl was 3 or 4 steps away from Luo Yin, she suddenly quickened her pace and lunged the knife towards his abdomen. Anticipating this with his intuition, Luo Yin instinctively grabbed the incoming knife with his empty hand. The sharp blade left no mark on his hand, and the girl's expression changed slightly as she instinctively tried to pull the knife back. However, she found that her knife seemed to be clamped by an iron grip, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not budge an inch. Without hesitation, the girl immediately released her grip on the knife and turned to run towards the inside of the shed. She reached the end in a few steps and pulled on a dangling thread. The already tilted shed seemed to lose its support all at once and collapsed entirely. This collapse would not cause any harm, but the falling top blocked Luo Yan's line of sight. The girl took the opportunity to escape from the shed, stumbling as she ran. Even when she almost fell at times, she managed to maintain her balance by using her hands for support without slowing down. As she ran, she suddenly stopped because the person she had just encountered appeared before her. "Why are you running?" Luo Yin was puzzled. He believed he had shown no malice from beginning to end, yet the girl in front of him was so defensive towards him. The girl did not answer. She turned around without hesitation and ran in another direction, still stumbling, still so fast. Luo Yin stared at the girl's back, his brows furrowing deeply without him realizing when it happened. "I should go after her," Luo Yin whispered softly, his gaze deepening, and with a flick of his finger, a coin sprang up with a ding. It was a shiny silver coin, the front featuring a layered door made of tiny diamonds, bordered by a circle of small emeralds. The back depicted a worm made of tiny diamonds, surrounded by a circle of small rubies. This was a magical item, corresponding to astrologers, as the previous astrological sphere had been given to Mitre for navigation. When Luo Yin created magical items at that time, he casually made one for himself that could be used for divination. The negative effect of this magical item was that it was very easy to lose. Not only was it prone to dropping while being carried, but if it fell to the ground during divination and wasn't caught, it would randomly teleport, with both the direction and angle of the teleportation being random. In other words, it could end up far away in the ground. The coin landed in Luo Yan's palm. Face up. The running girl abruptly stopped again because that person stood in front of her once more. At this point, the girl was clearly panting, her body slightly swaying as if she might fall at any moment. Why are you running? Luo Yin asked the same question again, and the girl moved her lips a few times before making a sound. I am scared. There's no need to be scared. I'm not a bad person. Luo Yin tried his best to make his expression gentle, and a rare soft smile appeared on his face as he extended the food in his hand once again. The girl looked deeply at the food in Luo Yan's hand, swallowing hard, slowly moving forward as if she was ready to accept Luo Yan's offering. However, at that moment, she suddenly buried her head and lunged into Luo Yan's arms, a rusty iron nail over 10 centimeters long appearing in her hand, fiercely stabbing towards Luo Yan's abdomen. Clang! The iron nail pierced through Luo Yan's clothes, but the sound it made was that of metal colliding, the powerful recoil causing the nail to slip from her hand and fall to the ground. The girl's face instantly turned pale as she sat on the ground, looking at Luo Yin in disbelief. How could this be? A flash of determination crossed her eyes as she grabbed the fallen nail and tried to stab it into her neck. But a force struck the nail, causing it to slip from the girl's hand once again. Luo Yin silently watched everything, slowly placing the food in his hand on the ground before turning to leave. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Aren't you a soldier? Just as Luo Yin was about to walk far away, the girl finally asked. Luo Yin stopped in his tracks and turned to look at her. I am an adventurer, unrelated to this country. So that's how it is. The girl visibly relaxed, her tense body loosening up. She leaned forward to pick up the compressed biscuits and a small packet of jerky, carefully cradling them in her arms. Thank you. The girl's voice was soft, unsure if it was due to her stabilizing emotions or the exhaustion from a recent escape. I have some questions I want to ask you. I wonder if you have the time? The girl carefully stood up and nodded slightly, as if to agree. Luo Yin smiled and pointed in the direction of her dwelling. Let's talk at your place. I think you wouldn't want others to see the food in your hands, would you? Okay. Although the girl hesitated a bit, she nodded, her hands instinctively clutching the food tighter. The two quickly returned to the previous hut. Looking at the hut, which was intact yet still slightly crooked, the girl was somewhat dazed, even doubting whether she had gone to the wrong place. However, upon seeing the broken knife placed at the entrance, she confirmed that this was indeed her dwelling, but she quickly fell into a new confusion. My hut isn't. I fixed it up a bit for you. But due to the rush, some parts may not have been restored perfectly. Luo Yin explained from behind, and the girl pursed her lips as she walked into the shed. She carefully picked up the broken knife as she passed by, not in a hurry to eat, but quietly sitting back down on the stone she had been on before. Luo Yin walked into the shed again, looked around, and found that there was actually no place to sit, so he simply sat down on the ground casually. Who is he? Luo Yin pointed to the boy lying dead on the bed. The girl glanced at the boy's corpse and said, My brother. A few days ago, he got his foot injured by a nail and couldn't hold on. Her voice was very calm, as if the one who had died was not her brother, but just a stranger. However, Luo Yin could clearly observe that after saying this, the light in the girl's eyes dimmed a little. Luo Yin nodded and then changed the subject. Why were you sent here? What about your parents? The girl's eyes dimmed a little, and her voice became somewhat ethereal. My family used to run a shop in the royal city, specializing in selling and repairing electrical equipment. But one day, 3 years ago, a group of soldiers suddenly broke into my home, killed my father, and threw his head into the street. My mother was taken away by them, and my brother and I were thrown here. Was there no reason? The girl was silent for a moment, as if she needed some time to recall. I'm not very sure. I just remember that the day before that incident, a minister from the kingdom came to our shop. He was talking with my father in a room, but I didn't know what the conversation was about. Luo Yin nodded and continued to ask. The environment here is so harsh that people thrown here can't survive long. Why didn't the soldiers kill you all together? Is it just to let you suffer here? The girl shook her head, her voice turning colder. No, those thrown here don't necessarily die. When they reach a certain age, Boys will be sent to factories or taken to the mines, which is considered extra labor. And when girls reach a certain age, they will be captured and sold as slaves, which is considered extra income. Luo Yin frowned, somewhat puzzled. Why must one wait until a certain age? The girl's lips twitched into a smile, but there was no hint of joy in her expression, only bitterness and mockery. Young boys lack the strength to do the physical labor in factories and mines, and as a result, the kingdom feels that providing them with food is not worth it. Similarly, very young girls cannot fetch a good price, and raising them would be a loss. But being thrown here is different. The people living here do not cost the kingdom a penny. Those who manage to survive to an adequate age will become an extra source of income for the kingdom. Luo Yin opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. He recalled the information given by Long. This country was severely exploiting its people to gather enough gold to become a member state. So you thought I was here to take your soldiers? That's right, I'm already 14 years old, and a slave at this age can fetch a good price. Then why do you want to escape? As a slave, at least you can have regular food. The girl shook her head, looking up at the roof, her eyes gradually losing focus and becoming distant. I don't want to be a slave. Then why have you lived until now? In a situation where becoming a slave is the only way out, how has someone who doesn't want to be a slave managed to hold on? Luo Yin was unconcerned about whether the question was sharp, and he asked directly without beating around the bush. The girl did not respond, as if she had already lost her soul. Luo Yin glanced at the corpse on the bed and continued, I know why, because you still have a younger brother. But he is dead now too, so what will you live for in the future? The girl remained silent, as if she had turned into a statue. Luo Yin let out a light sigh and slowly got up. I should go. I plan to do something in this country, to change some things, and to live well. Once I succeed, you'll be free. The girl's lips parted slightly, her voice more ethereal, like a dream. But I have nothing left. What good is freedom? Is that so? I thought you would remember who brought you to this point. Since you've become so numb that you've even forgotten your hatred. Then I have nothing more to say. After saying that, Luo Yin lifted his leg and walked outside. The girl's eyes moved, as if she had finally come to life. I want revenge. I want revenge. The girl gritted her teeth, her eyes seeming to ignite with flames. Luo Yin stopped and turned to look at her. Then come with me. The girl shuddered, staring hard at Luo Yin, her eyes filled with doubt. But her body unconsciously stood up and took a step towards Luo Yin. Then let me formally introduce myself. My name is Luo Yin. Luo Yin smiled and stretched out his right hand towards the girl. The girl stopped in her tracks, hesitatingly placing her hand in Luo Yin's palm. Lorena, my name is Lorena. Welcome. Luo Yin held onto Lu Lena's hand, and Lu Lena felt her body lighten. Her vision blurred, and the sound of wind howled in her ears. When she came to her senses, she found herself in midair, with the kingdom below that had taken everything from her and made her suffer. Lu Lena had imagined and dreamed countless times about leaving the kingdom, but she never thought it would be in this way, nor did she ever hope that she could truly escape the kingdom. Everything felt as if it were happening in a dream. Is this a trick? If only this weren't a dream. Luo Yin suddenly tightened his grip on Lorena's hand, the pressure of their fingers causing her some pain, while at the same time, she heard Luo Yin's voice in her ears. Despite the loud wind, his voice remained incredibly clear. Dreams don't bring pain. Yes, in dreams, one doesn't feel pain, so this must be real. Lorena murmured softly, and even though the wind was blowing in her face, her eyes gradually began to feel warm. Luo Yin quickly brought Lu Lena back to the ship. As soon as they landed, Lu Lena stumbled and nearly fell, but luckily Luo Yin was quick and caught her just in time. Captain, you're back? Who is she? On the deck, there was only Miter, who hadn't had to operate the ship for a while and rarely got a chance to be on deck. To make up for Miter's long time in the cockpit, Luo Yin even gave up her own lounge chair for him. This is Lu Lena, and she will be our new companion from now on. Go tell Rhoda to make some porridge in the kitchen. I'll take her to see Xiao Xia for a checkup first. New companion. Miter immediately stood up from the lounge chair and began to look Lu Lena up and down. Lu Lena, a bit scared, shrank back behind Luo Yin, causing Miter to curl his lip. Lulu, oh, Nana, I'll just call you Nana from now on. Don't worry, even though I like to go to Happy Street to find girls, I'm very loyal. I only like girls aged 17 to 22. You're too young. Are you out of your mind? I told you to go find Rhoda, and here you are rambling on. Luo Yin almost kicked him, feeling frustrated that he had just brought someone over and Mite was here talking nonsense. But Mite had a serious expression. Captain, I'm just worried about you trying to matchmake us, so I want to emphasize this matter again. Am I matchmaking you too? How much face do you think you have? Get lost. Hey, all right. Mite, instead of feeling upset after being scolded, actually felt relieved and happily ran into the cabin. Luo Yin looked at Lalina apologetically and said, I'm sorry, that guy's just like that, always thinking about going to the Joy Street to find women, and then insists he's devoted. Come on, let me take you to see the ship's doctor for a checkup. Living in that kind of place, you might have other issues besides malnutrition. Okay, Lalina nodded, not taking MIT's earlier words to heart. When they arrived at Shadowly's door, just as Luo Yin was about to knock, the door opened by itself. However, it wasn't Shadowly who came out, but a little white ferret. Captain, do you need something? The little white ferret raised its head and looked at Luo Yin with its big, watery eyes, speaking in a very childish voice, not very clear, as if its tongue were a bit short, but the meaning was conveyed clearly. A talking little fox. Lalina's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the little white ferret, which immediately became dissatisfied. I'm a ferret, not a fox. Seeing the little white ferret's puffed-up appearance, Luo Yin couldn't help but laugh and asked, Little White, is Xia still not up? The master just went to bed for less than 3 hours. If you have urgent business, I can wake her up right now. All right, thank you. The little white ferret nodded and gracefully jumped onto Shadowly's bed, gently rubbing Shadowly's cheek with its small paws. Shadowly frowned and slowly opened her crimson eyes. Huh, Little White, what are you doing? If you're bored, go play with Little Gold and don't disturb my sleep. Saying this, Shadowly turned over, facing away from the little white ferret, preparing to go back to sleep. The little white ferret immediately jumped onto Shadowly's body and started rubbing her face again with its paws. Master, the captain is looking for you. Hiss. All right, I got it. I'll get up now. Shadowly took a deep breath and slowly sat up. Soon, she was dressed and came to the door, where she immediately spotted Lalina beside Luo Yin. It was as if she had seen something incredible. Her eyes widened, and her head leaned slightly forward as she scrutinized Lalina. Captain, where did you get her? Is something wrong with her? It's beyond just wrong. If she continues like this, she might only live for another 2 years at most. She has problems everywhere. As a pharmacist, Shadowly's spiritual vision was more attuned to health issues. And under her spiritual vision, a person's ailments were basically laid bare. I'll be counting on you. Luo Yin Lu Lei Na handed over the task to Xia Ta Li and returned to her room, taking out the documents given by Long and carefully flipping through them. At night, in the joyful district of the kingdom, a short and stout man with 2 small mustaches, looking to be in his 40s, left a brightly lit room with pink lights. After some indulgence, he was in a good mood, even humming a little tune. Suddenly, the light around him dimmed, as if the street lights had lost their function, and the moonlight had turned red without him noticing. Huh, what's going on? The man sensed the change around him and hurriedly looked around, but the familiar environment now felt strange, causing him to panic. Soldier, come quickly. In his panic, the man began to shout, but there was no one around to respond, no matter how loud he called. Just then, a crisp and pleasant female voice rang out from a nearby alley. What are you afraid of? Startled, the man turned around abruptly and saw a stunning woman with red eyes and white hair emerging from the alley, her figure extremely alluring. Gulp! The man couldn't help but swallow, his panic gone, replaced by desire. Are you a new girl? He stepped forward, reaching out to grab the woman's voluptuous chest. However, at that moment, dark chains emerged from the void, locking his limbs and pulling him against the wall. W, what is this? W, what do you want? Even in his lust, the man realized he was in danger, struggling to break free from the chains, but to no avail. The newcomer was Xia Ta Li, who had received instructions for action and had a certain direction to proceed. Hee, you are Helamondor, responsible for the slave trade? Why are you re-talking nonsense? I'm a furniture merchant. I deal in furniture trade. I've never been involved in slave trading. Helamondor knew exactly what to say and what not to say, denying it on the spot, but Xia Ta Li didn't believe him. She trusted the intelligence from the Revolutionary Army more than his own defense. Then may I ask, furniture merchant, where did those slaves you sent to Shambodi Island go? Why you? How do you know? Helamondor's face changed drastically, and he finally gave up on arguing, his expression growing even more frantic. What do you want to do? Tell me, who is the other party involved in the slave trade with you? Xia Ta Li's previously cheerful expression suddenly turned cold, her crimson eyes fixed on Helamondor. Helamondor gritted his teeth, defiantly meeting Xia Ta Li's gaze. I advise you not to. Before he could finish his sentence, Xia Ta Li had already grabbed his left arm with a claw. Blood instantly splattered, and the wound showed obvious signs of corrosion. You'd better understand your situation. You are a prisoner now. You will answer my questions, understand? If you have the ability, then kill me. Helamondor was much tougher than Xia Ta Li had imagined. He did not yield even after she attacked. Xia Ta Li showed a hint of surprise, then smiled, her smile exceptionally charming yet chilling. Do you want to die? Hee hee, fine, I'll grant you that, but you probably won't die so easily. With that, Xiaotali tore off Helamondor's clothes, exposing his flabby body to the air. She extended her index finger and slid it from Helamondor's left shoulder to his right waist. Wherever she passed was as if doused with strong acid, the flesh corroding and turning black. Helamondor let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. The pain from the corrosion far exceeded that of a direct cut. Xiaotali raised her hand and made another cut along the previous scar, leaving a similar mark on Helamondor's body. At this moment, Helamondor's lips were turning white, drenched in sweat, and his body trembled. If you want to kill me, do it now. Otherwise, when the soldiers come, I will make you regret it. I will strip you naked and throw you in a cage, raising you like a dog. Helamondor attempted to provoke and threatened Xiaotali with words to seek a quick end, but Xiaotali was unaffected, making another cut on Helamondor's body. If you're hoping for the soldiers to rescue you, I'm afraid you won't have a chance. Haven't you noticed? Tonight's moon is particularly different. As she spoke, Xiaotali pointed to the sky. Helamondor instinctively looked up and saw that the usual crescent moon had transformed into a blood-red full moon. Then you just kill me. I won't say anything. Don't waste your time. Hee hee, I have plenty of time. Wasting a little is no problem. As she spoke, another corrosive mark appeared on Helamondor's body. His muscles began to spasm uncontrollably due to the intense pain, and his face grew even paler. You seem to be on the verge of collapsing. Don't worry, I'm a doctor, and I will heal you immediately. Xiaotali similit siviti. Taking out a tube of green potion from her pocket, removing the stopper, and pouring the green liquid onto Helamondor's wound. The wound instantly healed at a visible speed. In just a few breaths, it had completely healed, with even softer skin growing over the previous injury. You see, now you can't die. As she spoke, Xiaotali made another cut on Helamondor's skin. Helamondor let out an even more miserable scream than before. Although it was still the same kind of cut, this time the pain was several times worse. Xiaotali's smile became even sweeter, but in Helamondor's eyes, it appeared increasingly terrifying. I added some other ingredients to the potion, which will make your nerves more active. Your mind will become clearer, making it harder for you to faint from pain. Also, you must have felt it. Your perception of pain will also be heightened. Now, let us continue. With that, Xiaotali made another cut on Helamondor's body. He was drenched in sweat, trembling like a leaf. If he weren't hanging by the chains, he would have likely collapsed to the ground by now. Oh dear, I came out in such a hurry that I'm a bit hungry. I should eat something first. Saying this, Xiaotali magically produced a wine glass and then made a cut on Helamondor's wrist. This time, there was no corrosion. Bright red blood gushed out, filling the wine glass. Helamondor watched as his blood filled the glass, which Xiaotali drank in one gulp, finishing with a spit of blood foam onto his face. TSK. Not tasty at all, but it's enough to fill my stomach. I suddenly don't want to kill you anymore. How about I lock you in a cage, raising you like a dog as emergency rations? No, you can't do this, you can't do this. Long before Xiaotali raised her head to drink the blood, Helamondor had already lost his ability to manage his expression. Now, hearing this, he could no longer control himself, and his emotions collapsed right there. Don't worry, I'll get you a bigger cage and prepare a blood-replenishing potion for you. I forgot to tell you, I'm very good at potion making. Kill me. Please kill me. Helamondor became increasingly agitated, struggling once again to break free from the chains, but still failed. Xiaotali took out a scalpel, waved it in front of Helamondor, and then placed it on his stomach, making a gentle cut about 0.5 centimeter deep and 10 centimeters long. Helamondor screamed in agony, his body trembling more violently, his face now only showing fear. Xiaotali, however, appeared very serious. She used her left thumb and index finger to pull apart the wound, slowly cutting through the fat with the scalpel, deepening the incision. Although I was skilled in potion making, I didn't know much about human anatomy. But now I finally had a practice subject. TSK. Don't move. Otherwise, I might accidentally cut into your intestines, and then you'll have to clean it yourself. I won't help you, it's too disgusting. Why? Helamondor's voice suddenly became very hoarse, weak, and showed extreme fatigue. Xiaotali paused her actions and looked up at Helamondor's face in confusion. What do you mean, why? Why is it that such a large wound has only bled this little? Helamondor was hoping that after Xiaotali cut him, he would bleed to death. However, his wound had only a little blood, barely seeping. Oh, this? Don't worry. I'm not going to let you bleed to death. I consider myself quite good at controlling blood. Helamondor's face turned completely pale, his lips trembling as he stammered. The other party I dealt with in the slave trade is CP0. Those slaves were ultimately offered to the celestial dragons. Helamondo initially would rather die than say this, because it involved the celestial dragons. He certainly didn't dare to reveal it, fearing he would anger them and be captured as a slave. He would rather die than become a slave to the celestial dragons. But now he felt that being a slave to the celestial dragons was better than his current situation. He thought that after he confessed, Shatali would show some reaction. At least stop using the knife. However, Shatali merely waved her hand dismissively. Oh, I don't care about that anymore. Anyway, information like this can be inquired by someone else just the same. I only care about your body structure right now. Helamondo was dumbfounded, even doubting if he had heard her wrong. No, you can't do this. You can't do this. He lost control of his emotions, confessing at the risk of offending the celestial dragons, only to receive such a light response. And his situation did not improve at all. He struggled again, this time more violently than before, but still could not break free from the chains. Shatali frowned, standing up straight and looking at Helamondo with annoyance. What is wrong with you? Didn't I say not to move? Now I can't even use the knife. Forget it. I'll just tear it with my hands. It's about the same anyway. Saying this, Shatali gently tore at the wound with both hands, ripping open Helamondo's stomach, clearly revealing the pale intestines inside. My stomach. My stomach. I beg you, please stop torturing me. I will do whatever you ask. I beg you. Helamondo cried and pleaded, tears streaming down his face. This was the worst he had ever cried in his life. Shatali gathered a mass of black energy in her hand and, under Helamondo's terrified gaze, placed it inside his abdominal cavity. Then she took out a vial of potion, holding it in one hand while pinching Helamondo's wound with the other. Open your mouth and drink this. Okay, I'll drink. Helamondo hurriedly nodded, opening his mouth wide. Shatali stuffed the vial into Helamondo's mouth. Without her needing to say more, he gulped down the potion eagerly. All of Helamondo's wounds visibly healed at a rapid pace, completely recovering in just a few breaths. Since you can help the kingdom sell slaves to the celestial dragons, you must have some status there, right? I'll give you one day to prepare 2 identities for me. They don't need to be too good. I'll come looking for you tomorrow night. Of course, you could also tell the kingdom about today's encounter and set a trap for me. But if you fail to catch me, I don't need to say what the consequences will be, right? After saying this, Shatali spread a pair of bat wings from her back and soared into the sky, disappearing into the night in an instant. The red moonlight gradually faded, and the moon returned to a white crescent. Helamondo's body went limp, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. After a long while, he barely managed to stand up. At that moment, a cool breeze blew past, and he shivered, realizing that his clothes had been torn, leaving him bare-chested. He had taken a few steps before a teasing voice came from behind him. Oh, isn't this Mr. Mond? What happened? Did you come out without wearing clothes? Helamondo turned around to see a man in his 30s with medium build and 3 ear studs in each ear, with a buzz cut and yellow hair. Plumbing? Why are you out so early today? Is it that you can't perform in that aspect anymore? Hey, what are you talking about? My father is a doctor, and he has some knowledge in that area. Haha, I don't know which bastard stole my clothes, making me walk home in the cold. Helamondo feigned anger as Huoming smiled and moved a little closer to him. Do you want to go to my house to get a piece of clothing? If you go back like this, your servants might suspect you were having an affair with some lady and had to run out without even putting on your clothes. Helamondo pretended to ponder for a moment before nodding. Okay, I happen to need to find your father for something. Then let us go together. Huoming seemed eager to curry favor with Helamondo, being very warm towards him. So the two walked together, chatting and laughing along the way, appearing quite harmonious. Shatali, under the cover of night, stood on the rooftop of a tall building, quietly watching the two. Only after they disappeared around a corner did she flap her wings and leave the kingdom. On the ship, Shatali slowly descended, where Luo Yin and the others had been waiting for her, including Lelina. How'd it go? Upon seeing Shatali return, Luo Yin was the first to ask. Shatali nodded, a faint smile on her face. It went smoothly. I've obtained definite information. Those people were sold to CP0, and some of them ended up in the hands of the celestial dragons. Celestial dragons? Hearing this news, Luo Yin furrowed his brows deeply. This was an expected outcome. Luo Yin's frown was for the slaves, as falling into the hands of the celestial dragons was completely different from falling into the hands of ordinary people. It seemed that rescuing the slaves was unlikely, at least not at this moment. What about the identities? After tilting her head in thought, Shatali nodded and replied, there shouldn't be any problem. I'll go get what I need tomorrow night. All right, I'll act with you tomorrow night. I'll keep an eye from the air to prevent any accidents, and then it'll be up to you too. Saying this, Luo Yin turned his gaze to Rhoda and Mid, and their expressions immediately drooped. Captain, why don't you change your strategy? What if we get beaten to death in the street? Wouldn't that be a big loss? Don't worry, you two young and strong lads. How could you possibly be beaten to death? You will definitely be sent to a factory or thrown into a mine. Luo Yin comforted gently, but what came out was completely unlike comforting words. The two exchanged a glance and could only smile bitterly and shake their heads. The next day, Luo Yin helped Lu Lena collect her brother's body during the day and buried it. However, to avoid any leaks, no tombstone was erected, and it was planned to be done later. That night, Zayatali landed on the roof of a standalone red-roofed house in the kingdom under the cover of darkness. The lights inside the house were bright, and, after looking around, Zayatali landed on one of the balconies. Without needing to knock on the window, Mondo hurriedly crawled over and opened it. Even though a day had passed, seeing Zayatali still made him tremble. Why you here? The items you wanted are ready. Here are 2 identification papers. They're both ordinary people with no background and not very wealthy. Mondo handed a file bag to Zayatali with great enthusiasm. But while she accepted it, her gaze was not on the bag, but on Mondo's room. As someone who could facilitate transactions between the kingdom and CP0, he was naturally wealthy, and the room was very luxuriously decorated. No ambus? I thought I'd be greeted by a group of soldiers with guns today. It seems you still cherish your life. Zayatali teased lightly, causing Mondo to sweat nervously, almost kneeling on the ground. Why you jest? My life is in your hands. How could I dare to betray you? Hee. Do you want to know what I put in your stomach yesterday? Zayatali's smile deepened slightly. But Mondo became even more terrified and directly knelt on the ground. I don't care what it is. No, I think you care a lot. You must have gone to the hospital for a checkup, but nothing was found, right? Mondo's face turned pale, and his body trembled even more violently. Zayatali squinted her eyes, suddenly grabbing Mondo's head and lifting it slightly. Don't be clever. Listen to my orders and you'll be fine. But if they're SA next time, I'll come and find you with a cage. Do you understand? Yes. I understand. Mondo became increasingly terrified, wishing he could bow down immediately. But his head was still held by Zayatali, and he couldn't bow down as he wished. Zayatali released her grip, threw a piece of paper onto the ground, and her body was enveloped in black mist, transforming into a bat and scattering away, leaving only her voice echoing in Mondo's ears. These are the tasks you need to accomplish next. If you do well, I promise to let you go. If not, I will make you suffer more than death. You can also try to resist, but I guarantee that will be the biggest regret of your life. As the voice echoed, Mondo's gaze fell on the paper. His expression gradually froze, and he slowly knelt down, staring at the paper for a long time. Like a statue. After a long time, he picked up the paper and slowly stood up. On the way back, Luo Yin looked at Zayatali and curiously asked, "What did you do to that guy? You scared him so much that he seems to have a psychological shadow of you." Although it was Luo Yin who had asked Zayatali to take action yesterday, he had only mentioned the target and his desired outcome. The process was entirely up to Zayatali, and when she returned, there was nothing unusual. He thought she had just intimidated him a bit, but now it seemed completely different. Zayatali shrugged, her crimson eyes appearing somewhat eerie in the night. "I didn't do anything. I just dissected him a bit and then healed him." "Dissected? You actually dissected him alive?" Luo Yin was stunned, staring wide-eyed in disbelief at Shatali. Shatali shook her head nonchalantly and said, "Of course not. I also used some potions. In any case, that guy was relatively cooperative, so the subsequent actions should go smoothly." "I hope so." Luo Yin didn't even think about the subsequent actions. His mind was full of imagining how Shatari dissected others. The next day at noon, at the entrance of the most luxurious and tallest building in the Joy District, MIT and Lodo were thrown out in a disheveled state and immediately surrounded by 3 big men and a heavily made-up old woman. The old woman held a long pipe in one hand and pointed at the 2 men with the other, her expression twisted with anger. "You 2 ordered so many of the best girls and dared not to pay. Don't you see where this is? You're simply looking for death. Now, right now, pay up or I'll send you to the mines." As the old woman spoke, the 3 big men moved forward, tightening the encirclement. MIT and Loda slowly got up and suddenly ran away. The 3 big men immediately stepped forward and grabbed the 2 by the back of their collars, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks, knocking them to the ground, where they curled up and cried out in agony. Hey, what is going on? Why are you fighting in broad daylight?" At that moment, Mondo walked out from the crowd with his hands behind his back, followed by several soldiers. The three big men immediately stopped the beating, but still held the two down tightly. Upon seeing Raimondo, the old woman's anger vanished, and she sashayed over to him, swaying her hips. "Mr. Mondo, please come in. Don't let these two shameless scoundrels ruin your mood." As a slaver working for the kingdom, Raimondo had a significant say in the Joy District. With just a word from him, he could provide many girls for the district, and he was a frequent visitor, with almost no establishment daring to disrespect him. Raimondo glanced at MIT and Loda with a smile and asked, "What do they do to make you all take action?" The mention of MIT and Loda immediately darkened the old woman's face. "These two came to our establishment early in the morning and ordered 12 girls at once. But after they were done, they refused to pay. It's utterly shameless." The Joy District was usually busy at night, with very few people during the day, especially in the morning. Even those who stayed overnight had already gone home, making this the most leisurely time for the girls in the establishments. It would be impossible to order that many girls at night. Oh, coming to the Joy District to play this early is indeed rare. If they refuse to pay even if you beat them to death, that would be quite a loss. What do you plan to do? What else can I do? I can only hand them over to the soldiers and have them notify their families to bring money for their release. The old woman's face grew darker as she spoke, because if she did that, even if the money came, she would still have to give a cut to the soldiers handling the matter. And if no money came, she would at least have to treat the soldiers to a night of fun. Either way, she would end up at a loss. Family? I know these two. They're just brothers with no other family. Since they have no money on them, it's useless to look for anyone. How about this? I'll make a call and send them to work in the factory. Then the factory will give you 50,000 belly as compensation. How does that sound? The old woman was silent for a long time before reluctantly nodding. 50,000 belly was indeed too little, barely enough for an average girl. But she also knew that if she disagreed, she would not only not get the 50,000 belly, but would also have to spend extra money. "All right, then thank you, Mr. Mondo." "Haha, no need to be polite, but you have to let Xiaoqing come and entertain me well." Raimondo laughed heartily as he walked into the establishment, causing the old woman's face to twitch in anger, shaking with rage as she looked at MIT and Loda with increasing resentment. Xiaoqing was one of the top girls there, priced from 500,000 belly and up. Raimondo's implication was clearly that having Xiaoqing accompany him was his form of gratitude. In other words, Raimondo only spent 50,000 belly to sleep with a girl worth over 500,000, and this 50,000 was covered by the kingdom's factory, meaning he didn't have to spend a single coin himself. And for this, they still had to thank Raimondo, with all of it caused by MIT and Loda, the freeloaders. Beat them hard. The old woman thought more about it and became angrier, almost squeezing out this command from between her teeth. The three big men, receiving the order, prepared to act. But the soldiers who came with Raimondo immediately stepped forward to stop the big men. "Don't hit them, since Mr. Mondo said to send them to the factory. They can't be injured. Otherwise, it will affect work efficiency. If they are crippled, they will have no value. You all." The old woman was so angry that her face turned red, pointing at the soldiers and struggling to say a word for a long time. Finally, she stepped forward and punched and kicked Loda, and this time the soldiers did not stop her. After the old woman vented her anger, the two were escorted by 4 soldiers out of the Joy District and towards the factory area. The factory area was located in the west of the kingdom, separated by a huge city wall with several iron gates on it. Generally, the gates opened twice daily for overseers to come and go, but when newcomers were sent, the main gates would also open. After handing over the two to the factory overseer, the heavy gates slowly opened, and they were sent into the factory area. Waiting for them was a burly man with a long beard, holding a whip. Without saying a word, the bearded man began to whip the two. "You two remember, my word is law here. You must obey orders at all times, even if it means you have to die. Do you understand?" As he whipped them, he explained the rules of the place, and the two jumped around, almost dodging most of the lashes. However, the bearded man did not mind too much. After explaining the rules, he stopped and assigned them to start with the most basic work, which was transporting ore. What they had to do was deliver the ore brought from the mine to the smelting furnace to be smelted into steel. This was one of the more labor-intensive jobs in the factory and was typically assigned to newcomers since it required no technical skills. Each of them carried a shoulder pole with a large leather basket filled with or to the smelting furnace, and the distance between the 2 points was not short, about 500 meters. In fact, aside from the shoulder pole, there were also carts available that would make it easier and more efficient. But as newcomers, they did not have such privileges and could only carry it on their shoulders. Hey, this country is really efficient in this regard. We were still having fun in the Joy District this morning, and it's not even noon yet, and we're already carrying loads. Loda showed no sadness about becoming a laborer. Instead, he joked around. MIT, beside him, curled his lips, his eyes filled with anger. That old hag is really something. I hadn't even had enough fun yet when those guys rushed in to beat us up. They're so eager for money. Their service attitude is far worse than that of the girls on Shambua Island. When I get out of here, I'll definitely smash her place. Hey, but speaking of which, you really have some swagger this time. Huh? Ordering so many girls at once. If it were before, you might not even have managed to handle one. Loda, even after being promoted to an arsonist, did not change his provocative nature and casually pointed out MIT's shortcomings. MIT's eyelid twitched. If it were before, he would have been angry. But after spending so much time with Loda, he had developed much more patience for provocations. Oomph. Of course, you don't even look at who I am. As Miter was about to raise his head, Rhoda's subsequent words rang out. This is also thanks to Xia's potion. Otherwise, I would be embarrassed to go to Joy Street with you. If you can't speak properly, then just don't say anything. Even though Miter was still carrying his load, he couldn't help but want to kick Rhoda. At that moment, a somewhat sharp voice sounded. Hee. What are you two newcomers whispering about? Let me tell you, here, there's only one way to go. Work hard. Don't have any ridiculous thoughts. This was a man with a long face, somewhat aged with slight wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Seeing Miter and Rhoda talking, he walked over, but he didn't directly whip them with a whip in his hand. After all, while they were talking, their pace in carrying the load was not slow at all, much faster than the average person. This supervisor, you've worked hard. Seeing the supervisor come over, Rhoda immediately changed his demeanor, nodding and bowing as he approached, while discreetly reaching into his inner clothing to pull out 210,000 berries bills and slip them into the supervisor's hand without leaving a trace. The supervisor squinted his eyes, accepted the berries, but his expression didn't change much. However, his tone softened a bit. Don't talk so much while working. I'm just here to remind you, not everyone is as soft-hearted as I am. If it were someone else, the whip would have already landed on you, understand? Hey. Understood. Supervisor, I'd like to inquire about something. Hey, I told you. Here, you just need to work hard. Don't have any ridiculous thoughts. The supervisor's attitude changed immediately, becoming even stricter than at the beginning, but Rhoda's smile didn't diminish in the slightest. Supervisor, to be honest, I'm friends with Mondo. He said he would look out for me before I came in. Mondo? The supervisor squinted his eyes, sizing Rhoda up, then raised his whip. Stop talking nonsense. You're friends with Mr. Mondo? Who doesn't he know that Mr. Mondo is a man of the left minister? If you claim to be a friend of Mr. Mondo, how could you possibly end up here? Moreover, I've heard that you were sent here by Mr. Mondo's people. Seeing the supervisor raise the whip, Rhoda didn't dodge, but instead took a step forward. Why would I lie to you? Who doesn't know that the factory and the mines are managed by the left minister? And Joy Street has always been under the control of the right minister. We were framed in Joy Street. Think about it. That's the right minister's territory. Even if Mondo wanted to save us, he couldn't cause trouble in Joy Street, right? That would be openly challenging the right minister. But sending us to the factory is different. We actually came to the factory to avoid the storm. Rhoda spoke earnestly, and for a moment, the supervisor couldn't judge whether what he said was true or false. Really? His tone had unknowingly changed, becoming cautious. Rhoda raised his head, looking somewhat proud. Of course, you can inquire about it. The supervisor believed Rhoda a bit more. He tucked the whip in his waist, looked around, and seeing that the other workers were working normally, he turned to leave to verify the information. Seeing this, Rhoda quickly put down his load and stepped in front of him. Hey. I still have things I want to inquire about. Don't go. Sigh. If you really are friends of Mr. Mondo, then what could I possibly know that you don't? I'm going to verify what you just said. Oh, it's not anything important. I just want to ask how the food and accommodation are in this factory. Rhoda initially said he had something to inquire about just to start conversation. He didn't really have any urgent matters. But to avoid suspicion, he had to make it seem like it was important. The supervisor was both anxious and speechless, but didn't know how to react. Since you're a friend of Mr. Mondo, why would you care about food and accommodation? We'll arrange it for you later. After saying that, the supervisor ignored Rhoda and strode away, heading straight for the office of the factory manager. Once the supervisor was far away, Miter smiled and approached, lightly patting Rhoda on the back. Hey, you really know how to talk. Huh? Don't forget who sold those potions. I may not be able to swim like you, but in terms of eloquence, you can't compare to me. Rhoda was quite pleased with himself, while Miter rolled his eyes, forcing himself to hold back the impulse. The long-faced supervisor arrived outside the office, just as he encountered the burly supervisor with a beard who had come to punish Rhoda and Miter. The burly supervisor had just come out of the office and immediately walked over upon seeing the long-faced supervisor. "I was just about to find you. Those two newcomers you sent earlier are actually friends of Mr. Hellraymondo. Mr. Hellraymondo just sent someone to deliver a message. Are they really friends of Mr. Hellraymondo?" The long-faced supervisor's small eyes widened considerably, even though he had come to confirm this matter. But after getting it verified, he was still somewhat surprised. The bearded supervisor nodded, a hint of bitterness appearing on his face. "When they came in, I even whipped them. What should we do now? If they report me to Mr. Hellraymondo, wouldn't I? Don't worry, they don't seem to care. To be honest, I specifically came to confirm this matter. The bigger one just slipped me 20,000 berries, asking about food and accommodation. You should arrange this matter and apologize. It should be fine." "Really?" The bearded supervisor's eyes brightened, and he grabbed the long-faced supervisor's arm. The long-faced supervisor immediately nodded. "Of course. I'll also say a few good words for you, but consider it a favor owed to me." "No problem. Let us go. We'll head there right now." The bearded supervisor hurriedly dragged the long-faced supervisor to the area where they found Rhoda and Miter. Seeing the two of them actually carrying or with a shoulder pole, the bearded supervisor immediately marched over. "Oh my, why are you two doing this? It's too hard. Let me arrange something easier for you." The bearded supervisor's attitude changed completely, almost bowing and scraping. Before Miter could speak, Rhoda was the first to say, "Wasn't this arranged by you? Also, you whipped me before. I still remember." The bearded supervisor's smile froze for a moment. Then his smile became even wider. "Misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. At that time, I didn't know your identities, right? Mr. Hellraymondo sent a message, saying to take care of you, and that he would get you out after a while." "Huh, then I really should thank you." Rhoda immediately mocked, and the bearded supervisor's smile had become somewhat stiff. At this time, the long-faced supervisor chuckled and tried to smooth things over. "Oh, since we didn't know before, and now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, let us just forget about it. Come on, don't do hard labor here anymore. He treating you to a big meal as an apology." Right. A big meal. I'm treating." The bearded supervisor quickly nodded, not worried about the cost of a big meal, but concerned that Rhoda and Mitt would not accept his apology. Seeing that the timing was almost right, Rhoda nodded as well. "Not yet. Let's wait until tonight. Who knows if there are spies from the right minister here? We came here to avoid trouble and can't let any leverage fall into the right minister's hands. Similarly, we have to continue working, but I hope we can get a cart." "That's right. That makes sense. I'll go get a cart right now. You can rest assured." Seeing that Rhoda accepted his apology, the bearded supervisor let out a long sigh of relief, unable to hide his smile as he hurried off to prepare the cart. The cart was quickly delivered. Compared to the worn-out carts used by other workers, the one used by Rhoda and Mitt was brand new, with even the paint intact. With the small cart, it became much easier for the two to transport stones, and they loaded very little each trip, which the long-faced supervisor in charge completely ignored. In the kingdom's center, in the tallest building closest to the palace, Hellraymondo hurried through corridors and doors accompanied by two soldiers, heading deep into the building. This was the residence of the left minister, heavily guarded with a soldier stationed almost every 10 meters. The soldiers clearly recognized Hellraymondo, seeing him in a hurry. They did not stop him or even ask questions. Hellraymondo quickly arrived in front of a pair of large white double doors. He did not push the door open immediately, but stood at the entrance and carefully knocked. "Come in." A slightly aged, yet very powerful voice sounded from within. Hellraymondo gently pushed the door open and walked in. This was the left minister's office, which was very spacious, nearly 100 square meters. In addition to the documents on the desk, the most numerous items were bookshelves and books. "Minister." Hellraymondo respectfully bowed to the man sitting at the desk. This was a well-dressed man with graying hair, a goatee, and a slightly plump figure. "Mondo, what brings you here today?" The left minister put down the document in his hand and smiled at Hellraymondo, who he was quite satisfied with as his capable assistant. Over the years, Mondo had brought him a lot of profit, and most importantly, he could communicate directly with CP0, which even the left minister had to take seriously. "Minister, the right minister is getting more and more outrageous." The left minister frowned, took a deep breath while swaying his body left and right, and then sat up straighter. "What happened? I met a few merchants on Sabeti Archipelago, and after chatting with them, they wanted to invest in the kingdom. I arranged identities for two of them yesterday to facilitate their investigation within the kingdom, but today they were framed by the right minister's people. If I hadn't arrived in time, They might have been beaten to death in the street. The left minister immediately frowned deeply. Are you sure it was the right minister's people? Is there any doubt? Have you forgotten? Household registration has always been under the right minister's control. How could I arrange identities for people without the right minister noticing? Moreover, the incident happened on Joy Street. The left minister's frown deepened, and his face gradually darkened. That bastard. The kingdom is already short on money, and that guy treats foreign merchants like this. If this matter gets out, who would dare to invest in the kingdom in the future? This goes against the king's will. The left minister firmly expressed his stance on the matter and then relaxed his expression. What about those two merchants now? Minister, that is the right minister's territory, and I couldn't force my way in. I could only send them to the factory under the pretext of safety. At least it's our territory, and nothing should happen there. I've already sent someone to inform the factory to take care of them. The left minister nodded, his expression easing a bit, even showing a hint of a smile. You handled it well. I will write a letter to send over later. You should try to keep them stable. By the way, what kind of business are they in? They deal in arms and have been collaborating with Joke with a good market. We can definitely increase production. Besides ensuring the supply for the world government, we can sell to them, which would help us gather money faster. They also hope to invest in the kingdom to establish a pharmaceutical factory, mainly producing healing medicines and gauze, among other war supplies. The left minister nodded again, pondering slightly. Indeed, Joke has been supplying weapons for wars in various countries. Those countries in conflict need not only weapons, but also healing medicines and bandages. There is a significant profit in this. What are the specific details? The left minister became increasingly invested in the matter, but Hirimondo looked troubled. They just arrived yesterday and haven't even started their formal investigation. How could they discuss details with me? That bastard. The left minister angrily slammed the table, immediately getting up to leave. But then he thought of something and quickly sat back down, picking up a pen to write a letter swiftly. You send someone to the factory. I will go see the king right away. The right minister must give an account. He wasn't genuinely filled with righteous indignation. Rather, he had seized leverage against the right minister and hoped to use it to gain more power in front of the king. As long as the king was dissatisfied with the right minister, he could take advantage of the situation, but he also needed to manage the merchant's affairs. Yes, I'll handle it right away. By the way, minister, there are two more merchants who came together, but they didn't arrive together due to some issues. They'll only arrive tomorrow. How should I explain their absence to their companions? Hirimondo took the letter with a bitter expression, and the left minister slapped his forehead and rubbed it gently. This is tricky. Here's what you do. Arrange for me to meet them in 3 days. For now, you keep them stable. Should we release the two merchants first? Otherwise, when they ask where their companions are, I can't just say they were sent to the factory, right? Hirimondo's expression grew even more bitter, and the left minister found himself unable to respond for a moment, thinking for a long time before sighing deeply. Once I mention this matter in front of the king, the right minister will definitely be held accountable. At that point, the right minister won't be able to do anything to you or me, but he might shift his anger onto those two merchants. He can mobilize 30% of the kingdom soldiers. If the merchants fall into his hands, wouldn't the pharmaceutical factory become his? The merchants you worked hard to invite would end up as someone else's pawns? But what should I say? Just say they're inspecting the factory. After all, if the pharmaceutical factory is really built, it will certainly be in the factory area. I'll have the factory take good care of them, and once they come out, I can explain it clearly. This matter will be settled. The left minister quickly provided a solution, and Hirimondo immediately nodded. His expression relaxed considerably. Okay, I'll take care of it. The left minister hurriedly made his way to the palace, and his letter was soon sent to the factory. In the office of the factory's overseer, a man over 2 meters tall, with dark skin and well-defined muscles, serious expression, and a cigar in his mouth, handed the letter to the long-faced foreman. You go immediately and tell those two to stop working. This is a personal letter from the left minister. Make sure to read it carefully. They must not be allowed to have a hard time here. The long-faced foreman was somewhat stunned and took a moment to react. When he took the letter and read it, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his face turning pale. They only said they were friends of Mr. Hirimondo. They didn't say they knew the left minister. What should we do? The long-faced foreman was completely panicked. If neglecting a friend of Hirimondo would lead to big trouble, then neglecting a friend of the left minister could mean losing one's head. After all, the left minister was the highest authority in the factory area. With just one word, even a mere foreman like him could face dire consequences, let alone the chief overseer. Seeing the foreman's state, the chief overseer also became a bit anxious and hurriedly asked, What have you done? Chief overseer, here's what happened. The long-faced foreman recounted the events of the day, and the overseer's expression changed from dark to bright, finally breaking into a smile. It's fine. Since they are not pursuing the matter, then it's all good. Didn't we say we would treat them to a meal? Make it lavish. And have the expenses reimbursed by me. Remember to specifically mention me. The long-faced foreman immediately understood the overseer's intention and also smiled. Don't worry. I'll say that all the good dishes were arranged by you, Chief Overseer. Very well. Go take care of it. While the foreman was busy trying to please Rhoda and Mito at the palace in front of the king, the left and right ministers were engaging in mutual accusations. The left minister claimed that the right minister was despicable and had framed the businessman he had painstakingly invited from Shambodi Island for investment. The right minister countered that the left minister was shielding criminals and had forcibly sent people to take away those causing trouble in his territory. Both sides were adamant in their positions, arguing fiercely. One could say they had said everything except for curses. Other officials were already aware that the left and right ministers had never gotten along, so they were not surprised by the occurrence of this incident. The king did not take the matters discussed by the two ministers seriously, sitting above as if watching a play. When the two ministers seemed to tire from arguing, he finally stood up to mediate, smoothing things over and bringing the quarrel to an end. It seemed that this matter just passed like that. In the evening, Luo Yin and Shaddily sat in the dining room of the Helray Mondor family, where a long table was laid out with various exquisite and delicious foods. Helray Mondor, like a servant, humbly filled the wine goblets in front of Luo Yin and Shaddily with wine. Shaddily swirled her goblet, letting a bit of wine cling to the walls of the glass, took a delicate sip, and elegantly set the cup down. Her ruby-red eyes swept over Helray Mondor, and a faint smile gradually appeared at the corners of her mouth. How is the situation in the palace? Helray Mondor hurriedly bowed and wiped the fine sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, saying, "The left minister and the right minister had a big argument in front of the king, although the matter itself ultimately came to nothing. The factions on both sides have experienced a deeper rift." That's not enough. You are also considered part of the Helray Mondor faction, so you should put in more effort on this matter, understand? Yes, I understand. I'm already preparing. In 5 days, I will hold a banquet and invite the people from the left minister's faction. Very well, you can leave now, Shaddily said lightly, as if giving an order. Helray Mondor, as if granted a reprieve, bowed again and hurriedly left. Once Helray Mondor left the dining room and closed the door, Shaddily let out a long sigh. Her elegant demeanor completely gone. She leaned forward, her eyes sparkling as she asked Luo Yin, "What do you think, Captain?" Elegant, quite elegant." Luo Yin nodded while pushing a piece of steak that he had been eyeing for a long time in front of himself. Without needing a knife, he simply speared it with a fork and took a big bite. Delicious. This is so much better than what that guy Rhoda makes. Luo Yin mumbled indistinctly, his eyes narrowing. Xia Tali pouted and reached for a crab leg that was about the same size as her arm. "Captain, take your time eating. No one is competing with you. Don't eat it all. We still need to pack some to take back. I know, little Nana can't eat much, and her body is too weak to handle such a lavish meal. You know that being weak doesn't benefit from too much nourishment, right? As for those 3 animals, they eat even less. Don't worry, I have it all under control." Luo Yin had already finished a large piece of meat and was reaching for other food. Helray Mondor, having a psychological shadow from his experience with Zayatali, prepared a full table of food. But Luo Yin and Zayatali only managed to eat a third of it. However, the leftover food wasn't left for Helray Mondor. Instead, they took everything, including the table, back to the ship. When Helray Mondor heard no noise coming from the dining room and walked in with a bottle of sparkling wine, he was met with an empty dining room and fell into confusion. Did they eat so much food? Not a single bit left. What about my table? Was my table eaten too? While Luo Yin and Xia Tali were enjoying a lavish meal at Helray Meng Duo's house, Rhoda and MIT were also being treated quite well at the factory. The bearded supervisor and the long-faced supervisor invited the two to a private room behind the supervisor's canteen, ordering a large table of dishes. Although it wasn't as luxurious as Helray Meng Duo's home, it was still delicious and visually appealing, making one's appetite surge just by looking at it. "Gentlemen, it was all a misunderstanding before, and I apologize to you both here." The bearded supervisor raised a glass of wine towards them, and the two reciprocated by lifting their own glasses. Rhoda smiled and said, it's fine, don't worry. We didn't take it to heart. It's all in the past now. However, I do have a favor to ask of you two." Upon hearing this, their expressions immediately turned serious, and the bearded supervisor patted his chest firmly. "If you say it's a favor, then we're being too formal. Just tell us what you need. Ha, how can I be so bold? We came this time to invest in establishing a pharmaceutical factory and to procure weapons. We originally planned to leave these matters entirely to He Meng Duo. But since we're already here, we thought we could take a look around and do some inspections. What do you think? I thought it was something serious. This is a small matter. I will personally accompany you on the inspections. The bearded supervisor readily agreed, and a smile immediately appeared on Rhoda's face, though he still declined the offer to accompany him. The two sides quickly became familiar with each other, starting to drink and enjoy themselves. After eating and drinking to their fill, they were arranged in separate supervisor dormitories. Though not luxurious, the basic facilities were all there, and was kept very clean. Late at night, Lu Lena returned to the garbage area with a huge backpack, followed by a white ferret and porter. At this moment, there were a dozen children standing in front of Lu Lena, all younger than her, but similarly thin. They stared intently at Lu Lena, their eyes seemingly glowing in the dark. I have food here. Lu Lena placed the backpack on the ground and unzipped it, revealing it to be filled with food and water. The water was ordinary bottled fresh water, and the food consisted of fish and meat patties, each portion neatly packaged in plastic bags. These patties were cut evenly, about palm-sized and 2 fingers thick, and they were not meticulously cooked, merely pan-fried in oil with a sprinkle of salt. But even so, it was enough to drive the children present crazy, as it was clean and fresh food. All eyes were glued to the meat in the backpack, as if they wanted to swallow it whole with their gazes. A boy of about 10 could no longer hold back, darting forward to grab the backpack, and seeing this, others rushed forward as well, fearing they would miss out on the meat. Stop! At that moment, a childish voice rang out, and an indescribable authority enveloped everyone present. It was the authority of the arbitrator. The white ferret perched on Lu Lena's shoulder, its sharp gaze sweeping over the group of children. None of the children dared to move. They felt as if their legs were weighed down with lead, and some were even trembling under that authority. Lu Lena's body also trembled slightly, but not from the authority. She was frightened. When everyone charged at her moments ago, she was so scared that her mind went blank. It wasn't until the white ferret's voice sounded that she regained her composure. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she said, I will distribute the food to you. But each person will only get 1 piece of meat and 1 bottle of water, and you all must listen to me. You need to tell all the other children here about getting food from me. I will bring more food tomorrow. But you must not let the soldiers who come to collect the garbage know. If the soldiers find out, I'll 1T come back again. Do you understand? The children had no hesitation. Food and water were the most important things here. To be given food, they would do anything, let alone listen to her. Seeing everyone nod, Lu Lena finally breathed a sigh of relief and began distributing the food and water. Once done, she wasted no time, zipped up her backpack, put it on her back, and quickly left. After she was completely out of the children's sight, a gust of wind swept her up into the sky, quickly taking her out of the kingdom's range. 3 days later, Lu Oyen was dressed in a black formal suit with a red bow tie, and his long blue hair was neatly styled. Zayatali wore a long black gown, with a thumb-sized sapphire adorning her chest. Her white hair flowed smoothly down, and she cradled a pure white mink in her arms, exuding an air of nobility. The two of them followed He Meng Duo to the most luxurious restaurant in the kingdom. Inside, Ministers was already waiting. As He Meng Duo pointed the way, he quietly reminded them, and Luo Yin nodded slightly without speaking. Zayatali seemed to focus all her attention on the mink in her arms, completely ignoring him. Instead of feeling dissatisfied, He Meng Duo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Zayatali seemed to have left a lasting impression on him. Every time he made eye contact with her, he couldn't help but recall that night scene, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Initially, he thought that Zayatali had intentionally performed to instill fear in him, such as drinking blood in front of him. However, just yesterday, she had asked him to buy several blood bags from the hospital and then proceeded to drink several bags right in front of him. Since then, he was certain that Zayatali was not a normal person and might not even be human, but rather a monster disguised in human skin. No matter how beautiful she appeared, he was filled with deep fear. He Meng Duo pushed open the door to the private room, which housed not only Minister Zhua, but also 2 guards clad in armor, each wielding a long sword. Zayatali glanced at the guards, her nose subtly twitching, and her brows slightly furrowing before relaxing again. Ha ha ha, you finally arrived. I've been waiting quite a while. Upon seeing He Meng Duo bring them in, Ministers was stood up with a smile, and his gaze brightened momentarily when it fell on Zayatali. Come, sit down and talk. Ministers would gestured for them to take a seat. He Meng Duo very perceptively stood to the side. He was actually qualified to sit down. But due to his fear of Zayatali, he didn't dare to. Ministers didn't think much of it, simply feeling that he Meng Duo was particularly well-behaved today. I heard you two are here to invest. May I ask how to address you? Anderson, Lolita. Luo Yin and Xia Ta Li took turns to introduce themselves, and the left minister nodded, his smile unwavering. I am the left minister of the kingdom, mainly responsible for the kingdom's factories and mines. I heard that you want to invest in establishing a pharmaceutical factory. This falls within my area of management, so I came personally to discuss it. The left minister seamlessly and discreetly included the future pharmaceutical factory within his jurisdiction. This way, as long as the negotiations went well, he would have to worry about the right minister snatching the pharmaceutical factory away. He was well aware of how much profit a pharmaceutical factory could bring in, given the right channels, and how much of that profit could be siphoned off. He had calculated it long ago, and it would definitely not be much less than that of a weapons factory. Luo Yin nodded, also revealing a smile. In the past few days, Mr. Mondo took me around, and I found that the people in this country do not live that easily. I heard that my other two companions are inspecting the factory area, but there hasn't been any news from them these days. I wonder if the minister can share anything? Ha ha ha. Of course. Actually, I have already chosen a location for the pharmaceutical factory, right in the factory area. This way, we can directly draw workers from the factory area, which makes management more convenient, and the land in the factory area is cheap, as are labor costs. Building the factory, there will significantly reduce costs. And that's also why your two companions have been stuck in the factory area. Luo Yin showed a look of realization and slightly nodded, saying, so that's how it is. I wonder when I can go see for myself. It would be good to confirm the situation of my two companions. Ha ha ha. Of course, no problem. You can go see anytime. Just have Mondo take you there. The left minister agreed to Luo Yan's request while giving a knowing glance to Helamondo. Helamondo understood and stepped forward, saying, Minister, besides building the factory, they also plan to procure a batch of weapons. Oh, is that so? The left minister feigned surprise, as if he had just learned of this matter. Luo Yin smiled and nodded. That's right. I hope to procure a batch of weapons from you. How many weapons do you need? Ha ha ha. Minister, you underestimate me. Who doesn't want more weapons? Whatever you have, I want all. Luo Yin naturally didn't know how many weapons he needed, so he directly raised the demand to the maximum. The left minister's eyes lit up again, and his smile became even harder to conceal. Good. I will do my best to provide them for you. But you should also know that our kingdom has always cooperated with the world government, so the weapons must first satisfy the world government side. No problem, I said. Whatever you can provide, I will take. Luo Yin remained generous as ever, and the left minister nodded in satisfaction. Just about to speak when the door to the private room was pushed open. A man dressed as a steward entered and leaned in to whisper a few words in the left minister's ear. The left minister nodded, his expression unchanged. I apologize, gentlemen, but I need to attend to some matters regarding the weapons and pharmaceuticals factory. You can discuss in detail with Mondo. I have prepared meals for you, so please let Mondo accompany you for the meal. I really have urgent matters to attend to. It's all right, Minister. You can go ahead and take care of your business. Luo Yin waved his hand dismissively, and only then did the left minister get up and leave with the steward. The two guards immediately followed, and soon the private room was left with just Luo Yin and his two companions. Hey, this left minister really doesn't want to share any benefits with the right minister at all. Luo Yin had a playful smile on his face, while he Meng Duo looked bitter and explained, a few days ago, the left minister had a quarrel with the right minister in front of the king. Right now, their relationship is at its most tense. How could they possibly share benefits? Naturally, he wants to keep you firmly on his side. That's exactly what I want. After we finish eating, you can add fuel to the fire and discuss that plan with the left minister. Yes, I understand what to do. He Meng Duo was well aware of the consequences his actions would bring to the kingdom, but he was already on board, and he had been forcibly tied to the ship. He couldn't just get off whenever he wanted. After dinner, Luo Yin and Xia Ta Li returned to the accommodation arranged for them by He Meng Duo, while he went alone to the left minister's residence. The left minister was still in his office handling matters. He actually had no urgent business. It was just an excuse. He knew very well that negotiating with merchants was best left to merchants. He only needed to express his stance. Upon seeing He Meng Duo enter, he immediately put down his work and looked at him with an undisguised smile. Meng Duo, how did your discussion go? He Meng Duo bowed to the left minister and placed the documents in his hand on the minister's desk. Minister regarding weapons. They are willing to pay a deposit of 1 billion burley. However, they must see the goods within 2 months. As for the pharmaceutical factory, they presented 2 plans. One is to cover the cost of building the factory, and they will also be responsible for the subsequent production. But in that case, they will take the majority of the profits. If the kingdom covers the cost of building the factory and the subsequent production, then the kingdom will take the majority, and they will only earn the difference. I can't make a decision, so I wanted to ask for your opinion first. What's there to decide? Of course, we take the majority. The left minister made a decision without thinking, and he Meng Duo's expression immediately became conflicted. But minister, if the kingdom covers the cost of building the factory and the subsequent production, then what kind of investment is that? They agreed to come to the kingdom to invest. Meng Duo, as a merchant, how can your vision be so narrow? Is the kingdom lacking a pharmaceutical factory? What we lack is the sales channels for the drugs. But minister, the kingdom is already saving money. Do you think the king would be willing to allocate funds to build a factory? If you propose funding at this time, the right minister will definitely oppose it. Meng Duo became increasingly conflicted, and the left minister's brows gradually tightened. That bastard. The left minister cursed before quickly calming down. He rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, lost in thought for a long time before saying, "It's easy to get the workers for the factory. Just let the factory workers do it and have the mine send over the extra materials." Minister, you must be joking. Meng Duo forced out a smile that looked worse than crying, and the left minister's voice immediately rose. What do you mean? Is this a joke? But minister, you know best that the weapons produced by the factory need to allocate 90% to meet the demands of the world government. The remaining 10% won't even satisfy Anderson's orders. If we send people to build the factory at this time, isn't that even more? Meng Duo's expression could be described as extremely troubled, and the left minister's brows, which had just been smooth, furrowed again. Now the factory workers are working 12 hours a day. Increase it to 15 hours. Meng Duo instinctively opened his mouth, but quickly closed it and nodded vigorously. Yes, but after the pharmaceutical factory is built, where will the production workers come from? We can't just let the factory workers do it, right? They have no knowledge of drug production. I think we should let Anderson figure out a way for this. Meng Duo skillfully provoked the left minister, who instinctively slammed the table and said, "No. If the workers in the pharmaceutical factory are their people, where will our bargaining power be? In the end, won't all the money still go to them? Think of a solution." The left minister threw the problem to Meng Duo, who pretended to think and then cautiously spoke, "Minister, if we're talking about people, there really are some. Have you forgotten? There are quite a few people in the garbage dump, just a bit younger. But the work in the pharmaceutical factory isn't labor-intensive. Being a bit younger shouldn't matter. What do you think?" The left minister's eyes lit up as he nodded while calculating. That's reasonable. Let's do it that way. When the pharmaceutical factory is built, we'll send soldiers to the garbage dump to pick people up. Also, prepare an employment document for me. Once the pharmaceutical factory starts generating profits, I'll take the document to the king for reimbursement. Those will be my hired workers. They're all skilled workers I hired at high price. Yes, I understand, and I'll make sure to register them all. Meng Duo clearly wasn't doing this for the first time and immediately agreed. The left minister leaned back in his chair with satisfaction, squinted his eyes, and waved his hand to signal that Meng Duo could leave. In the factory area, during the workers' break time, most of the workers gathered under the eaves of the factory entrance, where they were sheltered from the sun and not as stuffy as inside the workshop, making it the most favored resting spot for workers. Here, the workers only had 2 meals a day, one before starting work in the morning and another after finishing work at night. However, they did have a half-hour lunch break every day. Rhoda and MIT have been moving around the factory area these past few days, casually handing out snacks to workers to build rapport. Now, almost all the workers recognized these 2 well-treated workers. Although they were here for inspection, they maintained a low profile, keeping their identities as workers, wanting to do some work when they felt like it and wander around freely when they didn't tea, enjoying a comfortable life with plenty to eat and drink. Rhoda tucked his hands into his sleeves and approached a few workers sitting together chatting, pulling out several sticks of jerky the size of a little finger as he did so. "Hey, I have some food. Here, one for each of you. That's all I have, so don't tell the others, okay?" Rhoda said softly as he distributed the jerky, and the workers nodded in understanding, unwilling to share their benefits with others. So naturally, no one spoke out. "Little Rhoda, tell the truth. Do you have a relationship with some supervisor? I see that you and that bad-tempered MIT are the most relaxed in the factory. A man with graying hair, a thin figure, but enough muscle asked." Others also looked at Rhoda, as they had been wanting to ask this for a long time, but never had the opportunity. Rhoda exaggeratedly looked around and whispered, "You guessed it right. One of the supervisors here is my cousin. He has talked to the other supervisors, so I can be this free. You must be kidding. If your cousin is a supervisor, how could you end up here?" One person immediately retorted, looking full of disbelief, while others showed skeptical expressions. Rhoda wasn't angry and continued, "Hey, let me ask you, if it weren't for my cousin being a supervisor, why would I be this free? And why could I occasionally pull out jerky to share with you? What, do you think jerky falls from the sky?" At this point, the doubts on the faces of those present gradually faded, and a man who looked to be in his 20s with a pockmarked face asked, "Then why were you sent in here?" "Yeah, why were you sent in here?" Others chimed in, and Rhoda immediately forced a smile. "Me? I offended someone outside. And fearing retaliation, I found my cousin. Although my cousin is a foreman and seems powerful here, he asked nothing outside. He didn't have any good solutions either. So, he got me in here. It's tough here, but at least there's no danger in my life." "Oh, so that's how it is." Everyone nodded, no longer confused. At this moment, Rhoda patted the man with the pockmarked face and lowered his voice a bit more. "Hey, do you guys know? I heard the factory is going to increase working hours." "What?" As soon as this was said, the place erupted. The question was almost shouted out, and Rhoda quickly pressed his hands down, signaling the man to keep it down, then continued in a hushed tone. "This is what my cousin found out. It's not confirmed yet. I might just be rambling. But I heard they plan to extend the work time from 12 hours to 15 hours. 15 hours? Why don't they just kill us directly?" One person jumped up, cursing loudly. Others nearby turned to look, and the person realized he was too excited and quickly squatted down. Lowering his voice, "Is what you said true? Didn't I just say? This news isn't confirmed. It might just be a rumor." "No way. This absolutely can't happen. Even if the news isn't confirmed, we need to be prepared. We must go on strike." "Yes, strike." The emotions of these workers were ignited, and they began to whisper about striking. Rhoda's face changed drastically, looking extremely panicked. "Don't drag me into this. If the news is true and you strike, they'll find out I leaked the information, and I'll be done for. Don't worry, we won't harm you. We heard this from someone else. It has nothing to do with you, right everyone? Right? We heard it from someone else." Others echoed, and Rhoda couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He was very pleased. This was what he wanted to see, but he couldn't smile yet. "They'll take my leave. You guys can go listen to others later. Anyway, I wasn't here today." After saying that, Rhoda quickly got up and left, afraid to get involved with these people. The group looked at each other, then dispersed into other crowds. In the reception room of the Right Minister's mansion, a group of people had gathered. Apart from several powerful figures from the Right Minister's faction, there were also many wealthy people from society, mainly heads of large hospitals and big merchants. "Minister, the left minister wants to build a pharmaceutical factory in the factory area, and he plans to directly draw manpower from the factory area, completely excluding us. Isn't that a slap in your face?" a big merchant said indignantly. At this time, a faction member also stood up. "That's right. The left minister is going too far. Previously, he sent Mondo to provoke us, and now he pulls this stunt. Clearly, he doesn't take you seriously. Since it's a pharmaceutical factory, it should be managed by the hospital, and workers should come from the hospital. How can they come from the arms factory? How can those people make medicine? Exactly. Do those people know anything about medicine? This absolutely can't happen. We must provide the talent from our hospital. Yes, we must provide people from the hospital." Everyone started talking over each other, and the Right Minister's face grew increasingly dark. He was also very angry. He had long-standing grievances with the left minister, and they usually only maintained a facade of cordiality. The events from a few days ago had already torn the mask, and now the left minister came up with this again, clearly not taking him seriously. "Oof, this is too much. I'm going to find the king." Saying this, the Right Minister was about to get up and leave when a young man, looking to be in his 20s, wearing a dark green coat and high black boots, stopped him. "Minister, wait a moment. I heard that the reason the left minister is doing this is because a merchant has a channel for drug sales, and that merchant was brought in by Mondo. The left minister certainly doesn't want to share the profits, but if we can persuade the merchant, it would be different." The Right Minister narrowed his eyes and nodded slowly. "All right, then I'll leave this matter to you. Go and invite that merchant out for a good chat. If soft tactics don't work, then use hard ones." Saying this, the Right Minister made a gesture across his throat, and the man's expression changed drastically. "Minister, this won't do. That merchant has a significant background. He is an important partner of Joke. Joke is not only one of the 7 warlords of the sea, but I heard he was also a celestial dragon. If we provoke him, our country will be finished." "What did you say? A celestial dragon?" Now, not only the Right Minister, but everyone present changed their expressions. And for a moment, no one spoke. After a long pause, the right minister said with a stern face, "Try to win over that merchant. If that doesn't work, think of another way. After all, it's not something that can be built in a day or two." "Yes, I'll take care of it right away." The man bowed and quickly left the right minister's mansion. Not long after, an invitation arrived in Luo Yan's hands. After instructing Hele Mondo, Luo Yan went to the appointment with Shadley. It was still the best restaurant in the kingdom, but this time there was no one to lead them. Luo Yan and Shadley pushed open the private room door and saw the man who had previously offered advice to the right minister. Luo Yan recognized him as one of the 30 men in the Revolutionary Army who had consumed the magic potion. He had taken the sailor's potion. "Huh, I didn't expect it to be someone familiar." Upon seeing the visitor, Luo Yan's already relaxed mood became even more at ease. He casually found a seat to sit down. Shadley was still very polite, greeting the man before taking a seat. The man hurriedly got up and bowed to Luo Yan. "Mr. Luo Yan." Luo Yan nodded while pressing his palm down. "No need to be so polite. Sit down and talk." "Well, let's start with the dishes. Bring me the best and most expensive ones, since you can reimburse them when you go back, right? We can chat while eating." "Okay. I've been prepared for a long time." Seeing Luo Yan so easygoing, the other person's expression relaxed, revealing a hint of a smile. In fact, it wasn't just false politeness. The extraordinary beings of the Tyrant Path are very sensitive to the aura of higher-ups, especially those of their own path. This has also led to a strong constraint that the higher-ups of the Tyrant Path have over the lower ones. This Sequence 9 sailor found it hard to appear calm in front of a Sequence 4 disaster high priest. He could only relax if the latter showed a friendly demeanor. Soon, the dishes were all served, filling up a large table. Not to mention 3 people, even 10 would have a hard time finishing it all. However, Luo Yan wasn't worried about wasting food, as he could always take leftovers home. These days, Lurina had been distributing food every day, and with the help of the little white ferret, she had completely taken control of the group of children in the garbage area. What Luo Yan didn't expect was that there were actually over 1,000 survivors there. He couldn't even imagine how many people had been there before. "Go ahead and talk. Don't worry, I've already checked. There are no watchers around." Luo Yan ate his dish while saying. The sailor nodded and began to speak. The right minister was very dissatisfied with the actions of the left minister, but they did not dare to be too radical, still in the stage of verbal outcry. "Hey, that's enough, as long as we ensure that the right minister cannot provide timely support at the beginning of the action. I don't expect those 2 ministers to strangle the country to death through their infighting. But one thing the Revolutionary Army must guarantee is to provide timely assistance in the early stages. Otherwise, once it is suppressed, it will be difficult. You can rest assured about this. Mr. Long has instructed that the affairs of this country will be led by you, and we will do our utmost to cooperate." Luo Yan nodded, not only satisfied with the attitude of the sailor, but also with the attitude of the Revolutionary Army. "You can push hard in the mining area. It's already remote, and there are no high walls to block it, so it's relatively easy to infiltrate. When the time comes, as long as the factory area takes action, the Revolutionary Army will join forces with the people in the mining area to provide support, and this matter will be settled." As he spoke, Luo Yan's tone had become somewhat excited. After all, it was his first time planning an action to overthrow the country. However, the sailor shook his head. "Mr. Luo, with all due respect, if it's just like this, it's not enough. The people from the factory area, combined with those from the mining area, along with the support of the Revolutionary Army, indeed have the strength to overthrow this country. But these people are still not enough. However, you don't need to worry. We will carry out actions in this regard to ensure that there are no unexpected events. You just need to notify us 2 days before the operation." "All right, since you say so, then I'll leave it to you." The 2 sides quickly reached an agreement, and after eating and drinking to their fill, they each left. After all, the sailor had come with a mission. He needed to return and report. When Luo Yan returned to his residence, Hele Mondo had been waiting there for a while. At first, he seemed a bit anxious. However, upon seeing Luo Yan approach, his expression relaxed immediately, and he walked over with big strides. "You finally came. The Chancellor has instructed me to handle the pharmaceutical factory matters entirely, and I need to come up with a plan by tomorrow. What do you think I should do?" "What should we do? Wasn't it already decided?" However, Hele Mondo's concern wasn't whether the plan would succeed or what would happen to the country once things started. He was worried. Once it begins, he might very well be killed by angry workers. He had done so much just to stay alive. If he were to be killed at the last moment, that would be a huge loss. Luo Yan understood what Hele Mondo meant and chuckled as he patted his shoulder. "Don't worry. Since we promised to keep you alive, we will. After we succeed, I will have Xiao Xia lift the curse on you. That's my promise." As he spoke, Luo Yan glanced at Xia Tali, who did not express agreement, but also did not refuse. which could be considered a tacit approval. See curse? Mondo only now realized that the dark energy Xiaotali had put into his body back then was actually a curse. No wonder nothing showed up during the hospital checkup. Then what if we fail? Of course, the curse would break out. Luo Yin shrugged indifferently, as if discussing something that had nothing to do with him, which in fact was true. Mondo's face instantly turned pale, and he struggled to swallow, tentatively asking, "Then what will happen to me when the curse erupts? How would I know? I'm not a vampire. You have to ask for Xia." Saying this, Luo Yin turned to look at Xiaotali, and upon hearing the word vampire, Mondo's already pale face lost all color. Xiaotali's crimson eyes glimmered slightly, and her lips curled into a charming smile. "Once the curse erupts, you will become my blood servant. You will lose most of your emotions, retaining only the most basic consciousness, and you will no longer be able to disobey my commands. However, there are benefits. You will gain a long lifespan and superhuman healing abilities." Mondo slumped to the ground, his body trembling slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Isn't that worse than death? What else could it be? I seem to have already told you. By the way, you'd better not think about committing suicide, or you can take a gamble on whether you can kill yourself faster than I can turn you into a blood servant. You never had the choice from the beginning. Just do your job well. Since the captain has made you a promise, I certainly won't go back on it. I sincerely hope you can gain your freedom." I understand." Mondo's voice was very soft, as if he were talking to himself, but both Luo Yin and Xiaotali could hear him clearly. 3 days later, the notification for overtime officially reached the factory area, and the order to transport additional stone materials to the factory area was also conveyed to the mine. Although rumors of overtime had spread in the factory area a few days prior, when the news finally arrived, the workers in the factory area were still in an uproar. They organized and shouted for a strike, and no matter how the overseers tried to drive them away, it was useless. Meanwhile, hundreds of soldiers entered the garbage area, and their orders were to take away all the living children here. The children had long been gathered by Lu Reina, and as soon as the soldiers entered the garbage area, 2 boys around 10 years old rushed over. "Soldiers, the soldiers have really come in. So many soldiers. At least 100. When Lu Reina gathered these children, she had said that soldiers would come to capture them, and most didn't believe it. However, because she had built up prestige over the past few days, even those who didn't believe her did not leave and stayed obediently. Hearing the news, all the children were startled. They hadn't expected that what Lu Reina said was true, that soldiers really came to capture them. Why? Why do the soldiers want to catch us? Of course, to take us away and sell us. Do you expect those soldiers to come to protect us? Hurry, run, follow me." Lu Reina had been prepared. She waved to the group of children and ran ahead. Although the other children didn't know where they could run in this garbage area, surrounded by high walls, they instinctively followed her. "Hurry, the children are over there, catch them." A soldier saw the swarm of fleeing children and immediately shouted. Upon hearing this, the other soldiers stopped searching and rushed over, and the children also heard the shout, no longer doubting the soldiers' intentions. They ran ahead while the soldiers chased from behind. They were fast, but so what? A high wall quickly appeared before them. No way out. A slender girl with blue hair looked at the wall that separated the inside from the outside, feeling somewhat desperate, and the other children felt the same. Hif, what do you think you can run to? Just surrender quietly." The leading soldier sneered as he stepped forward and grabbed a child who looked about 7 or 8 years old. Let me go. The child flailed in the soldier's hands, but it was of no use. Other soldiers also stepped forward, ready to grab more children. The children's faces showed expressions of terror, and they gradually began to despair. "No, I don't want to be caught. I don't want to be sold. Help me, someone help me. God, if there really is a God, please save me." A child finally couldn't bear it any longer and began to cry out, and other younger children followed suit, crying as well. Boom! At that moment, a thick bolt of lightning struck, hitting the wall blocking their way, causing the high wall to collapse. In that instant, a passage appeared between the garbage area and the factory area. "There's a way out. Quickly run." It was still Lu Reina who shouted first, and no one hesitated. They immediately crossed over the rubble created by the collapsed wall and surged into the factory area. The soldiers, seeing this, quickly followed. Inside the factory area, the strike was intensifying, but it was still in a stage of shouting and commotion, with no physical confrontations yet. After all, the workers only had tools like hammers and shovels, while the overseers had guns. Boom! The loud noise from the sky drowned out all the workers' shouts. They instinctively looked in the direction of the sound and saw the wall collapsing, and then a large group of dirty, ragged children rushed in. That is my daughter. That is my daughter. Shout out, my daughter. A worker saw his daughter in the crowd. the girl who used to call for him every day before he was thrown into the factory. "Son, my son." Another worker recognized his child. Soon, more workers recognized their children, and they were overjoyed. Their bleak lives seemed to regain color in that moment. They had dreamed of their children and wives countless nights, thinking they would never see them again, and now the scenes from their dreams seemed to come true. Upon hearing their father's calling, the children instinctively looked towards the source of the voice. "Daddy!" The girl named Shout-Out shouted the name that had been stuck in her heart for who knows how long, large tears streaming down her face. She instinctively wanted to run over to hug her father, to have a touching reunion. However, at that moment, a soldier stepped over the rubble of the wall and came up behind her, grabbing her by the back of her collar and lifting her up. "No, no, Shout-Out!" The worker saw his daughter fall into the soldier's hands, and his eyes instantly filled with blood and turned red. Shout-Out also cried out in fear, "Daddy, Daddy, save me. They want to take me away and sell me. Help me, help me. Bastard, let her go." The expression of Shout-Out's father became more ferocious than ever. His eyes were bloodshot like a mad beast. He lost his reason and rushed towards the soldier with the shovel in hand, disregarding everything. The storm arrived here without warning, and what was swept in by the wind was not sand, leaves, or plastic bags, but weapons, lots of weapons, including firearms, artillery, and even grenades. These were all weapons produced by the factory itself, as finished weapons were personally delivered to the warehouse by the foreman, who had no way to stash them away, leaving them with only their tools to bolster their courage during the strike. Meanwhile, Mitt had not been idle while trying to get close to Rhoda. He had already figured out the locations of all the weapon warehouses. Various weapons fell into the hands of the workers like rain, with some even landing directly in their arms. At this moment, the expressions of all the foremen changed. A group of workers armed with tools was no longer the same as a group of workers armed with guns. "Let us do it. These bastards won't let us live, nor will they let our children live. So what are we waiting for? Let's fight them." It was unclear who shouted first, but immediately someone echoed, "Yes, let's fight. We'll be exhausted anyway if we don't. Might as well go all out." The workers' emotions were completely ignited, and the first to suffer were the 100 or so soldiers who had come to capture the children. These soldiers were only there to capture the children for future work in the pharmaceutical factories, not to harm them. Therefore, they were unarmed and had no defense against the angry, armed workers. The workers didn't even need to fire their guns. They easily overpowered the soldiers in hand-to-hand combat. Seeing the situation turning bad, the foreman quickly retreated in unison, leaving the factory area and locking the outer gates. This way, no matter how the workers rioted inside, they couldn't leave, and they would just report the situation up the chain, and the minister would naturally send in a large number of soldiers to suppress them. However, the neighborhoods of the country were not calm either. A large group of lower-tier workers organized a march in the streets, shouting slogans for higher wages and better treatment. With numbers exceeding 10,000, the news reached the king, who was naturally quite furious and dispatched soldiers to suppress the protests. A large number of soldiers surged towards the protesters, leaving very few stationed in the factory area, which could only urgently report for reinforcements, until the report was suppressed by Helamondo. It wasn't that Helamondo stopped others from reporting. It was just that he appeared at the right place at the right time and took on the burden of reporting directly to the left minister. Then he ran away. Of course, he couldn't stay within the kingdom, knowing that the workers were about to burst out of the factory area. As someone who had been selling slaves for years, he didn't know how many wives and daughters of the factory area as people he had sold. If he were seen by the angry workers, he would definitely not have a good ending. This led to the news of the workers' rebellion reaching the right minister, while the left minister was still unaware. And the right minister was secretly pleased to hear this news. After all, if something went wrong with the left minister, he could squeeze him out. This caused the kingdom to miss the opportunity to extinguish the flames of revolution. They failed to suppress the workers while they were still disorganized and leaderless. The people in the factory area quickly dealt with those soldiers capturing children, most of the children finding their fathers, while a few children who couldn't find their fathers were taken to a corner by Lou Reina, not obstructing the workers' actions. Rhoda slowly walked to the front of all the workers with a large sword engulfed in flames, solemnly raising it high. "Everyone, we have the guns now. Why not take this opportunity to overthrow this decaying government? What is the point of keeping a government that exploits the people? This will be a revolution that sweeps the nation. Revolution, revolution." The workers shouted in agreement, their hearts ignited by this arsonist, filled with flames of anger, hope, and revolution. Boom! Another 2 loud bangs echoed as the thunder struck, shattering the other side of the city wall. A large number of people dressed in worker uniforms and uniformed revolutionary soldiers entered the factory area from there, all of them miners. The unguarded mine had long been infiltrated by the Revolutionary Army, and as soon as one side moved, the Revolutionary Army quickly took control of the mine and brought the workers here. "Daddy!" A tender shout was drowned out by the passionate cries of the workers. But this did not stop the child who made the sound from rushing toward his father. One by one, children in the ranks of the miners spotted their fathers and ran towards them. Lou Reyna, who originally had 300 to 400 people by her side, now had fewer than 40 left. Each of the remaining children wore a look of disappointment, and so did Lou Reyna. Although she had long known that her father was already dead, seeing so many children reunited with their fathers still filled her heart with envy and longing. At that moment, a hand fell on her head from behind, and she froze for a moment, instinctively turning around to see Lord Luoyin looking at her with a smile. "Lord Luoyin." Lou Reyna's voice trembled, faintly tinged with tears, which had already unknowingly dampened her face. "You did very well." Whoa. Lou Reyna suddenly buried her face in Luoyin's embrace. Bursting into tears, the Revolutionary Army quickly organized the workers, who were no longer driven by anger, but had order. And then a revolutionary soldier, wearing fingerless gloves, pushed open the locked gates of the factory area. "Charge!" The workers surged out of the factory area like a dam breaking, heading to the places where they once lived, beginning their revolution. But the loudest voice leading the charge was not that of the workers or the Revolutionary Army, but Rhoda's. "It seems I no longer need to intervene." By this point, Luoyin had determined that his task was complete. This country had come to an end. It was that the workers truly had the fighting power to win. They may be numerous, but their combat ability was certainly inferior to that of real soldiers. Rather, the Revolutionary Army could now justifiably be involved. Previously, if the Revolutionary Army sent troops over, it would be considered an invasion, an evil act. But now that the spark of revolution had been ignited, the Revolutionary Army sending troops at this time would be seen as leading the revolution, a righteous act. What the Revolutionary Army lacked was not fighting power, but public support and a reason to intervene militarily in a country. As long as this reason appeared, the revolution in this country would be considered half successful. "Let us go. I'll take you away from here first." Luoyin waved to the remaining 30-odd children. The children had become accustomed to following Lelina's orders over the past few days, and now seeing Lelina so attached to Luoyin, none of them opposed it. Luoyin led a group of children out of the factory area through a broken wall. After taking a slight detour, they arrived at the coast. He planned to first send the children onto a boat and then transport them to the Revolutionary Army's base, knowing that the Revolutionary Army would take in and train orphans. Just as they could see the coastline, Luoyin suddenly stopped, furrowing his brows as he looked towards the sky to the side. "Stay where you are and don't move." "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Luoyin smiled at the group of children, took a few steps away, creating a distance of 5 or 6 meters between them, and then stood still, quietly waiting. The children were unsure of what was happening and began to whisper among themselves. They instinctively looked towards Lelina, and when they saw the worried expression in her eyes, they felt a bit flustered. However, they all knew that this was not the time to cause trouble, so they refrained from running around. Luoyin waited for almost half a minute and finally saw the visitors, 3 people dressed in white coats. They were all wearing masks and hats, unmistakably CP0. Among the 3 CP0 agents, 1 was tall and 2 were short. The tall one wore a mask that was half black and half white. One of the shorter ones had a long-nosed mask, and the other wore a pure white mask with a black droplet-shaped pattern under the left eye. They all flew in the air using the moonwalk technique, and their speed was actually not slow. However, compared to Luoyin's flying speed, it was almost laughable, which is why he had to wait so long to notice them. "CP0, you guys aren't here to catch kids, are you?" As soon as the 3 CP0 agents landed, Luoyin greeted them in a teasing manner. The leader, the tall CP0, merely glanced at the child before locking his gaze onto Luoyin. "Luoyin, it seems you haven't joined the Revolutionary Army." "Of course. I consider myself an adventurer." "Then, on behalf of the world government, I extend an invitation to you to become a warlord of the sea." Luoyin tilted his head slightly, seemingly in thought, and then he let out a sneer, his smile revealing unabashed sarcasm. "Puffed. Are you kidding me? I'm not a pirate, let alone one of the 7 warlords." The leading CP0 member, unfazed by Luoyin's attitude, replied without any change in tone, "Of course, it's not a joke. This is an invitation from the world government. First, tell us why you came here." Luoyin suddenly changed the subject, not because he wanted to avoid the matter of the 7 warlords, but because he could not agree to it. He was unsure if the other party would respond after he refused, so he asked first. The leader of CP0 seemed to anticipate Luo Yan's question and answered without concealment. This country has dealings with us, CP0, so naturally, we have people infiltrated within. Your actions have not been discreet enough. TSK, since you all have discovered me, why not give this country a heads up? If you had warned them in advance, perhaps things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Saying this, Luo Yan pointed in the direction of the kingdom, where revolutionary battles were taking place. The leader of CP0 glanced over, his tone still unchanged. This country is not a member of the world government, and even if it were, CP0 has no obligation to protect them. That is true. After all, you're the dogs of the celestial dragons. So what is your answer? The leader of CP0 seemed to have lost patience and redirected the topic back. Luo Yan's face revealed a smile, full of disdain. Warlords under the king? Huh. If you invited me to be your king, I might consider it. But as for this so-called under the king, he. The leader of CP0 nodded slightly. His tone still calm. I see, I understand. Now that you have refused, what do you intend to do? Fight me here and try to kill me? No. We didn't receive that order, but since you asked, I will naturally tell you. Saying this, the leader of CP0 reached into the inside of his clothes and took out 2 wanted posters, placing them on the ground. With a casual wave of his hand, Luo Yan summoned a gust of wind that delivered the wanted posters to him. These were the wanted posters for Luo Yan and Shadowly. Adventurer Luo Yan. Bounty of 500 million berries, with a photo of him holding a blazing great sword standing in front of the ruined Navy headquarters. The Crimson Dr. Shadowly. Bounty of 113 million berries, with a background of her spreading her wings, flying in the air, her eyes glowing with a crimson light. The Crimson Doctor? What a ridiculous title. A bounty of 500 million berries for my first wanted notice? The world government is really giving me a lot of face. This is the result of discussions between the world government and the Navy. Adventurer Luo Yan, since you have refused to become a warlord of the sea, these 2 wanted posters will spread throughout the world tomorrow. Is that so? Then I should thank you properly. As soon as he said this, the 3 CP0 agents immediately took up a fighting stance, thinking that Luo Yan's words implied he was going to attack. However, Luo Yan just smiled and waved his hand. Go back. I'm not interested in you. I'm busy taking care of the kids. Oh, by the way, since you came to invite me to be a warlord of the sea, it means there is a vacancy. Since I've refused, who will you invite next? Crocodile Buggy. After saying this, the 3 CP0 agents used the moonwalk to soar into the air and flew off into the distance. While Luo Yan squinted his eyes and watched them leave. He only took his gaze back when they had become small and far away. 500 million berries, hey? Luo Yan chuckled lightly and shook his head, returning to the children. Let's go. I'll take you to my ship first. After getting all the children on board and instructing the little golden monkey to look after them, Luo Yan did not linger and quickly flew towards the kingdom to observe the situation. Although the workers had organized a revolutionary army and were armed, the internal strife among the ministers in the kingdom, along with ongoing protests, created a chaotic environment that allowed them to charge towards the palace with great momentum. However, the king quickly responded. The soldiers adjusted their positions much faster than expected, fortifying the palace tightly so that the revolutionary army and workers could not break through. After several attempts to storm the palace, the workers sadly realized they were unable to overcome the soldiers' defenses, and many casualties had already occurred on their side. At that moment, the king personally ascended to the palace walls, accompanied by 2 individuals, one dressed as a steward, appearing to be around 60 with graying hair, and the other a robust figure with clearly defined muscles, who was the chief overseer of the factory area, now standing by the king's side. Soldiers, eliminate all these rebels. These people are traitors to the kingdom. The king shouted from the walls. The soldiers had not attacked proactively before, not out of sympathy for the workers, but because they had not received orders to counterattack. Neither the left minister nor the right minister had given them commands, but now they finally had the order and began their counteroffensive. The workers, who had not experienced war and had not received any professional training, were naturally no match for the soldiers, and signs of rout quickly appeared. Damn it, is it going to end like this? One worker, seeing many of his former colleagues fall, cursed angrily, his eyes reddening, whether from anger or sorrow over the deaths of his companions, he did not know. No, there is still a chance. As long as we ask the Revolutionary Army for help. Request assistance from the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army? Some workers who had been in the factory for a long time had never even heard of the Revolutionary Army, and they were momentarily confused. The worker who proposed seeking help from the Revolutionary Army nodded and continued. If we fail now, we will all die. If that's the case, we might as well ask the Revolutionary Army for help and overthrow this king together. Exactly. Request help. Right now. Another worker echoed, and although the others hesitated a bit, they all knew that if they failed, they would face death. No one wanted to die. They had taken up arms to live better. And now that they were at this point, there was no reason to give up, so they all began to agree. But even if they requested help now, would it be too late? No, it's not too late. The Revolutionary Army has already come. If you wish, I can get them here right away. At that moment, a man dressed as a revolutionary soldier approached, speaking very seriously. The workers looked at him, then at each other, all nodding heavily. The revolutionary soldier did not delay and immediately took out a signal flare and shot it into the sky. Boom! The signal flare transformed into a burst of light, exploding in the sky like fireworks. Soon, in the woods between the mine and the factory area, one revolutionary soldier after another emerged, like bamboo shoots after rain, seemingly endless. The Revolutionary Army had secretly deployed a large force in the outskirts of the country, ready to enter the urban area as soon as the signal was given. At this moment, they were the saviors the workers had hoped for and requested, not invaders recklessly invading another country. The banner of the Revolutionary Army must always be just. These revolutionary soldiers quickly entered the king's urban area through the breached walls, and seeing genuine reinforcements, the workers who had begun to rout were encouraged and fought even harder, momentarily holding their ground against the soldiers. However, Luo Yin in the sky did not focus on those people, but instead directed most of his attention on Rhoda. Ever since Rhoda had incited the workers, he had been charging ahead, and now he had single-handedly plunged into the midst of the soldiers. He wielded a blazing greatsword, flames flickering around him, and anyone he attacked would ignite in flames. He acted like a madman, relentlessly pushing forward without caring if he was surrounded. At first, some soldiers wanted to earn merits by sneaking around to ambush Rhoda, but no matter whether they used long spears for close combat or firearms, they were blocked by a radiance that seemed to emerge from nowhere, making it impossible to break through. The soldiers grew fearful. Who wouldn't be afraid of a madman in battle with nearly impenetrable defenses? And when soldiers were afraid, their combat effectiveness would be hampered, which only made it easier for Rhoda. Just as Rhoda was advancing as if in a no-man's land, the steward-like figure who had accompanied the king jumped down and landed in front of Rhoda, and the surrounding soldiers instinctively parted ways, unwilling to face this madman. Stop! As soon as the steward-like man landed, he spoke. An invisible wave rippled out, causing Rhoda to unexpectedly halt. Hey, I am. Boom! Before the steward-like man could finish his self-introduction, a bolt of lightning, thicker than a barrel, descended from the sky and struck him. The ground beneath him collapsed due to the immense impact, kicking up clouds of dust. Then, a strong wind blew through, dispersing the dust, and Luo Yin appeared there, stepping on a charred and broken corpse, which was the steward-like man from before. Captain? Rhoda was taken aback. He had not expected Luo Yin to suddenly take action, and so ruthlessly, turning the man into charred remains. Luo Yin nodded, which was a greeting, and then he focused all his attention on the corpse. A few glimmers of light emerged, gradually forming an oval-shaped light yellow gemstone the size of a chicken egg. The gemstone refracted dazzling brilliance under the sunlight. This was the person's devil fruit ability. In other words, this gemstone was equivalent to a devil fruit. Luo Yin took a handkerchief out of his pocket and wrapped the gemstone in it before picking it up. His intuition told him that this particular gem was not dangerous. However, for safety's sake, he still did not handle it directly. Since I've taken action, I might as well see it through to the end. As he spoke, Luo Yin had already raised his head to look at the king on the palace wall. The king had only just realized that his reliance had been so easily eliminated, and he hadn't even had time to finish his self-introduction. He was so frightened that he trembled all over. Dead. Chi-Er-Ji is dead, just like that. Easily taken out. The king was completely panicked, but Luo Yin paid no attention to him. He had witnessed the suffering of his country firsthand, and knew that all this suffering stemmed from this king. Since that was the case, this king could not be forgiven. You all should be buried. Luo Yin's words were like a declaration. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground began to tremble, and the entire kingdom shook. It was an earthquake, a sudden and unpredicted one. The soldiers and workers engaged in battle wobbled unsteadily due to the unexpected tremors. First, some dilapidated houses began to collapse, and then the earth cracked open with fissures. No matter where the cracks appeared, they all spread in the same direction, towards the palace. when a multitude of fissures converged at the palace. Scalding magma surged from the cracks, erupting like a volcano and completely sealing off the palace. No one could enter or exit the palace anymore, unless they could fly or break through the magma. But that was not the end. Once the palace was completely isolated, the clear sky suddenly darkened, as if a storm was about to arrive. However, the imagined downpour did not come. Instead, what came was a thunderstorm far more terrifying than any rain. Countless bolts of lightning descended upon the palace like the roots of giant trees. The palace was not instantly destroyed, but was shattered bit by bit, layer by layer, as if someone was slicing a cake from the top down with a knife. Everyone was stunned. Whether soldiers, revolutionaries, or workers, none had witnessed such a spectacle. Some stood frozen in place, some trembled uncontrollably, and some simply knelt on the ground, watching the palace gradually collapse. No sounds of despair or pain emerged from the palace, as they were all drowned out by the thunder. The disaster lasted nearly 3 minutes. Once the entire palace had turned to ruins, the spewing magma gradually receded into the cracks, the thunder subsided, the dark clouds dispersed, and sunlight once again bathed the earth. Everything seemed to return to how it was a few minutes ago, but the palace had already become a ruin. Now that the king is dead, do you still want to continue fighting? Who will you fight for? Why not quickly lay down your weapons and surrender? Luo Yan's voice seemed even louder than the thunder just now, echoing in the ears of everyone present. At the same time, an indescribable feeling emerged in everyone's hearts, as if they were being looked down upon by a king, or as if a disaster was about to erupt, causing their instincts to tremble. This was not something that could be controlled by mere determination. It was a shiver that seemed to come from their very instincts. Isudanir. A soldier could no longer suppress the fear in his heart, and threw his weapon to the ground. With this one leading the way, others quickly followed suit, discarding their weapons as well. As the saying goes, a defeated army collapses like a mountain, and surrender quickly turned into a tide that swept over all the soldiers, who all chose to surrender. It was over. Seeing that the outcome had been decided, Luo Yan let out a long sigh of relief, retracting his imposing aura. Everyone present immediately felt a weight lift off their shoulders. The heaviness that had pressed on their hearts vanished into thin air. Just moments ago, he could clearly sense that his disaster priest potion had been significantly consumed. Obviously, playing the role of the disaster priest required not only creating disasters, but also making people feel the disaster. The more people fear the disaster, the more the potion was consumed. This was one of the rules he had summarized for playing the role. "Captain, you're amazing." Rhoda scampered over, his face even showing a bit of flattery. Luo Yin smiled, about to speak, but Rhoda continued, "Captain, if I had known it was this easy, why do we have to go in such a big circle? Couldn't we have just taken out the kingdom's high-ranking officials directly? If we were flying a pirate flag, then of course we could do that. But this time we're working for the Revolutionary Army, and this is their justice." That's too troublesome. Are we going to have to act like this in the future for the Revolutionary Army? Rhoda immediately made a bitter face. Luo Yin replied irritably, "You're not part of the Revolutionary Army, so why are you worried about this? Don't worry, I won't take on such commissions in the future." "Sigh, that's good. The captain is wise." Rhoda instantly changed his expression, smiling. Luo Yin finally couldn't help but roll his eyes. At that moment, Shatari quickly descended beside Luo Yin, flapping her wings. She glanced at the now ruined palace and frowned deeply. "Captain, you were too impulsive." What's wrong? Shouldn't I have killed that king? Does the dragon still need to keep that king for something?" But he didn't say anything before. Luo Yin looked confused, and Xia Tali shook her head, seriously saying, "Captain, I just heard from Minister Zhua that the treasury of this country is within the palace, and it might have already been destroyed by you." What did you say? Hurry, let's search." Luo Yin jumped up like he had been stepped on the tail, and then ran quickly towards the ruins of the palace. He couldn't afford to be anxious. He was counting on making a fortune in this operation. After all, this country had always been selling arms to contribute to the celestial gold for the celestial dragons, and it was easy to imagine that the amount would not be small. If it all got wiped out by a lightning strike, that would be a huge loss. Luo Yin followed his spiritual intuition and quickly rummaged through the ruins to find a 3-meter by 3-meter by 3-meter metal safe. Due to being struck by lightning, the surface of the safe had scorch marks and dents. However, it was not damaged, and the handle on the safe door, resembling a steering wheel, was also intact. It was undoubtedly a qualified safe. A safe? I'm gonna get rich. Luo Yan's eyes lit up as he directly lifted the safe and flew it into the air, heading straight for his ship. He didn't want to greet the Revolutionary Army just yet. First, he needed to hide the good stuff before anything else, and he could greet them anytime. Shatari was momentarily stunned when she saw Luo Yin flying away with such a large safe. She quickly reacted and said to Rhoda, "You go talk to the leader of the Revolutionary Army here. It's best if they don't remember there's a treasure vault. If they do, guide them to think that the vault was destroyed by lightning. Got it? Hey, who do you think you're looking down on? Don't worry, leave it to me." Rhoda confidently patted his chest, indicating that he would handle everything. Only then did Shatari flap her wings to chase after Luo Yin. Back on the ship, Luo Yin let the kids enter the cabin first, and then he carefully placed the massive safe on the foredeck. The entire ship noticeably tilted forward a little, but not by much. Although the safe was made of pure metal, it wasn't solid inside as it was meant to store things, so its weight wasn't outrageous. Luo Yin held the astrological coin in one hand, while his other hand became ethereal and transparent, slowly reaching towards the safe's door. For a safe without any mystical enhancements, it was very simple for the apprentice to open it, completely disregarding the password. However, just as Luo Yin's hand touched the door of the safe, preparing to pull it open, his spiritual essence was stirred. His spiritual intuition told him that there was someone inside the safe. Someone? Luo Yan's brows immediately furrowed deeply. But he wasn't surprised by the situation. After all, at that time, he had deliberately let the palace melt bit by bit to better digest the potion, rather than destroying it instantly, which gave the people in the palace a lot of room to maneuver. In the case that escape was impossible, finding a sufficiently hard box to hide in was a good strategy, and evidently the kingdom's treasury met this condition. Could it be the king? The first person Luo Yin thought of was the king. After all, not everyone is qualified to know the password to the treasury door. Ding! With this thought, Luo Yin flicked the coin in his hand, and it spun in the air before landing back in his hand, this time with the reverse side facing up. This meant that the person hidden in the safe was not the king. Not the king? Who could it be? Now Luo Yin was a bit curious. He was about to open the treasury when he thought that if a potentially dangerous person came out, it would be bad. He wasn't afraid that the other party could threaten him. Rather, he was worried that the other person would take him down with them, because he knew that not only did this boat contain all of Luo Yan's possessions, but also dozens of children. After thinking it over, Luo Yin lifted the safe again, preparing to go to the shore to open it, ensuring that everything would be foolproof. At that moment, Shatali finally arrived, and when she saw Luo Yin placing the safe on the deck and then lifting it again, she felt puzzled. "Captain, what are you doing?" "It's nothing. I just found out there's a person in this safe, and I'm worried there might be an accident, so I decided to open it on the shore." "A person?" Shatali was taken aback, leaning slightly forward to get closer to the safe. Then she twitched her nose. "It's a woman. There shouldn't be any problems, right?" "A woman? You could tell that?" "Of course, Captain, don't underestimate a vampire's sense of smell. Distinguishing between men and women is childish play." Luo Yin nodded, still choosing not to take the risk, and brought the safe to the shore. Zayatli was also curious about what was inside the safe and hurried over as well. Luo Yan's hand became transparent again as it reached for the vault's handle, which resembled a car door handle. After gripping the handle and pulling it back, the heavy vault door opened silently. What first caught the eye was a thick layer of banknotes, piled up to nearly a meter high, covering the entire floor of the vault. Following those a large pile of gems, red, yellow, blue, green, and a variety of others. And then there was a person. Just as Shatari had said, it was a woman. She had long green hair, wore a white court gown, and around her neck hung a string of pearls. Or rather, a girl, as she appeared to be no older than 25, likely around 22 or 23. Although she was older than Luo Yin, she could still be referred to as a girl. Most noticeably, this girl wore a pair of golden handcuffs. The chain of the handcuffs was long enough to allow her hands to open freely, but being locked meant being locked. How could someone who could enter the royal treasury be wearing handcuffs? Luo Yin's expression suddenly became strange, and next to him, Zayatali also looked puzzled, clearly surprised by this unexpected development. When the girl in the safe saw the door open, she did not see the familiar palace, but rather rocks and a beach. And a look of obvious panic appeared on her face as she instinctively moved back a bit. Ugh! The girl let out a painful grunt as she shifted her body slightly, as if her back had hit something sharp or hard. "Who are you?" Luo Yin did not give the other party any good face and directly asked. After all, this was a person from the royal palace, and being able to hide here at least made her a member of the royal family. "I am the Princess Lubiner." "A princess? I didn't expect that king to care for you so much, allowing you to hide here at the most dangerous time instead of himself. But wait, this space is so large, it's not just two people. 3 or 5 could fit in here. Why didn't he hide in here with you? No, that's not it. My room is next to the treasury. When I heard the Revolutionary Army was coming, I hid in here. What happened afterward? I heard a loud noise from inside. Lubiner's tone was somewhat anxious, but Luo Yin didn't pay much attention to what she was saying. He was already considering how to deal with her. Currently, there were 2 options. One was to kill her directly, which would be safer to eliminate future troubles. The other was to hand her over to the Revolutionary Army, believing they had the capability to ensure Lubiner wouldn't retaliate against him. However, this would make it difficult to conceal the matter of the safe. He wasn't worried that the Revolutionary Army would find out he took something from the safe, with so many people present and his departure being so conspicuous. It was impossible for no one to see. What he was concerned about was whether the Revolutionary Army would ask how much money and valuable items were in the safe. After a brief mental struggle, Luo Yin decided to ask first. After all, even if he had to kill her, there was no rush. Why are you wearing handcuffs? Since you are a princess, you must have a very high status. Who could put handcuffs on you? Yes, my father is the king. He wanted to give me to the celestial dragons, and I have tried to escape twice because of this, but I was caught both times. Later, my room was moved next to the treasury, and there were soldiers guarding me at all times. They also put handcuffs and leg irons on me. All right, the key to the leg irons is in the treasury. I opened the leg irons myself when I came in. Saying this, Lubiner reached behind her and took out a pair of golden leg irons, with a key still inserted in the lock hole. Luo Yin listened, almost unable to believe his ears. What? Your father plans to give you to the celestial dragons? Those are the celestial dragons. Doesn't he know the consequences? Lubina's eyes dimmed significantly, and she slightly lowered her head, biting her lip, remaining silent. Luo Yin was at a loss for words for a moment. In this situation, he certainly couldn't comfort her. After all, the palace was destroyed by him, and he was, in a way, her father's enemy, perhaps even her mother's, and more. I will hand you over to the Revolutionary Army. As for how they will handle you, that's not my concern. Tell them about your experiences, maybe. At this point, Luo Yin suddenly paused, thinking of a possibility. If you tell the Revolutionary Army your situation in detail, they shouldn't make things difficult for you. In fact, if you're willing to cooperate with them, they might even make you the new king. After all, you're the last remaining member of the royal family in this country. Provided you're willing to work with the Revolutionary Army, the royal family is left with only me? What do you mean? Lubena's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Luo Yin, who shrugged nonchalantly. I turned the palace into ruins. Everyone else turned to ash. And you're the only one who survived. Lubena's waist bent slightly, as if a balloon had lost some air. There was no fear, no anger, no hatred on her face. Only confusion. Confusion about the future, confusion about herself. I'm the only one who survived. All right, you come out first. By the way, if the Revolutionary Army asks about the treasury, just tell them that when you were hiding in the treasury, you found the space too small. So you threw everything out of it. Do you understand? Ah. Lubina instinctively responded with an ah, still not fully processing the situation. What do you mean ah? Listen to me, or I'll have to kill you to silence you. It's your choice. Do you want to live or die? I understand. You said you would hand me over to the Revolutionary Army? Aren't you part of the Revolutionary Army? Of course not. I'm an adventurer. I only have a cooperative relationship with the Revolutionary Army. Now, come out quickly. I still need to check how many valuable things are in here. Loyan urged again, and Rub L carefully got up, jumping down from the stacked barrels, the chains of the handcuffs clinking against each other during the process. Luo Yin glanced inside the safe and found no extra boxes, which meant there were no devil fruits. What a pity, no devil fruits. Luo Yin couldn't help but mutter. And Lubina subconsciously replied, originally, there were 2, but they were given to CP0 half a year ago. What the hell? What a waste. You actually gave away a devil fruit? You could have at least given it to a loyal subordinate to eat. If it were a powerful fruit, maybe there would have been a chance to resist today. Why are the 3 CP0 that came to find me not devil fruit users? Luo Yin wished he could summon the spirit of the king right there, and then, pointing his finger at his nose and scolding him for giving away such a good thing as a devil fruit. Captain, let's transfer the items first to avoid the Revolutionary Army coming over. Seeing Luo Yan's heartbroken expression, Shatari tactfully changed the subject. Luo Yin collected his sorrowful face, nodded, and with a wave of his hand, a strong wind swept in, lifting the banknotes, jewels, and a small amount of gold from the safe, and sending them flying towards the ship at sea. Meanwhile, in a snow-covered country, Dragon stood on the balcony of a tall building. The snowflakes had already turned the top of his hood white, but he didn't care. He held a wanted poster in his hand, a smile that was hard to conceal on his face. Dragon, you seem very happy. The voice of the she-male king came from behind him. Dragon did not turn around, casually tossing the bounty notice, which the wind automatically carried into the hands of the she-male king. Luo Yan's actions on the other side had been successful, and the world government had issued a bounty on him. This meant he would no longer have the possibility of siding with the world government. A person like him, even if he simply does not side with the world government, is enough to make us happy. Moreover, at least for now, he is still in a cooperative relationship with us. I really don't know what Luo Yan boy is plotting. His actions are beneficial to us, but I can't figure out his intentions. That doesn't matter. As long as he doesn't stand with the world government, he can do whatever he wants. The she-male king nodded and tucked the wanted notice into his pocket. So what do you plan to do? Now that his stance has been solidified, we no longer need to guard against him so much. I'll directly invite him here. Let Sabo go pick him up. Sabo has been clamoring to meet him. Brula brulu, brula brulu. Just after emptying the safe, Luo Yan heard the long-missed ringing of the snail phone. He stepped onto a rock and sat down, taking out the small snail phone and placing it in his palm. This is Luo Yan. I am Dragon. The voice of Dragon on the other end of the snail phone was very flat, completely lacking the joy he had just shown. Luo Yan had long anticipated that Long would call him, so he wasn't too surprised. I finished my tasks on my end. You should already know that, right? Of course. This time it's thanks to you. On behalf of the Revolutionary Army, I express my gratitude. Your actions allowed the Revolutionary Army to complete this revolution at a minimal cost. No need for thanks. I don't deal with empty gestures. I have no other requests. Just reimburse me for the expenses of this operation. To gain the trust of Minister Zhua, I spent 1 billion belly, and you need to reimburse me for that. Luo Yan spoke nonsense without blushing or skipping a beat. Although he had promised the left minister a billion deposit, he hadn't actually given it yet when the revolution broke out. Of course, even if he really wanted to pay, he couldn't come up with 1 billion Bailey. Haven't you already obtained the kingdom's treasury? The money should be there. It's better that you don't bring this up. I'm angry just thinking about it, you know? I happily opened the treasury, only to be dumbfounded when I found it empty, with only a living person inside. A living person? The voice from Long's side finally showed some fluctuations, mixed with a hint of confusion. Luo Yan nodded heavily, as if the dragon were standing right in front of him, and he could really see himself nodding. Yes, there is nothing in the treasury, just one person, the king's daughter, who is right here with me. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. There was silence on the other end of the phone bug for nearly 5 seconds before a voice came through again. I've sent the Revolutionary Army staff over. You can tell them the specifics. I can't figure out the details through the phone bug, and I have some other matters to attend to, so I'll hang up now. Gotcha. The call ended, and the phone bug's tentacles immediately drooped down, forcing Luo Yan to close his mouth, which had just opened. Was it really necessary to be so dramatic just for a reimbursement of 10 billion berries? Although he didn't get the reimbursement, Luo Yan wasn't angry. After all, he hadn't lost anything. On the dragon's side, he had just hung up the phone and turned to look at a man standing there in a large robe. The reason he hung up the phone in such a hurry wasn't to avoid the 10 billion, but because something urgent had come up. What happened? The dragon's expression became somewhat serious, and the nearby demon king also put away his smile. They both knew. If it weren't for something very serious, one wouldn't come rushing to report, especially while the dragon was on the phone. The man saluted the dragon, his serious face showing an unmistakable anxiety. Mr. Dragon, Looter has been captured. It was CP0 that made the move. What did you say? The dragon's voice suddenly rose significantly, and his expression instantly turned extremely ugly. The demon king beside him also changed his expression dramatically, and the balcony suddenly became very quiet. After nearly a minute, the dragon finally focused his gaze on the phone bug in his hand, frowning deeply, his eyes showing obvious hesitation. The demon king finally came back to his senses, giving a knowing look to the messenger, who nodded in understanding and left. Then the demon king stepped closer to the dragon. Dragon, how should we handle this? If he has been captured by CP0, it's probably impossible to rescue him. The dragon tightened his grip on the phone bug, squeezing it a little harder, and finally, he slowly put the phone bug back into the inner side of his clothing, choosing not to make that call. Tell Sabo about this, and let him ask in person what to do. Okay, I'll handle it right away. The demon king replied and left quickly. The dragon looked up at the white snow below, his gaze becoming deep and contemplative. This was bound to happen sooner or later. On the reef, Luo Yan put away the phone bug and took a few steps to stand in front of Shatari. Watch over that princess for now. I'm going to check on Hale Mondo. Don't let her really get killed. Okay. Luo Yan quickly returned to the sky above the kingdom district. Although the palace had been destroyed and many soldiers had surrendered, this was just the beginning. The Revolutionary Army still needed to stabilize the country, re-establish rules, and appease the public. However, these were not things he needed to consider. His mission had been completed the moment he received the dragon's call. The dragon's call was not just a banter with Luo Yin, it was mainly to inform him that he could stop, and that the subsequent matters could be handled by the Revolutionary Army without him having to worry. Luo Yin secretly landed in the small courtyard of He Lei Meng Duo's residence. At this moment, the courtyard was empty, and no one could be seen at a glance. But his spiritual intuition told him that He Lei Meng Duo was here. Entering He Lei Meng Duo's house and following his spiritual instinct, he quickly found He Lei Meng Duo in the basement. Not only was He Lei Meng Duo there, but also Minister Zhua and Miter. "Captain, what brings you here?" Miter was clearly taken aback when he saw Luo Yin, as he did not expect him to come. Luo Yin, however, was not surprised. This was all part of the plan. "Miter, how's the situation here?" Captain, you can rest assured, everything has been taken care of. By the way, how should we deal with this Minister Zhua?" Saying this, Miter turned to look at Minister Zhua, who was in a miserable state. His body was tied up, his mouth was gagged, and his face was bruised, clearly having been beaten. "What happened to him?" "Captain, I hit him. At first, this guy was not cooperative at all and was cursing at me, so I gave him a beating and then gagged him," Miter explained calmly, not seeing any problem with his actions. Luo Yin nodded. He had no issues with Miter's method of handling things. In fact, leaving Minister Zhua alive was intended to hand him over to the Revolutionary Army, which might still be useful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been kept alive until now. "Remove the gag, so I can hear what he was saying." "Okay." Miter quickly nodded and yanked the cloth out of Minister Zhua's mouth. However, Minister Zhua seemed frightened by the beating and did not start cursing immediately, but instead stared fixedly at He Lei Meng Duo. "Why? Why did you betray me?" Perhaps because he had just been beaten or because his mouth had just been gagged. Minister Zhua's speech was not very clear. He had already figured out the situation and knew that Luo Yin and the others were helping the Revolutionary Army. What he couldn't accept was that the person he had valued and trusted was actually colluding with others to betray him. He Lei Meng Duo felt a bit guilty toward Minister Zhua. However, thinking about the tragic fate that awaited him if he did not obey, his expression gradually turned cold again. "Minister, I have nothing to explain." "You." Minister Zhua was so angry he almost spat blood. He had been waiting for He Lei Meng Duo to explain, and no matter what reason he gave, he planned to curse him out. After all, no matter the reason, the fact was that he had truly betrayed him. But he did not expect He Lei Meng Duo to refuse to explain. "You bastard. Just wait. You will definitely regret this. Once His Majesty suppresses those rebels, and I regain my freedom, I will make you wish you were dead, and your family on Shambodi Island. I will capture them all and torture them to death." Minister Zhua could not hold back and began cursing He Lei Meng Duo again. However, He Lei Meng Duo remained indifferent, standing there, fully aware that everything Minister Zhua said was impossible. Although he had hidden here when the workers left the factory area, he did not know how things were outside. But both Luo Yin and Shada Li were very strong and could provide support for the workers. Luo Yin, listening nearby, couldn't help but nod in realization. So He Lei Meng Duo was helping so earnestly without knowing that he was cursed. It seemed that his family had long since left the country, and even if the country fell, it would only be his misfortune. It wouldn't affect his family. So that's how it is. Placing his family on Shambodi Island is indeed a good choice. Although it is the island with the most pirates, it is also the island with the most naval troops stationed. In some sense, it is much safer than this country. He Lei Meng Duo trembled, lowering his head like a child who had made a mistake, and he wouldn't say a word on this matter. Seeing that He Lei Meng Duo had no intention of responding, Luo Yin also had no desire to press the issue. He looked at Minister Zhua and said with a light smile, "If you're still hoping that the king will send soldiers to rescue you, you might be disappointed. The palace has already become a ruin. The soldiers have surrendered, and this country has been taken over by the Revolutionary Army." What did you say?" "No, this is impossible. This absolutely cannot be." Minister Zhua shouted in disbelief, his face filled with incredulity. He couldn't believe that those workers and a bit of the Revolutionary Army could take down the palace, or rather, he was unwilling to believe it. The king's victory was his only hope for survival, but now that hope had been shattered. After shouting a few times, Minister Zhua's voice grew quieter, and his face turned pale. Luo Yin gestured to Miter. "Hand him over to the Revolutionary Army along with He Lei Meng Duo. How the Revolutionary Army deals with them is none of our concern." After giving a few more instructions, Luo Yin left the place and returned to the ship. He still needed to handle the matter concerning the children. After all, with so many children, relying solely on a monkey would not be enough to settle them. After sailing the ship to the island with the Revolutionary Army stronghold, Luo Yin had the dozens of orphans and the princess taken away by the Revolutionary Army left behind, leaving only Lu Lei-na alone. On the ship, Lu Lei-na sat cross-legged on the deck nervously, and across from her, Luo Yin wore a very serious expression. Lo, Lord Luo Yin. Lu Lei-na finally could not endure the tense atmosphere any longer and spoke softly to break the silence. Luo Yin took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm his emotions. Xia said your body has been adjusted well enough and can now withstand the potion. So now you have a choice. Drink the potion and gain power to become stronger. But this power comes with risks. If you lose control, you will turn into a monster. You must think carefully. Lu Lei-na had long known about the potion, and Shada Li had also told her about the risks. However, she nodded without any hesitation. Yes, Lord Luo Yin, I want to gain power. Good. Then you have 3 choices. The first is to become an apprentice. The second is to become a reader. And the third is to become a generalist. Lord Luo Yin, I have a question. Luo Yin was just about to introduce these 3 paths to Lu Lei-na when he was interrupted. However, he wasn't angry. Instead, he nodded. You can ask, Lord Luo Yin, do I only have 3 choices? But I heard Sister Xia say there are a total of 22 paths. A cough cough. Of course not. You don't only have these 3 choices. The reason I listed these 3 is that I currently need extraordinary individuals from these paths. Let me introduce these 3 paths to you first, and if you don't want to choose any of them, I can tell you about others. Right now, Luo Yin respects the individual's opinions regarding the choice of paths, as this is a matter of a lifetime. Lu Lei-na nodded and then asked, which path does Lord Luo Yin hope I choose the most? The generalist. Luo Yin answered almost without hesitation. He was so eager to have a craftsman. A craftsman could not only make magical items using extraordinary materials more effectively, but also take on the role of a shipwright. On the sea, the most important roles are the shipwright and the ship's doctor. Everything else can be managed, but these 2 cannot be compromised. So this is my choice. Lelina nodded heavily, her face displaying a pure smile. Luo Yin was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. All right, I will give you the potion of general knowledge, and I will train you to become a great scientist. Of course, before that, you have to be my shipwright. Scientist? That doesn't sound very impressive. Although Lelina agreed readily, she couldn't help but voice her doubts now. Luo Yin chuckled and said, don't underestimate the power of science, especially when it can combine with the mysterious. Perhaps in the future, you will become my support. I will work hard. Lu Lei-na nodded again with determination. No longer in doubt, Luo Yin returned to the room, prepared the generalist potion, and handed it to Lu Lei-na. After drinking this potion, you will recall all the knowledge you have learned in the past. After that, I will find someone to teach you. Your current task is to study. Lu Lei-na took the potion and drank it in one gulp. Soon, she became a generalist, and Luo Yin was eager for her to advance quickly. If possible, Luo Yin wished he could help her digest the potion himself. Late at night, Luo Yin lay on a deck chair, gazing at the dark sky and waiting. Suddenly, a golden light lit up the shore. Luo Yin got up and waved his hand, and a gust of wind swept Rhoda from the shore onto the deck. Along with Porter, due to Rhoda's outstanding contributions during the Workers' Rebellion and his readiness to charge forward, the Revolutionary Army had dragged him along to the celebration banquet. Somehow, Porter the bird ended up going too. Hee. Captain, you were waiting for me? Thank you. Rhoda stood firm, scratching the back of his head and grinning at Luo Yin. Luo Yin nodded, stood up, and patted his backside, preparing to return to his room to sleep. You are the great contributor to this operation, so of course I had to wait for you to come back. Now that you're all back, I'm going to sleep. Hey, Captain, wait a minute. Seeing Luo Yin about to leave, Rhoda hurriedly called out, Captain, I've finished digesting my arsonist potion. When can I get promoted? Me too, Captain. I've finished digesting mine as well. Porter flapped his wings, making sharp, urgent sounds, afraid that Luo Yin wouldn't hear him. Luo Yin was taken aback, unable to believe his ears. What did you say? Your arsonist potion has been used up? How long has it been? Luo Yin remembered clearly that Rhoda had consumed the arsonist potion from the Revolutionary Army's secret base when he arrived in this country, and he had now completely digested it. It could be described as melting in the mouth. Rhoda nodded heavily, a hint of pride unconsciously showing on his face. That's right, Captain. I have digested it. Well, then I'll prepare the potion for you tomorrow, as well as for Porter. You two should rest well today to maintain your best condition. Okay. Thank you, Captain. Rhoda couldn't hide his excitement, his eyes shining as he hurriedly expressed his gratitude, and Porter also looked very happy, shouting with his high-pitched voice. After a night without conversation, Luo Yin slept in and didn't wake up until close to noon the next day. When he opened his door, he saw Rhoda and Mitter standing at his doorstep, eagerly looking at him, with Porter on their shoulders. I prepared the potion for you. Your next sequence is called Conspirator. As I mentioned before, the hunter path symbolizes war. Sometimes, to ignite a war, it's not enough to rely solely on fire. You also need conspiracy. After drinking this bottle of potion, you will become smarter and able to weave conspiracies. Saying this, Luo Yin handed a bottle of dark red potion to Rhoda and then looked at Porter. Your potion is also ready, named Sun Priest. After drinking this bottle, you will master many kinds of divine arts in the domain of the sun. Luo Yin did not provide a detailed introduction to the various divine arts. Firstly, he wasn't very clear about them himself, and secondly, this knowledge was inherent to the Potion Guild, so there was no need for him to elaborate. Thank you, Captain. Porter lowered his head and expressed his gratitude very earnestly. Luo Yin nodded and brought a person and a bird to the deck, personally overseeing their advancement. Their promotions went smoothly, as they had all fully digested the potions. Even Porter, who had directly consumed a Sequence 8 potion to become a Radiant Bird, experienced a very smooth transition. For the next 2 days, Luo Yan's ship remained docked at the shore of a small island that housed a secret stronghold of the Revolutionary Army, waiting for their people to arrive. However, to Luo Yan's surprise, instead of the Revolutionary Army, he awaited the arrival of Luo's submarine. That day, Luo Yin was still resting on a deck chair as usual when a vision suddenly appeared in his mind, showing a yellow submarine approaching. With the significant digestion of the potion, Luo Yan's abilities had also improved. When he first consumed the potion, he could only receive intuitive reminders. But now, he could already visualize corresponding images in his mind. Luo Yin stood up and walked to the side of the ship, looking at the sea surface. Soon, a yellow submarine surfaced, and the hatch of the submarine opened. The first to rush out was still the white bear Babwa, followed by Luo. Shadowy Rhoda, mate. And Porter all sensed someone approaching and came to the deck, standing behind Luo Yin. I am very curious. How did you find your way here? Luo Yin didn't wait for the other party to speak and directly asked. Luo's face showed obvious surprise, seemingly taken aback that Luo Yin would ask such a question. Don't you read the newspaper? Newspaper? Luo Yin was taken aback for a moment. He usually didn't have the habit of reading newspapers. Occasionally, when Porter got the newspaper from the newsbird, it was mostly Mitt and Shatari who read it. What does the newspaper say? Luo Yin awkwardly asked. And Luo, it was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. He casually threw a stone the size of fingertip towards Luo Yin, and when the stone flew in front of Luo Yin, it instantly transformed into a newspaper. You can take a look yourself. Luo Yin caught the newspaper, opened it, and found himself unexpectedly on the front page. The content was nothing more than him collaborating with the Revolutionary Army to plan the country's upheaval, resulting in the overthrow of the government, blah, blah, blah. Ahem, let's get back to business. Luo Yin folded the newspaper and held it in his hand, using a dry cough to cover his embarrassment and change the subject. Luo didn't dwell on this trivial matter and went straight to the point. He casually tossed a gold coin into the air, and when it fell back, it had transformed into a small wooden box that could be held with one hand. I've obtained the silence fruit, he said, opening the lid of the box to reveal a devil fruit lying inside, which was indeed the silence fruit. This was faster than Luo Yin had imagined. He had thought that Luo would need at least a few months or even half a year or longer to obtain this fruit. However, it had only been a short time, and he had already brought the fruit before him. But on closer thought, it wasn't surprising. The previous owner of this fruit was Kralin, Luo's great benefactor. After establishing his pirate crew, he might have already investigated the whereabouts of this fruit. However, since this fruit did not directly enhance combat power, he hadn't gone to great lengths to acquire it. Now, that Luo Yin specifically wanted this fruit, he went straight to get it. The moment Luo Yin saw the fruit, his pupils clearly contracted. This meant he had gathered a unique material. Dark uniqueness, silence fruit plus secret fruit plus any fruit from the misfortune fear sleep domain. Luo Yin had obtained the secret fruit during his first trade with Long, and later acquired the properties of the misfortune fruit from pirates, which undoubtedly belonged to the misfortune domain. As long as he added this silence fruit, he could achieve dark uniqueness. Although Luo Yin is not an extraordinary being on this path, if he can create uniqueness and solidify it into an extraordinary item, it will be his first divine sealing item. Most importantly, if he masters the darkness of uniqueness, he can use that uniqueness to respond to prayers, truly acting on behalf of divine authority. Your efficiency is faster than I imagined, but I can't spare the time to help you deal with Don Quixote Doflamingo right now. You know who stands behind him. Dealing with him and the people behind him requires some planning. Luo covered the box containing the silence fruit, his expression becoming more serious. What kind of planning is needed? His meaning was clear. Just tell me what planning you need to do, and I can help you. Luo Yin naturally understood the implication, but smiled and shook his head. You don't need to do anything right now. Just focus on improving your strength. Wait 2 years, and in 2 years, the Straw Hat crew will gather again. At that time, we will find him for an alliance, and I will help you defeat Doflamingo and Kaido of the Beasts. Hearing Kaido's name made Luo's forehead twitch involuntarily, and even his breathing became heavier. All pirates know what that name signifies. In fact, Luo Yin already has the capability to take down Doflamingo, and he is not afraid of Kaido's retaliation. Even if he can't defeat Kaido at sea, no one can stop him from leaving. The simplest way is to dive into the deep sea. No one can do anything about him. Kaido's fish fruit cannot make him ignore the seawater. But he doesn't want to do that. Firstly, he doesn't have the energy to deal with that now. His main focus should be on digesting the potion and learning Haki. So he has no time to offend an emperor. Secondly, this matter can be used to take advantage of Luffy. Why did he invest in Luffy before? Isn't it to have the opportunity to take advantage of him? Luo remained silent for a long time, finally nodding slowly. All right, I believe you. But that is still a matter 2 years later. I went through a lot of effort to find this fruit. You wouldn't want to dismiss me with just a few words, would you? How about this? I'll pay 150 million berries to buy this silence fruit. And after we overthrow Doflamingo, you can return the money to me. What do you think? Luo showed a look of surprise again. He didn't expect Luo Yin to offer such a proposal. A fruit that cannot directly enhance combat power for 150 million is a relatively fair price. It's not really underpricing. However, this time, he wasn't coming for the money. He hoped Luo Yin could give him a promise instead of just money. Seeing Luo's surprised expression and his lack of response, Luo Yin paused for a moment and then said, "How about this? I give you a promise. If in 2 years the Straw Hat crew hasn't gathered again, I will personally take down Doflamingo, and I will bear the wrath of Kaido. You have followed Doflamingo before, so you should know how deep the darkness is hidden in Dressrosa. I now have a close cooperative relationship with the revolutionaries, and Dressrosa will sooner or later become a target for the revolutionary army. If you don't trust me, I can contact the leader of the revolutionary army immediately and make a promise to you in his presence. I think Dragon would also hope that I can take down Doflamingo." Luo's expression changed several times before he finally nodded. "All right, I believe your promise. I can give you this fruit right now, but you need to give me a deposit of 100 million berries." "No problem. Xia, go get the money." Luo Yin smiled and nodded, then turned to Shadowly and gave her a command. Shadowly responded and quickly entered the cabin. Before long, she came out carrying a small box filled with paper money worth 100 million berries. Luo only glanced at the bills in the box. Then with a flick of his finger, the two boxes instantly swapped places. Luo Yin raised his eyebrows and looked at Luo with a hint of admiration. "Now that the transaction was complete, would you like to come to my ship for a banquet?" "No need. I have other matters to attend to on this trip, and I have to leave now. Besides, I don't want the revolutionary army to know my whereabouts." "Is that so? That's a bit of pity. By the way, if you ever decide you no longer want to be a pirate, you can join me. I admire you greatly." Luo didn't respond, allowing the bear, Beepo, to hold the box filled with berries as they both returned to the submarine's cabin. The submarine descended, and the surface of the water soon returned to calm. Luo Yin couldn't wait to hold the silence fruit in his hand, and a smile unconsciously curled at the corners of his mouth. "Captain, you seem very happy. I didn't see you this happy when you got the devil fruit before." Because this fruit is of great significance. Might take the ship somewhere else and find a deserted island." "Sure, Captain." Mai didn't ask why and quickly ran into the cabin. Luo Yin returned to his room, locked the door, and opened his hands. A few cards flew out, and one of them floated in front of him and unfolded. Sequence 0, Darkness 3. Sequence 1, Calamity Night. Traits, Dark Uniqueness. Dark Uniqueness. Silence Fruit, Secret Fruit, Calamity, Fear, Sleep, Domain, any one fruit. After confirming the recipe again, Luo Yin placed the 3 fruits in 3 different boxes and suspended them in front of him with wind. Then he rummaged through some low-sequence auxiliary materials from the Dark Path. Although he had obtained the recipe, Luo Yin still didn't know how to fuse the 3 demon fruits together. He certainly couldn't use a blender to juice them, right? So he thought of first using the low-sequence auxiliary materials of this path to concoct a basic potion, then adding the demon fruits. If it was meant for someone to drink, that would definitely be a problem, but if it was just to create uniqueness and solidify it, Luo Yin thought it shouldn't be a big issue. After all, they were all materials from this path, and even if it ultimately failed, it wouldn't cause any conflict or additional madness. After roughly counting the materials, Luo Yin took some of them, dismissed the blasphemy card, and opened the door. At this time, the ship had reached a deserted island, which had almost no green plants. Instead, there were many corals, barnacles, and oysters. The highest point of the island was only 2 or 3 meters above sea level, meaning that during high tide, the entire island would be completely submerged by seawater. You all leave, go further away, at least retreat to a distance of 10,000 meters. After instructing, Luo Yin flew to the island. It was the first time for everyone else to see him so formal and serious. Although they were surprised, no one raised any objections at that moment. The ship started to drift away, and Luo Yin arranged the materials in front of him, preparing to start the preparation once the ship was far enough. It wasn't that he didn't want his subordinates to see him create the uniqueness. Rather, he had done a divination beforehand and found that there were risks involved in making the uniqueness, and the risks were not small. For someone like him, who had attained divinity, the risks were considerable. For others, it would likely be an insurmountable danger. So Luo Yin naturally had to be cautious. Luo Yin let out a long breath and tossed the astrology coin into the air with a ding, performing another divination. This time, he was divining his own level of danger, and once again, he received a result indicating a certain level of danger, but not enough to be fatal. Once the ship completely disappeared over the horizon, Luo Yin began to prepare a potion. As he added various auxiliary materials, a pool of black liquid formed in the mixing bowl. Then, he opened the box containing the devil fruits and threw in the first fruit, which vanished as if it had evaporated. However, under his spiritual vision, Luo Yin could clearly see that the properties of that fruit had merged into the black liquid. Seeing this, Luo Yin no longer hesitated and tossed in the other 2 fruits as well. Instantly, the darkness in the bowl spread out, as if the deepest and purest blackness were gushing forth like a spring. The bowl disappeared, the ground of the island vanished, and even the seawater that touched the darkness disappeared. By the time he threw in the other 2 devil fruits, Luo Yin had already soared into the air. At that moment, his instincts were going wild with warnings, as if he would die if he hesitated even slightly. Given that he had already divined danger, he naturally wouldn't hesitate. The darkness continued to expand and gradually became illusory, even when he kept his gaze fixed on it. Sometimes it felt as if that darkness didn't exist, as if there was nothing there. When things progressed to this point, it had already exceeded Luo Yin's control. Just as he was contemplating how to wrap things up, the sky suddenly darkened. It wasn't that the sunlight was blocked. It was the arrival of true night. The stars twinkled brightly tonight, but there was no moon. Luo Yin's first reaction was whether he had been swallowed by darkness without realizing it. However, he quickly realized that it was just dark outside. This darkness was not limited to this sea area. At this moment, the entire world suddenly plunged into night at noon, and no one knew what had happened. But everyone knew that something must have occurred. Otherwise, the situation would not have arisen. Luo Yin noticed that the commotion was growing louder, even affecting the entire world, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of worry. He began to reflect on whether he had been too hasty. Perhaps he shouldn't have jumped straight into pursuing uniqueness. He should have taken things step by step. And maybe if he had waited until he became an angel, such a situation wouldn't have occurred. But the events had already transpired, and it was too late for regrets. The night did not last long. It only persisted for half a minute before the sunlight pierced through the darkness, once again bathing the earth. The darkness, which resembled spring water, quickly receded under the sunlight, soon condensing into a single entity, transforming into a bony ring. This ring was shaped like a loop made from the vertebrae of a small snake, featuring a black gemstone the size of a pinky finger. The gemstone only revealed itself when one looked closely. Otherwise, it seemed non-existent. Within the gemstone, countless specks of light were contained, as if the entire night sky had been encapsulated inside. The ring floated silently in the air, and just by looking at it, Luo Yin felt his mind settle into tranquility. However, he did not rush to grab it. Instead, he carefully approached it bit by bit. Beneath the ring, the small island and vast expanse of sea had vanished, leaving behind a giant pit. Even more bizarrely, the surrounding sea, which had risen, did not flow into the pit to fill it, resulting in a clear fault line at the edge of the pit. When a fish accidentally swam into the area of the pit, it surprisingly continued to swim as if it were still in water. However, it wasn't long before the fish also disappeared, as if it had never existed. As Luo Yin cautiously approached, he witnessed the entire process of the fish inadvertently vanishing. causing him to halt his descent, unsure of what to do next. Could it be that this thing could only be observed but not obtained? Luo Yin was very unwilling, and at the same time, a sense of helplessness arose in his heart. If it really was like this, he had no choice. After all, he was just a sequence 4. Both his status and strength were far inferior to that of uniqueness. After thinking for a moment, Luo Yin decided to give it a try. He cautiously extended his spiritual consciousness to attempt to touch the ring, being careful not to approach recklessly. Before long, Luo Yan's spiritual consciousness made contact with the ring. In that instant, his vision changed, and he found himself in a deep and boundless darkness. Unable to see or hear anything around him, he couldn't even hear his own heartbeat. If it weren't for the fact that he could still feel his own existence, he would even think he had become a part of this darkness, that he no longer existed. Was I hidden? A thought suddenly popped into Luo Yan's mind, and he immediately felt a sense of incongruity. Under normal circumstances, if he encountered a change, especially one caused by something of a higher status, he would definitely feel very panicked. However, his mind was extremely calm now, so calm that it seemed he could fall asleep at any moment. This was certainly not a good experience. Even though he realized the incongruity, Luo Yan's heart remained extraordinarily calm, not stirring up any waves at all. Unknowingly, he started to feel a bit sleepy. The drowsiness came so timely that he couldn't muster even a hint of resistance. Feeling a bit sleepy, was it because he hadn't slept well last night? In any case, he had no clues, so why not take a nap first? A thought suddenly emerged in Luo Yan's mind, and this thought began to expand, making him feel that it was his most genuine thought. Thus, he slowly began to fall into a deep sleep. Suddenly, it was as if lightning struck through his mind, causing him to awaken instantly. This was a warning from the divine realm. If Luo Yin truly fell asleep here, he would become a part of this darkness. In this moment of crisis, his divinity responded. It can be foreseen that if a being without divinity encountered such a situation, they would likely have no ability to resist at all. Boom! Thunder echoed in Luo Yan's mind as he finally emerged from the darkness. In a flash, he returned to the sea, where the ring still floated, and everything around him remained unchanged. How frightening! Luo Yan didn't know how much time had passed, but the recent experience had left him drenched in cold sweat and his heart racing. Suddenly, just as he began to think about whether to temporarily give up on the uniqueness of darkness and come back for it later when he had more strength. After all, it seemed impossible to approach, and he wasn't worried about someone else taking it. An enormous sound of water erupted. The sea water suddenly poured into the pit, and the ring seemed to lose its power, no longer maintaining its float, but instead falling under the force of gravity. Luo Yan's intuition immediately gave a judgment. The ring's ability had temporarily stopped, which meant this was the best opportunity. He did not hesitate and immediately dove into the sea to grab the ring and flew back up. Then he quickly tossed the astrology coin into the air to do a temporary divination. He was divining the general situation of the ring, but as the coin began to fall, it disappeared, vanishing silently without a trace. Luo Yan's forehead twitched, almost causing him to throw the ring away. He was very clear about what had just happened. The divination with the astrology coin pointed to the ring, but as a result, he was struck by the ring and was directly concealed. How would he dare to carry this? Not being able to divine meant he would completely be unaware of the situation with this ring for a short period of time. He didn't know the ring's abilities, its negative effects, or how to seal it. In such a situation, who would dare to wear this thing? It could disappear silently at any moment. Countless thoughts flashed in his mind and then vanished. Luo Yin quickly came up with a plan, to observe first and see how long the ring's influence on the surroundings lasted. After making the decision, Luo Yin didn't hesitate to let go, allowing the ring to fall into the sea, while he floated on the surface of the water, waiting and using his control over the ocean to observe the ring's situation. The ring slowly sank to the bottom of the sea, half buried in the sand, as if it were just an ordinary ring, showing no signs of being special at all. Luo Yin patiently waited, showing no signs of impatience, while also pondering other possibilities in his mind. Since divination was not an option, what other ways could confirm the situation of the ring? Spiritual intuition? What good is that? I'm not a diviner, and my spiritual intuition doesn't lean towards divination. Moreover, even a sequence 4 diviner would struggle against uniqueness. Luo Yin secretly shook his head, dismissing many of his thoughts. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration crossed his mind, and he thought of a possibility: to pray to the ring, to ask the ring to respond to him. Theoretically, a sealed object of sequence 3 should be able to respond to prayers. So, as a unique ring, it should also be able to respond to prayers. TSK. But I don't know the incantation. Luo Yin scratched his head in frustration. After finally finding a possibility, he encountered another problem. He could only rummage through his memories to see if he could recall anything. The symbol of darkness and deep sleep. Guided by his spiritual intuition, Luo Yin thought of the first line of the prayer directed at the ring, and then the following phrases were pieced together. Authority of fear and misfortune. Master of the hidden ring, I pray for your favor. I pray for your listening. I pray for you to give me hints. I pray for you to tell me how to please you. After reciting the incantation, darkness enveloped him once again, and waves of information surged into his mind. As the darkness faded, Luo Yin regained his clarity, his face adorned with an uncontrollable smile. He had just received a response, knowing about the ring and its unique nature of darkness. The ring had characteristics of being alive, but since it had just been born, its activation level was still low, and its intelligence was also very limited. Its reaction to the surroundings was not a negative effect of the ring, nor was it periodic, but rather a stress response. Due to its recent birth, everything around it was unfamiliar. Thus, it reacted to stress, preventing everything nearby from approaching it. Because this world was not filled with madness and distortion, the uniqueness bore little malice, and since Luo Yin was its creator, the ring showed considerable goodwill when he prayed, expressing a willingness to cooperate. However, in exchange, Luo Yin needed to pray to the ring every day, teaching it some common sense and knowledge. Luo Yin reached out to make a grabbing motion, and the ring that had sunk to the seabed was immediately swept up by a current and flew out of the water, landing steadily in his hand. He quickly put the ring on the index finger of his right hand. A glimmer of light flashed from the gemstone on the ring, and a magnificent coin fell from the sky, rolling continuously before finally standing upright in the palm of Luo Yin's hand. This was the astrological coin that Luo Yin had just used for divination, and now it was returned to him by the ring, symbolizing the ring's willingness to cooperate. From now on, you shall be called the secret ring. Luo Yin gently stroked the gem on the ring and murmured to himself. The light on the gem flickered briefly, as if in response. Secret. Luo Yin raised his right hand and shouted a word. The ring instantly glowed with a mysterious light, and Luo Yin felt the surroundings darken. Daylight turned into night once again, and the vast ocean inexplicably transformed into a desolate wilderness, with him standing in the middle of it, his feet on hard black mud. Is this the hidden world? There's nothing here. Luo Yin looked around, finding nothing that could serve as a landmark, and the ground was incredibly flat, without any folds. The only thing that could be used for identification was the sky, full of stars above his head. Countless stars formed a beautiful Milky Way in the night sky, the most beautiful sky Luo Yin had ever seen. However, if it weren't for the secret ring he held, he wouldn't have found the night sky beautiful at all, because he had just received a reminder from the ring. This secret world had only one exit, which was one of the countless stars in the sky. To leave this place, he had to fly high and find the correct star among the multitude to escape. How difficult was that? Luo Yin couldn't even begin to imagine it, let alone find the exit. Counting how many stars there were was not an easy task. After observing for a moment, Luo Yin soared into the sky, approaching the star that represented the exit at supersonic speed. Even so, it took him nearly 10 minutes to leave the secret world and return to reality. Just from this experience, he deeply understood how terrifying uniqueness could be. He initially wanted to try a bit more, but now he felt a sharp pain in his temple and realized he was not in a condition to continue. So he could only temporarily give up and fly toward the direction of his ship. Soon, Luo Yin returned to the ship, and as soon as he landed on the deck, everyone surrounded him, their faces filled with undisguised concern. Captain, you don't look well. What happened just now? The first to speak was Shitali. As a pharmacist, she could easily use her spiritual vision to observe Luo Yin's current state. Although the secret ring did not show any malice, Luo Yin was still affected during the ring's stress response, and his spirit was put to sleep. Even though Luo Yin was already a demigod, it was not so easy for him to recover. Luo Yin smiled. Although the smile didn't look good due to his complexion, it was a genuine smile from the heart. I'm fine. I just got affected by a magical item. A little rest and a sleep will be enough. Captain, what exactly happened just now? Why did it suddenly get dark? Because the Dominion of Darkness has been born. Luo Yin didn't explain much, just casually tossed out a sentence. Then he walked toward the cabin, planning to return to his room for a nap, leaving the subsequent matters for later. Everyone watched Luo Yin's back, all with puzzled expressions, but no one stopped him. They could all see that Luo Yin was not in a good state and needed rest, although they didn't know what had happened. It seemed to be a good outcome. Shitali glanced at the crowd and concluded that since nothing bad had occurred, there was no need to clarify things immediately. It was better to let the captain rest first. Not everyone understood the implied meaning of Shatali's words. However, at that moment, no one went to ask Luo Yin for clarification. Everyone returned to their duties and steered the ship back, as they still needed to wait for the Revolutionary Army's people. Naval Headquarters. The sudden night made the entire naval headquarters somewhat tense. After all, they had just experienced the Marine Ford War not long ago, and then that Straw Hat Kid, Luffy, had the audacity to return and ring the bell while the headquarters was vulnerable, humiliating the Navy. They thought the sudden night was due to some ability user coming, which put the entire naval headquarters on high alert. However, as the night passed, they waited for a while without any unusual occurrences. Marshal, there are currently no signs of abnormalities or intruders. Sengoku had submitted his resignation. But since the next marshal had not been confirmed, whether it would be Akainu or Akiji, he still sat in the marshal's position. Well, then lift the alert status. But we still need to strengthen patrols. Also, inquire with the world government to see if they have any relevant intelligence. Yes, aside from naval headquarters, organizations and factions around the world responded to and investigated the sudden night, but they were destined to gain nothing. Luo Yin returned to his room and immediately collapsed onto the bed, sleeping for a whole day. He didn't wake up until the next day, at which point he felt empty in his stomach. So he had Rhoda prepare a large fish, and after a hearty meal, he finally felt fully revived. Captain, the Revolutionary Army's ship has arrived. Porter's sharp voice suddenly rang out. Luo Yin looked up and saw a large ship with a black hull and red stripes sailing in the distance. The bow of the ship featured a dragon, but there were no dragons on either side, and overall, it was smaller than the dragon ship. Finally, it's here. I've been waiting for so many days. Luo Yin stood up and came to the side of the ship, quietly waiting for the vessel to approach. Soon, the Revolutionary Army's ship arrived at a closer position, and standing at the bow of the ship was none other than Sabo. You are much slower than I imagined. Luo Yinhang complained with a smile, and Sabo grinned, revealing a very pure smile. Sorry, because the journey is quite far. I am here this time to invite you on behalf of Mr. Long He. Since you are here to invite me, it's clear that the Revolutionary Army is quite sincere. When do we set off? Tomorrow. We will dock here and rest for a day, and then we will set off tomorrow. Sabo replied without hesitation, and Luo Yin nodded, not opposing it. You decide. I originally wanted to invite you to my ship for a visit, but it seems you need to disembark more. Haha, sitting on land is fine too. As Sabo laughed, the ship had already docked, a long ladder was set up on the shore, and dozens of people came down from the ship, orderly doing their own tasks. Building temporary shelters on the shore. Luo Yin and his group also disembarked. The revolution here had been successful, so the Revolutionary Army no longer needed to remain secretive and could appear openly in prominent places. Luo Yin was leisurely standing by the shore, contemplating whether to find some oysters in the crevices of the rocks to eat. The food he most often consumed at sea was naturally fish, and to be honest, he rarely ate oysters. These things grew on the rocks, and since the boat was mostly floating on the sea, they weren't always accessible. At that moment, Sabo suddenly approached with a serious expression, and there was no one following him. He was alone. Luo Yin let out a nasal sound to express his confusion, and Sabo came before him, bowing solemnly. This is my personal gratitude. Thank you for saving my brother Luffy during the Marine Ford War. Haha, no need to be so formal. I didn't save him for your thanks, and you can rest assured, I want to use this favor to make you do anything. Anyway, I still want to thank you. Since that's the case, how about you introduce me to someone? You guys in the Revolutionary Army have a very impressive scientist. What was his name again? Lindbergh. Yes, Lindbergh. Can you introduce me to him? Luo Yin originally didn't care much about how useful Luffy's matters could be to Sabo. After all, as long as he gained the trust of the Revolutionary Army, meeting a leader of the army shouldn't be a difficult task. But since the other party had come to him, it would be a shame not to take advantage of it. Do you need Lindbergh to help you with something? If it's just this matter, there's really no need for any introduction. You mentioned friends in the Revolutionary Army. They're also important collaborators. In fact, Mr. Dragon has already said that as long as you are willing, you could become a cadre of the Revolutionary Army at any time. Sabo directly clarified the current attitude of the Revolutionary Army through an invitation, which surprised Luo Yin. Although he had been working on the relationship with the Revolutionary Army during this time, and even took on a troublesome task for it, he didn't expect such a significant advancement in the Revolutionary Army's attitude towards him. It's not that he wanted him to help with something, but rather hoped that he could teach his subordinates. At this point, Luo Yin turned his head to look at Lurina, who was not far away digging in the sand with Zidali on the beach. Lurina, come here for a moment. Luo Yin called out. And when Lu Lena looked this way, he waved his hand. Lu Lena immediately handed the small bucket in her hand to Shitali and ran over quickly. Lord Luo Yin, did you call for me? Luo Yin smiled as he placed his hand on Lurena's shoulder and looked back at Sabo. I hope Lindbergh can teach her about mechanical development, not to join the Revolutionary Army, but for private tutoring. I am willing to pay the corresponding price for that. Sabo observed Lurena for a moment before smiling and nodding. No problem. I'll personally take her to find Lindbergh when the time comes. However, whether Lindbergh agrees to take her on is not something I can decide. Although he is usually very enthusiastic and willing to help everyone fix broken machines, he has certain requirements for the people he teaches. If someone lacks talent in mechanics, he is not very willing to teach them. Don't worry, she definitely has talent. Otherwise, I wouldn't go through so much trouble to help her find a teacher. All right, then leave this matter to me. Sabo nodded, indicating that the arrangement was settled. And Luo Yin lightly patted Lurena's shoulder. Okay, go have fun. Thank you, Lord Luo Yin. Lurena nodded and quickly ran toward Chitari, picking up the bucket again to continue scooping up sand white. It wasn't that they really wanted to eat sand white. According to Chitari, it was a form of therapy. Although the potion had already cured Lurena's problems, her previous traumatic experiences had left deep scars in her heart. Before taking the potion, it wasn't too big of an issue, as she could gradually heal over time. But now that Lurena was an extraordinary being, Chitari was worried that she might have problems. So she often took her out to play. By the way, there's one more thing. Sabo suddenly reined in his smile and became very serious. Luo Yin was taken aback, and his smile also faded. What is it? An extraordinary being who consumed a potion has been captured by CP0. This was bound to happen sooner or later. Luo Yin is not surprised at all that such things would happen. After all, extraordinary individuals have already played a role in the revolution, and the world government will undoubtedly take notice and take action. As for whether there will be any problems, Luo Yin is not worried at all. Even if the world government cultivates extraordinary individuals through the collection of relics, so what? At most, they would only be at sequence 8, which is nothing to be concerned about. Moreover, Luo Yin never intended to keep the potion formulas to himself. At the right time, he plans to reveal low-sequence and even mid-sequence potion formulas. As for what constitutes the right time, that would be after he becomes an angel. By then, he will truly be a hidden existence, capable of influencing the extraordinary individuals who have followed his teachings. The more extraordinary individuals there are, the more people he can influence. Seeing Luo Yin so calm, Sabo also felt a bit relieved. Although Mr. Long said the same thing, the potions originated from him. So, should he take precautions? Precautions. Of course. Luo Yin looked up and thought for a moment, then shook his head. There's no need. Even if we stop the leak of the potion this time, it will definitely leak in the future. This is unavoidable. Moreover, what I provided is a finished potion, and the person who got caught doesn't know the formula. This means that the world government can at most cultivate one extraordinary individual, sequence 9 or sequence 8. Neither of those is a particularly troublesome opponent. Of course, if the person who got caught is very important to the Revolutionary Army and is a key target for their cultivation, then I can only say it's a pity. Luo Yin casually shrugged, indicating that he didn't really care about the matter. It was the Revolutionary Army's business, no matter how it was handled. Sabo nodded. His expression completely relaxed now. I understand. I'll convey your message. Well then, now that we've finished discussing serious matters, why don't we talk about something more casual? Like Luffy? Luo Yin invited Sabo, and upon hearing this, Sabo's eyes lit up with excitement. Great, I'm very interested. Let's find a place to sit and talk. The two walked to a flat rock and sat down, quickly deepening their relationship through conversation. Early the next morning, two ships set sail together from the island. At this time, Sabo's ship not only had the dozens of crew members he brought along, but also the group of children that Luo Yin had handed over to the Revolutionary Army, as well as the princess. It was expected that Sabo would bring the children along, as the Revolutionary Army is known for nurturing kids to be the future backbone of the organization. However, bringing the princess was unexpected, but he didn't ask too many questions. After all, the children had already been handed over to the Revolutionary Army, and how they arranged things was their freedom. The two ships sailed on the sea for 4.5 days and finally arrived at an island covered in white snow. From a distance, it looked like a white island. Captain, do you need to add another piece of clothing? Luo Yin stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the approaching white island, when he suddenly heard Shadowly calling out from behind him. He turned around to see Shadowly had changed into a fluffy beige coat, with knee-high leather boots on her feet. I don't need it. You all keep warm. Okay. Shadowy didn't say much more. As an extraordinary being of sequence 7, she had developed a certain resistance to the cold, much more than an ordinary person, which she could clearly feel herself. Therefore, she knew that Luo Yin would be even more resistant to the cold, so not putting on extra clothes was reasonable. As soon as the ship docked, a large group of revolutionaries in coats arrived. However, they were not there to greet Luo Yin, but had received news in advance to pick up the children from Sabo's ship. Sabo, on the other hand, quickly came over to lead Luo Yin. "I'll take you to meet Mr. Long directly. Thanks for your trouble." Sabo led a group of people along the cleared snowy road, occasionally encountering passing revolutionaries who would greet Sabo. Luo Yin could clearly see a hint of admiration in the eager gazes of these revolutionaries, indicating that Sabo held a good reputation among them. "It seems you're quite popular," Luo Yin casually teased, and Sabo immediately felt a bit embarrassed. "I'm just a bit impulsive in battle. It doesn't count as a welcome." In response to Sabo's explanation, Luo Yin just smiled and didn't say much more. The group quickly arrived in front of a tall building, where there were no Revolutionary Army guards at the entrance. The door was wide open, as if welcoming anyone to enter. However, Luo Yin's keen intuition immediately sensed the gaze coming from a hidden place, indicating that things were not as relaxed as they appeared on the surface. Sabo did not lead everyone inside, as the hooded dragon had already appeared at the entrance. "You're here?" Dragon said calmly, and Luo Yin nodded, his tone equally calm. "I'm here. Follow me." Dragon personally led the way, and the group entered a room resembling a reception area. However, aside from a neat tea table, the place was quite messy. It was messy, but not dirty. Papers were scattered everywhere, some with writing, while others were blank. In the corner, there was a high stack of papers, and on a large table not far from the tea table, there was something resembling a telegraph machine. "Please have a seat. Sorry for the mess here." "It's fine. A change of environment is nice sometimes, but this doesn't look like a place meant for receiving guests." Luo Yin sat down and casually said, while Long nodded and showed a hint of a smile. "This place was previously used for organizing intelligence, but it's no longer needed. That machine is specifically for eavesdropping." "Eavesdropping? Eavesdropping on phone bugs?" "That's right. It can intercept most unencrypted communication from phone bugs. However, it's broken now. Lindbergh has made a more advanced machine, so they just left it here." Luo Yin nodded, showing some interest in the machine. Soon, someone brought over tea and snacks. Luo Yin only took a symbolic sip of the tea offered and didn't touch the snacks, while Luota enjoyed them heartily. Not only was he eating, but he also kept feeding Lu Lena, which left Luo Yin a bit speechless. "So, what exactly did you call me here for?" Luo Yin didn't continue to talk about irrelevant things and went straight to the point. Long Zhang lifted his hood, took a sip from the teacup, and then said, "Didn't we agree before? You continue to teach me the knowledge of mysticism, and I'll teach you dominance. If you don't come over, how can I teach you dominance?" Luo Yan's eyes brightened, and a sense of excitement surged within him. "When will it start?" "There's no rush. If you have other things to do, you can go ahead. I hope to start learning tomorrow. As for the mysticism course, it depends on the student's schedule." "All right." The two sides quickly reached a consensus. Luo Yin suppressed his excitement and turned his gaze to Lilina. "Additionally, I hope she can study with Lindbergh for a period of time." "No problem. Sabo has already informed me, and I have also contacted Lindbergh. He has no objections, but Lindbergh is not here. We need to send her over or wait for a while until Lindbergh finishes his tasks." Luo Yin fell silent and thought for a moment, feeling that Lilina's studies were not very urgent. Rather, the mysticism course was more important. "So let's wait until they're done over there." After chatting about some trivial matters, Long Xinxing left to handle the affairs of the Revolutionary Army, and Sabo brought Luo Yin and the others to a separate house. It was a two-story apartment-like building with a total of 20 individual rooms. Each room was not large, containing only a living room, a lounge, and a bathroom. Without a kitchen, you can stay here for the time being. Food will be delivered every day, and there is hot water in the bathroom. If you need anything else, you can come to me directly. Luo Yin originally wanted to agree, but Zayatali suddenly said, "No, it's better for us to stay on the ship." Sabo clearly didn't expect such a response, and for a moment he didn't know how to react. Luo Yin thought for a moment and felt that Zayatali's decision was better. "Yeah, I also think it's better to stay on our own ship. By the way, speaking of the ship, when will yours be ready?" "I remember it's been quite a while." Sabo seemed to have been prepared to answer this question long ago. He quickly regained his composure and smiled. "The main body of the ship is already completed, but the bow and interior still need to be done, and I need your input on that." "All right, then I'll go check out the shipbuilding site later." The next day, Luo Yan's mysticism class officially began. The class was held in a separate indoor hall, which was over 200 square meters, making it very spacious for teaching. This time, not only were there people and animals from Luo Yan's side attending, but also some ordinary people from the Revolutionary Army, in addition to the extraordinary individuals, as well as Long and Sabo. Luo Yan did not oppose ordinary people attending the class. After all, even if he opposed it, the knowledge he taught could still be passed on by the students. Moreover, having more students wouldn't require Luo Yan to spend too much extra effort. It would only mean answering a few more questions, which wasn't a big deal. You all should know me by now, so I won't introduce myself. I've taught mysticism classes many times before, and you should be able to feel that mysticism is a rather profound subject. What I want to tell you is that the mysticism knowledge you learned before was very basic. Today, I will teach you some advanced knowledge that can be practically applied. Luo Yan's speech was powerful and smoothly aroused the interest of those present, but no one interrupted at that moment. Luo Yan glanced around, nodded in satisfaction, and continued. Today's lesson is about talismans. Talismans are a profound subject. There are generally two ways to make talismans. I will first explain the first method, which is to create them using spiritual materials. The most crucial part is to identify the spiritual materials, and then to draw and engrave the corresponding symbolic signs. Luo Yan talked endlessly, and everyone listened attentively. This lecture lasted for half an hour. Now, Rhoda, come make a talisman on site for everyone to see. I've already prepared the materials for you. Luo Yan suddenly called out Rhoda's name, and Rhoda was not surprised, as Luo Yan had mentioned it to him beforehand. All right, Captain. Rhoda stood up and went to the front, took the materials that Luo Yan had prepared in advance, and began to carve symbolic patterns on the metal sheet with a small knife. Following Luo Yan's guidance, he completed the corresponding spiritual infusion, and finally combined it with spiritual materials to create a bright red talisman. Done. This was Rhoda's first time making a talisman, and he was very pleased with his success, while Luo Yan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If it had failed, it would have had a negative impact on his teaching, so achieving success on the first try was naturally the best outcome. Now that the talisman was completed, let us have an extraordinary individual come and give it a try. Who wants to test it out? Suddenly, more than a dozen extraordinary individuals raised their hands. Luo Yan scanned the crowd and finally settled on a sequence 9 hunter. You, come and try the talisman. Go outside. The hunter stood up, and Rhoda immediately walked over to hand him the talisman. Here you go. The activation incantation is flame. Okay. The hunter nodded heavily after taking the talisman, and he was the first to head outside, followed by the others. Once most of them were outside, he recited the activation incantation and infused it with spiritual energy. Flame. The red talisman became even redder, and after he finished infusing it with spiritual energy, he immediately threw the talisman. As soon as the talisman left his hand, it expanded instantly, transforming into a bright red flame spear. The flame spear soared through the air, carrying intense heat, and finally fell into the deep snow, where it exploded, melting a large area of snow. Wow, that's amazing. The hunter who used the talisman swallowed hard, and the others couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Even the dragon's expression changed. The power of this talisman was indeed stronger than they had imagined. Most importantly, this was the first direct product of the mystical discipline. All right, today's lesson ends here. Go back and consolidate what you've learned, and we'll continue tomorrow. Luo Yan announced the end of class at the appropriate time. Although the students were still somewhat reluctant to leave, they all obediently exited without daring to voice any objections. After finishing lunch, Luo Yan began to learn hockey from Long compared to before. He could clearly feel that Long was more attentive in his teaching. There were many instances where Long would proactively remind him, even without him asking. Unbeknownst to him, 2 months had passed. On the training ground, Luo Yan shattered a massive rock with a single punch, his palms and wrists black as ink, giving off a metallic texture. This was the armament hockey. After 2 months, he had finally grasped the basics of both armament hockey and observation hockey. During this time, he had devoted most of his energy to mastering armament hockey, while he only occasionally spent time studying observation hockey. Yet even so, he found that his grasp of observation hockey was surprisingly superior to that of armament hockey. This was because, in a sense, spiritual intuition had a lot in common with observation hockey. As a demigod of Sequence 4, his spiritual intuition was exceptionally high, which gave him a significant advantage in learning observation hockey. He finally had some gains. Luo Yan let out a long breath, revealing a genuine smile on his face. Having gained dominance meant he would no longer be so passive when facing nature-type devil fruits. Captain, everything is ready. At that moment, Shatali descended from the sky, her lips as red as if they were coated with lipstick, making her entire presence appear enchanting. Well then, let's set off. With a wave of his hand, Luo Yin summoned a fierce wind that carried him and Shatali to the seaside, where they landed steadily on the ship. He was ready to set sail. This time, only he and Shatali were aboard, and the only animals with them were the little white ferret and the little golden monkey. Even Porter was not brought along. Lorena had already been sent to study with Lindbergh, while Rhoda, Mitt, and Porter were dispatched to assist the Revolutionary Army. As a schemer, Rhoda needed to concoct potions, which required weaving plots. Nothing was better for digesting potions than plotting to overthrow a country. Mitt was responsible for assisting the Revolutionary Army in transporting supplies, which was also a role for a sailor, while Porter stayed by Rhoda's side. Although he was only at Sequence 7, his support abilities were exceptionally strong, and together with Rhoda, they could even match a rear admiral. Of course, Luo Yan's arrangement was not only to help his subordinates digest potions, but also for his own potion digestion. He needed to create disasters and instill fear through them. Therefore, as long as Rhoda's scheme succeeded and the Revolutionary War broke out, he would be informed to come, where Luo Yan would create disasters to achieve victory while also digesting his own potions. This voyage was prompted by the news he received from Jinbei, who had found a creature suspected to be a deep-sea overlord. "Captain, where are we going?" "The North Sea." Luo Yin controlled the currents and wind, steering the ship away from the port and heading towards the North Sea. This time, Jinbei had discovered the deep-sea ruler in the North Sea, which is still located there. Now, Luo Yin is heading over to meet with Jinbei. Luo Yin took only 2 days to sail to the North Sea. He wasn't anxious like Jinbei. Rather, the message from Jinbei clearly stated that the deep-sea ruler was on the move, and he was worried it might escape. The ship stopped near an uninhabited island in the North Sea, and he left Shatali to watch the ship while he went underwater to meet Jinbei. At that moment, Jinbei was communicating with a school of small fish among a pile of coral on the seabed, instructing them to help locate the deep-sea ruler. This was also the reason he could find the deep-sea ruler in the vast ocean. He relied on the fish. If it were just him searching slowly, he wouldn't have a clue how long it would take to find it. "Luo Yin, you're here." At the agreed meeting point, Jinbei had originally suggested meeting on the island, but Luo Yin said they could meet in the sea since he could survive underwater. At first, Jinbei was skeptical, having confirmed that Luo Yin was not a fisherman, but now he believed it. Although this was a shallow sea where sunlight could reach, it wasn't a place where someone without any equipment could easily reach. "So, how's the situation?" Luo Yin's mouth did not move. Instead, he produced sound by vibrating the seawater. Jinbei's face flashed with obvious surprise, but he did not dwell on it for too long and said, "The deep-sea ruler is still a considerable distance away from us, and the school of fish I sent is too afraid to get too close." Although the deep-sea ruler itself has no interest in small fish, it is surrounded by many fierce large fish and sea kings. Once the school approaches, they will be eaten by those large fish that are crowding around. "I understand. Let's go take a look. Please lead the way." "Follow me." Jinbei swam ahead, leading the way, while Luo Yin followed behind at a distance of about 2 body lengths. At first, Jinbei was a bit worried that he was swimming too fast for Luo Yin to keep up, but he soon discovered that no matter how fast he swam, Luo Yin could keep up, which astonished him even more. Quickly, he realized the secret. There was always a current pushing around Luo Yin, allowing him to move easily through the water, even without swimming. Not only could he breathe normally underwater, but he could also manipulate the currents, which was just like a fisherman. However, he could fly, control the wind, and even cause earthquakes. What kind of power was that? As Jinbei swam, he pondered this in his mind, but could not come to any conclusion. If they were not in the sea, he would have immediately thought of a devil fruit user. But since they were in the sea, it couldn't be a devil fruit user. The two swam for more than 10 minutes, entering the deep sea, where sunlight could no longer provide illumination. But with his night vision ability, Luo Yin could still see very clearly. "There, we can't get any closer, or we will be discovered." Jinbei stopped and reminded him. Luo Yin also halted and looked up, only able to see a few massive figures swimming in the distance. He could easily identify that there were 3 giant sea fish and 2 sea kings. Further away, there were more large figures gathered, and he could vaguely infer from their positions that they were surrounding something. However, due to the obstruction of his view, he couldn't see what they were surrounding. After thinking for a moment, Luo Yin casually reached into the water, and soon a 2 or 3 meter long red octopus swam over. This octopus was not controlled by Luo Yin. It was merely swept along by the current. Then he took a gold coin from his pocket and stuffed it into the octopus's mouth, letting the current carry the octopus toward the giant fish school. The octopus sensed the immense danger and struggled violently along the way, trying to break free from the current. But it was of no use. It quickly approached the giant fish school and was swallowed whole by a massive fish. After doing all this, a slight smile appeared on Luo Yan's face. Let's go up first. Jinbei did not understand the significance of what Luo Yan had just done, but seeing the confident look on his face, he didn't say much more. The two quickly swam upwards and soon broke the surface of the water. Surrounding them was an endless ocean with no islands in sight. Jinbei's half-body emerged from the water while the other half remained submerged, whereas Luo Yan completely detached from the seawater, floating in the air. Luo Yan, what do you plan to do? Once they reached the surface, there was no need to be so cautious anymore. Jinbei immediately asked. Luo Yan thought for a moment, took out the astrology coin from his pocket, and tossed it. He was divining the fall of his gold coin. As the astrology coin rolled in the air, images immediately appeared in his mind. Dozens of fish over 100 meters long, and at the edge of the image, a massive tentacle with sharp, bony spines. Just one spine was dozens of meters long, but how big the deep-sea ruler was he could not determine at all. Is it really that big? Luo Yan grabbed the astrology coin, his eyes wide open, with a face full of disbelief. Jinbei, seeing this, immediately became curious. What's wrong? What's so big? I mean the target, the size of the deep-sea ruler. I can't observe the entire deep-sea ruler through divination. I can only see part of the tentacle. Just the bone spurs growing on the tentacle are dozens of meters long. Jinbei fell silent for a moment, and his expression became somewhat serious. I don't know how you confirm this information, but I think it's likely correct. I specifically went to the palace to look for relevant documents, and they recorded that the deep-sea ruler is enormous and can easily sink an island. This is a bit troublesome. Luo Yan murmured softly. Although he said that, he wasn't feeling any frustration. It was expected that the target would be tricky, and just being able to determine its whereabouts was already something to be happy about. Is it possible to lure it to the surface? After pondering with no results, Luo Yan asked Jinbei. Jinbei shook his head directly and firmly, saying no. Not only can we not lure it to the surface, it won't even rise to the shallow sea. That's also why I'm commanding the fish in the shallow sea. Luo Yan's expression didn't change much. He just nodded slightly. I understand. Please go to my ship and tell my companion, Shatari, to land and set up a temporary resting point. I'll be there shortly. Have you thought of a solution? Sort of. You don't need to worry about this matter. Consider it a favor I owe you, and I'll repay it in the future. Jinbei stared at Luo Yan for nearly 3 seconds before diving back into the water, heading in the direction he came from. Luo Yan sensed that Jinbei was moving away through the subtle changes in the ocean currents. Once Jinbei had distanced himself sufficiently, a faint glow flickered across the ring on his finger, and his body began to disappear little by little, as if it were being erased by an eraser from a pencil drawing. He had entered a state of secrecy that was undetectable by the outside world. Asking Jinbei to inform Shatari was naturally Luo Yan's excuse to send Jinbei away. Although secrecy is not easily exposed, he still did not want to reveal too much in front of Jinbei. Luo Yan once again entered the sea under the cover of secrecy. This time, he did not control the currents to propel himself. Instead, he swam slowly, inching closer to the deep-sea ruler. The deep-sea ruler was as massive as a small mountain, and the gigantic sea kings around it appeared as small and docile as fish in comparison. Neither the deep-sea ruler nor the countless sea kings surrounding it noticed Luo Yan's approach until he was completely close. The deep-sea ruler sensed the impending danger and suddenly whipped its tentacles, trying to do something. However, it was too late. Its gigantic body, as large as a small mountain, was quickly erased and vanished in an instant. The marine creatures under its command immediately fell into chaos, becoming violent and starting to attack each other. Meanwhile, Luo Yan quickly left under the cloak of secrecy, and throughout the entire encounter, no one noticed him. Luo Yan's figure was quickly outlined in the air, having exited the stealth state, while the deep-sea ruler was confined to a hidden space. In a direct confrontation, Luo Yan would definitely not be a match for the deep-sea ruler, and without the ability to lure the opponent to the surface, he had no powerful allies to assist him. On the contrary, the deep-sea ruler had many followers, and in normal sequence 4 would have no chance at all. But with the stealth ring, it was different. Luo Yan had already imprisoned the deep-sea ruler silently. This is the power of uniqueness. Stealth. Luo Yan's body was erased once again, and this time he found himself in the air of a hidden space. Below, The deep-sea ruler frantically slammed its tentacles against the black hard soil, stirring up dust, but that was all it could do. It couldn't cause any damage to this vast space. Although the deep-sea ruler was large enough, it appeared somewhat insignificant here. Luo Yin speculated that this should be the embryonic form of a divine kingdom, or rather, an incomplete divine kingdom. Even if the divine kingdom is not complete, it is not something a deep-sea ruler, equivalent to a half-sequence 3 extraordinary being, can shake. At first, Luo Yin planned to bring the deep-sea ruler into this hidden world and confront it one-on-one here, but now he realizes that it seems unnecessary to do so. The deep-sea ruler has already begun to weaken, and ordinary deep-sea creatures can even die immediately after leaving the deep sea. This is because deep-sea fish have adapted to the immense water pressure, and a sudden decrease in pressure can cause their internal organs to rupture. The fact that the deep-sea ruler hasn't died on the spot is already quite special. However, no matter how special it is still a marine creature, and there is no water here. Luo Yin does not believe that a deep-sea creature can survive on land for long. Even if it could survive, it would definitely weaken. So there is no need for him to take action at this moment. Anyway, the potion has not yet been digested, and the opponent cannot escape. He can wait for a while until the potion is digested. He becomes stronger, and he prepares adequately for a one-on-one battle. Perhaps by then, the deep-sea ruler would have already died of thirst, and he would only need to come in and pick up the characteristics. After coming to this conclusion, Luo Yin did not hesitate and immediately flew towards the star that represented the exit, taking more than 10 minutes to leave that hidden world. Just as Luo Yin was about to return to meet up with Chitauri, his spirit was suddenly stirred, and he flew high into the sky to look into the distance. He saw a fleet of more than 10 large ships sailing from the left to the right, all bearing a clear and uniform emblem, which was the emblem of Germa 66. These ships were chasing a very large ship that seemed to be built of piled stones, and the flag on the ship depicted a skull wearing a pointed round hat, with blue flames in the left eye and a golden tooth in the right third, which was the pirate flag. Germa is chasing pirates? Should he go take a look? Whether it is Germa or pirates, it has nothing to do with Luo Yin. But Germa's technology is also quite strong, and Luo Yin is actually somewhat interested. However, his interest is not so great that he would actively seek them out if he didn't encounter them. But since he has come across them now, he thinks it might be nice to take a look. After making up his mind, Luo Yin flew over. He did not approach, but observed from high above. There were many soldiers on Germa's ships holding weapons, and upon closer inspection, it was found that all these soldiers looked the same. Leading them were 2 individuals, one male and one female. The male was dressed entirely in blue, from hair color to clothing, while the female was dressed entirely in pink. Luo Yin could recognize these 2 people. The man is Vinsmoke Niji, and the woman is Vinsmoke Reiju. The prince and princess of Germa are chasing pirates together? Luo Yin thought with some surprise, and then turned his gaze to the pirate ship being chased. There were only about 10 pirates on the ship, some of whom were injured. Their captain was nearly 4 meters tall, with very short hair styled in a buzz cut. However, his beard was nearly a meter long and intricately braided. He wielded a giant axe, yet there was no trace of ferocity on his face. Instead, he looked utterly panicked. Quick, faster. We absolutely cannot fall into the hands of those madmen. The pirate captain frantically urged his subordinates, who all showed no signs of dissatisfaction, as they too did not want to be caught. Luo Yin heard their conversation in the wind, but it was clear that they had no chance of escape. Although it wasn't very obvious, the distance between the 2 sides was closing, which meant that this pirate ship would eventually be caught up. Why was Germa putting in so much effort to chase a pirate ship? Did those pirates provoke Germa? That shouldn't be the case, right? Who in the North Sea would be foolish enough to provoke Germa? Luo Yin was somewhat puzzled as to why this kind of situation occurred. It should be known that the combat power of the Germa prince and princess after donning their battle suits could definitely rival that of a vice admiral. In fact, they were even stronger than the average vice admiral, not to mention the countless clones they had. Such a force could dominate a territory even in the New World, let alone in the North Sea. After pondering without results, Luo Yin decided to observe a little longer. It wasn't that he just wanted to watch the excitement. He was also very interested in Germa's technology. After all, who didn't have a transformation dream in their childhood? Germa was not a dream. It was a tangible realization of things from childhood dreams. Just then, it seemed like a current flashed through Luo Yan's mind. He immediately directed his gaze towards Germa's flagship, where Vinsmoke Judge, dressed in blue, suddenly soared into the sky, heading straight for him. He had been discovered. Luo Yin muttered softly, not really caring. After all, he had no malicious intent. Although Germa was not a righteous person. They acted on orders. And as long as he didn't make a move before receiving a command to attack, it was very likely that the other party wouldn't act either. Adventurer Luo Yin? Nidge flew in front of Luo Yin, wearing a blue combat suit, and directly questioned him. He was surrounded by obvious electric sparks, clearly ready for battle. Luo Yin nodded and smiled, saying, "Vinsmoke Niji, what can I do for you?" Luo Yin tried to keep his voice calm and cold. As a human weapon without emotions, Niji wouldn't care too much about the tone others used when speaking to him. The corners of his mouth were always curled up, as if carrying some sort of pleasure. There was nothing special, just that I noticed you and wanted to come over to confirm. After all, according to the intel, you're a very dangerous individual. Huh. Don't worry, I'm not interested in your targets, but I'm quite interested in your Germa. I just wonder if there's a chance to visit your Germa kingdom. Visit the kingdom? Niji's brow furrowed slightly. He had originally come just to confirm whether Luo Yin harbored malicious intent, but he didn't expect to receive such a response. What do you want to do? Niji's smile gradually faded, and although his tone remained calm, it now carried a clear sense of vigilance. I don't want to do anything, just purely curious. I've always been very curious. For example, I'm also very curious about why you're chasing pirates. Saying this, Luo Yin pointed to the pirate ship below. Niji was not concerned about the pirate ship at all. He stared at Luo Yin for a long time, seemingly trying to read his thoughts from his face. However, he failed. Luo Yin maintained that seemingly smiling expression, making it impossible to glean any useful information. One couldn't blame Niji for being cautious. Luo Yin was currently a person with a bounty of 500 million, and it wasn't for being a pirate, but for cooperating with the Revolutionary Army. Their Germa kingdom was a member of the world government. A person with close ties to the Revolutionary Army suddenly saying they wanted to visit a member of the world government would make anyone treat it with caution. By the way, why are you chasing those pirates? Seeing Niji silent, Luo Yin pressed on. However, Niji did not answer this question and instead diverted the topic. I will convey your request. After speaking, Niji dove down directly towards the pirate ship. Clearly, he hadn't planned to take action personally at first. But due to Luo Yin's presence, he had no choice but to end the battle quickly to avoid prolonged complications. Luo Yin did not receive an accurate answer and was not disappointed. Although Niji could think normally and appear to be a normal person, he actually knew that Niji had no emotions and could not disobey orders. For such a person, even if they reached some conclusion with him, it would be meaningless. In the entire Germa kingdom, only Vinsmoke Judge could make decisions. What others said was ineffective. Niji quickly dealt with a group of pirates, capturing the pirate captain alive, while the other pirates and the entire ship sank into the sea. Seeing that there was nothing more to watch, Luo Yin was about to leave and return to his own ship. At that moment, a pink light shot up from the flagship of the Germa fleet, and the visitor was none other than Vinsmoke Reiju. Luo Yin was clearly taken aback. He didn't expect Lei Jiao to suddenly come over, especially since he had already talked to Nij. Do you need something? Luo Yin looked at Lei Jiao indifferently. He was not worried that the other party would suddenly attack. His spiritual intuition would certainly react before any attack reached him. Moreover, they were on the sea, and if it really came to blows, he was not afraid of her at all. Lei Jiao nodded, her expression much more vivid than Niji's. Although she too could not defy orders, Lei Jiao had her own emotions. I receive an order. Saying this, Lei Jiao handed a palm-sized phone bug to Luo Yin, who raised an eyebrow and took the bug in his hand. I am Luo Yin. I am Vinsmoke Katakuri. Are you representing the Revolutionary Army or yourself? Katakuri on the other end of the line got straight to the point without any preamble. And only then did Luo Yin realize that the other party thought he was here to test the waters for the Revolutionary Army. After all, Germa was a member of the world government, and compared to other countries, Germa was one of the least afraid of the Revolutionary Army. It was not that they considered themselves powerful and did not care about the Revolutionary Army. Rather, it was because Katakuri had unprecedented control over the entire kingdom, making it impossible for the Revolutionary Army to infiltrate, let alone incite a revolution. Of course it's myself. Although I have a decent relationship with the Revolutionary Army, I'm not one of them. I believe you've seen my bounty. Even the world government does not consider me part of the Revolutionary Army. So how could I represent them? Katakuri on the phone was silent for a moment before asking. So what do you want to do? Hee. I have an interesting item here. It's a bracelet that allows the wearer to move freely in water for half an hour and can briefly enhance that person's strength and speed, providing a certain burst of power. I wonder if you're interested in studying it? I've heard of it. It's something called a miraculous item. There are a few in the Revolutionary Army, and according to my intelligence, the miraculous items of the Revolutionary Army also came from you. Katakuri revealed some intelligence he possessed, which was both a test and a kind of goodwill, letting Luo Yin know how much information the world government actually had about him. Luo Yin was not surprised that information had leaked. After all, even extraordinary beings had fallen into CP0's hands. So the information about miraculous items could not be kept under wraps. Is this news you obtained from the world government? That's right. I heard it was obtained by CP0. To be honest, I became very interested in those miraculous items when I got the news, but I never had the opportunity. I didn't expect you to contact me proactively. If possible, I am willing to cooperate with you. As for the terms, we could discuss them. Contact you proactively? Was it not you who contacted me first? Luo Yin was puzzled, but he didn't dwell on this detail. He smiled at the phone bug and said, I met a very interesting guy in the first half of the Grand Line. His name is Sanji. I wonder if you have any impression of him. Luo Yin suddenly changed the topic, and the phone bug fell silent in an instant. However, Lei Jiao beside him changed her expression drastically, but she didn't speak. As Luo Yin was currently on a call with Jiaji, after a long time, the phone bug finally rang again, and Jiaji's voice sounded a bit more complex. Ah, he's my son. Your son? No way. I asked him, and he said he was an orphan, that his mother died when he was born. As for his father, he has never seen him. How could he be your son? The phone bug fell silent again. At this point in the conversation, everyone knew that Luo Yin was intentionally mocking Jiaji. At this moment, Luo Yin suddenly brought up Sanji, clearly aware of the relationship between Sanji and Judge. The subsequent remarks were incredibly provocative. He even felt that if it weren't for the transponder snail, Judge might have already thrust a spear at him. Judge finally spoke again, his tone filled with suppressed anger. Clearly his patience was nearing its limit. What exactly do you want to say? I'm just worried that if I cooperate with you, I might face your betrayal. After all, you can abandon your own son, let alone a partner. So what do you want? It's simple. I need to ensure that even if you suddenly betray me, I won't suffer losses. I'll give you 2 magical items in exchange for 3 devil fruits. Of course, if you can't get 3 devil fruits, I can still give you 1 for 2. If you only have 1, I'll have to think about what other compensation I need. The transponder snail fell silent again, but this time the silence lasted much shorter. No problem, 3 devil fruits it is. Very well, then we'll exchange money for goods hand in hand. I won't stay in the North Sea for too long, so I hope you can act quickly. On the surface, Luo Yan's tone was calm, but inside he was overjoyed. Trading 2 magical items to the Revolutionary Army would probably only be worth 50 million berries, while 3 devil fruits were worth at least 300 million berries. Of course, Gaji would definitely take the magical items for research purposes. The value of items for research cannot be equated with that of items for general use. Moreover, for the Germa Kingdom, devil fruits are not particularly hard to obtain. Germa can now be said to dominate the North Sea, and acquiring a few devil fruits is quite simple, because they have battle suits. Germa has almost no need for devil fruits. The battle suits already provide strong combat power, so there is no need to consume a fruit that would turn them into a sitting duck. As for the soldiers below, there is even less need. Most of Germa's soldiers are artificial clones, just a group of cannon fodder, and no one would feed a devil fruit to cannon fodder. Luo Yin also wasn't just trying to get a few devil fruits. He wanted to see what could be obtained from the magical items through scientific means, and whether it was possible to replicate magical items without extraordinary properties. All right, I will send the devil fruits over tomorrow, and let's temporarily have Reiju act as the liaison. What do you think? No problem, let's do it that way. Luo Yin shrugged lightly and returned the phone bug to Lei Jiao. As soon as the phone bug landed in Lei Jiao's hands, its tentacles drooped down. The call had already been disconnected. Have you really seen Sanji? Once the call ended, Lei Jiao couldn't wait to ask, her eagerness evident. To her, Sanji had always been her brother, and previously she could only get limited information about him for newspapers. Now, she finally met someone who had seen him. Yes, I've seen him. Not only that, I also know where he is now. You should be aware of the incident where the celestial dragons were attacked on Sabeti Archipelago. Sanji is the cook of the Straw Hat crew, and they were sent flying to various places around the world by Bartholomew Kuma, and I happen to know their exact location. Where is he? Laiju pressed eagerly. But Luo Yin shook his head with a smile. If you want to see him, you might as well abandon that thought. He's in an area controlled by the Revolutionary Army, and I don't think they would welcome you. Lei Jiao's expression gradually became restrained, despite her attempts to hide it. However, Luo Yin still noticed a hint of disappointment on her face. I've been out for a while. I should head back. By the way, what did Gaji mean when he said for you to be a liaison? Are you going to follow me? That's the order I received. Lei Jiao quickly adjusted and her tone became calm. Luo Yin thought about it and figured it wasn't a problem, so he nodded. All right, Then you can follow me for now. It's only for a day anyway. With that, Luo Yin flew towards a ship, and Lei Jiu hurriedly followed behind. Both of them flew quickly, and before long, they spotted the small island where the ship was docked. Although Luo Yin had asked Shitarli to camp as a way to placate Jinbei, Shitarli had vaguely guessed this. Still, she executed the order without hesitation, setting up a tent by the coast, and a bonfire was lit beside it. At that moment, she was grilling fish with Jinbei by the bonfire. "Captain, are you all right?" As soon as Luo Yin landed, Shitarli quickly walked over, took a brief look, and then sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Jinbei immediately fixed his gaze on Reiju. "Germa? Are you Germa?" There was a clear uncertainty in Jinbei's tone. He didn't live in the North Sea and wasn't very familiar with Germa, so recognizing her was already quite impressive. Reiju was also a bit surprised to see Jinbei here, but she didn't show it too obviously and just nodded slightly in response to his inquiry. "Yes, I'm Vinsmoke Reiju. So it really is Germa. Luo Yin, weren't you supposed to deal with the sea god? Why did you bring back a Germa?" Jinbei turned to Luo Yin, unable to figure out the connection between dealing with the sea god and bringing back a Germa. Luo Yin chuckled and said, "After dealing with the deep sea ruler, I happened to see Germa's fleet, so I went over to take a look." Before Luo Yin finished speaking, Zayatali suddenly interjected. "So, Captain, you just casually brought someone back?" Luo Yin almost choked on his own saliva and rolled his eyes dramatically at Shitarli. "Can I really take away someone from Germa? Besides, she is the princess of Germa Kingdom. She is just here as a liaison, temporarily following me for just one day." "A princess?" She didn't look like one at all. Instead, she seemed like a fierce character ready to charge into battle. Although Shitarli didn't know much about Germa Kingdom and Reiju, her intuition told her that Reiju was a formidable person. Luo Yin nodded and said, "That's right, she's very strong. You definitely can't beat her." "TCH." Shitarli immediately pouted and turned her head away. Luo Yin didn't say much more, and after briefly chatting with Lei Jiu, he returned to the ship alone. Shortly after, he flew down holding a black glove and directly threw it to Jinbei. "This is a thank you gift for you. Once you wear this glove, you'll find it harder to get angry than usual. Of course, it will also make it harder for you to feel happy. You can think of it as suppressing your emotions. It grants you the ability to enter other people's dreams and even forcibly pull someone into a dream. However, you will also enter the dream yourself, so don't try to pull someone into a dream when you're alone facing multiple enemies. That could get you killed. One more thing. Once you use the glove, you'll experience about 12 hours of insomnia. I'm not sure if sleeping pills can counteract this insomnia. You'll need to verify that yourself." The glove given by Luo Yin corresponds to the nightmare of the Dark Path Sequence 7. Since Jinbei is a fisherman, he can move freely in water and doesn't need the extraordinary items of the Tyrant Path, and his own attack power is quite good. Therefore, he doesn't have much demand for items with high attack power. In terms of defense, once he masters Haki, he already possesses decent defensive capabilities. What Jinbei lacks more are supportive abilities, so Luo Yin gave him this glove. Of course, there's one more important reason. Luo Yin is currently in control of the Dark Uniqueness. Although the activation level and intelligence of this uniqueness are not very high, it can still slightly influence the extraordinary beings and magical items of this path. Especially since this glove was made by Luo Yin using a hand wearing a secret ring. There is a certain connection between the two in both reality and mysticism. In this case, Luo Yin can indirectly influence Jinbei through the secret ring, though the extent of the influence is quite limited, at most just positioning or inducing dreams. A glove that can pull people into dreams? Jinbei looked at the seemingly ordinary glove in his hand, and he even had some doubts in his heart, wondering if Luo Yin was deceiving him. However, since it was the other party's goodwill, even if it didn't have such effects, he would still accept it. "Thank you." Jinbei solemnly nodded at Luo Yin and then put the glove on his hand. Luo Yin smiled and shook his head. "No, I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for your help, I don't know how long it would take me to find the Deep Sea Sovereign. For this alone, this glove is not enough to express my gratitude. I will give you further thanks in a secret manner later." Luo Yin was absolutely sincere in this statement. Among the materials for promotion, devil fruits are relatively easy to obtain, while the characteristics of animals are the hardest to acquire. If Luo Yin had to find the Deep Sea Sovereign by himself, it would probably take a long time. Of course, he believes that he will eventually find it, because of the existence of the law of extraordinary characteristic aggregation. At this moment, Shitarli and Reiju were sitting by the campfire, roasting fish and chatting. Shitarli's enthusiasm for Reiju exceeded Li Yin's expectations. Sometimes, she would even burst into laughter while talking, and the atmosphere between them was very harmonious. Reiju appeared to be responding seriously to Shitarli, but her thoughts were more focused on Luo Yin. She had been listening intently to the conversation between Luo Yin and Jinbei and was both shocked and curious. The shock came from the fact that Luo Yin had really produced an item with magical abilities, while the curiosity stemmed from wondering what exactly the Deep Sea Sovereign was. What is the Deep Sea Sovereign? Reiju finally couldn't help but ask, not worried about whether she might inquire about secrets she shouldn't know. After all, if it were something she couldn't know, Luo Yin wouldn't mention it in front of her. From the name, you can tell, it's a big fish, a deep-sea fish. Luo Yin explained with a light laugh, his tone casual and natural, as if the ruler of the deep sea was just something not very important. But Leiju knew very well that it was definitely not as simple and unimportant as it seemed. Otherwise, Luo Yin would not have used a magical item to thank Jinbei. However, she also understood the boundaries and did not pursue the matter further. After all, her task was not this. Her earlier questions were merely to satisfy her curiosity. Leiju fell silent, and Luo Yin did not say anything more. He sat down by the campfire and reached out to grab a fish that was roasting on a stick by the fire, but his hand was swatted away by Shitali. "Captain, it's not done yet." "Oh, I'm just a bit hungry, and besides, it shouldn't be a big deal to eat the fish if it's not fully cooked," Luo Yin said, quickly grabbing a roasted fish. Shitali felt a bit helpless, but did not say anything further. As time passed, the sun set, and the silver moon hung high. Luo Yin did not return to the ship to rest. Instead, he found a tree to lean against and fell asleep. Jinbei had initially planned to leave, but upon hearing that Luo Yin was going to trade with Germa the next day, he decided to stay another day to avoid any accidents. The tent that Shitali had set up earlier was given to Leiju. As for Shitali herself, night was not her sleeping time. Even if she hadn't slept much during the day, she wouldn't feel tired at night. According to her, the only time she felt sleepy was when it got light outside. Nighttime was when she felt the most energetic. Suddenly, Luo Yin, resting against the tree, opened his eyes. The ring on his hand flashed with a faint light, and his body instantly vanished as if an eraser had rubbed out a pencil drawing. Behind the tent, Leiju witnessed this scene, her expression serious, her eyes fixed on the spot where Luo Yin had disappeared, as if trying to find clues to decipher how he vanished and where he had gone. Further away, on a towering cliff, Shitali's crimson eyes stood out in the darkness. As someone who did not sleep at night, the task of keeping watch naturally fell to her. However, she did not need to stay at the campsite in person. She had quietly controlled several mosquitoes at the campsite, allowing her to monitor any movements in the area through their perspective. Leiju secretly left the tent to observe, having already noticed that Luo Yin had been discovered long ago. However, she did nothing. As long as Leiju did not attempt to do anything, there was no need to interfere, as Luo Yin had instructed beforehand. Luo Yin once again arrived at the hidden space, where it remained shrouded in darkness. The sky was filled with countless stars, and the ground was made of pitch-black hard earth. The body of the deep-sea ruler, resembling a small mountain, stood out prominently on the flat land, and Luo Yin spotted it at a glance. It was no longer agitated. It had completely calmed down, and the ground around it had become very damp, resembling a vast muddy swamp. The deep-sea ruler was lying in the center, with the enormous eyes on its two heads tightly shut. It had only weakened by 20%. Luo Yin sensed the state of the deep-sea ruler with his spiritual perception and observation haki. Compared to when he first entered, it had weakened by about 20%. But this was far from his expectations. Previously, Luo Yin thought that after leaving the seawater, the giant creature of the deep sea would significantly weaken, losing most of its power, allowing him to easily defeat it or even have it die outright. However, it still retained 80% of its strength, and in a one-on-one fight, he might not necessarily be its opponent. Nevertheless, Luo Yin was not in a hurry. After all, he had come in this time just to confirm the state of the deep-sea ruler, not to hunt it down right now. While pondering, Luo Yin reached out with his right hand towards the deep-sea ruler from a distance, intending to provoke it with a lightning strike to further confirm its condition. After all, he could fly and was in an invincible position, and occasionally provoking the opponent might further wear it down, creating favorable conditions for his future hunting. However, although he had swung his hand down, the lightning did not descend, nor did any thunder sound. What the heck? Luo Yin was taken aback, suddenly clasping his hands together, trying to create an earthquake, but the result was still the same, with no movement at all. No way. Is my ability being suppressed? Is it suppressed here? Luo Yin's expression gradually became grim. This was an unexpected situation for him. However, after thinking it over for a moment, he understood. According to his judgment, This place was an incomplete divine realm. But even if it was incomplete, it was still a divine realm, with its hierarchy and status clearly established. And it was filled with the divine power of dark pathways. For a sequence 4 to cause a disaster in the divine realm was unrealistic and would surely be suppressed. If Luo Yin truly mastered the dark uniqueness, perhaps he could lift this restriction and allow external forces to seep in, enabling the disaster to occur. But now, he had only reached a reconciliation with the dark uniqueness, able to utilize it, but not truly master it. Moreover, the activation level of the dark uniqueness itself was not high. Trying to make it change the divine realm would likely be difficult for it. After some thought, Luo Yin opened his right hand, his fingers curling, and a small whirlwind appeared in his palm. Fortunately, the power of the wind could still be used. Seeing this, Luo Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Then he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking that his verification of the wind was meaningless. After all, his current ability to fly still relied on his control over the wind. If he could no longer use the power of the wind, he wouldn't be able to fly. Then Luo Yin opened his mouth and tried to sing, but he found he couldn't make any sound at all. No matter how hard he tried to vibrate his vocal cords, no sound would come out, as if silence had become the rule here. Luo Yin wasn't particularly surprised by this. He remembered very clearly that one of the main materials of the dark uniqueness was the silence fruit. Although it was no longer the silence fruit after becoming a uniqueness, it was normal for there to be some tendency in that direction, as it would certainly have some influence. It seems he needed to prepare more. If it really came to it, he would seek help. Luo Yin continued to experiment while calculating. He discovered that many of his abilities were suppressed, such as lightning strikes, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, roaring, singing, and so on. Only his abilities in the domain of wind seemed normal, as the essence of wind is the flow of air. Although this is a divine realm, there is still air here, and people can breathe normally. What Luo Yin did was merely to make the air flow. He did not touch the divine realm itself. On the other hand, abilities like lightning strikes, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions would affect the divine realm itself, so it is normal for the divine realm to respond with suppression. As for abilities related to sound, like roaring and singing, they are suppressed due to the divine realm's inclination, formed from the uniqueness of the silence fruit, which naturally leans toward silence. Forget it, he would assess the situation later. After roughly testing which of his abilities would be suppressed, Luo Yin left this hidden world through the starry exit. In the outside world, Luo Yin's figure was quickly redrawn. He was still under that tree, still lying down and sleeping. Everything was just as it had been when he left, as if he had never been gone. Lei Jio watched as Luo Yin was erased and then redrawn, feeling even more puzzled. However, she did not do anything, just observed for a while longer before quietly returning to the tent. There was no conversation throughout the night. When half of the sun rose above the horizon, Luo Yin also opened his eyes. Although he had been sleeping against a tree, he still slept very well, since he took control of the uniqueness of darkness. His sleep quality had greatly improved. Luo Yin stretched lazily, stood up, and dusted off his pants. At that moment, the zipper of the tent was pulled open from the inside, and Lei Jio crawled out of the tent. Good morning. Lei Ji took the initiative to greet Luo Yin, who returned the smile. Good morning. Are you hungry? I was just about to go to the sea to catch something to eat. What do you want? Anything is fine. I'm not picky, Lei Jio replied with a smile, looking very easygoing. Luo Yin nodded, and his body was suddenly swept up by the wind. After reaching the surface of the sea, he dove in head first. Before long, he emerged on the shore holding a large fish with a long nose. This fish was nearly 2 meters long without counting its nose, and with the nose included, it exceeded 3 meters, enough to feed 4 people. In fact, Luo Yin didn't need to go into the sea to catch fish himself. He could easily use a water-based spell to bring up a bunch of fish. However, he still preferred to swim, as it was a hobby bestowed upon him by his potion, and swimming was almost universally loved by sailors. The clothes he wore were made from a material with Lindbergh characteristics. This material was not waterproof and performed similarly to regular fabric in water. However, once out of the water, it dried quickly, taking only 3 to 5 minutes to become completely dry even without a fire. Luo Yin threw the fish next to the already burnt campfire, suddenly plunged his hand into the side of the fish's flesh, and then forcefully tore off a large piece of meat. The flesh was light yellow with white stripes, firm to the bite, and if chewed carefully, one could still taste a hint of creaminess. It was one of Luo Yin's favorite types of fish to eat raw. You should try it too. This kind of fish is best enjoyed raw. Once it's cooked, the meat turns stringy and the texture changes. Luo Yin gestured for Lei Jio to have a taste. Lei Jio maintained her expression, squatted down beside the fish, and imitated Luo Yin by tearing off a piece of meat and chewing it. It was good, but it would be even better with some dipping sauce. Hee, I have dipping sauce on my ship. It's already here. Luo Yin pointed to his boat with a smile, and Lei Jio instinctively looked over, seeing Xiaotali jumping down from the boat, holding a small cloth bag in her hand. A pure white ferret was lying on her shoulder, and a golden-furred monkey followed her, adorably carrying a small bag that seemed to be bulging, indicating it contained something. Both animals had lively eyes, clearly different from ordinary animals. Lei Jio's eyes unconsciously brightened, but not because of the two animals, rather because of Xiaotali. Compared to yesterday, Xiaotali had changed into a new outfit. She was barefoot, wearing a simple white bathrobe tied with a black ribbon at the waist. Her silver hair flowed freely in the morning breeze, and her full chest revealed a patch of snow-white skin along with a 3-finger-long valley, sparking endless imagination. As a woman, a beautiful woman, Lei Jio's bright gaze was not due to coveting Xiaotali's body, but rather because of Xiaotali's relaxed and casual appearance. As a princess of Germa, trained from a young age to be a human weapon, her time was always meticulously planned. Her demeanor was also regulated. She couldn't be too casual at home, and even more so outside, where she was the deadly powder of Germa. In her memories, it seemed she had never been this relaxed and carefree before. I knew the captain would have sashimi today. I brought the ingredients for the dipping sauce. Xiaotali walked over to the campfire, smiling as she handed the small bag to Luo Yin. Luo Yin took the cloth bag, opened it, and found a collection of bottles and jars inside. In addition to regular sauces, there were also some specially cultivated plants from the little golden monkeys that enhanced flavor and stimulated appetite. Chopped and added to the dipping sauce, they could significantly enhance the taste. Luo Yin was mixing the dipping sauce while chuckling. You know my cooking skills. It's better to eat it raw than overcooked. You stayed up all night, so you can't be the one cooking, right? Xiaotali gathered her hair and laughed. I'm not a good cook either. The captain knows that. All right, hurry up and eat, and then go to sleep. The conversation between Luo Yin and Xiaotali seemed very casual, but to Lei Jio's ears, it was like a thunderclap. Staying up all night? How could that be possible? I didn't notice anyone keeping watch last night at all. Could they be lying to me? But what would be the point? Moreover, Lei Jio unconsciously glanced at the Xiaotali, confirming that Xiaotali was indeed wearing the clothes she put on after taking a shower and before bed. Why didn't I notice anything at all? And if she really stayed up all night, then last night Lei Jio's thoughts suddenly became chaotic. She worried that her sneaking out of the tent last night to watch might anger Luo Yin. If she hadn't seen anything, that would be one thing. But she clearly saw Luo Yin disappear and then reappear after a while. Thinking of this, Lei Jio realized her heart was racing a bit faster. She was somewhat worried that Luo Yin might suddenly turn against her. It wasn't that she was afraid she couldn't fight back, but once a fight broke out, the deal they had agreed upon would be ruined, which would mean mission failure. As a Germa, even though she was a bit special compared to her brothers and retained some emotions, her upbringing had always placed a high importance on missions. She couldn't accept that a mission would fail in such a way. Just as Lei Jio was feeling flustered and didn't know what to do, she suddenly heard Xiaotali's muffled voice with food in her mouth. Captain, where's Jinbei? Aren't we calling him to eat? Luo Yin rolled his eyes and cut a piece of meat with a wind blade, handing it to the little golden monkey that had already eaten a piece. What are we eating? Is it fish or raw fish? Does Jinping need us to call for raw fish? He could just eat it himself in the sea. That seems to be the case. By the way, Captain, the little golden monkey has finished digesting the potion. When do you think we can give it the potion? Wow, it finally digested it. That was really not easy. Luo Yin let out a scoff. The little golden monkey and the little white weasel had been extraordinary for quite some time now, but they still hadn't fully digested the potions. The little golden monkey was doing relatively well. At least it had been planting flowers and grasses on the ship, which could be considered as digesting the farmer's potion. However, the ship itself was small, and there was limited space for planting, so the digestion process was quite slow. Thankfully, it had finally finished digesting. But the little white weasel had a harder time with digestion. The digesting of the arbitrator's potion clearly required the ability to arbitrate others. But the little white weasel had no opportunity to arbitrate anyone. This was something Luo Yin had specially cultivated and greatly desired as an assistant. After the transaction, he would prepare a potion for it. Speaking of which, how is the little white weasel's potion digestion going? The little white weasel, busy eating meat, suddenly raised its head when it heard Luo Yin mention it. Then it looked bewildered, as its most frequent activity was acting cute spending all day being groomed by Shadowy. These were things that the little golden monkey envied and resented. As for digesting potions, it had no interest or motivation for that. Noticing the flicker in the little white weasel's gaze, Luo Yin realized that its potion digestion progress was probably very slow. Xia, go back and talk to the revolutionaries about lending them the little white weasel. It can return whenever it finishes digesting the arbitrator's potion. The little white weasel's mouth slowly opened, and a piece of undigested fish fell out. It looked up at its master with a dazed expression, hoping for a word of help. However, it saw its master nodding in agreement. Well, the little white weasel's digestion progress is indeed too slow. But how should it digest the arbitrator's potion? It seems difficult to digest, right? Why is it difficult to digest? Aren't there prisons in the countries that the revolutionaries have overthrown or are currently overthrowing? Just throw it in there and let it arbitrate one by one. That makes sense. I'll go talk to them later. In just a few exchanges, they had already decided the little white weasel's life for the next month or even several months. Instantly, it felt that the meat in its bowl was no longer appetizing. Its beautiful master seemed different, and even the sky appeared to have darkened significantly. The little golden monkey, on the other hand, was delighted, almost wanting to laugh out loud. The little white weasel's dejected expression looked to it like thriving herbs, ripened wheat, and blooming flowers. It was so beautiful and charming, as if even the sky had brightened a bit. Lai Jiao silently ate her breakfast, her face expressionless, as if she didn't care about the conversation between Luo Yin and Shadowy. However, her ears unconsciously perked up, and she firmly remembered the important information from the dialogue. What potions, what digestion, what arbitrator. These were all very important pieces of intelligence and also part of her mission this time. But these are just supplementary parts, not mandatory tasks to complete. Ah, Captain, I'm tired, so I'm going to sleep, Shadowy said simply after a few bites, yawning without acknowledging the two animals, and returned to the ship on her own. For her, human food was not essential. It was just a kind of snack, and there was no need to take meals seriously. Compared to eating, she needed sleep more at the moment. Luo Yin was also aware of Shadowy's schedule, so he naturally wouldn't stop her. Once everyone had finished eating, the little golden monkey and the little white weasel skillfully tidied up, packing the jars and containers into their bags, and the leftover plants were neatly arranged. Then they returned to the ship with their belongings, leaving only Luo Yin and Lei Jiao on the island. Buzz, 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 buzz. The sound of the phone bug suddenly rang out. Luo Yin instinctively touched his chest, where there was a phone bug inside his clothing, but this time it wasn't that phone bug that was ringing. Lei Jiao took out her phone bug, got up, walked aside, and quietly answered the call. Luo Yin confirmed that the call on the other end was with Jiaji using the phone bug, and then he stopped eavesdropping. He could guess the content of the conversation even if he tried, so there was no need to eavesdrop. Besides, he didn't have the habit of listening in on others' phone calls. He wasn't interested in doing that unless it was very important information. The call between Lei Jiao and Jiaji lasted only 2 or 3 minutes, and soon Lei Jiao put away the phone bug and returned. My father has already brought the items over. Where do you want to set the trading location? Right here is fine. This is my first time in Beihai, and I'm not familiar with the area, so it doesn't matter where. Okay, I'll reply now. After saying that, Lei Jiao stepped aside again, took out the phone bug, and dialed the number. This time, the exchange was even shorter as it was just to confirm a trading location. When Lei Jiao returned again, both sides were silent, and the atmosphere gradually became a bit awkward. Luo Yin was contemplating how to deal with the deep-sea ruler, whether to bring trusted individuals into the hidden space to besiege the deep-sea ruler or to find a place to release the deep-sea ruler. Luo Yin did not lean towards the first option. After all, the secret space involved too much. Even if it was a dragon, he hardly believed in it. And without the dragon, there were only a few subordinates left. But what could these subordinates do? They were not even enough to withstand a tentacle of the deep-sea ruler. The second option seemed better than the first, but in reality, it was not. While the first option certainly had many problems, it had one advantage. It allowed for many trial and error attempts. After all, if he couldn't win, he could just run away, prepare again, and challenge it once more. The deep-sea ruler wouldn't run away. But if the deep-sea ruler was released, that would be different. Being trapped in the secret space and weakened, it would definitely crave water. Once released, it would undoubtedly do its utmost to return to the sea. And if it returned to the sea, it would be vast and boundless. Catching it again would not be easy. Lei Jiao remained silent because of the previous night's watch by Zayatali. She felt that her actions last night might make Luo Yin dissatisfied, and couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Now that Luo Yin was also silent, she didn't dare to speak, which made the atmosphere quite delicate. Ugh, headache. Luo Yin couldn't think of a better solution for a moment, so he frowned and rubbed his forehead. Lei Jio's expression changed, feeling that her opportunity had come. What are you worried about? Lei Jio asked eagerly, hoping to mend the relationship between the two sides. This wasn't just because of the task, but also because Luo Yin knew Sanji and was aware of his whereabouts. She had always been concerned about her brother. Huh, it's nothing. I'm just preparing to deal with a tricky guy later, but I haven't finalized the action plan yet, and it's a bit of a headache. Luo Yin revealed a little, not because he trusted Lei Jio, but because he sensed the urgency and flattery in her tone, thinking whether he could take advantage of the situation. Even if he couldn't, it didn't matter since the information he revealed was inconsequential. If necessary, perhaps you could issue a commission to our Germa. Lei Jio didn't hesitate to respond, which surprised Luo Yin. He thought she would first inquire about what the troublesome guy was, assess it herself, and then give a suggestion, but instead, she directly offered a suggestion. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he understood. Germa's actions were all under the command of Kaji. If it were minor targets that could be easily eliminated, it might be fine. But if it were a troublesome major target, orders would certainly need to be given. Since it was something that even Luo Yin found troublesome, it definitely wasn't a minor target and would require Kaji's orders to act. Therefore, the risk assessment and rewards would naturally be discussed by Kaji. This was also Lei Jio's hint, suggesting that Luo Yin could talk about this matter in future dealings. Luo Yin chuckled softly, not answering, but instead closed his eyes to rest. Lei Jio opened her mouth, showing hesitation on her face. After some inner conflict, she bit her silver teeth and finally called out to Luo Yin. That, if possible, could you help me deliver a letter to Sanji? Luo Yin opened his eyes and immediately saw that a letter without a seal had appeared in Lei Jio's hand at some point. Okay, Luo Yin was very straightforward. For him, this was just a matter of raising his hand. After all, the Demon Island was the territory of the Revolutionary Army, and even if he didn't have time to deliver the letter himself, he could have someone from the Revolutionary Army pass it on. Saying this, Luo Yin opened his hand, indicating that Lei Jio could give him the letter. Lei Jio was taken aback. She didn't expect Luo Yin to be so agreeable, and for a moment, she was at a loss for words. Thank you. Lei Jio handed the letter to Luo Yin, who glanced at the unsealed envelope. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly reached out to the side and made a grabbing motion. A small branch of a tree in the distance was severed by an invisible blade of wind, and the cut surface immediately oozed some sap. This sap seemed to be controlled by an invisible hand, detaching from the cut and flying towards Luo Yin. As the sap got closer, Luo Yin retracted his grabbing motion and guided the sap towards the envelope's opening. The sap landed at the seal, spreading evenly, and then Luo Yin closed the envelope. The sap wasn't as thick as glue, but it had a certain stickiness, and once it dried on the paper, it had a good adhesive effect. Thank you. Lei Jio's lips moved, but she ultimately only uttered those two words. Luo Yin casually put the envelope into the inner pocket of his clothing. Rest assured, I don't have the habit of peeking at other people's letters. In a country seemingly forever shrouded in black mist, the people living there generally suffer from lung diseases, with the only difference being the severity. This country is an industrial powerhouse, and the black mist is the result of massive emissions of industrial waste. Life here isn't particularly harsh. All the major factories need workers, and the unemployment rate is quite low. Although the wages from the factories aren't enough to make anyone rich, generally, what one person earns can support two people. This means that in a family of four, as long as two people work in the factory, basic needs aren't a problem. With a bit of frugality, they might even have some savings, allowing them to enjoy a good meal during festivals or buy new clothes for their children. Furthermore, the country's healthcare is quite good, especially concerning lung diseases. There are various effective medicines for lung conditions that are very cheap, and factory workers suffering from lung diseases can even receive subsidies. Thus, even in a harsh living environment, the people of this country manage to be relatively happy. On the surface, this country doesn't appear to have any oppression. People live for themselves, making it hard for revolutionary sentiments to take root. However, the Revolutionary Army needs to take this country, not only because it is directly controlled by the world government despite not being a member nation, but also because the Revolutionary Army desperately needs the industrial equipment here. If they can take this country, it would not only deal a huge blow to the world government, but also yield great rewards for the Revolutionary Army. Therefore, to incite a revolution in this country, some underhanded methods must be employed. In a small room, Rhoda sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, reading today's newspaper under the light. After carefully reading through it and finding nothing of interest, he couldn't help but sigh and glance at the dim window outside, cursing under his breath. This country is really unfortunate. They have to light lamps even during the day, or they can't even read the words. Rhoda is one of the main operatives in this country. This time, the Revolutionary Army dispatched 2 squads. One squad specializes in infiltration, while the other is led by Rhoda. To incite a revolution in a country with little oppression, normal methods won't work. They need to resort to some schemes. As a schemer, Rhoda was naturally called upon by Long. To ensure the operation goes smoothly, Long arranged for Rhoda to have 2 capable assistants. One was the instigator from the demon race, and the other was a technician responsible for eavesdropping and deciphering phone calls for the Revolutionary Army, absolute elite members. While Rhoda was troubled, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a burly man with a thick mane and a somewhat awkward gait walked in. It was the instigator, a member of the demon race. Since the Demon King returned, this demon has become even more of a demon. Whether in dress or speech, he makes most people uncomfortable, but since this was during a mission, his appearance was relatively normal, behaving like a man in public, but his true nature couldn't be hidden in private. Rhoda-chan, the progress you hoped for has been made. It should be in the news tomorrow. The instigator spoke in a high-pitched voice, and Rhoda shuddered, feeling goosebumps all over. Thank you for your hard work. You should rest now. I have to go out for a bit. Rhoda forcibly suppressed his disgust and said calmly. The instigator puffed out his cheeks, dissatisfied. Rhoda-chan, are you going to find a woman again? That's not good. It could raise suspicion. Rhoda's face twitched, wishing he could kick him. The main reason I go to find women is because of you. Previously, Rhoda mostly went to find women with MIT, and he rarely went by himself. But now he occasionally goes, not for any other reason, but to experience what a real woman feels like. He just couldn't stand having a burly man clinging to him all day, acting coy. That's too much, Rhoda-chan. The instigator pressed his hand to his forehead, looking as if he had been struck. Rhoda could hardly control his facial muscles, but he really didn't want to kick this demon, because aside from his slightly high-pitched speech, this demon was really quite good. Whether it was taking care of people or completing tasks assigned to him, he did well. After all, devising a scheme inevitably involves instigating some people, and this work naturally fell to the instigator, which is why Long arranged for the 2 to be together. Rhoda forcibly shifted his gaze away from the instigator and, suppressing his anger, said, I've always been weaving schemes from behind the scenes. I've never actually taken action. No one would suspect me. I'm leaving now. With that, Rhoda no longer lingered and left the small room in a hurry. On the island, as a massive ship, large enough to have a castle built on it, approached, Luo Yin stood up. The ship finally stopped several dozen meters from shore, and then the castle's main gate opened. Guards, dressed in combat gear, stood in the middle, flanked by his 3 sons, who were also in combat gear, each carrying a box in their hands. Wow, they even brought this ship here. Luo Yin recognized the ship, the flagship of Germa, and also the main vessel of the Germa kingdom, the Saint Germa. Not only did Judge come in person, but he also brought the entire Germa kingdom with him. Judge, along with the 3 Vinsmoke brothers behind him, flew out from the castle's gate and landed on the shore of the island. Reiju quickly followed and stood next to her brothers, positioned slightly behind Judge. Luo Yin, I'm here. This is the devil fruit you wanted. As he spoke, Judge slightly turned to the side, revealing his 3 sons, who were clearly holding a box containing the devil fruits. Luo Yin chuckled lightly, flipping his hand to reveal a blue table adorned with scale-like patterns and a dagger. The bracelet corresponded to the furious people, while the dagger was a mutated one created to demonstrate the danger of potions to the dragon at that time. The items were here. I've already introduced the bracelet. This dagger, when it pierces a target, will unleash holy light, causing the target to break down from the inside. However, there is a negative effect. When the holder has the intention to attack, the grip will become very slippery. As he spoke, Luo Yin casually tossed the dagger, which left a long shadow as it pierced into a stone, immediately causing countless rays of light to erupt from within, resulting in the stone exploding with a loud bang. Jiaji raised an eyebrow, no longer doubting the authenticity of the magical items. Very well, I will take both of these items, and you can keep the 3 demon fruits. Jiaji was not pretentious and directly confirmed the transaction. Luo Yin threw the bracelet to Jiaji. Then, without needing the Vinsmoke brothers to bring over the box, he waved his hand, and a gust of wind lifted the box, gently landing it at his feet. Pleasant transaction. Luo Yin casually opened one of the boxes and saw that it indeed contained a devil fruit, so he didn't bother to open the other boxes. He believed that Gaji wouldn't fake anything in this place. That would be too foolish. Didn't you say you wanted to visit the Germa kingdom? It's right here now. Do you want to take a look? Gaji was very satisfied with this transaction and extended an invitation to Luo Yin. Luo Yin raised an eyebrow, surprised by this turn of events, mainly because he never expected Gaji to bring Germa over. Sure, but I need to wait a moment. Saying this, Luo Yin walked towards his ship. Gaji had no doubts about this. He thought Luo Yin was just going back to prepare on the ship, which was perfectly normal. However, Luo Yin did not board the ship. Instead, he went to the side of the ship and threw 3 boxes onto the deck. Then he placed his hand on the wooden side of the ship, and soon, in full view of everyone, the ship began to disappear little by little, vanishing without a trace, as if it had never existed. How is this possible? A storm surged in Gaji's heart, even seeing it with his own eyes. He still couldn't believe it. Luo Yin turned around to look at Jiaji and said with a light smile, "All right, please lead the way ahead." "What did you just do?" Although it wasn't very polite to ask this, Jiaji, unable to calm down, couldn't help but ask. Luo Yan's smile became more pronounced. "This is a secret." Hearing this, Jiaji finally regained his senses, realizing he had asked too many questions, and he did not continue the topic. "Follow me." Saying this, Jiaji flew into the air first, heading towards the castle's main gate, and Luo Yan also took flight, following behind. Luo Yan's main purpose for hiding the ship was not to show off in front of Jiaji, but to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. He was worried that once he entered the Jelma kingdom, Jiaji might secretly send someone to board the ship, or even directly seize the entire vessel as a threat. Luo Yan has already stored most of the extraordinary traits and materials in the divine realm. After all, secrecy itself is a form of sealing, and the status of the divine realm is there, allowing for maximum suppression of those extraordinary traits when thrown in. Most importantly, it is safe enough there. However, a small portion of the extraordinary traits and materials is left on the ship. The main reason is that Shatali is still sleeping on the ship. Shatali is not in good condition right now and is only at sequence 7, making her no match for a combat suit. Once Germa makes a move, the success rate is quite high. Luo Yin cannot leave such a significant hidden danger behind. He does not trust Gaji's character. He even suspects there are traps set up within the Germa kingdom, and this invitation itself carries an intention, but he is not worried about his safety. Even if the 3 major generals ambush him inside, no one can stop him if he wants to leave. Flying behind Luo Yin is Legio, followed by the 3 brothers. Among the 3 brothers, the blue-haired Niji slightly deviated from his flight path, intentionally skimming over the location where the ship had docked before. He confirmed that the ship had indeed disappeared, rather than simply becoming invisible. These are completely different concepts. After everyone entered the gate, it slowly closed. On the ship, Shatali, who had just fallen asleep, was suddenly awakened. She sat up abruptly and looked out the window, finding it dim outside, as if it were already night. "Is it dark?" "Xiaobai, how long have I been asleep?" The little white ferret, which had been curled up in a small nook on the table, was also startled awake by the sudden change, looking somewhat confused, completely unaware of what had happened. "No, I don't know either. I just fell asleep too." Shatali did not continue to ask. After tightening the collar of her robe, she rolled out of bed and strode out of the room onto the deck. It was quiet around her, almost no different from a usual night, with 3 boxes quietly placed on the deck. Shatali walked over and opened one of the boxes, discovering a devil fruit inside. A devil fruit? Did the captain leave this here? Where did the captain go? Shatali looked around, but could not find Luo Yan's figure. Then she thought of something and suddenly looked up. The sky was filled with stars, more beautiful than usual. However, Shatali felt that something was off. After careful thought, she finally realized what the problem was. There was no moon. As a nocturnal creature, Shatali often gazed at the night sky, as an extraordinary being connected to the moon. She was always sensitive to its presence. Now, there was no moon in this night sky, just endless stars. No moon, that's right. Suddenly, Shatali thought of something, and her expression relaxed a bit. She remembered clearly that there had been a sudden darkness before, the time when the captain took several devil fruits and a bunch of materials to create magical items. That time, it also suddenly got dark, and there was no moon in the sky. The captain's answer was that the authority of darkness was born. "The authority of darkness," Shatali murmured softly. Behind her, the little white ferret quickly jumped out, looking somewhat anxious. "Master, are you all right? What happened?" Shatali completely relaxed and bent down to hold the little white ferret in her hands, gently stroking its head. "It's fine now. This should be the captain's doing. Although I don't know exactly what happened, it should be safe." The little white ferret enjoyed the master's touch, gently squinting its eyes, then suddenly opened them wide. Then, "Master, what should we do next? Should we contact the captain?" The captain definitely wouldn't do this for no reason. There must be a cause. Shatali thought for a moment and felt she should ask, so she nodded and quickly returned to her room, holding the little white ferret, opened a drawer, and took out a palm-sized phone bug. Brew, 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 brew. Without Shitali needing to pick up the phone bug, it started dialing on its own. This was Shitali using her beast-taming ability. The phone bug brewed for a long time, but never connected. During this time, Shitali not only tried to contact Luo Yin, but also tried to reach Rhoda, Might, and even Dragon in the end, but none of them answered. No, we can't connect at all. It seems we are isolated by some force. Shitali shook her head helplessly and closed the drawer. The little white ferret looked out the window at the endless ocean and then looked up at its master's beautiful face and said, "But master, we seem to be able to move freely. The ocean outside is real. We shouldn't be locked up. It's just dark outside. Could it be that all the phone bugs in the world have malfunctioned?" Shitali shook her head, her face filled with confusion and bewilderment. Although she had learned a lot of mysticism from Luo Yin, she still didn't know what was happening now. "I don't know either. We'll find out what is going on when the captain returns. We just need to wait patiently." "Then, master, are you going to continue sleeping?" Shitali glanced out the window, shook her head, and said, "I can't sleep anymore. I'll change my clothes and go out to see the stars." Luo Yin walked on the land of the Germa kingdom, where soldiers standing at attention could be seen everywhere. The most striking feature of these soldiers was their uniformity. Whether it was their posture, clothing, height, or appearance, they were all identical. "Are these artificial humans?" Luo Yin casually asked, and Jiaji's expression changed slightly. But he did not deny it and generously nodded. "That's right, these are all androids. Are you interested in androids?" "Huh, not really. But I've always wanted to conduct an experiment. Unfortunately, I haven't had good enough subjects. Your androids are fearless of death and absolutely obedient, but it's still not enough. If they lack emotions and desires, then I would be very interested." As he spoke, Luo Yin meaningfully glanced at the Vinsmoke brothers, clearly indicating that these three met those conditions. Jiaji's expression changed again and looked somewhat displeased. However, before he could speak, Luo Yin continued, "If you can create soldiers that meet such conditions, I can engage in deeper cooperation with you. It doesn't need to be too many, 3 to 5 people, or even just 2 or 3 would suffice." Jiaji's expression eased and even showed a hint of a smile. "This is not difficult for me at all. I just need to modify some parameters. To produce a small number of individuals, it will only take 3 days. In 3 days, I can produce people that meet your requirements." "Oh, it seems you have a great interest in human experimentation. Indeed, if you hadn't conducted a lot of human experiments, how could you have created androids?" Jiaji nodded, his head held slightly high. He felt not the slightest guilt about such matters, but rather a sense of pride. "Of course." Luo Yin secretly rolled his eyes, just about to say something when he was suddenly touched by a sense of spirituality. He instinctively turned his head and saw a half-transparent figure squatting in a dark corner not far away. The figure had a vacant and dull gaze, completely devoid of reason. A spirit. Luo Yin was taken aback. Since he had crossed over, it was the first time he had seen a spirit body. Although the tyrant's spiritual vision was not sensitive to spiritual beings, as long as they existed, they could still be observed, especially after reaching the mid-sequence. But now, he had finally seen his first spirit body. He had not paid attention to such matters before when he had not encountered them, but now that he had, many questions arose. It should be noted that this world did not have churches specifically for the souls of the deceased. And with pirates rampant and many countries in a state of war, it could be said that suffering was everywhere. Yet even so, there were still no spirit bodies. What was going on? Why had he never seen a spirit body before? And why was he seeing one now? Luo Yan's powerful spiritual intuition told him that this was definitely not a coincidence. There must be a reason behind it. "What's wrong with you?" Jiaji suddenly froze when he saw Luo Yin looking around, and he couldn't help but ask. Luo Yin came to his senses and shook his head with a smile, saying, "It seems that many people have died here." "Haha, that's certainly the case. Although Germa is powerful in the North Sea, there will still be many challengers, and deaths are inevitable." Luo Yin nodded, not saying anything more, as if nothing had just happened, and continued walking forward. "Would you like to visit my factory?" Ji pointed to a massive building, clearly the android factory. Luo Yin thought for a moment, but shook his head in refusal. "Let's hold off for now. Visiting the factory doesn't make sense at this moment. I believe the level of trust between us isn't high enough, so let's do it another time." Luo Yin subtly expressed his hope to come back in the future, and Jiaji naturally understood the meaning, smiling and nodding. "No problem. Then how about going to the palace?" "Sure." This time, Luo Yin no longer refused. He had no reason to do so. It would be inappropriate to come specifically to visit someone else's kingdom and not even enter their home. The palace of the Germa kingdom was as magnificent and spacious as Luo Yin had imagined, but it was just that, there was nothing particularly stunning. Both sides knew that the visit was merely a formality, and the main focus was still on their cooperation. After wandering around the palace for a while, the group unknowingly reached the very top of the palace, where they could overlook the entire Jirma kingdom. Luo Yin instinctively activated his spiritual vision and discovered some spiritual entities in the dark corners. These entities were very weak. Not only could they not affect others, but even their existence was difficult to maintain, forcing them to hide in the shadows. If exposed to sunlight, they could directly dissipate. Before he knew it, afternoon arrived, and Luo Yin was sent by Lei Jiao to the entrance of the gate where he had arrived. Well then, farewell. See you next time. Luo Yin waved his hand at Lei Jiao, who nodded in response. There were no extra expressions on her face. She had already said everything she wanted to say to Luo Yin in private. There was no deeper connection between them, so there was nothing more to say. She was only there to see Luo Yin off because of Jiaji's orders. Luo Yin left Jirma and quickly flew back to the location where the ship was docked. As the ring on his finger glimmered, the hidden ship slowly revealed itself. Luo Yin spotted Shitali, who was holding a small white ferret and had fallen asleep leaning against the wooden planks of the cabin. Originally, Shitali thought that this unusual night wouldn't last too long, and since she couldn't fall asleep for a while, she came up to the deck to look at the stars and wait for the captain to return. However, as she waited, drowsiness overcame her, and before she knew it, she had fallen asleep. She actually ended up sleeping here? Luo Yin was both surprised and amused. He took a couple of steps forward and poked Xiatali's face. Xiatali suddenly woke up, and upon seeing Luo Yin standing in front of her, she finally relaxed a bit. Captain, you're back? How did you fall asleep here? Luo Yin asked curiously, while Shitali rubbed her eyes, looking a bit dazed. I was originally stargazing, but I fell asleep while looking. Stargazing? Luo Yin's expression became somewhat strange, but he didn't say much. You can go back to your room now. We should head back. Okay. Shitari stood up and returned to her room. After putting away the 3 newly acquired devil fruits, Luo Yin maneuvered the ship to return. He was preparing to go back to the Revolutionary Army's base. This trip was originally planned after receiving news, and he still needed to stay with the Revolutionary Army for a while. Not only because his haki had not fully matured, but also because he was relying on the Revolutionary Army's actions to digest the potion. Although he could directly go out to sea and attack pirates to digest the potion, how many people could a pirate crew have? Certainly not as many as a country. It was definitely fastest to digest the potion by taking advantage of the Revolutionary Army's actions. Moreover, doing so would allow him to share in the spoils of war, which would come from the national treasury, not something that 1 or 2 pirate crews could compare to. Under Luo Yan's control, the ship sailed swiftly through the wind and waves. Sometimes Luo Yan even felt that the mast and sails were too much of an obstruction, hindering his speed. Without the mast and sails, he could go even faster. However, he didn't pursue speed blindly, as there were others on the ship besides himself. Just as Luo Yan was enjoying his speed, 3 warships suddenly appeared ahead, flying the flag of the world government. At the forefront was not a naval commander, but a figure in a white cloak from CP0. Boom! Boom! As soon as the warships spotted Luo Yan's ship, they opened fire, clearly targeting him. The 3 warships fired dozens of cannonballs in one go, but they were all intercepted by the suddenly rising waves. Not only did they fail to hit Luo Yan's ship, but they couldn't even get close. Luo Yan raised his hand to press lightly, calming the waves that were rocking the boat, and the surface of the sea quickly returned to tranquility. Captain, what happened? Although Shitali was sleeping, her intuition was sharp, and she naturally sensed the hostility. Moreover, she had clearly heard the sound of the cannon firing just now, so she immediately rushed to the deck. Luo Yan pointed at the warship ahead and said disdainfully, "It seems the world government wants to come and capture me, but I wonder how many admirals they sent." Luo Yan did not hide the sarcasm in his words. How difficult it is to catch a disaster high priest on the sea, especially one who holds a unique disaster high priest position. Seeing Luo Yan's disdain, Xiatali felt a little relieved. "Captain, what should we do?" Luo Yan narrowed his eyes, just about to say something when the little white ferret and the little golden monkey rushed out. They also knew they were ambushed. Although they had never fought before, they couldn't just stand by now that they were in a trap. "Let them come over. I'm curious to hear why they are ambushing me here." Originally, Luo Yan planned to take the initiative, so his ship wouldn't be the primary target. However, the 2 animals made him change his mind. He was worried that if he left the ship, the enemy would take advantage of the situation. He knew that Shitali usually held the little white ferret in her arms and was very fond of it, although the little golden monkey was less noticeable than the little white ferret. It had to be acknowledged that it was the most diligent one and had cultivated many interesting plants. The warship, seeing that its shelling had not been effective, stopped firing and moved alongside instead. Luo Yin stepped forward after asking Zayatali to take good care of the two animals and the boat, standing at the bow and calmly watching the approaching warship. The warship soon came within less than 20 meters, and, at this point, both sides could clearly see the situation on each other's ships. "Oh, so there's no general on your ship? You're so arrogant that I thought you must have 2 or 3 generals on board. Since there are no generals, where do you get the courage to intercept my ship?" Luo Yan's tone gradually turned cold, and his gaze became incredibly sharp. Everyone on the warship felt as if a storm was brewing in front of them, ready to erupt at any moment. In the middle of the warship, a CP-0 wearing a long-nosed mask stepped forward and calmly looked at Luo Yan, saying, "Adventurer Luo Yan, we are ordered to capture you and advise you to surrender obediently." "Ordered? By whose command?" Luo Yan didn't bother with the Klitsch S and directly asked a counter-question. However, the CP-0 member did not respond, merely raising his hand and waving it forward. Immediately, 5 identical people emerged from each warship. They looked exactly like Bartholomew Kuma, clearly the pacifists designated as PX. There were 5 pacifists on each warship, totaling 15 pacifists. All the pacifists raised their hands simultaneously, with light gathering in their palms, all aimed at Luo Yan's ship. It was evident that with just a command, the attacks from all the pacifists would strike Luo Yan's small wooden boat simultaneously. Luo Yan squinted his eyes. The corners of his mouth slightly curled up, holding a hint of a smile. "Is this your support? A group of iron lumps? You really underestimate me." Luo Yan suddenly increased the intensity of his voice, letting out a roar that sent ripples across the calm sea. Some weak sailors on the warship collapsed, blood flowing from their 7 orifices. This was the roar of the disaster high priest, akin to the anger of nature itself, and the fragile souls could hardly face it. "Attack!" The CP-0 member was also momentarily stunned by the shock, but once he regained his composure, he immediately issued the attack order. The light in the hands of all the pacifists flickered and became urgent, ready to shoot out lasers. At that moment, the warship shook violently without warning, causing everyone on board to lose their balance, including the pacifists. Dozens of lasers shot out, but none struck Luo Yan's ship. They all missed. In the next instant, several figures leaped from the warship, all wearing masks and dressed in white trench coats. There were 6 of them, all CP-0 members. The 6 glided towards Luo Yan's ship with moon-like steps, intending to board it. "Oof. Naive." Luo Yan snorted coldly, his voice booming like thunder in the ears of CP-0, causing the figures of the 6 to pause. In the next moment, Luo Yan raised his right hand and pulled it down, causing countless bolts of lightning, as thick as water barrels, to descend. The lightning engulfed 3 warships and 6 CP-0 agents, transforming the area into a forest of thunder. As the lightning gradually dissipated, the 3 warships were completely wrecked, most of them having sunk, leaving only a few floating debris on the sea. The pant legs of the 15 pacifists swelled up like balloons, allowing them to stand on the water, although they still bobbed with the waves. There was no doubt they were truly standing on the surface, and the recent lightning strike had not harmed them at all. The 6 CP-0 agents also suffered from the lightning strike, but none of them were lost. They merely appeared very disheveled, their hair curled, and their white clothes charred and tattered, looking as if they had just escaped from a fire. "Oh, it seems you have specifically prepared for my abilities?" The fact that the lightning hadn't killed a single CP-0 agent did not panic Luo Yan. Instead, he inquired with great interest. One CP-0 agent landed on the shoulder of a pacifist, his body slightly bent as he gasped for breath, clearly indicating that enduring the lightning strike was not an easy feat. "We have conducted an in-depth investigation on you. Your primary abilities are lightning strikes and triggering small-scale earthquakes that cause the ground to crack and spew magma. These pacifists have special anti-lightning measures, and this is the sea. Even a Kainu cannot bring the magma from the seabed to the surface. Adventurer Luo Yan, you won't escape today." Listening to the CP-0 agent speak with such seriousness, Luo Yan was momentarily taken aback. What was he talking about? Did he think I couldn't exert my full power at sea? Did he think that a disaster high priest combat capability was weaker at sea than on land? Luo Yan's mouth twitched, and he tried hard to hold back. But in the end, he couldn't resist and burst into laughter. "Ha ha, ha ha." He held his stomach, laughing so hard that he bent over, tears of laughter streaming from the corners of his eyes. You ha ha ha, is making me laugh to death one of your tactics? I have to say, this move of yours is very effective. I'm almost laughing myself out of breath. Ha ha ha. What do you mean? It means that the sea is actually my home ground. Saying this, Luo Yin raised his right hand, fingers spread, turned it to the right, and then clenched it into a fist. The waters where the pacifists were located began to swirl, the speed of the rotation increasing rapidly, and in no time, a whirlpool was formed. The 15 pacifists, which were temporarily modified to operate at sea, couldn't resist it. Even warships couldn't withstand the whirlpool. They were continuously drawn towards the center of the whirlpool by the currents. Unable to fight back, the CP-0 member resting on the shoulder of a pacifist realized the situation was dire and quickly took off. Just less than 2 seconds after he flew up, the pacifist he had just landed on was swallowed by the whirlpool, followed by one pacifist after another being consumed. As they were swept into the depths of the sea, trapped in the crevices of the rocks, unable to escape under the pressure of the currents. Luo Yin had no intention of destroying these pacifists. The cost of such a thing was equivalent to that of a warship. If he could bring it back intact to sell to the Revolutionary Army, he would make a hefty profit. After taking down all the pacifists, Luo Yin gently swept his hand, and the sea immediately calmed down. The whirlpool was useless against CP-0, who had flying capabilities. Furthermore, it would affect his own ship, so there was no need to maintain it any longer. One CP-0 agent didn't hesitate and immediately pulled out a transponder snail to report the new information. However, as soon as the transponder snail appeared, his wrist was severed by an invisible blade of wind. If it had been a blatant attack, he could have defended with the iron block and hockey from the Navy's 6 styles. But he was in a hurry to report the situation, and the attack from the invisible wind blade came as a surprise, leaving him no time to react. This is bad. The CP-0 agent was startled and bent down to grab his severed hand and the transponder snail. However, a sudden gust of wind swept in, directly snatching the transponder snail into Luo Yan's hand. CP-0's transponder snail? It should be able to connect to CP-0, right? Interesting. I'll take it for now. So, may I ask who sent you to capture me? The reason Luo Yin has been delaying the resolution of these CP-0 members is that he wants to find out who exactly is trying to capture him and how they know he is here. These are matters that need to be clarified. After exchanging glances, the 6 CP-0 members showed no hesitation and charged towards Luo Yan's ship together. Even though it seemed that the mission had no hope of success, they still chose to proceed. This is CP-0. Huh, they don't know the meaning of death. Luo Yin snorted coldly, and the world suddenly changed color. A tornado, seemingly capable of connecting heaven and earth, descended without warning. When the bottom of the tornado touched the surface of the seawater was swept up, forming a waterspout. The 6 CP-0 members struggled in the wind, their legs kicking as if they were doing high knees in place, trying to use the moonwalk to escape the tornado's pull. But the effect was minimal. They were still being pulled closer to the tornado bit by bit. Hey, just as it seemed the tornado would swallow the CP-0 members, Luo Yin suddenly laughed. Immediately, the immense suction disappeared. All CP-0 members sensed an unprecedented danger, and their reactions were surprisingly uniform. Iron block. All CP-0 members unleashed their iron block and fully activated their Busashoka haki to protect their bodies. Boom! The tornado connecting heaven and earth exploded violently, unleashing countless blade-like winds and water droplets that, due to their high speed, were more powerful than bullets. A gust of moist wind brushed across Luo Yan's face, tousling his hair, while the exploded water droplets fell like rain. The 6 CP-0 members were neatly piled on the deck. Each of them had numerous small wounds, and as they were laid down, blood stained large areas of the deck. Among the 6 CP-0 members, 3 were already dead, and the other 3 were seriously injured. If left unattended, they would die within half an hour. Xia, give these 3 survivors some medicine. Don't let them die. But don't fully heal them either. They're valuable. Okay. Shadowly had long prepared the healing potions, which were not specifically for CP-0, but rather a precaution for herself and the captain. She thought that facing 3 enemy warships with a large number of people would be a bit difficult, but unexpectedly, her captain had dealt with everything effortlessly while standing still, clearly not using his full strength. Luo Yin explored a few of the CP-0 agents and quickly found a chip, which was the control chip for the pacifista. Upon seeing this, Luo Yin could no longer hide the smile on his face. If he simply brought the pacifista back, it probably wouldn't fetch a very good price. In the original story, during the incident where the celestial dragons on Sabeti Archipelago were attacked, Kuma had already stolen a pacifista. That pacifista was knocked away by Kuma when he was swatting away the Straw Hat crew, and the original story did not clarify where it ended up. but one could easily guess that it was sent for research by the Revolutionary Army. However, having the chip made all the difference, as this was something the Revolutionary Army did not have. Luo Yin quickly walked to the side of the ship and waved at the sea. The current immediately changed. The current that was pressing down on the pacifists shifted direction, sending the pacifists up to the surface of the water. Get on board and stand by. Luo Yin held the chip and directly issued the order. The pacifists showed no hesitation and immediately climbed onto the ship, the light in their eyes dimming as they entered standby mode. After doing this, Luo Yin walked over to CP0, where Shitari was diluting the healing potion with a test tube. Since it couldn't be completely cured, naturally, the effect of the healing potion had to be diminished, and dilution was one of the best methods. After diluting it, Shitari administered the potion to the 3 CP0 members one by one. The 3, who were already on the brink of death, gradually stabilized their breathing, and the wounds on their bodies stopped bleeding and began to scab over, though they were not completely healed. Very good. I'll sell these pacifists along with CP0 to Dragon later. TSK. This is a big gain. Just thinking about making a huge profit soon made Luo Yin feel very good, almost eager to return to the Revolutionary Army's base immediately. Captain, aren't you going to ask these guys why they wanted to capture you, and how they knew we were here? Luo Yin had asked these 2 questions before, and naturally, Shitali had heard them. Upon hearing this, Luo Yin smiled and said nonchalantly, "There's no rush, I just need a corpse. And it's just in time to try out a new ritual magic." New ritual magic? Shitali tilted her head, showing a look of confusion. Luo Yin didn't explain much. Quickly returned to the room to grab some spiritual materials and candles, and then returned to the deck. Watch closely, next I will make the corpse speak. Luo Yin smiled mysteriously, dragging a corpse to the side, then using a ritual silver pen to construct a spiritual wall that isolated the inside from the outside. Inside the wall were only Luo Yin, Shitari, and the corpse. Immediately, Luo Yin began to arrange the altar, drawing symbolic signs, and then lighting candles. As for the essential oils and materials used to please the great existence, they were unnecessary. This place did not adhere to such practices. Symbols of darkness and sleep, the authority of fear and misfortune, the ring that governs secrets. I beseech your gaze, I beseech your favor. I pray that you allow me to communicate with the spirit of this deceased. As soon as the words fell, a gust of cold wind swirled within the spiritual wall. And then, amidst the candlelight, a phantom figure was illuminated. He had a pale, slender face, wore a white trench coat, and had a dull expression with hollow, confused eyes. Shitari was completely mesmerized, her head unconsciously leaning forward, her eyes wide open, seemingly hoping to see more clearly. Luoyan ignored Xiatari. It was his first time communicating with spirits, and he had no experience. To prevent any mishaps, it was better to quickly clarify the questions he wanted to know. Who ordered you to come and capture me? It was an order from the superior. The voice of CP0 was stiff and devoid of any emotion, but there was no resistance to answering the questions. Luo Yin frowned and continued to ask, "Who is your superior?" "He Xiao." "Who is He Xiao's superior?" "Prince Chasnawat." "The palace?" "A celestial dragon. A female celestial dragon wants to capture me?" Luo Yin easily identified the other person's identity by their name, which made him furrow his brows. "How did you know I was here?" "The Germa Kingdom has our intelligence personnel." "You managed to place intelligence personnel in Germa?" Luo Yin's voice unconsciously rose significantly. It should be noted that Gaji's control over Germa is quite high. Whether it's infiltration or subversion, it's not an easy task, yet CP0 managed to do it. After the surprise, Luo Yin continued to press for more information. He knew very well that the most important thing now was to gather intelligence. Lamenting and expressing amazement at a dead person was meaningless. "Have you seen Charlos?" "No. Only the Blackwings are qualified to meet His Highness Charlos directly." CP0's response was still very straightforward, but the content made Luo Yin frown. CP0, which even celestial dragons are not qualified to meet, clearly does not have a high rank. Is there really any hope of success in sending such a person to capture him? Are the celestial dragons fools, or are the higher-ups of CP0 also fools? Luo Yin certainly did not think that the higher-ups of CP0 were foolish. Since they were not fools, this attack probably had another purpose. With this thought, Luo Yin's brows furrowed even tighter, and he then asked, "What does the black owl look like?" The soul of CP0 swayed slightly, and then an image resembling a photograph appeared. In the picture was a tall figure wearing a white trench coat and a long-nosed mask. The mask was divided into black and white parts, with a big smiley face. The smile on the white part was black, and the smile on the black part was white very symmetrical. At least, Luo Yin found it quite pleasing to look at. Luo Yin recognized this person at a glance, without needing to think back, because this person was also lying on the deck at that moment, and was exactly the CP0 who had initially shouted to capture him. It seemed further confirmation was needed. Luo Yin whispered, ending the spirit communication. Without the support of the ritual, the spirit of the CP0 member quickly dissipated, returning to formlessness. He wasn't worried about missing anything to ask. After all, there were still 3 survivors, and he could conduct the spirit communication again once he remembered what he had overlooked. Since the other party had already attacked him, he naturally wouldn't hold back. He had no psychological burden about forcibly communicating with the spirit. In the upcoming journey, he needed to be a bit more cautious. As he spoke, Luo Yin suddenly thought of something and immediately dispersed the wall of spiritual energy. He then raised his right hand, and as the ethereal light flashed from the ring, all the pacifists and CP0 members quickly disappeared as if erased by an eraser on a pencil drawing, vanishing in the blink of an eye. "Captain, what are you doing?" Having just witnessed the spirit communication, Shatari was no longer surprised by Luo Yin's actions. She was only filled with confusion, not understanding the reason behind what Luo Yin had done. Luo Yin shook his head helplessly and said, "If we were just sailing on the sea, it wouldn't be so troublesome. But we're heading to the Revolutionary Army's base next. Who knows if these CP0 and pacifists have tracking devices on them? If we end up exposing the base because of us, wouldn't Dragon come after me? I'm still counting on doing business with him." Zayatali suddenly understood and nodded, then curiously asked, "Captain, did you hide the pacifists and CP0? But is that really safe? What if the tracking devices are very advanced? I think we should contact the Revolutionary Army directly, agree on a meeting place, and have them send technicians over to confirm it would be better. Under normal circumstances, Zayatali's suggestion was quite good. Although it would be a bit troublesome, it would absolutely guarantee that there were no issues. However, Luo Yin just curled his lips. If CP0's tracking devices can really penetrate and locate us, then I concede. That's ridiculous. I'm using the uniqueness of holding the power of secrecy. If CP0's tracking device is really that impressive, then what's the point? I might as well admit defeat right here." Seeing Luo Yin's disdainful expression, Zayatali knew that her captain was very confident in his methods, so she stopped speaking and began directing 2 animals to clean the deck. This time, Luo Yin didn't speed up the ship but focused all his energy on confirming whether there were any trackers. After receiving feedback from the wind and ocean currents, he confirmed that there were no trackers in a large area around him. He then took 3 tubes of healing potions from Zayatali and entered the secret space. Inside the secret space, the pacifists were lined up neatly, with 3 corpses and 3 seriously injured individuals separated by a meter's distance. Originally, Luo Yin hadn't intended to bring them in, which is why he had Zayatali not fully heal them, leaving them in a state of unconsciousness. But now that they were already here, he didn't need to be so cautious. He planned to wake up the 3 surviving CP0 to see if he could extract some additional information. Since these 3 CP0 survived the same attack, it meant they were stronger than the other 3. At least their defenses were tougher. Perhaps they knew more. If he couldn't extract anything, it didn't matter. He could always communicate with spirits at any time. Communicating with spirits here was much less troublesome than outside, as he could do it without a ritual and force it directly. After all, as long as there was 1 live person to sell to Dragon, the other 2 weren't that important. As for potential risks, Luo Yin was not worried at all. Where was this place? This was the Divine Kingdom. There were only 2 ways to get out. One was to forcefully break through the Divine Kingdom with sheer strength, and the other was to find an exit. Breaking through was out of the question. Even a Sequence 2 angel would probably be unable to break this place, let alone a few CP0. As for finding an exit, that was even more absurd. How many stars are there in the sky? Luo Yin couldn't even count them, and trying to find the one that represented the exit among so many stars was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Luo Yin was not worried at all about being tracked by CP0 when he went out. His speed could surpass the speed of sound, which was completely beyond the capabilities of the moonwalk. These CP0 members had no way to follow him, and even if they did manage to track him down, the hidden ring would provide feedback when passing through the exit, giving Luo Yin more than enough time to respond and remedy the situation. After entering the hidden space, Luo Yin directly landed in front of 3 seriously injured CP0 members. He took out a vial of medicine, lifted the mask of one of them, and poured the contents down his throat. This was the same CP0 member who had initially come to capture him. Once the mask was removed, Luo Yin finally saw the CP0 member's appearance clearly. His face was chiseled, with black hair and brown eyes. There was a noticeable stitch scar on the left side of his face and a circle of stubble around his mouth, while his chin was clean-shaven. The wounds on his body, which had already formed scabs, quickly healed, and the scabs fell off, revealing fresh, pale skin. Soon, this CP0 member began to awaken slowly. At first, he was confused, completely unaware of what had happened or where he was. He only remembered feeling an unprecedented sense of danger while desperately fighting against a tornado, then using an iron block, and after that, he lost consciousness. Now, as he opened his eyes, he saw a sky full of stars, surrounded by dim darkness, as if he were in the night. "Where's this?" the CP0 member asked hoarsely. Luo Yin smirked coldly, casually kicking him lightly with his foot. "Enough. Stop playing dead. I know your condition better than you do. Playing dead is pointless. Get up quickly." Hearing Luo Yan's voice, the CP0 member turned his gaze to him. As soon as he saw Luo Yan's face, he was taken aback and immediately sat up. But then confusion returned to his eyes. This was not the ship he had imagined, nor was it an interrogation room. It was a desolate, dark wilderness. The ground around was flat and hard, with the only prominent feature being a small hill in the distance. But due to the distance and lighting, he could only see the outline of the hill and not its details. "Adventurer Luo Yin, what is this place? What do you want?" Although the CP0 member spoke with some urgency, there was not much panic in his tone. For them, even death was not frightening, let alone being in an unfamiliar place. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I'm counting on selling you for a good price. As for where this place is, first, I have to congratulate you. You're the first humans to arrive here besides me. Even my subordinates have never been here. You should feel honored just for that. Luo Yin certainly wouldn't tell CP0 where this place was. Even though they had become prisoners, he was prepared to sell these 3 people. 3 people? The CP0 member noticed that there were 2 more companions lying beside him, and further away were 3 more companions neatly arranged. However, the chests of those 3 companions no longer rose and fell, indicating that they were clearly dead. "What do you want to do?" CP0 quickly regained his composure, speaking in a stern tone as he bravely met Luo Yan's gaze. Luo Yin let out a cold laugh again, looking down at CP0 from high position. "What do I want to do? Of course, I want to find out who is trying to capture me. You don't think this matter is just going to pass, do you? Do you really think that I, Luo Yin, am someone who would willingly suffer losses? Then you might be disappointed. I will never tell you. So you might as well give up on that thought. Hey, don't worry, I'm not going to ask you that. I already know who is trying to capture me. It's that celestial dragon named Charlos, isn't it?" Upon hearing this, CP0's expression immediately changed drastically as he looked sharply at his 2 companions beside him, thinking that they had leaked the information. But upon realizing that both of his companions were deeply unconscious with no signs of waking up, let alone leaking anything, he was even more puzzled. "Where did you hear that name?" You don't seem so calm, do you?" As he spoke, the smile on Luo Yan's face grew even wider. "Is your codename Black Vulture?" CP0 fell silent, his expression changing as he seemed to be lost in thought. Luo Yan didn't press further, but switched to another question. "Why does that celestial dragon want to capture me? It can't be just because I'm good looking, right?" Luo Yan's tone carried a hint of joking as he tried to lighten the atmosphere. After all, he wasn't conducting an interrogation, and there was no need to be so serious. He understood, while that questioning CP0 was not very meaningful, brutal interrogation methods were unlikely to pry open their mouths. A more relaxed conversation might actually yield some less critical information. However, Luo Yan's teasing remarks caused the CP0 agent's expression to change again. His lips moved a few times, but no sound came out. "Damn, don't tell me I guessed right. The order from Prince Chasnavard is to capture you alive and take you back as a slave." Since Luo Yan already knew the name Chasnavard and had mentioned that he was sent to capture someone, the only information revealed by this statement was that he was to be taken back, which was not something that needed to be kept secret. After all, everyone knew that the celestial dragons liked to collect slaves. "Damn it, tell me what that Chasnavard looks like. She wants me to be her slave? Just wait. If I get my hands on her, I'll make her serve me tea and water," Luo Yan said with anger, and the CP0 member widened his eyes in disbelief. He couldn't believe that someone dared to say such words. In his education, the celestial dragons were gods, an existence that absolutely could not be defied. Even if the other party commanded him to die, he would have to comply. Yet this person in front of him actually dared to utter such blasphemous words. "What are you looking at? Don't believe what I'm saying?" Luo Yan noticed the surprised gaze of the CP0 agent and immediately shot him a glare, causing the CP0 agent to quickly avert his eyes, not daring to meet his gaze at all. Luo Yin became increasingly angry as he thought about it. He never intended to let it go like this. He was definitely going to take revenge. As for who to take revenge on and how to do it, he hadn't thought it through before, but now he had an idea. Once he made up his mind, Luo Yin directly placed his right hand on the head of the CP0 agent, who immediately rolled his eyes and fainted. Following that, Luo Yin closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into the dream of this CP0 agent. With his guidance, the scenes in the dream gradually changed and became clearer. In the dream, there was a luxurious palace garden in Mariehua, where the CP0 agent knelt on the ground, burying his head and not daring to look at the noble figure in front of him. I heard there's a guy named Luo Yin who has created some extraordinary potion. Those who drink it can gain powers similar to devil fruits. Sounds interesting. Bring him back to me. I want him to be my slave and to concoct potions for me, so that my other slaves can become extraordinary beings. This way, my slaves should become even more entertaining. Yes, Your Highness, Chasnawart, the CP0 agent respectfully replied, finally daring to lift his head. As he raised his head, the scene in the dream moved upward, revealing a beautiful woman in a luxurious long dress, with wavy golden hair and blue eyes. Perhaps because she was at home, this celestial dragon wasn't dressed in a spacesuit, which allowed her attractive figure to be fully displayed. Luo Yin slowly opened his eyes, his face calm and expressionless. As for the CP0, he had not woken up. He had fallen into a deep sleep, a kind of seal. As long as the seal was not broken, even if someone were to dismember this CP0, he would not wake up. After recalling the images from the recent dream, he deeply remembered the appearance of that celestial dragon. He originally had no plans to target the celestial dragons. After all, provoking them was like poking a hornet's nest. Things would get very complicated. But now he had to make some plans. However, he did not intend to retaliate immediately, as his main focus right now was still on becoming stronger. Being at sequence 4 was still somewhat insufficient. It wasn't that his combat power was lacking. He could face a Marine Admiral at sea without losing. Rather, it was his own level and status that were too low. Even possessing a uniquely benevolent item, he could not fully exert its power. After making this decision in his heart, Luo Yin took a piece of paper from his pocket and tore it into pieces, placing the fragments on the pacifist and all the CP0 except for the sleeping one. Once he finished all this, he immediately flew towards the stars, which symbolized the exit. When he stepped outside and returned to the deck had been completely cleared. At that moment, Shatali was standing at the bow, gazing into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. "Xia, what are you thinking about?" Luo Yin suddenly asked, and Xiatali turned her head to take a glance, shaking her head with a solemn expression. "Captain, I smell blood." "Blood? In which direction?" "That way." Xiatali pointed, and the next moment, a breeze blew from that direction, adjusted by Luo Yin's ability. Xiatali immediately closed her eyes and took a deep breath, then opened her bright red eyes and said, "The blood of many people is mixed together. It might be from a pirate fight, or perhaps a battle between the Navy and pirates. Isn't that quite normal? There are pirates everywhere on the sea now. And whether it's a pirate clash or a fight between pirates and the Navy, it's very common." Luo Yin shrugged. His interest in the matter suddenly diminished greatly. But Shatali shook her head. "But Captain, I always have a feeling. I just feel like I should go and take a look." Luo Yin raised his eyebrows suddenly. He didn't think that Xiatali was making excuses. This sudden feeling was likely the result of extraordinary traits converging along with spiritual intuition. Since there was such a convergence ability, it meant that there was a high possibility of promotion materials existing after Xiatali. "All right, let's go take a look." Luo Yin made a decision without any hesitation. After all, he didn't have much of the materials for the sequences behind Xiatali. He only had one set of materials from the potion professor, and that was it. Moreover, one of the main materials and one of the auxiliary materials were acquired by Xiatali herself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had any at all. As for the materials for the Crimson Scholar potion, he actually had 2 sets. However, one of them had already turned into a magical item, which was now held by Xiatali. There weren't many materials left for the sequence 4 potions, just 2 auxiliary materials. After making his decision, just as Luo Yin was about to change direction, he suddenly thought of something, pressed his hand against the deck, and the entire ship immediately entered stealth mode. "We should fly over. Since there's a battle going on over there, our little broken ship might get hit if we're not careful." Loyan was obviously not worried about his ship, but rather wanted to hide his identity. He was already being targeted by the celestial dragons and didn't want to attract the Navy's attention as well. If it were a pirate conflict, that would be fine, but if it was truly the Navy fighting against pirates, intervening with his ship could very likely provoke a response from the Navy. This time, Loyan deliberately slowed down the process of the stealth ship, giving Shatari ample time to react. She quickly spread her wings and flew into the sky. Then Loyan raised his right hand, and it was as if their heads were covered with a mosaic, becoming blurry and indistinct, with their hair completely disappearing, making it impossible to identify them by appearance. We'll act according to the situation. If the Navy gets involved, we should try to keep our identities hidden. Okay, I understand. The two flew towards the battlefield, and it took them more than 10 minutes to arrive, accommodating Shatari's speed. If it were just Loyan, he could have arrived much faster. The two hovered in the air to observe, keeping their distance from the battlefield. However, with their eyesight, they could still see the situation of both sides in the conflict. It was a battle between pirates and the Navy, with two Navy warships on one side and a large cake-shaped ship on the other. Could it be the Big Mom pirates? Luo Yin could tell the origin of this group of pirates without even needing to identify their Jolly Roger. They were clearly from the Big Mom pirates, one of the four emperors. However, there were no members of the Charlotte family present. Only Baron Egg and the Mink tribe's Becomus leading them. The Navy could also tell from the shoulder insignia that their leader was a rear admiral with two captains. Strange. Luo Yin couldn't help but whisper upon witnessing this scene. Shadowly immediately asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Captain? What's strange?" Of course. It was strange that these two groups were fighting here. This was the North Sea, while the Big Mom pirates were based in the land of Wano in the New World. Why would they suddenly appear here? Moreover, they were clashing with the Navy. Normally, the Navy had to obtain approval from the naval headquarters to engage in battle with the four emperors. Since both sides were already fighting, it meant that the naval headquarters had agreed to this engagement, but that shouldn't be the case. The more Luo Yin explained, the tighter his brows furrowed, and Zayatali couldn't help but become even more puzzled. Why shouldn't it be? Did the Big Mom pirates really dare to retaliate against the Navy? That's hard to say. The Big Mom pirates wouldn't dare to storm the Navy headquarters, but taking down a few branches in the New World as retaliation is definitely possible. So, could it be that the Big Mom pirates took the initiative? Zayatali offered her analysis, and Luo Yin immediately found it very reasonable. If the party that struck first wasn't the Navy but the pirates, then it made sense. However, he soon had another doubt. The Navy isn't to be trifled with either. Why would the Big Mom pirates provoke the Navy for no reason? In any case, the battle had already begun. It was pointless for them to speculate here. They would find out later by asking. Since there were so many uncertainties and he couldn't figure it out, Luo Yin chose not to think too much about it. Zayatali nodded, no longer dwelling on the matter. The battle continued, and the Navy clearly had the upper hand in firepower, with a vice admiral stationed, giving them an advantage in upper-tier combat strength. Even though the outcome was still undecided, if the fighting continued, it would be a foregone conclusion that the pirates would be defeated. It seemed the Navy needed to seize the opportunity and strike at the critical moment. Otherwise, their efforts would be in vain. As the pirates appeared to be on the verge of defeat, Luo Yin reminded Zayatali, who nodded with a serious expression. Her crimson eyes fixed intently on the furry member of the crew, Katakuri, who was facing two rear admirals alone. Katakuri had obvious wounds on his body, blood staining his clothes, and he was already injured. Yet, even in this state, he maintained the upper hand against the two rear admirals, suppressing them. However, because other Navy personnel were providing assistance, he was unable to take down either rear admiral. Engaged in battle with a vice admiral was Baron Egg, who faced a towering man nearly 4 meters tall, wielding a massive iron comb. Each swing of the comb forced Baron Egg to dodge, remaining in a state of being suppressed throughout the fight. Unbeknownst to her, black energy had begun to surge around Zayatali, as she was primed to deliver a fatal blow to Katakuri at the most critical moment. That was her source of attraction, her material for future advancement. She was particularly certain of this. In comparison to Zayatali, Luo Yin was not as focused. He did not intend to assist Zayatali, at most just concealing her actions so that neither side would know it was her. After all, this was Zayatali's material for advancement. He couldn't prepare all the materials for his subordinate, could he? Subordinates must always be capable of acting independently, and this operation was a great opportunity for experience. Therefore, Luo Yin concentrated on the overall battlefield, particularly on the cake ship that had a face. It was evident that the ship had received Big Mom's soul and had become one of her homies, possessing a certain level of self-awareness. When would he also get a ship with self-awareness? This was the first thought that crossed Luo Yin's mind. It wasn't particularly difficult for him. As long as he fused extraordinary traits with the ship and ensured it had living characteristics, it could be done. However, without a craftsman, the result of directly combining the ship with extraordinary traits might not even resemble a ship, and whether it could possess living characteristics was uncertain. He still needed a craftsman. The more he thought, the more he craved a craftsman. Unfortunately, the craftsman he had trained was still just a generalist, far from becoming a craftsman. Just as Luo Yin was lamenting, his sensitivity was suddenly triggered. He instinctively looked over to see several members of the Big Mom pirates had stealthily infiltrated the warship S cabin and were pulling out a box. The box had a small lock hanging from it, but even from a distance, Luo Yin could sense the faint allure emanating from it. Without a doubt, what was inside that box was what he needed. In an instant, Luo Yin's eyes narrowed. If that was the case, then he had to take action. The contents were likely a devil fruit, and more importantly, it was a devil fruit that aligned with his path. The fierce battle continued, and the pirates who had infiltrated the warship sought to return with their spoils. However, they were soon intercepted by a group of Navy soldiers. They fought desperately to break through, but the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. Katakuri and Baron Egg both wanted to rush over to help, but they were also firmly entangled and couldn't break free. Damn it, Katakuri cursed under his breath. He had just tried to rush over to help quickly, but in doing so, he had failed to notice and was caught by the enemy, adding more injuries to his body, which infuriated him. However, at that moment, the sky suddenly darkened without warning, just like it had a while ago. Big Mom even personally ordered an investigation into that incident. But even with the intelligence capabilities of the Big Mom pirates, they couldn't uncover the truth. And now it was happening again. Almost everyone's movements paused at that moment. They all remembered the dark sky incident from before, which had been a worldwide phenomenon. They were puzzled about why it had happened again, but they had no idea that from this moment on, their fates had become a secret, and no one outside would ever know their outcome. Originally, Luo Yin had no intention of doing this. After all, he didn't plan to intervene, but intended to let Zayatali gain experience. However, since a devil fruit that attracted him had appeared, he had no choice but to act. Since he had decided to intervene, there was no need to hold back. He would directly use his hidden powers to cover everything up and then unleash disaster to kill everyone. Another dark sky? Unfortunately, there was no moon on such a night. The last time the sky darkened, Katakuri had noticed that the sky was filled with stars and there was no moon. Now that the same thing had happened again, he naturally believed that there would be no moon this time either. However, at that moment, a blood-red moon hung high in the sky, casting a crimson glow. Katakuri's eyes reflected the bright red full moon, and his body began to undergo changes, his aura surging, his fur rapidly growing snow white. He was transforming into a moon lion, the fur tribe's transformation under the full moon. Katakuri felt that this transformation was faster than any previous ones. He found himself more rational than before, seemingly not descending into madness. He let out a roar, his feet pushing off the ground as his body turned into a white shadow, darting forward. The two rear admirals, whom he had regarded as strong enemies, were pierced through the chest, blood blossoming forth, and they fell backward. The sudden turn of events threw the Navy into a panic, and Baron Egg wore a grave expression. He was unsure if Katakuri still retained his sanity. If he had lost control, they would also be attacked, leading to even greater casualties. Katakuri, what's wrong with you? Baron Egg shouted without hesitation. His thought was simple. If Katakuri still had his wits about him and hadn't lost control, that would be best. If he had lost control, then his shout would draw Katakuri's attention, redirecting him toward Baron Egg. Then he could drag the Vice Admiral into it, at least entangling him. There was even a possibility for him to escape and complete his mission. Hee, Baron Egg, I'm fine. Katakuri turned his head, revealing a very fierce smile. However, this made Baron Egg's eyes shine with excitement. This meant that Baikimus retained his sanity even after transforming into a moon lion, significantly increasing their combat power. Great! Baikimus seized this opportunity to take down these Navy forces. After saying this, Baron Egg vigorously engaged with the Vice Admiral he was fighting. Now, it was the Vice Admiral who became anxious. He had never anticipated such a sudden turn of events. They had already held the advantage, but suddenly the opponent transformed. In the air, Shatari was even more bewildered. The red moon was naturally created by her. When Lien initiated his stealth, she knew her captain was also ready to take action, so she didn't have to worry too much and prepared to launch a surprise attack, confident that her captain would back her up. Thus, she used the magical item she possessed, which corresponded to Sequence 5, the Deep Crimson Scholar's item, to summon a full moon to amplify herself. The result was that while she did receive an enhancement, it seemed that the target's enhancement effect was even greater, and his combat power increased several times. What was going on? Shatari stared blankly at Baikimus, who was crazily slaughtering the navy below, not knowing what to do for a moment. At this time, Li Yin chuckled and said, "Hee hee, this is the characteristic of the fur tribe. They transform into moon lions during a full moon, significantly increasing their speed and strength. However, their sanity decreases if a fur tribe member is not professionally trained. Transforming can be very dangerous. They will attack any nearby creature wildly until they exhaust themselves to death." Full moon transformation? So that's how it is. Shatari suddenly realized, and then she became conflicted about whether to retract the full moon. In her current state, she could use moonlight to reorganize when attacked, which was a very strong means of self-preservation. Once she retracted the full moon, she wouldn't be able to use moonlight anymore. Luo Yin noticed the entanglement in Shatari's expression and couldn't help but chuckle again. "You decide how to deal with that moon lion. I'll handle the others." After saying that, Luo Yin dove directly towards the warship. Shatari frowned and thought for a moment, then clenched her hand, and the bright red full moon quickly retracted, falling into her palm. Her choice was to put away the full moon. The enhancement it provided to the moon lion far exceeded the enhancement it gave her, which she could not accept. Anyway, she had other means of survival, and losing the moonlight transformation was not a big deal. Beckmas rampaged on the warship, killing everyone who stood in his way, and was about to reach the target box when the red moon suddenly disappeared. Beckmas's fluffy fur quickly shrank and returned to its original state in an instant. What happened? The moon is gone? But it's not dawn yet. Beckmas instinctively looked up. The sky was still full of stars, and the night had not passed. However, the red moon that had granted him power had vanished. Boom! At that moment, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the pirate holding the box directly. Beckmas's pupils contracted sharply. As the lightning faded, a man with a pixelated head appeared, and the box naturally fell into his hands. "Who are you?" Beckmas instinctively shouted. Luo Yin chuckled lightly, and the pixels gradually faded until they disappeared. He had been concealing his identity because he initially had no intention of making a move and did not want to offend a Yonku at this time, especially since he was already being targeted by the celestial dragons. But now that he had made a move and turned this battle into a secret, such concealment was meaningless. After all, he had no intention of leaving anyone alive. Adventurer Luo Yin, as someone who had made an appearance during the Marineford War and was first offered a bounty of 500 million berries, Beckmas naturally recognized him. He just didn't expect to encounter him here, and moreover, for the other party to snatch away his target so quickly. Luo Yin gently tossed the entire box, and it vanished like a pencil drawing erased by an eraser, disappearing inch by inch in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Beckmas' face twisted in rage. "Adventurer Luo Yin, that was something Mom specifically wanted. Are you preparing to go against Mom?" Beckmas was well aware of his current state. He was already injured, and having just transformed into a moon lion, his stamina was severely depleted. In this condition, it would be very difficult to retrieve the target from a renowned adventurer with a bounty of 500 million. He could only bring up Big Mom, hoping to instill fear in his opponent. However, Luo Yin scoffed. "Am I supposed to give what Big Mom wants just because she wants it? As a pirate, do I really need to explain the rules of the sea to you? All right. Adventurer Luo Yin, just you wait. Wait for Mom's revenge," Beckmas said, taking out a din mushy to make a call for help. But Luo Yin remained unfazed. The din mushy rang several times, but no one answered. Eventually, it seemed to get tired, and its antenna drooped down. How could this happen? Why isn't anyone answering the phone? Damn it, of all times. Beckmas' expression grew even more twisted, while Luo Yin's smile slowly widened. Just as Beckmas was about to say something, he suddenly felt a sharp pain from behind. Shatari had appeared behind Beckmas without him noticing, and a piercing strike entered Beckmas' body. This was not just a simple strike. It was the corrosive claws of a vampire, delivering a highly corrosive attack. Beckmas screamed in agony, spitting out a mouthful of blood as Shatari forcefully withdrew her hand, pulling out a large amount of blood with it. She brought her blood-stained hand to her lips and licked it gently, revealing a blissful smile. Such delicious blood, truly worthy of a moonpath creature. Beckmas turned to look at Shatari, his twisted face now showing evident pain. You are the Crimson Dr. Shatari? Damn it. Why? Are you preparing to go against Mom?" Beckmas, having suffered a heavy blow, knew that things were looking grim, so he pulled out Big Mom again, hoping to instill fear in his opponent. However, Shatari knew that when night fell, the fate of these people was already sealed. "Hey, go against Big Mom? No, I just simply want to eat you. You have no idea how delicious you are. You." Shatari's beautiful face, combined with her lips, stained even redder with blood. made Beckmas feel his scalp tingle, and the hairs on his body stood on end as if he were prey to a hunter. He instinctively took a step back, but then remembered something and quickly turned to look at Luo Yin, only to find that Luo Yin had no intention of intervening. So he hurriedly turned back to stay alert to Chitauri. Meanwhile, Baron Egg and the Rear Admiral both stopped, not daring to take any action until they understood Luo Yan's intentions. Adventurer Luo Yan, what do you mean by this? Our Big Mom pirates have never offended you. Why are you attacking Beckmas? Seeing his comrade ambushed and severely injured, Baron Egg was very angry and immediately questioned Luo Yan. However, Luo Yan was thinking about something else. The egg fruit that Baron Egg had eaten could hatch and be reborn after suffering heavy damage. No matter how many times he fell, as long as he wasn't interrupted during the transformation, he could rise again, which clearly corresponded to the cycle of life. In other words, the egg fruit corresponded to the mother path, and the mother path was adjacent to the moon path. No wonder the two of you often acted together. This was also a form of aggregation. Luo Yin couldn't help but mutter to himself, which only made Baron Egg even angrier. He was clearly questioning the other party, yet the other person completely ignored him. Bastard! Baron Egg's face twisted with anger, but he didn't rush to attack. The situation was already very dire. His first priority was not to vent his anger for Beckmas or to reclaim his target, but to find a way to escape. Only by surviving and reporting back to Big Mom could he regain his dignity. On the other side, the Vice Admiral's expression was also very serious. Luo Yin and Chitauri's actions had indeed dealt a heavy blow to Beckmas, which helped the Navy in that regard. However, Luo Yin had taken away the items they were escorting, which was a clear act of hostility. Adventurer Luo Yin, what exactly are you here for? It is not wise to offend both the Navy and the Yonko at the same time. The bounty on your head is the will of the world government. The Navy only targets pirates. His meaning was clear. You have already severely injured Beckmas, and you have a grudge with Big Mom, leaving no room for negotiation. But we are different. As long as you return the items, the Navy will not take action against you. This was a very obvious gesture of goodwill. But since Luo Yin had already decided not to leave any survivors, he would not spare them, not out of a thirst for blood, but because he was well aware of Big Mom Pirates' intelligence capabilities. If he let this group of Navy go, Big Mom's crew would definitely find out that he was the one who acted. Moreover, his important trump card would be exposed to the Navy and the world government, which he could not accept. Do you think the starry sky is beautiful? Luo Yin suddenly looked up at the sky, saying irrelevant things. Both the Lieutenant General and Baron Egg frowned, not understanding what Luo Yin meant. However, since the Navy had not yet fallen out, the Lieutenant General patiently responded, "It's beautiful, even more beautiful than usual nights." Yes, so you wouldn't think my appearance and the sudden arrival of the night are a coincidence, would you? From the moment you see this night sky, you must die. Luo Yan's voice was very calm, yet it sent a shock through the hearts of those present. The Major General's expression immediately became extremely grim, and Baron Dandan's face also changed dramatically. Then he gritted his teeth and made a decision. Navy, we abandon this mission. You team up with us to take down this guy first. All right. The Major General did not hesitate and immediately nodded in agreement. Since Luo Yin had clearly stated his intention to be an enemy to both sides, it was only natural for them to join forces against him first. Luo Yin naturally anticipated that things would develop in this direction. He was indifferent, slowly floating up, and a violent aura instantly spread out. Boom! A huge thunderclap echoed in the tranquil night sky. Countless electric snakes darted through the air, and the sea became frantic as well, with waves crashing one after another, causing the warships to sway continuously. I will sink you to the bottom of the sea. Luo Yan's voice was like a giant hammer of judgment, with countless thunders crashing down. In an instant, 3 ships were enveloped in electric light, and the only area free of lightning was the small space where Shadowly and Beckmas were fighting. Seeing the thunder engulf his companions and the ship, Beckmas's eyes turned red, and he hastened his attacks on Shadowly. However, all of this was in vain. Shadowly and Beckmas's battle primarily focused on defense and evasion, with no active offense. She knew very well that Beckmas was already severely injured, and as long as she kept evading, he would soon exhaust himself. There was no need for her to inflict new wounds on him, and she could take the opportunity to collect a bit more of his blood, which she considered a valuable item, at least in terms of taste. In a frenzy of attacks, Beckmas suddenly slipped and lost his balance. It wasn't that he had reached his limit. Rather, the ship tilted, and he couldn't stabilize himself in time. Under the strikes of thunder, the 3 ships were rapidly collapsing. After a while, the thunder gradually receded, and the three ships had sunk more than halfway, with very few survivors left. Only Baron Egg, Beckmas, and the rear admiral remained, while everyone else perished in the Thunder Forest. The rear admiral was completely blackened, his hair frizzed and curly, clearly having survived not by evasion, but by enduring with his own might. As for Baron Egg, he could no longer be called that. He had hatched into a little chick Viscount. Beckmas floated on the sea, clutching a charred piece of debris, gasping for breath and in very poor condition. Shadowly, who had flown into the air when the ship began to capsize, suddenly dove down. Beckmas gritted his teeth, glaring but powerless to resist, and could only watch helplessly as Shadowly approached him, then pierced her hand through his throat. Beckmas opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back as he fell silent. Beckmas, the little chick Viscount, watched his companion get killed without any way to help. He was now standing on a bow of the sinking warship, a considerable distance from Beckmas, separated by the seawater. As a devil fruit user, he could not cross the sea in between. A light representing extraordinary properties converged towards Beckmas's eyes, and once the convergence was complete, Shadowly directly dug out his eyes, which were one of the main materials she needed to advance to Sequence 4, 2 solidified eyes from the fur tribe. Captain, I'm done here. Shadowly carefully stored the eyes away and calmly spoke to Luo Yin as if nothing had happened. Luo Yin nodded and turned to look at the little chick Viscount and the rear admiral. Now it's your turn. Do you have any last words? If not, I'll send you on your way. The two remained silent, showing no intention of speaking. Luo Yin nodded, slowly raising his right hand, preparing to unleash disaster once again. At that moment, the rear admiral suddenly spoke up. Wait, adventurer Luo Yin. Luo Yin's hand paused in midair, looking at the rear admiral with a questioning gaze. The rear admiral gritted his teeth, hesitated for a moment, and finally said with determination, Why? I want to know why. What is the purpose of your operation this time? Offending both the Navy and the Four Emperors, is it just to obtain that devil fruit? Or is it for revenge against the world government? I thought you would beg for mercy, but I didn't expect you wanted to know the reason. However, what do you mean by revenge against the world government? Could it be that the world government has a hand in this? That devil fruit is wanted by the world government. We are escorting the devil fruit for them. This operation not only offends both the Navy and the Four Emperors, but also the world government. And here, the rear admiral paused for a moment, then continued, and the celestial dragons. That devil fruit will eventually be handed over to the celestial dragons by the world government. After saying this, the rear admiral seemed to lose all strength, collapsing onto the tattered deck. Luo Yin narrowed his eyes. His first thought was not that it was a coincidence, but rather suspicion. Do you think I would believe such nonsense? If the celestial dragons wanted devil fruit, do they really need a vice admiral like you to escort it? Isn't CP0 a better choice? Even if you don't want to die, you should at least come up with a better reason, right? I really can't believe this reason. To be honest, you might as well beg for mercy. Maybe I would soften my heart and let you go. What I said is true. I am not a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters or local branches, but a vice admiral stationed at the Holy Land. The celestial dragons sometimes directly order me to do things. Luo Yin suddenly realized, but soon became puzzled again. But what does this have to do with me? Do you want to use the celestial dragons to pressure me? You can't possibly think that I would be afraid of those stupid pigs, right? Luo Yin showed no concealment of his disdain for the celestial dragons. The lieutenant general opened his mouth, but said nothing, instead turning to glance at the little chicken Viscount. The meaning was clear. The subsequent words should not be known to this person. Luo Yin understood the meaning of the major general. He raised his hand, and with a wave, a massive water column with a diameter of over 5 meters suddenly shot up, engulfing the young Viscount and the wreckage of the warship he was standing on. The water column gathered in the air, eventually forming a giant water sphere with a diameter of over 20 meters floating above. Underwater, the young Viscount struggled incessantly, but it was of no use. Speaking of which, he was already doomed, and Luo Yin was curious to see how the major general would persuade him to spare his life. Although Luo Yin had already decided to silence him, he still wanted to hear what the major general would say in his last moments that could convince him to let him go. The major general glanced at the struggling young Viscount, swallowed hard, and said, You have close ties with the Revolutionary Army, right? Luo Yin didn't expect the first thing the other party said was this, and he couldn't help but furrow his brows, but still nodded. That's right. What exactly do you want to say? My patience is not infinite. The actions of the Revolutionary Army over the years have undoubtedly been directed at the world government. And behind the world government are the celestial dragons. The Revolutionary Army's ultimate target is inevitably the celestial dragons. At this point, A fierce light flashed in the eyes of the rear admiral, and Luo Yin did not respond but continued to listen. The rear admiral did not keep Luo Yin in suspense and continued, "I worked hard to ascend to the Holy Land, just to one day liberate the slaves of the Holy Land." Stop. What are you talking about? Don't tell me you are actually an undercover agent for the Revolutionary Army. If I kill you, will that offend the Revolutionary Army too? No, I am not an undercover agent for the Revolutionary Army. I am a Navy officer. But 4 years ago, when I was still a rear admiral, CP0 went to my hometown, and my sister, my only sister, was taken away by CP0 and turned into a slave of the Celestial Dragons. After that, I worked hard and managed to secure a position stationed at the Holy Land just to find my sister there and escape with her. Unfortunately, the Navy stationed at the Holy Land cannot move freely, and the Celestial Dragons Wun-Ti come looking for the Navy. They prefer to go to CP0 for anything. I have never been able to see her, and even as I say this, the rear admiral's voice is choked up, and tears fell from his eyes. I can't even be sure if she is alive or dead now. If one day the Revolutionary Army attacks the Holy Land, I'm willing to be the vanguard. I've been stationed at the Holy Land for more than a year and know the defenses there. I would definitely be useful. I am not someone who fears death. Otherwise, I wouldn't have actively sought to be stationed at the Holy Land, where even a single celestial dragon could take my life with a word. But I don't want to die. If I die, my sister will probably lose all hope. So I beg you, please hand me over to the Revolutionary Army. I am willing to stay in the Revolutionary Army's prison and provide them with intelligence, just hoping they can rescue my sister. After saying this, the rear admiral could no longer speak and began to cry loudly. Luo Yin opened his mouth, not knowing what to do for a moment. He had already mentally prepared himself, deciding that no matter how this rear admiral pleaded, he would not let the other go. He had to eliminate him. Otherwise, there would be enormous hidden dangers. He didn't want to be targeted by the Celestial Dragons, the world government, the Navy, and the 4 emperors at the same time. However, after hearing these words, he was still moved, but of course, it was only a momentary feeling. It was not enough to make him let the other go. But the value of this rear admiral was very high. Knowing the defense situation of the Holy Land was enough for the Revolutionary Army to pay a high price. As for the risk of leaking information, Luo Yin believed that as long as he secretly brought the rear admiral back to the Revolutionary Army and kept him locked up in their prison for a long time, it wouldn't lead to a leak, at least not in the short term. Even if there was a leak in the future, Luo Yin would have already been promoted and wouldn't fear subsequent troubles. Thinking of this, Luo Yin casually tossed a splendid coin into the air. As the coin flipped, his eyes became deep, and it finally landed discreetly in his palm, face up, meaning that the rear admiral was not lying. You want to betray the Navy? Betray the world government? As he said this, Luo Yin's killing intent receded significantly. He no longer wanted to kill the other. Upon hearing this, the rear admiral's expression twisted, revealing deep hatred on his face. Betray the Navy? Betray the world government? No, they betrayed me first. My sister was taken away, and I, as a rear admiral, requested the world government for help, but my request was denied. A slave is nothing but trivial to the Celestial Dragons. Even with the status of a rear admiral, I couldn't get anything from those guys. What qualifications do such a world government and Navy have to make me serve them? By the end of his words, the rear admiral was nearly hysterical. Luo Yin fell silent for a moment. Although he had not experienced it, he could imagine how painful this rear admiral's heart must be. I will hand you over to the Revolutionary Army, but before that, I need you to enter a state of slumber. Do not resist. As he spoke, Luo Yin floated in front of the rear admiral, slowly reaching his hand towards the rear admiral's forehead, while also raising his vigilance. Although he had just divined that the rear admiral was not lying, he could not be sure that the rear admiral wouldn't take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Of course, even if there was a surprise attack, it would be difficult for the rear admiral's attack to break through Luo Yan's illusion scales. Luo Yan's hand smoothly landed on the general's forehead. The general's expression quickly became calm, and then he closed his eyes, falling into a long, deep sleep. Luo Yin caught the middle general just before he fell, then turned to look at Chitauri. Let's go back first. After saying that, Luo Yin looked at the water ball floating in the air, where the little chicken Viscount had rolled his eyes and lost his voice. Next to him, a fist-sized egg had emerged. Luo Yin waved his hand again, and a massive water ball crashed down, but that egg flew into Luo Yan's hand. The night gradually faded, and light fell once more upon the sea. However, the originally confronting parties had vanished. leaving only 3 people and a box suspended in the air. Luo Yin did not store the box containing the devil fruit into the divine kingdom. Instead, he sent the box out of the hidden realm, so that the things inside the hidden realm could no longer affect the box outside. Until the hidden realm was lifted, of course. If someone happened to pass by and casually picked up the box during this time, that would be Luo Yan's misfortune. After returning to the ship, Luo Yin casually found a shady corner to leave the box there without further care, then hurried back to his room and quickly returned to the deck, where 3 boxes containing devil fruits were lined up in front of him. These 3 devil fruits included 1 from the Zoan type, 1 from the Paramecia type, and 1 from the Logia type. The Zoan type was found by Shatari, Rhoda, and Mid in a cave on the deserted island. And Luo Yin knew at that time that this was material for his future promotion. The Logia type was the one that the Admiral had been escorting, while the Paramecia type was one of those traded by Gaji. All 3 represented natural disasters. The main material for the potion of Sequence 3 was a devil fruit representing a natural disaster combined with the twin eyes of the Adralot sea monster, which is also known as the Deep Sea Ruler. Luo Yin had now gathered the materials for Sequence 3. The main material for the potion of Sequence 2 was 2 devil fruits representing natural disasters, which was relatively easier compared to the main material for Sequence 3. However, the auxiliary materials were more complex, and Luo Yin had not yet collected a single one. Looking at the 3 fruits in front of him, Luo Yin fell into deep thought. He was torn about whether to first create the extraordinary characteristic corresponding to Sequence 2's natural disaster, like the hidden ring, turning it into a magical item. This way, his strength could be significantly enhanced, and most importantly, after promoting to Sequence 3, he could use this item to achieve a global response to his prayers. Of course, the hidden ring could also achieve this, but after all, the hidden ring was not on the same path as him, nor was it interchangeable, making it more cumbersome to operate. And the design of the honorific name would also be more troublesome. At this moment, Shatari had finished examining the Admiral's body, administered some medicine, and healed his injuries. As soon as she stepped out of the cabin, she saw Luo Yin lost in thought. "Captain, what's wrong with you?" Luo Yin came back to his senses, smiled and shook his head. Then, with a wave of his hand, a gust of wind swept up the animal-type devil fruit along with the box and sent it back to the room. After that, he stood up and said, "You stay here and guard the ship. I'll be right back." Luo Yin ultimately decided to make it first. After all, he could use the secret ring to shatter the characteristics when the time came. When he needed to advance to Sequence 2, if he hadn't gathered new devil fruits, he could still shatter it directly, avoiding the awkward situation where the potion was consumed, but the materials had already turned into magical items and couldn't be shattered. Shatari glanced at the 2 devil fruits and understood what Luo Yin intended to do, so she nodded seriously. "Captain, don't worry. I will keep a close watch on the ship. You also need to be careful. Don't worry. This time the commotion will be much smaller. There won't be any problems." Luo Yin chuckled softly, taking off into the wind with 2 fruits. Almost simultaneously, a gust of wind blew out from the cabin, sweeping out a large barrel and a pile of materials that quickly followed behind Luo Yin, swiftly distancing themselves from the ship. Luo Yin spent more than 10 minutes finding a desolate island, where the vegetation was sparse and the only animals were the occasional seabirds that flew by. After landing, Luo Yin began to throw the materials into a large vat one by one, until the materials in the vat turned into a shimmering blue water. He tossed the first devil fruit into the vat. The fruit disappeared instantly like cotton candy dropping into water, but its inherent properties merged into the liquid. However, when Luo Yin picked up the second fruit, preparing to throw it in, a chilling sensation swept over his entire body. It was a warning from his instincts. This was a sign of extreme danger. What was happening? Luo Yan's hand paused in midair, a completely unexpected situation for him. With the experience of creating the secret ring, Luo Yin felt relatively confident about this production. After all, the secret ring was made by combining 3 devil fruits, and there was no overwhelming danger from that. Now, with just 2 devil fruits combined, it seemed that the risk would be even lower. Therefore, Luo Yin hadn't even bothered to divinate for danger beforehand. It was only now that his sense of impending danger had forcefully stopped him. Luo Yin did not dare to be negligent and immediately flicked a splendid coin from his hand, attempting to divine whether the next course of action would be dangerous. However, when the coin landed, it stood upright in the palm of his hand, indicating a failed divination. Upon seeing this result, Luo Yan's forehead twitched. In the current situation, a failed divination was far more terrifying than divining danger. Yet a devil fruit had already been thrown into the potion. If he stopped now, He had no idea what the final solidified potion would turn into, and he couldn't even confirm whether it could still be used afterward. Luo Yin fell into a dilemma for a moment. Finally, his gaze swept over the ring on his right hand's index finger, and he felt a bit more at ease. He had confidence in his ability to preserve himself in danger. After all, he was currently in possession of a unique item, and the extraordinary qualities of natural disasters were merely at the level of Sequence 2. Moreover, he was unwilling to give up now. After weighing it over, Luo Yin threw the second devil fruit into the large vat, and at the same time, the gem on the ring lit up. The second devil fruit disappeared into the water like cotton candy, and the blue liquid suddenly boiled, emitting countless steam. The vat could not withstand the sudden pressure and exploded, sending a large amount of steam spreading out to cover the entire island. The few plants on the island were instantly carbonized, and the exposed rocks melted like candles, turning into scalding magma. The sea began to shake, and the calm surface of the ocean started to boil, with waves growing higher and higher, quickly forming massive waves over 10 meters tall. These gigantic waves crashed against the island, seemingly trying to suppress the terror that was brewing, but it was all in vain. Boom! With a loud roar, the entire island erupted like a massive volcano, spewing scalding magma. The diameter of the magma column was comparable to that of the previous island, shooting straight into the sky as if connecting heaven and earth. The sky seemed to be enraged as well, unleashing countless bolts of lightning that struck the top of the magma column, shattering it and scattering the boiling magma everywhere. This was not the end. The tsunami did not subside due to the volcanic eruption. Instead, it grew larger, with waves rising higher and higher, continuously crashing against the small island, causing a large amount of seawater to mix with magma, producing massive smoke. The smoke rose and spread, and at that moment, the wind picked up. The howling gale came without any warning, carrying a large amount of mist far away. The flora and fauna on the surrounding islands withered and died upon contact with the mist, as if their moisture had been abruptly drained. It was clear that this mist was not just the result of the volcanic eruption, but a toxic fog infused with mystical damage. The tsunami, volcanic eruption, and lightning could all be referred to as natural disasters, and the collision between these disasters made the area around the small island resemble the end of the world, while the hurricanes spread the death of apocalypse to even farther places. Luo Yan's figure appeared from the upwind, having already moved away from the small island. However, he was still not completely out of the range of the natural disasters. Thunder loomed above him, and beneath his feet, waves of tsunamis surged one after another. Occasionally, collapsing magma would fly past him, but fortunately, these disasters seemed to be fighting among themselves and paid no attention to Luo Yan, who was trapped within their range. The situation had completely slipped out of Luo Yan's control. He had not anticipated that his actions would directly provoke such fierce competition among the disasters. He then became puzzled. Clearly, these disasters were all manifestations of that Sequence 2's extraordinary characteristic, so why were they fighting each other? Wasn't that self-consuming and a waste of energy? At the same time, Luo Yin could clearly sense that at the very center of these disasters resided a twisted, violent, and terrifying existence, which was evidently that extraordinary characteristic. However, he did not understand why it was so twisted right from its birth, completely different from the hidden ring. What was going on? Why was it like this? This was Luo Yan's first time creating such a twisted magical item, or rather, a sealed object, just by slightly sensing it. His spiritual intuition told him that the item formed by the Sequence 2 extraordinary characteristic was something that must be sealed, an existence that he absolutely could not utilize at his current stage. What exactly had gone wrong? Luo Yin asked again, but he still did not receive an answer. This time, his production process was exactly the same as the last time he made the secret ring, yet the difference between the two was so vast. Luo Yin had little time to think, as the hurricane was moving at an incredibly fast speed, carrying the mist and spreading rapidly. If it couldn't be stopped in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. So he raised his right hand high and poured spiritual energy into the ring frantically. Conceal. The ring shone brightly, and the dark light spread out, causing everything enveloped in its glow to disappear. The most direct feeling for Luo Yin was that the roaring hurricane by his ear vanished, followed by the towering waves beneath his feet. Once the ethereal light spread into the surging magma, concealing a small portion of the magma column, all disasters suddenly ceased. The electric serpents swirling in the air gradually faded. The raging sea began to calm down, and the erupting magma column seemed to lose its support all at once. Crashing down, the natural disaster was halted, but the traces left by the disaster remained. The original location of the island was now just boiling magma bubbling away, and the once living plants and animals had forever lost their lives. Fortunately, Luo Yin acted in time, preventing the disaster from spreading too far. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the ring on his finger suddenly vibrated a few times, conveying a sense of dissatisfaction and relaying a message. Due to Luo Yin forcibly stuffing the natural disaster into the divine realm, it had placed a significant burden on the already minimally activated concealment ring. Before the disaster could be expelled from the divine realm, the power that the concealment ring could exert would decrease by more than half. Therefore, the concealment ring urged Luo Yin to come up with a plan quickly, either to find a place to contain the disaster or to quickly concoct it into a potion to drink. Upon receiving this message, Luo Yin couldn't help but twitch his face. Contain the disaster? How could that be done? It couldn't be placed anywhere. As for concocting it into a potion to drink, that was even more absurd. He hadn't even finished digesting the sequence 4 potion. So how could he drink a sequence 2 potion? That would be asking for death. The symbol of darkness and slumber, the authority of fear and calamity, the ring that masters concealment. I pray for your favor. I pray for your listening. I pray for you to grant the power to shatter the natural disaster, to separate its madness. Luo Yin responded to the secret ring with a prayer, expressing his hopes that the ring could directly shatter that trait, allowing it to reassemble into a seal that was not so crazily distorted. Soon, new information surfaced in Luo Yan's mind, and the secret ring provided a response. The madness of that sealed object stemmed from the trait itself, and even if it were shattered and reassembled, the madness could not be separated. At this point, Luo Yin was completely bewildered. The madness came from the trait itself, which meant that the problem lay with the trait, not the formed seal. However, that trait was something he had just created and had not been contaminated, so such a situation should not occur. He did not believe that the secret ring would deceive him in this matter. After all, doing so would only make Luo Yin more wary of that trait, making him even less inclined to extract it from the divine realm. As for the possibility of a misjudgment, Luo Yin felt that it was unlikely. After all, the level of the secret ring was there, and the chances of misjudgment were very small. Secret, Luo Yin shouted, and his body was quickly erased as he entered the divine realm. Below him lay the pacifist and CP0. In the distance ahead was the massive figure of the deep-sea sovereign, resembling a mountain. Compared to last time, the aura of the deep-sea sovereign seemed to have weakened a bit more, clearly indicating that its decline was ongoing. To the right, there was a small orb the size of a teacup floating in the distance. The interior of this orb and the surrounding area were enveloped in a faint ghostly light, which was the seal. As soon as he entered the divine realm, he received a prompt from a ring that this orb could replicate the environment within a certain range and proportion. Disasters would then occur inside the orb, and those disasters would also manifest in reality. Now, the orb was sealed by the ghostly light, and naturally, no images were appearing inside. As long as the seal was broken, it would unleash itself like an enraged beast, immediately activating and continuously bringing down calamities, making it completely unusable. Luo Yin felt nothing but regret, immense regret for being too arrogant and not divining beforehand before acting. Otherwise, it wouldn't have developed into this situation. But now, it was too late for regret. As for finding a place to store such a thing, Luo Yin certainly wouldn't do it. Where could such a dangerous object be safely stored? This was the only place it could be housed. The only thing that gave Luo Yin some relief was that the path of darkness was also quite adept at sealing. After all, secrecy itself is a form of sealing, which holds certain advantages in sealing sealed objects. After confirming this, Luo Yin hurriedly left the divine realm and then communicated with the secret ring through a plea, hoping to leave the calamity in the divine realm. This was met with strong opposition, but in the end, he managed to persuade the secret ring. As soon as Luo Yin returned to the ship, Shatari came over to greet him. The earlier commotion was quite significant. Although it didn't affect this place, they could still observe those natural disasters. Shatari knew without guessing that those disasters were caused by Luo Yin, and she was very worried. At the same time, she also realized that she was still too weak to approach such disasters, let alone play a role in them. Therefore, she could only feel anxious on the ship, and finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Luo Yin return. "Captain, are you okay?" Shatari asked eagerly. Luo Yin smiled and shook his head. "I'm fine. This time was a bit tricky, but fortunately, there was more scare than danger. Let's go. It's time to find the dragon." Just as he took a couple of steps towards the cabin, Luo Yin suddenly remembered something, stopped, and looked at Shatari. Did you say before that the little monkey has finished digesting the potion? Is that true? Yes, that's right. At that time, you even scolded Xiao Bai and said you would throw into the prison for arbitration. Right, now I remember. I'll go prepare the potion for it. And I want to rest for a while. So could you take care of the ship? Luo Yin returned to his room and prepared a bottle of physician's potion, handing it to the little golden monkey before immediately lying down on the bed to restore his spiritual energy through sleep. The previous forced concealment of the natural disaster not only placed a significant burden on the hidden ring, but also consumed a great deal of his own spiritual energy. If it were in the past, he wouldn't need to rush to replenish his spiritual energy. But now he had already been targeted by the celestial dragons. If they could send one person, they could send a second, and each time would be stronger than the last. He had to constantly maintain his condition to avoid any mishaps. Fortunately, simply recovering his spiritual energy would only take a few hours. A few days later, Luo Yin sailed the ship to a Revolutionary Army stronghold in the West Sea, which was much worse than the previous one. Both the number of Revolutionary Army members and the infrastructure were lacking. However, Long was currently stationed there, as the main actions of the Revolutionary Army were aimed at several countries in the West Sea. To prevent any accidents, Long also needed to be present in the West Sea. Long looked at Luo Yin and Shatari as they disembarked from the ship, as well as the vice admiral that Luo Yin was holding, with undisguised surprise on his face. What are you doing here? You even brought a Navy officer? Hey, of course, we came to do business with you. I had a huge harvest on my trip to the North Sea, Luo Yin replied, a smile that was hard to conceal spreading across his face. Long raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of astonishment. Luo Yin's trip to Beihai was known to him. After all, he left from the Revolutionary Army stronghold. However, the fact that he gained so much and then came to seek business with him was beyond his expectations. The news he received was that Luo Yin went to Beihai to collect precious, extraordinary materials. As for what exactly those precious materials were, he didn't know. But no matter how he thought about it, it seemed unrelated to doing business with himself. What business? Hey, do you want me to say it here? Then let's go to the conference room. There's usually not many people there. Long turned around and led the way, while Luo Yin carried the major general on his shoulder and followed. Shatari did not go with them. Instead, she glanced around and quickly walked into the crowd. Long brought Luo Yin into the conference room, but he wasn't the only one who followed in. There were two others as well. One was Sabo, and the other was a fishman named Hake. After taking their seats, Long glanced at the major general casually placed on the floor by Luo Yin before asking, "What exactly is the deal?" "There are two deals. One is this Navy officer. This guy is stationed at the Holy Land, and he knows the defensive layout of the Holy Land. I think you will be interested." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed. The Navy stationed at the Holy Land. Everyone knew what that meant, and all the high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army were well aware that their target was the Celestial Dragons. They would face the Celestial Dragons head-on one day. If they could know the defensive layout of the Holy Land in advance, it would give them a tremendous advantage. "You're not joking, are you?" Long's expression was extremely serious at this moment, clearly indicating how much he valued this matter. Luo Yin nodded, and his expression became serious. "During this trip to Beihai, I encountered many events. Not only did I capture this rear admiral alive, but I also captured 2 CP0 members and 15 pacifists." "What?" Long's eyes widened in shock, and the others were equally astonished. Capturing a rear admiral stationed at the Holy Land was already a significant achievement. Yet he had also captured 2 CP0 members and 15 pacifists, which was simply unimaginable. Luo Yan's lips curled up, his tone carrying a hint of a smile as he said, "The fact is, I can provide all of this to you. Of course, it would be in the form of a trade. What do you think?" The expression on Long's face quickly turned serious, and the others mirrored his demeanor, all glancing at Long in unison. It was understandable for them to react this way. Although Luo Yin sold potions for money, they all knew he was more interested in devil fruits. Now, throwing out such a large deal certainly implied that it needed to be settled with devil fruits. The problem was that the Revolutionary Army currently had no devil fruits at hand. After all, devil fruits weren't cabbages, nor can they be bought simply with money. Acquiring a devil fruit often depends on luck. "What do you want?" Although Long had anticipated Luo Yan's needs, he still asked. This time, it was Luo Yin who fell silent. Of course, he wanted devil fruits, but he also knew that devil fruits weren't cabbages. If he proposed to settle with devil fruits, the amount he would need wouldn't be small, and the Revolutionary Army simply couldn't provide that. However, settling with money would be meaningless, as Luo Yin didn't lack money at all. Not to mention that the money he had on hand was enough to last him a very long time. Once one's strength reaches a certain level, money becomes just a number. So when Long asked what Luo Yin wanted, he momentarily didn't know what to propose. After a moment of thought, Luo Yin raised his right hand and slowly held up 3 fingers. 3 years. For the next 3 years, all the devil fruits obtained by the Revolutionary Army will belong to me. I don't need you to send anyone to search for them. Just let fate decide. How does that sound? Long's serious expression relaxed slightly, but he still looked somewhat concerned. In that case, our Revolutionary Army's combat power will be very difficult to improve. Upon hearing this, Luo Yin was not at all displeased with Long's hesitation. Instead, he smiled, fully aware of what Long was implying. I can sell you more potions at half the price. All right, let's do it that way. Long agreed without any hesitation, his speed suggesting he was worried Luo Yin might change his mind, and Luo Yin was very pleased. Not only because he now had a stable source of income from devil fruits, but also because this situation was exactly what he hoped for. Although he was still only a sequence 4, the layout of the extraordinary world takes time, and waiting until he reached sequence 3 or even sequence 2 to start laying plans would be too late. Then find a secure place to keep him locked up. He has already fallen into a deep slumber and is in a sealed state. As long as I don't unseal him, he won't wake up. Also, prepare a separate room for me. I need to release CP0 and the pacifists, and a ceremony is required. Ceremony? Although Luo Yin had taken many courses on mysticism, and Long had never missed a single one, now the extraordinary individuals in the Revolutionary Army already knew how to create talismans and gather extraordinary materials. However, Luo Yin had spoken very little about the knowledge of ceremonies. This was inevitable. Although some ceremonies could be directed towards oneself, most were aimed at great existences. The problem was that there were no great existences in this world at all. The only one that could be considered a great existence, capable of responding to ceremonies, was probably the ring that Luo Yin wore. Under such circumstances, Luo Yin found it difficult to teach about ceremonies. Of course, this was also a cunning move on his part. If he became sequence 3 and could respond to requests, then he could teach those ceremonies that could be directed towards himself. And wouldn't that create an anchor? That's right, a ceremony. I have sealed those things. And to unseal them, a corresponding ceremony must be held. Follow me, Long said as he stood up and left the room first, with Luo Yin closely following him, and the others trailing behind. After a few minutes of walking, they arrived at a dilapidated little house that looked abandoned. There was nothing inside the little house except for a rural staircase passage. The stairway was somewhat dark, but dim light could be seen coming from deep within. Long entered first, and Luo Yin didn't hesitate to follow right behind him. At the bottom of the stairs was a long corridor, and every 10 meters or so, a Revolutionary Army soldier stood guard. All the soldiers who saw Long immediately stood up straight and saluted. The level of security here was the highest Luo Yin had seen in the Revolutionary Army. When they reached the end of the corridor and turned a corner, Luo Yin understood why. This was a dungeon. The dungeons were lined up on both sides of the corridor, and each cell was quite large, about 10 square meters, with very uniform furnishings, a stone bed, a stone table, and a movable stone stool. Luo Yin raised his eyes and looked ahead, estimating the length of the corridor. He guessed there were about 50 or 60 cells here, which was not too many, but they were not fully occupied. Even if everyone occupied a single room, it still wouldn't be full. There were only a dozen or so people in the entire dungeon. They behaved themselves in their cells without shackles and showed no intention of escaping. I plan to keep that Navy officer and the CP0 member here. As for the pacifists, they need to be sent to Lindbergh. Long was leading the way while explaining, and Luo Yin followed behind, glancing left and right as he walked. Soon, he stopped in front of an empty cell. This one will do. I will hold the ceremony here. Do we need to step aside? Long asked, though his flickering gaze revealed some anticipation. He wanted to see what kind of ceremony Luo Yin was going to hold. However, Luo Yin simply chuckled, casually released the vice admiral, and strode into the cell without even closing the bar door. You don't need to step aside because you can neither see nor hear. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint ghostly light enveloped the entire cell. This light was very faint and did not affect vision at all. However, at that moment, Long and the others could no longer see Luo Yin, who had just entered. He disappeared right before their eyes. This was naturally due to Luo Yin using the secrecy of the hidden ring, and doing so was also to elevate his prestige. After all, once he was promoted to sequence 3, he would need to start preparing to receive followers, who would believe in him if he didn't elevate his status. Long stared intently at the cell door, his expression fluctuating. he realized that he not only could not see Luo Yin with his eyes, but even his powerful observation haki could not locate where Luo Yin was. But his intuition and what he had just seen told him that Luo Yin was still in this cell and had not left. What kind of power is this? It seems quite different from his usual style. Long couldn't he determine what this hidden power was. He could only conclude that it was not in line with the style Luo Yin had previously displayed. Inside the cell, from Luo Yin's perspective, Long and the others were still standing outside. The only difference was that the light inside the cell was slightly dimmer than outside. He didn't delay, quickly taking out candles and a large pile of spiritual materials, preparing to conduct the bestowal ceremony. Now, both the CP0 and the pacifists were in the hidden divine kingdom. And there were only 2 or 3 ways to leave the divine kingdom. One was to shatter the divine kingdom, which was naturally impossible. The other was to leave through a designated exit, just like Luo Yin did. However, the unconscious CP0 and the dormant pacifists clearly did not have such abilities. The last method was the bestowal ceremony, which would open the gates of the divine kingdom through the ceremony. After arranging the candles, Luo Yin took off the ring from his finger and placed it directly on the altar, the symbol of darkness and slumber, the authority of fear and calamity. The ring that governs secrets. I pray for your favor. I pray for your bestowal. I pray that you open the gates of the kingdom. As soon as he finished speaking, a flame from a candle suddenly expanded, forming a heavy, pitch-black door. Following that, all the neatly arranged spiritual materials on the altar disintegrated into points of light and surged into the door, which slowly creaked open. Inside was a deep darkness. Nothing could be seen. As the door fully opened, an even deeper, ghostly light shone from within, and figures began to appear beside the altar. 15 pacifists and 2 unconscious CP0 members, all of whom Luo Yin had marked in advance with torn paper. To help the not-so-activated hidden ring easily discern what Luo Yin wanted from this bestowal, he had marked them in advance. He was not worried about the hidden ring releasing the CP0 member he intended to keep for later. After all, that CP0 was still unconscious and could be taken back in. What he was worried about was the hidden ring releasing the deep-sea ruler. Having such a large entity suddenly appear was no joke. Moreover, if it escaped, it would be a wasted effort. To prevent such an occurrence, he had to mark it, but it was not a complicated mark anyway. Thank you for your bestowal, and praise your existence. Luo Yin sincerely thanked the ring, extinguished the candle flames in order to conclude the ceremony, and then picked up the ring again to wear it on his hand. The dim light in the cell gradually faded away, and Luo Yin, along with a large number of shadows, slowly emerged. Long and his group watched in astonishment as Luo Yin entered alone, and after a short while, he transformed into so many pacifists and 2 CP0 agents. All of them wide-eyed. It really happened. Even though they had mentally prepared to some extent, Long still couldn't hide his shock when he witnessed the result with his own eyes. Luo Yin walked out of the cell and casually tossed the chip controlling the pacifists to Long. I'll leave this to you. The rest I won't bother with. I'm a bit tired, so I'm going to rest now. With that, Luo Yin strode toward the exit of the dungeon. However, as he passed by the lieutenant general, a flicker of light flashed on his ring, causing the lieutenant general, who was in a deep slumber, to furrow his brow. The muscles in his face twisted slightly, as if he were trapped in a nightmare, on the verge of being awakened at any moment. After Luo Yin left the prison, he went straight back to the ship. Although with his current connections, it would be no problem for the Revolutionary Army to arrange a comfortable room for him. He still felt that staying in his small cabin was more reassuring. Time passed little by little, and half of the sun had already dipped below the horizon. The clouds in the western sky were a fiery red, and after disappearing for an entire afternoon, Shatari finally reappeared. However, the little white ferret was nowhere to be seen, and on her back, she now carried a sizable cloth bag. Captain, I've sent the little white one out as you instructed, but I didn't send it to the cell. Don't worry, it has assured me that it will digest the potion within a month. Hee. I don't care how long it takes to digest the potion. Luo Yin said this, but he was quite happy inside. At least that little white ferret, which always clung to Shadowy because of its cuteness, was trying hard. He genuinely hoped to cultivate a high-sequence judge path extraordinary. Captain, what are your plans next? Saying this, Shadowy fixed her hopeful gaze on Luo Yin. Luo Yin shook his head, took a few steps back, and lay down on his lounge chair. Not for now. I'm just waiting for news from Rhoda. I'm waiting for him to call me over to bring down the disaster and digest the potion. Speaking of which, so many days have passed. Why is there still no news? Luo Yin has now gathered all the potion materials for Sequence 3, although one of them is still alive. At least it is already in hand. What he lacks is the digestion of the potion. His potion digestion progress is definitely very fast. However, since the time to advance to sequence 4 has been relatively short, he has only digested just over a third, not yet half. So he is still far from complete digestion. Upon hearing this, Shatari's eyes lit up. Captain, can you accompany me to finish digesting the potion during this time? I've already digested 3/4 of it. As long as I play my part well, I can finish it in less than half a month. Luo Yin was not surprised by this request, as Shatari had been promoted to sequence 7 for quite some time. Seeing that Rhoda had already reached sequence 6 and had a very good digestion environment, it was normal for Shatari to feel anxious. All right, we'll set off tomorrow. You say where to go, and we'll go there. Great. Thank you, Captain. Shatari was so happy that she nearly jumped up on the spot, and then she returned to her room with a face full of smiles and anticipation. At night, with the moon bright and the stars sparse, Luo Yin once again arrived at the dungeon accompanied by 2 members of the Revolutionary Army. The 2 members led Luo Yin straight to the door of the cell where the Major General was imprisoned, perhaps due to having slept for a long time. The Major General was not feeling drowsy even at night. He just sat on a stone bench in the cell, staring blankly. When he saw Luo Yin arrive, he was startled and quickly walked to the bars. Before the Major General could speak, Luo Yin took out a bottle of potion contained in a metal flask from his pocket and handed it through the gap in the bars. Drink this. What is this? The Major General took the potion but did not drink it immediately, although he was sure that Luo Yin would not give him poison. After all, if the other party wanted him dead, he would have been dead long ago, and there would have been no need to come now to use poison to kill him. He still needed to clarify what exactly the other party was giving him. Luo Yan's lips gradually curled up, yet there was no hint of a smile. After you drink it, you'll know what it is. Don't worry, it's definitely a good thing. I could sell this to the Revolutionary Army for 10 million berries, so consider a bargain for you. The Lieutenant General looked at Luo Yan's face, then at the potion in his hand. Steeling himself, he opened the cap and drank it down. As the potion entered his stomach, the Lieutenant General's expression gradually twisted. But before long, he regained his composure. He tiredly sat down on the ground, glanced at the empty gate outside the bars, and couldn't help but murmur softly, "Being a prisoner really suits me right now." The full moon hung high in the sky in a country located in the first half of the Grand Line. Buggy was leading a group of people along the road, with 3 burly men pulling 3 carts behind them, each loaded with goods. However, these goods were covered by black cloth, making it impossible to see what was being transported. "Hey, everyone! I can see the light ahead. Let's hurry up." "Oh, Captain Buggy." Buggy's casual shout seemed to have some kind of motivating power, instantly invigorating those who had appeared quite tired. At this moment, a bald man walking beside Buggy, looking somewhat anxious, whispered, "Captain Buggy, have you noticed anything unusual?" "Unusual? What could be unusual? I'm a warlord of the sea now. The Navy has no right to capture me, and I don't take the armed forces of this country seriously at all." Buggy raised his head proudly, appearing very pleased. His tone even mixed with a hint of arrogance. Ever since becoming a warlord of the sea, his situation had completely changed. Previously, he worried that the Navy would come after him after his identity was exposed during the Marineford War, but the Navy that was supposed to capture him never showed up. Instead, they sent him an invitation to become a warlord, which he immediately accepted, and then he started a courier company. As the name suggests, this company helps people deliver things. Of course, what they deliver are not ordinary items, but rather highly profitable and illegal goods. For others, transporting such items carries huge risks, as normal pirates engaging in this would be hunted down by the Navy. But he was a warlord of the sea. The Navy couldn't capture him, which created a huge loophole to exploit, allowing him to make money much faster than through robbing. "Captain, haven't you noticed? The lights ahead are all red. Who lights red lamps at night? Even if there are a few, it shouldn't be that everyone has them lit." Upon hearing this, Buggy also felt something was off. Yes, who likes to light red lamps at night? It would be normal for 1 or 2 houses, but the front was densely packed with red lights. It didn't seem right at all. Could it be that we've encountered something? Realizing this, Buggy immediately felt a chill run down his spine, sweat sliding down his cheeks. However, facing so many adoring eyes, he couldn't show fear. So what if we really encounter something? Could they be our opponents? Do you know who I am? I'm a warlord of the sea. Even the Navy dares not provoke me. "Oh, Captain Buggy, Captain Buggy." Just as Buggy finished speaking, a synchronized cheer erupted behind him. Buggy's expression stiffened, but he could only force himself to remain brave. "Let's go." We continue on our way, drawing courage from the group of subordinates behind him. Buggy waved his hand to issue the order, and the cheers gradually subsided as they continued on their journey. At that moment, the red lights ahead began to move, slowly rising into the air, then scattering in all directions, quickly surrounding everyone. "See, Captain Buggy, what should we do now?" The bald man took a timid step back, and Buggy's face turned pale with fear, cold sweat pouring down as his body trembled slightly. Yet the group behind them had already drawn their weapons, preparing for battle, with one person encouraging everyone. "Everyone, don't panic. Captain Buggy is here. No matter what happens, Captain Buggy can handle it." "Oh, Captain Buggy, Captain Buggy." The crowd cheered again, and Buggy felt like he wanted to slap each of them, but he was now so scared his legs were trembling and unresponsive. Suddenly, a girl's low laughter echoed around them, resonating eerily in the open wilderness. The cheers gradually quieted down, and their expressions became serious. Even as pirates, they were experiencing such a bizarre situation for the first time. "They're coming. Everyone be careful." It was unclear who shouted first, but shortly after, the red lights quickly approached, and they finally realized what those red lights were. A swarm of bats. The lights were the bats' eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted immediately as the pirates began shooting wildly at the bats. However, the bats moved far more agilely than they had imagined, and very few were hit. Even when they were struck, they didn't drop dead. Instead, they disintegrated and melded into the night. As the gunfire echoed, the swarm of bats drew closer, and finally, the first bat broke through the blockade and landed on a pirate's shoulder, biting down on his neck. "Ah!" The pirate screamed, quickly dropping his gun and using both hands to try to pull the bat off. This scream seemed to act as a signal, and one after another, screams erupted as pirates were bitten by the bats, collapsing to the ground in intense fear while desperately trying to pull the bats off their bodies. As more and more fell, the gunfire gradually lessened, making it easier for the bats to break through. In the blink of an eye, all the pirates were on the ground, wailing, with the only one not attacked being Buggy. However, even Buggy, who hadn't been attacked, had collapsed to the ground, terrified by the horrifying scene in front of him. "W, what kind of person are you? Come out and face me. Otherwise, I won't hold back," Buggy shouted with the last bit of courage he had left. However, all he received in return was eerie laughter, echoing from all directions, making it impossible to discern where it was coming from. Buggy's body shook even more, and just as he was about to faint from fear, a white figure descended from the sky, landing in front of him. This person wore a black coat, with flowing silver long hair, a pair of crimson eyes, and a faint smile at the corners of their mouth. It was Shatari. "He, Buggy the Clown, you've become a warlord of the sea, yet you're still so timid?" Shatari did not hide her disdain, and then all the screams ceased. The bats that had been hanging on the pirates disappeared without a trace. If it weren't for the bite marks still visible on the pirates and the clear pain they felt, they might even doubt whether the bats were just an illusion. You were the Crimson Doctor? Crimson Doctor Shatari?" Buggy stared wide-eyed, unable to believe that Shatari was here. The smile at the corners of Shatari's mouth widened slightly, her amusement deepening. "What's wrong? Is my transformation that significant?" Baki hurriedly shook his head, struggling to stand up while cautiously backing away to create some distance from the other party. How are you here?" Up until now, Baki still hadn't figured out the other party's intentions. Although they had collaborated during the Marineford War, and then Lien had tried to win him over, that was all in the past. Encountering them here now, especially with the other party showing signs of hostility, he naturally couldn't let his guard down. Shatari's smile gradually faded as she tilted her head, revealing a hint of confusion. "What's wrong? Is there something special about this country? Am I not allowed to come here?" "No, that's not it. What I mean is, why are you attacking us? Although we don't have much of a relationship, it's not like we should attack each other upon meeting, right?" "Attack? When did I attack you? The people behind you haven't died, nor is anyone missing an arm or a leg. How is this an attack? It's just a greeting." Baki's mouth twitched slightly. If it weren't for the fact that the other party looked stronger than him and had just demonstrated a very strange ability, he might have been unable to hold back his sarcasm. "A greeting? Is this how you greet someone? A bunch of bats swooping in at night? If someone with a weak heart encountered this, they might just die of fright." But he didn't dare to say it out loud, only managing to force a smile. "Huh, since you've already greeted us, you don't have anything else to do, right? If not, we'll be leaving. We still have a journey to continue." Baki's words were still polite, but the meaning of seeing you off was very clear. The recent encounter had truly scared him, and he really didn't dare to continue interacting with the other party. At least not at night. "Why are you in such a hurry? Aren't you a pirate? How can you be delivering things?" Shatari could naturally understand the implication behind his words. However, she had no intention of letting him go and instead started to inquire further. Baki felt increasingly impatient, but on the surface, he still put on a very proud expression, appearing very willing to share his successful experiences. Robbing doesn't make money as fast as this. Villages that can be robbed by pirates are usually small ones without a navy presence. How much can you really get from those places? Robbing rich areas is too dangerous. But doing this is different. Those wealthy people from underground forces are all eager to send me money. I just sit at home and do nothing, and money keeps coming in. The main thing is, the risk is very low. I see. I didn't expect you with that red nose to be quite good at making money. Of course. Wait a minute. Who are you calling a red nose? Seeing that the other party showed no signs of attacking, Baki grew bolder and even dared to shout at Shitari. Shitari didn't care that he yelled at her. Instead, she seemed to be deep in thought. Hey, red nose. I have a business deal here. How about you help me deliver a batch of goods? Upon hearing that there was business to be done, Baki immediately became interested and unconsciously took 2 steps forward, closing the distance between them. What goods do you want to deliver? Actually, it's not a big deal. Just help me deliver a batch of weapons. Wait, deliver weapons? You want me to deliver weapons to the Revolutionary Army? Baki's mind reacted extremely quickly, and he almost instantly realized Shitari's intentions. He immediately took several steps back, and Shitari raised an eyebrow, showing obvious confusion and surprise. What's wrong? Is there a problem with helping the Revolutionary Army deliver weapons? Of course there's a problem. Who doesn't know that the Revolutionary Army is the enemy of the world government, and the 7 warlords are recruited by the world government? If I help the Revolutionary Army deliver weapons, how could the world government still let me be a 7 warlord? Baki's emotions became very agitated, and his attitude was very resolute. His identity as a 7 warlord was his brand for continuously making money. If he lost it, the business he had just started would be gone. I see, Shitari said, pinching her delicate chin with her right hand and nodding slightly, as if accepting Baki's explanation. Seeing this, Baki secretly breathed a sigh of relief, just as he was about to ask if he could take his people and leave. Shitari's voice rang out again. By the way, our captain wants to see you. Captain? Adventurer Lian? Where is he? Baki's spirit immediately perked up. He knew very well that Lian was much stronger than Shitari, and even though he had become a 7 warlord, he still had to be extra cautious in front of Lian. Isn't he right in front of you? As Shitari's words fell, Lian's figure was quickly sketched out like a pencil drawing. Zhou, long time no see. Luoyin raised his hand and smiled as he greeted Baki. Bucky's Adam's apple clearly moved, and he also showed a smile on his face. It's been a long time. I didn't expect you to be here too. Is there something going on? Bucky spoke cautiously, mainly because he was shocked by the way Luo Yin had just appeared. Luo Yin nodded, and his expression became serious. Baki, the company you're running now has connections with many underground forces, right? I have something I want to ask of you, and I won't ask you to help me for free. There will be compensation. What is it? Go ahead and tell me. With Shitari's previous experience in mind, Baki left himself a lot of room, fearing that if he spoke too freely, he might end up in a situation where he couldn't bear the risk and didn't dare to refuse, resulting in an awkward situation. Don't worry, it's not a difficult task. I just want you to help me keep an eye on the trends of devil fruits among the underground forces. No matter what kind of fruit it is, as long as you can provide me with information, I will give you benefits for each devil fruit I get. 10 million berries as a reward for each one. What do you think? Luo Yin looked at Baki with a relatively sincere gaze. Baki's expression changed repeatedly, at times cloudy and at times clear, but he hesitated to respond, ultimately shaking his head with gritted teeth. No, absolutely not. If I do this, it won't just ruin my business. I might even be hunted down. I will never do something like this. Baki's attitude was very firm. Despite knowing that the man standing in front of him was strong and dangerous, he still resolutely refused. Luo Yan's face flashed with a hint of surprise, but he wasn't too shocked. This was one of the expected situations. After all, the most important aspect of the business that Buggy was running was reputation. If customer and cargo information were leaked to others, once this matter was exposed, Buggy, a bloated warlord, would certainly be unable to withstand the retaliation from those underground forces. Buggy was very clear about this. Just as Buggy was waiting for Luo Yan's fury or threats, what echoed was Luo Yan's calm and friendly voice. Don't worry, I will give you a secret way to contact me that will definitely not be exposed. This matter will only be known by the 3 of us and will not be known by anyone else. What are you talking about? There's so many people here. How can? Buggy had only shouted halfway when he suddenly realized something. He turned around sharply and saw that his subordinates had all stood up. Their mouths were moving, but no sound was coming out. Buggy's brain became a bit chaotic. He couldn't figure out what was happening. why he could see his subordinates talking but couldn't hear their voices. If it weren't for the fact that he could still hear Luo, Yin, and Shadowy talking, he would even suspect that he was deaf. What's going on? What happened? This is what I mean by secret. You saw it. If I want you to hear someone's voice, you can hear it. If I don't want you to hear someone's voice, then you 1T hear it. Similarly, when I don't want others to hear your voice, they 1T hear it either. So what do you think? Are you willing to accept this commission now? Buggy's expression changed again, his eyes fixed on Luo Yin without answering. Luo Yin remained patient, quietly waiting. After a silence of several dozen seconds, Buggy finally spoke. 10 million berries is too little. At least 30 million berries. And I will only provide information, not take any actual action. All right, 30 million it is. Then I will teach you to recite a title. No matter where you are, as long as you recite this title, I will be able to hear it. During this process, you will be enveloped in secrecy, just like now, and absolutely 1T be discovered by others. Title? Can it be heard anywhere? No need for transponder snail? Buggy's understanding was refreshed. Even though he had once been a crew member of the Pirate King, he had never heard of such a thing. Luo Yin nodded seriously, looking completely serious. That's right. No need for transponder snail. You only need to recite the title according to the format. If you encounter an enemy that is difficult to deal with, you can also recite it. The effect, as you should have already seen, will grant you secret protection, making it so that others cannot detect you. Just like I demonstrated earlier, of course. This 1T be free. Okay, I can trust you, but I need to verify it in advance. In the end, Buggy chose to trust him. After all, Luo Yin had just appeared out of nowhere. Luo Yin smiled, took out a piece of paper and a metal bottle, and handed them over. The format of the honorific is on this paper. Destroy it after reading. The potion in this bottle is magical. As one of the 7 warlords, you should have channels to communicate with the world government and should be able to obtain information about the potion from there, right? Drink it, and you will become the first diviner in this world. Buggy took the paper and bottle, instinctively glanced down, and when he looked up again, Luo Yin and Shatari had already disappeared. He hurriedly tucked the paper and bottle into his chest and turned to look at his subordinates. However, he found that the way his subordinates looked at him had become somewhat strange. What's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like that? Buggy asked in confusion. Finally, the bald man cautiously approached. He looked at Buggy and, after swallowing hard, said, Captain, what happened to you just now? Why were you suddenly performing in the air? And your mouth was moving without making any sound. Are you possessed? What are you saying? Performing in the air? Moving my mouth without making a sound? Me? Buggy pointed at his big red nose with his right index finger, and the bald man quickly nodded vigorously. Yes, you were just performing in the air, and your expression changed quite a bit. We were all scared by you, but when we called you, you didn't respond. Is this the secret? Buggy was secretly shocked and couldn't help but touch the bottle he had tucked into his chest. He was no longer worried about his transaction with Luo Yin being discovered. Instead, he was concerned about whether he would suddenly disappear one day. Of course, he dared not back down now, as he knew that maintaining cooperation only carried the risk of disappearing. But if he backed down, he would definitely disappear. It's all right now. Let's continue on our way. Buggy steadied himself, waved his hand, and gave the order for everyone to continue on their journey. Not far from this group of people, on a clearing, Luo Yin and Shatari were sitting on 2 stones facing each other. Shatari was full of excitement, her face even redder than usual due to her enthusiasm. Captain, I have finished digesting the potion. Very good. Finally finished digesting it. Buggy's group really is useful. Luo Yin nodded in satisfaction. He and Shadowy had been out for 6 days to digest the potion, and according to Shadowy's estimate, they would need about 3 more days. However, after tonight's event, they had finished digesting it completely. Shadowy nodded heavily, but soon her smile faded. Captain, is there anything special about Buggy? You seem to value him a lot. That guy is just lucky, and he's doing quite well in this business. In less than 3 years, he'll make a fortune, but unfortunately, he won't be on my ship by then. Otherwise, there would be no need to cooperate with him in this way. At this point, a hint of disappointment appeared on Luo Yan's face. If he had managed to secretly recruit Buggy during the Marineford War, he could have potentially gained a subordinate of one of the 4 emperors, which would have been a tremendous investment. Unfortunately, he didn't agree. Shadowy showed a look of realization on her face. She finally understood why Luo Yan had specifically instructed her to try to recruit Buggy during the Marineford War. It was for this reason. Then, Captain, why are you giving him the potion? From the name, a diviner? Hey, because I want to see what happens when a devil fruit user reaches a high tier. If even someone as lucky as Buggy can't handle it, then others probably won't be able to either. High tier devil fruit users? Xiao repeated softly, and her expression gradually became more serious. Luo Yin didn't say much more and took out the prepared materials one by one to start concocting the potion for Xiaoli's promotion. After the potion was ready, Xiaoli drank it in one gulp. Immediately, her expression first turned blank, then began to twist, and finally became one of pain. Overall, it was very complex. Although Luo Yin was very confident in Xiaoli's promotion, he couldn't help but feel anxious at the moment. Fortunately, this promotion was smooth and without danger. Xiaoli's condition quickly stabilized, and the aura around her began to overflow, giving her a youthful vibe. Professor of Potions Xiaoli closed her eyes, reflecting on the knowledge that came with the potion, and a smile gradually appeared on her face. This potion seemed much easier to digest than the vampire one. This was Xiaoli's heartfelt sentiment, as the name Professor of Potions was more intuitive compared to vampire. Seeing that Xiaoli had successfully promoted, a smile also appeared on Luo Yan's face. As long as there were no issues, you should first contain the overflowing spirituality and then return to the ship. We will head back tomorrow. Okay. Xiaoli immediately sat cross-legged and entered meditation. After she contained her spirituality, the two returned to the ship, where Xiaoli kept watch while Luo Yin went to his room to sleep. Brew, 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 brew. Just as Luo Yin returned to his room and was about to lie down to rest, the phone bug rang. This is Luo Yin. Luo Yin answered the phone and reported his name, and the familiar voice immediately came through the phone bug. Captain, this is Rhoda. Rhoda? Luo Yan's eyes suddenly brightened, and even his voice became excited. Have you got it sorted out on your end? Do you need me to help? Luo Yin pointed at this digestion potion, naturally looking forward to it. However, after hearing this, Rhoda's voice immediately became a bit weak. No, Captain, I'm still a bit short. What I mean is, Captain, I called you because I wanted to borrow some money. What? Borrow money? Luo Yin initially thought he had misheard, and, after calming himself, asked, What happened? Are you out of money? Didn't the Revolutionary Army give you any travel expenses when they borrowed you from me? That shouldn't be the case, right? Rhoda seemed to be choked for a moment, hesitating for several seconds before saying, Captain, the thing is the Revolutionary Army did give me money, and I brought some when I left. But I basically spent all of it on finding women. What? Finding women? How much can you possibly spend on that? I remember you left with 10 million belly, right? How long has it been? Did you spend it all already? Yes, Captain, I really am out of money. Luo Yan's lips twitched. If it weren't for the tone and pitch of the voice, he would even doubt that the person on the phone was not Rhoda, but Mitt. You're not locked up in a cage in some store on Joy Street, are you? Luo Yin suspected that Rhoda was locked up because he ran out of money after spending on prostitutes, and that he had no other choice but to call him for help. Upon hearing this, Rhoda immediately became agitated and hurriedly denied it. No, it's not like that. Captain, I'm not at the point where I can't even pay for the service. I found a knife that I really like, but it costs 6 million berries, and I really can't come up with that much money, which is why I came to you. A knife that costs 6 million berries? Luo Yin squinted his eyes and felt a bit curious about the knife. 6 million is nothing for him now. However, for a knife, that's quite expensive. In this world, knives are very cheap. You could buy a famous knife of 21 craftsmanship for 6 million berries. This shows that the knife Roder is interested in is indeed a good one. Just as he thought of this, Luo Yin was taken aback and then reacted. Why are you buying a knife when you have nothing to do? Can you even use it? I can. Captain, I can use it. A few days ago, I encountered a swordsman. All right, it's just 6 million. No need to make up a reason. I'll bring you the money tomorrow. Say whatever you need to say face to face. Luo Yin didn't let Rhoda finish speaking. He didn't care about the millions of more at all. What he cared about was the progress on Rhoda's side. Bringing money was secondary. Checking the progress of the conspiracy was Luo Yan's main goal. However, upon hearing that Luo Yin wanted to personally deliver the money, Rhoda suddenly became anxious. Hey, Captain, you don't need to come over yourself. Just send Xia over. I've been going out to find women every day, and my body can't take it anymore. I just want Xia to take a look for me. You, a Sequence 6 conspirator, can't handle looking for women every day? How many women do you have to find daily? Captain, it's not many, but anyway, I'm counting on you. All right, I got it. I'll bring Xia along. Luo Yin was truly at a loss for words, nodded in agreement, and then hung up the phone. 3 days later, Luo Yan's ship docked at the port of this industrial nation, and Luo Yin and Xiaoli disembarked. Glancing at the dim sky, Xiaoli furrowed her beautiful brows tightly. Vampires have a keen sense of smell and are quite sensitive to the scents in the air. Although the country was shrouded in industrial fumes, resulting in weak sunlight, the smell in the air was overwhelmingly pungent for vampires, and Shadowly couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Is Rhoda really in such a place? The smell here is unbearable. As soon as she got off the ship, Shadowly couldn't help but complain, and Luo Yin smiled, not saying much. After all, it was his first time here, and he wasn't familiar with the place. They hadn't walked far when a familiar figure came running over. It was the burly Rhoda. At that moment, Rhoda had noticeable dark circles under his eyes, looking listless and somewhat haggard. Luo Yin also noticed that he had a black-handled knife hanging from his waist. "Captain Xia, you finally arrived. Come with me." Upon seeing Luo Yin and Shadowly, Rhoda looked as if he had found a savior or a family member. Grabbing Luo Yin's left hand with both hands and pulling him in a certain direction. Luo Yin did not resist after all. It had been a long time since they last met, and he was actually quite happy inside. The three of them walked down the road, occasionally seeing hurried passersby who looked both worried and anxious, appearing very uneasy, as if they foresaw some bad event about to happen. Soon, the three entered a small house. Rhoda strode forward, patted the sofa in the living room, stuffed 2 scattered socks into the gap, and then turned back with a big smile on his face. "Captain, Xiaoxia, please have a seat. Please have a seat. This is where I live. It's a bit small, but the facilities are fairly complete." Luo Yin nodded and, without any hesitation, directly sat down on the sofa. Shitali did the same and sat next to Luo Yin. Seeing the two settled, Rhoda then sat down on the opposite sofa. "Captain, why did you come in person? Didn't I say that it was enough for Xia to just bring me the money?" Luo Yin rolled his eyes and pulled out 2 thick stacks of money from the inner pocket of his clothes, placing them on the coffee table. "This is the money you wanted. I have to ask, Rhoda, how did you end up in such a bad situation? You can't even come up with 6 million belly?" Although Luo Yin didn't care much about these millions, he still felt a bit dissatisfied that his subordinate was struggling so much. Upon hearing this, Rhoda's face immediately turned sour. "Captain, I really can't be blamed for this. In order to better absorb the potion, I don't directly participate in the operations. I only handle the command from the back, according to the plant schemes. In this country, if an ordinary person wants to make money, they have to work in a factory, but of course, I can't go into a factory. Once I enter, many things become inconvenient, and to avoid exposing our schemes, I've been keeping a low profile and haven't dared to stand out, so I haven't had any income. But didn't I give you 10 million in funding? The Revolutionary Army will also provide you with funds. Even if you go to find girls every day, it shouldn't be spent so quickly. Are the girls here really that expensive?" Luo Yin had never sought out a woman, so he was unaware of the situation in that regard. Although it would be somewhat awkward to ask so directly, he had no other choice. As soon as Luo Yin asked, embarrassment immediately crept onto Rhoda's face. Just when Rhoda was about to answer, Shitari spoke up first. "Do you always look for more than 3 women?" Upon hearing this, Rhoda's face turned red, but he still nodded. Meanwhile, Luo Yin was taken aback. "You really are something, going to find women every day and at least 3 each time. How are you still alive? Truly worthy of being a Sequence 6. Rhoda could tell from his captain's teasing tone, but he could only force a smile. Just as he was about to speak, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a burly, hairy transvestite entered, holding a newspaper and a bounty notice. Rhoda-chan, Rhoda-chan," he shouted as he came in, but his voice suddenly stopped when he saw Luo Yin and Shitari in the room. He then gave a slight bow to Luo Yin. "Mr. Luo Yin, what brings you here?" "It's nothing, just been a bit free lately, and thought I'd come take a look." "What were you just about to say?" Luo Yin waved his hand casually, and the instigator, a transgender person, suddenly came to his senses, spreading the newspaper and the bounty on the coffee table. "Something happened. Yesterday, Mai-chan's fleet had a clash with the Navy, and the ship sank. Also, Mai-chan has been put on the bounty list." "What?" Luo Yin was taken aback and quickly picked up the newspaper, finding the news about Mitt on the second page. The article stated that Mitt had a fierce confrontation with a rear admiral from the Navy at sea, resulting in the sinking of Mitt's ship. However, Mitt did not suffer losses, as the Navy lost 2 warships, and 1 rear admiral, 1 colonel, and 2 lieutenant colonels were killed. The Navy officially issued a wanted notice for Mitt. Name, Navigator Mitt Reward, 54,300,000 belly. Note, capture alive. Looking at the content of the wanted notice next to the newspaper, Luo Yin's expression first froze, but soon relaxed. Although Mitt was only a Sequence 7, if he hadn't been ambushed, he could have escaped even if a vice admiral came after him. Moreover, the wanted notice clearly stated that he must be captured alive, so he should not face any significant problems for the time being. The first bounty is 54 million. It seems the Navy has its eyes on extraordinary abilities. From just that note about capturing alive, Luo Yin knew what the Navy was thinking. They were clearly coveting Mitt's extraordinary abilities. What should we do now, Lord Luo Yin? The instigator, a cross-dresser, became anxious seeing that Luo Yin was not worried at all. Luo Yin smiled and said, "Don't worry, this is not a big problem. The Navy is too busy to catch me right now." Luo Yin is so confident because he still hasn't seen any news about Akainu becoming the fleet admiral, which means the higher-ups in the Navy are currently quite chaotic and probably don't have much energy to deal with this matter. Even if they did, they couldn't possibly send an admiral. Sending a vice admiral should be fine, and Luo Yin believes that with a magical item, MIT can easily escape. Seeing that Luo Yin said this, the instigator, the transgender person, felt relieved. "That's good. By the way, you must be hungry, right? I'll go get you something to eat." With that, the instigator, the transgender person, walked towards the kitchen with a sway, taking small steps with their legs crossed. Watching the instigator's retreating figure, Rhoda's expression gradually twisted. And in the end, he suddenly averted his gaze, but the distortion on his face took a long time to recover. Luo Yin suddenly thought of something, and a look of understanding appeared in his eyes as he looked at Luota with a bit more compassion. "Hey, don't shortchange yourself, okay? If you want to find a woman, just go for it. By the way, Xiaoxia, prepare some medicine for Luota to help him adjust his health." "All right, I got it." What Luo Yin could sense, Xiaotali could naturally sense as well. Without hesitation, she nodded, and the distortion on Rhoda's face gradually faded, leaving only a bitter smile. "Captain, I don't know what's going on, but the more I look at that person, the more pleasing they seem, which is why I go to find the lady every day." "Ahem. Well, let's talk about something else. How is your conspiracy coming along? How much longer will it take to succeed?" Luo Yin didn't want to discuss the topic of transgender individuals and witches with Rhoda, so he had to change the subject. Upon hearing Luo Yan's question, Rhoda immediately became serious. "Captain, don't worry. At most in a week, this country will be in turmoil, and then there will be a vigorous revolutionary movement." Luo Yin nodded. He was only interested in time. He didn't care about what would cause turmoil in this country or what would happen after that. He just wanted to quickly digest the potion. "Then I'll stay here for a while. I happen to have nothing to do for now." "Okay, great. So, Captain, are you planning to stay on the ship or rent a room? If you want to rent, I can arrange it right away. I've met quite a few people on Joy Street during this time, many of whom are wealthy and a few have a lot of houses. If I negotiate, I might even get a discount." "No need. Staying on the ship is fine." Luo Yin did not consider it and directly rejected Rhoda's kindness. It wasn't that he didn't trust Rhoda, but he preferred his small room, feeling that sleeping on solid ground was less reassuring than sleeping on a swaying boat. Rhoda did not insist. After all, it didn't matter where they stayed for just a few days, and there was no need to fuss about it. The instigator, a transgender person, quickly brought the food over, and the four of them gathered around the coffee table to eat. Luo Yin and Shatari sat side by side, while Rhoda and the instigator sat opposite them. "Try this, Rhoda-chan, it's really delicious, and this one too. I noticed your complexion hasn't been great lately, so I made this for you to help you recover." "Oh, and this as well," the instigator said while serving Rhoda food, chattering endlessly. Luo Yin originally thought that Luota would be very resistant. After all, Luota had been going to Happy Street every day to fight against the she-male. However, he didn't expect Luota to not mind at all, encouraging the she-male to serve him food, and he accepted everything without reservation, stuffing it all into his mouth. "Huh, Captain? Xiao, what's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like that?" While eating, Luota suddenly noticed that Luo Yin and Xiaotali were looking at him with unusual eyes. He became puzzled, and Luo Yin was the first to regain his composure, quickly laughing it off. "Haha, it's nothing. Just suddenly thought of something. By the way, this, she-male, you are responsible for carrying out the incitement task, right? How is the task going? And how is your insider potion digestion?" "Mr. Luo Yin, I actually finished digesting the insider potion 5 days ago, but the task is not yet complete. I was planning to report to Mr. Long after the task is complete." "Oh, you've already digested it? Just right. I have the materials for your promotion here, so why don't I just give you the potion directly?" Upon hearing this, the insider she-male was stunned, momentarily unable to react. But Mr. Luo Yin, I don't have that much money. Don't worry. This bottle of potion is a gift from me to you. No charge. Consider it a reward for helping me take care of Luota. Moreover, to be fair, your actions have also greatly helped me, worthy of a potion as a reward." The insider she-male's eyes widened, and he trembled with excitement. Really? Mr. Luo Yin, it's just a potion. It's not worth this, but it's best to wait until you have incited all your targets before we talk. After all, once you drink that potion, you will become a woman, and those you have incited might not recognize you anymore. I have already completed the necessary incitement. The follow-up actions no longer require my participation." The insider she-male hurriedly explained, and Luo Yin nodded, showing a friendly smile. Okay, then after we finish eating, I will go to the ship to prepare the potion for you. After finishing the meal, Luo Yin and Xiatali returned to the ship. Xiatali, who had been holding back all the way, finally couldn't help but ask, Captain, why are you giving that guy the potion for free? Is there some arrangement? Huh? What arrangement? Didn't I just say the reason in front of that person? Do you think I was just avoiding the question? It's just a sequence 7 potion. Although the price sold to the Revolutionary Army is not low, the cost is not high. I can afford to give it away. After saying that, Luo Yin returned to his room and skillfully prepared a bottle of witch potion. Leaving the room and returning to the deck, Luo Yin found Xiatali quietly talking to the little golden monkey. When she saw Luo Yin approaching, she immediately put down the little golden monkey. Captain, are you going to deliver the potion? What do you think? Do you want to see how a man slowly turns into a woman? Sure, to be honest. I'm quite curious. Xiatali nodded earnestly, and the two returned to Luota's place. Upon entering the house, they found Luota lounging comfortably on the sofa, while the insider she-male was washing dishes in the kitchen. Captain, you're back so soon? I brought the potion back. Saying this, Luo Yin took out a bottle of potion from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table. Luota didn't pay much attention to this. He was already at sequence 6, so naturally, he wouldn't have any thoughts about a sequence 7 potion. Not long after, the insider she-male came out of the kitchen wiping his hands and immediately saw Luo Yin and Xiatali returning. Mr. Luo Yin, do you have any other business? I'm done here and ready to go back to rest. No rush. You see, I brought you the potion. Saying this, Luo Yin shook the witch potion, and the insider she-male's eyes lit up. Although Luo Yin had promised before, he did not expect Luo Yin to be so efficient. Is it really possible? Of course, here, drink it here. With me watching, the risk will be lower, and even if it fails, I can still save your life. Great. Thank you, Mr. Luo Yin. The insider she-male happily took the potion, took a few deep breaths to calm down, then tilted his head and poured the potion into his mouth. Immediately, this she-male's hair began to grow at a visible speed, and it floated up without wind, dancing in the air like the tentacles of some creature. Additionally, the she-male's body began to change. His skin became whiter, smoother, body hair quickly shrank and disappeared, and his chest visibly expanded while his waist tightened at the same speed, and his facial features softened rapidly. Within half a minute, a burly man with abundant body hair transformed into a tall, fair-skinned beauty with gentle features under the watchful eyes of the three. This is too amazing. Although Luo Yin had already mentioned that drinking the witch potion would turn him into a woman, such a drastic change still shocked Luota and Xiatali. Luo Yin looked at the witch in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. This was much better than he had imagined, in every sense of the word. He was initially worried that this half-human, half-demon would be too muscular, and that a bottle of witch's potion wouldn't be enough to contain her. However, he found that her robust physique actually became an advantage. Now, this witch stood nearly 8 meters tall, with an S-shaped figure, embodying the image of a beautiful older sister. All right, the task is done, and I should be on my way. Luo Yin was the first to regain his senses. After patting Luota's shoulder, he walked outside. Xiatali immediately snapped back to reality and quickly followed him, leaving only Luota and the newly promoted witch in the room. On the ship, Luo Yin lay on a deck chair, leisurely tapping his thigh with his hand. He was quite relaxed, as he only needed to patiently wait on the ship during this time. Until chaos broke out in the country, he would just wait to unleash disaster and concoct potions. Captain, what do you think I should give Luota as a gift? Xiatali's sudden question startled Luo Yin. He looked at her in surprise, noticing that she was holding a goblet in one hand and a small notebook in the other. Luo Yin recognized the notebook as the plant list cultivated by the little golden monkey, containing good materials for potion making. What do you mean? What gift? Captain, you specifically sent a potion for the witch? Aren't you trying to get them together? As soon as this was said, an uncontrollable image of Luota with that half-human, half-monster figure flashed in Luo Yin's mind, causing his heart to tremble. He quickly shook his head. Don't talk nonsense. How could I possibly set them up? Besides, can I even do something like that? How unethical. Although that half-monster had now transformed into a beautiful older sister, Luota had been with the other person for so long, knowing what kind of person they were. Even if they were pretty, she was aware that the other was once male, which would definitely be unsettling for her. Trying to set them up was absolutely not a good deed. At least that's how Luo Yin felt. However, Xiatali shook her head, her wrist slowly turning as she swayed the goblet in her hand, making the blood inside cling to the walls of the cup. No need to set them up. Trust me, at most in 3 days, they will be together. You're so sure? Luo Yin showed a look of doubt, while the smile on Shatali's face became even more apparent. Of course, if it were someone else, I wouldn't be so certain. But he is Rhoda? He is Rhoda? What kind of reason is that? Just because he is Rhoda, he must be interested in transgender people? Although Rhoda has been led astray by Mitt and likes to hang out in the Joy Street, he knows that guy is a transgender person, someone who was once a man. How could they possibly be together? Luo Yan's questioning did not shake Shatari. Instead, the smile on her face became even more pronounced. And by the end, she had grinned widely, revealing a pair of sharp fangs belonging to a vampire. How about we make a bet? Shatari proposed confidently, and Luo Yan, who was already feeling bored, suddenly became interested. Sure, what shall we bet on? Shatari downed the blood in her glass, her crimson lips adding a hint of allure as she said, "You name it, and we'll bet on it." Upon hearing this, Luo Yan's brows furrowed slightly. He found himself in a bit of a dilemma. He didn't really lack anything, or rather, Shatari didn't possess anything he wanted. Let's make a big bet then. The loser will serve the winner as a servant for a day. Since he had nothing specific to bet, Luo Yan decided not to wager anything material. After all, it was just a boring pastime. So in his view, serving as a servant for a day was already quite a significant bet. Otherwise, it would probably just be something like treating to a meal. Shatari quickly retracted her smile, tilted her head slightly, and after some thought, shook her head. 1 day as a servant is too little. Let's make it 3 days. The loser will serve the winner for 3 days, and we'll bet on whether Rada and that which will get together within those 3 days. I bet they will. I bet they won't. Luo Yin readily accepted Xiatali's words, and a smile blossomed on her face again. She placed the wine glass in her hand on the small wooden table next to Luo Yan's lounge chair, then raised her empty hand with the palm facing Luo Yan. Luo Yan understood her meaning and raised his hand to clap back. Their hands met with a crisp sound of applause, signifying that they had made a pact. The next afternoon, Luo Yin and Xiatali returned to Rhoda's residence together. Since they had nothing else to do and there was a wager involved, they decided to come and take a look. Luo Yin stepped forward and knocked heavily on the door a few times, but there was no response. He knocked a few more times, yet still no answer. Just as he began to wonder if Rhoda was not home and had gone to Happy Street, the door opened. It was Rhoda, who looked very disheveled at that moment. His pants were on inside out with the back in front, and he was only wearing a simple outer garment with nothing underneath, revealing his solid muscles. Seeing the scene, Luo Yan's heart sank, and he had a bad premonition, while Xiatali's lips had already curled up slightly. "Captain Xiao, what brings you here?" Rhoda asked. "What are you doing?" Luo Yin replied. "Oh, it's nothing, nothing at all." Captain, please wait a moment before coming in," Rhoda said, taking a step forward and blocking the doorway with his sturdy body. Luo Yan's bad premonition intensified. After waiting for about 2 minutes, a woman's voice came from inside. "Tada, it's ready." "Tada?" Luo Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the smug Rhoda, who slightly raised her chin and stepped aside to clear the way. The two followed Rhoda into the room and saw a tall and beautiful older sister sitting gracefully on the sofa in the living room, the newly emerged witch. There was a blush on the witch's face, and Rhoda's clothes were scattered around her. Given the scene before them and Rhoda's earlier actions to block them, one could easily guess what had happened here just 3 minutes ago. Luo Yan's mouth twitched slightly as he stared at the clothes of Rhoda on the sofa, his gaze becoming somewhat dazed. At that moment, a sudden sound of applause came from beside him, followed by the voice of Xiatali. "Ah, congratulations, congratulations. The two of you have finally become a couple." Xiatali's congratulatory voice jolted Luo Yin back to reality, while Rhoda's gaze became a bit evasive, and the newly appointed witch shyly turned her face to the side. However, no one spoke up to refute her. "Hiss, huh?" Luo Yin took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and looked at Xiatali. "You knew all along?" "Hee, Captain, a bet's a bet." "TSK." Luo Yin bit his lips, a wave of regret washing over him. He regretted proposing the bet of being a servant. Wasn't having a meal together good enough? But since he had already lost, there was nothing more to say. After all, it was just 3 days, and he knew very well that it was all in good fun. At most, he would just be doing some trivial tasks like serving tea and water, nothing too serious. "Captain, is there something you need?" Rhoda quickly asked, sensing the atmosphere was heading in an awkward direction. Luo Yin nodded. At this moment, his face had returned to a calm demeanor. "Rhoda, weren't you planning to learn swordsmanship? Have you found a teacher?" Although Luo Yin had just come to check on the situation, he certainly wouldn't say, "Oh, I made a bet with Xiatali and came to see what's going on today." He needed a reason, and asking about a swordsmanship teacher served that purpose. Moreover, This was not just a casual excuse. Luo Yin was genuinely interested in the question. This was because swordsmanship matched very well with Rhoda's potential. If Rhoda could become a great swordsman in the future, he would be the sharpest blade on the battlefield. Huh, about that. Rhoda raised his hand and scratched the back of his head, hesitating a bit. Captain, I haven't found a teacher yet. I heard that there are some skilled sword users in the Revolutionary Army, and I was thinking of going to learn from them after this operation is over. Luo Yin first nodded, but then shook his head. The swordsmen in the Revolutionary Army probably aren't very strong either. However, I do have a good candidate here. After your mission is over, I'll get in touch and see if I can have him teach you. Really? Thank you, Captain. Rhoda's eyes immediately lit up. Luo Yin nodded, his gaze subtly yet noticeably darting to the clothes on the sofa, and said, All right, we've finished discussing things, so we'll be leaving now. Upon hearing that Luo Yin was leaving so soon, Rhoda not only didn't try to keep him, but instead wore a big smile on his face. Oh, Captain, take care. After Luo Yin and Xia Tali left Rhoda's residence, they walked down the street, which had few pedestrians, but many shops lined both sides of the road. Captain, buy this, and I want this one too, oh, and this. Xia Tali flitted in front of each shop, and every time she left one, Luo Yin would have more items in his hands. Most of what Xia Tali bought were snacks, followed by pretty decorations and various cups. No matter how the cups looked, as long as they were novel in appearance, she would buy them. They shopped until the sun set, and on their way back, Luo Yin was pulling a simple wooden cart piled high with goods. Captain, when we get back, please help me wash those new cups and put them on the shelf in my room, then make me some tea, black tea. Today, Xia Tali was destined to be happy. She flitted around in front of Luo Yin like a butterfly, chattering nonstop, while Luo Yin was deep in thought. He still couldn't figure out how Rhoda managed to get together with that which so quickly. He had said 3 days, but not even a day had passed, and the address had already changed to Tada. Remembering Xia Tali's confidence from yesterday, he finally couldn't hold back. Xia, why are you so sure that Rhoda will fall for that she-male? Xia Tali's smile remained, but a hint of cunning sparkled in her eyes. Because deep down, Rhoda likes men. Boom! Xia Tali's words struck Luo Yin like a bolt from the blue, and he widened his eyes in shock, his face filled with disbelief. Luo Yin shook his head vigorously. His voice had unknowingly risen significantly. No, this is impossible. How could Rhoda possibly like men? You're lying to me. That guy runs to the Joy Street every day. How could he possibly like men? Haha, this is something only I know. And who says that someone who goes to Joy Street every day can't like men? Who said that if a person likes men, they can't like women? The captain. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for sleeping at that time and not noticing. You should have served me for 3 days. As she spoke, Shadowly gently patted Luo Yin's shoulder with her fair little hand. Although Luo Yin still found it hard to accept the fact that Rhoda liked men, he finally understood why he had lost. Back on the ship, Luo Yin followed Shadowly's instructions and first put all the pastries they bought into the fridge. Then he began to wash the 6 different cups they had purchased in the sink. Shadowly liked cups. She had a glass cabinet in her room specifically for displaying them, which already housed dozens of differently shaped cups. She didn't use all of them. Usually, she chose a few nice-looking ones to use, and some she bought never to use at all, just keeping them as if they were antique collectibles. Luo Yin was well aware of this. Although he didn't often go to Shadowly's room, he had been there enough times to see that glass cabinet. Anyway, cups weren't worth much, and since Shadowly liked collecting them, he didn't mind. After Luo Yin washed the cup, he carefully placed it in the glass cabinet and securely glued the bottom of the cup with special double-sided tape. This way, even if the boat swayed or was turned upside down, the cups would not fall off and would still be stuck to the cabinet. After Luo Yin closed the cabinet door, he let out a long sigh. Just as he was about to go make tea, he saw the little golden monkey carrying a tray with the brewed tea coming in. How did you make the tea? Upon being asked this, the little golden monkey was momentarily taken aback, then quickly responded, Captain, I'm used to it. I used to make tea for the master every day. All right, give me the tray, and you go get some pastries from the fridge. Once the tea and pastries were set on the table in Xidaly's room, she finally came out of the bathroom. She was draped in a large white fluffy bathrobe, her long hair still dripping. However, perhaps due to the material of the bathrobe, the water did not soak it, but instead slid off like droplets on a lotus leaf, leaving no trace behind. Sitting down at the table, the little golden monkey poured a cup of tea for Xidaly. After she took a small bite of a cream cake, her eyes immediately squinted in delight. In the past, Luo Yin would have definitely sat beside or across from Xidaly to enjoy the food together. But now, he could only stand behind her with a hairdryer, dried or damp hair. Just watching you being served makes me envious. It seems I should get a few animals to serve me too. Luo Yin was drying his hair with a hairdryer while muttering, and Xiaotali paused for a moment, turning her head to glance at him. Are you planning to use a beast tamer's magical items to tame animals? No, I plan to use my fists. Fists? Can that work? A hint of doubt appeared on Xiaotali's face. Although Luo Yin was light, she believed she was better at taming animals than he was. Luo Yin smiled, and his eyes gradually narrowed. Do you know what the ritual for advancing to sequence 3 is? What is it? Xiaotali asked curiously, turning around to look at Luo Yin. Luo Yin opened his narrowed eyes, and his expression became serious. You consume the potion surrounded by at least 10 ocean creatures, showing submission. I see. Xiaotali nodded in realization, and then she remembered something else. So, Captain, I will need a ritual for my next promotion, right? What is it? You consume the potion under the full moon. Full moon. Xiaotali repeated the word softly, nodding her head slightly, and continued eating her pastry. Luo Yin also became serious, carefully helping Xiaotali dry her hair, but his thoughts had already drifted away. When his sequence was not high, he did not study the promotion rituals in detail. However, as his sequence increased and he needed to use the rituals for his promotion, he had noticed that the promotion rituals in this world were different from those corresponding to the Lord of Mysteries. For example, the ancient scholar of the Fool Pathway at sequence 3 only requires sufficient real history for the promotion ritual, and does not need to isolate himself for 300 years to become history. Similarly, the manipulator of the Dreamer Pathway at sequence 4 only needs to consume potions amidst the emotional resonance of 1,000 people, instead of the 10,000 required in the Lord of Mysteries. Even the Ascension rituals are different. The Tyrant's Ascension ritual in the Lord of Mysteries requires challenging a true god and surviving. But here, it requires consuming potions amidst the anger of 1,000,000 people. Not only the Tyrant, but the Ascension rituals for others are also different from those in the Lord of Mysteries. This is not only because this world does not have as much madness and distortion, but also because the extraordinary characteristics of this world are fundamentally different. Luo Yin suddenly had a bright idea in his mind, forming a guess. By the time Luo Yin finished drying Xiaotali's hair, she had just finished her pastries as well. I'm a bit sleepy, Captain. I want to sleep, Xiaotali said as she stood up and stretched. The whiteness on her chest immediately expanded almost by double, and that pair seemed like they were just about to pop out. Luo Yin glanced at the gradually darkening window and then at the delicate face of Xiaotali. However, his gaze seemed to be drawn downwards unconsciously. You're going to sleep at this hour? Usually, you're just waking up around this time. Upon hearing this, Xiaotali's face immediately showed displeasure. And whose fault is that? It's not like I usually wake up at noon. Luo Yin was taken aback, feeling that this explanation was very reasonable. Well, then I'll leave first. As he said this, Luo Yin stood up to leave, but was pulled back by Xiaotali. What? You're leaving already? You're my servant now. And when I go to sleep, you have to serve me. Serve you? How do I serve? Just do it like Xiaobai used to first spread the quilt. And then, you spread the quilt first, and then we'll talk. Luo Yin understood Xiaotali very well. He knew that Xiaotali must have something else she wanted to do. However, he didn't pry and obediently went to tidy the bed. Xiaotali's bed wasn't messy. In fact, in Luo Yan's eyes, it didn't need special tidying at all. Still, he picked up the thin blanket and smoothed it out. On a rolling sea, Buggy's ship swayed with the wind and waves. Buggy was hiding in the cargo hold at the bottom of the ship, where a small space had been cleared among the many piles of potatoes. 3 candles were arranged in an inverted triangle in front of him, with a drawing of a symbol representing secrecy placed in the center. Buggy held a lighter with a flickering flame in his hand, his face filled with hesitation and conflict. Finally, he gritted his teeth and lit the candles in order, then began a solemn chant. Symbol of darkness and slumber, authority of fear and misfortune, ring that governs secrets. I beseech your gaze, I beseech your favor, I pray you allow me to communicate with Luo Yin. Luo Yin had just finished making the bed when a pair of hands suddenly embraced him from behind, followed by a soft body pressing against him. A faint fragrance wafted into Luo Yan's nostrils, and he immediately felt a stir in his heart, a certain clarity rising in his mind. Sleep now. Okay. Luo Yin turned around and embraced Xiaotali, slowly falling towards the bed. Just as they were about to take the next step, a red halo suddenly spread from the index finger of Luo Yan's right hand, and the secret ring emitted a faint glow. At the same time, a blurred voice echoed in Luo Yan's ear. A plea. Is this Baki? Luo Yan instantly guessed who was praying after all. He had only given the title to one person, Buggy. Shatari, who had already closed her eyes, opened them in confusion and was stunned when she saw the ring still shimmering with a red halo around it. The ring is glowing red? What happened to the captain? TSK. That bastard Buggy. Luo Yin was almost infuriated, but he didn't let it get to him. Buck didn't pray earlier or later, but chose this moment to do so. Although he was angry, he had no intention of ignoring it. After all, it was the first time the other party had prayed, and ignoring it might weaken Buck's apprehension of him. Wait a moment, I need to respond to the prayer. Respond to the prayer? Shadowy looked at Luo Yin with some confusion, but Luo Yin didn't elaborate. He immediately got up and sat down on a nearby chair, raising his right hand in front of him. His spirit spread toward the rippling red glow, and in an instant, he saw Buck through the shimmering light. The image was somewhat blurry, and not all the details were clear, but it was still easy to distinguish that it was Buck. Suddenly, Buck's surroundings darkened, plunging him into endless darkness. Just as he was panicking and looking around, points of starlight lit up in front of him, and amidst the cluster of stars, Luo Yin's figure gradually emerged. You called for me? Luo Yin asked the first question, his voice authoritative and intimidating. Yet at the same time, it brought a sense of peace to those who heard it. Baki's turbulent emotions instantly calmed down. He opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound, only nodding earnestly. Go ahead, what is it? Didn't you say you wanted me to help you find a devil fruit? I have a paramecia-type devil fruit right here. Luo Yin was taken aback. He didn't expect Buggy to be so efficient and find it so quickly. Moreover, he had only asked the other party to provide information, but he didn't expect them to have obtained the fruit directly. How much? I bought it for 150 million berries. Buggy didn't quote a price, but directly stated how much he spent to purchase the fruit. Luo Yin nodded and said, I will buy this fruit for 200 million berries, of which 30 million is your information fee, and another 20 million is your reward for saving me time. 200 million. Buggy's eyes brightened immediately, and then the darkness before him quickly retreated. He returned to the bottom of the ship, but his mind was filled with a new piece of information, the consciousness of the sacrifice. Sacrifice. A look of struggle appeared on Buggy's face. He seemed hesitant, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and got up to search for various spiritual materials in the kitchen. Soon, he returned to the bottom of the ship with a large pile of spiritual materials and a box, rearranging the altar. After placing the box in the center of the altar, he began to chant, symbol of darkness and slumber, authority of fear and calamity, ring that governs the hidden. Your faithful follower begs for your gaze, begs you to accept the offering, begs you to open the door to your kingdom. The candle flames suddenly surged into a large door, and the spiritual materials placed at the edge of the altar shattered into light points, drifting towards the door. The door slowly opened, revealing a dark space with flickering lights, but it was impossible to see what those lights were. Before long, the door was completely open, and the box containing the devil fruit disappeared, replaced by neatly arranged berries, an impressive total of 200 million berries. On the other side, Luo Yin maintained the sacrificial and granting door with his spirit. When he saw the box containing the devil fruit float into the door, he let out a slight sigh of relief and gradually reduced his infusion of spirit, causing the door to slowly close. Just at the moment the door closed and disappeared, the box containing the devil fruit vanished, revealing a single devil fruit. And in the next moment, this devil fruit exploded, shattering into countless light points that disappeared into the hidden divine realm. Luo Yin was stunned on the spot. He originally wanted to hold a bestowal ceremony to take out the devil fruit from the divine realm and see what kind of fruit it was. As a result, it was directly devoured by the ring. What the heck? What is going on? What did you do? Luo Yin did not chant the name of the honored one, but directly questioned the ring in his hand. He initially thought this would not elicit a response. He only asked out of excitement. However, to his surprise, he received an answer, as information suddenly appeared in his mind. The content of the information was quite simple. The devil fruit was part of the extraordinary characteristics of the Dark Path Sequence 1. After the ring consumed it, it could significantly enhance the activation level and control over authority. Do you want to come back to life? Luo Yan's heart skipped a beat as he stared at the ring in his hand, his expression more serious than ever. He understood very well what it meant for the uniqueness to be fully revived, and he knew even better what it meant to consume the sequence, one potion, and come back to life. The ring trembled lightly twice to confirm, expressing some confusion. It wondered why Luo Yin was only asking this question now, when it had intended this from the beginning, and at that time Luo Yin did not ask, but only now did he inquire. Upon hearing this answer, Luo Yin suddenly realized why the secret ring required him to tell it things daily through a prayer. It was to activate faster. Luo Yin took 2 deep breaths to calm his emotions. Although the situation was unexpected, he didn't react much. After all, even if the hidden ring really came to life and consumed 3 doses of sequence 1 potion, so what? His own path and the dark path were not in conflict. Even if the other party eventually became a god, it wouldn't threaten him. Captain? Shatari's soft call came from behind Luo Yin. He got up and returned to the bedside, smiling slightly at Shatari. It's fine, go to sleep. I'll explain everything later. The next day, the rising sun shone on the deck. The little golden monkey was holding a bucket in one hand and a cloth in the other, cleaning the deck. Ever since the little white ferret was sent away, this task had been left to it. Although the workload increased, it didn't feel tired. Instead, it was quite happy because it knew that the little white ferret's life must not be good now. Hey, flower monkey! A sharp voice suddenly rang out. The little golden monkey looked up to see a bird with a tuft of golden fluff on its head flying there. It was Porter, who had now become a sun priest. Stupid bird, why are you back? The little golden monkey replied indifferently and continued to wipe the deck. Porter slowly landed on the part of the deck that hadn't been cleaned yet. The captain is here, of course I had to come. I was busy before and couldn't make it, but now I finally have time. Huh, what could a stupid bird like you possibly have to do? The little golden monkey rolled its eyes at Porter, clearly looking down on him. Porter wasn't angry. Instead, he moved aside without being prompted, allowing the little golden monkey to clean the spot where he had just stood. My matters are very important. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Where's the captain? The captain is in the master's room and hasn't woken up yet. Huh? What do you mean? Porter was taken aback, momentarily not understanding what the little golden monkey meant. The little golden monkey didn't intend to explain much. While continuing to wipe the deck, it replied, in short, he hasn't woken up yet, just wait. All right. Porter didn't have any intention of probing further. He spread his wings and flew up to the mast to settle in, waiting. As the sun rose higher, the sunlight became warmer and the freshly cleaned deck dried quickly in the sun. Luo Yin finally stepped out of the cabin. Captain, you finally woke up? As soon as Porter saw Luo Yin, he immediately flew down from the mast and landed on Luo Yin's shoulder. Luo Yin looked at Porter and was momentarily surprised. Porter, what happened to you? You've grown so much. Previously, Porter was about the size of Seagull, but now, without him realizing, he had grown to the size of a hen. Captain, I've been growing all along. You just didn't notice because you saw me every day. Is that so? By the way, how did you get here? Where have you been? I told you to follow Rhoda, but you weren't by his side. When arranging things initially, Luo Yin had indeed intended for Porter to follow Rhoda. After all, Rhoda was the mastermind behind this operation, and if he was detected, he could very likely face assassination. If Rhoda and Porter teamed up, they could demonstrate considerable combat power. Even if they encountered an assassination attempt, it wouldn't be particularly dangerous. Yet, he hadn't stayed by Rhoda's side. Captain, I went to help the revolutionaries. It was Rhoda's arrangement. I see, then that's fine. Luo Yin believed that a schemer would never make arrangements that put themselves in danger, so he no longer dwelled on the matter and continued. Since you're here, your business should be finished, right? Yes, Captain, I've completed my part. This country is about to descend into chaos. At this point, Porter's tone rose considerably, sounding somewhat excited. Luo Yin nodded and looked up at the towering chimneys of the kingdom. On the sea, Mitre stood at the bow of the ship, gripping a long pole tightly as he stared intently at the warship ahead. Has the Navy now become the lapdog of the world government? He had just fought with the Navy and had not yet caught his breath when he was once again intercepted by them. And this time, blocking his way was a warship led by a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters, the seasoned Ghost Spider, with a cigarette in his mouth. Ghost Spider held a knife in each hand, and the 6 hands behind him each wielded a knife as well, totaling 8 knives. Navigator Mitre, this time you won't be as lucky as last time. I must capture you today. Who can't talk big? Don't think I'll be afraid, just because you're a vice admiral. Despite Mitre's serious expression, he refused to back down. He glanced back at the revolutionary army behind him, and his expression turned somewhat grim. If it were just him, no one could stop him from escaping. But with so many revolutionaries here, although they weren't quite companions yet, they had gotten along very well during this time and had formed friendships. He didn't want to just run away. Mr. Mitre, behind you. Another warship is coming. It's a ship from the world government. Just as Mitre was still thinking about how to deal with the powerful Ghost Spider, who was already a formidable vice admiral, a panicked voice suddenly rang out, and he instinctively turned to look. The speaker was a revolutionary wearing a furry hat, who had just seen the back route blocked by the world government's ship on the rear deck and rushed over to report. Miter's expression immediately turned extremely grim. But he did not panic. Who are the people on the world government ship? Yes, it's CP0. CP0 is teaming up with the Vice Admiral from the Navy headquarters to capture me. I never expected I would be this sought after, Miter said sarcastically, narrowing his eyes at Ghost Spider, who slightly opened his mouth, exhaling a puff of smoke before saying, "You are someone that both the world government and the Navy headquarters value highly. The order from above is to capture you alive. If it weren't for Akainu and Akiji fighting for the position of admiral, perhaps it would have been an admiral coming this time. Oh, what a pity then. Even my captain has never been pursued by an admiral. If I were the first to be pursued, I could boast about it once I return." Return? You won't be going back. Ghost Spider finally moved, leaping directly from the warship towards Miter. Miter gripped the iron rod tightly, and the muscles in his arms instantly bulged. Furious strike. Clang. The clash of knife and rod produced a piercing sound, and sparks flew as the ship beneath Miter sank significantly due to the tremendous force. However, Miter only managed to block 2 knives. The remaining 6 knives simultaneously slashed towards Miter, clearly targeting his shoulders. He intended to incapacitate Miter's hands first and then capture him. After all, it was clearly stated above that he must be captured alive. Just as the 6 knives were about to hit Miter, a flood of dawn-like light surged from Miter's body, instantly separating the two. Screech. The 6 knives struck the dawn light, but failed to shatter it, only producing a harsh grinding sound. Miter quickly retreated, creating distance from Ghost Spider, and his expression had turned considerably grim. From just that brief exchange, he understood that he was not Ghost Spider's match. Even with other magical items at his disposal, he wouldn't stand a chance, especially with CP0 behind him. What's going on? Miter did not turn back, but shouted. One of the revolutionaries behind him immediately responded. Mr. Dragon has sent Chief of Staff Sabo over, but it will take time. He said we must prioritize escorting you away. We absolutely cannot let you fall into the hands of the world government. Escort me? What are you going to use to escort me? Wait for Sabo to arrive? It will take at least 2 hours for Sabo to get here. By then, the opportunity will be long gone. Miter reached into the inside of his clothing and pulled out a talisman with a lightning pattern. Lightning. Miter shouted the activation incantation, pouring his spirit into the talisman before violently throwing it out. His target was not Ghost Spider, as he was currently on a ship. If he aimed at Ghost Spider, his ship would sink first, so he set his sights on the Navy's warship. Ghost Spider watched as a talisman flickering with electric light flew over his head, unsure of what it was. But he could sense that it was very dangerous, and when he saw it flying towards the warship, he realized something was amiss. Crap, that bastard. Ghost Spider suddenly leaped back, his speed far surpassing that of the talisman. In an instant, he caught up with it, and, without hesitation, swung a knife at the talisman. The knife split the talisman in 2. However, Ghost Spider felt no resistance, as if he had struck not metal, but air. The split talisman shattered into countless points of light, and in an instant, Ghost Spider felt a tingling sensation on the back of his head. Boom! The sky turned incredibly violent, and countless thunderbolts fell like rain as if a forest of thunder had sprouted on the warship. Luo Yin had the little golden monkey brew a pot of tea for him and rummaged through the fridge to find the pastries he bought yesterday. Ready to enjoy some afternoon tea, even though it was still morning, that didn't stop him from indulging. However, at that moment, his instincts were triggered, and he jumped up from the recliner, his expression instantly turning extremely grim. He sensed that Miter had used the talisman he had given him. It was worth noting that Miter didn't use any talismans during the last conflict with the Navy, and he ended up being wanted. Now, he had used the talisman, which undoubtedly meant he was in big trouble. What happened? The Navy? Or CP0? Luo Yin was making guesses in his heart, and he had already soared into the sky. With a loud sonic boom echoing in the air, Luo Yin rushed towards the direction where the talismans were activated at supersonic speed. Shatali was abruptly awakened from her deep sleep by the sudden sonic boom. She hurriedly put on her clothes, preparing to go out and check the situation, only to see the little golden monkey anxiously pushing the door open. Master, the captain suddenly left in a hurry, and he looked terrible. Something's wrong. Shatali quickly finished dressing and was about to leave. But then she thought of something and strode towards the cabinet, retrieving the phone bug from the drawer. As soon as she stepped out of the cabin, she saw Rhoda running over with the phone bug in hand, looking anxious. Sia, where's the captain? Where's the captain? What's going on? This is bad. Might is surrounded by the Navy Rear Admiral and CP0. Long just called me. He has already sent Sabo over. But it will take Sabo more than an hour to get there, and I'm worried he won't last that long. Shatali nodded. her anxiety gradually dissipating. It's okay. The captain just rushed over. Might is helping the Revolutionary Army transport supplies from the stronghold to here, so it's not far. The captain is fast. He should be able to catch up. Really? The captain has already gone over? That's good. Rhoda sighed in relief upon hearing this, but his expression quickly turned serious again, gradually becoming a bit grim. What's wrong? Shatali asked upon seeing this. Rhoda's eyes twitched, and he gritted his teeth. The captain's intervention will probably expose a lot of things. We need to speed up our actions here. See, help me. Today, we must create chaos in this country. We can't delay any longer. Although Shatali didn't know what kind of conspiracy Rhoda was weaving, she understood the seriousness of the situation. She nodded solemnly and followed Rhoda off the ship. At sea, the lightning forest had dissipated, and the warship no longer resembled its original form. Although it hadn't sunk, the bridge and deck were destroyed, and the ship's cabin below was visible. Some sailors who hadn't managed to escape were charred beyond recognition. The ghost spider landed on the warship, his face dark as he looked at Might, veins bulging on his forehead, appearing extremely angry. However, Might did not back down, staring back defiantly while pulling out a thick stack of talismans from his clothing. I wonder how many of my talismans your damaged warship can withstand? You. The ghost spider angrily bit off the cigarette in his mouth, his eyes seemingly burning with rage as he glared at Might. But even so, he didn't dare to act recklessly. If it were just about bringing back the other head, the ghost spider could kill him quickly. But the orders were very clear and had been emphasized. He must capture him alive. This prevented the ghost spider from using his full strength, forcing him to hold back his attacks, which gave Might a chance to use his talismans again. He didn't know what kind of talismans Might had, but he was sure there were ones that could summon lightning, and definitely more than one, while Might currently had over 10 talismans in hand. Might's face was calm, but inside he felt quite flustered. These talismans were given to him by Luo Yin when he left, consisting of 3 types: lightning, tornado, and roar, along with several magical items. However, he didn't dare to throw any more talismans now. He knew very well that if he sank the warship completely, it would infuriate the veteran rear admiral, possibly leading to an all-out attack. Perhaps he wouldn't be killed, but the Revolutionary Army behind him would be slaughtered. Now that the other side had sensed the power of the talismans, they had become wary. As long as he didn't act recklessly, the other side would likely refrain from doing so as well. This way, both sides would reach a stalemate, which was exactly what he hoped for. He never expected to defeat the other side with talismans, because these talismans were area of effect attacks. Once the enemy boarded his ship, he couldn't use them without sinking his own ship. He just wanted to delay as much time as possible until reinforcements arrived. Has there been any movement from CP0? Seeing that his brief intimidation had worked on the ghost spider, Might ask the Revolutionary Army behind him. The revolutionary soldier quickly nodded in response. No? It seems they want to wait for us to fight the Navy to a standstill before acting. Huh. It seems the world government and the Revolutionary Army have different objectives. Might's lips curled into a smile, which was what he hoped to see. If the world government and the Navy wholeheartedly teamed up to attack, he really wouldn't have the confidence to hold them off. The ghost spider, who was watching Might, suddenly shifted his gaze over Might's ship to the world government warship behind. Standing at the bow of the world government ship, CP0 felt the gaze and slightly lifted his head to meet it. But due to the mask, his expression changes couldn't be seen. Time passed second by second, and all 3 parties began to feel anxious. Might was naturally complaining about the slow arrival of reinforcements, while the Navy and CP0 were anxious about why the other side hadn't acted yet. They all knew someone would come to rescue Might, and none of them wanted to delay for too long. Finally, the one who managed to keep his cool first was the ghost spider. After whispering a few words into the phone bug, he readied his weapon again. At the same time, CP0 also prepared for battle. In that instant, Might felt an unprecedented danger and sensed that the enemy could no longer hold back. Damn it! Might's expression twisted for a moment, then became resolute. Get ready. They're coming. This phrase seemed to serve as a signal, and the ghost spider along with 3 CP0 members simultaneously lunged towards Might's ship. Might gripped the iron rod tightly, and his arm muscles visibly bulged. Oomph! Just as he was about to counter, a furious roar echoed from a distance, the sound like thunder exploding in his ears, causing the ghost spider and CP0 to freeze in their tracks. Some weaker sailors and revolutionary soldiers were even knocked unconscious, bleeding from their orifices. Adventurer Luo Yin. The 3 CP0 members hovered in midair, looking towards the source of the voice. In the moment before, Luo Yin was still far away, but in the next moment, he was already in front of them. Bang! Accompanied by a dull sound, One CP0 member's face was struck by Luo Yan's fist, the mask shattering as he fell from the sky, blood spraying everywhere. The remaining two CP0 members quickly retreated, distancing themselves from Luo Yan. Even though they wore masks, they could still feel their fear through the eye holes. "Why are you here?" one of the CP0 members asked, his voice suddenly hoarse without him even realizing it. His heart was filled with fear, afraid of the suddenly arriving adventurer. "Huh, you are here trying to capture me, and yet you ask why I suddenly appeared? Pawns of the world government, do you really think I'm a soft persimmon?" Every word that Luo Yan uttered was like a thunderclap, ringing in the ears of those present. At this moment, Luo Yan was seen as the embodiment of disaster. And the fear of disaster is the most primal instinct of every living being. Fear surged within their hearts, and once this fear emerged, it uncontrollably expanded. The bright sky had unknowingly darkened, and as the sky dimmed, Mitter's ship seemed like a phantom in the mist, gradually disappearing. However, the fear in the hearts of the Navy and the world government personnel only grew stronger. Some of them even didn't know what exactly they were afraid of. Was it the impending disaster or the man flying in the air before them? They could no longer distinguish. But this confusion did not diminish their fear. Thud! A Marine finally couldn't hold on any longer, collapsing and trembling. This seemed to act like a switch. As one after another, people fell under the weight of their fear. In the end, even the seasoned Vice Admiral Ghost Spider showed slight tremors. He too was afraid. But he didn't know what he was afraid of. He wasn't afraid to face Luo Yan. After all, if he were truly afraid, he wouldn't have brought troops to capture him. Moreover, as a seasoned Vice Admiral, he wouldn't tremble even in the face of death. Yet now his body seemed to have lost control. Why? Why is this happening? What am I really afraid of? Ghost Spider couldn't help but murmur to himself. His feelings extremely complex, filled with both fear and confusion. He was puzzled as to why he was afraid and couldn't figure out where his fear was coming from. Luo Yan lowered his head and looked around, seeing that on the Navy's side, only the Ghost Spider was still standing, while on the world government side, there were still 3 CP0 agents standing. However, 2 of them were already trembling like sieve chaff, as if they would fall down at any moment. Yet they still hadn't collapsed. "Huh, is this all you're capable of? You don't even have the courage to look me in the eye. Yet you dare to come and capture me?" A disdainful voice from Luo Yan echoed, still like thunder. The 2 CP0 agents who had been struggling finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground. The Ghost Spider's body swayed for a moment, but quickly steadied itself. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly looked up to meet Luo Yan's gaze. "Adventurer Luo Yan, what do you want? What do I want?" "Huh, you asked me what I want? The ones who came to capture me. And now you ask me what I want? Ghost Spider, don't you think your question itself is problematic?" Luo Yan suddenly descended and appeared in front of the Ghost Spider, who gritted its teeth and swung a knife towards Luo Yan. Luo Yan did not dodge, but instead reached out to grab. Clash! The blade struck Luo Yan's tiger mouth, but it failed to cut through, only producing a metallic clanging sound. The fear within had rendered the Ghost Spider unable to unleash its true strength. Even if it forced itself to suppress the fear, it could only deliver this weak blow. "Huh, your inner strength is not sufficient, which is why you are stuck at the rank of Rear Admiral. With someone like you, do you still want to fight me?" Luo Yan looked at the Ghost Spider with eyes, as if he were looking at garbage, causing the Ghost Spider to shudder, and his inner fear amplified significantly. "What exactly are you?" Hee, don't worry, I don't plan on tearing my face with the Navy just yet, so I don't intend to kill you for the time being." As soon as these words were spoken, the darkness that enveloped the area suddenly vanished, along with it the ships of the world government and everyone on board. Additionally, the ship of Mit, which had previously disappeared, reappeared. However, that ship was now hundreds of meters away and still moving further away. All the Navy personnel felt a sense of relief, and the fear they had felt earlier dissipated completely. The Ghost Spider staggered back a few steps, gasping for breath. And only then did he realize he was drenched in sweat. What exactly just happened? The Ghost Spider, catching his breath, immediately inquired, but Luo Yan merely smiled contemptuously. He certainly couldn't reveal that the fear they had just experienced was created using a magical item. On the way here, Luo Yan had already communicated with the secret ring, which had intercepted a devil fruit that was the fruit of the fear domain. Thus, the ring's authority over the fear domain had been enhanced. The ring had unceremoniously consumed that fruit, making it the one in the wrong, so when Luo Yan asked for its help, it didn't refuse. Therefore, when Luo Yan first appeared, he let out a roar to make his presence seem more terrifying, and then utilized the fear authority of the secret ring to instill fear in everyone present. However, since this fear was a large area AoE and the secret ring was also suppressing the disaster characteristics, it couldn't exert too much power, which is why it couldn't overwhelm the Ghost Spider, a rear admiral. Nevertheless, the effect was already quite good, even exceeding Luo Yan's expectations. After the recent experience, the people on the warship dared not move recklessly. Some were still unable to recover from their fear, not even daring to look at Luo Yan. Now I declare that you are my captives. Anyone who disagrees can speak up now. I can kill him immediately, so he won't be a captive. A light remark from Luo Yan caused the expressions of everyone on the warship to turn exceptionally grim, but no one dared to stand up against it. Not even the Vice Admiral, Ghost Spider. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? Of course, sell for a good price. Are you expecting me to support you? Just enjoy your little secret happiness. So far, the Navy hasn't officially torn the facade with me. I have a lot of troubles lately and don't want to be constantly monitored by the Navy. So, you'll contact the Navy headquarters now and let them come to negotiate for the release 2 devil fruits, and this matter will be settled. Otherwise, I will contact Morgans. Capturing a Vice Admiral from the Navy headquarters should be big news, right? I believe he would be very willing to report it. The probability of Akainu winning this martial competition is quite high, and this news can serve as a congratulatory gift for his assumption of the position. Though I wonder if he'll be satisfied. As soon as these words were spoken, all the Navy personnel on the ship, including Ghost Spider, turned pale. They were well aware of how tough Akainu was. If Akainu really received such a gift during his inauguration ceremony, he would probably explode on the spot. What about the world government's ship? Ghost Spider did not respond to Luo Yan, but instead looked towards the sea where the world government ship had originally been. Now completely empty, with nothing left. Oh, you still have the mood to worry about others? There's no room for reconciliation between me and the world government anymore. So, they will never see the light of day again. They will only fall into eternal slumber in endless darkness. By the way, why did you catch Mike? Did he provoke you? No, right? Until now, Luo Yan still couldn't figure out why the Navy wanted to capture Mike. Even if Mike was currently delivering supplies for the Revolutionary Army, that was a matter for the world government and had little to do with the Navy. Ghost Spider's expression twisted for a moment, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and spoke. Previously, a Revolutionary Army member captured by the world government died. In the cell, he suddenly transformed into a monster made of flesh and blood, killed 3 prison guards, and was shot down. In the end, they obtained an item from his corpse, an item with miraculous abilities that the world government attaches great importance to. But they lack sufficient intelligence. They only know that the item originated from you, and you are too tricky, so they wanted to find a breakthrough from your subordinates. So that's how it is. It's understandable. Being locked up in a world government prison, and even tortured, is normal for someone to mentally break down and mutate into a monster. It's a pity. I was still thinking about finding an opportunity to rescue him in the future. It seems there's no chance now. Luo Yan said it was a pity, but there was no trace of regret on his face. He was just saying it for the sake of saying it. The extraordinary individual was a member of the Revolutionary Army, and the Revolutionary Army only had a cooperative relationship with him. The death of an inconsequential person wouldn't affect his mood. Gue Jiju's face flashed with hesitation, wanting to speak, but was preempted by Luo Yan. All right, stop wasting time. Hurry up and make the call. I don't have that much time to waste here with you. Of course, I'm right here, and you could still choose to fight to the death with me. However, if you don't win, I won't accept any more ransom for the captives. I'll personally deliver the news to the Navy headquarters. I keep my word. All right, I'll call. Gue Jiju hesitated for a long time, but finally gritted his teeth and agreed. It wasn't that he was afraid of dying, but he wanted to preserve the Navy's dignity. Now that the Navy was coming to ransom the captives, it would still damage some of the Navy's reputation, but not too much, within an acceptable range. However, if it went to print, it would be different. Unless everyone present could immediately take their own lives and die in battle, the Navy's reputation would inevitably be tarnished. The only difference would be how much reputation they lost. Gue Jiju took out a phone bug from the inner pocket of his clothing. With the sound of Buru, the phone bug was quickly connected, and a deep yet relaxed voice came from the other end. This is Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku, I am Gue Jiju. Oh, Gue Jiju. How did the operation with CP0 go? Has it been completed? Sengoku's words indicated that he recognized Gue Jiju's strength. After all, their target was not Luo Yan, but one of Luo Yan's subordinates. Gue Jiju instinctively opened his mouth, but could not make a sound. After adjusting himself, he finally spoke. Marshal, we failed. We encountered the adventurer Luo Yan, and the world government's forces were completely annihilated. 1/3 of our Marines were killed, and the rest, including myself, We're all captured. I see. Since you can still call me, it means that adventurer Luo Yin has made a condition, right? What is it? Sengoku's tone remained calm, without the expected rage or shock, which surprised Goeijiju. And then he thought of something. Marshal, is it possible that Akainu and Akiji have reached a conclusion? Yes, they fought for 10 days and nights, Akainu won. And a promotion ceremony for Akainu will be held in a week. Strictly speaking, I am no longer a marshal, but since this matter happened before the promotion ceremony, I might as well resolve it myself. So that's how it is. The condition set by adventurer Luo Yin is to ransom the captives with 2 devil fruits. There was a silence of about 10 seconds on the phone bug before Sengoku spoke again. I want to speak directly with adventurer Luo Yin. Sengoku's voice remained unchanged, but it gave off a feeling of suddenly aging much more. Goeijiju immediately turned to look at Luo Yin, who had been waiting nearby, and naturally heard the voice from the phone bug. He nodded and held the phone bug in his hand. I am Luo Yin. Hee. Adventurer Luo Yin, I am Sengoku. I will personally bring the devil fruits to ransom the captives in 3 days. I hope you will not go back on your word. Oh, the Navy Marshal is personally coming to ransom? I am truly honored. Although Luo Yin felt that the other party would most likely agree, he did not expect Sengoku to come personally. However, upon thinking it over, it made sense. After all, a seasoned vice admiral had fallen here, and if they sent another vice admiral, no one could guarantee that Luo Yin wouldn't turn on them and capture the vice admiral coming to ransom. Sending an admiral would be impractical as well. Considering the Navy was currently stretched thin, the battle between Akainu and Akiji had just concluded, and Akiji, having been defeated and severely injured, would certainly not be able to come. Although Akainu had won, he had fought for 10 days and nights and had also sustained considerable injuries. He would need to prepare for his promotion and wouldn't be able to spare the time. The only admiral available was Kizuru, but he was also the only one the Navy could mobilize at the moment, and there were too many matters more important than this for Kizuru to attend to, making it impossible for him to come. Therefore, Sengoku coming in person was the most reasonable arrangement. Then it's settled. Ga. After Sengoku dropped his last line and hung up, Luo Yin was taken aback for a moment. He had more to say, but since the other party hung up, he certainly wouldn't call back and could only return the phone bug to Goeijiju. You heard that too. Sengoku will come to ransom the captives in 3 days. Your ship should still have 3 days worth of food, right? Of course, if not, it's fine. Starving for 3 days won't kill anyone. Stay here well. I advise you not to run around. Otherwise, if you get lost in the hidden area, don't blame me for not reminding you. After saying that, Luo Yin soared into the sky, and with the sound of sonic boom, he quickly left. Meanwhile, the damaged warship was enveloped by a thin layer of black mist, which quickly dissipated, leaving no trace of the warship behind. Luo Yin certainly wouldn't just leave these Navy personnel out in the sea. If they managed to escape on their own, it would be a huge loss. However, he also didn't want these Navy troops to land. After all, the kingdom was at a critical juncture, and allowing a vice admiral to land at this time posed too great a risk, so he decided to keep things discreet. On the warship, the Navy personnel watched as Luo Yin quickly disappeared and couldn't help but marvel at his speed, finally understanding why he had managed to arrive so promptly. Looking at the dim surroundings and the starry sky above, a sailor couldn't help but step forward and softly call out, "Vice Admiral, what should we do?" The ghost spider also sensed the changes around him. He knew that this sudden darkness was unusual, and he had no intention of escaping. So he didn't think of taking any action. What else can we do? Wait. After dropping this line, the ghost spider jumped directly into the ship's cabin from the damaged deck, and the entire warship fell into silence. Even though they had become captives, everyone felt remarkably calm. Sometimes, they even found it strange how they could be so tranquil. Luo Yin quickly returned to this factory kingdom. At this moment, the kingdom was completely different from when he rushed to save people. During this working period, a large number of workers surged out of the factories. They gathered, protested, shouted, and went on strike. Countless agitated workers converged like streams flowing into a river, and the voices of protest grew louder, forcing all factories in the country to shut down. Such events were not uncommon in this country, occurring almost every year. After all, although this country had certain guarantees that allowed the populace to live decently, it was still a nation filled with factories, and emissions had always been an issue. Whether it was exhaust or wastewater, it affected the people of this country. In fact, the reason the country's healthcare was so good was due to the repeated protests and strikes fought for by the citizens. In the past, when faced with such protests, the government would typically let things cool down for a day or two, allowing some of the workers' accumulated dissatisfaction to vent. Before sending negotiators, to talk to a few leaders. Both sides would make concessions over several days, and the situation would be resolved. However, this time, the kingdom's leadership seemed to have gone mad, taking a hardline approach against the protesters by directly sending soldiers to suppress them. This escalated the conflict, and the protesting citizens became even more agitated. What began as a call for benefits transformed into a demand for the rulers to step down. This angered the rulers even more, prompting them to send in more soldiers to suppress the protests, further intensifying the conflict. It was unclear who struck first, but suddenly the shouting protests turned into violent clashes. "There are dead. Those damned soldiers killed someone." Someone suddenly shouted, and the demoralized crowd was instantly ignited. No longer holding back, launching full force against the soldiers. Seeing the situation, the soldiers also disregarded everything and began to fight for real. After all, they heard the shout from just now. If they had killed someone from the other side, then the other side would definitely retaliate with lethal force. Holding back would be tantamount to suicide. Thus, the conflict escalated further, from mere physical altercations to knife fights, resulting in increasing fatalities. As for whether anyone actually died at the very beginning of that shout, no one cared anymore. The entire country was thrown into chaos. Luo Yin flew in the air, observing all that was happening, both astonished and confused. He didn't understand how things could escalate so quickly. Wasn't it said that it would take several more days? How could everything turn into this just because he wanted to rescue someone? Moreover, no one had informed him in advance, leaving him unsure of what to do now. "Captain, you're back?" A voice suddenly sounded beside Luo Yin. It was Shatari, who was enveloped in a cloud of dark energy flying next to him. "What happened here? How did it turn into this?" Rotor's actions were advanced. "I came specifically to tell you. When the time is right, you will destroy the royal palace and trigger an earthquake to cause the factories to collapse." Collapse the factories? Didn't the revolutionary army come here to take control of the factories? Why destroy them? Shatari took out a map that seemed to have been prepared long ago and handed it to Luo Yin. It was a map of the entire country, with many buildings circled in red. Luo Yin was watching while Zayatali was explaining beside him. Of course, not all the factories were destroyed, only those marked out. Those factories were ones the revolutionary army did not want to leave behind. I understood, so when would the timing be just right? When the king comes out to speak. He always does so during protests. However, in the past, he would only appear a few days after the protests started. But this time, the protests are so intense that the king might come out today, at the latest tomorrow. After that, you have to wait until the king finishes his first sentence. And just as he starts his second sentence, you strike him down and then proceed to destroy the palace and those factories. Is it that meticulous? It's even precise down to which sentence? Luo Yin looked at Shatali with some surprise. Shatali nodded and continued to explain, "That's right, Rhoda said so." Shatali herself didn't know why she had to be so strict, so she pushed it all onto Rhoda. Luo Yin didn't say much about it. After all, it was just about being focused and seizing the opportunity, which wasn't difficult. "All right, I understand. Are you going to help out?" Since Shatali came over at this time, and it was her map, Luo Yin naturally knew that Shatali had gone to help. Shatali shook her head. "No, I completed my task." "Okay, then you should go back to the ship and rest. The sun will be directly overhead soon." Even without Luo Yin's reminder, Shatali wouldn't stay here for too long. As Luo Yin said, the sun was about to be directly overhead. Although Shatali had already advanced to sequence 6, a vampire was still a vampire, and she still hated sunlight. Especially at noon, no vampire would want to be outside at this time, let alone at high altitude. Shatali quickly left, and Luo Yin became focused. In his view, the situation had escalated significantly, and it would be hard to contain. The king should appear soon. However, that wasn't the case. The conflict between the workers and soldiers still had room to escalate, and there was a lot of space for it. Many workers seized the guns from the fallen soldiers and opened fire, and the soldiers immediately retaliated, causing a large number of workers and soldiers to fall. Such deaths did not instill fear in either side. They only became more frenzied, each one blinded by rage. "Bastards! These damn soldiers dare to shoot!" Someone shouted again, and the workers became completely enraged, leading to a more intense battle. Soldiers began calling for reinforcements, while workers sought more weapons. As for who fired the first shot, no one bothered to investigate anymore. The conflict escalated, gradually moving beyond the realm of protest. At this moment, a man wielding a flaming long knife shouted loudly, standing out from the crowd. This person was Rhoda. As the mastermind of the conspiracy, he didn't need to charge into battle like this. but to accelerate the revolution. He had to personally set fire and lead these workers. Brothers and sisters, these soldiers are so brutal. They will definitely face divine retribution. Charge with me. Kill them to avenge our comrades. Charge. It wasn't just Rhoda who was going mad. His call received a very enthusiastic response from many people. The first to respond were naturally the members of the Revolutionary Army mingling among them. The response from the actual workers, while not as immediate, was indeed there. They firmly believed that the soldiers would face divine retribution. Even if this notion itself was somewhat absurd, they believed it. The number of workers far exceeded that of the soldiers, and the soldiers found it hard to stop the workers' advance. Soon, the wave of workers approached the palace. On the huge balcony at the top of the palace, the king, wearing a crown and with graying beard, arrived amidst a crowd of guards. He looked down at the tide of workers below as if it were about to swallow the place, his expression serious but not panicked. He held a microphone and began to speak, a speech he had probably given countless times before. "Citizens, please calm down. I am your king, and I am aware of your demands." Boom! Before the king could finish his sentence, a thick bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, hitting the king directly on the head. His voice abruptly stopped, and he was turned to charcoal. This sudden turn of events was beyond the expectations of most people present. Both workers and soldiers were stunned, looking in disbelief at the king's charred corpse. Everything felt so unreal, as if it were just a joke from heaven. Divine retribution. This is divine retribution. It really happened. A somewhat deranged voice emerged from the workers, snapping everyone back to reality. They seemed to realize something, and their expressions changed drastically. Immediately after, more lightning struck the palace, and the ground began to tremble. Buildings and factories collapsed under the shaking. Divine retribution. This is divine retribution. More excited and terrified voices arose. Both workers and soldiers showed fear on their faces, and the country's chaos inexplicably paused under this atmosphere. They were all terrified of this so-called divine retribution, clearly having heard some rumors. The only people unaffected by these rumors were those who had gathered in the palace for various reasons and were now facing the threat of divine retribution. Could it be that there really was divine retribution? Had we been doing wrong all along? Feeling the huge commotion overhead, an official couldn't help but ask himself. He had originally not believed in these alarmist rumors, but now that thunder was rumbling right above him, his heart finally wavered. In the sky, Luo Yin clearly felt the potion rapidly digesting. This time, the speed of digestion was even faster than when he had directly acted before. Although he didn't know what the rumors of divine retribution were about, he understood that it was undoubtedly something Rhoda had deliberately arranged. In a sense, divine retribution could be considered a natural disaster, and natural disasters were undoubtedly calamities, more intense than ordinary disasters. Even though it was just a rumor, as long as someone believed it and truly felt fear because of it, it would be a success in its role and could facilitate the digestion of the potion. So fast, just a little bit more. Luo Yin sensed the progress of the magic potion's digestion in his body and found that 90 had already been digested. Even if he stopped making plans, he could quickly finish the digestion by relying on finding unfortunate pirates at sea. Luo Yin quickly completed his own task, destroying the palace to the point of being unrecognizable. The factories marked on the map also collapsed, and the earthquake subsided. Then the soldiers surprisingly laid down their weapons and surrendered. Luo Yin was in the air, unable to believe his eyes. And even now, he didn't know what kind of conspiracy Rhoda had woven or what actions had been taken to so easily overthrow a country. However, no matter what, the outcome was what he hoped for, and the performance was very successful. That was enough for him, and he wasn't interested in uncovering the details of the conspiracy. After finishing his tasks, Luo Yin returned to the ship to wait for the next steps. Before long, Rhoda came running over, full of excitement. "Captain, it was amazing. Absolutely amazing. Your timing was just perfect." Rhoda gave Luo Yin a thumbs up. Luo Yin smiled but didn't take the bait. Instead, he changed the subject. "How's the schemer's potion digestion going?" "Hee. I was just about to tell you, Captain, I've digested 95% of the schemer's potion, and I'm about to finish it." So fast. The digestion speed did indeed catch Luo Yin by surprise, but it was also within expectations. After all, this was a conspiracy to overthrow a country, and it would be abnormal if the effects were poor. "Of course, Captain. I've just overthrown a country. All right, once you finish digesting, I'll give you the potion. For the next few days, I'll be staying away from this country. I'll return in about 4 days. In the meantime, make sure to wrap things up." Luo Yin had already arranged to meet with Sengoku, so he naturally couldn't stay near this country. Although this country had nothing to do with the Navy was part of the world government, and it was better to stay away from any potential surprises. Rhoda didn't know about Luo Yan's appointment with Sengoku, but he understood that Luo Yan was intentionally avoiding something, so he nodded. Okay, Captain, don't worry. It won't take 4 days. I'll wrap it up in at most 2 days. Good, then it's settled. We'll talk later if anything comes up. As they spoke, the ocean current had already pushed the ship away from the port. Rhoda watched the ship leave, his expression becoming serious, lost in thought. 3 days later, on a lush green island, Luo Yan, Shatari, and the little golden monkey were busy setting up tables and chairs, arranging pastries, brewing tea, and putting up sunshades, waiting for the Navy's arrival. Before long, a dog-headed warship appeared on the horizon and headed straight for the island. Captain, look, that seems to be Karp's ship. Even Shatari could recognize at a glance which warship it belonged to, and her expression turned grave. After all, he was a hero of the Navy. If the other side suddenly turned hostile, a joint attack from Karp and Sengoku would likely overwhelm even their own captain. However, Luo Yan smiled nonchalantly and pointed to the central raised area of the island. Do you know why I chose this island? It's a dormant volcano. As long as Akaina doesn't come, this island is my turf. And if we're not on the island, that's even more my territory. Besides, Sengoku and Karp are both retired now. They definitely won't come after us, so don't worry. Just as Luo Yan was reassuring Shatari, the warship had already approached. After checking the setup on the table, he led Shatari to the shore to greet them. As the warship gradually docked, Luo Yan could see the people on board. It wasn't just Karp and Sengoku, but also Tsuru and the Rear Admiral, Peach Rabbit. Wow, quite a few people have come. Luo Yan sighed, his tone still relaxed. This configuration was indeed very strong, but it was obvious that it wasn't the kind of setup one would have when looking for trouble. Even if a conflict did arise, the opposing side wouldn't be able to keep both him and Shatari. If they wanted to hold someone back, they would need Kizuru to do it. Ha, Luo Yan, my boy, I heard you've gotten yourself into big trouble, so I came over to take a look. Even before getting off the ship, Karp, holding a sunbae, was already laughing heartily at Luo Yan, looking nothing like a naval hero, but more like a worldly old child. Since Luo Yan has already invested in Luffy, he naturally wouldn't put on a long face in front of Luffy's grandfather, and the other party clearly had no ill intentions, so he responded with a smile. Old man Karp, what brings you here? You're not here to mooch some food and drink, are you? Unfortunately, I didn't know you were coming in advance, so I didn't prepare your favorite senbei. Only some red tea pastries and cake. Wow, haha, you're really too polite, kid. Karp laughed heartily and jumped down from the warship to stand in front of Luo Yan. Sengoku, Tsuru, and Peach Rabbit then slowly made their way down the ladder from the warship. Karp, that's too rude of you. Tsuru stepped forward helplessly to call out to Karp, while Peach Rabbit curiously directed her gaze at Shatari. Sengoku, wearing shorts and slippers, approached while also holding senbei in his hands, appearing even less reliable than Karp. Let us go. Everything is ready over there. Luo Yan chuckled and pointed towards the direction of the snacks, and everyone walked over together, looking more like colleagues on a team-building trip than two parties in a negotiation. They arrived at the prepared round table, and Luo Yan was the first to sit down. Come on, everyone sit down. Don't be polite. Ha! These snacks look great. Too bad there's no meat. It would be even better with some. Karp, with his usual boisterousness, was the first to take a seat, and the little golden monkey, who had been waiting at the table, immediately ran over to pour him a cup of tea. Seeing this, the others also sat down. Although the atmosphere seemed very harmonious, the two sides were still distinctly divided. Where are the ghost spiders? Asked Peach Rabbit, the youngest and most impatient of the Navy side. Sengoku, Karp, and Crane all turned to look at Peach Rabbit, their expressions darkening slightly, and the atmosphere seemed to freeze for a moment. But Luo Yan merely chuckled. Don't worry, they're all fine. At least there haven't been any Navy casualties since I arrived on the scene. As for how many died before I got here, I wouldn't know. Hearing this response, the expressions of the three relaxed somewhat. Peach Rabbit took a shallow sip of the tea in front of her, as if she hadn't just asked anything, and smiled lightly. This tea is brewed quite well. Thank you very much, but I didn't brew it. It was the little monkey. As he spoke, Luo Yan pointed at the little golden monkey standing on the table, ready to refill tea at any moment. Now, not just Peach Rabbit, but everyone's gaze turned towards the little golden monkey. Although it had poured them tea before, no one expected that this monkey could also brew tea. This monkey can brew tea? Sengoku asked. Upon hearing the question, Shatari covered her mouth and chuckled. It can do more than just brew tea. It seems to do almost everything. At least, from my perspective, it can do anything. A monkey that can do everything? Sengoku scrutinized the little golden monkey, unable to hide his curiosity. At that moment, Luo Yin suddenly said, I remember you have a sheep. Generally speaking, animals that drink magic potions have their intelligence raised to some extent. How much higher it gets depends on the type of potion they drink. When the words magic potion were mentioned, everyone's expressions grew extremely serious. They all knew what mission the ghost spiders were on when they were captured. It was related to magic potions. They had originally decided to avoid this topic to prevent provoking Luo Yin, but unexpectedly, he brought it up himself, and from what he said, it seemed he was implying he could provide magic potions. The four exchanged glances, seeing confusion in each other's eyes, and at this point, Luo Yin continued, in fact, magic potions are not a big secret that must be hidden. If you Navy want them, I wouldn't mind making a deal with you. Of course, the price will definitely be higher, since we've already had conflicts between us. The four, who had just exchanged glances, looked at each other again. They never expected things to develop this way, rendering their prepared talking points useless. Can you elaborate on that? Sengoku asked, his demeanor no longer casual but extremely serious. Luo Yin did not provide further explanations and simply took out 2 metal bottles, placing them on the table. One bottle contained a potion called Sailor, while the other was named Sleepless. The person who drinks the Sailor potion gains extraordinary balance, allowing them to navigate even the roughest seas with ease, along with a degree of night vision and the ability to move in water for about 20 minutes without any equipment. The Sleepless potion, as the name suggests, allows the drinker to go without sleep. Those who consume the Sleepless potion only need to sleep for 2 to 3 hours a day, while their strength and speed are enhanced, especially at night when they receive an additional boost. The four individuals instantly focused their gaze on the 2 bottles of potions. Even Sengoku could hardly hide the fervor in his eyes. They were senior officials of the Navy, particularly Sengoku in Garp, who had already received detailed information about extraordinary beings and magical items from the world government. They had initially thought that obtaining such power would require some means, but they were surprised that Luo Yin had placed the potions directly on the table. Luo Yin is certainly not a fool to enhance the strength of the Navy, which could potentially become his enemy for no reason. This is part of his plan, and because of this, he took out the 2 potions, the Sailor and the Sleepless. Once he is promoted, he will be able to gain limited control over that disaster-sealing object, which will allow him to influence lower-tier extraordinary beings on the same path. And this Sailor will naturally fall within that influence. Even if he fails to gain limited control over that sealing object after his promotion, it doesn't matter. It's just a sequence 9 after all. As for the Sleepless, he can now indirectly influence the other party through the secret ring, without worrying about losing control, which is equivalent to placing a chess piece within the Navy. Even if the Navy decides to let the less important sailors consume the potions for safety reasons, it doesn't matter. After all, they are still sailors, and with the first collaboration, there will be more opportunities in the future, allowing him to gradually infiltrate the Navy. What will you trade for these 2 potions? A devil fruit? Any devil fruit will do. The 4 of them exchanged glances again. This answer was within their expectations. After all, the condition Luo Yin offered for the ransom was also a devil fruit. But they only brought 2 fruits to redeem the person and did not have any extra devil fruit for this trade. Luo Yin seemed to see through their thoughts and chuckled lightly before any of them spoke. To show my sincerity, I can allow you to owe me. You can take these 2 bottles of potions first and give me the devil fruits later. I believe in the Navy's credibility, and I also believe that the Navy should not just want to make a one-time deal. The meaning of Li Yin's words couldn't be clearer. There is still a possibility for future transactions, as long as the Navy has a sufficiently good attitude. Good. We agree to your terms. Zhang was solemnly and cautiously finalized this matter. Luo Yin chuckled lightly and pushed 2 bottles of potion forward. They slid across the table and stopped in front of Zhanghua. I've sealed these 2 bottles of potion, but even so, the prepared potions cannot be stored for long. They must be consumed within 5 days. Otherwise, the bottles will absorb the potions and turn into items with special abilities. Of course, if that's what you want, I have no objections. Additionally, be sure not to open the caps to check before drinking the potions. Once the cap is opened, my seal will be invalidated, and the potions must be consumed within an hour. The bottles will absorb the potions? Zhanghua picked up the bottle of Sailor potion and examined it closely. He initially intended to open the bottle, but after Lian's reminder, he extinguished that thought. He couldn't find any sailors to test the potions now, although there were still many sailors on Karp's ship. They were all loyal subordinates of Karp and definitely couldn't be used to test the potions. Karp, curious, also picked up the bottle of insomnia potion to observe it. while Crane exchanged glances with Peach Rabbit beside her, who immediately understood and nodded, getting up to leave. Before long, Peach Rabbit returned holding a small box in one hand and gently placed 2 boxes on the table. Can we get down to business now? We are here to redeem someone, and here are the 2 devil fruits you wanted. Saying this, Peach Rabbit opened the box to reveal 2 devil fruits inside. 1 animal type and 1 superhuman type. Are you going to let us see the situation with Ghost Spider and the others? There's even a superhuman type? I thought you would give me 2 of the cheapest animal types. Don't worry, Ghost Spider and the others are doing fine. As he spoke, Luo Yin tapped the table lightly with his fingers, and a cloud of black mist suddenly surged from the center of the table, revealing a broken warship. On the warship, Ghost Spider sat on the deck smoking, looking somewhat despondent, when a bandaged sailor ran over and saluted him. Admiral, we've consumed half of our food. We've confirmed that there's nothing in the sea. Not even fish, let alone seaweed. Got it. It's been night here all this time. Who knows how many days have passed. Conserve your food, or we'll be starving later. Yes. The sailor saluted again and retreated back into the cabin. Everything happening here was seen and heard clearly by the people sitting at the table. The black mist gradually dissipated, and the image became increasingly blurry. Finally, when the black mist completely vanished, the image also disappeared entirely. How about that? I didn't lie to you, right? They're still alive, and they seem to be doing well. At least not starving. Where are they? Peach Rabbit asked while pushing the box containing the animal devil fruit in front of Luo Yin. Luo Yin pressed down on the box, which was about to leave the table due to excessive force with his left hand, and pointed with his right hand to the sea beside the dog-headed warship, saying, "Isn't it right there?" Everyone looked in the direction Luo Yin was pointing and saw a thin layer of black mist suddenly rising from the previously empty sea surface. The mist quickly dispersed, revealing a dilapidated warship where Ghost Spider was still sitting there smoking, as if nothing had happened. From Ghost Spider's perspective, he merely felt the night suddenly leaving and daylight suddenly arriving, and then everything around him changed. A dog-headed warship appeared beside him out of nowhere. He recognized this warship. It belonged to the hero Carp. How could this be possible? Luo Yin had just struck the table to let them see the Ghost Spider through the black mist, and their hearts had already stirred. Now, they could no longer hide their shock, and all widened their eyes. At that moment, Tao, too, suddenly felt her grip loosen, and the box containing the superhuman-type devil fruit slipped from her hands to Luo Yan's without her noticing. So, the transaction is complete now, but the tea hasn't been finished yet. I wonder if everyone is in a hurry to go back. If not, you can finish your tea first. By the way, you can also call that 8-armed guy over. Although he ambushed my subordinates, to be honest, I have a good impression of him. He has great potential. If he becomes an extraordinary person, he should be able to handle the position of a general. Ji Yuan, go call him over. He picked up his teacup and took a sip, casually giving the order. Tao didn't say much and immediately got up to head towards the broken warship. Kark grabbed a handful of sunbae and stuffed it in his mouth, chewing vigorously before downing an entire cup of tea in one go. Ha ha ha. Luo Yin, I heard your relationship with the Revolutionary Army is quite good. Huh? The Revolutionary Army doesn't have a good relationship with our Navy. Aren't you afraid that Dragon will come looking for trouble with you? Karp's seemingly casual jest was, in fact, a crucial question. Luo Yin was well aware that this was the other side testing his stance. Luo Yin chuckled lightly, appearing quite unconcerned. What? I invited his father for a cup of tea, and he, as a son, is going to scold me? Ha ha ha. That's true, although that kid Long doesn't listen much. He is still accommodating and won't cause you trouble over such trivial matters. I remember there were also CP0 acting with the Ghost Spider. I don't like those guys. But before we came, the world government had made arrangements, and I hope you can let their people go. Of course, that was under different conditions, and you can communicate directly with the world government. I'm just a messenger. I see, but you're late with that message. CP0 is all dead. Not a single one left alive. Luo Yin can let the Navy go and is even willing to make a deal with them because, so far, he hasn't completely torn his face with the Navy. The bounty on him is issued by the world government. But CP0 is different. Not to mention that the world government has put a bounty on him and is targeting him. Just the celestial dragons have already set their sights on him. So he cannot let CP0 go and will inevitably eliminate them completely. This response didn't seem to surprise Karp. His expression didn't change at all. He just casually stuffed a handful of sunbae into his mouth and nodded. I understand. I will inform the world government. After a while, Peach Rabbit brought Ghost Spider over. As soon as Ghost Spider saw Luo Yin, his pupils couldn't help but contract, recalling the experience from that time. He remembered the sourceless and uncontestable fear. and the experiences of drifting in that seemingly unchanging night for a long time. Have a seat. Luo Yin gestured to the ghost spider with a nod, indicating for him to sit down. The ghost spider hesitated for a moment, but seeing that Tao Tu had already taken a seat and everyone else was sitting as well, he gritted his teeth and sat down next to Tao Tu's ghost spider. How have you been these past few days? Luo Yin asked with a hint of sarcasm, clearly intending to mock the other party. Gue Jiju's expression became slightly unpleasant. However, he knew he absolutely could not lose his temper now, so he forced himself to nod. It's all right. After some rest, the injured on the ship have recovered quite a bit. That's good. It seems you've stored more food than I imagined, and you haven't gone hungry. Thinking about it, after all, it's such a large warship. Everyone could hear that Luo Yan's words were mocking Gue Jiju. But no one stood up to speak for Gue Jiju, as it was the other party who had taken action first. After all, they had worked hard to redeem him with a devil fruit. So what if he was mocked a bit? It wouldn't cost them anything. Gue Jiju's face grew increasingly unsightly, the veins on his forehead throbbing. But he also knew his current situation. He absolutely could not get angry now and could only force himself to suppress his rage. Fortunately, Luo Yin did not push further. Seeing that Gue Jiju's patience was reaching its limit, he stopped the mockery and began to chat with Carp about some trivial matters. Speaking of which, old man, your grandson has caused quite a stir before. He even fought a celestial dragon on Sabeti Archipelago. It's just a pity his punches were too light and didn't kill him. Haha, that kid Luffy has never been easy to deal with since he was little. Just the fact that he hit a celestial dragon caused that bunch to come to the Navy headquarters to make a fuss several times. Who knows what would have happened if he had actually killed him? What could happen? It's just hitting a stupid pig. A light remark from Luo Yin expressed his attitude towards the celestial dragons, which raised eyebrows among those present. None of the people there liked the celestial dragons. Deep down, they all harbored some degree of dissatisfaction towards them, but due to their positions, they could not express it. Luo Yin is now expressing a stance, telling this group of high-ranking Navy officials that he is not interested in the Navy, only in the celestial dragons. Ha ha ha. Luo Yin, if those guys in the world government hear what you just said, you might find yourself busier in the future. Carp laughed heartily, breaking the somewhat oppressive atmosphere at the table while also expressing his own stance. He wouldn't tell the world government about these words and was reminding Luo Yin not to say such things casually in the future, or else it could lead to trouble. Although Luo Yin is not afraid of such troubles, or rather, when it comes to matters concerning the celestial dragons, he is already overwhelmed with troubles. After all, there are already celestial dragons specifically targeting him, so what difference does it make to talk casually about them? After Luo Yin calmly accepted Carp's goodwill, the atmosphere at the table immediately became much more relaxed. Everyone began to drink tea and eat pastries, as if they were attending a real tea party. The entire gathering lasted for more than an hour, with laughter and conversation, making it seem to outsiders as if both sides were very good friends. The dog-headed warship left with all the Navy, leaving behind the dilapidated military ship floating there alone. I thought those guys would take action, but I didn't expect them to have such a good attitude, especially the guy named Carp, whose attitude was the best, but also felt the most dangerous to me. Watching the warship leave, Chitauri couldn't help but speak up, and Luo Yin chuckled softly, shifting his gaze away from the dog-headed warship. If the Navy wanted to be forceful, then Carp definitely wouldn't be here. The mere presence of the dog-headed warship indicated that the other side wouldn't take action. Carp's public identity is just a retired Navy officer, but he is also the father of Dragon and the grandfather of Luffy. How could he possibly act against us? Public identity? Does that mean he has a hidden identity? Chitauri caught the key point in Luo Yan's words and immediately followed up with a question, but Luo Yin just smiled and shook his head, not answering. Let's go. It's time to head back. That guy Mitter can be promoted now. Once he becomes a Wind Chosen, he'll gain the ability to fly, which will give him more self-defense capability at sea in the future. Luo Yin and Xia Tali returned to the snow-covered Revolutionary Army stronghold by boat. Ota and Mit, who had completed their mission, were already back here and had been waiting at the port for Luo Yan's return. As soon as MIT saw Luo Yin and Xia Tali disembark, he eagerly rushed over with a wide smile, which even had a hint of flattery. Captain, Xiao Xia, you're finally back. What's wrong with you? This isn't like you. Just say what's on your mind. Luo Yin could easily see Mite's flattery and directly said. Mite's smile grew even wider, and he even slightly bent his waist. Captain, it's like this. I've finished digesting my navigator potion. Look, I knew it, don't worry. I prepared everything for you. However, once you're promoted, I have a task for you. Captain, just give me your orders, and I guarantee I will complete them perfectly. Mite pounded his chest, eager to make it soar, repeatedly assuring with his words. Luo Yin smiled and nodded, but did not respond. Instead, he turned to look at Rhoda. Go tell Long that I have something I need his help with, and hope he can come talk to me. Okay, Captain. Rhoda did not hesitate and immediately ran to find Long. Then, Luo Yin turned to Shitali. You go rest. I will call you once the discussion is over. All right. Shitali nodded and returned to the ship. This was not Luo Yin trying to send Shitali away. It was just that her biological clock was like that. She was not in good shape during the day and was merely pushing through. 10 minutes later, Luo Yin was brought to a spacious conference room. In the center of the room was a large round table with tea on it, and Long was already waiting inside the conference room. What do you need to talk to me about? Long's expression was very serious. After all, this was the first time Luo Yin sought him out for a discussion. Although they had talked before, it was always under the guise of making a deal. Only this time was it specifically to discuss matters. Luo Yin sat down in a position just one chair away from Long, his expression also becoming serious. I have something I need your help with. Help? What do you want the Revolutionary Army to do? Long naturally interpreted Luo Yin's words as a request to mobilize the Revolutionary Army, but Luo Yin immediately shook his head. No, I don't want the Revolutionary Army to do anything. I just want to ask you for a personal favor. I think you should know that I went to Beihai before, and there I caught a huge marine creature. But I only caught it, I didn't kill it. Now I need to kill it, so I want to ask for your help. Kill a marine creature that has already been captured? Long furrowed his brow, finding it somewhat difficult to understand. In his view, capturing an enemy alive is far more difficult than killing one. Since Luo Yin was able to capture it, he should have enough strength to kill it, yet he still needed Long's help. Luo Yin could certainly hear the confusion in Long's voice, but he could only smile bitterly. I captured that guy with a magical item, but that item has significant limitations. So, I still need to release that marine creature. To prevent it from escaping, I need to find a sufficiently large piece of land, preferably a dry one. The main reason I came to you is to ask if you know of any good locations and to ensure that I can stop that creature from diving back into the sea at a critical moment. Long then suddenly understood and became curious about the magical item Luo Yin mentioned. He had a certain understanding of Luo Yin's strength, which could definitely be considered top tier. Yet he was being so cautious about that marine creature, indicating just how powerful it was. The fact that such a powerful marine creature could be captured alive by that magical item was impressive. However, Long also knew that a magical item with such power would definitely not be something Luo Yin bought, so he didn't ask further and began to think carefully. I didn't know a place that is very suitable for this. Where? The desert of Alabasta. Luo Yin's eyes lit up instantly. He felt that it was indeed a good place. The island where Alabasta was located was large enough to be considered a continent, and there was a hot and dry desert there. Throwing the already weakened deep-sea ruler into that desert, there was no way the opponent could escape. Great, that's the place. When you have time, the next half-month is fine, just arrange a specific time. By the way, the little girl you sent to Lindbergh seems to have something to find you. I hope you can go see her. All right, I'll make some arrangements here, and we will set off for Alabasta the day after tomorrow. Also, if anyone in the Revolutionary Army wants to learn how to brew potions, they can find Xia to study. She has time to teach recently. A glimmer of light flashed in Long Yan's eyes. He was well aware of how miraculous Xia Tali's potions were. The Revolutionary Army had purchased quite a few from Xia Tali, which were life-saving potions at critical moments. However, the shelf life of those potions was too short, making it impossible to buy and store them in large quantities. They could only buy a little every once in a while. If someone in the Revolutionary Army learned how to brew those potions, they wouldn't have this worry anymore. How much is the tuition fee? It's not me teaching. How would I know how much the tuition is? You have to ask Xia. All right, I'll personally go ask later. Long clearly attached great importance to this matter and planned to communicate with Xia Tali himself. Luo Yin didn't want to interfere. After all, finding students for Xia Tali was to help her digest the magic potions, and any money earned would be a bonus, as he wasn't lacking money at the moment. After the two reached an agreement, Luo Yin left the conference room and returned to the ship, where Miter had been waiting for a long time. Captain, you're back? As soon as Miter saw Luo Yin, he rushed over. Luo Yin nodded, walking towards his room while saying, adjust your condition. I'll brew the magic potion for you, and I'll oversee your promotion. Great. Thank you, Captain. Miter replied with a smile and hurried off to rest. After Luo Yin returned to his room, he began to brew the potion. The potion for the wind chosen was not complicated, and he had all the materials. He even had some mermaid blood left over. And soon a bottle of potion was ready. However, he did not immediately go to find MIT, but waited in the room for more than 10 minutes before going out. After all, He needed to give MIT some time to adjust. Under Luo Yan's supervision, MIT took the potion on the deck. As soon as MIT drank the potion, Luo Yan felt an invisible wind rising around him. This was not wind in the traditional sense, but more akin to a wind of inspiration. As the wind started, MIT's expression began to twist. Hold on. Stabilize your spiritual body with meditation. You must not let the wind scatter you. Luo Yan, who had experience in promoting to a wind chosen, immediately reminded him. MIT's distorted expression gradually calmed down. Time passed second by second, and the promotion process lasted more than 3 minutes before it was finally completed. Looking at MIT, who still couldn't restrain his own spirituality, Luo Yan nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Now you've become a wind chosen and possess the ability to fly. This will provide more security for future actions at sea. It's all thanks to your training, Captain. MIT, feeling humble in front of Luo Yan, bowed respectfully. Luo Yan nodded, reached into his pocket, and took out a piece of paper, handing it to MIT. Take a look at these formulas. Once you memorize them, burn them immediately. Your next task is to spread my name across the sea. MIT took the paper and, upon seeing it, his pupils suddenly contracted. It contained potion formulas for sailors, enraged people, hunters, provocateurs, apothecaries, assassins, and seekers of secrets. Captain, this. MIT's eyes widened as he looked at the note in his hand and then at Luo Yan. His face filled with disbelief. Although he had been provided with potion formulas and the experience of digesting potions by Luo Yan all along, he never expected that Luo Yan would entrust him with such important potion formulas. Luo Yan certainly knew what Might was surprised about. After all, it was his first time sharing a potion formula. Although they were all low-level formulas, it was still a groundbreaking moment. Go ahead. Your actions are very important to me. I will give you some magical items. You can use them yourself or give them to your future subordinates. In any case, spread my name across the seas. Yes, Captain. Might stood up straight and saluted Luo Yan. This was his first time being so serious. He felt he was about to do something incredibly great, and he must give it his all. Well, you can take the ship built by the Revolutionary Army. I didn't expect that ship to go unused by me, but you got lucky. 5 days later, a huge ship with dragons on both sides of its hull entered the port of Alabasta. This was the dragon's ship. This time, Luo Yan did not use his own ship, but chose to ride on the dragon's ship, and he brought no companions with him, only himself following the Revolutionary Army here. Mainly because bringing others wouldn't be very useful. The role of mid to low-level extraordinary individuals in such battles is limited. And since he had already sought help from the dragon, there was no need to waste his companion's time. Shatari had already recruited 30 students and was currently teaching them herb-related courses. Rhoda was also in the Revolutionary Army's base, playing small tricks on people to digest the last bit of potion. Might had borrowed 10 crew members from the Revolutionary Army and set sail with the little golden monkey. Luo Yan originally did not plan to take the little golden monkey with him. After all, it was Shatari's pet, and usually, it was responsible for taking care of Shatari and managing the ship. However, Shatari took the initiative to suggest that Might take the little golden monkey along, of course, just temporarily borrowing it. According to Shatari, a ship must have a ship's doctor. Otherwise, if someone on the ship got sick, especially with a contagious disease, it would be very dangerous. The little golden monkey was already a level 8 doctor. Its healing ability far surpassed that of a pharmacist, making it more than adequate for the role of ship's doctor. Once Might found his own ship's doctor, he could return the little golden monkey. And Might naturally had no objections, so he took the little golden monkey with him. In fact, Porter would be helpful in this battle. Although it couldn't deal direct damage to the deep-sea dominator, as a sun priest, it was already a strong support and could significantly enhance Luo Yan's strength. However, for some reason, it was taken away by the little white weasel, which Shatari later informed Luo Yan about when he went to look for Porter. I hate the desert. At this moment, Luo Yan's attire was very similar to that of the dragon, draped in a large black cloak. As soon as he stepped onto the desert ground, he couldn't help but complain. As an extraordinary individual who had been a sailor, even after obtaining divinity, he still instinctively loathed dry and hot environments. The dragon, Sabo, the beast king, Lightning, and the giant beast man Mori, who possessed the push-push fruit, followed behind. The dragon, Sabo, and the beast king came as combat support, while Lightning and Mori were there for site preparation. Their task was to use their fruit abilities to construct high walls to block the deep-sea dominator's escape to the sea. This was a big project, but for these two fruit users, it wasn't particularly difficult. After everyone arrived deep in the desert, Lightning used the scissors fruit ability to cut the ground and set up a simple sunshade for Luo Yan and the others, then began to get busy with Mori. Luo Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief because he no longer had to face the blazing sun overhead. After taking a big gulp of water from the water pouch at his waist, he felt like he had come back to life. The coolness is truly wonderful. Luo Yin sighed and directly sat down on the hot sand. Long did not hide under the sunshade but stood outside, squinting at the sky. Sabo followed Luo Yin into the sunshade. Mr. Luo Yin, do we really need a 100-meter-high wall? Isn't that too high? Luo Yin had already stated his requirements while on ship, which was to build a wall at least 100 meters high to prevent the deep-sea ruler from returning to the sea. Everyone was very surprised by this, especially Lightning and Mori, as they were the ones responsible for the implementation, and the scale of the wall would directly affect their workload. However, Luo Yin's attitude was very firm. It had to be that high. In fact, Luo Yin believed that a 100-meter-high wall was still not safe enough. Even if all the tentacles of the deep-sea ruler were spread out, its height would exceed 100 meters, and it could still climb over. But he did not push the matter further, as he understood that this was a massive project and might not even be effective. Do you know how big the thing I'm dealing with is? It's like a small mountain just sitting there, making a 100-meter-high wall seem low. Unfortunately, only Lightning and Mori in the Revolutionary Army could quickly alter the terrain. A small mountain, you say? Although Luo Yin had mentioned in advance that the thing he was dealing with was quite large, Sabo was still taken aback by how big it actually was. Luo Yin nodded, glanced at the shifting and deforming earth outside, closed his eyes, and began to rest. He needed to adjust his condition to its best state to face the deep-sea ruler at any time. However, Luo Yin's preparation was a bit premature. Mori and Lightning spent all night using their fruit abilities to crazily alter the terrain, only finishing the walls late into the night. To weaken the deep-sea ruler as much as possible, Luo Yin decided to start at noon the next day, when the sun was at its strongest. The others had no choice but to return to the ship to rest for the time being. In the Alabaster Royal Palace, King Cobra paced back and forth in a white robe, appearing somewhat anxious as he awaited news. The vice commander of the Royal Guard, Bell, rushed in and knelt on one knee before the king. Your Majesty, they have built a high wall in the desert, seemingly to block something, but there doesn't seem to be anything that needs blocking. High wall, high wall. The king furrowed his brows, repeatedly muttering this phrase, but unable to make sense of it. Regardless, the leaders of the Revolutionary Army, the chief of staff, and two military leaders arriving here simultaneously must mean they intended to do something significant. As the king of Alabasta, I must get to the bottom of this and ensure my citizens are not put in danger. Tomorrow, no. I will go meet the leader of the Revolutionary Army now. King Cobra made up his mind and turned to return to his room to change clothes to meet Dragon, but was hastily stopped by Bell. Your Majesty, you can't go. The Revolutionary Army has been overthrowing various countries in recent years, including some members of the world government. If they come with malicious intent, you would be walking right into a trap. Do you think hiding will help us avoid it? If they come with malice, then Alabasta is doomed, and there's no way to avoid it. If they mean no harm, then meeting them shouldn't pose any danger. But Bell wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Cobra, who waved his hand decisively, his eyes bright, and showing no signs of being an aging king. Bell opened his mouth, wanting to argue, when Princess Vivi, wearing a white dress, rubbed her eyes and walked out of her room. Father, Bell, what are you arguing about? Is something wrong? King Cobra glanced at Bell helplessly and smiled at Princess Vivi. Vivi, why are you still awake at this hour? It's just a minor issue. You should go back to sleep. It's nothing for you to worry about. Minor issue? If it were just a minor issue, Bell wouldn't be arguing with you. Bell, what exactly is going on? Princess Vivi, the situation is like this. Bell eagerly explained everything to Vivi, hoping she could help persuade the king, completely disregarding the king's increasingly grim expression. After hearing this, Vivi frowned and fell into deep thought. How about this, father? I will go meet the people from the Revolutionary Army. If I don't return by dawn, you all should hurry and escape. No, you can't go. Without waiting for Bell to speak, Cobra firmly opposed this clearly risky decision, not wanting his daughter to take such a chance. However, Vivi had no intention of listening to Cobra's opinion. She quickly returned to her room, changed into a blue dress for going out, and rode her duck named Fast Runner out of the palace. Vivi, Cobra's face turned extremely ugly, but he knew he couldn't stop his daughter and could only cast a stern look at Bell. Go protect Vivi. We must not let her get into trouble. Yes, I'll go right away. Bell wasted no time and immediately transformed into a bird, flying out of the palace and watching Princess Vivi on her duck from the air. Vivi rode her duck across the desert at night. Despite the speed, it took her over half an hour to finally see the wall. Looking at the nearly 100-meter-high wall stretching far into the distance, Fast Runner hurriedly stopped. They really built such a high wall. Vivi's expression darkened slightly, but she did not back down. She flicked the reins, and the duck continued to run. Although the wall was high and nearly impossible to scale, there were passages about 3 meters wide and high at intervals, allowing easy passage for pedestrians. When Vivi reached the shore, she saw Dragon's ship brightly lit, seemingly holding a banquet. In reality, there had been no plans for a banquet. However, since Lightning and Mori had been busy all day, and Dragon and Sabo had been sunbathing, they were all tired and needed to replenish, so they decided to hold a banquet with the ample food on board. Hey huh, Luo Yin boy, your drinking capacity is really impressive. Come on, one more. The most enthusiastic towards Luo Yin on the ship was the transgender king, constantly pouring drinks for him, and Luo Yin accepted eagerly, drinking heartily. Just as he finished a cup and was about to grab some meat, Luo Yan's hand suddenly paused, and he turned his head to look towards the shore. In the cover of night, Vivi, not far from the ship, was not within the sight of ordinary people. But as a demigod passing by as a sailor, Luo Yin had excellent vision, and with his night vision ability, Vivi was very conspicuous to him. What's wrong? Luo Yin boy, a guest has arrived. Should we have someone from the Revolutionary Army go greet them? Or should I go? The transgender king followed Luo Yan's gaze. But in his line of sight, it was pitch black, and he could see nothing. Guest. Who? Princess Vivi of Alabasta. Oh, speaking of which, we indeed did not notify the Alabasta royal family in advance of our arrival. It's normal for them to send someone, but I didn't expect it to be the princess. The transgender king only sighed in wonder, not responsible for making decisions. At that moment, Dragon approached, casting a serious glance towards the direction where Vivi was, his gaze unable to penetrate the darkness either. However, his powerful observation, Haki sensed that someone was there but could not determine who, only confirming that the other party bore no malice. Luo Yin, you should handle this matter. If I step in, the nature of it changes. Let's not provoke them if we can avoid it, especially now when the world government is very sensitive. I understand. Luo Yin nodded, and suddenly a strong wind swept around him. The wind not only lifted Luo Yin into the air, but also picked up a low wooden table, a lot of food, and several jars of wine. At this moment, Wei Wei was still torn between whether to go over now or wait a bit longer, thinking about what her first words should be, when she suddenly saw many things flying up from a boat, including what seemed to be a figure. Just as she was filled with uncertainty, a gust of wind carrying the scent of wine and meat blew towards her, accompanied by a man's voice. This esteemed young lady, why are you out here late at night instead of staying at home? Facing the wind that blew towards her, Wei Wei instinctively closed her eyes to prevent sand from getting into them. When the sound in her ears and the wind finally stopped, she opened her eyes and saw a man with light blue hair standing in front of her. Beside him was a neatly arranged table of food and several jars of wine. You are. Wei Wei thought the man in front of her looked somewhat familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before, but she couldn't recall where at that moment. Luo Yin pressed his hand against his chest and smiled as he bowed to Vivi, saying, Nice to meet you. I am Luo Yin, an adventurer. As a guest, I should invite you aboard to join the banquet. However, please forgive me for not being able to invite you on board. I can only bring some food over to entertain you. As he spoke, Luo Yin pointed to a low wooden table nearby. Vivi hesitated for a moment, but then jumped down from the duck. She remembered this adventurer in front of her. She had seen him in newspapers and bounties, and she had also heard Luffy mention him. It was because Luffy had talked about him that she relaxed her guard a bit. Adventurer Luo Yin, I've heard Luffy and the others talk about you. Vivi brought up Luffy to establish a connection with him, so as not to risk a sudden fallout. Luo Yin was naturally very aware of Vivi's relationship with Luffy and smiled slightly upon hearing her words. I know you. You're companions with Luffy and the others, right? Don't worry. We came to Alabasta just to use the desert environment here to deal with a marine creature. Once the matter is resolved, we will naturally dismantle the high walls and restore everything to its original state. Dealing with a marine creature? What marine creature needs the desert terrain to deal with it? Vivi instinctively looked around, seemingly trying to find a marine creature Luo Yin mentioned. Seeing this, Luo Yin chuckled lightly. How about we sit down and talk while eating? At this point, Luo Yin looked up at the sky and said, Up there, why don't you come down and have a bite to eat? Vivi instinctively looked up upon hearing this, and Bell swooped down under the cover of the night, quickly flapping his wings to slow down as he approached the ground. Landing smoothly, his wings transformed into hands, changing from bird to human form. Princess. Bell bowed to Vivi and naturally stood by her side. Vivi showed no reaction. She had expected Belle to follow her, and it would have been unusual if he hadn't. Mr. Luo Yan, may I ask how long you need to stay in Alabasta? Vivi did not accept Luo Yan's invitation, but directly inquired. Luo Yan shook his head helplessly, sat down at the table, poured himself a glass of wine, and began to drink slowly. Starting from noon tomorrow, and there will definitely be results by tomorrow. If all goes well, we will leave tomorrow afternoon. If you're worried, you can either come in person or send someone to keep an eye on things. All right. Thank you for the information. Vivi relaxed her tone, curtsied to Luo Yan, then got back on the duck without any delay and immediately turned to leave. She needed to bring the news back quickly, not linger here to eat and drink. She was well aware that her outing would cause her father much worry, and if she delayed too long, it might lead her father to make misjudgments, resulting in irreversible consequences. Really no consideration at all. Watching Vivi's departing figure, Luo Yan sighed helplessly, slightly tilting his head to the side as the silhouette of the dragon gradually emerged from the darkness. Are you really going to let the people of Alabasta keep watch tomorrow? Huh, it's not anything shameful, and besides, this is their territory. Why should I stop them from watching? That's true, and the commotion caused will definitely be significant. Even if we wanted to hide it, we couldn't. The next day at noon, Luo Yan stood in the desert where the heat made the air distort. In the distance behind him was the towering wall, and on top of the wall stood Dragon, Sabo, and the human demon king, alongside Princess Vivi and Belle, who were there to keep watch from the Alabasta side. Actually, you didn't need to come in person. Dragon glanced at Princess Vivi beside him and said with concern. Vivi shook her head, her face showing determination and stubbornness. No, I must confirm that there are no problems myself. If I don't come, my father will come instead, so I must be here. Dragon nodded, not saying anything more, and turned his gaze back to the distant Luo Yan. The human demon king had been focused on Luo Yan all along. From their perspective, after standing in the yellow sand for a long time, Luo Yan began to take out some scraps from animals and some plants, arranging them on the ground. Dragon, what is this Luo Yan boy doing? The human demon king, confused about Luo Yan's actions, asked Dragon beside him. Dragon's expression was serious, his gaze firmly fixed on the altar that Luo Yan was setting up. He should be preparing the altar. He's going to hold some kind of ceremony. Having been a listener of Luo Yan's mysticism courses, Dragon provided an answer leaning towards the mystical. Sabo had also attended some mysticism classes and could understand easily. Although the human demon king had heard less, mysticism was no secret within the revolutionary army, so they could understand, while Vivi and Belle were left puzzled, wanting to ask but not daring to. I pray for your favor. I pray for your gifts. I pray for you to open the doors of the kingdom. After Luo Yan finished reciting the prayer, the candle flame in front of him suddenly expanded. Many spiritual materials shattered into specks of light and scattered into the flame. The flame gradually formed a large door, which slowly opened. A sphere floated out from within the door, which was a sphere symbolizing natural disasters, now officially renamed by Luo Yan as the Pearl of Natural Disasters. As soon as the Pearl of Natural Disasters flew out of the door, Luo Yan caught it with his right hand, which was adorned with a ring. The ring immediately emitted a dim light, and the images that had just emerged from within the pearl were instantly obscured by the eerie glow, preventing them from manifesting. Seeing that the secret ring could suppress the Pearl of Natural Disasters, Luo Yan let out a slight breath of relief, quickly extinguishing the candles in order to end the ritual. After putting away the items used for the ritual, Luo Yan flew into the air, raising the Pearl of Natural Disasters a little higher. The eerie light filling the interior of the pearl formed a hole like a donut, and gradually revealed a desert within. Above the desert, there was a very small black dot, which was Luo Yan himself. Now, the reflection within the Pearl of Natural Disasters showed Luo Yan's current position, with the range being suppressed to a relatively small area by the secret ring, which could fully suppress the Pearl of Natural Disasters at any time, ensuring that the disaster remained within a controllable range. Ground collapse. Luo Yan tightly grasped the Pearl of Natural Disasters and solemnly uttered a word. The desert reflected within the pearl suddenly collapsed, and the corresponding area in reality also caved in. In an instant, the once relatively flat desert land had formed a massive pit nearly 3,000 meters in diameter and over 200 meters deep. After doing this, Luo Yan immediately descended to the center of the pit and began to set up the bestowal ritual once again, as this time he was officially going to release the deep sea ruler. Although the people on the surrounding walls could not clearly see what Luo Yan was doing due to the distance, the sudden collapse of the ground was unmistakable. Dragon, what did Luo Yan do? The Beast King asked, struggling to suppress the turmoil in his heart as he inquired of the dragon beside him. Others, including Vivi, instinctively looked at the dragon, whose expression had become unusually serious. He had done nothing, only said the word land collapse, and the ground caved in. Although the dragon also could not see Luo Yan's specific actions from afar, he had learned techniques from Luo Yan, and through the wind, he heard the chant that Luo Yan had previously invoked, as well as the word land collapse that he had just uttered. Just by saying one word, the ground collapsed? How could this be possible? How could such a thing happen? This time, it was not the revolutionaries who were astonished, but Princess Vivi. Everything happening now was far beyond her imagination. She could not fathom what kind of power could achieve such a word becomes law effect. Perhaps it was related to the ritual just performed. The dragon could not provide a precise explanation and could only respond vaguely. As Luo Yan's bestowal ritual continued, the candle flames that made up the altar began to swell again, this time expanding extraordinarily large, slowly forming a massive bronze door. The door trembled as if it wanted to open, but it seemed to be rusted, only able to emit a creaking sound and not fully open. Luo Yan hurriedly threw all the prepared spiritual materials onto the altar. However, the door only opened a small crack. Seeing this, he showed no hesitation and directly took out a dagger from his waist, making a deep cut on his wrist. A gash appeared on the dagger, and blood immediately gushed from Luo Yan's wrist. Luo Yan flicked his hand, and the blood of the demigod, rich in spirituality, splattered onto the altar, as if oiling the rusty door. Finally, the door slowly opened, and a colossal creature eagerly squeezed out from within. As the first tentacle, covered in sharp, bony spikes, emerged from the door, Luo Yan had already soared into the sky. More and more ferocious tentacles struggled out from the door, followed by its body, and finally its head, a creature resembling a small mountain, covered in menacing bone spikes, with two heads, appeared in the giant pit of the desert. Luo Yan could clearly notice that the deep-sea ruler's size had shrunk compared to the beginning. As for how much it had shrunk, Luo Yan couldn't provide an accurate judgment. The deep-sea ruler, as a deep-sea creature, had already suffered greatly from being away from water for a long time, and now being thrown directly into the desert at noon made it even harder for it to adapt. Moreover, this was not in the divine kingdom, where there was no continuous tranquility to soothe its soul, and as a result, the deep-sea ruler went mad. As soon as it hit the ground, it began to struggle wildly, its grotesque tentacles thrashing around in the sand. A layer of water-absorbing yellow sand immediately stuck to its damp skin, and the extreme dryness nearly drove it to the brink of collapse. Its only thought now was to find water as quickly as possible. Any water would do, as long as it could get itself wet, as long as it could replenish itself. It wriggled its body and crawled through the yellow sand. But due to its extreme weakness combined with its madness, it couldn't manage to climb out of the pit for a moment. Its massive body needed enough points of support to climb upward, but the loose sand of the desert offered no effective points of support at all. Luo Yan looked at the deep-sea ruler below, and the hand holding the catastrophe pearl lifted slightly again. The ethereal light filling the pearl's interior formed a hollow in the center, where the reflection showed a giant pit in the desert. And inside it was the deep-sea ruler struggling madly. Thunder. Luo Yan solemnly uttered two words again, and the bright sky suddenly darkened. Thunder, as thick as a water bucket, fell like rain, instantly enveloping the entire giant pit. Due to the overwhelming number and density of the thunderbolts, and their extremely high frequency, all the thunder merged into a pillar of light descending from the sky. The light column filled the entire giant pit, but did not affect anything outside the pit. In the air, Luo Yan watched as the extremely weakened deep-sea ruler struggled and rolled under the thunderous light column, ultimately losing all movement. Its massive body charred and carbonized in the lightning before quickly turning to ash and dissipating. Secrecy. Seeing that the deep-sea ruler was completely dead, Luo Yan hurriedly retracted the disaster pearl back into his divine realm. Once the support of the disaster was lost, the thunderous light column descending from the sky seemed like a suddenly turned-off flashlight, with the brilliance vanishing abruptly and the dark sky quickly clearing up, returning to brightness. Luo Yan felt a bit anxious, but didn't dare to rush down. The bottom of the giant pit had already melted into a boiling lake of magma due to the thunder strike. Fortunately, the light representing spirituality was not obscured, and he could still see a few light spots gathering in the remnants of the deep-sea dominator below, which evidently represented the extraordinary characteristics of the deep-sea dominator. As for the other usable spiritual materials, they were still submerged in the magma. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have needed the Pearl of Natural Disasters. He could have probably defeated the opponent himself. The reason Luo Yin directly used natural disasters to strike the deep-sea ruler was to resolve the situation quickly. Although this is deep in the desert, it's not too far from the coast. Otherwise, Luo Yin wouldn't have specially arranged for Lightning and Mori to build walls, and brought in Long and others for their combat power, as he was worried that the deep-sea ruler would recklessly run into the sea. However, Luo Yin overestimated the condition of the deep-sea ruler. He didn't expect it to be this weak. At the same time, he underestimated the desert's ability to weaken the deep-sea ruler. No matter how strong it is, even being a half-sequence 3, it is still a deep-sea creature and cannot move effectively in the desert. Hidden, Luo Yin activated the secret ring once again, and the broken corpse, soaked in the magma, flashed with a ghostly light before disappearing without a trace. Phew, after finishing this, Luo Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to use his abilities to blow the yellow sand into the giant pit, filling it in to restore the area. Fortunately, since this was a desert, the restoration was very easy. As long as the pit was filled, there was no need to worry about environmental damage, as there was hardly any environment to speak of here. The wind continued to blow, but Luo Yin had already returned to the wall. It's over. Thank you all for your hard work. Luo Yin sincerely nodded to everyone, but the people on the wall had strange expressions. They had come here to build a wall, and in the end, the wall wasn't even used. In their view, there was no need for them to come. Luo Yin alone was enough. Luo Yin, the biggest reason you called us here wouldn't be to show off in front of us, right? The Demon King asked tentatively, as that was all they could think of. Luo Yin could only. At first, I truly hoped you would come and help, but I overestimated that guy's condition. He was originally very difficult to deal with. However, as a deep-sea creature, he has been out of water for too long, and his condition has severely declined. Plus, this is a desert, and I have a new trump card, which is why it was so easy to win. If he were to return to the sea, it would probably be a different story. Hey, no matter what, this matter is considered over, right? Of course, but I still have some things to wrap up. I'll leave the cleanup here to you. After saying this, Luo Yin gradually faded away like a pencil drawing being erased before everyone's eyes. In the divine realm, Luo Yin landed next to the broken corpse of the deep-sea ruler, cut open the charred outer skin with a knife, and carefully made his way inside. With a nervous heart, the fishy fresh blood finally flowed out, and he hurriedly placed a large iron basin he had prepared in the divine realm underneath. The blood flowed quickly, soon filling half the basin. Great, luckily this guy is big enough, otherwise it would have been troublesome. The blood of the deep-sea ruler is an auxiliary material for a sequence 3 potion, requiring 150 milliliters. This amount is nothing for such a massive deep-sea creature, but it is essential for the potion. Luo Yin felt anxious, wondering if the blood of the deep-sea ruler had solidified. Fortunately, it hadn't. At least now that he had collected so much, the excess blood was not useless. It was all rich in spiritual materials that could be used during rituals. As for whether the extraordinary traits of the deep-sea ruler would encounter any issues, Luo Yin was completely unconcerned. Extraordinary traits would not disappear. Even if the organ carrying the traits was destroyed, the extraordinary traits would recondense. After all, he only needed the traits to concoct potions, not to cook, so it wasn't necessary to have that specific part. Luo Yin quickly dissected a pair of eyeballs from the corpse based on the glow of the extraordinary characteristics. Each eyeball was about the size of a billiard ball, which is considered large among eyeballs. However, compared to the eyeballs of the deep-sea ruler, they were quite small. Unfortunately, the deep-sea ruler's eyeballs had long been reduced to ashes in the thunder. After collecting the materials for the potion, Luo Yin also extracted some usable spiritual materials from the remains of the deep-sea ruler. In particular, the bone spines. Although they contained low levels of spirituality, at least not as high as the blood, had good manipulability, especially in the hands of craftsmen. Of course, Luo Yin was not yet a craftsman. After completing all of this, Luo Yin piled all the necessary items together and left the divine kingdom through the star that symbolized the exit. At this time, more than 3 hours had passed. As dissecting a massive creature takes time, and the long wall had already been flattened, it was difficult to see any traces of the wall with just the eyes. Luo Yin had just flown to the shore and was about to return to the dragon's ship when he saw Wei Wei waiting there, seemingly for him. However, he didn't linger and merely glanced at Wei Wei before landing on the deck of the ship. As soon as he landed, all the revolutionaries around immediately stepped back, creating some distance from Luo Yin. The smell coming from Luo Yin was quite intense. It had the unique fishy odor of fish, the metallic scent of blood, and the stench of charred flesh, summing up to a foul, repulsive odor that pushed people away. Luo Yin, what did you just do? Why do you smell so bad? The Demon King asked, covering his nose and looking a bit disgusted. It was then that Luo Yin noticed he was covered in charred blood and flesh. Feeling a bit embarrassed. Sorry, I came to hurry. Well, I just want to let you know that you guys can head back first. I won't be going with you. I'm planning to take a trip to the doldrums. All right, just remember to come back after you're done. The Demon King agreed to Luo Yan's plans without asking too many questions. Of course, even if they disagreed, it wouldn't matter. After all, Luo Yin wasn't one of the revolutionaries, and they had no reason to stop him. Luo Yin originally intended to chat with the revolutionaries for a bit. After all, they were here to help him. However, seeing that they were all unwilling to approach, he simply waved his hand at them and dove straight into the sea. When Luo Yin cleaned himself up and came back ashore, Princess Vivi was still waiting there. Even though the revolutionary ship had already left and Luo Yin had been in the water for over 10 minutes, she did not leave, as if she was certain that Luo Yin would come back up. Dear miss, is there something you need? Although Luo Yin did not know why Princess Vivi was waiting, he felt that she was definitely waiting for him. This judgment had no basis, just a feeling. Upon seeing Luo Yin come ashore, Vivi secretly breathed a sigh of relief and then nodded very seriously. My father wishes to invite you to the palace. I don't seem to know King Cobra, and I've never even met him. Why would he invite me? Luo Yan's brows furrowed slightly without leaving a trace. He actually didn't want to go, because the other party definitely wouldn't come to invite him for no reason. There must be something going on, but he currently had no mood to deal with other matters. He just wanted to quickly digest the potion, prepare for the promotion ceremony, and elevate his status as soon as possible, putting everything else aside for now. I don't know what the specific matter is. My father just asked me to invite you. If you don't want to, you can refuse. Although Vivi said this, her eyes still carried a very obvious expectation. She was also hoping that Luo Yin would go to the palace. Luo Yin furrowed his brows, lost in thought for a long time, and finally nodded. All right, let's go meet King Cobra. Thank you. Vivi did not hide her joy, breaking into a smile as she curtsied to Luo Yin, lifting her skirt. Luo Yin nodded without saying much and directly summoned a strong wind to lift him, Vivi, and the duck that served as Vivi's mount into the sky, flying towards the royal palace. Although it was already afternoon, Luo Yin still didn't want to walk slowly through the desert. He disliked the heat and dryness. Even though he could resist some of the low-tier traits of the tyrant path after becoming a demigod, he still didn't want to endure it. After all, being able to resist was one thing, but feeling uncomfortable was another. The three of them quickly arrived at the royal palace of Alabasta, and with the wind support, they landed steadily on the palace balcony. Princess. The soldier stationed there was surprised to see the princess descending from the sky and hurriedly came over to pay his respects. Vivi nodded and said to the soldier, Go tell my father that the guest has arrived. Yes. The soldier did not dare to be slow, responded quickly, and left. Vivi turned to Luo Yin and extended her hand in a gesture of invitation. This way, I'll take you to the study. Study? Luo Yin raised his eyebrows slightly, which surprised him. Although the study was also a place for discussions, generally only those with a good relationship would hold talks there, while those with an average or unfamiliar relationship would talk in the living room. This is the case for ordinary people, and it is even more particular for a king. Although Luo Yin was unclear about the customs of Alabastan, he was sure it wasn't this kind of custom. Vivi naturally knew what Luo Yin was surprised about. Her expression was somewhat strange, indicating that this was not a normal occurrence in Alabastan either. Father said, there is something very important. I understand, take me there. In fact, at this point, Luo Yin already regretted coming. For a king, it must be something very important, clearly not a trivial matter. Since it wasn't a trivial matter, it wouldn't be easily resolved. But since he was already here, it would be hard for Luo Yin to back down now. Vivi led Luo Yin through the palace, twisting and turning, and finally arrived at the so-called study. The study was not what Luo Yin had imagined. There weren't many books inside, but rather various neatly organized documents. Make yourself comfortable. Would you like something to drink? Black tea. Vivi nodded and left the study, quickly returning with a tray that held a teapot, several teacups, and some pastries. Luo Yin didn't overstep by having Wei Wei personally serve him tea. Instead, he picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup, but didn't drink it immediately. He placed it on the table beside him to cool. It was indeed quite surprising that a princess would personally serve tea. Didn't she have a maid or something? There were indeed maids, but my father had said in advance that only I could come in here for the time being. It seems we're going to discuss something very important. Actually, there's no need to be so cautious. I have secret methods to ensure that this conversation won't leak out. Wei Wei poured herself a cup of tea, took a small sip, then picked up a piece of cake and took a small bite before smiling gently and saying, "Can you tell me what happened after Luffy and the others left Alabasta?" Luo Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. He already knew what Princess Vivi was doing. Drinking tea and eating pastries was to assure himself that there was nothing wrong with the food and drink, and bringing up Luffy was to get closer and build rapport. Clearly, King Cobra had something to ask of him. Otherwise, there would be no need for such a setup. Realizing this made Luo Yan even more regretful. Had he known, he would have just left for the calm belt and avoided all this trouble. I encountered Luffy and the others in Alabasta. After that, I only ran into Luffy during the Marineford War, and I haven't seen him since. You probably know no more than I do from the newspapers. Oh, I thought you still had contact with Luffy and the others. The light in Vivi's eyes dimmed for a moment, but quickly returned, and a smile reappeared on her face. I heard from Luffy that your companions are quite impressive. They're all right. They all have their own characteristics, but I wouldn't say they're particularly strong. Just unique in their own ways. By the way, is your father very busy? Luo Yan was feeling a bit restless. It wasn't that he didn't want to chat with Wei Wei anymore, but he had been guessing the purpose of Cobra's visit. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became, and he wanted to push for an answer. No matter what it was, he needed to know to feel at ease. I'll go take a look. Wei Wei immediately stood up and left the study again. A few minutes later, the door opened once more, and this time, not only Princess Wei Wei entered, but King Cobra also came in. Compared to Princess Wei Wei's more formal dress, King Cobra was dressed quite casually, in a simple blue robe, similar to what an ordinary person would wear at home. So you are King Cobra? Luo Yan remained humble in front of the king. After all, this king was quite competent, so he stood up. Cobra smiled and nodded, gently gesturing with his palm to indicate that Luo Yan could sit down. I apologize for the delay. It took quite some time to persuade the guards, and I kept you waiting. Cobra's demeanor was very unassuming, completely unlike that of a king. However, this made Luo Yan even more alert. The lower Cobra's posture, the more difficult the situation seemed. And the fact that Cobra didn't even bring guards indicated that this matter was very important and very private. Let's get straight to the point. To be honest, I have other things to attend to and don't have much time to waste here. Luo Yan was very reluctant to get involved in the matters of Alabastan, so he directly stated that he didn't have time, which was a rather straightforward refusal. Cobra did not expect to be rejected before he even got to the point, and he was slightly taken aback, but soon returned to normal. Don't worry, it won't take up too much of your time. I've already received news from the Holy Land that a world conference will be held there in 2 years. Luo Yan expressed his confusion and surprise with a nasal tone. He didn't expect that the world conference had already decided to convene at this time, and he was even more surprised that Cobra could receive news from the Holy Land so early. But thinking about it, the relationship between the Alabasta royal family and the Celestial Dragons was already somewhat delicate, so it wasn't surprising that they could have special channels to obtain important information in advance from the Holy Land. Why are you telling me this? What does the world government's meeting have to do with me? I am currently in a hostile state with the world government. I know that. The world government wants to gain your power, and 2 celestial dragons have already taken an interest in you, one of whom has even taken action. However, the action was unsuccessful, and all the members involved have disappeared. Cobra revealed some intelligence he had, and Luo Yan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He only knew that 1 celestial dragon was interested in him, but he didn't expect that there were actually 2 or even more. After all, Cobra couldn't accurately grasp the thoughts of the celestial dragons. It was possible that those fools, seeing that a few people were interested in him, might all become interested as well. You wouldn't be trying to stir up trouble, would you? Do you want me to deal with the celestial dragons? That can't be the case, right? Although Luo Yan had no good feelings towards the celestial dragons and had already decided to take revenge in the future, he had not thought about taking action now. After all, he still had too many things to do and was lacking in strength. He was now extremely vigilant against Cobra, fearing that he might be incited if he wasn't careful. Cobra shook his head with a smile and took a shallow sip from his teacup. No, of course I wouldn't do that. It brings me no benefit. At this point, Cobra waved his hand at Vivi, signaling her to leave. Vivi opened her mouth, hesitated for a moment, and then got up and left the room. Once the door was closed, he continued, I hope you can protect Vivi. I have a feeling that I will die after the World Conference, and at that time, Vivi may face danger. Luo Yan's lips gradually curled into a slightly mocking smile. I see. It's not that you feel the approach of death, but rather that you've already made up your mind to do something to explore some truths, right? Cobra's expression suddenly froze. He stared intently at Luo Yan, his eyes filled with shock. He hadn't expected that the young man sitting in front of him could even guess such a thing, or rather, it wasn't a guess at all. You know, does it matter? Not important. Then what about your answer? It depends on the situation, if I happen to have time then. Also, my protection isn't free. I still don't quite understand why you came to me. Luo Yin expressed his confusion. He still couldn't understand why Cobra had faith in him and sought him out 2 years in advance. After all, there were still 2 years left, and for a king, 2 years was enough time to make a lot of arrangements. A hint of bitterness surfaced on Cobra's face, and his gaze gradually lost focus, as if he was lost in memories or simply zoning out. Because you have irreconcilable conflicts with the world government, you are destined to be their enemy. Although you work closely with the Revolutionary Army, you are ultimately not one of them. Letting you protect Vivi can provide a bit more leeway for Alabasta. Feel free to ask for any rewards you need, and I will do my best to meet your demands. Luo Yin instinctively opened his mouth to say he wanted a devil fruit, but suddenly, a spark of inspiration hit him, and a scene flashed through his mind. He quickly changed his words, saying, I will inform you in no more than 3 months. All right, thank you. Cobra stood up and solemnly bowed to Luo Yin. But Luo Yin stood up and avoided it. He didn't want to receive this gesture, even though it was just the two of them there. After all, he was a king and also an elder, so he felt quite embarrassed. Then let's leave it at that. After saying this, Luo Yin disappeared like a pencil drawing erased by an eraser. Although Cobra had mentally prepared himself to some extent, he was still stunned by this action, standing there for a long time, unable to regain his composure. After Luo Yin left the Alabastan Palace, he flew straight towards the doldrums. His disaster high priest potion was about to be fully digested, and it was time to prepare for the Sea King ceremony. To ascend as the Sea King, he needed to make 10 ocean creatures submit, and the first target that came to Luo Yan's mind was naturally the Sea Kings. Subduing the Sea Kings was not only for the ceremony, but would also greatly enhance his side's combat power, and the place with the most Sea Kings was the doldrums. Luo Yin flew over the sea at supersonic speed for half a day, and by the time he entered the doldrums, it was already evening. He did not stop and directly dove into the sea. Immediately, a pair of egg-sized eyeballs appeared in his hands. These were the remnants of the deep-sea dominators and also his means of subjugating the Sea Kings. Perhaps using fists and simple communication could also make the Sea Kings submit, but that would require some effort. Since he had something more effective at hand, there was naturally no reason to let it go to waste. Luo Yin did not deliberately seek anything. He just drifted along with the ocean current, ready to encounter any sea creature he could reclaim. After drifting for about 10 minutes, Luo Yin, who had been squinting, suddenly opened his eyes wide to see a gigantic mouth. It belonged to a massive sea creature with the head of a lion, the neck of a swan, and the body of a water snake. Luo Yin couldn't immediately gauge its size, but one of its teeth was already taller than 2 of him stacked on top of each other. The lion-headed sea creature opened its enormous mouth, which was already covering Luo Yin. If it closed its mouth, he would be swallowed along with the seawater. Luo Yin would naturally not sit idly by. The ocean currents around him suddenly changed, propelling him out of the range of the lionhead Sea King's mouth the moment it closed. Furious strike. Luo Yin suddenly clenched his fist, his entire arm bulging with muscle, and then he swung it out with great force, landing a heavy punch on the forehead of the lion-headed Sea King. The lion-headed Sea King's forehead caved in, and despite the cushioning effect of the seawater, its massive body was sent flying several meters away. However, it wasn't over yet. Luo Yin chased after it at a speed even faster than its retreat, delivering another punch to the lion-headed Sea King's face, causing blood to spill from the corner of its mouth, its cheek to swell, and its eyes to roll back slightly, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Before it could recover, another punch came crashing down, this time striking its forehead. The lion-headed Sea King could no longer endure it, and immediately rolled its eyes back and fainted, its body floating on the water's surface like an ordinary fish, belly up. Luo Yin flew out of the water, hovering above the lion-headed Sea King, waiting for it to awaken. Time passed second by second, and the blood of the lion-headed Sea King attracted many carnivorous fish, such as sharks and unknown fish with sharp teeth. These fish, even the smaller ones, exceeded 2 meters in length, while the larger ones surpassed 10 meters. However, in the vast, windless zones of the Sea Kings, these fish could only be considered small fry, mere appetizers in the food chain. They smelled the blood, but dared not approach because it came from a Sea King several hundred meters long. They only dared to swim at a distance, hoping that this giant Sea King would die. If it died, they would have a good feast. However, the final outcome would obviously disappoint these carnivorous fish drawn by the scent of blood. Luo Yan's purpose was to subdue the lion-headed Sea King, not to kill it. so he naturally exercised restraint and would not actually kill it. Soon, the massive body of the lion-headed sea king twitched, then slowly awakened. The first thing it saw upon opening its eyes was Luo Yin hovering above its head. Startled, it hurriedly attempted to dive back into the deep sea. At that moment, the pair of eyes in Luo Yan's hand lit up, and an indescribable aura of authority immediately radiated from him. The lion-headed sea king's body froze. Its instincts began to tremble, and its head involuntarily lowered, losing the courage to retreat to the deep sea. It seemed that without the consent of this figure before it, it could do nothing. Submit or die. Luo Yin spoke in a voice of great authority, his words transforming into tangible ripples that spread outwards. When they touched those eyes, the ripples were tinged with a layer of gold, infused with something that altered the very nature of the sound, making it comprehensible to ordinary fish, compelling them to submit. The tremors of the lion-headed sea king intensified. Its already lowered head sank even lower, emitting a beastly whimper that Luo Yin should not have been able to understand. Yet, under the illumination of the eye's radiance, he grasped the meaning of the sound. It signified submission. Good, go to the island. Luo Yin was overjoyed, but his expression remained stern. After the lion-headed sea king let out a low roar, it swam towards the nearest island. Once it swam far enough away, Luo Yin lowered his head to examine the pair of eyeballs in his hand. This item was even more useful than he had imagined. He could picture that if he didn't have these eyeballs, that lion-headed sea king would have immediately dived back into the deep sea as soon as it woke up. Then he would have to chase after it, give it another beating, and wait for it to wake up again, only for it to escape once more. This process could go on for many rounds. It would only surrender when the lion-headed sea king fully understood that it couldn't escape. With the eyeballs, there was no need for so much repetition. One beating would be enough, saving a lot of effort and time. Luo Yin did not continue to dive to search for a second sea king, but instead followed behind the lion-headed sea king and ascended to the island. He still needed to do some confirmations. He needed to verify whether this sea king was submissive to him or to the pair of eyes. The experimental method was quite simple. He just needed to put away the eyes and then try to give orders to the sea king. If the sea king still obeyed the commands, that would mean it was submissive to him. However, if the sea king did not obey the orders and even attempted to escape or attack him, that would indicate it was submitting to the eyes. A flicker of ghostly light flashed in Lu Yin's hand, and his eyeball disappeared without a trace. He quickened his pace and soon caught up with the lion-headed sea king who had just come ashore. Go get me some food. Luo Yin casually instructed the lion-headed sea king, who seemed to understand his words. The lion-headed sea king plunged half of its body into the sea, and after a short while, its head emerged from the water, spitting out a fish that was only half intact. Although this fish was only a segment, it was still over 3 meters long, making it a giant creature for Luo Yin. Great, now go rest. Luo Yin nodded in satisfaction and casually waved his hand. The lion-head sea king, seeing this, cautiously put its long body into the water, while its huge lion head remained on the rocks by the shore. With its eyes closed, it fell asleep just like that. Very obedient, it didn't run away. It seemed to have submitted to me, rather than to the eyeball. This is good, as even if I can't completely digest the potion for promotion in a short time, I can still continue to control and tame the sea kings I've captured. The main reason Luo Yin made the confirmation is that he cannot hold onto those eyeballs forever. Those eyeballs are one of the main materials for Potion Sequence 3, and in a sense, they can be utilized as easily as magical items. However, they're not magical items after all, and the deep-sea ruler died in such a tragic manner that it left a lot of extreme emotions from its final moments lingering in the eyeballs, causing them to become distorted. Luo Yin wanted to use the secret ring to forcefully suppress it, but the secret ring itself was still busy suppressing the pearl of natural disasters and couldn't spare too much power. Moreover, his relationship with the secret ring was more of a cooperative one. He couldn't forcefully command the secret ring to overdraw its power to help him, but had to compromise with it. Therefore, figuring out the true object of the Sea King's subservience became particularly important. Fortunately, the result was very good. The Sea King was subservient to Luo Yin, not to those eyes. After having a simple meal, Luo Yin found a branch on a tree by the shore, preparing to rest for the night to rejuvenate his spirit and energy and continue taming the Sea King the next day. Just as he closed his eyes, ready to quickly fall asleep through meditation, the phone bug suddenly rang. He frowned and took the phone bug out from the inner pocket of his clothing. This is Luo Yin. Luo Yin, disturbed from his sleep, spoke with a not-so-pleasant tone. The phone bug transmitted a woman's voice. I am Lei Jiu, Mr. Luo Yin. I was wondering if you have time to come to the North Sea to discuss further cooperation? Oh, has your research yielded results? Luoyin immediately lost his drowsiness. After all, this was his big client, a prized opportunity. He was also very curious to see if magical items could spark something when encountering high technology. After all, the level of technology in the pirate world was completely different from that of the mysterious world. In the mysterious world, there wasn't even a computer, just a difference engine. While here, there was cloning technology, artificial human technology, and even genetic factor technology, which was far ahead in comparison. The phone bug on the other end fell silent for a moment, seemingly hesitant. After nearly half a minute, Lugio's voice finally re-emerged. The research hasn't been very smooth. In short, it's hard to explain over the phone. I don't know when you'll have time to come to the North Sea. If you don't have time, I can come find you personally. Not smooth? Luo Yin furrowed his brows and fell into deep thought. After a long while, he slowly nodded. I'm currently in the doldrums. If you're in a hurry, you can come here to find me. I will stay in the doldrums for a few days. If you're not in a hurry, it might take me 2 or 3 months to have time to go to the North Sea. All right, I'll come to find you, but it will probably take 10 days to get there. Will you stay there for 10 days? No problem. I will wait here for 12 days. If I don't see you after 12 days, I will leave. Luo Yin's response came without a hint of hesitation. Although it didn't take 10 days to tame the Sea Kings, or even 5, there were many good things on the islands in the doldrums. Compared to islands on normal trade routes, those in the doldrums were undoubtedly less frequented, which meant they were less damaged, and the flora and fauna were more abundant. This also implied that there were more extraordinary characteristics and materials. Given this, it was a great opportunity to collect some while he was at it. On the second day, Luo Yin continued his work of taming the Sea Kings. With the experience from the first attempt, it went very smoothly, and in just one day, he tamed 4 more Sea Kings, 1 with a horse head, 1 with a cow head, and 2 with fish tails. In short, they resembled a group of patched-together animals, none of which were normal. Looking at these bizarre Sea Kings on the sea, for a moment, Luo Yin even doubted whether a creator had ever existed in this world, as these chaotic, patched Sea Kings seemed to be created by such a being. Nevertheless, the results were very satisfying for Luo Yin. As dusk approached, he chose an island abundant in vegetation to spend the night. The plants on this island were enormous, and some even uprooted themselves to escape. Luo Yin put in a lot of effort to roughly clean up the flora and fauna on the island, and of course, the harvest was substantial. 4 days passed like this, and Luo Yin had already tamed 15 giant Sea Kings. Although the ritual only required 10, he believed that having more would yield better results. So he tamed 5 extra. After all, these Sea Kings were not one-time use. Even after the ritual, they could still be commanded. These Sea Kings, each with a head as large as a warship, were certainly imposing at sea, and no one dared to provoke such a group, which naturally meant that no one would dare to provoke the person standing above them. As for why he didn't tame more, it was because at this stage, Luo Yan's use of those eyes was still too limited and cumbersome to operate. Once he advanced, he would be able to collect them without restrictions. On the 7th day, Luo Yin received a call from Lei Jiu, who stated that she had entered the doldrums. By the 9th day, Lei Jiu finally found Luo Yin in the doldrums. A huge external ship was docked beside an island that had already been cleaned by Luo Yin. Only self-powered ships could navigate in the doldrums. Purely wind-powered sailboats could not sail there. On the shore, Luo Yin was roasting large pieces of meat over a campfire, a bonus from cleaning the island, as there had been plenty. However, he only kept this little bit of meat, while the rest was fed to the Sea Kings he had tamed. Lei Jiu was still wearing that pink skirt that seemed never to need washing, and several identical clones followed her, standing expressionlessly behind her, not daring to overstep their bounds. Luo Yan's gaze lingered on a few clones for a moment before turning to Lei Jiu and asking, "Tell me, what exactly is going on that made you so anxious to find me?" Luo Yin casually spoke while slicing a piece of meat with a dagger and putting it in his mouth. Lei Jiu looked around and pushed a stone to sit cross-legged by the campfire. We used many methods to study those 2 magical items and eventually discovered some peculiar factors inside, which seemed to be the source of the item's power. The research was relatively smooth up to this point. However, when we tried to analyze those factors further, we found it impossible to separate even a small amount of them. Even when we managed to extract a bit using high-power machines, those factors seemed alive and rushed back, and no method could stop this trend. You actually managed to separate them? This surprised Luo Yin. With his knowledge of mysticism, only angelic-level power could shatter extraordinary properties. Being able to separate even a small characteristic obviously required that level of power, and he couldn't imagine what kind of machine could achieve this. Lei Jiao shook her head, a hint of bitterness on her face. Rather than separation, it was more like forced tearing. To tear apart that tiny bit of factor, the entire kingdom had a power outage for 2 days. However, even at that cost, we only tore off a very small portion and it rushed back by itself. So, you came to find me for? We hope you could provide some help in this area. Whether it's practical assistance or theoretical guidance, we are willing to pay an appropriate price for it. The people of Germa are not good at speaking in circles. Therefore, Lei Jiao spoke very directly, looking at Luo Yin with some expectation, believing he must have a solution. After all, those items were provided by Luo Yin, yet she saw him fall into deep thought. His expression quite serious. Aggregation is inevitable. Even if a property is completely shattered, it will reassemble. So if you only want to separate a little for in-depth research, it might be in vain. Aggregation is inevitable. Lei Jiao quietly repeated this phrase, her eyes brightening slightly, as if she had figured something out. So that's how it is. It seems our direction has been wrong from the very beginning. Thank you for letting us know. What price do we need to pay for this? No need. This is just some common knowledge of mysticism. In fact, I teach a mysticism course. If you pay a certain tuition fee, you can attend the class. Of course, you need to disguise yourself, otherwise it could get Germa into trouble, as I usually teach in the Revolutionary Army's territory. Revolutionary Army? Lei Jiao's brows furrowed slightly. Although she and the entire Germa kingdom didn't care much about the world government's thoughts and wouldn't obey its orders. However, Germa is still nominally a member state of the world government, and this identity is quite useful for them. Once the world government learns that the Princess of Germa appeared at the Revolutionary Army's base, what would their reaction be? It's easy to imagine that Germa would lose its identity as a member state of the world government. I must consult about this first. Also, how much is the tuition? Lei Jiao was clearly a bit tempted. Although she couldn't disobey Gaji's orders due to the modified factors, her own thoughts were unaffected, and she had her own selfish desires. This mysticism offered her hope. The tuition is, of course, a devil fruit. My fee is not high. Just 1 devil fruit will allow you to attend all my mysticism courses. Additionally, I will arrange for someone to inform you of the content previously taught, so you won't miss anything. All right, I'll go consult right now. After saying this, Lei Jiao directly stood up and flew back to her ship. Not long after, she returned, a hint of a smile on her face, clearly having received the answer she wanted. It's already agreed. I hope to follow you to learn mysticism courses for a while. As for the tuition, I can give it to you now. I brought 2 devil fruits this time. I didn't expect you to be so well prepared. I'll take both devil fruits. One is for tuition, and I won't take the other for free. I will give you 3 bottles of potion to become extraordinary. You can choose to drink them yourself or give them to others, depending on your own will. Potions? What kind of potions are they? Is there a risk in drinking them? Lei Jiao was still quite cautious about this aspect. She didn't lose her head just because of the promise of potions, but asked very clearly. The risks of the potions also belong to common knowledge of mysticism. So Luo Yin carefully explained the risks to her, though he didn't overly emphasize the dangers. After all, this world is not crazily distorted. Instead, he cited Potter as an example to intentionally downplay the risks of the potions, and then casually discussed other mysticism knowledge, as they had already brought the tuition. Although Lei Jiao had also learned about the wonders of extraordinary beings from other sources, she viewed them merely as alternative devil fruit abilities. Compared to the disadvantages of becoming a dry duck with devil fruits, the risks of potions seemed even greater. However, after listening to Luo Yan's explanation, she realized that her understanding of mysticism was too superficial, and she had developed a genuine interest in mysticism, which was unrelated to her mission. It was a heartfelt thought of her own. Luo Yin put in so much effort to guide Lei Jiao for a reason. Let's not mention that Germa indeed has the technology to separate extraordinary traits. Just the fact that Germa's artificial human technology is significant on its own. An artificial human is like an anchor. If this technology can be acquired, it will save a lot of trouble in the future. That's pretty much it. Luo Yin spoke briefly and didn't say much. After finishing, he focused on eating the grilled meat. Lei Jiao nodded and didn't seek to explore further. Since the other party had already agreed and she had brought the tuition, she was sure knowledge would be taught, so it didn't matter if she waited a little longer. I'll go get the devil fruits and provide some instructions. Saying this, Lei Jiao returned to the ship. Not long after, she came back to the island, one hand carrying a suitcase and the other holding a box containing the devil fruits, with another box tucked under her arm. The ship then slowly left the shore without stopping. These are 2 devil fruits. Lei Jiao placed the 2 boxes containing the devil fruits in front of Luo Yin. He nodded, casually summoned a water ball from the sea to float in front of him, washed his greasy hands, and then opened the boxes. Both devil fruits were of the paramecia type, one black and one purple. Luo Yin didn't recognize them, but the secret ring reacted, indicating that the black paramecia devil fruit was what the ring desired. Luo Yin closed the box, and, as the ghostly light flickered, the two boxes vanished, having been stored away in the divine realm. So, have you made your decision? Will you drink the potion yourself, or let your subordinates drink it? Are there any other people here right now? Leijio's meaning was obvious. Luo Yin nodded, got up, and walked aside. Leijio instinctively turned to look, but found that Luo Yin had simply disappeared, which didn't surprise her too much. After all, she had experienced this before and knew it was one of his abilities. About 20 minutes later, Luo Yin reappeared, holding not only a bottle of potion, but also a hat made of yarn. The potion was called Lawyer, and drinking it would grant you excellent eloquence, allowing you to distort others' judgments to a certain extent. A lawyer? There's such a potion? Leijio instinctively took the potion, but didn't hurry to drink it. She intuitively felt that Luo Yin still had more to say. Sure enough, Luo Yin then handed her the hat. This was a magical item that could transform into any kind of hat, but it could only be a hat. Once worn, it would allow you to adjust your appearance to a certain extent, give you better control over your body, grant you some fire control abilities, and the ability to jump through flames. The downside was that when you wore this hat, your smile would become exaggerated when you were happy, making you look like a clown. I'm lending it to you, but remember, it's just a loan. Luo Yin specifically emphasized that it was lent to the other party. After all, this is an extraordinary item related to Sequence 6, the Faceless. Although it may not be very valuable, it is quite practical. Selling it to the Revolutionary Army could earn a substantial profit, not to mention Germa. If it's not made clear, and the other party thinks it's a gift, that would be a huge loss. Leijio's eyes widened as she listened to Luo Yin's introduction of the hat. Those functions sounded incredibly impressive and were not something typical scientific technology could achieve. Changing one's appearance and cosmetic surgery might still be possible with technological means. But the jumping flames were a different story. At least the Germa technology she was familiar with couldn't do that. Such a magical item existed. How much would it cost to buy it? Leijio's first thought was to buy it. She had developed a strong interest in this item. Luo Yin chuckled and shook his head, saying, I don't want to sell it for now. Let's talk about this later. By the way, the potion must be consumed within 3 hours. Otherwise, the bottle containing the potion will gradually drink it away. So don't blame me for not reminding you. Leijio placed the hat on her head, immediately twisted the cap, and poured the entire bottle of potion into her mouth. Her body was instantly shrouded in a layer of shadow, which occasionally twisted. Whenever the shadow distorted, her body would sway as if she were drunk and unable to stand steadily. However, this process did not last long. Within a minute or two, the shadows retracted completely, and a spiritual aura emanated from Leijio, indicating she had become an attorney. Congratulations, you are now an extraordinary being. Familiarize yourself with your abilities. Meditate to consolidate your spirituality and also study this hat. I only use divination to get a rough idea of the hat's abilities and negative effects. I haven't fully figured it out yet. Okay. Leijio nodded, closed her eyes, and began to meditate, while Luo Yin found a flat spot to lie down. The next day, Luo Yin and Leijio were floating on a wooden canoe in the calm sea, surrounded by a vast shadow, with giant sea kings lurking below. Luoyin was preparing to leave the doldrums, as the number of sea kings was already sufficient. He needed to digest the last bit of potion and then complete his promotion. To avoid revealing her identity, Leijio had completely changed her appearance using the Faceless Man's hat. At this moment, she had golden hair and purple eyes. Her face was a bit rounder, and her signature round eyebrows had vanished, replaced by delicate straight brows. She wore a light purple sheer-long dress, and her hat had transformed into a straw hat adorned with 2 yellow flowers. Anyone who didn't know might think she was on vacation. Through the sheer fabric, Luoyin could clearly see the outline of Leijio's body. However, whether it was due to design or some other reason, he could only make out the outline, with no further details visible. We can all fly, why not fly? Such a canoe was far too dangerous to navigate in the doldrums. One careless move could lead to being entirely swallowed by a sea king, and by then, there might not even be time to take off. Leijio was unaware that Luoyin had tamed more than 10 giant sea kings, and those sea kings were still providing escort beneath the sea. She expressed her concerns, but Luoyin merely chuckled lightly, unconcerned. They were already at the edge of the doldrums, and at their current speed, they would be able to leave the doldrums and enter the Grand Line in no more than 2 hours. Flying would certainly be faster, but if they flew, who would dare to cause trouble? Cause trouble? What do you mean? Legio looked puzzled, not understanding the meaning behind Loyan's words. Of course, Loyan wouldn't tell her that he planned to find some unfortunate pirate to help him digest the last bit of his potion. So he casually replied, I've been on vacation lately. It's quite boring, so I thought I'd find some clueless pirates to play with. Vacation? As a princess of Germa, Legio was no stranger to this term. She was very serious and uncompromising when executing missions, but when not on a mission, she had little restriction at home, which was a form of vacation. However, this term felt a bit out of place when applied to Loyan. As an adventurer with no actual constraints in his collaboration with the Revolutionary Army, he usually did whatever he wanted, making a special vacation unnecessary. Luoyin naturally knew what Legio was puzzled about, but he wouldn't explain it. This was originally just a way for him to brush her off, and explaining it would only complicate things. After leaving the calm belt, Luoyin secretly ordered the Sea Kings to dive into the deep sea, while he took out a homemade fishing rod and started fishing on the ship. He didn't plan to specifically search for pirates. Instead, he just chose a random direction and drifted, waiting to encounter any fated pirates. The sea is so vast that even if he specifically searched, he might not find them. Drifting may be slower, but it saves trouble. Moreover, Luoyin had a backup plan. If he didn't encounter any pirates after drifting for a few days, he was prepared to attack the world government's institutions, targeting the CP's base or certain offices of the world government. After all, he had already torn his face with them, so he wasn't afraid of any reaction from the world government. Legio, let me tell you this acting method. Luoyin was fishing while teaching Legio the lessons he had already taken. This was both to fulfill their deal and to pass the time, as there wasn't much else to do for the moment. Luoyin's attitude was very casual, but Legio listened intently, very focused, sometimes only snapping back to reality when Luoyin paused to catch a fish. Just as both sides were getting into the rhythm, Luoyin's voice suddenly stopped, and Legio was momentarily puzzled. But when she saw Luoyin looking over his shoulder, she instinctively turned to look as well, only to see a large ship approaching. However, it was not a pirate ship, but a warship flying the Navy flag. A Navy ship. The Navy? I didn't expect the first ship we would encounter after leaving the doldrums would be a Navy vessel. On the warship, a rear admiral with an X-shaped scar on his chin was sitting on the deck enjoying some grilled meat, savoring it while occasionally taking a swig of alcohol. At that moment, a somewhat panicked voice came from the lookout tower. Rear Admiral, there's a small boat ahead, with a man and a woman on it. I don't recognize the woman, but the man seems to be the adventurer Luoyin. The Rear Admiral's eyes widened, and the grilled meat he was chewing mixed with his drink and sprayed out. He hurriedly stood up, and a nearby sailor quickly jogged over to hand him a pair of binoculars. When the Rear Admiral looked through the binoculars, he directly saw Luoyin's face. And at that moment, Luoyin was looking right at him, their gazes meeting through the binoculars. Startled, the Rear Admiral's hand shook, dropping the binoculars to the ground. It's really the adventurer Luoyin. Why is this guy here? What should we do? Rear Admiral, should we attack first? The adventurer Luoyin is only in a small boat. We might have a chance if we bombard him. A nearby sailor nervously inquired, offering his suggestion. The Rear Admiral slapped the brim of the sailor's cap hard, knocking it to the ground. Are you an idiot? That's adventurer Luoyin. He can fly. What good would it do to sink his little boat? Even Vice Admiral Ghost Spider isn't his match. It took Mr. Sengoku and Vice Admiral Carp personally to retrieve him. Do you want me to follow in Vice Admiral Ghost Spider's footsteps? The Rear Admiral's voice nearly turned into a shout by the end, and the sailor whose hat was knocked off was quite frightened, his body trembling slightly. Fortunately, didn't he break down in front of his Rear Admiral? Rear Admiral, what should we do then? Pretend we don't see him and go around? You think I don't want to? But we're this close, how can we pretend not to see? Why does that adventurer have to be in such a small boat? If it were his usual ship, we would have spotted it long ago and wouldn't have gotten this close before noticing. The Rear Admiral rubbed his forehead in frustration, cursing under his breath. But his mind was already in disarray. Luoyin carefully observed the warship and then resumed fishing. If there were a devil fruit user on the warship who attracted him, he might find a way to secretly eliminate the opponent without drawing the attention of the Navy headquarters. But this warship was unremarkable, and there were no power users on board, so he lost interest. After all, Sengoku and Garp had just come and redeemed people, and Luoyin was already working on infiltrating the Navy, so there was really no need to offend them for no reason. The two ships were rapidly approaching each other. And Reiju looked at the warship and then at Luo Yin, appearing somewhat puzzled. Aren't you afraid they will make a move? You're a bounty hunter with a 500 million bounty. Don't worry, they don't dare to act, and my bounty comes from the world government, not from the Navy. The two ships finally met, and Luo Yan's small boat slowly drifted past the side of the warship. Luo Yan was still leisurely fishing, while the people on the warship had already completed their preparations for battle, focusing intently on him. They were all worried that Luo Yan would suddenly strike. As Luo Yan's small boat had already passed the front deck of the warship and was heading toward the back deck, the sailors on the warship secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But at that moment, the ocean current suddenly changed, and the warship came to a halt. Not only that, but the small boat that had already passed the front deck actually turned back. Oh no, adventurer Luo Yan has set his sights on us. A sailor on the deck suddenly cried out, causing a commotion on the warship, and the face of the rear admiral turned extremely grim. However, he quickly walked to the side of the ship, pressing his hand against the sword at his waist, his eyes fixed firmly on Luo Yan. Luo Yan had no idea how much pressure his sudden inspiration put on the sailors. His thought was simple. His current goal was to find the unfortunate pirate and have him consume the last bit of magic potion. However, he didn't know where to find the pirate, and since there was a Navy ship here, he figured the Navy would definitely be better at finding pirates than he was, so he wanted to ask them, may I ask who is in charge of this warship? Luo Yan looked up just in time to see the Major General. The Major General's Adam's apple rolled as he swallowed hard before finally speaking. I am the adventurer Luo Yan. What do you want to do? The Major General's hand, which was gripping the hilt of the knife, trembled slightly, his eyes fixed on Luo Yan, fearful that the other party would suddenly take action. Luo Yan couldn't understand why the other party was so nervous. However, he didn't plan to figure out anyway, as he was just there to gather information. So, I want to ask, are there any pirate crews around here? Preferably a larger one. A pirate crew? What do you want with a pirate crew? The Major General's heart raced even more upon hearing this question. He was worried that the other party might collaborate with the pirates, which would be a serious problem. There was no need to hide matters related to causing trouble for pirates from the Navy. Therefore, Luo Yan didn't conceal anything and replied directly. I've been bored lately and want to find some pirates to practice on. Do you even know if there are any? The Major General was a bit stunned. He didn't expect things to develop like this. Practice? You want to deal with pirates? Yes, I'm planning to cause some trouble for the pirates. So, do you know or not? Luo Yan originally thought that his words would make the other party relax a bit. After all, it was undoubtedly a good thing for the Navy that he was seeking trouble with pirates. However, the Major General's expression grew even darker after hearing this. The Major General stared intently at Luo Yan, his body slightly trembling. Just as Luo Yan was becoming impatient and wanted to continue questioning, a Marine soldier hurried over with a transponder snail to the Major General's side. The Major General had already contacted the Navy headquarters when he first saw Luo Yan. However, at that time, he was still unaware of Luo Yan's intentions, and seeing that they were about to pass each other by, he temporarily halted the communication. But now that the warship was forced to a stop by the other party, the Marine responsible for communication naturally re-established contact with the Navy headquarters and explained the situation. Major General is Squirrel. The communicator cautiously handed the transponder snail to the Major General, whose stiff expression finally softened a bit as he quickly took the transponder snail in hand. Yes, I understand. After receiving the transponder snail, the Major General nodded repeatedly and finally looked at Luo Yan with a bit of relief. Adventurer Luo Yan, the Major General wants to talk to you. Luo Yan frowned slightly. He somewhat regretted stopping this warship. Perhaps it would have been faster to directly seek trouble with the world government. Now he had to deal with the Navy's higher-ups, but since things had already come to this point, he didn't mind spending a little more time. Luo Yan waved his hand, and a gust of wind swept the phone bug into his palm. I am Luo Yan. I am Squirrel, Adventurer Luo Yan. What exactly do you want to do? The tone on the other end of the line was somewhat unpleasant, as if anger was being forcibly suppressed, which surprised Luo Yan a bit. After all, he hadn't done anything, so why was the other party angry? What do you mean, what do I want to do? Didn't that Major General tell you? I'm on vacation lately, bored and looking to find some pirates to play with. I just came to ask where there are pirates, and somehow it turned into this. I haven't done anything. Not a single Navy has been harmed. After about 10 seconds of silence, the phone bug continued. Although I don't know exactly what you want to do, since you have no intention of dealing with the Navy, we don't want to pry. If you want to deal with pirates, just board the warship. That warship will take you to find the pirates. Also, Vice Admiral Karp said he has something to give you, and he has already set off. I don't know what Vice Admiral Karp wants to give you, but if you still want that thing, you'd better not act rashly. No way. I just asked for directions. Why send Carp to keep an eye on me? Does the Navy need to react this strongly? Luo Yin was somewhat speechless, but he really couldn't refuse. After all, the Navy still owed him a devil fruit. If he didn't cooperate, the Navy could use that as an excuse to default on their debt, which would be a huge loss for him. The main point was that he was also planning to infiltrate the Navy. Now that he had finally established a little bit of contact with them, if he made a wrong choice now, that little bit of contact could be cut off completely. All right, how long until Carp arrives here? You will meet as soon as tomorrow noon at the earliest. Gagaga. After Major General Wushu said this, the antennae of the transponder snail drooped down, no longer speaking. As the other party had already hung up. TSK. What's going on here? Luo Yin smacked his lips, feeling somewhat helpless. He used the wind to lift himself and the entire wooden boat onto the deck of the warship. Although this boat was just a rough creation he made after chopping down a big tree and hollowing out the trunk, it was still a boat. After parting ways with the Navy, it might still come in handy. Of course, the main reason was that he really liked this boat. He found that racing with this boat was much more enjoyable than with those proper ships. This boat had become more than just a means of transportation. It had taken on more of the qualities of a toy. As soon as Luo Yin stepped onto the deck, he casually tossed the phone bug in his hand to the nearest sailor. Then he turned to look at the visibly nervous rear admiral. The flying squirrel should have told you, right? I'll be staying on your ship for the time being while I wait for Carp's ship to arrive. You guys need to take me to find some trouble with pirates. Yes. Yes, I heard about it. Your room is already prepared. I'll take you there right away. The rear admiral clearly hadn't heard what the flying squirrel said, but he reacted quickly, thinking first to keep Luo Yin calm and deal with the rest later. Luo Yin saw through the Major General's poor act at a glance. However, he didn't care and waved his hand at the Major General. I won't go to the room. Just bring me a reclining chair. I prefer to enjoy the sea breeze on the deck. All right, no problem. The Major General nodded without hesitation and immediately signaled to a nearby sailor. The sailor dashed into the cabin and returned in just over 10 seconds, carrying a rocking armchair. Here, this is the chair you wanted. The sailor, both anxious and attentive, placed the armchair next to Luo Yin. Luo Yin nodded, lay back in the chair, and used a bit of force to make it rock slightly. Leijio looked around, about to say something when two more sailors brought over a chair and a wooden table. May I offer you something to drink? Another sailor asked. However, Luo Yin had already squinted his eyes and didn't respond. Leijio sat down in the chair, resting her chin on her hands on the table. 2 cups of juice. Okay. The sailor nodded and hurried off to prepare the juice. At this point, the Major General had unknowingly slipped into a hidden corner of the cabin, holding a communication device to contact the higher-ups at Naval Headquarters. Everything from the armchair, the ordinary chair, the table, to the juice behind them was his way of stabilizing the situation. He had instructed the sailors to be attentive. Meanwhile, he used the time to inquire about what was going on at headquarters. When the Weasel had called him earlier, he had only asked about the specifics, and then said he wanted to talk to Luo Yin himself. After that conversation, Luo Yin had directly boarded the ship, almost giving the Major General a heart attack. He was prepared to fight desperately, but then Luo Yin said those words, which made him feel relieved. Regardless of whether the other party was lying, at least he had a chance to stabilize the situation. Yes. I understand, yes. I will definitely comply. Please rest assured. Click. After hanging up the phone, the Major General instinctively wiped his forehead with his sleeve, only to realize it was already covered in fine sweat, and that one wipe had soaked a large part of his sleeve. However, his expression was relaxed, at least much more so than when he was on the call. This time, he was not contacting General Weasel, but the newly appointed Admiral Akainu. The Admiral had clearly stated that currently, the relationship between Luo Yin and the Navy was not tense. As long as he didn't act first, the other party was unlikely to strike. He also sternly warned him that he absolutely must not take action, as the Navy's forces were thin, and they were preparing for a large recruitment drive, having no manpower to confront Luo Yin. That is good. The Major General put the communication device away in his pocket and prepared to get up and leave, only then realizing that his legs felt weak, and he was not very steady on his feet. On the deck, the juice was quickly served on the small wooden table. Luo Yin opened his squinted eyes, glanced at the juice, then turned his gaze to Leijio. Leijio nodded, picked up one of the cups, took a small sip, squinted to savor it, and then handed the juice in her hand to Luo Yin. It's not poisoned. Hey, I thought these guys were trying to pull a fast one on me. Luo Yin took the juice that Leijio handed over, but did not drink it. Instead, he placed it on the table closer to himself. Leijio picked up another glass of juice. This time, she didn't just take a small sip, but gulped down 1/3 of it in one go. Unlike Luo Yin, who was concerned about whether it might be poisonous, she was completely unconcerned. To her, poison was no different from the sugar cubes added to the juice. Excuse me, do you two need a meal? Also, do the fish on that boat need to be processed? If not, they might spoil. Luo Yin turned his head and found that the speaker was the Major General, the highest commander of the warship. Oh, it's you? Actually, you don't need to be so polite. Those fish were just something I caught out of boredom. Feel free to take them if you want to eat. By the way, everyone on this ship seems to be quite afraid of me. Why is that? Do I really look that bad? Since he was already on the other party's ship, accepted their service, and drank their juice, and would be staying here for a day or a few days. Luo Yin wanted to try to get along with the people on the ship. At the very least, he hoped to make them less fearful of him. Otherwise, the future interactions might be quite uncomfortable. However, Luo Yin's humor didn't have much effect, although the Major General maintained a smile on his face. There was still an unmistakable wariness and fear in his eyes. You're joking. If you look bad, I wouldn't be able to face anyone. As for why I'm afraid, I'm just a Major General, and you are a dangerous individual with a bounty of 7 billion. How can I not be scared? Luo Yin was taken aback, his eyes widening slightly. He really didn't know about this matter. He usually didn't read newspapers, and these days he had been alone in the calm zone playing with the Sea Kings, completely unable to see newspapers or bounties. He had no idea when his bounty had increased. 17 billion? Me? Yes, didn't you know? It said that this bounty was issued solely by the world government. Initially, the world government had planned to announce a bounty of 22 billion, but for some unknown reason, it was changed to 17 billion. 22 billion. Luo Yin slightly furrowed his brows, softly repeating the number, but in the end, he just shook his head. He didn't care how much the world government had put on his head. After all, both sides had completely turned against each other. And whether there was a bounty or not, it was a fight to the death. Give me a portion of braised fish. Huh, sure. All right. The Major was somewhat unable to keep up with Luo Yin's train of thought. He had just asked if the other wanted to eat, received no answer. And now they were discussing the bounty, and suddenly the other wanted food. But this did not affect his response. He did not immediately make arrangements, but turned his gaze to Lei Jiao. He did not know this beautiful girl, but that did not hinder his courtesy towards her, especially since she came with Luo Yin, and the two had previously shared a small boat. Just a little pastry is fine, no need for a main course. Okay, I'll arrange that right away. The Major replied, and personally went to the cafeteria to make arrangements. Luo Yin seemed indifferent on the surface, but he was still contemplating his bounty in his heart, which was higher than he had imagined. However, it wasn't completely beyond his expectations, after all. He had already dealt with quite a few CP0 members, and the Celestial Dragons had long been keeping an eye on him. 17 billion, huh? I didn't expect I was worth this much. Luo Yin chuckled softly, took a sip of the juice on the table. Compared to juice, he preferred drinking alcohol. But having juice occasionally wasn't bad either. Lei Jiao finished her glass of juice in one gulp, looked up at the boundless sea, and her expression became a bit more serious. I'm surprised you actually boarded a warship, and even more surprised by the Navy's attitude towards you. What's so surprising about that? I have no irreconcilable conflicts with the Navy. Although the Navy is subordinate to the world government, it is still relatively independent. Moreover, now that the Admiral of the Navy has become a Kainu, the chances of the Navy acting against me because of the world government's hostility without considering the bigger picture are even smaller. Why do you say that? Lei Jiao propped her chin up again with her hand, leaning slightly forward in a listening posture, clearly intrigued by the topic. Luo Yin squinted his eyes, and the corners of his mouth gradually curled into a faint smile. I have a feeling that one day the Navy will stand against the world government, and that day is not far off. You really dare to think that, or rather, you really dare to say it, actually sowing discord between the Navy and the world government on a Navy warship. Lei Jiao clearly found it hard to believe Luo Yan's absurd and somewhat ridiculous words, which is easy to understand. Although there are indeed quite a few people in the Navy who dislike the style of the world government, most of the Navy's funding comes from the world government. Once they lose the support of the world government, the Navy might not even be able to pay their soldiers' salaries. In that case, how could the Navy possibly turn against the world government? It's simply impossible to think that way. Luo Yin certainly knew what Lei Jiao was suspecting him of, but he didn't care. After all, explaining so much now was meaningless. Moreover, this was not the right place to delve into that topic. They were on a naval warship. As time passed, night fell without anyone noticing. After having a nap, Luo Yin got up from the armchair, offered it to Lei Jiao to sleep, and walked to the side of the ship, resting his hands on the railing and enjoying the night sea breeze. Although the Navy had arranged rooms for them, Luo Yin chose to stay on deck, not because he was worried about the cold, but because he needed to periodically release the aura of the deep sea dominator to ensure that the group of sea kings would not lose control. Although those sea kings were submissive to him, Luo Yin was still not a sea king and did not have the ability to command large sea kings. If he let his guard down, those sea kings could easily slip out of his control. A rogue sea king might not attack Luo Yin, but it could very well attack the warship. Even if it didn't attack the warship, a dozen sea kings, each with a head bigger than the ship, fighting underwater could potentially sink the warship with their aftershocks. Therefore, Luo Yin couldn't stay in a closed environment for too long. It was just a matter of playing the role in advance. Luo Yin stood by, feeling the sea breeze and murmuring softly. Suddenly, a loud crash sounded from behind as a water bucket was knocked over. Luo Yin instinctively turned to look and saw a somewhat skinny boy, appearing to be around 14 or 15, hurriedly propping the overturned bucket back up and wiping the water off the deck with a cloth. Feeling a gaze on him, the boy instinctively looked up and was startled, falling directly to the ground. "Why, yes, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." The boy quickly apologized to Luo Yin, who smiled at him, gently shook his head, and turned back to gaze at the dark sea. "Aren't you going to sleep this late?" Just as the boy was about to get up, he heard Luo Yin's voice, which startled him again. He then replied nervously, I still need to clean the deck. I can only rest after I finish cleaning. And no, but I'm just an apprentice deckhand. I don't have to get up too early in the morning, so it's okay to work a little later." "I see, you've worked hard." "No, this is just what I should do." The boy responded, both delighted and anxious, as Luo Yin's words of encouragement seemed to boost his motivation a bit. Luo Yin suddenly tossed a magnificent coin, which flipped several times in the air before landing steadily in his palm. "Heads up, what's your name?" Luo Yin suddenly spoke up, and the unexpected question clearly caught the boy off guard for a moment. He immediately stood up straight. "My name is Kuei-san." "Well, I'll just call you Xiao-san. Your name is really unique. Since you fear me, you should know who I am and what resources I hold. I can give you a bottle of potion. Of course, it's entirely up to you whether you want or not. You have plenty of time to consider. Just give me your answer before dawn." "Potion?" Kuei-san's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Luo Yin. This was something he had never even dared to imagine before, yet here it was. "What I need to give in return?" "No, you don't need to give anything in return. Didn't I just say? This is a gift for you. Of course, you have the right to refuse. Don't let excitement cloud your judgment. This is something that needs careful consideration. Don't you still have to clean the deck? Then go ahead, think it over while you clean, and just give me your answer before dawn." Luo Yin turned his back to Kuei-san and waved his hand. Kuei-san opened his mouth, wanting to respond immediately, but Luo Yin's attitude made him close his mouth again. He picked up the bucket and quickly left. He needed to fetch another bucket of water to finish his tasks as soon as possible and then make a choice, which was already obvious. He longed to obtain the potion because even he, a mere errand boy, had heard that the naval hero Carp and the former Admiral Sengoku had recently redeemed the captured Vice Admiral Ghost Spider from adventurers and had also purchased 2 bottles of potion from the adventurer Luo Yin at an extra price. Although he did not know how powerful the potion was, the fact that those two had simultaneously taken action to buy it at an additional cost was enough to prove its preciousness. Now that he had a chance to obtain that valuable potion, how could he possibly give it up? As a 14-year-old errand boy, it was already impossible for him to stand out in the Navy through his own efforts. He was certain that the potion could change his destiny. It was something he would regret missing for the rest of his life, something he absolutely had to seize. As for whether the other party had any ulterior motives, he did not care at all. He was an orphan who had lost his parents at a young age, and when he was on the verge of starvation and had nowhere to turn, he joined the Navy as an errand boy. What he was doing now was merely to ensure he could have a full meal. He did not believe that as someone with nothing, he had anything worth coveting by a person with a bounty of 7 billion. Kuei-san's heart was filled with excitement and aspirations. He completed his cleaning tasks faster than usual and returned to Luo Yin. Just as he was about to speak, Luo Yin had already turned around and handed him a bottle of prepared potion. This potion was called Sailor. After drinking it, you would gain excellent balance. Even in a storm on a ship, you could move as if on solid ground. And you would also be able to operate underwater for about 15 to 20 minutes. Not just for that duration, but you could surface for air after that time. Additionally, you would gain night vision. Make good use of it. I have high hopes for you. Luo Yin casually encouraged Kuei-san, who trembled with excitement. He quickly took the potion in his hands and without any hesitation, drank it down. Seeing that the other party had consumed the potion, Luo Yin no longer paid attention to him and leaned back on the railing, gazing at the dark sea, as if there were endless beautiful sights to behold. In fact, for Luo Yin, There was no difference between viewing the scenery at night or during the day. His night vision ability had long since surpassed the limitations of darkness. After a brief moment of impact from drinking the potion, Kuei-san quickly recovered and became a genuine, extraordinary being. Not only could he clearly sense the changes happening within him, but he also firmly remembered the information that came with the potion. It was only at this moment that he realized how magical the potion truly was. "How can I thank you?" Kuei-san hesitated for a moment, looking at Luo Yan's back, and finally asked. Luo Yan did not turn around, but simply waved his hand at Kuei-san, who was facing away. "I told you, it's a gift for you, and you don't need to repay anything. If there's nothing else, you should leave quickly. If you delay for another 2 minutes, someone will find out you've been in contact with me." Upon hearing this, Kuei-san's expression changed immediately, and he quickly turned and ran into the cabin. Inside the humble room for the crew, Kuei-san lay on his bed, feeling extremely excited and completely unable to sleep. Just when he thought he would definitely be sleepless that night, his head suddenly felt fuzzy, in a daze. It seemed like he saw a thin veil falling from the sky, covering him like a blanket, and then he fell into a sweet slumber. A slight smile appeared on his lips as if he were dreaming sweet dreams, and he murmured softly in his sleep. In the darkness, a symbol of sleep. The authority of fear and misfortune. The ring that holds secrets. Luo Yan, who was admiring the scenery on the deck, suddenly withdrew his gaze from the distance and looked down at the ring on his hand. He noticed a faint red halo rippling around the ring, and a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he turned his head towards the direction of Kuei-san's resting area. Sending out a potion was certainly not something he did just for fun. Instead, he wanted to plant a nail that he had personally arranged within the Navy. Although he had already sold 2 potions before, the initiative of who would drink those potions lay with the Navy, and it was foreseeable that those 2 who drank the potions would be closely monitored for quite some time. Luo Yan would not be able to exert influence over them. Otherwise, it could easily raise suspicion from the Navy. Therefore, it was necessary to place a nail that the Navy was unaware of, and besides, Kuei-san was just a menial worker who would not attract attention. Although such a nail might not have much effect in the short term, it was merely a step in Luo Yan's overall strategy. Currently, Luo Yan still maintained a tacit understanding with the Navy and did not need to activate this nail. Kuei-san still had enough time to grow. If one day in the future, Luo Yan fell out with the Navy, then Kuei-san could become his eyes within the Navy. Moreover, by that time, Kuei-san might have already made a name for himself in the Navy thanks to the power of the potion, potentially serving an even greater purpose. Thinking of this, Luo Yan felt very pleased and couldn't help but take a deep breath, as if the air had become fresher. Unknowingly, the night passed, and the fiery red sun rose from below the horizon. Standing on the deck, Luo Yan was the first person on the ship to bask in the sunlight. He looked up at the sun, which had just risen halfway above the sea, and saw a black dot approaching within the fiery red light. Luo Yan instinctively squinted his eyes and saw clearly that the black dot was a warship with a dog's head at the bow. So fast. It seems they really don't trust me. Luo Yan chuckled softly, finally leaving the spot where he had stood all night and returning to the armchair. Sitting down on the chair placed there, Lei Jiu, who had been sleeping, opened her eyes the moment Luo Yan sat down. "You didn't sleep all night? Is it strange for a night watchman to stay awake all night? You should get up too. Karp's ship has already arrived and will dock in 10 minutes at most." 10 minutes? Didn't you say it would arrive at noon? Lei Jiu sat up from the armchair, first twisting her neck and then stretching before standing up. "It's the first time I've slept so soundly on a Navy warship." "Then I'll take that as a compliment." Luo Yan chuckled lightly and teased, while Lei Jiu shrugged slightly and said nonchalantly, "Of course you can do that. It's your freedom." Luo Yan was just about to speak when he suddenly sensed something and turned to look at the ship's cabin door. 2 seconds later, the door was pushed open, and a slightly hurried rear admiral rushed out from the cabin, looking panicked. He quickly ran to the bow of the ship, took a glance through his binoculars, and then hurried back into the cabin. Soon, a large group of neatly dressed Marines, armed with sidearms, surged out of the cabin and lined up neatly on the deck, with the rear admiral standing at the front of the line, looking serious and standing tall. This instantly made Luo Yan and Lei Jiu the most out-of-place people on the ship. However, they didn't care. After all, they were not the Navy. The dog-headed ship stopped first, and the ship where Luo Yan was on slowly approached. Once the 2 ships were close enough, a wide wooden plank was laid across the midship, briefly connecting the 2 vessels. "Ha ha! Luo Yan, you really have some clout, making me come all the way here in person." As soon as the plank was set up, Karp, holding a bag of rice crackers, laughed, and walked over. The neatly lined up Marines on the ship immediately saluted Carp, but he completely ignored them and walked straight towards Luo Yin. Luo Yin chuckled and said, "Old man, what you said is not quite right. It's not me who called you here. You should be very clear about who sent you." "Ha ha ha, you really are something." However, Carp's laughter suddenly faded, and his expression turned serious. "So, adventurer Luo Yin, what exactly is the purpose of your journey? Don't try to fool me with a lame excuse like a vacation. My purpose is very simple. There's something you might already know. I am collecting devil fruits. But progress has been slow recently, so I plan to take matters into my own hands. Currently, besides the world government, the Navy, and the Revolutionary Army, what other forces on the seas have devil fruits? Of course, it's the pirates." Luo Yan's face was serious, but he was already inwardly lamenting. By heaven's conscience, he truly only wanted to stir up trouble for the pirates, and had no other motive. However, it was clear that this excuse would not convince the Navy, so he could only forcefully add a bit of purpose to his actions. Carp's gaze suddenly became incredibly sharp for a moment as he stared intently at Luo Yin. Then, as if nothing had happened, he burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, that's wonderful. Due to the Marine-Ford War, the Navy is currently understaffed and is preparing for large-scale recruitment, struggling to deal with pirates everywhere. Your actions will undoubtedly relieve some pressure from a Navy. Is that so?" "That's quite a fortunate coincidence," Luo Yin replied. He already knew this news, but he really had nothing else to say, so he could only agree casually. The two of them chatted amicably as if they had known each other for a long time, and soon Luo Yin was naturally invited onto Carp's ship. Watching Carp and Luo Yin leave his ship, the rear admiral secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After everyone who was supposed to leave had departed, and the plank was retracted, the rear admiral immediately waved his hand and issued orders. "Steer to the right. Depart this sea area at full speed towards the designated location." This ship obviously had its own mission, but because Luo Yin boarded, it had to temporarily deviate from its original course to rendezvous with Carp. Now that the rendezvous was complete, it would continue executing its mission. As soon as Luo Yin boarded Carp's ship, he felt a different atmosphere compared to the previous one. The Marines on this ship looked overall stronger than those on the other ship. However, they were not as serious as the Marines on the previous ship. They remained calm and showed no signs of fear upon Luo Yin's arrival. "Ha ha, kid Luo Yin, what do you think of my ship?" Carp asked with a hint of pride in his tone. Luo Yin casually scanned the ship, initially not paying much attention, as he used to think that all Navy warships were the same. Carp's ship was just a ship with a doghead hanging at the bow, nothing special. However, upon closer inspection, he indeed noticed some differences. This ship was much better in terms of craftsmanship and materials than the previous warship, and its layout had also been modified, making it overall far superior to the other warship. "A very nice ship. Wait, where's my ship?" Luo Yin was just about to praise Carp's ship when he suddenly remembered that his own little wooden boat seemed to be left on that military ship. He immediately cast a questioning glance at Lei Jio. Lei Jio was taken aback for a moment and said with a strange expression, "You still want that little broken boat? I thought you didn't want it anymore. What is the point of keeping such a little broken boat? To put it nicely, it's a boat. To put it bluntly, it's just an empty piece of wood." Lei Jio expressed her dissatisfaction with the boat in her own way. As a princess of Germa, she had been surrounded by people since she was young, and when she grew up to carry out missions, she either flew or had a large group of subordinates with her. When had she ever traveled on such a shabby boat? Forget it, forget it. If it's gone, it's gone. Their ship has already left, and there's no point in saying those things now. Although he could still chase after it. Thinking about the fact that he would specifically chase after an empty piece of wood made him decide against it. At that moment, Carp's deputy, Bogart, suddenly leaned close to Carp and whispered something in his ear. Carp's smile suddenly froze and turned serious. "Luo Yin, I heard you're very skilled in fighting in the water?" Although Luo Yin didn't understand why the other party suddenly asked this, he didn't deny it and nodded gently. "It's okay. At least it's better than being on the shore." "That's good." For some reason, even though the ship's bottom was clearly equipped with sea prism stones, it was still targeted by sea kings. Now there are several sea kings under this ship. "I wonder if I can ask you to go down and take a look?" "You don't need to fight. Can't you go to the sky and into the sea? You just need to draw out the sea kings lurking underwater, and I'll handle the rest." Saying this, Carp slightly raised his head and placed his fist, which was as big as a sandbag, to his mouth and huffed. His meaning was clear. As long as Luo Yin drew out the sea kings, he would smash them with one punch. Luo Yin couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes. Although the sea kings he had tamed were massive and looked quite intimidating, they were not enough in front of true powerhouses. Moreover, facing someone like Carp, a top-tier powerhouse who could shatter a mountain with a single punch. The Sea Kings would definitely not withstand his blows. Old man, there's no need for this. Those Sea Kings aren't targeting this ship. They're just following me. Luo Yin walked to the edge of the ship's railing while speaking and waved his hand over the sea surface. Immediately, a large bulge of seawater formed, and when the water slid down due to gravity, a giant lion's head surfaced. Roar! Roar! The lion-headed Sea King let out a low growl at Luo Yin before diving back beneath the surface. The massive waves created by this process caused the warship to sway continuously. You see, they have no intention of attacking this ship. Luo Yin turned around with a smile to look at Carp and the group of sailors on the ship. Seeing the shocked expressions on the sailors' faces, even Carp's expression was somewhat serious. You say you can make such a huge Sea King submit to you? I only know that the Fishman tribe has the ability to tame marine creatures, but they only tame ordinary marine life, at most slightly larger sea beasts. I've never heard of anyone taming such a large Sea King. Huh, but now I've heard about it, and I've even witnessed it with my own eyes. Luo Yin shrugged nonchalantly, as if this matter was not a big deal to him. But everyone on the ship, including Lei Jiao, knew what this meant. In naval battles, especially large-scale ones, a Sea King with a head larger than a warship could easily destroy numerous ships. Even with enough strong fighters stationed, it would be difficult to guard against underwater attacks. How many Sea Kings are beneath this ship? Carp completely retracted his smile and asked seriously. Luo Yin chuckled, seemingly amused by how serious everyone was. Old man, does this matter? No matter how many Sea Kings there are or how big they are, can they withstand your punches? Carp's expression changed several times before he finally smiled again. I'm just a bit curious about how many Sea Kings you can control and what you use to control them. What do I use? Of course, it's my ability. Didn't I sell 2 bottles of potions to the Navy? One of them is called Sailor. As long as you keep leveling up to a certain point, you'll naturally gain such power. Of course, whether or not I give out the potion is up to me. Luo Yin silently added a line in his heart. Wow, ha ha ha. So that's how it is. I didn't expect potions could do such things. By the way, Luo Yin, didn't you say you wanted to cause trouble for pirates? Just in time. I was also planning to take my disciples out for some training to find a few pirates to practice on, so it works out well. If we encounter weak pirates, let my disciples handle them. If we encounter strong pirates, I'll leave it to you. Carp very proactively changed the topic, steering the conversation towards something Luo Yin was interested in. Luo Yin didn't want to discuss potion-related matters with Carp too much. After all, his relationship with the Navy could break at any moment due to pressure from the world government, and he didn't want to share too much knowledge about the mystic arts with the Navy. I didn't expect that one day I would be working for the Navy. So if I take down a bounty pirate, can the Navy give me a reward? This was originally just a casual remark from Luo Yin, but Carp's expression instantly became serious upon hearing it. If you really kill enough notorious pirates, the Navy can offer you certain benefits. However, I'm afraid a bounty is out of the question. That expenditure has always been provided by the world government, and you know very well that to them. You're worth 7 billion. How could the world government possibly approve a bounty for you? Oh, then may I ask what benefits the Navy can offer me? Luo Yin didn't expect that his casual question would actually yield some results. Suddenly intrigued, he wasn't really expecting the Navy to give him anything good. He was just curious about what the Navy would offer him. However, Carp just laughed heartily and didn't provide a direct answer. Ha ha ha. What exactly we will give you depends on how much effort you put in at the end. Aren't you afraid the world government will come looking for trouble with you, Navy, for doing this? Hee hee. The world government doesn't have time to bother with you right now. They're busy with other matters. Otherwise, do you think your bounty would have increased so much all of a sudden? If the world government still wanted to capture you, they wouldn't have raised your bounty so much. They actually hope the Navy can stabilize you first and buy them some time. Carp chatted casually, completely disregarding the shame of betraying the higher-ups. But then again, Carp was never a fan of the world government. This news was quite important to Luo Yin. After all, his current enemy was the world government, and they had deep cooperation with the Revolutionary Army. If this intelligence was handled well, it could very likely lead to a significant loss for the world government. Just as Luo Yin wanted to ask Carp if he wasn't afraid of him sharing this news with the Revolutionary Army, he suddenly remembered that the leader of the Revolutionary Army was the son of the old man in front of him. Hee hee, old man, you just said you were bringing a disciple to train? What kind of disciple is worth you personally bringing out? Ha ha ha. KB, Helmeppo, come over and say hello. Carp waved toward the cabin, and the two who had been waiting at the cabin entrance immediately walked out. It was KB and Helmeppo. I see. If it's KB, then it's not surprising. Luo Yin nodded, and with a nearly murmured sentence, He gave KB a rather high evaluation, which made KB feel somewhat anxious. Mr. Luo Yin, I've heard about you several times, and I've heard that you're also good friends with Luffy. Huh, I suppose so, KB. I see potential in you, so you must keep working hard. If Luo Yan's earlier whisper was a more subtle compliment, this statement was straightforward praise, which made KB, who was already a bit anxious, even more so. Really? Mr. Luo Yin, of course, I see your future. With just this one sentence, Luo Yin suddenly became like a fortune teller. And now not only KB, but also the others on the ship became interested. Mr. Luo Yin, can you see other people's futures? The first to ask was KB's good friend Helyameber, who had also trained under Garp alongside KB, and just like KB, had been called out from the cabin. Hearing Luo Yan's high evaluation of KB, he naturally wanted to know what Luo Yin thought of him. Luo Yin chuckled and nodded, saying yes. Your potential is not as good as KB's, but there is still great promise for you in the future. You shouldn't be worse than that major general I captured. When Helyameber heard the first half of Luo Yan's sentence, he felt a bit disappointed. But when he heard the second half, he immediately widened his eyes in disbelief. Mr. Luo Yin, are you talking about Major General Ghost Spider? Can I really compare to Major General Ghost Spider in the future? Really? Maybe if you keep working hard, Luo Yin replied. Luo Yin shrugged indifferently. After all, he only needed to sketch out the plans, while the execution of those plans was up to Helyameber himself. So, how he drew them was up to him. As for whether they could ultimately be realized, that was not Luo Yan's concern. If they succeeded, it meant Luo Yan's predictions were accurate. If they didn't, it was Helyameber's own negligence. However, Helyameber didn't think that much and was suddenly inspired, feeling a bit more exhilarated. Just then, he suddenly thought of something and looked sharply at Kirby beside him. Mr. Luo Yin said that I am not as good as Kirby, but also said that I am not worse than General Ghost Spider. So, does that mean Kirby in the future? The more Helyameber spoke, the wider his eyes grew. Even Kirby, who was usually slow, understood the implication of Helyameber's words. He also widened his eyes. Ghost Spider was a general and one with considerable seniority. Among the generals, he could be considered quite strong. To be stronger than such a general could only mean one thing. A marshal. Could it be that Kirby's breath hitched, and his face flushed with excitement. His breathing became increasingly rapid, and his heart was pounding. Just as he was about to say something, Luo Yan's voice rang out first. What I see is just one of the tributaries of your fate. In mysticism, fate is like a river which branches out into many tributaries. Some tributaries lead to good outcomes, while others lead to bad ones. The path you ultimately take and which tributary you step into will depend on your own efforts and choices. Don't believe too much in prophecies, but don't disregard them either. Tributaries of fate? Mr. Luo Yin, what you said is a bit. Kirby instinctively scratched the back of his head, putting on a troubled expression. For someone who had never studied mysticism, he couldn't fully grasp these concepts. Luo Yin certainly wouldn't explain clearly to the other party. His purpose was simply to act like a mystic, and now that his goal had been achieved, any further explanation would have the opposite effect. He didn't answer KB, but turned back to look at Carp. By the way, old man, where are we headed? Carp casually stuffed a large handful of sunbae into his mouth, chewed loudly for a few moments, and then said, the target has already been decided. If we sail at this speed for another half a day, we'll reach a village that has been occupied by a group of pirates. I think they're called the Great Bear Pirates. Their captain is a Zoan-type devil fruit user with the bear fruit. He's not very strong, but not weak either, just right for training the juniors. The bear fruit? That does sound suitable. The bear fruit seems like one that can increase strength and defense, but conversely, it wouldn't enhance the user's agility. Such a user is very suitable for sparring with Carp's system. At least they won't accidentally kill someone. Ha. Of course. I selected this target after going through a pile of bounties while eating senbei. Carp was clearly very confident in the target he had chosen. Upon hearing Luo Yan's approval, he immediately raised his head high. Luo Yan smiled and casually walked to the ship's railing to sit down, saying nothing more on the topic. Leiju, who had been silent the whole time, quietly followed him to the railing. She still didn't speak or sit down, but stood silently beside Luo Yan like a guard. By the way, Mr. Luo Yan, is this your new companion? I don't think I've seen her before. Kubai had already noticed Leiju, but due to his excitement and the fact that everyone else seemed fine, he hadn't asked. Now that the excitement had subsided and Leiju had increased her presence a bit with her actions, he decided to speak up. Luo Yan glanced at the side where Leiju was, chuckling as he shook his head, and said, she is just my student, not my companion. Student? Mr. Luo Yan is still a teacher? Of course, I've been teaching mysticism, and now I have dozens of students. How about it? Are you interested in attending a class? KB shook his head in refusal without even thinking, but before he could speak, Carp burst into laughter beside him. Ha ha ha, Luo Yin. KB is quite good at learning combat techniques, but he is slow at theoretical knowledge, so you better think it through. Carp's words not only stunned Luo Yin, but even KB was taken aback. What did that mean? It was obvious that Carp intended for KB to join Luo Yin's list of students. The teacher-student relationship in this world is quite close. Although it hasn't reached the level of a teacher, is like a father, is still much closer than the teacher-student relationship in Luo Yin's past life of compulsory education. Moreover, Carp himself is KB's teacher. Logically, he shouldn't agree to such a thing. Old man, are you out of your mind? KB is your student, and I don't want to take your punches. Ha ha ha. Seems like it. Let's forget it then. Just pretend I didn't say that. Carp stuffed his fingers, which had just finished grabbing a rice cracker, into his nostrils, picking without any image, then turned and walked to the deck to lie down on a specially prepared lounge chair, happily munching on the rice crackers. Luo Yin kept watching Carp until he lay down before turning his gaze away. Just now, Carp seemed to be doing something meaningless. But it wasn't as simple as saying, forget, I said anything to truly make it forgotten. Carp had just made a very clear stance. He did not oppose Luo Yin poaching people from under him, or rather, he did not oppose Luo Yin infiltrating his subordinates. Why? Luo Yin furrowed his brows tightly, unable to help but quietly ask himself a question, but it was clear he wouldn't get an answer now. Due to Carp's attitude, Kobe became even more enthusiastic towards Luo Yin, or rather, he finally felt free to express his enthusiasm without reservation. Mr. Luo Yin, could you tell me more about Luffy? Kobe eagerly brought a small stool for Luo Yin and insisted on discussing Luffy with him. Luo Yin didn't refuse, thinking it was just a way to pass the time during his boredom. On the other hand, Heliumeber was more interested in Reiju. He also eagerly brought a chair for her and attentively offered her drinks and food, hoping to win a bit of favor from the beauty. However, Reiju's attitude was quite indifferent, though she still gave a polite smile. Even with just that polite smile, Heliumeber felt it was a win. After all, the food and drinks were not bought with his money. They were taken directly from the ship's mess hall. To get a smile from a beauty for free was quite a bargain. Although Kobe and Heliumeber were very enthusiastic, the other Navy personnel remained quite wary of Luo Yin. After all, Luo Yin was also a person with a bounty on the wanted list, amounting to a staggering one, 7 billion, making him an absolutely dangerous individual. Luo Yin was quite aware of this and wisely refrained from wandering around the warship, sitting in a corner of the ship's railing. Try his best not to provoke that group of Navy men. He was counting on them to help him search for pirates to dissolve the magic potion. Bring. Just as Luo Yin was enjoying the barbecue that Kobe brought him, the sound of a transponder snail ringing echoed. Instantly, everyone's eyes on the deck turned towards him, including Carp's. Luo Yin did not take out the phone worm immediately. Instead, as if it were a habitual action, he casually tossed a lavish coin inlaid with jewels into the air and caught it as it fell. He performed a simple divination to find out who was on the other end of the call, and after getting the answer, a smile that he couldn't quite suppress appeared on his face. This is Luo Yin. I am Dragon. Upon hearing the voice from the phone worm, everyone on the deck changed their expressions instantly, and even Carp paused in his action of eating senbei. However, the smile on Luo Yin's face became even more pronounced. It's Dragon. Is there something urgent for contacting me suddenly? Well, I have a few things. We are preparing to procure the next batch of magic potions. And it seems that the world government has been acting strangely lately. Stop. You need to pause for a moment. Hearing that Dragon seemed to be about to discuss the Revolutionary Army's action plan, Luo Yin hurriedly interrupted, fearing that he would leak information from his side. Let me tell you, I am currently on your father's ship. You need to think carefully about what can be said and what cannot be said. What? Even through the phone worm, Luo Yin could clearly sense Dragon's surprise. Did you not say you were going to the Combelt for business? How did you end up on a warship? That's a long story. In short, just tell me directly, do you need me to rush back? If you do, I can return right now. If not, I won't. The phone worm was silent for nearly a minute before responding. No need. The matter of the magic potions is not urgent, and other operations still require some preparation, probably about a month's worth. I understand. Then let's leave it at that. After saying this, Luo Yin did not wait for Dragon to respond and directly hung up the phone. The reason Luo Yin was so straightforward in saying he could go back immediately is that the Revolutionary Army is clearly preparing to take action against the world government. His plan was originally to find some unfortunate pirates to digest the potion himself. If he couldn't find any, he would then look for the world government's institutions. If the Revolutionary Army wants to cause trouble for the world government, he would certainly be eager to rush over. Dragon also gave Luo Yin a deadline, 1 month, preferably within a month, or he would miss the opportunity. Half a day's journey quickly passed, and the warship gradually sailed into the port of an island. At a glance, one could clearly see the neatly arranged houses on the island, with at least 800 or 900 households, which meant the population of this village exceeded 2,000. However, there wasn't a single person in sight in the village now. It was empty and desolate, as if it were just an abandoned village. Luo Yin frowned at the scene before him. He soared into the sky, quickly getting a clear view of the village and the entire island. One side of the island was a flat prairie, while the other was covered with rolling mountains. The village was built on the side of the prairie, perfectly described as nestled between mountains and sea. The villagers had all been driven to the mountain side, where they were digging caves with various tools, surrounded by many fierce-looking individuals holding weapons. The leader, a burly man, sat on a chair made of bamboo, with various foods and drinks laid out before him. Seeing this scene, Luo Yin felt an inexplicable surge of anger. With a wave of his hand, a strong wind swept up KB and Helomabwa from the ship, and the three of them flew towards the villagers and the pirates. KB, we are flying, Helomabwa shouted, struggling frantically. However, his struggles were clearly in vain, as their speed did not diminish at all. KB, though not as panicked as Helomabwa, couldn't remain calm either. Mr. Luo Yin, where are we going? Is that even a question? Of course, we're going to teach the pirates a lesson. Don't worry, I'll protect the villagers. You just focus on making a scene. Luo Yin quickly brought the two to the sky above where the villagers were gathered. He didn't go down himself, but instead dropped KB and Helomabwa. The two landed smoothly on the ground, buoyed by the wind, but their position was not good at all, as they fell right into the center of the pirates' encirclement. The pirate captain, who was devouring food, immediately stood up upon seeing 2 Navy members suddenly drop from the sky. The other pirates quickly aimed their guns at the two. Navy? Ha! The Navy is truly useless now. Sending just you 2 kids and appearing right here. How arrogant. Without needing a command from the captain, the pirates opened fire in unison, following the captain's lead. As the gunshots rang out, KB effortlessly dodged all the bullets, while Helomabwa barely blocked the bullets aimed at him with his dual blades. The captain snorted coldly upon seeing this. His already burly body began to swell, thick black fur growing on his skin, and he quickly transformed into a giant black bear. Roar! The black bear roared to the sky and swung its massive paw towards KB, who did not back down and instead threw a punch to counter it. Boom! The ground beneath KB collapsed upon impact, stones flying everywhere. However, KB showed no signs of defeat. Instead, he pushed forward with great force, forcing the black bear back a few steps. Damn it! The black bear, unable to gain the upper hand in strength, became enraged, its eyes flashing blood red as it slammed its paw down again. This time, KB did not take the hit head-on, but instead sidestepped and punched the black bear's waist. The black bear yelped in pain, its expression turning ferocious as it slammed its paw down again. Yet, it missed once more, as KB had already jumped up. Using the force of gravity in his free fall, his fist aimed at the bear's back, which was now on all fours due to its missed attack. The black bear sensed the danger and hurriedly twisted its body, rolling on the ground like a log to evade KB's strike. While KB was fighting the black bear, Helomabwa had already engaged in a fierce battle with the pirate lackeys. Although the number of pirates was large, Helomabwa was in a much better position than KB. He weaved through the lackeys, each swing of his blade drawing blood, but he couldn't directly eliminate his targets, only injuring them. Damn it! These 2 Navy members are a problem. Quick, go get the villagers! Shouted a pirate with a long gash on his arm. The other pirates finally reacted, but no one left the battlefield to capture villagers. Instead, they shouted towards the cave that had been dug, where the supervising pirates were, instructing them to bring the villagers out. However, after several calls to the cave, there was no response. Instead, Helomabwa took the opportunity to kill 2 pirates. Bastard! What's going on inside? Go check it out. One of the stronger pirates, who had a slightly higher status among the lackeys, blocked Helomabwa's attack with his knife and ordered a lightly injured pirate beside him. Without hesitation, the pirate left the battlefield and ran towards the cave. However, it wasn't long before he ran back out of the cave, his face filled with terror, as if he had just experienced extreme fright. No, they're gone. Gone. All gone. They're all gone. Although the higher status pirate could barely fend off Helomabwa, he was still at a disadvantage. He hoped to use the villagers to threaten the 2 Navy members. But now, The person sent to capture the villagers hadn't returned with anyone. Bastard. I told you to get the villagers. Where are they? Gone. There's no one in the cave. What did you say? The higher status pirate was startled by this news, instinctively glancing at the pirate who had just returned. Immediately, Heliameber seized the opportunity and slashed off his left ear. Luckily, he reacted quickly. Otherwise, that strike would have split his head in two. Damn it. What on earth is happening? Could there still be hidden Navy members? But even if there are Navy members, it's impossible for thousands of people to disappear in an instant. The higher status pirate frantically questioned Heliameber, who of course wouldn't answer him. In fact, Heliameber was also very surprised. He had been considering how to respond to the hostage threat when he didn't expect all the hostages to suddenly vanish. He vaguely guessed some reasons, but couldn't be sure. That is, the hostages had been hidden by Luo Yin, as he was the only one who had come with them. But the idea of hiding thousands of people seemed too far-fetched. At this moment, Luo Yin had entered the cave. He felt it was strange at first. Clearly, a group of pirates was here. Yet they were capturing so many villagers to dig a cave. Generally speaking, pirates spent most of their time drifting at sea, far more than on land. So it didn't seem likely they would dig a cave on an island for living or storage. Moreover, they were taking such a huge risk. If they were just plundering the village, they could have left long ago without fearing capture by the Navy. But they did this, and from the Navy's perspective, this group of pirates was openly provoking them. So the situation was clear. Either these pirates were genuinely provoking the Navy, or they had something extremely valuable or important that made them willing to take the risk. Given that this group of pirates clearly lacked the strength to challenge the Navy, there could only be one answer. There must be something good hidden in this cave. Luo Yin walked deeper into the cave, and the temperature kept rising the further he went. By the time he reached the innermost part, he was even sweating a bit. The cave walls had completely turned red, surrounded by glowing red stones that felt warm to the touch. Such a rich aura of spiritual energy. If it were an ordinary person, they might only think that these red stones glowed, generated heat, and looked nice. They could be worth some money. After all, selling them to cold regions could earn a profit. However, from the perspective of an extraordinary being, these red stones were filled with a significant amount of spiritual energy, which reminded Luo Yin of a material recorded on the blasphemy card, flame rock crystal. This was one of the auxiliary materials for Sequence 2 disasters, which Luo Yin had never paid attention to before. After all, he was currently at Sequence 4, still far from Sequence 2. To collect materials for Sequence 2, he would have to wait until after gathering for Sequence 3. Besides, as an auxiliary material, even if he had it in hand, he couldn't utilize it like a primary material, so it was better to focus on the matters at hand. He had thought this material would appear near a volcano, but didn't expect to find a clue here. However, he still couldn't confirm if it was indeed that thing. Luo Yin arrived at the deepest part of the cave, where a few pickaxes were scattered around, and the people had already been concealed by him. He activated his spiritual vision to observe carefully and soon discovered that there were spiritual energies rising from the ground like bubbles. He squinted his eyes and rubbed the ring on his hand, intending to use the ring's power to directly conceal this area of the ground in order to obtain the flame rock crystal. However, just as he infused his spiritual energy into it, a sudden chill swept through his body, causing all the hairs on his body to stand on end. This was a danger warning. Luo Yin never expected that this matter would be so dangerous. He was already a Sequence 4 who was about to fully digest the potion, and his abilities had reached the peak of Sequence 4. For something to trigger a strong danger warning in him now, it must be extremely perilous. It's not that he wasn't cautious enough. Rather, he never considered that there could be any danger in doing this. After all, this place was previously mined by a group of ordinary people. If there were truly great dangers, those ordinary people would have likely encountered misfortune by now. Regardless, since the spiritual warning has been triggered, he cannot proceed recklessly with this matter. Luo Yan's expression immediately darkened. A luxurious coin flipping and jumping on the tips of his right fingers, occasionally flashing with a faint light. He was using the positional protection of a secret ring to force a divination with the astrological coin. After all, it involved potential auxiliary materials for a Sequence 2 potion, and the astrological coin only corresponded to a Sequence 7 magical item. Without the enhancement of a higher tier item, it was difficult to obtain accurate divination insights. As the coin continued to flip, images kept flashing through Luo Yan's mind, all related to volcanic eruptions, with various different eruptions of varying scales. The situation was likely more serious than imagined. Although the sequence that Luo Yin belongs to is not skilled in divination, He has used magical items to perform divination many times and is very experienced in interpreting revelations. The revelations are filled with scenes of volcanic eruptions, which undoubtedly indicate a great disaster, a disaster that comes from the depths of the earth, from the eruption of magma, like a volcanic explosion. Now Luo Yin has two choices. One is to mine forcefully despite the danger. For him, who has prior preparations and wields secret authority, the risk of doing so is actually not high, and at least it would be very easy to retreat unharmed. The other choice is to ignore it for now and think of ways to mine here after being promoted to Sea King. However, this carries significant risks, as even such a weak pirate crew has started to eye this place, and no one can guarantee that it won't be targeted by other pirate crews afterward. If a capable person skilled in excavation comes, they might be able to dig this place open in no time. If heaven gives you an opportunity and you do not seize it, you will suffer the consequences. Since I have come here, it is the guidance of fate. Luo Yin quickly made a decision, his gaze becoming firm. He strode out of the cave and found that the battle outside was still ongoing. The fight between Kubai and the black bear was still intense. Although the black bear had long been at a disadvantage, being forced to retreat repeatedly, he managed to hold on thanks to his exceptional physique and the powerful recovery ability of his animal-type devil fruit, showing no signs of defeat. On the other hand, Hilume Bo had an initial advantage, but after a period of fighting, his stamina decreased significantly, and coupled with continuous attacks from Chailuan, he was starting to show signs of decline. Although he still had an advantage, it was rapidly diminishing. It was foreseeable that, as time went on, his advantage would slowly turn into a disadvantage, but it still depended on whether this group of pirates could hold out until that point. Luo Yin frowned slightly, feeling a bit impatient. He wasn't in the mood to deal with this right now, so he waved his hand, and in an instant, a fierce wind rose, blowing everyone who was fighting into the air. KB and Helimeber managed to stabilize themselves, but the group of pirates wasn't so lucky, spinning aimlessly in the air until they quickly fainted. It wasn't that KB and Helimeber had good balance. It was because Luo Yin had given them extra assistance to help them maintain their stability in the air. Mr. Luo Yin, what are you doing? Didn't we agree to let us practice? Why did you suddenly intervene? KB shouted at Luo Yin from the air. Luo Yin didn't respond and raised his hand to press down slightly. The fierce wind gradually diminished, and those who had been blown into the air slowly descended. Helimeber fell face first and landed hard, while KB landed on his feet and stood firmly. I don't have that much time. I help you capture that group of pirates alive. If you want to practice, you can take them back and train at your leisure. Right now, you should hurry and reassure the villagers. Villagers? That's right, Mr. Luo Yin. Where are the villagers? Did you hide them? KB immediately reacted when Luo Yin mentioned the villagers. He had heard the loud shouting of the pirate who was sent to capture villagers as hostages, but at that time, he was engaged in a grapple with the black bear and couldn't spare any energy to pay attention to this. Why would I hide the villagers? Aren't they all right there? Luo Yin pointed at the cave, and as his words fell, one villager after another walked out from inside the cave. Their faces were filled with confusion, as if they still didn't know what had happened. Their heads were also heavy, only vaguely remembering that they seemed to have had a dream, but they had no impression of the dream's content. Go ahead, I won't comfort the civilians. This kind of thing is up to you, Luo Yin urged, and only then did Kubai and Hilu make BR walk towards the group of villagers to start talking to them. As more and more villagers emerged from the cave, the two were quickly surrounded by layers of people. Luo Yin walked alone to the pirate captain's side. The unconscious captain had already returned to his human form. At this moment, he hesitated, torn between whether to kill this person to collect the fruit's ability or to leave him for the navy. If it were a better fruit, Luo Yin would definitely not hesitate. But a Zoan-type black bear fruit had nothing special about it and was not related to Luo Yin's own path. Whether he collected it or not wasn't really important. However, if he secretly killed the person, it would be difficult to explain to Carp. When asked why he did it, Luo Yin would have to come up with some excuse. But he certainly couldn't say it was to collect the fruit's ability. He would first need to fabricate a plausible reason. Given a little time, he might be able to come up with a good excuse. But clearly, there wasn't time to think of a reason right now. Wahaha, it seems to be over. Just as Luo Yin was struggling with his thoughts, Carp's laughter rang out, startling him at first. Then, inexplicably, he let out a sigh of relief, as this meant he didn't have to think of a reason anymore, because the opportunity was gone. Of course, if he forcibly killed the pirate captain, Carp, as a Navy officer, would not cause trouble for Luo Yin because of it. But that would lead back to the need for a reason. It really wasn't worth it for a fruit that didn't matter. Old man, you guys must have been watching the show for quite a while, right? Luo Yin joked with a smile, and Carp slightly raised his head. stuffing the last bit of sunbae from his bag into his mouth and laughing, of course, although it's to let them practice. These are real pirates. If anything goes wrong, it wouldn't be good, so it's better to keep an eye on them. That's true, replied the other. While the two were chatting, the group of Navy soldiers behind Carp spontaneously went to help calm the villagers. Luo Yin found a large rock to sit on and quietly waited for the Navy to calm the villagers down and have them leave the area before he could take action. Time passed second by second, and the villagers' emotions stabilized. However, these villagers had no intention of returning home. They wanted to properly thank the Navy and personally see them off to the ship. Luo Yin listened to the villagers' noisy expressions of gratitude, and a dark line gradually appeared on his forehead. Luo Yin, aren't you going to accept their thanks? After all, they are all under your protection, Carp said as he approached, noticing that Luo Yin was sitting on the ground without saying a word and seemed to be in a bad mood. Luo Yin glanced at Carp, shook his head, and smiled. I have my eyes on that mountain. I plan to split this island in half. One half will remain for the villagers, and the other half I want for myself. I just don't know if those villagers will accept it. What? Kid Luo Yin. What are you talking about? This is an island, not a piece of candy that you can just break apart. Even Carp, a tough guy who could smash a mountain with a single punch, was taken aback by Luo Yan's words. Although Luo Yan's tone carried a hint of humor. As if he were joking, Carp instinctively felt that Luo Yan was serious and definitely not joking. I don't know either, but I want to give it a try. Luo Yin smiled, propped his chin on his hand, and squinted at the towering mountain that had already been hollowed out. Carp's expression grew somewhat serious, but he did not say much and strode towards the villagers. Soon, the villagers were gathered and began walking towards the village. A clear change brought about by something Carp had just said. After the villagers left, the Navy followed behind them, with KB being the last to walk. Only Luo Yin and Carp were left on site. I sent the people away for you, and they agreed. After all, this is just a barren mountain, and they don't rely on it for a living. If you want to take it away, go ahead, but you absolutely cannot destroy the village. Thanks, don't worry. I've got it under control. Luo Yin smiled and thanked him, and Carp said nothing more, striding away, leaving Luo Yin alone. Carp was well aware that what Luo Yin wanted was definitely not just a desolate mountain, but something buried inside it. After all, since pirates had mined here first, if there were nothing buried in the mountain, these pirates wouldn't have risked using the villagers to extract resources. At the same time, Carp also knew that even if he asked Luo Yin, he would definitely not get an answer, so it was better not to ask at all. Anyway, having captured so many pirates, they would surely be able to find out the answers during the interrogation later. Luo Yin did not rush to act, but first flew into the air, circling twice to observe the terrain. He then dove into the sea to check the underwater part of the island, and the more he looked, the graver his expression became. This island was more troublesome than he had imagined. It was conical in shape, with the water surface being the tip of the cone, and as it went deeper, it became thicker, with the sides connecting to the seabed being dozens of times larger than the surface. Once it erupted, not only would the village on the island be in danger, but even the surrounding islands would be affected. After emerging from the water, Luo Yin set up an altar and quickly retrieved the pearl of natural disasters from the Divine Kingdom. On the warship, a group of Navy personnel was escorting the pirates into a temporary cell on the ship. Kobe stood at the edge of the ship, looking at the island and then at Reiju, who was leisurely drinking tea and eating pastries with a puzzled expression. What exactly does Mr. Luo Yin want to do? Do you know? Reiju gave Kobe a strange look and said, I haven't even gone down to the warship. How would I know what is happening on the island? Let alone what he plans to do. But you were with Mr. Luo Yin, right? Don't you know what he wants to do at all? Kobe pressed on without retreating. He wasn't someone who liked to dig too deep. But this time, Luo Yan's actions concerned thousands of people on this island, and he couldn't help but want to understand. Reiju rolled her eyes and drank the remaining half cup of tea. This island was found by your Navy. Before this, he didn't even know about the existence of this island. So how could he have planned any actions in advance? Kobe was momentarily speechless, realizing that, as Reiju said, the island was discovered by the Navy, which meant that Luo Yan's actions now were entirely spontaneous and not premeditated. Suddenly, everyone on the warship focused on a black dot in the sky above the island. It was Luo Yin, hovering motionless in the air. What is Mr. Luo Yin trying to do? Kobe turned to ask Reiju, but all he received was a confused shake of her head. I don't know either. Don't ask me everything. I've only been with Luo Yin for less than half a month. Just as Kobe was about to ask again, he suddenly felt something and looked up at the sky. Not just him, but everyone on the ship felt the change simultaneously, as if they had agreed to it, and they all looked up. The sky darkened, but this time it didn't turn to night directly. It seemed as if covered by a layer of black gauze, just slightly dimmer. What is this? Kobe started to speak, but the shroud of darkness seemed to descend. Then his vision blurred, and the surrounding scene changed. He found himself standing on a high platform. Below him were neatly arranged Navy personnel, and beside him was Admiral Sengoku. Today, I bestow upon you the rank of general. From now on, you are a general. Sengoku personally helped Kobe put on the shoulder insignia representing a general and hung a medal on his chest. Instantly, the Navy personnel erupted in cheers. They joyfully shouted and fired their guns into the air, and in the distance, the sound of cannon fire could be faintly heard. Kobe watched everything happen with a dazed expression. He felt a sense of unreality, and doubts began to arise in his heart. However, this doubt was soon replaced by joy and excitement. He had become a general. This was his vow to Luffy, his deep-seated desire. After so much effort, he had finally achieved it. He had become a general. I'm a general now. I'm a general now? After the excitement, Kobe asked Sengoku in disbelief. Sengoku smiled and nodded, pointing to the side. Following Sengoku's finger, Kobe saw 4 chairs. 3 were already occupied by Admirals Akano, Akiji, and Kazu, while 1 chair remained empty. Go ahead, our 4th Admiral. Kobe walked step by step toward the empty chair, the cheers ringing in his ears. He didn't know how long he walked, but he finally reached the chair and slowly sat down. At that moment, he no longer doubted that he had become a general and had fulfilled his desire. At the Navy headquarters square, Garp sat on the edge of the steps eating senbei, looking at the square. 4 figures were training on the square, 1 large and 3 small. The large figure was the young and energetic dragon, while the 3 smaller ones were Luffy, Sabo, and Ace. Dragon, dressed in Navy attire, was training the 3 on how to become excellent Navy personnel, and they were all working hard, sweating under Dragon's supervision. I will definitely become a general. Ace, you better not laugh at me. Luffy's youthful voice declared his ambition loudly. However, he was met with the same childish laughter from Sabo and Ace. Ha ha ha. Luffy, your performance today is the worst again. It seems I will become a general first. Ace laughed proudly with his hands on his hips, while Luffy defiantly put his hands on his hips and glared at Ace. We'll see. I will definitely become a general first. Suddenly, the 3 of them burst into laughter, laughing very happily, very innocently, and very recklessly. Garp, sitting on the steps, ate his senbei while smiling with satisfaction. What a beautiful scene this was, so beautiful that it almost felt unreal. Wait, unreal? Garp suddenly froze, feeling an unprecedented sense of dissonance as many memories flooded into his mind. He remembered where this place was. It was Marineford, but it had already been destroyed. He remembered that his son Dragon had long since betrayed the Navy and become the leader of the rebellion against the government, with a bounty exceeding 5 billion. He remembered that his grandson Luffy was not shouting to become a general, but to become the pirate king, and had already set sail to become a great pirate. He remembered that his other grandson Ace was dead, killed, and he had died right here, in this place. Pain, a pain that pierced his heart. Garp clutched his chest, feeling a sharp pain in his heart, as if a steel needle had been thrust in. Unbeknownst to him, the surrounding scene began to change, and his perspective suddenly shifted to a third-person view. He saw Dragon's resolute back as he left, utterly disappointed with the world government. So he left, went away, and established the Revolutionary Army. He saw a bounty poster with his grandson wearing a straw hat, a sunny smile on his face. But he knew that his hopes had been completely dashed. His grandson could no longer become a Navy officer. He saw a high platform collapse, flames shooting into the sky. He saw the lava tearing through the flames, saw Ace falling down. His other grandson was dead, right here in Marineford. Garp felt as if he were suffocating. He gripped his chest tighter, as if he wanted to claw his hand into his chest. Then the scene changed again, turning into a dark prison cell. Garp stood outside the bars, and inside was someone he knew very well. Garp, I'm entrusting my child to you. The person inside the bars suddenly spoke, and he finally remembered who this person was. It was his rival, his friend, his heart, the Pirate King, Roger. Bastard, don't suddenly entrust me with something like this. Garp yelled angrily, gripping the bars with both hands. However, Roger inside the bars laughed, laughing very happily. Ha, you will definitely agree, right? Kapu opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. In a daze, he looked up at the ceiling, and when he lowered his head again, he found himself inside a fence, having become a prisoner, with the outside not being a prison, but an open square. In the square, there was a raging fire and the molten lava tearing through it. And finally, there was his fallen grandson. Thud! Kapu collapsed onto the ground, staring at the smiling face of his deceased grandson in front of him. A figure gradually emerged beside him, It was Roger, the Pirate King. Ha ha ha. Kapu, you will agree. Roger's voice echoed in Kapu's ears again. Kapu mechanically turned his head to look beside him and saw Roger gazing in another direction of the prison. Following Roger's gaze, he could clearly see the scene on the other side of the fence. There was an open square, where an old man holding Sinbei sat on the steps beside the square, watching a large boy and 3 little ones training in the square. Kapu was stunned. He felt he knew the old man holding Sinbei. He should know him, but who was he? He could only feel a strong sense of familiarity, but couldn't recall who it was. In the image, the old man holding Sinbei gradually became clearer, and, at that moment, the perspective shifted, rising higher. Suddenly, he found himself above a gallows, with his limbs locked in huge chains, and below was a densely packed crowd. Chaotic and seemingly shouting or fighting. Execution. A familiar deep voice rang out. He suddenly looked up and saw a white-haired old man holding Sinbei standing in front of him. He recognized this person. This person was Kapu, the naval hero Kapu, and the command had just come from his mouth. 2 executioners, holding long spears, stabbed down towards his shoulders from left and right, and excruciating pain immediately surged through his entire body. On the warship, Kapu suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath, sweat pouring down his forehead. He hurriedly looked around and found that everyone on the ship was asleep. Their expressions varied in dreams, some in pain, some in satisfaction, some in joy, some in disappointment, and some in sorrow. Were those just dreams? Kapu shook his head hard, trying to recall the details of the dream. But he could only remember having a nightmare about Ace, Luffy, Dragon, and Roger. The specific content of the dream was already very vague, and the more he thought about it, the blurrier it became. As an old man, Kapu knew very well that many dreams were like this, so he stopped thinking about the dream and focused on the present. Everyone on the ship inexplicably fell asleep, and now there was no one to steer the ship. However, Kapu noticed that the warship was sailing at a very fast speed on the sea. He stood up to take a closer look and realized that the warship was being operated by 2 massive sea kings. One sea king in front was pulling a creature with a horse's head, fish's body, and octopus tentacles on its back, using its tentacles as ropes. Another sea king behind was pushing. It was a giant sea king with a bird's head and turtle's body. What on earth was happening? Kapu murmured to himself, and suddenly his eyes froze, because he saw something incredibly unbelievable. Dozens of sea kings, each with a head larger than the entire warship, were collaborating to hold up an island, or rather half an island, the very island where they had just captured pirates. However, this island only had half of its plane visible now, and its thickness was only between 30 to 50 meters. In other words, they were holding the upper layer of half an island above the sea and moving it. This was done by Luo Yen. Kapu didn't need to think to understand what was happening. He then fell into deep shock and fear. The adventurer Luo Yen was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Kapu suddenly looked towards the direction of the island. They were already very far away, and the massive island could now only be vaguely seen as a silhouette. Seeing this, Kapu became anxious. He hurried to Reiju, who was also dreaming at the time, her brows furrowed, her expression alternating between joy and pain, as if she were having a contradictory dream. "Hey, wake up! Quickly wake up!" Kapu placed his hand on Reiju's shoulder and gently shook her a couple of times. Reiju, already frowning, deepened her frown even more and then was startled awake. "Huh? What? Oh, it was just a dream. No, wait. A dream? Why was I dreaming?" Reiju suddenly realized that, as a modified person, she rarely dreamed throughout her life. She couldn't even remember if she had ever dreamed, but just now, she had a dream, and it was a very clear dream. What's going on? What on earth happened? Reiju looked up at Kapu in a bit of panic, only to find his expression very serious, his eyes fixed intently on her. "Little girl, you are with Luo Yen, so please tell me what's going on." Saying this, Kapu pointed to the sleeping people around them, finally indicating the half island. Reiju's gaze followed Kapu's finger, finally settling on the island. Then her expression froze. Her face filled with astonishment, not knowing what had happened. All of this was naturally the handiwork of Luo Yen. Putting everyone to sleep was the power of the secret ring, and tearing off half an island was the power of the Pearl of Natural Disasters. Luo Yen certainly couldn't reveal all his cards in front of so many people. Therefore, he first pulled everyone into a dream, then tore the island apart with a disaster, and let the Sea Kings take them away, allowing him to focus on his operations. Generally speaking, it shouldn't happen that someone like Karp wakes up due to a bad dream. Without external interference, it is not easy to wake up from a dream. At least, One wouldn't wake up just because they were having a nightmare. However, this situation was somewhat special. First, Luo Yin only controlled the secret ring, which was alive, and he couldn't accurately call upon as much power as he wanted. Second, the secret ring needed to constantly suppress the Pearl of Disaster, which was a continuous drain, so the power he could call upon was even less. Third, there were too many people entering the dream this time. There were several thousand villagers alone, and entering so many dreams at once was a huge consumption, and Luo Yan's operation was very rough. He just made people dream without guiding the direction of the dreams. Therefore, what each person dreamed of depended on their own subconscious. Fourth, Karp's soul strength was high enough that he entered the dream at a shallower level than others. After being stimulated greatly in the dream, he woke up. Above the island, Luo Yin held the Pearl of Disaster in one hand, looking seriously at the island below that had already been stripped of a thick layer. As the main priest of disaster, he was very sensitive to natural disasters, and he could feel very clearly that once he dug open this island, it would cause a huge disaster. He certainly wouldn't give up the meat that was right in front of him because of something like this. If he really did that, he would probably never be able to digest the potion of the disaster priest for the rest of his life. He had been waiting without taking action, first for the Sea Kings to take the island and the warship far enough away, and second to calculate. He needed to estimate the scale of the disaster based on his own abilities so he could prevent himself from being caught up in it. If he, as the disaster priest, ended up dying in a disaster he triggered himself, it would be unbearable. This process lasted a long time, so long that Karp had already awakened all the Navy on the warship but still hadn't started. Vice Admiral Karp, what should we do now? A sailor stood straight in front of Karp and saluted. Clearly, as long as Karp gave the order, he would immediately relay it to every sailor, and they would act together. Karp's expression changed unpredictably, occasionally glancing at the Sea Kings pulling the warship forward and then at the large group of Sea Kings holding up half an island beside the warship, ultimately shaking his head slowly. Adventurer Luo Yin was clearly trying to do something on that island. He moved everyone away to keep us from knowing. If we make any moves now, these Sea Kings will definitely retaliate. We absolutely can't do that. He has thousands of hostages in his hands. Saying this, Karp's expression became very serious. If it were just about dealing with these Sea Kings and regaining control of the warship to find trouble with Luo Yin, Karp, the naval hero, could do it. It was just a matter of throwing a few punches. But the consequences were too severe if he did that. All the villagers still sleeping concentrated on that half of the island would probably be thrown into the sea and drowned. So, are we just going to do nothing? The sailor continued to ask. Karp pondered for a moment with a serious face and said, "Contact headquarters, send someone to scout the situation on Adventurer Luo Yan's side. Although we can't do anything, we absolutely need to know what he intends to do." Yes, the sailor saluted again, as if he had been prepared, and directly pulled out a transponder snail from the inner pocket of his clothes. Soon, the transponder snail was connected. Vice Admiral Karp hopes headquarters will send a scout ship over. Location at. The sailor's voice suddenly stopped. His mouth was still moving, but no sound came out. Seeing this, Karp raised an eyebrow. His first reaction was that this sailor was playing tricks on him, while the sailor was now in shock. What? I can still make sounds. But why can't I say our location? I'll say it myself. Karp, somewhat angrily, directly snatched the transponder snail away. His first thought was that this sailor didn't want to offend Luo Yin. After all, the ability Luo Yin had shown was too strange, just in an instant. He had put thousands of people into a deep sleep, which was a very terrifying ability. I am Karp. We're currently at. Karp's voice also abruptly stopped. His mouth was still moving, but he also couldn't make any sound. Karp's expression changed drastically. He widened his eyes and quickly glanced at the sailor in front of him, then spoke urgently into the transponder snail. You bring my life card and come meet me." As soon as Karp's voice fell, a surprised and anxious voice came from the transponder snail. "Vice Admiral Karp, your life card has turned black. It isn't moving. What did you say?" Karp was shocked and quickly looked at his aide beside him. The aide, very tacitly, reached into his inner pocket and quickly pulled out a life card that was 3 fingers in size. At this moment, the life card had already been covered with a layer of black, lying motionless in his hand. And the life card that should always point towards Karp was no longer moving at this moment. Everyone on the ship stared wide-eyed at this scene. Whether it was the inability to convey the location or the life card becoming ineffective, this had never happened before, yet now the facts were right in front of them. This Luo Yin, Karp's expression became unprecedentedly serious. He wanted to say something else, but an even more anxious voice came from the transponder snail. "Vice Admiral Karp, what exactly have you encountered?" Have you run into trouble? Do you need to contact Admiral Kizaru for reinforcements? If it were an ordinary vice admiral, they would never receive such treatment, especially since the Navy's large recruitment drive had not yet started and manpower was scarce. Just suppressing pirates everywhere was already stretched thin, and there was no extra force. But Karp could not fall, especially not at this critical moment. Karp was a naval hero, a banner, a pursuit and aspiration for countless Navy personnel. With a large recruitment drive about to begin, if the Navy's banner fell, how could they recruit? The effect would definitely be greatly discounted, and even without considering these, Karp's own strength was not weaker than an admiral's. Now, the Navy's upper echelon was already lacking in combat power, with only one of the 3 admirals remaining. Losing another admiral-level combat power at this time will be a loss the Navy could not afford. Therefore, if Karp really encountered a major problem, the Navy had to rescue him at all costs. Even if the admiral had to personally intervene, they would have to bring him back. Rest assured, I just can't convey some information. But we haven't encountered battle or imprisonment. We are still free, so headquarters can rest assured no reinforcements are needed. At this point, Karp was already very clear about Luo Yan's determination. The best response now was to do nothing at all, allowing the other party to do whatever they wanted. After all, no one would die no matter what happened. Although those villagers were de facto hostages, they were also Luo Yan's goodwill. It was undeniable that Luo Yan had protected all the villagers. Vice Admiral Karp, you should know that this is a critical period. You absolutely can't have any mishaps. The phone bug clearly didn't believe Karp's words. Although it couldn't see the situation on this side, it had heard what Karp, the Vice Admiral, was going through, which made him unable to reveal his location. Moreover, even the life card had been interfered with, indicating that he was clearly not free. Karp's face instantly darkened. He took a deep breath. He couldn't afford to lose his temper now. If he let anger lead the Navy headquarters to misjudge the situation, it would lead to disaster. Tell Fakainu, I'm with the adventurer Luo Yan. This guy wouldn't dare to lay a hand on this old man, considering my son and grandson. If headquarters provokes him, it would be uncontrollable. After saying that, Karp abruptly hung up the phone. The sailor holding the phone bug was trembling all over. As a sailor who had followed Karp on the ship for many years, he was much stronger in vision, physical fitness, and overall abilities than other sailors of the same rank. Yet he was still panicking. He clearly heard Karp's last words. Tell everyone not to act rashly. These Sea Kings won't attack us. Also, don't wake anyone else. The sailor stammered a response and hurried off to relay the orders. Karp took a few steps forward, resting his hands on the ship's railing, gazing at the island in the distance that was about to disappear from sight, his expression gradually becoming solemn. Just then, the ship stopped, and the Sea Kings carrying half an island also halted, gently placing the island on a shallow reef that emerged from the sea. Although some parts were above water, it was really an island, as all the stable spots were formed by countless years of coral growth, creating a vast coral reef. After carefully setting the island down, all the Sea Kings did not dive back into the sea. They remained on the surface, appearing very restless, as if they anticipated something. What is happening? Karp asked loudly, but no one answered him. Vice Admiral Karp, look at the sky. A sailor pointed nervously at the sky. Karp instinctively looked up and saw a large mass of clouds gathering at a visible speed above the island where Luo Yan was located. As they gathered, the color of the clouds gradually changed from white to black, forming storm clouds. Lightning flickered through the black clouds, illuminating the already dim sky, resembling silver snakes writhing within. The warship began to shake, but the shaking didn't come from the waves. The entire sea was trembling, as if experiencing an earthquake on land. This is a tsunami. Vice Admiral Karp, a tsunami is coming. A sailor shouted at Karp. However, he didn't need to be reminded. It was something even an ordinary person could feel. And how could Karp not sense it? This scale was almost like facing Whitebeard. This was a disaster. Karp's expression grew increasingly grim. He instinctively turned to look at the half-island resting on the coral reef, which housed thousands of villagers. He was more worried about that than the warship. Even if it were a tsunami created by Whitebeard, there was a high probability that this warship wouldn't be in trouble. After all, this was a specialized warship, sturdier than ordinary ones, and it was manned by very skilled sailors, not afraid of tsunamis. But that island, only a few dozen meters thick, was different. Not to mention a tsunami, even larger waves could threaten it. However, when he saw that the Sea Kings had surrounded the island with their massive bodies, blocking the waves, his expression gradually eased. Boom! A sudden loud noise disrupted Karp's thoughts. He turned to see a massive red column of light shooting up into the sky, as if a pole was rising from below to stir the clouds. But when he looked closely at what that red light was, his expression turned extremely ugly. That was not a light column at all. It was a column of magma shooting into the sky. It was a magma column exaggerated many times over compared to a normal volcanic eruption. Boom! Another loud noise erupted as a silver beam, nearly as large as the magma column, fell from the sky, striking the magma column and stopping its upward momentum. As for what that descending silver beam was, it was obvious. It was thunder. A column of thunder formed by countless bolts combined together. Adventurer Luo Yin, what on earth are you trying to do? Carp finally couldn't help but shout loudly. The situation had escalated beyond the safety of just himself and his ship. One misstep could lead to a huge disaster, causing countless deaths. You madman, you crazy lunatic. Carp was furious, wishing he could run in front of Luo Yin and punch him in the face. Crackle. A spark of electricity flying out of the light seemed to be sustained by some force. Then it flew towards Carp, hovering in the air without striking anything. That arm-thick lightning just hung there, and from within it came Luo Yan's voice. How did you wake up? It seems you're still not skilled enough, old man. Don't worry, I've assessed it. There won't be any problems. Nonsense. How can you say there won't be any problems when it's already like this? Do you even know what you're doing? You've triggered a huge disaster. This is a disaster, a natural calamity. One misstep could lead to many deaths. Carp yelled angrily at the lightning, which did not respond but instead returned along its original path. Next to the serious-faced Luo Yin, who was holding the pearl of natural calamity, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared, and Carp's angry shout echoed through the lightning. In that instant, Luo Yin felt something within him shatter, breaking into countless star-like points of light, which then merged into his flesh and soul. His disaster, main sacrificial potion, had been digested. Feeling all of this, a genuine smile appeared on Luo Yan's face as he invoked natural calamities to trigger massive disasters. Although this disaster hadn't killed anyone, it had already instilled fear in enough people. The main sacrificial ritual of disaster was not just about disaster. Main sacrificial was equally important, and what he was doing now was precisely what the main sacrificial entailed. Perhaps this was the reason I hadn't finished digesting the potion in one go before. Main sacrificial is equally important. It turned out to be a happy accident. Originally, Carp waking up was an unexpected situation for Luo Yin. His initial plan was to make everyone fall into a deep sleep. Then he would handle things during that process. And even if they later deduced that something huge had happened here based on the remnants, they wouldn't know the specific process and thus wouldn't expose his trump card. But unexpectedly, Carp woke up midway. Luo Yin received the reminder from the secret ring immediately. But at that time, the distance was already far enough. As long as the other party was far enough away and couldn't see what he was doing, it wouldn't count as exposing his trump card. Moreover, he was about to advance soon, so even if he revealed a little bit, it wouldn't matter. Therefore, Luo Yin did not take remedial action to put them back to sleep. Instead, he directly began the process of natural calamity, resulting in a happy accident of finishing the potion. Old man, don't worry. I assure you, no one will die because of this. As Luo Yan's words fell, the lightning returned once again, swiftly moving back to hover above the warship, playing Luo Yan's reply. Soon after, the lightning completely dissipated. Carp opened his mouth towards the spot where the lightning had vanished, but he couldn't find the words to speak. The disappearance of the lightning clearly conveyed Luo Yan's intention, not wanting to continue the conversation. The tremors on the sea grew more intense, and the waves surged like a tide, gradually forming towering giant waves. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 100 meters. The giant waves rose higher and higher, ultimately exceeding 100 meters, making even the warship seem incredibly small in the face of such massive swells. Carp gazed at the waves gathering not far in front of him, rushing towards the erupting lava, his expression gradually becoming complex. Zing! A splash of flying lava scorched a small tuft of hair at Luo Yan's temple before moving away and falling into the sea. Luo Yin lowered his head to watch the waves crashing below, then looked up at the descending thunder, and finally straightened his gaze forward, staring at the soaring magma, his expression somewhat dazed. This scene was so familiar that he could still remember every detail. What was happening at this moment was just like the natural disaster that occurred when the Pearl of Natural Disasters was born, almost like a projection of that disaster. The only difference was that this disaster did not have the deadly poison mist, only the constantly rising water vapor. Splashing. As a large amount of water vapor rose, heavy rain began to pour from the sky, but Luo Yin didn't care. He had been searching for the fiery crystal he desired. Finally, after waiting and searching for more than half an hour, Luo Yin sensed a vague attraction emanating from the giant pillar of magma, and at that moment, his spirit gave him a reminder. Got it. Luo Yin raised his right hand without hesitation. As the faint glow on the ring flashed, the towering column of magma instantly vanished. Boom! Thunder struck heavily, causing the magma to scatter widely, while even larger waves surged forward, having been locked in a standoff with the magma before. Now, they needed to exert more force to seal the magma beneath the sea, as large portions of magma solidified. No more magma emerged, and the eruption of the volcano was suppressed. Although for now on this place would no longer be a dormant volcano that would not erupt naturally, but rather a live volcano that could erupt again at any time, Luo Yin did not care. What did the life or death of the volcano have to do with him, Luo Yin? Luo Yin let out a long breath, his face unable to conceal his joy. Not only had he obtained the first auxiliary material for the Sequence 2 potion, but he had also completed the digestion of the potion. Now he only needed to brew the potion to advance. The more he thought about it, the hotter his heart became. This meant he could start the process of acquiring an anchor, allowing him to disguise himself as a deity, a true god who could respond to prayers. The more he thought, the harder it was for Luo Yin to suppress his smile, to the point where he even felt a bit of soreness in his cheeks. He had to forcefully rub his cheeks, and then quickly flew onto the warship. As soon as Luo Yin landed, everyone on the warship fixated their gaze on him, with Carp clenching his fists tightly, gritting his teeth in anger. What the hell are you doing? After staring at Luo Yin for a long time, Carp finally squeezed out his question through gritted teeth. Luo Yin shrugged nonchalantly and replied, I gained some benefits from what just happened, but I don't want to tell you exactly what those benefits are. Carp was momentarily taken aback, unable to vent his frustration, and could only glare at Luo Yin with even more hostility. Luo Yin smiled and turned to look at the half-island that had been torn away. How to settle them? It probably wouldn't work to put them back. That island was originally a dormant volcano, but now it had come to life, and it could erupt at any moment, making it very unsafe. This matter will be handled by our Navy. Carp's tone had become very unfriendly, and Luo Yin could understand that. After all, he had played a bit of a trick this time, and indeed it had escalated quite a bit. Well, it seems the old man isn't welcoming me anymore. So let's part ways here and chat next time. After saying that, Luo Yin gestured to Reijiu, took off into the air, and Reijiu followed suit. The two of them leaving the warship at an extremely fast speed. Originally, Luo Yin had followed the Navy just to finish digesting the last bit of potion, and now that he had completed it, there was no point in staying. After all, the two sides had different stances, and he had caused quite a stir this time. Once Luo Yin and Reijiu's figures completely disappeared into the horizon, a realization arose in the hearts of everyone on the ship. They felt they could now articulate their location. Thus, a communication officer holding a snail phone immediately dialed the Navy headquarters. In the air, Reijiu remained silent, but kept her gaze fixed on Luo Yin, her eyes never leaving him. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? Feeling Reijiu's gaze, Luo Yin couldn't help but ask. Reijiu seemed to have just snapped out of her long daze, retracting her gaze and gently shaking her head. No, it's just that you seem to have changed somehow. Really? How have I changed? I don't know, it's just a feeling. I can't pinpoint exactly what is different. Reijiu shook her head and said no more. Luo Yin didn't want to dwell on the topic any longer, and the two flew for half a day like this. It wasn't until evening that they landed on a relatively desolate small island. Although it was called an island, it was actually just a small piece of land emerging from the sea, barely 20 square meters at most, all made of sand, with not a hint of green in sight. Soon, one sea creature after another surfaced from the ocean, surrounding the small island. Each sea creature seemed capable of swallowing the entire island in one bite. However, at that moment, they were very docile and showed no signs of aggression. I need to do something now, and it's not convenient for you to be nearby, so I'll take you to a place first. As the words fell, Leijio noticed that the surroundings grew darker, the bright moonlight disappeared, and along with it vanished Luo Yin and the sea creatures. Leijio raised an eyebrow, but said nothing, simply lying down on the dry sand. Luo Yin immediately set up the bestowal ceremony after hiding Leijio. He took out all the materials for the Sea King's potion, but did not start concocting the potion right away. Instead, he sat cross-legged and meditated for a while, waiting until his mind was in the best state before beginning to mix the potion. He first added all the auxiliary materials into the transparent glass bowl specifically used for potion preparation. Then came a demon fruit from the animal category, and finally, the twin eyes of the deep sea ruler. The moment the eyes were dropped into the bowl, the potion began to churn and surge, as if it were not just a bowl of potion, but a miniature, turbulent sea. This sea was clearly very small, clearly in the bowl, yet it gave Luo Yin a feeling of directly facing a tsunami. For a moment, he felt as if he had transformed into an ant, and the surging sea in the bowl had turned into a real ocean. After Luo Yin took a deep breath, he suddenly poured the potion into his mouth. In an instant, his hair began to float on its own, his eyes widened, and it seemed as if waves were rippling in his pupils. A sense of majesty and ferocity emanated from Luo Yin, causing the surrounding sea kings to lower their heads. Luo Yin felt that everything in front of him had changed. He was no longer on the small island, but had come to an endless sea. The vast ocean stretched as far as the eye could see, with rippling waves that seemed very beautiful. Waves rolled in one after another, lapping over Luo Yan's ankles and bringing him a cool sensation. Luo Yan's tense heart relaxed slightly. But at that moment, a massive creature shrouded in shadow rose from the sea. It was an octopus covered in bone spurs, with 2 heads. It was the ruler of the deep sea. Behind the deep sea ruler loomed a gigantic shadowy outline, but Luo Yin could not make out what it was, nor did he have the time to discern it carefully. The 2 eyeballs on the heads of the deep sea ruler fixated on Luo Yin, and in that instant, his body began to tremble, and an uncontrollable sense of submission arose in his heart. It felt as if a heavy weight was pressing down on Luo Yin, causing his waist to gradually bend, and his legs trembled incessantly, as if they would give way and make him kneel at any moment. Luo Yan's eyes widened in shock as he struggled against the urge to submit. He knew all too well what the consequences of submission would be. The moment he knelt would mean that he had failed to withstand the impact of the potion, that he had lost control during his advancement. Stay calm. Stay calm. That guy is just a defeated foe. I can definitely hold on. I can definitely hold on. Luo Yin repeatedly tried to hypnotize himself in his mind. However, the pressure that felt tangible would not diminish simply because he was trying to hypnotize himself. Just when he thought he could no longer hold on, suddenly, Luo Yin felt his body lighten, the pressure lifting by about 80 or 90%, and he straightened up sharply. At that moment, he saw one sea king after another emerging from the ocean, all of which he had tamed before. The figures of these sea kings were reflected in the eyes of the deep sea ruler, and that feeling of submission spread to all the sea kings. The sea kings gradually lowered their heads, expressing their willingness to submit. However, they were facing Luo Yin. The object of their submission was Luo Yin. In that moment, Luo Yin could clearly sense the thoughts of these sea kings, feeling their submission towards him. Strength gradually surged from deep within him, and the weight pressing down on him disappeared at that instant. Luo Yin suddenly looked up at the distant giant deep sea ruler, and his pupils gradually reflected the figure of the deep sea ruler. On the small island, scales began to grow on Luo Yan's body, layered and complex, as if connecting to a higher realm, incomprehensible to the eye. These scales were sometimes ethereal, sometimes solid, and his drifting hair also grew longer and thicker. Luo Yin seemed to be startled awake, suddenly coming back to his senses. At that moment, all the scales on his body vanished, and his immense majesty also receded, transforming him into the Sea King of Sequence 3. I did it. I've been promoted. That's great. Luo Yin clenched his fist, his face filled with uncontrollable joy. At this moment, he could clearly sense the entire situation of the sea fish around him. He could feel every ripple on the surface of the sea, every fish swimming in the ocean, every cloud drifting in the sky, and every gust of wind in the air. He could change and control all of this with his will. This is the Sea King, the king of the ocean. Luo Yin clenched his fist again with excitement, but he quickly calmed down. He knew very well that it was not the time to be excited. The most important thing now was to adjust his state first. Luo Yin sat cross-legged again, began to meditate, gathered his spiritual energy, restored his mental state, and at the same time examined his condition to ensure he wouldn't encounter any issues. This process lasted for several hours, ending late into the night. After doing all of this, the first thing he did was to release Lei Jiao from her confinement. After all, suddenly locking someone up always requires an explanation. But he found that Lei Jiao had already fallen asleep on the ground. Is this modified person really so sleepy? Luo Yin didn't expect it to be like this, but it actually relieved him. At least he didn't need to explain anything. The next morning, Luo Yin was awakened by the sunlight directly shining into his eyes. At that moment, he was lying on a writhing mass of seawater, which felt like a waterbed, supporting him without getting his clothes wet. As soon as he opened his eyes, Luo Yin saw Lei Jiu looking at him with a somewhat strange expression. Without needing to guess, Luo Yin knew what she was thinking. Clearly, sleeping on water was not something that normally happened. However, he had no intention of explaining anything. Let's go. I've been out for a while, it's time to head back. Hey, as a Germa, I'm really curious about what the Revolutionary Army's base is like. Lei Jiu teased with a smile. Luo Yin didn't mind her comment. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the wind to lift them both and fly toward the Revolutionary Army's base. This time, their speed was faster than ever before. In just half a day, they landed on the mainland of the Revolutionary Army's base. The guards clearly didn't expect Luo Yin to show up at this time. However, that didn't stop one of them from quickly running over and saluting him. Mr. Luo Yin, Mr. Long instructed that you should see him as soon as you return. Okay. Luo Yin nodded and followed Lei Jiu behind the guard, walking into a building. Soon, they saw Long, who was sitting at a desk carefully studying a map. Long looked up at Luo Yin and Lei Jiu at the door, nodded, rolled up the map, and put it away. Then walked over to sit on the sofa in front. Seat, Long said succinctly. Luo Yin nodded and sat down with Lei Jiu opposite Long. Long first glanced at Lei Jiu, then shifted his gaze to Luo Yin. Immediately, his eyes flickered noticeably but quickly returned to normal. Aren't you going to introduce this person? Of course this is. Just then, the light in the room suddenly dimmed, and Lei Jiu cooperatively took off her hat. Her appearance quickly changed and soon reverted to her original look. Germa? Long looked at Luo Yin with surprise and confusion. Lei Jiu put her hat back on. Her face changed again, and Luo Yin chuckled softly. She has already taken a magic potion. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on her. Germa is not on the same side as the world government. Right now, Germa needs something from me, so they definitely won't sell information about the Revolutionary Army to the world government. I'm quite confident about this. Long's brows gradually furrowed. It was evident that he had long heard of Germa's notorious reputation and knew that Germa was a member of the world government, with significant influence among all member countries. He couldn't be at ease with a princess from such a country. At that moment, Lei Jiu suddenly covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, then spoke in a teasing tone, Mr. Long, it seems you don't understand Luo Yan's abilities. I witnessed it myself. He somehow made everyone on the ship with Carp unable to reveal their specific location. Every time they mentioned it, their voices would disappear, preventing them from calling for help from the Navy headquarters. Help? Long looked at Luo Yin with a strange expression. He knew Luo Yin had been with Carp before, but he couldn't understand the part about calling for help. In his view, the two sides shouldn't be in conflict. I don't know about that. Why would they call for help? I just temporarily made their location a secret. Besides, why would they need to call for help? Luo Yin rolled his eyes at Lei Jiu, who maintained a smile on her face. However, she didn't continue the conversation, yet their exchange revealed a lot of information, causing Long's brow to twitch. You just got back. You must be tired. Go rest first. It was clear that Long initially had something to discuss with Luo Yin, but he abandoned that idea because of Lei Jiu's presence. That's why, despite having called Luo Yin over, he ended up saying nothing and asking him to leave. Luo Yin didn't say anything in response. He simply nodded and got up to leave, heading straight to the accommodation arranged for him by the Revolutionary Army. Although Luo Yin usually preferred to stay on his own ship, it wasn't here at the moment, seemingly taken away by Zayatali. So he had no choice but to stay in the house. After Luo Yin arranged a room for Lei Jiu, he locked himself in the room. The lights were on inside, but the light was very dim. The illumination from the ceiling seemed to be covered by a layer of black gauze, preventing the light from shining through. Luo Yin sat on a stool by the table, with a pen and a piece of paper in front of him. The pearl of natural disasters lay on the table like a plopping glass bead, but at this moment, the pearl was filled with thick black mist, preventing it from reflecting scenes or creating disasters. The devotee of the sea and the sky. Luo Yin picked up the pen and wrote the first paragraph on the paper. After thinking for a moment, he continued to write. The mentor of the mysterious world, the ruler of marine creatures, the master of storms and tsunamis. The great Eric Luo Yin. Luo Yin held the paper with the title he had written, glanced at the title on the paper, then at the disaster pearl beside him, and finally shook his head, putting the paper down and rewriting. The catastrophe that destroys everything. The mentor of the mysterious world, the ruler of marine creatures. The helper of the revolutionaries, the great Eric Luo Yin. Luo Yin picked up the paper again and glanced at the pearl of catastrophe beside him, nodding in satisfaction. He then put the paper down and continued writing. The guardian of the sea and sky, the master of storms and tsunamis, the ruler of marine creatures. The arbiter of hidden powers, the great Eric Luo Yin. Luo Yin picked up the paper again, his gaze glancing at the ring on his finger, and nodded in satisfaction once more. Then, holding the pearl of calamity in one hand and the paper in the other, he stood up and left the room. The moment Luo Yin stepped out of the room, the light inside returned to normal. Knock, 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 knock. Luo Yin knocked on the door of the next room, and soon the door was opened by Lei Jiao, who was wearing a bath cap and a pink bathrobe. Looking at Lei Jiao, who still had a changed appearance, Luo Yin glanced at the bath cap on her head and chuckled lightly. Taking a shower in broad daylight? Of course, I haven't showered in several days. Lei Jiao shrugged nonchalantly, stepping aside to indicate that Luo Yin could enter the room. Luo Yin didn't say much, striding into the room and sitting down on a low stool. Lei Jiao closed the door and walked over to sit down on the armchair beside Luo Yin. What's the matter? Well, you read it. Luo Yin handed 3 pieces of paper with titles to Lei Jiao. Lei Jiao held the paper in her hand and initially didn't think much of it. But when she saw the contents written on it, her expression instantly became strange. The great Eric Luo Yin, what is this? Lei Jiao's tone was filled with unabashed peculiarity and teasing. Luo Yin's mouth twitched slightly. He felt a bit embarrassed even now. Ahem. Try reading it out loud. I need it for my mysticism class later. No, what's wrong with you? Did something happen while I was taking a shower? You wrote something like this for me to read? How could you? Anyway, just read it for me. It's very important. Lei Jiao scanned Luo Yan's face and the paper with a suspicious gaze before finally nodding. All right, how should I read it? Like this, read it paragraph by paragraph. 5 paragraphs make one set, and pause after finishing a set. It feels quite ceremonial. Lei Jiao muttered and started to read. The guardian of the sea and sky, the mentor of the mysterious world, the ruler of marine life, the master of storms and tsunamis, the great Eric Luo Yin. After finishing the titles, a resonant yet clear voice immediately echoed in Luo Yan's ears. He turned his head, and his perspective instantly changed to one looking down from above, directly passing through the roof. He saw Lei Jiao inside the room and saw himself. Very good, Luo Yin exclaimed in surprise, startling Lei Jiao with a sudden shout. What's wrong with you? Could it be that you've really been affected? Oh, it's nothing, go on, you continue. Luo Yin chuckled and gestured for Lei Jiao to continue reading the next part. Lei Jiao forced herself to suppress the urge to roll her eyes and, with the mindset of comforting a child, began to recite the next set of titles. As the recitation of the titles was completed, a resonant voice echoed in Luo Yan's ears once again. However, this time the voice was somewhat vague, and the disaster pearl in his hand began to ripple with a red glow. This indicated that he had succeeded again, binding himself to the disaster pearl, which would allow him to expand the range of response. Moreover, if he used the disaster pearl as promotion material later, he wouldn't even need to change this part of the titles. Great! Luo Yin shouted even more excitedly, and Lei Jiao's hand shook, almost dropping the paper. Are you really okay? Cough, cough. Go on, continue. Luo Yin cleared his throat, forcibly suppressing his embarrassment. Although Lei Jiao looked skeptical, she ultimately didn't say much and continued reciting. After finishing the 3rd group of titles, the voice echoed in Luo Yan's ears again. But this time, the voice became more vague, even somewhat intermittent, making it difficult to hear clearly. All right, that's enough. Confirming the effect, Luo Yin felt very satisfied. Although the effect of the 3rd group of titles didn't seem very good, it didn't matter. In fact, he didn't plan to use the 3rd group of titles often. After all, the Pearl of Natural Disasters could be used as his potion material later. However, the hidden ring couldn't be, and it was still gradually activating. It might really come to life in the future. If he bound his title to the hidden ring, a portion of the anchor might be taken away later, which he didn't want to see. So, great Eric Luo Yin, can you explain this to me now? Lei Jiao handed the paper back to Luo Yin and asked playfully. Luo Yin chuckled lightly and took the paper. 3 days later, I will start the mysticism course, and then you'll know what this is for. Making you recite, it was just to hear the effect. Hear the effect? Lei Jiao showed a puzzled expression again, clearly not understanding Luo Yan's words. However, he didn't plan to explain too much, as he had his own motives for having Lei Jiao recite it. After all, Lei Jiao was from Jirma, and she couldn't go against Gaji's orders. Gaji was no pushover. Betrayal was always a possibility. Having Lei Jiao recite the titles and marking them himself could at least provide some precaution. In any case, you'll know when the time comes. I'll take my leave now. Luo Yin casually stuffed the paper with the name of the honorific into his pocket, stood up, and left, returning to his room. 3 days later, Luo Yin once again began his lecture on mysticism, This time, not indoors, but openly outside, and there were no restrictions on attendance. Everyone was welcome to listen. Sitting in the front row were Shatari, Rhoda, Lurina, and a few animals. After receiving Luo Yan's message, Rhoda had already gone to Lindbergh to pick up Lurina, who had just disembarked and arrived here. In fact, Luo Yan had specifically waited for Lurina to arrive before starting the lecture, while Mitt missed this session due to being too far away. The topic of this lecture was ritual magic, which comes in many forms, and this time it focused on the type that requires supplication. Of course, you may not know whom to pray to. Here, you can pray to me. Luo Yan spoke very seriously, but the audience below was not paying much attention, at least not as much as in previous sessions. The reason was simple. This time, Luo Yan was just talking nonstop, at most writing and drawing on the blackboard with chalk, without directly demonstrating like he did when making talismans. The class lasted until the evening, and by the end, only 1/3 of the people who had initially come remained. However, all the extraordinary individuals stayed until the end, and they were among the more attentive listeners. The class had gone on for so long mainly because Luo Yan was preparing to leave the next day to find a sword master for Rhoda. Ah, wait a minute. Seeing Rhoda and his witch companion about to leave, Luo Yan called out, and the two immediately stopped and turned around. Luo Yan stepped forward and handed a square-folded piece of paper to the witch. Take this. Tomorrow, I will take Rhoda away, but if you encounter any trouble, you can use the methods provided on this. All right, Mr. Luo Yan. The witch took the paper without opening it. Luo Yan nodded and said no more, and the two left hand in hand, looking very affectionate. Xiaotali had somehow moved to Luo Yan's side and gently nudged his waist with her elbow. What's wrong? Captain, are you envious? TCH, envious of him? What a joke. Luo Yan rolled her eyes and turned to walk towards the ship docked at the port. Xiaotali and Lurina exchanged a glance and quickly followed. Nana, have you finished digesting your potion? Luo Yan did not look back and casually asked, and Lu Lena immediately nodded. I have completely digested it. Very good, you should rest well tonight. Tomorrow I will give you the potion for Sequence 8. Your Sequence 8 is called Archaeologist. And coincidentally, there's an excellent archaeologist in the Revolutionary Army, Xia Xia. You can take her along later. Xiaotali nodded and said with a light smile, Captain, are you talking about Robin? That's right, but I wonder if she's currently working in this field. If not, it will be more trouble for you. Your potion has not been fully digested yet, so keep her around for now. You shouldn't need to send her to Lindbergh for a while. All right. Xiaotali nodded again, without objection. She had been doing quite well during this period, regularly explaining herbal and potion knowledge to the medical staff in the Revolutionary Army. Those medical personnel were very serious about learning and gradually developed some admiration for her. Of course, the main thing was that while she was teaching in a hospital, she could freely drink the blood from the blood bank. For others, it was a blood bank, but for her, it was a cafeteria. Great! Lu Lena cheered and jumped in place. She had been studying very earnestly under Lindbergh. Because she had consumed the potion, Lindbergh considered her very talented. Therefore, he taught her seriously, but deep down, she did not like staying in Lindbergh's laboratory. She preferred to play and be with Xiaotali. During her free time, she could take her out to have fun, as a good mood is also very important for extraordinary individuals. But I prefer to be active at night, and there are no entertainment facilities open at night. That's up to you to discuss among yourselves. Luo Yan shrugged, completely unconcerned. He really didn't believe that two living people couldn't find a place to have fun. Back on the ship, Luo Yan finally returned to his exquisite little room. The furnishings in the room hadn't changed at all and were very clean. Even though he hadn't stayed there for such a long time, there wasn't a speck of dust, indicating that the room was regularly cleaned. After Luo Yan washed up a bit, he lay down in bed, ready to sleep. In fact, as an extraordinary being of Sequence 3, his need for sleep was not that high anymore. Although he hadn't reached the point of not needing sleep at all, going without sleep for 10 days or half a month was completely fine. However, he had already gotten used to sleeping every day. It was just like a biological clock. He could forcefully change it with willpower, and it wasn't difficult, but there was no need for that. Kumin, just as Luo Yan had slightly closed his eyes, he suddenly opened them wide and called out to the door. The door slowly creaked open. Captain, you're still awake? Shatari, dressed in a black nightgown, tiptoed in and gently closed the door behind her. Luo Yan rubbed his head, sat up a bit, and propped a pillow behind him. Why are you here at this hour instead of sleeping? Captain, I usually don't sleep at night. Right, I misspoke. What is the matter? Shatari quickly walked to the bedside and sat down, hesitating for a moment before saying, Captain, I want to ask you something. Go ahead. Recently, I've been feeling a bit off, feeling somewhat weak, so As she spoke, Shatari's face showed a hint of embarrassment, and Luo Yin instantly understood what she meant. Oh, you want to drink my blood? Cough. I'm not drinking it for free. I see you're just craving it, huh? Shatari's current state was impossible to hide from Luo Yin. He could see at a glance that she was in very good condition. At least not to the point where she needed to use his blood to recover. There was only one reason. She was craving his rich and spiritual blood. Captain, you suddenly smell better. What's so strange about that? Fine, I can give you some. Before the phrase fine could even finish, Shatari leaped on a Luo Yin and bit down hard on his neck. Shatari let out a cry, covering her mouth as she sat up, blood seeping between her fingers. Her eyes shimmered, as if tears were gathering, looking extremely wronged. When she lowered her hand from her mouth, a blood-stained sharp tooth lay in her palm. Captain, why did you break my tooth? Hey, you're asking me? Who told you to suddenly leap at me? This was a reflex. How can you blame me? Shatari's action was too sudden, and biting his neck was equivalent to an attack. As a result, Luo Yan's body reacted instinctively, revealing his illusion scales, which were from sequence 3, while Shatari was only sequence 6, hence her tooth got broken. After a sleepless night, as the sun rose, Luo Yin got up, dressed neatly, and after washing up, he went out into the hallway, just in time to see Lu Reina peeking out from Shatari's room. Lord Luo Yin, where's Sister Xia? She's not in her room. Oh, she's in my room. You could go find her. In Lord Luo Yin's room? Did Sister Xia go to find Lord Luo Yin so early? Clearly, Lu Reina didn't think much of it, and only assumed that Shatari went to find Luo Yin early in the morning. Luo Yin didn't explain anything and walked toward the kitchen, preparing to make something to eat. When Lu Reina arrived at Luo Yan's room, she immediately saw Shatari lying on the bed, looking somewhat weak. Sister Xia, what's wrong? It's Nana. It's nothing, just a little injury. So I'm resting for a while. You can go play. I'll take a nap first and come find you in the afternoon. Huh? But Lord Luo Yin is leaving on the ship at noon. Ugh. Shatari inhaled sharply, and despite being very reluctant, she still got out of bed. Luo Yin searched the kitchen but couldn't find any ingredients he was familiar with, so he simply went to the sea and caught a fresh fish. After cleaning and gutting it, he started to eat it raw. Although this way of eating wasn't as tasty as having it cut up with dipping sauce, it was very satisfying. As long as the fish itself was good, Luo Yin preferred to eat it this way. It was not only less trouble, but also enjoyable. After eating and drinking his fill, Luo Yin helped Lu Lena prepare the potion. Then, under Luo Yan's watchful gaze, Lu Lena took the potion, and the process of her advancement went very smoothly, without any turbulence. Once Lu Lena had gathered her spirit, she and Shada Li left the ship. Luo Yin waited on the ship for half an hour, and then Rhoda and Lei Jiao arrived together. Let's go. Luo Yin waved his hand, and the ship began to move with the flow of the sea. Captain, where are we going? Who is the swordsman you found for me? As soon as the ship left the port, Rhoda eagerly approached. Luo Yin chuckled and said, Actually, you have two choices now. One is the former member of the Whitebeard Pirates, the swordsman Vista. I don't have a very good relationship with him, but no matter what, they owe us a favor from the Marineford War, so he shouldn't refuse to teach you. The second option is Zoro, the disciple of the so-called world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. He may not be as strong as Vista right now, but the advantage is that you can spar with him often and grow through real combat. Don't rush to give me your answer. You have a day to think about it. Rhoda nodded silently, stroking his chin as he walked aside to think. At that moment, Reiju walked out of the cabin. Which room should I stay in? It seems there are no extra rooms on this ship. Rhoda, take her to Mita's old room. Mita has a bigger ship now, so there's no need to keep a room for him on this small boat. Also, help her tidy it up and change the bedding. Still caught in his thoughts, Rhoda paused for a moment, glancing at Luo Yin and then at Reiju. Suddenly, he thought of something and leaned closer to Luo Yin, lowering his voice to the minimum. Captain, where did you pick up this beauty? You haven't introduced us for so long, and now I have to make her bed. It can't be that go. What are you thinking? She's a princess, the royal daughter of country. I just think she probably won't make her own bed. Luo Yin rolled his eyes and interrupted Rhoda's wild guesses. However, this only intensified Rhoda's suspicion, causing him to raise his voice significantly. A princess? Captain, you've really brought back a princess? Which family's princess is she? Are you planning to become king in the future? Is that why you're snatching a princess in advance? Does Xia know about this? Let me tell you, don't be fooled by how obedient and well-behaved Xia seems in front of you. She can be ruthless. If she finds out about this, who knows, this princess might end up as a corpse thrown into the trash one day. Luo Yin couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth and kicked forward, sending Rhoda stumbling back several steps. Get lost. What do you mean by turning? She's here to cooperate with me. Although this is your matter, I can't possibly put a princess from a world government member country in the Revolutionary Army's base, right? Cooperation? How does cooperation lead to a change of regime? With a thud, Rhoda was sent flying off the deck and into the sea. He had successfully provoked Luo Yin, who realized that his temper seemed to have become a bit more irritable than before. It was getting harder to control his emotions in the face of Rhoda's provocation. Rhoda quickly climbed back onto the ship, acting as if nothing had happened, and led Lu Jiu to check into their room. 5 days later, Luo Yan's ship approached an island with a castle, the island where Eagle Eye lived. Before getting off the ship, Luo Yin saw Zoro fighting a group of monkeys, with the ghost princess Perona floating beside him. In the end, Rhoda chose Zoro. Although Zoro's strength wasn't on par with Huajin's, his foundation was very good. And since Rhoda himself didn't have much of a foundation, being with Zoro was already enough. As the three of them just got off the ship, a ghost quietly emerged from the ground behind Luo Yin, silently approaching him and intending to pass through his body. Suddenly, Luo Yin turned around and pointed his right index finger at the ghost. A ghostly light flashed over the ghost, causing it to close its eyes and fall heavily to the ground, fast asleep. At the same time, 3 more ghosts emerged from 3 different directions, rushing towards the 3 of them. However, before they could get close, they all softly collapsed to the ground. You. What did you do to my? Perona's panicked voice came from the air, but before she could finish her sentence, fatigue suddenly appeared on her face. After nodding her head twice, she could no longer hold on and fell asleep, her floating body dropping from the air. However, just before hitting the ground, Luo Yin caught her by the back of her neck. What a pity, the dark path is very restraining against spiritual bodies. You should be glad I didn't strike you with lightning. Luo Yin chuckled lightly, hoisting Perona onto his shoulder as he walked toward Zoro. Zoro had already noticed the situation here, but he was entangled with some monkeys and couldn't break free for a short while. So he had to deal with the monkeys first. However, he wasn't in a hurry because Luo Yin had arrived. Among the Straw Hat crew, the one who got along best with Luo Yin wasn't Captain Luffy, but Zoro, not for any other reason, but simply because both of them loved drinking, and their relationship had long been solidified over drinks. As Luo Yin approached, the monkeys fighting Zoro seemed to sense danger and all turned to flee, instinctively heading towards Mihawk's castle. Although they were very afraid of Mihawk, they knew that when a strong enemy approached, getting closer to Mihawk was the best choice. Long time no see, Luo Yin. Huh, long time no see. I brought some alcohol. Want to have a drink? Alcohol? Great. Zoro perked up, a look of uncontrollable joy spreading across his face. Luo Yin smiled and pointed with his thumb at the ship behind him. Let's go to the ship. The food and drinks are already prepared. Ha, let's go. Zoro sheathed his 3 swords without asking anything and directly followed Luo Yin to the ship to drink. For him, Luo Yin was definitely not an enemy, so there must be another reason for him to come here, but what exactly that reason was didn't matter. The most important thing was to drink. Ever since he was brought here by Bartholomew Kuma, he hadn't been able to drink for so long that he was dreaming about alcohol. Back on the ship, Luo Yin casually tossed Perona onto the deck and sat down beside a low table that had been set up in advance. Rhoda brought out the prepared wine jars, and Reiju was busy taking out the side dishes from the kitchen, which Rhoda had prepared beforehand. Come on, let's start with a bowl. Luo Yin picked up the jar and poured a bowl of wine for himself and Zoro. Before Luo Yin could put the jar down, Zoro had already lifted his cup and drank it all in one go. This wine is truly excellent. You arrived just in time. This is good wine I got from the Revolutionary Army. Come on, let us continue. The 2 of them toasted and exchanged cups, and before they knew it, they had finished an entire jar of wine. Just as Luo Yin opened the second jar to pour himself another bowl, his movement suddenly paused. Should I pour you a bowl of wine too? Luo Yin poured the wine into a new bowl that had never been used and tossed it towards the island. The bowl was instantly lifted by an invisible force and flew deep into the island. As he walked towards the coast, Eagle Eye suddenly raised his hand to catch the flying bowl, and the aroma of wine wafted out. Although the bowl came flying, Eagle Eye caught it with great force. However, the wine inside didn't even sway. The surface remained calm and still. At the same time, a voice came from a bowl. Would you like to come up and have a drink? Eagle Eye raised an eyebrow, drank the wine in one gulp, and quickened his pace towards the seaside, soon spotting a small boat with its sails furled. Well, what a rare guest, the adventurer Luo Yin. What rare guest. Now you are the guest. So how about it? I got some good wine from the Revolutionary Army. Not bad, right? Eagle Eye suddenly pushed off hard with his feet and jumped onto the boat, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone before finally landing on Luo Yan. The wine is indeed good, but it's better to discuss your purpose for coming here first. Huh, a former naval hunter. Do you really think a small adventurer like me would come to trouble you? Although I am here, I'm not here to find you. At this point, Luo Yin raised his hand and pointed at Rhoda, continuing, my subordinate wants to learn swordsmanship, so I brought him here to find Zoro. Of course, if you're willing to give some occasional guidance, that would be even better. The schemer Rhoda? Wow, you even know him? Luo Yan's eyes widened slightly, but Eagle Eye did not respond. Instead, he walked over to the low table and sat down, placing the bowl in front of himself. Luo Yan opened a jar of wine and handed it to Hawkeye, who took it and poured himself a bowl. The drinking officially went from 2 people to 3, and the atmosphere gradually heated up. Noticing that the food seemed a bit insufficient, Rhoda hurried to the kitchen to get busy, while Reiju became more interested in Perona. She walked in front of Perona, slightly bent over, and examined the girl who had a very nice appearance and figure. Perona, who was in a deep sleep, suddenly frowned and slowly woke up. First, she appeared a bit dazed, but then suddenly remembered something, sat up abruptly, and immediately saw the 3 of them drinking heartily. Bastard, what did you do to me? Perona floated in front of Luo Yin, pointing at his nose and questioning him. But Luo Yin merely glanced at her and then looked away. Just a soul rest. Soul rest? What's soul rest? The term soul rest was too unfamiliar to Perona. In fact, apart from Luo Yin, no one else present had ever heard of the term. While stuffing a piece of meat into his mouth, Luo Yin vaguely explained, it just puts the soul to sleep. I didn't kill any of your ghosts, huh? Little girl, next time be careful and don't think of pinning anyone down. If I didn't know you meant no harm, what would greet you wouldn't be soul rest, but a lightning strike. You, who are you calling a little girl? Perona gritted her teeth in anger, but she only dared to speak. She had just experienced Luo Yan's methods and was very clear that she had no chance against him. Huh. Luo Yan chuckled and didn't say much more. He wasn't very familiar with Perona, so there wasn't much to talk about. The atmosphere at the table was still lively. At first, Luo Yin thought that Hawkeye was the type to be indifferent in any situation. However, that wasn't the case. At least at the table, he was quite easygoing. Just when Luo Yin was getting into the spirit of drinking, his spiritual sense was suddenly stirred, as if something was happening. However, Luo Yin had no idea what it was. It was a very subtle reminder, like a gentle breeze brushing against his cheek, indicating that the wind had picked up, yet it conveyed no useful information. But Luo Yin was well aware that as a sequence 3, his spiritual sense couldn't be stirred for no reason. Since it was stirred, something must have happened. Luo Yan's brows gradually furrowed, and the hand holding the wine bowl slowly came to a stop in midair, as if lost in some thought. What's wrong with you, Luo Yan? It's nothing, continue. Luo Yin quickly regained his composure and continued to eat and drink. However, everyone could tell that he was somewhat distracted, and the lively atmosphere gradually cooled down. Luota also successfully settled down on the island. Luo Yin only left 2 items for Rhoda. One was a piece resembling scales, inscribed with a 3-part name spell, and the other was the Reaper's Potion. Rhoda had already completed the digestion of the Conspirator's Potion. Luo Yin originally planned to help Rhoda complete the ceremony before leaving. However, due to the previous spiritual disturbance, he felt very uneasy and couldn't wait any longer. He had to rush back immediately to confirm things for his peace of mind. Nevertheless, he had sealed the potion, ensuring that it would not cause any issues for 3 months. If Rhoda was still not ready for the ceremony after 3 months, he could shatter it to reassemble it without worrying about waste. The ship slowly left the small island, gaining speed, and before they knew it, they had started racing. You seem anxious? Lu Jiao, even if dull, could tell something must be wrong and directly asked. Luo Yin nodded, his gaze darkening considerably. My intuition tells me something bad has happened, but I can't be sure what it is yet. Something bad? Then why not use the phone bug to contact them? Why rush back like this? Although the possibility was slim, what if something happened with the Revolutionary Army? What if they suddenly targeted my people? After all, I'm not part of the Revolutionary Army. Lu Jiao opened her mouth slightly, her lips trembling, unable to speak for a moment. Although this speculation came from Luo Yin, even he didn't fully believe it. As it stood, the Revolutionary Army had no reason to target his people. Doing so would only harm them, not benefit them. But just to be safe, Luo Yin still refrained from using the phone bug. If the Revolutionary Army had indeed taken action, a single call would expose that he was already aware of the situation. If he didn't call and went directly, he could investigate secretly, and under the protection of hidden authority, it would be relatively easy to rescue them. The next morning, Luo Yan's ship rode on the giant waves, moving swiftly as if it were a surfboard being lifted by the waves. With his urging, they could return to the Revolutionary Army's base within half a day, before nightfall. On the ship, Lu Jiu looked down at the sea surface dozens of meters below, her heart unsettled. It was her first time seeing someone navigate a ship like this. It was no longer just sailing, but more like riding the waves, with the ship being merely an accessory. This is the power of controlling the sea, Lu Jiu murmured softly. Just then, she noticed the ship was getting closer to the sea surface, the giant waves diminishing, and the ship was descending. Out of energy? Lu Jiu's first thought was that Luo Yan had been controlling the waves for too long and now needed a rest. However, when she turned to look, she found no signs of fatigue on Luo Yan's face. He was gazing sideways, his eyes seemingly piercing through distance and obstacles to see something far away. At that moment, clear pleas echoed in Luo Yan's ears. As he cast his gaze over, he saw the Revolutionary Army's base. In an open area of the base, a group of people was gathered around an altar, and standing before the altar was also a member of the Revolutionary Army, who was using ceremonial magic to invoke a breathing spell for the sea. The surrounding crowd consisted of onlookers. Because Luo Yan's last lecture had no practical demonstration and the names given were all directed at him, there was a suspicion of self-aggrandizement. Consequently, many in the Revolutionary Army were skeptical and reluctant to try it. They felt that holding such a ceremony would make them feel too small, while Luo Yan seemed too elevated. However, curiosity could not be contained, especially since there had been previous successful examples of spell creation. After a few days of contemplation, finally, someone was willing to try the content from the class, and naturally, those gathered around were there to watch the spectacle. Luo Yan slowed down because he saw Xiaodali and Lurina, who were also there to watch the excitement, just like everyone else. The scene goes back a few minutes. Sister Xia, do you really think it will succeed? I always feel that the title given by Lord Luo Yan is too narcissistic. I don't know, maybe it will. In fact, it wasn't just Lurina who felt this way. Xiaodali felt the same but didn't voice it. The revolutionary soldier conducting the ritual prepared the materials, lit the candles, took a moment to gather himself, and after a few deep breaths, he began to chant, "Disaster that destroys everything, mentor of the mysterious world, ruler of marine creatures, assister of the revolutionaries, the great Eric Luo Yan. I pray for the power of the storm. I pray for the power of the sea. I pray that you turn the things on the altar into talismans." As soon as the chanting ended, the clouds in the sky immediately began to change, swirling and gradually forming an eye, a gaze from a great height sweeping over everyone present. The one conducting the ritual instantly felt the gaze from above and instinctively wanted to look up. But his own spirituality prevented him from doing so. His body began to tremble, and he felt an extremely violent aura, as if it were displeased with his intention to look up. The person conducting the ritual was a Sequence 9 sailor, who was inherently sensitive to the aura of higher beings. At that moment, he felt as if a mountain had fallen on his shoulders. He had almost no resistance and directly knelt to the ground. The flames on the altar began to flicker, and lightning surged up from the altar, consuming all the materials. Finally, when the lightning dissipated, 2 silver talismans lay quietly there. The ritual was successful. It worked. It actually worked. In that instant, the square erupted in excitement, and people began to chatter animatedly, many eager to try it themselves. Wow, it really worked. Lurina cheered, almost jumping up, while Xiaodali also smiled. However, she didn't react too much. She looked up at the sky where the clouds had returned to normal, her brows furrowing slightly. Was that the captain's gaze? A gaze cast down from above? What kind of power is this? As a vampire whose spirituality was inherently higher than others of the same sequence, and having drunk Luo Yan's blood many times, she was more sensitive to Luo Yan's gaze than anyone else. After responding to the prayer, Luo Yan retracted his gaze and continued to control the ship's return. However, this time the ship's speed had returned to normal. "Are you tired?" Lei Jiu asked tentatively, tilting her head. Luo Yan shook his head, his expression much more relaxed. "No, just confirming something. There's no need to rush now." "Confirming something? Did you do anything just now?" "Haha, of course, but you just didn't notice." Lei Jiu stared at Luo Yan for a long time, but didn't say much more. Luo Yan ignored Lei Jiu and took out the phone bug from the inner pocket of his clothes. The sound of "bulu bulu" soon rang out as the phone bug was connected. "This is Xiaodali." Xiaodali's voice came through, accompanied by some indistinct noises, indicating that she had not yet left the ceremony site. "This is Luo Yan. How are things on your side?" It seems something bad has happened. And I called to confirm. Bad things? Shadowly, holding the phone bug, paused for a moment, seemingly confused. However, she quickly reacted, giving a glance to the side at Lorena, who nodded in understanding. Lorena took out a phone bug the size of a fingernail from a small pocket sewn into her collar, placing it on the pad of her right index finger. The phone bug immediately emitted a baloo-baloo sound. The sound did not last long before it abruptly stopped, and the phone bug's antennae drooped down. It got disconnected. Lorena pressed her lips together and looked up at Shadowly, whose crimson eyes narrowed slightly, and her expression became somewhat grim. Captain, Might is in trouble. I understand. Gagaga. Luo Yin hung up the phone and stared at the phone bug for a long time before putting it back into the inner pocket of his clothing. The reason he called Xiaodali first was that she had always been responsible for regularly contacting Mitter. Xiaodali herself had tamed phone bugs and successfully bred them, distributing the young phone bugs to many people, including Mitter. What could have happened to Mitter? With his current abilities, he shouldn't even be without a chance to call for help. Could it be the world government? No. The world government is busy with other matters and doesn't have time to deal with me right now. They previously hoped to stabilize me with the Navy, so they shouldn't provoke me at this moment. Wait, what if what the world government is doing is this very thing? Luo Yan's heart trembled, and his expression became quite serious, but he immediately shook his head. Although it was very likely, still, as the saying goes, MIT should not have missed a chance to call for help. Even if there was no opportunity to make a phone call, he should have been able to use a talisman. As long as the talisman was activated, Luo Yan would be able to sense it, cast his gaze over, and know what had happened. Could it be that the world government sent someone so powerful this time that MIT didn't even have time to use a talisman? Thinking of this, Luo Yan's brows furrowed into a shape. He really couldn't figure out what kind of opponent could instantly take down a wind affinity user. It should be noted that this wind affinity user was not the same as the one Luo Yan encountered when he first went to sea. MIT was not only a wind affinity user himself, but he also carried many magical items, with strength surpassing that of an average sequence 5. As long as he didn't directly encounter a general, he would be fine. Yet, someone like this was instantly taken down, without even the chance to use a talisman. Luo Yin paced back and forth on the deck, and the more he walked, the deeper his frown became. Finally, he suddenly stopped, clenched his right hand. In the prison of Cake Island, Mitt was confined in a cage made of books, along with 3 women and 3 men. Katakuri sat on a chair outside the cage, looking coldly at Mitt inside. So, you still refuse to cooperate? Mom's patience is very limited. Once she loses her patience, it will be too late for you to change your mind. Hee hee. You want me to betray the captain? Absolutely not. Katakuri, I've heard you're an upright person, but I didn't expect you to resort to such underhanded tactics as ambush, because I saw a bad future. If I didn't take action and ambush then, something I didn't want to see would happen. Huh. You really sound like a charlatan. Mitt scoffed at Katakuri's explanation and mocked him without reservation. Katakuri was not angry, as he indeed had done the ambushing. The things I found on you made Mom very happy. So you still have some time to consider, but it won't be long. After saying this, Katakuri got up and left. Mitt stared hard at Katakuri's back until he completely disappeared. Captain, what should we do? Are we going to die here? Asked a woman dressed in tight black leather, her fearful eyes revealing an unmistakable terror. She knew very well that she couldn't imagine any way to escape once they fell into the hands of the 4 emperors. Mitt's face was also bad, but there was no fear in his eyes. There will definitely be a way. The captain will come to save us. But first mate, the captain you mentioned probably doesn't even know we have been captured. How can he come to save us? And all your miraculous items have been taken away. Mitt did not respond, only shrinking his head and rubbing his chin against the topmost button of his collar. Outside the castle on Cake Island, Big Mom sat in a tall chair, surrounded by dozens of her children in a circle, with a group of sentient homies in the middle. Some were talismans, some were knives, some were guns, and some were just pieces of cloth. They varied in shape and looked very ordinary. But their every move made Big Mom laugh heartily, because the materials for these homies were all taken from Mitt, and before becoming homies, they were miraculous items with special powers. Huh, miraculous items are really miraculous. If he wants, I wouldn't mind marrying my daughter off to him. So, Katakuri, how's it going? Big Mom reined in her smile and turned to the side, where Katakuri was slowly walking over after leaving the prison. Hearing Big Mom's inquiry, Katakuri shook his head. Still the same. That guy is stronger than I imagined. Huh. In that case, let's prepare for a tea party and send an invitation to the adventurer Luo Yan. I will personally discuss marriage with him at the tea party. In the prison, after rubbing his chin against the top button of his collar, Mitt was suddenly overwhelmed by an uncontrollable drowsiness, and after nodding his head several times, he slowly closed his eyes. He had a dream where he stood behind Luo Yin, watching him write a set of titles at the table. Although he only glanced at it, that set of titles was deeply imprinted in his mind, impossible to forget. The disaster that destroys everything, the mentor of the mysterious world, the ruler of marine life, the collaborator of the Revolutionary Army, the great Eric Luo Yin. Half awake, Mitt recited that set of titles like a sleepwalker. The clouds above Cake Island began to gather and twist, gradually forming a face. This face's gaze pierced through layers of barriers and saw Mitt in the cage. Mitt felt the gaze from above and suddenly woke up, looking up at the ceiling of the cage with a bitter smile. "Sorry, Captain, I've caused you trouble." The others in the cage looked at each other in confusion upon hearing this inexplicable remark, their faces showing a worried expression, followed by whispers. "What's wrong with the first mate? Has he gone mad? Oh no, does that mean we're not far from losing control? If the first mate loses control here, we will be the first to suffer." "No, absolutely not. Eleanor, quickly comfort the first mate. We can't let him lose control here." In the open space, Big Mom, who had been watching the homies' performance with great interest, suddenly looked up at the sky. Almost simultaneously, several others also raised their heads. Although Luo Yan's gaze was not directed at them, they did not know what the face in the sky was. But their strong observation, Haki, still sensed the gaze descending from the sky, feeling the unknown source of that gaze. "Who is it?" Big Mom suddenly stood up, grabbing the pirate hat on her head, which immediately transformed into a large sword. "Wiggick!" Big Mom swung the large sword towards the sky, creating a massive shockwave that dispersed the face made of clouds. "Charlotte Linlin." A dignified and angry voice echoed in the air. The sea seemed to respond to this anger, and the calm sea surface instantly became turbulent, crashing against the shore wave after wave. On the ship, Luo Yin withdrew his gaze, rubbing his temples with his thumb and middle finger. The gaze he had cast was forcibly scattered, causing a slight impact on his mind. But it wasn't strong, comparable to being lightly punched in the head. "I see, Big Mom. Ha! I didn't expect it to be you." Luo Yin never expected that the one who took action would be Big Mom. Although he had killed people associated with Big Mom before, that time he had hidden protection, and he was certain that this matter would not leak out. Therefore, he did not have enough vigilance against the 4 emperors or the entire pirate force. As a result, his own people were captured without him even knowing it. Thankfully, he received a reminder from his instincts and had given Mitt a button specifically for contacting a secret communication ring at that time. Otherwise, it might have taken a long time just to find out Mitt's whereabouts. "What's wrong?" Ray Ju, who had been silently observing Luo Yin, couldn't help but ask. Luo Yin curled the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a smile devoid of any warmth. He had found Mitt. "Found him? Where? How did you find him? Didn't you just lose contact?" Ray Ju was puzzled about how Luo Yin had located Mitt. She had heard the voice of the snail just now, but Luo Yin did not answer her. Instead, he took out the communication snail again. "Bloop, bloop, bloop. Gaga, Captain." As soon as the call connected, Shatari exclaimed anxiously. Luo Yin nodded slightly and said, "I found Mitt. Go tell the Revolutionary Army to find the bird from the Steambird News Agency, and also inform them that I'm going to Whole Cake Island to rescue someone." "Whole Cake Island? Captain, are you saying Mitt has fallen into the hands of the 4 emperors?" "Yes, he is currently imprisoned in the jail on Whole Cake Island." "How could this happen?" Shatari swayed slightly on her way back. She had only come to accompany Lou Reyna to watch a show, planning to go back to sleep after the show, but she never expected this sudden incident. "Sister Shatari." Lou Reyna looked at Shatari with some concern. Shatari suddenly came to her senses, shook her head, and quickly took Lou Reyna towards the depths of the base. "Quick, we can't delay." The two rushed into a building. Dragon was not here. The affairs were being handled by Sabo's partner, Carla. "Carla," Shatari shouted loudly before even entering the room. Carla, who was sorting documents, paused her actions and looked up at Shatari in confusion. "Shatari? What's wrong? Quick, contact Dragon. The captain is planning to attack Whole Cake Island." Carla's eyes widened in disbelief. She even suspected she had misheard. "What did you say?" "There is no time to explain. Hurry and contact Dragon." Although Carla still didn't know what had happened, she understood the seriousness of the situation and didn't dare to slack off. She immediately took out a special anti-eavesdropping communication snail and dialed Dragon's number. As the voice of Blue rang out, the call was quickly connected. Dragon." The communication snail opened its mouth and emitted Dragon's voice. Carla glanced at Shatari, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. "Mr. Dragon, Luo Yin." "What happened to Luo Yin?" Carla struggled to explain, but couldn't get the words out. Finally, Shatari became impatient and snatched the communication snail. Dragon, this is Shatari. The captain is preparing to attack Whole Cake Island. The communication snail fell silent, as if it were stunned. After a long while, it finally reacted. Why? Dragon's voice had turned hoarse. If it weren't for Shatari speaking, he might even have doubted such words. After all, that was Whole Cake Island, the territory of the four emperors, a place even the Navy didn't dare to act recklessly, because they captured Mitt. The captain has confirmed this in his own way and is preparing to take action to rescue Mitt. Stop joking. Dragon roared into the communication snail from a cliff covered in green grass, his emotions extremely agitated. Sabo and the Okama king beside him looked over in surprise. It was the first time they had seen Dragon so lose his composure. Tell Luo Yin that we absolutely cannot provoke the four emperors at this time. This is a critical period, and we cannot afford any complications. I will go over personally. After saying that, Dragon hung up the phone, but even so, he was still breathing heavily, his forehead's veins throbbing, clearly extremely angry. Originally, he had planned to take advantage of the world government being preoccupied to make a big move and deal a heavy blow to them. It would have been even better if Luo Yin could help out, but unexpectedly, just as the initial deployment was starting, this incident occurred. Not only could he not count on Luo Yin as an ally, but he might also need to divert some forces to deal with the four emperor. Dealing with the four emperors was not something the Revolutionary Army was supposed to do. Under normal circumstances, the Revolutionary Army would not engage in such matters. However, Luo Yin had helped the Revolutionary Army so much before, and now he was in trouble. If the Revolutionary Army did not show some support, there was a high chance that unfavorable voices would arise within that could harm unity, which Dragon did not want to see. Thus, the Revolutionary Army found itself in an awkward situation. Either abandon the plan and help Luo Yin or ignore everything and continue executing the plan, only to later spend great effort dealing with internal discontent. No matter how they chose, the Revolutionary Army would suffer losses. However, there was another way that would lead to losses for the Revolutionary Army, which was to persuade Luo Yin, even if they could only delay him for now. Allowing themselves to finish their tasks before turning to deal with the four emperors would be the optimal solution. Dragon? The Okama king, seeing Dragon's fluctuating expression, finally couldn't help but ask. Dragon took several deep breaths to calm his emotions. I need to return immediately. We absolutely cannot let Luo Yin act recklessly. But Dragon, Luo Yin is an extraordinary individual through the sailor path. Think about the changes in those in our Revolutionary Army who have consumed the sailor's potion. Can he really be persuaded? The Okama king's words made Dragon's face, which had just calmed down a bit, become extremely grim again. Just as they said, persuading him might not be possible at all. Because Dragon had initially been wary of Luo Yin, he had closely monitored those who had consumed the magic potions. They found that those who had drunk the sailor's potion and subsequent potions had undergone personality changes. They became more impulsive, irritable, and volatile. And since Luo Yin was also from the sailor path, it was not difficult to guess what kind of personality he would have now, having suffered such a big loss. How could he be persuaded with mere words? That bastard. Dragon couldn't help but curse, not knowing whether he was cursing Luo Yin or Big Mom. The Okama king's expression was also not good. As a senior member of the Revolutionary Army, he was well aware of the awkward situation they were facing. How about this? Let Sabo delay for time, and we will send our core forces over to maintain things here. If Sabo really can't hold up anymore, let him take the remaining people over to help Luo Yin. Although it feels a bit unfair to Luo Yin, it's the only option we have. Dragon's face was serious as he glanced at the Okama king and then at Sabo, ultimately nodding. All right, Sabo, you will handle this matter. Try to stop Luo Yin as much as possible. Whole Cake Island is not easy to attack. Once we engage in battle with the four emperors, we will be very passive. Understood. Sabo had no objections and immediately saluted seriously before quickly leaving. The situation was tense, and there was no time for idle chatter. Inside the Revolutionary Army base, Shatari returned the communication snail to Carla, and she was not surprised by Dragon's reaction. After all, she had spent quite some time with the Revolutionary Army and was aware of their style and recent plans. Now was definitely not the time to go to war with the four emperors. Xia, Keela was about to say something when Shatali interrupted her. I know what you want to say, don't worry. The captain won act recklessly. By the way, he also asked to contact Morgans, the president of the Steambird newspaper. You should reach out to him. Contact the Steambird newspaper? Why? Does he want to? Keela widened her eyes in disbelief, preparing to contact a news agency before attacking the four emperors. What kind of operation is this? It was obvious he wanted to make a name for himself, and he was very confident in his strength. After all, if the news agency was contacted and the result was that he got beaten up or captured, it would be a global embarrassment. I don't know. I'm just following orders. You handle it. Shatali, I think we don't need to rush this. Let us wait for Mr. Long's people to arrive first. Although Keela didn't know about Long and their subsequent discussions, she was very clear about the current situation. She knew that the Revolutionary Army should not go to war with the four emperors right now. But once the news agency's people were called over, it wouldn't be up to them anymore. She had to buy some time, otherwise it could bring great trouble to the Revolutionary Army. Shatali nodded, not saying anything more, and turned to leave with Lurina, seemingly unconcerned about what had just happened. Sister Xiao, what should we do? After reaching the main road, Lurina quietly inquired. Shatali smirked and glanced back at the building where Keela was. I've already secretly had Porter handle it. The Revolutionary Army has its own stance and can't be completely relied upon. So what should we do next? The Revolutionary Army has important actions recently. If I'm not mistaken, they definitely don't want to provoke the four emperors at this time. They will find a way to delay. So let us first see the captain's attitude. Shatali currently had no better plan. Although she unconditionally supported her captain, she also understood the kind of opponent they were facing this time. In her view, without the support of the Revolutionary Army, it would be very difficult to confront the entire world, and now the Revolutionary Army was clearly unable to spare any effort. She even hoped that the Revolutionary Army could persuade Luo Yin to delay him, so they could gain more support from the Revolutionary Army when it was time to act. However, before confirming her stance in this matter, she needed to know what Mitter's current situation was. If Mitter was already in a precarious situation, she would definitely not stop the captain. Let us go meet the captain. Shatali had already keenly sensed the gap between her side and the Revolutionary Army. She was on guard against the Revolutionary Army. Therefore, it was crucial not to let the captain land here while things were still unclear. She needed to intercept the captain first. Although Lurina didn't think that much, she wouldn't question Shatali. The two quickly arrived at the port, but instead of choosing any ship at the port, they made a wooden raft themselves. Let us go. Shatali led Lurina onto the raft, and immediately a large number of shadows surged from beneath her feet, propelling the raft forward. Although the speed wasn't as fast as Luo Yin manipulating the ocean currents, it was much faster than an ordinary ship. On the roof of the tallest building on the island, Keela stood watching the two leave, her brow gradually furrowing. More perceptive and cautious than I imagined. This could be trouble. At sea, Luo Yin was steering the ship back at a normal speed. After confirming Mitter's condition, he was no longer in such a hurry. Although Mitter had fallen into Big Mom's hands, he was well aware that Mitter wouldn't die anytime soon. He now needed to wait for the Revolutionary Army to respond, and also wait for Morgans from the Steambird newspaper to arrive. He hadn't contacted Morgans with any special plan. It was just a moment of inspiration, as if on a whim. He felt that contacting Morgans would yield a good result, so he did it. You don't seem anxious at all now. Leggio glanced at Luo Yin, who had completely calmed down, and asked with a light smile. Luo Yin nodded slightly, a faint smile appearing on his face. I've already confirmed the status of my subordinate. Although he is no longer free, he will not be in immediate danger to his life. I see. Then what do you plan to do next? Next? Next, I would like you to quietly stay somewhere else for a while. After this matter is resolved, I will let you go. After saying that, Luo Yin raised his right hand, and the ring on his finger emitted a faint glow, which instantly enveloped Leggio. Her expression changed, and just as she was about to say something, she disappeared without a trace. Leggio felt a shift in front of her, and when she regained her senses, she found herself in a dim place. The sky was filled with stars, but there was no moon. The ground was dark. Hard soil with many dark-colored flowers and grasses. Although it couldn't be described as vibrant, it still had some life. Where's this place? Leggio looked around in confusion, having no recognition of this unfamiliar space. Soon, she saw a pile of various materials stacked like a small mountain. As an extraordinary person, although she could not recognize all the materials here, she could sense that most of them were spiritual materials, and some even shimmered with extraordinary light. All these were potion materials. So many materials? Leggio's eyes widened in disbelief as she instinctively walked toward the pile of materials. After taking a few steps, she noticed another small pile next to it, which consisted of neatly stacked wooden boxes. Some of the boxes were open and completely empty. What is this? Doubt arose in Leggio's mind, and she subconsciously walked over. At that moment, a cheerful voice rang in her ears. This is quite rare. The guy actually threw a conscious person in here. Well, after all, He has recited my name. Even if he is conscious, he can't do much. Who? Lei Jio was startled by the sudden voice and hurriedly looked around, her muscles tensing up without her realizing it. Soon, she sensed something and quickly looked up ahead, where there was a huge, shadowy outline, which she could vaguely determine to be the silhouette of a spire-topped castle. A castle? There's a castle here? Who built it? Lei Jio became even more cautious, gripping her transformation device, ready to transform at the first sign of danger. Are you scared now? That cheerful voice sounded again, and Lei Jio's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Normally, she would not be frightened by such things, but this time, for some reason, fear surged from the depths of her heart as soon as she heard that voice. I can't wait any longer. Lei Jio could no longer suppress her inner fear, suddenly raising her hand that was holding the transformation device, only to find that it was gone. Lei Jio's pupils constricted sharply, her eyes widening in disbelief. How is that possible? How could this happen? The sudden turn of events made her inner fear even harder to contain, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Are you afraid? How interesting. This is really too interesting. The voice rang out again, seeming to come from all directions, making it impossible to determine where it was coming from. Lei Jio's voice became urgent as she kept turning her gaze to find the source of the voice. But it was of no use. Who are you? Have the guts to show yourself. Lei Jio finally couldn't hold back any longer and shouted loudly. However, what responded to her was silence, a silence as dead as the grave. Damn, what the hell is this place? Adventurer Luo Yin, come out. What do you want to do? You bastard. The fear in Lei Jio's heart grew larger. Her emotions became increasingly uncontrollable, and she eventually broke down and cried. She cried, something she had never done since birth, scared to tears. How interesting, you actually cried out of fear. The voice sounded again, and Lei Jio's body trembled violently, quickly looking around. Soon, her gaze froze as she finally saw the instigator. It was a little girl who looked only 4 or 5 years old, with black hair and black eyes, wearing a layered but not overly complex dress that resembled a starry sky. She was holding a pink cylindrical object, which was Lei Jio's transformation device. A girl? Lei Jio found it hard to believe her eyes. She never expected to find a child in such a place. And this child seemed very powerful. Not only could she silently take away her transformation device, but she could also instill great fear in her, making her cry. Who are you? Lei Jio's voice had completely calmed down, not because she had adjusted her state well, but because seeing this little girl made her fearful heart uncontrollably calm, even though the fear had not completely subsided. Me? I am Secret. The little girl tilted her head, thought for a moment, and then answered. Lei Jio maintained her strange calm and continued to ask, Secret? Is that your name? It sounds a bit strange. The little girl first nodded, then shook her head. I don't know. That's the name he gave me. Adventurer Luo Yin? Lei Jio asked tentatively, and the little girl nodded, a hint of a smile appearing on her delicate face. Yes, that's what he calls me. Who exactly are you? Why are you here? What is this place? The little girl's brows furrowed, showing confusion, as if she did not understand Lei Jio's words. I don't know what you're talking about. I am just me. I am Secret, born here, or rather, born together with this place. Born together with this place? Lei Jio grew even more puzzled, as she could no longer fully understand what the other party was saying. However, the little girl had no intention of explaining, casually tossing the transformation device back to Lei Jio. Just stay quiet. If you get hungry, I will tell him to bring something in. Of course, those spiritual materials can also be eaten, but I wouldn't recommend it, as it could pose considerable risks. Moreover, if you accidentally consume something with extraordinary properties, you might go crazy on the spot. Go crazy on the spot? Lei Jio had spent enough time around Luo Yin and had learned a lot about mystical knowledge, so she knew what extraordinary properties were. What exactly is this place? After confirming that the other party had no malicious intent, Lei Jio temporarily set her mind at ease and began to try to gather information. The little girl squinted her eyes, waved her hand casually, and the surroundings immediately changed into a pavilion with a stone table and 4 stone stools. Sit down. Although Lei Jio had some psychological preparation, she was still startled by the other party's casual summoning of a pavilion. You can conjure things at will? What kind of ability is that? No, I don't have that kind of ability, but everything here is under my control. It's quite simple to conjure a pavilion. If you don't mind sleeping on the ground, I can give you a room. The rooms are over there. She pointed toward the shadow of the distant castle. Lei Jio sat down on the stone stool, thought for a moment, and continued to cautiously ask, Are there other people here? Yes, he brought in some people before, but then sent them out again. There is only one left. However, that person has already fallen into a deep sleep. If no one wakes them up, they will continue to sleep like that until the end of their life. Deep sleep? Leggio murmured, repeating the word, just as she was about to ask more questions. The little girl continued, "You're very special. Since you were sent in here while awake, it's quite boring for me. It's really nice to have someone to talk to." "Boring? Then why don't you try to leave here? Or have Luo Yin take you out. Since he can get others out, he should be able to get you out too, right?" The little girl shook her head, her eyes clear like a starry sky. "I can't leave here yet. My activation level isn't high enough, and I haven't consumed enough potion materials. For now, I can only manifest my will here, and he doesn't know that I've partially awakened. I'm preparing a surprise for him when he comes in next time." As she spoke, the little girl covered her mouth and laughed, as if she were a child planning a prank. Leggio recognized these terms, but couldn't fully understand. Activation level? Potion materials? That's right. Let me secretly tell you, I've already snuck 2 demon fruits. There is still one left in that pile that I can eat. But eating that fruit will cause some changes in me. I don't plan to eat it until I have enough anchors. Anchors? What anchors? Leggio was very familiar with the term anchors because every ship has them, but it was clear that the anchors the little girl spoke of were not the same. She thought the little girl would answer her, but this time, the little girl abruptly changed the subject. "You recited my name." "Well, what?" Leggio didn't immediately understand what the little girl meant, and a sly smile suddenly appeared on her face. "Do you think a title can be recited casually? When ignorant human you are, you've been deceived by him. From now on, you will never be able to escape from us. If you do or think of something detrimental to him, you will be in big trouble." Reciting a title? Leggio suddenly recalled the sentences Luo Yin had her recite that ended with the great Eric Luo Yin. Reciting those names carries risks? Ha ha ha. Your reaction is so funny. Ha ha ha. The little girl suddenly burst into laughter, holding her belly. Hearing her laughter, Leggio felt that this matter was not that simple. But she couldn't feel anxious. Her heart was completely calm, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stir up any waves. "Do you want something to eat?" The little girl seemed to act as if nothing had happened, changing the topic again. Leggio's lips trembled a few times, but ultimately remained silent. The little girl's eyes curved into crescent moons, her smile gradually widening. "Don't worry, I'm not asking you to eat those materials. I have followers. I'll have one of them make a sacrifice." Saying this, the little girl tapped her finger in front of her, and red ripples spread out. Before long, an illusory chanting voice echoed in the void. "Symbol of darkness and sleep. Authority of fear and misfortune. Queen of the hidden, your loyal servant prays for your favor. Prays for you to accept his offering. Prays for you to open the gates of your kingdom." As the voice resonated, an illusory door slowly opened outside the pavilion, revealing only a deep darkness beyond it. Soon, a large pile of food passed through the door and landed directly on the stone table. Leggio stared blankly at the scene before her mind nearly crashing. Although she had learned a lot of mysticism from Luo Yin, she was still in shock, as this had completely exceeded her understanding. "What was that prayer just now?" You don't need to worry about so much. Eat. It seems like things outside won't end that easily. You'll need to stay here for quite a while. Do you know what is happening outside?" Leggio's attention was quickly drawn to the little girl's new words. The little girl nodded, her bright eyes slightly moving. "Of course, I can see outside directly and know many other things in secret. Although I was just born, I know much more than you can imagine. You don't need to ask me what I know. I want to tell you." Originally wanting to gather more intelligence, Leggio opened her mouth but said nothing more. She also didn't eat what was on the table, just looking at it, thinking, as if merely looking would stave off her hunger. Night. Luo Yin and Xia Tali met up with Lu Leina. As soon as they boarded the ship, they hurriedly asked, "Captain, what exactly is going on? Is it confirmed that Miter has been captured by Big Mom?" Luo Yin nodded and glanced in the direction where Wang Wo was. It was as if he could see through layers of obstacles directly to that place. "I have already seen MIT, and a magical item on him has been taken by Big Mom and turned into homies, becoming a living creature that only obeys Big Mom's orders. I remember that the ship of Big Mom's pirate crew is also alive." Shatari quickly recalled the battle when she killed a member of the Fur tribe. Although she was on the edge during that battle, only dealing with one member of the Fur tribe, she could still clearly determine whether a ship was alive or not. Luo Yin nodded, his eyes flickering with both anger and a hint of excitement. "The soul fruit. I was still thinking about what excuse I should use to deal with that guy in the future, but now I don't need any excuse at all. Captain, have you been eyeing the 4 emperors for a long time?" Shatari was somewhat taken aback by Luo Yin's words. After all, the other party was one of the 4 emperors, not just some soft persimmon that anyone could squeeze. Luo Yin did not hide it and nodded directly. That's right. I indeed had ideas a long time ago, but I just haven't implemented them. After all, the opponent is one of the four emperors, and their strength cannot be underestimated. Although the timing is not yet the most mature, it's still not a problem to have a fight. Then why did the captain want me to contact the Steambird newspaper? Do you know that bird? No, I don't know that bird, but know what kind of guy it is. As long as there's big news, that guy will definitely come and report the truth. Calling him over is just a feeling I have. I always feel that doing this will lead to a positive outcome. I see, Shatari nodded, wanting to say something more, but Lurina interjected. Lord Luo Yin, the Revolutionary Army seems unwilling to help us. I heard before that they are planning something big recently, so they probably can't spare any effort right now. Huh, I'm not counting on them to help. I'm just notifying them that I'm going to move against the four emperors. Anyway, even if the Revolutionary Army sends someone, it wouldn't make much of a difference. On the sea, for a sea king, no matter how many minions there are, it won't matter. One wave is usually enough. I never expected the Revolutionary Army to help. Unless it's Dragon himself, who takes action. But as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, he certainly won't act easily. Luo Yin originally thought he would have to wait 2 or 3 days to see Morgans. But the next day at noon, Morgan's hot air balloon had already floated over, and the entire Steambird newspaper rushed over immediately. Morgans, under Porter's guidance, personally landed on the deck of Luo Yan's ship, and the first thing he did was to take a phone bug and start snapping pictures of Luo Yan. Oh. Adventurer Luo Yin is preparing to attack the world government. This is unprecedented big news. So, Mr. Luo Yin, do you have anything to say? Morgans pushed the phone bug closer to Luo Yan's mouth. Luo Yin carefully examined the bird in front of him and noticed that not only was it holding a phone bug, but there were also phone bugs standing on both shoulders. The phone bug in its hand could take pictures and record audio, while the ones on its shoulders could record video. Are you planning to share my movements with Big Mom in real time? Even recording video? Morgan's expression stiffened, and he hurriedly cut off the recording from the phone bugs on his shoulders. No, absolutely not. I just didn't want to miss your pre-battle declaration. You were the first person to contact a news agency before attacking one of the four emperors. I'm very excited. Huh, what pre-battle declaration? Just set off directly. Directly set off? Morgans was taken aback and quickly looked around for what he was looking for, but after not finding it, he rushed to the ship's edge to look out again, still seeing nothing else. This is how he set off. Just these few people? Just these few people are going to attack the world government? Of course, what do you think? What about my people from the Revolutionary Army? Aren't they helping you? What are you talking about? Why do I need the Revolutionary Army's help? Luo Yin said. All right, now that everyone is here, it's time to depart. By the way, Morgans, are you planning to go over in your hot air balloon, or will you come with us? I must tell you, my battle will be quite loud, and your hot air balloon might not be able to withstand it. Morgans quickly shook his head and waved at the hot air balloon above, which immediately moved away. Although he was willing to take risks for big news, he didn't want to put his own assets at risk, especially after being warned in advance. It seems you cherish your newspaper quite a lot. In that case, let us set off. With that, Luo Yin waved his hand, and everyone on the ship, along with the two birds, was covered with a layer of transparent membrane. This was the Sea King's marine-type magic, allowing ordinary people to breathe underwater and feel close to marine life. What is this? Morgans was about to ask what the membrane covering him was when Luo Yin grabbed his shoulder and jumped directly into the sea. As a bird and a devil fruit user, he had a natural fear of the sea, and at that moment, being dragged underwater made him panic and scream. Help! I'm going to drown. I'm going to drown. Morgans flailed wildly in the water, trying to surface, but Luo Yin held him down tightly. He became increasingly frantic, and despair began to rise in his eyes. Just when he thought his life was about to end, he saw Shatari, Lurina, and Porter also coming down. They were similarly covered with a layer of membrane, allowing them to move freely underwater and even speak clearly. Captain, are we just going to swim to the world government like this? Porter asked. It had just linked up with Morgans and was exhausted, only to find that Luo Yin had abandoned the ship and was going underwater. Although it had the magical items that allowed for quick swimming underwater, it couldn't rely on that to swim all the way to the world government. Luo Yin smiled, but did not answer. In the next moment, a huge shadow enveloped everyone. Morganston, who had just begun to breathe successfully, widened his eyes. He saw a gigantic sea creature, a massive sea creature with a lion's head. The sea creature. Morganston screamed, wanting to escape, but it was too late. The giant sea creature had already opened its mouth, and everyone was swept uncontrollably towards it by the current. Morganston's survival instinct drove him to paddle frantically. However, it was of no use. As the giant sea creature's mouth closed, darkness engulfed everyone. A golden light, bright as sunlight, illuminated the entire mouth, and the source of the light was Porter. Morgenstern, who had thought he was doomed, felt this sudden warmth of sunlight and was momentarily dazed. Was this inside the sea creature's mouth? He hurriedly stood up and looked around, discovering that the space inside was very large, even twice the size of Luo Yan's deck, with a height exceeding 4 meters. Even the more robust individuals did not need to bend down, as the white interlocking teeth formed a wall, keeping all seawater out. At the speed of the sea creature, it would take several days to reach the United Nations. So let me assign your tasks first. Luo Yan suddenly spoke, and as he did, a layer of ethereal light enveloped the 3 people and 1 bird, except for Morgan's. Morgan's could only see their mouths moving, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't hear what they were saying. What surprised it even more was that when trying to take a picture with the phone bug, it found that the photos did not capture these people at all. The scenes in the mouths of the Sea Kings were very clearly photographed, but the people simply couldn't be captured. What was going on? What kind of power was this? Morgans shook the phone bug it was using for photography vigorously, instinctively suspecting that the phone bug was malfunctioning. However, that wasn't the case. No matter how hard it shook the phone bug, even to the point of making it dizzy, it had no effect. 3 days later, in the world of nations, Big Mom stood at the dark edge of Cake Island, looking at the sky that had completely darkened, her expression extremely grave. She had already sensed the pressure coming from the sky and the sea, as if a pair of eyes were watching her, a feeling that made her very uncomfortable. Adventurer Luo Yan, huh? You really dare to come? Since you're here, don't think about leaving. As one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom had her own pride. She couldn't tolerate anyone looking down on her. Coupled with the provocation from a few days ago, she was furious, originally wanting to win Luo Yan over. She had changed her mind and decided to use force to capture him and make him submit. The other members of the Big Mom Pirates were also on high alert. Although they were confident in their captain, they did not dare underestimate a dangerous figure with a bounty of 1.7 billion. Mom, a tsunami is coming. Katakuri's expression changed, and he shouted urgently. Perispero, nearby, didn't he need to be reminded? He stepped forward, raising his hands as if to lift something. The ground suddenly cracked open, and syrup gushed out from the crevice, forming a wall dozens of meters high. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous sound, the dark sky was split by lightning, and the already restless sea water suddenly became turbulent, with waves crashing violently against the coast of Cake Island, soon flooding areas that usually wouldn't be submerged even during high tide. The mermaid Charlotte pudding broke through the surface of the sea, panicking as she shouted to Big Mom, Mom, Sea Kings. A large number of Sea Kings are coming, and some manatees have already gone missing. Don't panic. The Revolutionary Army hasn't made a move. It's just a small ghost coming. Big Mom stepped forward, her powerful aura bursting forth, instantly making everyone present feel a chill, and some of the weaker ones even began to tremble. However, this had a very good effect. Everyone calmed down. They had great confidence in their mother and did not believe that a newly risen rookie could shake this emperor who had dominated the seas for decades. Just as the massive wave appeared in everyone's view, the sky suddenly turned violet, and lightning no longer stayed in the clouds but fell from the sky. Boom! The first bolt of lightning shot straight down towards Big Mom's head, and the thundercloud Zeus floating beside her instantly darkened and expanded, blocking Big Mom's head. The lightning did not hit Big Mom, but instead struck Zeus, who was not injured by it. Instead, it seemed to be infused with power, uncontrollably expanding even more. What a powerful lightning strike. The power is surging. Hey, you actually want to use lightning against me. Zeus, the sky is up to you. Yes, Mom. Zeus floated higher into the sky, expanding as it rose, soon becoming large enough to cover everyone below. Lightning began to flicker within it, as if it would strike down at any moment. However, to its disappointment, no new lightning fell from the sky. Whoosh! Katakuri. Introduction. The combination of potions and fruits. When the mysterious descends upon the sea, the world begins to change. Faith is born. The flames of revolution begin to boil. Pirates submit in fear. The navy can no longer rule the seas, and the celestial dragons tremble.